as the sole extraordinary moon fungus of the ice and fire duality, This unique species, the celestial chrysanthemum, embodies the essence of heaven and earth, drawing upon the ethereal energy of moonlight. After enduring countless years of rigorous cultivation, it has finally transcended the threshold of 100,000 years, becoming a noble soul beast of the plant category. The foremost task upon achieving the status of a 100,000-year soul beast is to take on a corporeal form and start anew. Moon fungus. Although the ice and fire duality, is splendid, what is the point of merely rooting in the soil? The continent is vast, and I yearn to explore the octagonal ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the fragrant celestial orchid feel a sense of helplessness. Yet what can be done? The child has grown. It is futile to attempt to restrain them. This marks the magnificent adventure of the celestial chrysanthemum in a world where martial spirits reign supreme. Our goal is to reclaim unnecessary blades and seek out the most captivating men. Our motto is, I want it all. Chapter 001. The Ice and Fire Duality As time flows ceaselessly, nearly 10,000 years have slipped through the fingers like grains of sand. In the heart of the sunset forest, the ice and fire duality remains as if time has come to a standstill. Throughout these millennia, it appears unchanged. Whether it was the clash between the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo continent thousands of years ago, or the fragmentation of the Tindo Empire, the raging fires of war and chaotic upheaval seem to have no bearing on the ice and fire duality safeguarded beneath layers of toxic miasma. The ice and fire duality is an unparalleled geomantic treasure, a veritable paradise. In the epoch where the legendary Shrek 7 monsters ascended to divinity a millennium ago, those who were aware of the ice and fire duality were exceedingly rare. 1,000 years later, under the deliberate protection of certain elite factions, knowledge of the ice and fire duality has dwindled even further. This may be attributed to a tidal Douluo from millennium ago. The poison Douluo, Douluo, his martial spirit, the Phosphor Serpent King, established a natural barrier in the form of the Phosphor 7 absolute flowers outside the ice and fire duality which worked harmoniously with Douluo's Phosphor Serpent King, expending immense effort to maintain peace in the ice and fire duality The descendants have since painstakingly safeguarded this sanctuary, and few have truly set foot upon this land. Within the ice and fire duality the azure sky is obscured, entirely veiled by vibrant toxic clouds, rendering the valley a kaleidoscopic spectacle reminiscent of a radiant rainbow. The distant cliffs are entwined with deep blue vines, making the entire rock face shimmer with a faint, multicolored luminescence akin to a sapphire forged in celestial fire. The valley of the ice and fire duality though not excessively vast, teems with an astonishing array of flora, presenting a veritable tapestry of colors beyond enumeration. Various exquisite blossoms vie for attention, while an abundance of fruits adorns the lush vegetation. Many plants even emanate varying intensities of precious light. Merely gazing upon them reveals their extraordinary nature. The most breathtaking sight is a lake, nestled amidst these plants, distinctly divided into two halves. One side shimmers with an icy white hue, exuding a gentle mist, while the other blazes with a fiery red glow, the light above it subtly distorted. Red and white, like two colossal jade stones embedded in the earth, fill the atmosphere with a rich vitality, suffusing the entire valley with life force. This is a paradise for plant-based soul beasts. Within this realm, their cultivation is accelerated. One day here equates to 10 days in the outside world. After 10,000 years, a 100,000-year soul beast may be born. Hey, I must say it is so lonely here. A large flower, pale pink and leafless, spoke. Its stem, nearly 10 feet tall, bore a bloom with a diameter of over 3 feet. Each petal glimmered like crystal, gently swaying with the mist. As it spoke, the delicate petals trembled, and a soft, melodious voice tinged with impatience echoed. It's been so long. Hasn't a new celestial being emerged as a 100,000-year soul beast? Yo, why are you making such a racket again, disturbing my sweet dreams? From the icy white lake, beams of white light surged, coalescing in the air to form ice flowers, instantly arranging themselves in formation, facing the vibrant red lake shoreline. This was the 100,000-year soul beast, the octagonal ice grass. Hey there, are you bored again? You should focus on your cultivation instead of daydreaming. A discontented voice chimed in. This voice, also feminine, rang clearer and more spirited, lacking the gentle softness of the previous speaker. This was a plant entirely resplendent in fiery red. Though it resembled a flower, it was somewhat different. Its height was also nearly 10 feet, with a bloom only slightly smaller than that of the fragrant celestial orchid, akin to a fiery red cabbage. Its body appeared as if sculpted from rubies. The instant it radiated light, the temperature within the valley seemed to rise a few degrees. This was another 100,000-year soul beast, the fiery apricot blossom. The fiery apricot blossom was evidently more dominant than the fragrant celestial orchid. Within a 20-foot radius of its growth, not a single blade of grass could thrive. Even beyond that distance, the majority of plants were various shades of red, all undeniably fire attribute beings. In this extraordinary basin, the plants exhibited a hierarchy based on elevation. The closer they were to the ice and fire duality the greater their resistance to ice and fire, or rather, the more harmonious their affinity. Thus, they grew ever more powerful. The fragrant celestial orchid and the fiery apricot blossom, flourishing by the lakeside, were undoubtedly among the strongest entities. Growing centrally within the icy waters of the dual-colored lake, the fragrant celestial orchid's attributes suggested a balanced nature, neither leaning towards ice nor fire. Conversely, the fiery apricot blossom before her was indisputably the sovereign of fire attribute plants, dominating the central position of the blazing sunspring. Likewise, the octagonal ice grass occupied the central position of the frigid icy spring. Ajiao, the fragrant celestial orchid's voice tinged with irritation. I can indeed feel that, don't you? All right, that fiery temper won't be bothered by such things, the octagonal ice grass interjected, its cool tone betraying a hint of amusement. I, too, sense a small life form on the verge of a breakthrough. Really? I wasn't mistaken, the fragrant celestial orchid exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Which one is it? The autumn water dew? The 8-petal celestial orchid? The coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Or the water immortal jade-bone? Is it truly the case? That is splendid. Otherwise, it would be terribly lonely with only the 3 of us 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire ice and fire duality with no other plants to converse with for entertainment. The fiery apricot blossom's voice softened, losing some of its explosive edge that we still do not know which little fellow it is, but it seems to be a bit distant from the center of the ice and fire duality. The octagonal ice grass observed attentively, responding after a brief moment. That is quite peculiar. Logically, the stronger the being, the closer it should be to the center of the ice and fire duality If it is still so far away, this little one must possess remarkable talent. The fiery apricot blossom mused, gently shaking her petals, still radiating with fervent heat, clearly satisfied. Soon, the octagonal ice grass reassured, shaking its leaves. Yo, Ajiao, do not rush, let us wait patiently. A bit more cultivation, and we shall witness it. Years later, at the periphery of the ice and fire duality basin, the life force is far more temperate than the tumultuous clash of the lake center, exuding a sense of harmonious yin and yang. On this patch of land, only a fluffy chrysanthemum flourishes upon the barren soil, surrounded by the absence of any other vegetation. This fluffy chrysanthemum unfurls in a resplendent shade of purple, and curiously, each petal appears adorably fuzzy, creating a harmonious composition that lacks any discernible fragrance. The central stamen rises a full half-foot above the petals, its apex glimmering with a subtle golden luminescence that is a celestial specimen, the wondrous fluffy celestial chrysanthemum. Yet, this particular fluffy, celestial chrysanthemum possesses a distinctive quality that sets it apart from its illustrious predecessors, as it is enveloped by wisps of moonlight, where golden and silvery glimmers intertwine, imparting an extraordinary aesthetic. As the gentle breeze caresses the little chrysanthemum, it sways ever so slightly, reminiscent of a breath. Suddenly, the petite blossom shudders, and a tumultuous surge of soul energy envelopes it, gradually causing each petal to quiver. The entire plant's soul energy begins to pulsate intensely, with the previously abundant surrounding soul power suddenly converging towards the little chrysanthemum, resembling a colossal vortex of soul energy voraciously absorbing its surroundings. Fortunately, this spectacle unfolds within the eye of ice and fire. Had it occurred elsewhere, such an uproar would undoubtedly have attracted attention. After an indeterminate passage of time, the vortex of soul energy gradually dissipates. Bathed in the purifying essence of soul energy, this fluffy celestial chrysanthemum grows even more magnificent, each petal seemingly imbued with a lustrous sheen. This signifies that the little chrysanthemum has transcended the 100,000-year limit, officially becoming a 100,000-year soul beast. This moment, all plant-type soul beasts within the eye of ice and fire seem to sense a shift. A new monarch has been born. Chapter 002. The successful transformation, another century has elapsed. The ice and fire duality, I remains unchanged, untouched by the passage of millennia. For soul beasts, a century is but a fleeting moment. A delicate figure, adorned in shades of pale lavender, gracefully reclines amidst a profusion of blossoms, exuding an aura of serene leisure. Accompanying her is a golden chrysanthemum, subtly shimmering with an otherworldly radiance, unlike any mundane flower. Little Rome, have you truly made your decision? The ethereal figure, a manifestation of the fragrant silk celestial essence, speaks softly, her slender fingers gently caressing the petals of the miraculous chrysanthemum. She resembles a caring elder sister, concerned for her younger sibling. Her form is but an ephemeral projection of her spiritual essence within this realm. Indeed, I have resolved to do so. The voice of the miraculous chrysanthemum, resonant and youthful, echoes with a sense of determination. As a soul beast, failing to surpass the threshold of 200,000 years limits one to merely 10,000 years of existence. Even if one is fortunate enough to break through, what the challenges that lie beyond 30, 40, or even a million years. Yet, within the sanctuary of the ice and fire duality there is no cause for alarm. Here, we are among the rare plant-type 10,000-year soul beasts. The heavens have made it exceptionally arduous for us to attain sentience, let alone to transcend the 10,000-year mark. However, the path beyond that threshold is far less daunting compared to that of beast-type soul beasts. We will undoubtedly prevail. The fragrant silk celestial essence expresses confusion. Little Rome, you have only recently become a 10,000-year soul beast. Why the haste to transform into human form? After a moment of contemplation, the miraculous chrysanthemum replies, the ice and fire duality is rather confining. Positioned at its periphery, I may have more interactions with the outside world than you realize. As a treasure trove of fortune, the ice and fire duality despite its numerous barriers, has seen the arrival of sporadic powerful beings over the past century, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. The humans who have ventured here have shared countless tales with me. The yearning for the outside world stirs within me. I long to witness it with my own eyes. I aspire to transcend the limits of soul beasts and achieve divinity. Little Rome, do not be dissuaded. Let her pursue her path. A gentle voice interjects, revealing the presence of another ethereal figure, cloaked in icy blue, Bajiao, who remains silent in her support. But Bajiao, the fragrant silk celestial essence responds, her voice brimming with agitation, her form wavering with emotion. The outside world is fraught with peril. Those humans are driven by greed. Each time they arrive at the ice and fire duality it is solely for the essence of our cultivation. Little Rome is still so young. How could she possibly contend with them? Why fret so? Should those humans dare to intrude, let little Rome deal with them. If the need arises, we shall assist. A fiery red figure bursts forth, Li Hua, Xingjiao Shu, who has been listening intently. Do they truly think us easy prey? Let them learn the meaning of no return should they dare approach the ice and fire duality Feeling the concern and affection from the three blossoms, the miraculous chrysanthemum's heart swells with warmth. Jiao Jiao, Yu Bajiao, I have yet to transform. Is it not premature to discuss such matters? I sense that several new lives are on the brink of breakthrough. Once they succeed, I shall embark on a new journey. The notion of soon is indeed a marvel, for within the realm of plant-type soul beasts, a century passes in the blink of an eye. This anticipated birth has also taken a full 100 years. In the ice and fire duality several new 10,000-year plant soul beasts have gradually emerged, infusing the previously serene landscape with fresh vitality. Wang Chuan Xiushui, Chiluo Yu Jingxiang, and Ba Ban Xianluan. It can be said that these 10,000-year soul beasts have thrived under the watchful care of the miraculous chrysanthemum. Throughout this century, the miraculous chrysanthemum has cherished the act of coalescing her essence and traversing the small domain of the ice and fire duality nurturing the flowers and grasses. Although most flora do not require such care and cannot articulate their thoughts, they all eagerly anticipate her presence. For not every 10,000-year soul beast, capable of manifesting its form, would forsake a significant portion of their cultivation time for such endeavors. Even the most playful among them, the fragrant silk celestial essence, would not do so. This is the pride of the 10,000-year soul beasts. Were they all 10,000-year beings, they might engage in equal discourse, but those who have yet to transform and cannot speak, merely possessing nascent wisdom, hold little significance. Thus, in a certain sense, the miraculous chrysanthemum can indeed be regarded as a unique marvel among the 10,000-year celestial essences. possessing a distinctly human essence compared to other soul beasts. At the twilight of dusk, where Yin and Yang converge at the edge of the ice and fire duality eye, a golden glow encircles a cocoon of light, faintly intertwined with silvery moonlight. The fluctuations of soul power within transition from strong to weak, gradually receding. As the essence of the 10,000-year soul beast diminishes and the light cocoon dims. Yet, despite its dimming, it retains a certain luster, with the internal turbulence still palpably vigorous. The soul beasts of the ice and fire duality are deeply concerned for this cocoon, situated at the periphery. Ultimately, it has taken that significant step forward. Not far off, a silhouette of a lavender-hued girl stands, gazing wistfully at the cocoon enveloping the being within, her eyes reflecting a blend of melancholy and confusion. She is none other than the fragrant silk celestial essence, the one who shares the deepest bond with the miraculous chrysanthemum over the past few centuries. He is the bravest among us floral soul beasts, observes the icy blue figure, Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao, who silently appears beside the fragrant silk celestial essence. He is unlike any of us, is he not? Time elapses, and the cocoon extinguishes, the essence of the 10,000-year soul beast dissipating gradually, revealing a human child of 3 or 4 years. The child lies atop the remnants of the cocoon, his eyes gently closed, long lashes fluttering delicately. Curled up, his light golden curls shimmer with a moonlit glow, framing his head. Though his features are yet to mature, they hint at a remarkable future. Little Rome, you have successfully transformed. Once you venture outside, exercise utmost caution, Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao states with an unprecedented seriousness. Yes, I understand. Little Rome smiles, his voice now tender and youthful. Though I have taken on a smaller form, my intellect remains unscathed, does it not? Little Rome Ba Jiao hesitates, aware that his words might dampen the child's enthusiasm, yet he feels compelled to voice his concern. Given your intellect, one might worry even more. A brief whimper escapes Little Rome's throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Cough, cough. It won't be long before the people from Hao-Yin sect arrive. Seize this opportunity to leave with them. Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao gently pats Little Rome's head with a soft leaf, the texture notably different from before his transformation, even more pleasant to the touch. Do not fret. The leader of Hao-Yin sect is also a 10,000-year soul beast and will be able to look after you to some extent. The Hao-Yin sect holds a formidable reputation within the ice and fire duality, significantly tied to the human Tang San who visited this realm a millennium ago, a being of both human and soul beast lineage. Since then, every few decades or centuries, individuals professing to be from the Hao-Yin sect have come to pay their respects, seeking treasures and resources from this extraordinary realm. However, it is not without moderation. Each exchange is conducted with a sense of fairness. For instance, one might entice these soul beasts with items not found within the ice and fire eyes to facilitate transactions. A quintessential example is the 10,000-year plant-type soul beast known as the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, the most amicable of its kind. In instances when other plant-type soul beasts are in a foul mood, one would be fortunate to even initiate a trade. More often than not, they would simply dismiss one outright or resort to aggression. This accentuates the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum's amiable nature, as it welcomes those humans who exhibit kindness. Not only does it take pleasure in the novel curiosities from the human world, but it also enjoys listening to the fascinating tales shared by humans who visit the ice and fire eyes. It is noteworthy that representatives from each sect who arrive at the ice and fire eyes are invariably the most formidable of their era, at least at the title Douluo level. Ironically, the most one could accomplish upon arriving at the ice and fire eyes is to narrate stories to a flower, which is rather peculiar. Chapter 003, Farewell, Ice and Fire Eyes. This time, the visitor to the Ice and Fire Eyes is Titan, the second sect master of the Hao-Yin sect, who is transformed into the formidable Titan Great Ape, a 10,000-year soul beast. He is a robust, middle-aged man with a physique of remarkable strength, his hair short and dense like steel needles. His countenance is striking and resolute, his features chiseled as if sculpted from stone. His eyes, a deep brown with flecks of gold, shine with intensity. Clad in a gray robe, he is unable to fully conceal his rippling muscles. Titan navigates effortlessly to the original location of the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, only to discover it is now vacant. The land has sprouted numerous new small plants, thriving under the care of the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, appearing more lush than elsewhere. Yet aside from this, there is no other notable change. What is going on? Where's the grand Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum? Titan surveys the barren ground before him, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. In these ice and fire eyes, who could possibly have done something to this 10,000-year soul beast? Before Titan could ponder further, he senses the presence of the tidal, the-level soul beast, the octagonal ice grass, which appears before him. I did not expect it to be you, Titan Great Ape. The octagonal ice grass? Titan is taken aback, for his sect has typically interacted with the Qirong Tongtian and occasionally with the fragrant Chua immortal product. But exchanges with the octagonal ice grass at the heart of the ice and fire eyes are quite rare. Come to the center of the ice and fire eyes. There are matters I need to discuss with you. The octagonal ice grass leaves this message, its form gradually fading. Matters? Titan is puzzled. After all, matters of significance rarely arise without reason. He glances once more at the now empty plot of land, a conjecture silently forming in his mind. Could it be that this little flower has transformed? A tidal Douluo possesses the power to reshape the world. Arriving at the center of the ice and fire eyes would be a trivial task. Sure enough, upon Titan's arrival, he finds a child encircled by the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. This small figure, amidst the vibrant flora, seems perfectly at home. With golden, fluffy hair and large, sparkling violet eyes, the child appears exceedingly adorable. Octagonal ice grass, this is why you summoned me here, isn't it? Titan's voice booms, astonished to witness a 10,000-year soul beast choosing to transform and undergo rebirth within the ice and fire eyes. However, if it is the Qirong Tongtian in this form, it does not come as a surprise. Approaching the child who is the transformed Qirong Tongtian, Titan gazes for a moment before giving the child's cheek a gentle poke. His fondness for the Qirong Tongtian prompts this impulsive gesture, and he cannot restrain his curious fingers upon seeing his former friend in this diminutive state. So soft, so bouncy, so delightful to poke. This entire exchange occurs in mere moments, as the little Qirong has transformed into a human child yet to awaken his martial soul, utterly defenseless and unaware of the visitor's presence, let alone capable of evading him. Hey, the child finally reacts, attempting to dodge Titan's hand as he prepares for a second poke, but fails to succeed. Do not be too rough with our little Qirong. The octagonal ice grass interjects, a chill emanating towards Titan. Should he persist in his actions, he might find himself encased in ice. Titan is not here to engage in conflict. He has treasures to trade and aims for amicable relations. Haha, I simply cannot resist. I mean no harm. Very well, Titan. The octagonal ice grass retracts its aura of intimidation, considering the matter settled, especially since the little Qirong would soon venture into the human world for training. And the Haotian sect indeed represents a reliable sanctuary. Since you are aware, I shall be forthright. We wish for you to take the little Qirong with you to the Haotian sect. You must ensure his safety while he trains in the human realm. In exchange, we will provide the treasures from the ice and fire eyes. The fragrant Chilua immortal product adds, supplementing the unfinished thoughts of the octagonal ice grass. Absolutely. Titan readily agrees, as he shares a bond with the Qirong Tongtian, a 10,000-year soul beast. Even without the prospect of exchanging benefits from the ice and fire eyes, he would care for the little Qirong. These are the crystallized essences of our cultivation, treasures that would incite frenzy in the outside world. The octagonal ice grass presents the gathered cultivation essences to Titan. Titan, however, does not even glance at them. He produces a prepared box, swiftly placing the items inside before securing it with a soul guide. You may also gather fruits or crystals from other soul beasts within the ice and fire eyes, but do not harm those plant-type soul beasts that possess intelligence. The fragrant Chilua immortal product cautions. I understand, Titan replies, raising an eyebrow. It appears that the soul beasts of the ice and fire eyes are making significant sacrifices this time. The rewards are far richer than previous exchanges, indicating the Qirong Tongtian is indeed highly valued. You may commence your gathering now. Once you are ready to depart, return here to take the little Qirong with you. The octagonal ice grass concludes, preparing to send him off. Titan does not linger, recognizing that these 10,000-year soul beasts must bid their farewells. He departs promptly. Very well. I shall return in approximately an hour. Titan leaves swiftly, much as he arrived. After his departure, the center of the ice and fire eyes falls into a brief silence, enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere of farewell. All right, it seems my departure is imminent. You all must take care. The little Qirong comforts his silent companions, observing their solemn expressions. Little Qirong, as you enter the human world, be sure to exercise caution. The octagonal ice grass is the first to break the sorrowful mood of parting. The fragrant Chilua immortal product approaches the little Qirong, placing a purple pearl around his neck. This is the Chilua pearl I have refined. Since I learned of your impending transformation, I have nurtured it in anticipation of this day, which has finally arrived. This pearl will conceal the aura of your soul beast nature. Generally, unless confronted by a top-tier title Douluo, your true identity will remain undetected. Xiaorong gazed intently at the exquisite Qirong pearl, its violet orb exhibiting a semi-translucent texture, faintly glimmering with a pink luminescence. At its center lay a miniature imprint of the ethereal Qirong essence, a clear indication of its meticulous nurturing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiaorong's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked towards the ethereal Qirong essence. Yo-yo. The ethereal Qirong essence gently caressed Xiaorong's head, its touch undeniably comforting. There. Xiaorong, be sure to take along my flame essence too. The fiery Hua Huan Ing Jiao Shu produced a substantial portion of its millennium concentrated flame essence, extending it to the 3- or 4-year-old child before her. The fiery red, blazing amber crystal radiated an extraordinary heat, and though it may not serve her directly, it could fetch a handsome sum in the human realm. Big brother Xiaorong, don't forget my due, chimed in the relatively younger 10,000-year plant soul beast, Wang Chuan Qiu Lu Shui, who had just recently transcended. My due is excellent for the eyes. It will surely be worth a fortune, even more than Jiao GS. And mine too. The Qirong tulip and the 8-petal celestial orchid clamored from the side, eager to contribute. Let's take them all. Other 10,000-year soul beasts gathered around, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand celebration exclusive to the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. It was a remarkable spectacle, for only he could command such respect to unite all these ancient creatures at the ice and fire duality eye. In no time at all, the adorable child was nearly engulfed by these treasures, her small hands struggling to contain them all. With wide, deep violet eyes, the child felt a twinge of helplessness. The warmth of their enthusiasm was overwhelming. All right, at that moment, the octagonal Xianbing grass finally stepped in to alleviate the situation, exuding a paternal air. Xiaorong, this is a storage soul guidance device left behind by human soul masters who once visited the ice and fire duality eye. Of course, some impolite humans left more than just this. Ahem, let us not dwell on that topic for now. As the octagonal Xianbing grass spoke, it was aware of the potential misunderstanding it could create about the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and hastily added, this is the finest quality among them, and the storage space is considerable. I shall assist you in gathering these items, and when your body has aged 6 years and your martial soul awakens, you will be able to freely access them. Thank you, octagonal, Xiaorong exclaimed joyfully, handing over all these extraordinary treasures that could incite chaos in the outside world to the octagonal Xianbing grass. The octagonal Xianbing grass meticulously categorized the various treasures, each a culmination of the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, before presenting the wristband-style soul guidance device to Xiaorong, now, appropriately, referred to as Xiaorong. Xiaorong donned the dark purple wristband, adorned with silver patterns, a clear sign of its superior craftsmanship. This small soul guidance device possessed 36 compartments, each with an approximate storage space of 1 square meter. Once fitted on her wrist, it would automatically adjust to her size. Time flew swiftly, and it seemed barely a few words had been exchanged before Titan returned. The soul beasts, recognizing Titan's arrival, understood that parting was imminent, stirring a sense of reluctance within them. Xiaorong, as I mentioned earlier, take good care of your soul guidance device, the octagonal Xianbing grass reiterated, reminiscent of a parent concerned for their child embarking on a distant journey. Be sure to look after yourself out there. Titan, should you dare mistreat Xiaorong, you can forget about returning to the ice and fire duality to exchange for our cultivation essence. Hua Huan Ing Jiao Shu interjected, delivering a stern warning to Titan. All right, I understand, Titan replied, squatting down before Xiaorong. So now you go by Xiaorong, correct? Yes, Xiaorong affirmed, gazing at the familiar figure before her, never having realized the vast disparity that existed between their kinds. It hadn't felt this pronounced before her transformation. Well then, I shan't waste any more time. Xiaorong, I shall take you now, and I will ensure this little one returns to visit when the opportunity arises. With that, Titan lifted Xiaorong, settling her upon his shoulder. May the winds be at your back. The octagonal Xianbing grass waved at the pair. We shall await your return here. Though the ethereal Qirong essence and Huahuaning Jiao Shu remained silent, they watched attentively from the side. Big brother Xiaorong, we will all await your return. The newly transformed 10,000-year soul beasts echoed, their reluctance palpable. Xiaorong replied earnestly, a promise and a hopeful anticipation for the future entwined in her response. Chapter 004 Haoqian Sect. Seated upon Titan's shoulder, Xiaorong observed as the landscape swiftly transformed before her, yet she felt no wind or turbulence. Titan had thoughtfully constructed a barrier of soul power around her, displaying great consideration. Where we headed? Xiaorong inquired, wrapping her arms around Titan's neck, her curiosity piqued. To a place shrouded in mystery, Titan replied, offering no further elaboration. Little cub, that will be your home in the future. Under the pines, a youth inquires, where has the master gone for herbs? Only in this mountain, the depths of clouds remain unknown. Titan, a being of formidable strength at the tidal Douluo level, traversed at full speed for nearly 3 days before arriving at a region of undulating mountains. Xiaorong, we are almost there. Excited? Titan, having grown more familiar with Xiaorong over these 3 days, held a favorable impression of the pure-hearted plant-type soul beast that dwelled in the ice and fire duality eye. Especially this newly transformed little cub, whose thoughts were not much more sophisticated than those of an ordinary 3- or 4-year-old child. Yet, the cub believed herself to be quite worldly and astute. This sentiment aligned with the octagonal Xianbing grass's concerns, fearing she might suffer greatly in the future. Just as they conversed, they arrived at the foot of a steep mountain peak, surrounded by a range of towering mountains. Among these, even the highest peak only reached the mountain's midsection. The ethereal sea of clouds drifted, slowly undulating across the mountain summits, while the steep peak jutted out from the cloud cover, only visible by passing through the mist. Titan summoned all his soul power and soared into the air. In a short time, they reached the summit. The sensation was unfamiliar. Xiaorong watched as the scenery shifted, with clouds rolling beneath her, her deep violet eyes sparkling with an otherworldly glow, evoking a sense of profound mystery and eliciting a myriad of inexplicable thoughts within her. Titan mused, noting Xiaorong's subtle inclination towards enlightenment despite her tender age, a rarity in his experience. However, Xiaorong did not immediately attain clarity, remaining in a state of contemplation, prompting Titan to merely slow his pace without halting his progress. About 300 meters above them, suspended above the sea of clouds at the mountain's peak, loomed a majestic castle. This gray fortress emanated an ancient charm, embodying a spirit of formidable grandeur amidst the drifting clouds. Xiaorong could scarcely fathom how such a castle could be constructed in this steep, elevated locale. Atop the peak, the mountain winds were particularly fierce, carrying a heavy humidity. Yet, regardless of how the winds blew, the castle stood resolutely at the pinnacle. Upon the castle's arched entrance, 3 bold characters proclaimed, Haoqian Fortress. Titan led Xiaorong directly into the imposing castle, where countless figures clad in gray robes bowed in reverence, clearly indicating Titan's profound status in this realm. Inside the castle, there was no lavish decoration. The overall aesthetic was dominated by shades of gray and black, with occasional traces of azure. Stairs flanked either side, ascending to higher levels. And the castle's structure, though not overly complex, spanned 3 substantial floors. Seated in the principal position was a middle-aged man with flowing azure hair cascading over his broad and imposing shoulders. His eyes, mirroring the hue of his hair, were seemingly ordinary yet possessed an indescribable, unique depth. It appeared as though a formidable aura simmered just beneath the surface, yearning to break free. Clad in a white, form-fitting attire that enveloped his robust frame, he sat in the main seat, observing the duo entering the castle, a large figure accompanied by a smaller one. Titans, you have returned? The man in the main seat spoke, addressing Titans, yet his gaze remained fixed on the diminutive figure beside him. And you brought back a little one. At this, Titans gently set down the small creature that had been perched on his shoulder. This was Xiaorong, a 10,000-year-old plant-type soul beast, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, now taking on a humanoid form. It was surprising that even within the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, there existed a soul beast that aspired to transform. The man in the main seat turned his attention towards Xiaorong, reassuringly stating, Do not be afraid. My name is Niuqian, but you may call me Uncle Niuqian. 50 years ago, Yu Xiangchua entrusted me with the care of a soon-to-be transformed 10,000-year soul beast. I presume that you are the one she referred to. Niuqian reminisced. Upon hearing this, Xiaorong recalled Yuyo. Yuyo, so you began planning for me so early? Gratitude filled Xiaorong's heart for Yuyo and the others. Although he had departed from the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, the warmth of their concern enveloped him, making him feel as though he had never truly left. Very well, Titans, please help Xiaorong settle in and become familiar with his surroundings. Niuqian instructed, There is one more matter I need to discuss with you. Once Xiaorong is settled, Do remember to seek me out. Though referred to as a castle, Haotian Fortress was more akin to a bastion, serving as the first line of defense for the Haotian sect. The number of inhabitants within the fortress was limited, as most members of the Haotian sect resided in the villages nestled beyond the fortress, akin to ordinary farming communities, capable of self-sustenance through agriculture and livestock. Titans escorted Xiaorong to the upper 3 levels, arranging for him to stay in one of the rooms. The accommodations were modest, featuring stone-carved beds, tables, and chairs, with the decor being quite simple. As Xiaorong encountered human civilization for the first time, everything struck him as novel. During their journey, the tight schedule had afforded him little opportunity to experience the city, making this his first true encounter with the advancements of human culture. All right, you shall reside here from now on. I will arrange for 2 human soul masters to attend to you until you adapt to human life. Titans affectionately ruffled Xiaorong's hair. Currently, only my elder brother Nyotian and I reside on the upper 3 levels of Haotian Fortress, so there's no need for concern. He genuinely regarded Xiaorong as his younger counterpart, offering careful advice. Remember, never disclose your identity as a transformed soul beast to anyone, not even to me or Uncle Nyotian. Anyone, including you and Uncle Nyotian? Xiaorong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Haha, yes. Titans chuckled at Xiaorong's unique reasoning, including both me and Uncle Nyotian. By the way, since you call him Uncle Nyotian, you should also call me Uncle Titans. Very well, Uncle Titans. Xiaorong accepted without hesitation, demonstrating good adaptability. By the way, you also need to choose a name for yourself. Titans crouched down to meet Xiaorong's gaze, treating the matter with utmost seriousness and respect. This will be your name in the human world. For reasons unknown, Xiaorong blurted out, Yuero. Perhaps it was a reminiscence of the gentle moonlight from the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye. My name is Yuero. All right, Yuero, welcome to the Haotian sect. Welcome to the harsh world of humans. After ensuring that Xiaorong, now Yuero, was settled, Titans sought out his elder brother, Nyotian. Elder brother, what is the matter? Titans asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. That person intends to send Sister Xiaowu's son to the Douluo continent. Nyotian replied, his gaze drifting towards the distant mist, a touch of melancholy in his eyes, as if he were lost in memories of the past. Is that so? Titans responded with surprise. Why? That individual predicts significant changes are forthcoming on the Douluo continent and wishes to send the child down for experience. Moreover, I have heard that the lad is somewhat unruly and cannot remain idle. If we do not send him down, he will surely find a way to slip away on his own. That Xiaorong? How fortuitous. Titans, everything is predestined. Once that child ascends, let the 2 of them grow naturally. Nyotian continued, with the Tang sect in decline, have we not also refrained from extending a helping hand? The Douluo continent has undergone tumultuous changes over the past 10,000 years, becoming somewhat chaotic, particularly after the tectonic shifts 4,000 years ago that led to the collision of continents. The Douluo continent expanded in size by over 100%, bringing with it numerous uncertainties. Nyotian gestured for Titans not to worry. Everything is guided by fate. Whether it be the Tang sect or the foretold calamities, they will emerge as new stars on the Douluo continent. The heavens of the Douluo continent are destined to change once more. Chapter 005, The Awakening of Martial Souls. In the depths of the clouds, surrounded by an ethereal mist, the atmosphere exuded an air of celestial grace. Yet, this serenity was disrupted by 2 figures. Dong dong, slow down, shouted the golden figure chasing behind. I can't catch up. The front figure, adorned in soft pink and blue hues, heard this and hesitated momentarily before bolting ahead again. I don't believe you. You're just making excuses to trick me. Both figures moved with remarkable speed, their footsteps an enigmatic dance, imbued with a profound and elusive essence. As they weaved through the misty mountain steps, the distance between them gradually widened. I truly can't go on. Let's take a break. The golden figure slowed down, appearing genuinely fatigued. The pink-blue figure contemplated for a moment before conceding. Well then, Xiaorong, shall we rest for a bit? However, as soon as the pink-blue figure halted, the golden figure surged forward, catching him in a sudden embrace. When the pink-blue figure had slowed, the golden figure had seized the opportunity to close the gap. Gotcha! The golden figure, now revealed to be your own, exclaimed, wrapping his arms around the waist of the pink-blue figure. Looking up with a smile, today, you've lost again. The pink-blue figure was a youthful boy with a charming appearance, fair skin, and uniquely pale blue eyes. His short hair matched the color, and though his features were delicate, they exuded a refreshing vigor. The boy's name was Wang Dong, who, shortly after Yuerong's arrival at the Haotian sect, was brought back by the sect leader, Niuqian, and now resided on the upper levels of Haotian Fortress. Within the Haotian sect, there were several children, but the shared experience of being taken in had forged a strong friendship between these two contemporaries. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and they had become inseparable. Feeling the arms encircling his waist, Wang Dong's face flushed slightly. All right, Yuerong, you've tricked me again. As he spoke, he supported Yuerong's back to prevent him from losing balance and falling. Yuerong, Wang Dong expressed with a hint of exasperation, the awakening of our martial souls is imminent. You cannot afford to slack off any longer. Yuerong, however, remained playful and teasing, countering, but what if my martial soul awakens without any soul power? Unaware that Yuerong was a 10,000-year-old soul beast in humanoid form, Wang Dong did not consider the possibility of Yuerong lacking soul power, even in the highly concentrated environment of the Yunshan Buzichu. You're right, but that is no problem. I will protect you, Wang Dong replied decisively. Looking at the radiant smile of his friend, devoid of any ulterior motives, simply wishing to safeguard his good companion. All right, I was just joking. Perhaps when the time comes, it will be you who awakens without soul power. Yuerong laughed, her smile radiant. Wang Dong had never contemplated the possibility of lacking soul power, and he fell into a sudden silence, uncertain how to respond. Don't worry. Whether you possess soul power or not, I will protect you. I've got your back. Yuerong reassured him, patting his shoulder. The exchange between the two 6-year-olds was both touching and amusing. The soul awakening is imminent. Let us hasten our return. Uncle Niuqian and Uncle Titan are surely waiting anxiously. Yuerong extended her hand, grasping Wang Dong's. Her hand was slightly smaller than his, and after the recent chase, it retained a hint of warmth, yet it was incredibly soft. Wang Dong reciprocated her grip and murmured him. Both Wang Dong and Yuerong had just turned 6, and today marked the day of the soul awakening ceremony at Haotian Fort. They were born in the same year, but Wang Dong's birthday was half a year earlier than Yuerong's, at least in terms of their human ages. Upon their arrival at Haotian Fort, they found the place bustling with children. After all 6-year-olds affiliated with Haotian sect were gathered here to awaken their soul powers. Despite being a secluded sect, Haotian sect had quite a population. It was estimated that dozens of 6-year-olds were present for the soul awakening. Standing amidst the chattering children, they awaited their turn. Silence. The voice of Niuqian, the sect master of Haotian sect, resonated from the main hall. His tone was not loud, likely to avoid startling the children. Yet it reached everyone's ears with clarity. We shall now commence the soul awakening ceremony. Those whose names are called, please step forward. The officiant of the ceremony announced. Dan Yi Wei Ue. It was evident that Haotian sect, known for its reclusive nature, boasted a high proportion of children with soul power, with 6 or 7 out of 10 being capable of cultivation. Among those children with soul power, 6 or 7 out of 10 possessed the Haotian hammer as their martial soul. Truly, they were worthy disciples of Haotian sect. As names were called one after another, the crowd dwindled. Wang Dong. At the sound of his name, Wang Dong turned to Yuerong. Xiaorong, I'll go up first. Go on. Yuerong encouraged him with a small fist pump, cheering him on. Following the elder's gesture, Wang Dong stepped into the center of the awakening formation. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully, the elder instructed. With swift motions, the elder infused 6 strands of soft green light into the formation. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance enveloped the formation, forming a faint golden barrier around Wang Dong. Specks of golden light floated out from the formation, entering Wang Dong's body. Suddenly, a pair of blue butterfly wings unfurled from his back, their colors shifting from deep blue to azure to light blue, with the entire wing surface resembling a blue sky adorned with a series of brilliant halos, forming a V shape that illuminated the world. Their shape and color were unparalleled in beauty. The wings sparkled with brilliance, resembling white waves crashing upon the vast blue sea, their colors and patterns magnificent, exhibiting hues of purple and blue. The entire wing surface shimmered with halos, alternating between deep blue, azure, and light blue, while the white markings on the wings glimmered like embedded jewels, captivating and enchanting. Niuqian's eyes widened slightly. The light dragon god butterfly? The light dragon god butterfly, renowned alongside the light goddess butterfly, is celebrated as one of the most exquisite butterfly martial souls on the continent. It is a rare beast martial soul, arguably among the top-tier beast martial souls of the land. However, the event was not yet concluded. Suddenly, a faint black glow surged from Wang Dong's palm, rapidly condensing into a peculiar object. It was a hammer entirely black, with a handle about half a foot long and a cylindrical head, resembling a miniature forging hammer. Yet, upon its ebony surface, a unique luminescence shimmered, and a faint pattern spiraled around the cylindrical head. This was the Haotian hammer. Wang Dong possessed dual martial souls. Truly the offspring of Sister Xiao Wu and that individual, Titan murmured, though only he heard his words. What a pity it's not a rabbit. Dual martial souls. With innate, full soul power. The revelation of Wang Dong's awakening caused a significant stir, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone present. Next, Qirong. Few paid attention to Qirong as she first gave Wang Dong a thumbs up before stepping into the center of the awakening formation. Similarly, golden light gradually entered Qirong's body. Warmth enveloped her, as if she were cradled within a cozy realm, an indescribable comfort. The warm energy seeped into her, and Qirong distinctly sensed a dormant part of herself stirring. Under the influence of the warm energy, it felt as though something within her shattered, awakening some primal instinct. And a wave of warmth surged toward her palm. Qirong felt something coalescing in her hand. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a dazzling golden flower. It was not merely golden. It was a chrysanthemum, adorned with resplendent purple and gold petals, its center shimmering with golden light. The Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, a celestial flower. This was Qirong's martial soul, her true form. Regarding the awakening of her martial soul, Qirong was unsurprised, as spirit beasts take form, and her martial soul would naturally be her true essence. Gazing at the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum in her palm, she felt a sense of familiarity and joy. Long time no see, my true form. Yet, something felt amiss. Before she could delve deeper into her feelings, she was interrupted. The Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, a celestial-grade martial soul. How rare. All right, child, don't dawdle. Let us test your soul power. The moment Qirong's palm touched the transparent crystal ball, her body trembled violently. The beautiful crystal ball possessed immense suction, and the elder's crystal ball began to glow, dazzling purple-gold light spreading from a single point, illuminating the area within moments. Resembling a radiant gemstone, a faint purple-gold aura radiated outward, captivatingly enchanting. What a remarkable child, another with innate full soul power. Qirong's eyes twinkled with delight, glancing at the nearby light pink-haired boy, as if her eyes were speaking. See, I still need to protect you. Chapter 006, Awakening. Shortly after the awakening of their martial souls, Niuetian took Wang Dong to the Stardow Forest to acquire his first soul ring. Given his innate, full soul power, there was no need for him to cultivate to level 10, placing him ahead of the majority of his peers. In the Douluo continent, the classification of soul beasts is based on their years of existence, with the abilities of their soul rings closely tied to the lifespan and capabilities of the soul beasts themselves. Generally, soul beasts are categorized as 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. The soul rings are colored: white for 10 years, yellow for 100 years, purple for 1,000 years, black for 10,000 years, and red for 100,000 years. Soul masters must personally hunt soul beasts to obtain a soul ring that can be absorbed after the beast's demise. Qirong did not accompany him, marking their first separation since their acquaintance. Wang Dong found himself puzzled, questioning why Qirong chose not to join him in pursuit of the spirit ring. It took considerable persuasion on Qirong's part for Wang Dong to depart alone with Niuetian. Shortly after Wang Dong's departure, Qirong successfully coalesced her first spirit ring at Haotian Fort. The transformation of spirit beasts allows for the self-consolidation of the first 6 spirit rings. As the cultivation experience amassed during their time as spirit beasts largely resides within these 6 rings. However, during this phase, they're also vulnerable. Without concealing their aura, they risk detection by tidal, dull-level powerhouses, which could lead to dire consequences, including premature demise and becoming another spirit ring or spirit bone. Yet, upon transcending the threshold of 60 levels and becoming a spirit sage, they enter a mature phase, truly embodying a human form, rendering them undetectable. Uncle Titan, Qirong said after stabilizing her cultivation for a few days following the formation of her first spirit ring, I wish to return to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Return to the Eye of Ice and Fire? Titan expressed mild surprise, considering she had only been away for 2 to 3 years, yet he refrained from probing further. Very well, I shall escort you back. Thank you, Uncle Titan, Qirong replied, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. Ah, there's no need for thanks, Titan scratched his head, displaying an endearing simplicity. Do we not agree that I would often take you back to visit? Otherwise, those 10,000-year spirit beasts at the Eye of Ice and Fire would be quite concerned. 3 days later, at the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest, Yuerong joyfully exclaimed, "I'm back." She immediately dashed into the embrace of the fragrant Yuxiang Chiluo, nuzzling into her aromatic presence. "I missed you so much. Did you miss her and not me?" Lihua Xingjiao appeared, expressing her dissatisfaction towards Yuerong. No, I missed everyone," Yuerong hurriedly clarified. "Since that's the case, I shall take my leave." Titan observed the harmonious scene before him and felt somewhat out of place. "I will return in half a month." With that, Titan departed, leaving the time for these plant-type spirit beasts. "Thank you, Titan." Yuxiang Chiluo waved her leaves in farewell. Once Titan left, Yuxiang Chiluo's tone shifted from lightheartedness to concern. "Little Rong, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" Yuerong forced a wry smile. "It seems nothing escapes your keen perception, Yuyo." At that moment, all the inhabitants of the Eye of Ice and Fire arrived, drawn by the commotion. "I, Yuerong, extend my right hand and unleash my martial soul," she proclaimed. "During my awakening, I discovered that my Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum underwent a transformation. Come, everyone take a look." Before them, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum in Yuerong's hand had transformed from its previous form. The once purple gold petals now bore intricate silver patterns, and the flower's core glimmered with a moonlit radiance, exuding an aura of mystery. Due to her distinctiveness, even before transformation, Yuerong did not express much astonishment at the significant change in her martial soul. Such transformations did not occur during my awakening. It was only after I consolidated my first spirit ring that it manifested in this manner. She gently prodded the chrysanthemum's leaves with her fingertip. "I sense it calling me back to the Eye of Ice and Fire. An accompanying spirit?" The octagonal ice grass's voice tinged with uncertainty. "Accompanying spirit," Lihua Xingjiao echoed, her excitement palpable. "Is it truly an accompanying spirit?" "Indeed," Yuerong nodded. "That is my belief as well. An accompanying spirit is a phenomenon that occurs with extremely low probability when a 10,000-year plant-type spirit beast breaks through. Simply put, an accompanying spirit resembles a second martial soul for humans. While it cannot absorb spirit rings, it serves as a supplementary martial soul to the primary one. However, although it cannot absorb spirit rings, each additional spirit ring of the primary martial soul enables the accompanying spirit to generate a new soul skill. Meaning that despite being a one-ring soul master, Yuerong already possesses 2 soul skills. The term accompanying spirit is used because it has the potential to develop genuine intelligence, implying the possibility of birthing a new life with self-awareness. "It appears that my accompanying spirit is this moonlight sprite," Yuerong thought. Observing the strands of silver moonlight drifting from the chrysanthemum's leaves, playfully entwining around her delicate fingertips, born from the essence of moonlight, still lacking a corporeal form, yet imbued with a certain ethereal charm. "What splendid news! I have yet to encounter a plant-type spirit beast with an accompanying spirit. You are the first, little Rong." Lihua Xingjiao, now in human form, patted Yuerong's back, genuinely impressed. "However, I returned for a reason," Yuerong retorted playfully, pinching Lihua Xingjiao's cheek. "I suspect something influenced my transformation, leading to the emergence of this accompanying spirit. That little fellow has been persistently beckoning me to return." "Go quickly," urged the octagonal ice grass. "This seems to be a significant opportunity. Do not let it slip away." Indeed, Yuerong nodded, no longer delaying. Many believe that the core of the Eye of Ice and Fire was the spring water where ice and fire intertwined at its center. However, this is not entirely accurate. In a world teeming with rare treasures, there exists a multitude of attributes beyond just ice and fire. Many treasures do not favor the central spring, but are better suited to the more temperate peripheral areas, such as the more harmonious Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and Wanchuan Xiushui. At the periphery of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yuerong stood on a patch of flat land, the very place where the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum had previously taken root. Compared to her departure, the plants here had flourished even more, yet none had attained sentience. Yuerong settled into a meditative posture, releasing her martial soul, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, and closing her eyes to quietly channel her soul power. Time slipped away, and gradually, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum in Yuerong's hand began to emit silvery light, enveloping the land like a mother tenderly caressing her child. Beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire lies another hidden paradise, the Moonlight Gathering Basin, drawing on the essence of the sun and moon over millennia to condense the brilliance of ages. "Awaken, awaken, awaken," Yuerong felt a gentle whisper caressing her ear. "Arise, accompanying spirit of moonlight." It was truly unexpected that beneath the eye of ice and fire existed a place, such as the moonlight gathering basin, Yu mused, reflecting on how even that individual had overlooked it in the past. Indeed, in this vast world, there remain countless realms for us to explore, Qirong sighed, having awakened from her cultivation, emerging with notable changes from before. Her originally deep purple eyes had transformed into a striking blend of silver and purple, resembling the clarity of amethyst and moonstone, with a subtle luminescence of moonlight. The tips of her light golden hair gradually turned silver, imbued with an air of mystery. Upon seeing her current appearance, Qirong couldn't help but exclaim, "Why does my color scheme now resemble Dongdong's so closely? Both are gradient colors, while not unattractive. They are rather conspicuous compared to the simple hues of others." Chapter 007. The Sunlight Gathering Basin. The Sunset Forest lies over 1,000 kilometers north of the Douluo Forest. If one continues northward, with sufficient time spent traveling, they could reach the extreme northern region, one of the coldest places on Douluo continent. Thus, the temperature in the Sunset Forest is significantly lower than that of the Douluo Forest. In such circumstances, the vegetation is predominantly comprised of coniferous forests, which are naturally more suited to the moderate and lower temperatures. Naturally, there are also some subtropical plants, albeit in limited numbers. In comparison to the Douluo Forest, the diversity of species in the Sunset Forest is less abundant, resulting in a more sparse appearance. However, the flora that can thrive in this region possesses a stronger resilience. In other words, while the Sunset Forest may have a slight disadvantage in terms of the variety of spirit beasts compared to the Douluo Forest, it does not fall short in the quality of those spirit beasts. Yet, this was the state of the Sunset Forest a myriad of years ago. The present-day Sunset Forest is a mere shadow of its former glory. With the advancement of soul-guiding devices and the relentless hunting of spirit beasts by human soul masters, the population of spirit beasts has drastically diminished, casting a shadow of concern over the future. This was Beibei's first visit to the Sunset Forest. Compared to the Douluo Forest, the Sunset Forest exuded a greater sense of desolation and coldness, not in a physical sense, but rather as a perception stemming from the psyche. This journey to the Sunset Forest was initiated by the clan elder. Beibei's martial soul is the top-tier beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. A millennium ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect was one of the 3 premier sects on the Douluo continent. However, due to the vicissitudes of history, the most significant blow came from the Soul Hall's extermination campaign against the 3 top sections. This has led to the relative decline of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, which now exists solely as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Nonetheless, this decline is relative to many Soul Master sects. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family remains an imposing entity that is difficult to challenge. At the tender age of 10, Beibei has already achieved the rank of a 27th level Great Soul Master, having awakened the family's representative martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a promising trend towards mutation into the Radiant Dragon. Furthermore, he possesses an innate full soul power, showcasing extraordinary talent coupled with diligent effort. Elder, what exactly is our purpose for coming here? The slender and upright young lad, with deep blue short hair shimmering like a gem under the sunlight, asked. Though referred to as a boy, there remained a hint of youthful innocence in his face, yet he exhibited considerable maturity compared to his peers. Beibei, this is the will of your ancestor, the elder replied enigmatically, casting a Tai Chi gesture before redirecting the question back to Beibei. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Why not take a guess? As for the specific reason for Beibei's visit to the Sunset Forest before he breaks through to the 30th level, the elder had remained tight-lipped. Having been raised by his ancestor, Beibei, despite coming from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, had spent the majority of his 10 years in the renowned Shrek Academy, making him somewhat unfamiliar with the clan elders. Beibei sighed inwardly, thinking, Elder, you're clearly putting me in a difficult position. If it is not for a spirit ring, then what is the purpose? As they ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest, the vegetation grew increasingly dense. However, sightings of Millennium Spirit Beasts were scarce, as the area was predominantly inhabited by spirit beasts on the verge of breaking the Millennium threshold. If the endeavor was indeed for a spirit ring, the chances of success appeared slim. Almost there, the elder proclaimed, yet Beibei felt no immediate sense of anticipation. After walking a few more kilometers, he gradually began to hear the sound of flowing water. This was likely due to their difference in cultivation levels. As a great soul master, Beibei could not compare to the elder a title Douluo in terms of sensory perception. navigating through the layers of dense foliage. They stumbled upon a valley embraced by towering mountains, where vibrant greenery flourished, revealing a sapphire-like surface rippling with water and a grand waterfall that seemed to connect heaven and earth. In the valley, the only sound was the thunderous cascade of the waterfall, while everything else lay enveloped in serene tranquility. Bebe, do you still remember what your ancestor advised you before you left? The elder inquired. Yes, of course I remember, Bebe replied, though he felt the words were almost as good as unspoken. Rewinding time to 5 days prior, his ancestor had placed a hand on Bebe's head, saying, Bebe, you are the most promising child of our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family in this generation. Even within Shrek Academy, I believe you will undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the inner academy. Your ancestor has a task for you. In accepting this task, you may have to leave Shrek Academy temporarily. Are you willing? I am willing, ancestor, Bebe answered without hesitation. Good. A millennium ago, Tang San, one of the original Shrek 7 monsters, founded the Tang sect, which thrived during its peak. However, the Tang sect is now gradually declining and is on the brink of losing its legacy. The elder's voice was imbued with melancholy and regret. Now, I need you to seek out the remnants of the Tang sect and preserve its heritage. Ancestor, why not directly intervene to prevent the Tang sect's decline? Bebe queried, puzzled, as such an endeavor seemed relatively simple for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and Shrek Academy. Child, every star has its own unique trajectory, whether others interfere or not. They will inevitably reach their destined conclusion, the elder sighed, leaving the matter vague. Go now, my child. Before you leave, do not forget to pay a visit to the Sunset Forest. But the ancestor did not tell me what exactly I should do, Bebe lamented, a hint of worry clouding his otherwise handsome features. Ha ha ha, my dear boy. If you knew, there would be no need for me to come. The elder chuckled, ruffling Bebe's hair. This is a secret of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. You are aware that our family possesses a lineage of the Radiant Dragon bloodline. The elder continued as he advanced forward, yet awakening this Radiant Dragon bloodline is exceedingly difficult. You are among the very few in our family who can autonomously and briefly awaken the Radiant Dragon. At long last, they arrived at the cave behind the waterfall. This area was remarkably spacious and orderly, with the surrounding cliffs shimmering with a golden hue reminiscent of glazed glass, and an aura of scorching sunlight seemed to flow within, embodying the essence of solar brilliance. This place is known as the Sunlight Treasure Basin, formed from the essence of the sun over countless millennia. Cultivating here grants a certain probability of awakening one's Radiant Dragon bloodline, the elder declared with a tinge of excitement in his voice. Of course, each individual only has one opportunity for awakening. For millennia, this sacred site has been guarded by our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, yet very few have succeeded over the years. Go forth, my child. I shall protect you. You are already on the path of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, which is inclined towards the radiant attribute. This is a precious opportunity for you. As Bebe gazed upon the Sunlight Treasure Basin before him, his heart stirred with excitement, and he finally understood why his ancestor insisted he visit the Sunset Forest before reaching the 30th level. Thank you, Elder. With that, Bebe settled into a cross-legged position at the center of the Sunlight Treasure Basin and began his cultivation. In the Sunlight Treasure Basin, the primary focus of cultivation is to absorb the essence of the sun that is drawn forth during the initial session, which is only possible during the first cultivation attempt. The more essence of the sun that is absorbed, the greater the benefits reaped. However, if one were to be born within the basin itself, the outcome would differ significantly. It is worth mentioning the Moonlight Treasure Basin, where the moon fungus is born. One could say that the moon fungus is a unique creation, nourished by the essence of the moon, thriving and transforming in an environment of unparalleled fortune. The Sunlight Gathering Basin and the Moonlight Gathering Basin are inherently complementary twin entities, existing in close proximity to one another. However, the barrier created by the Eye of Ice and Fire has obscured the Moonlight Gathering Basin from discovery. It is undeniable that their relationship is profoundly intimate, akin to the two sides of a coin, inseparable in essence. Presently, Qirong and Bebe have yet to meet. Should their paths intersect, the subtle aura of sun and moon that envelopes them would undoubtedly draw them towards one another. Is this not a destiny intricately woven by fate itself? 3 days later, Bebe had absorbed a sufficient amount of solar essence, feeling enveloped by the warm, radiant energy. He departed the Sunlight Gathering Basin alongside the Grand Elder, who, before leaving, employed the family's secret arts to seal the location once more. Although Bei Bei had not awakened the holy dragon martial soul of light, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. With the blue electric tyrant dragon martial soul subtly infused with a hint of luminous energy, marking a significant gain. Then, Grand Elder, are we to head to Heaven City? Bei Bei inquired, turning towards the elder. No, young lad, you are to go to Heaven City alone. The Grand Elder replied, taking hold of Bei Bei's collar and leading him away from that place. The elder patted his junior's shoulder encouragingly, saying, I shall accompany you to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, and then I will take my leave. You are already 10 years old. It is time for you to learn independence. Heaven City, now the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire, was the last stronghold of the Tang sect before its demise. Bei Bei entered the bustling city alone. The Grand Elder had set him down at the edge of the Sunset Forest and departed with a flourish, calling it a rite of passage. Now, he sought the remnants of the Tang sect. As Bei Bei stepped into Heaven City, the throng of people at the city gate surged around him, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. After all, the ruins of the Tang sect had long been claimed by other sects, and venturing there now would only serve to alert them. It was hardly a prudent course of action. What a dilemma, Bei Bei sighed. Truly, this is a test of endurance. The trials have commenced even before I have experienced anything. Chapter 008. Fate will bring us together. Just as Bei Bei contemplated finding a temporary lodging, meticulously planning his next steps, he was interrupted by a robust voice from the adjacent tavern. Boss, bring me 2 more jugs of wine. The voice, full of vitality, emanated from a nearby wine shop renowned throughout the Heavenly Soul Empire for its exquisite wines. The eastern coastal region of the empire enjoys a temperate climate and abundant sunshine year-round, making it an ideal locale for the cultivation of various spiritual plants, particularly grapes of exceptional quality. The wines produced from these grapes are worth their weight in gold, each cup priced at 1 gold soul coin. Naturally, those who indulge in such libations are not ordinary folk. Suddenly, Bei Bei felt an inexplicable urge to glance towards the tavern, as if something had compelled him. The raucous voice belonged to a brawny middle-aged man, yet it was not he who captured Bei Bei's attention. It was the despondent little girl seated beside him. A remarkably delicate child, she possessed hair of a light golden hue that gradually faded to silver at the tips, and her captivating silver-violet eyes drew him in. She rested her chin upon her hands, gazing helplessly at the man who was drinking heartily. The girl, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, bore a face that still held traces of androgyny. Yet for Bei Bei, it was the stirring of the solar essence within him that captivated his spirit. Momentarily taken aback, he pondered the reason behind his fascination. The little girl seemed to sense something, diverting her gaze from the man to meet Bei Bei's eyes. Upon realizing he was staring, she unabashedly returned his gaze with a radiant smile. Bei Bei's heart quickened, caught between the embarrassment of being discovered and an unexplainable allure. Compose yourself, Bei Bei. She is merely a little girl. He admonished himself internally. Yet, to his surprise, the girl approached him without a hint of caution. Hey there, big brother, she called out, her tone laced with curiosity and a touch of innocence. Why you keep staring at me? Do we know each other? This was Qirong, not merely a little girl, but a freshly awakened being whose exquisite appearance might lead to misidentification. The sun and moon are inherently complementary, and given that Bei Bei had just emerged from the sunlight-gathering basin, radiating solar energy, it was only natural that he would encounter Qirong, who had recently integrated her essence from the moonlight-gathering basin. The potent energies of sun and moon would inevitably attract and intertwine, hinting at a fateful connection. The man drinking nearby was none other than Titan, who had delivered Qirong to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Afterward, he had taken refuge in Heaven City, near the Sunset Forest, unexpectedly succumbing to the allure of the Empire's fine wines. They had just emerged from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and Titan insisted on savoring one last indulgence. Little miss, Bei Bei stammered, uncertain of how to respond. They had never met before, yet he could hardly admit that he had been captivated by her charm. Such a confession might be misconstrued as inappropriate. Qirong, sensing his hesitation, grew slightly displeased and interjected, I'm not a little miss. I'm a boy. Bei Bei felt an immediate wave of embarrassment wash over him. What is your name? She inquired, crossing her arms with a slight tilt of her chin, exuding an air of playful authority. I'm Bei Bei, he replied, surprisingly unfazed by her demeanor, recognizing her youthfulness and innocence. Are you a soul master? Is your martial soul related to the sun? Qirong leaned in closer, curiosity evident in her expression. I am a soul master, Bei Bei said, absent-mindedly touching his nose. However, My martial soul is not particularly associated with the sun. Really? Yurong's interest was piqued further. My name is Yurong, and I am also a soul master. I feel your aura is quite familiar. Could it be my imagination? Actually, I find you somewhat familiar as well, Bei admitted, but before he could elaborate, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yurong was suddenly swept off her feet by a pair of large hands, her feet leaving the ground and nearly losing her balance. Hey, what is happening? Someone's ambushing me, she exclaimed, startled. It seemed one of the adults, previously lost in the pleasures of fine wine, had become aware of the child's absence from her seat and was now confronting the young boy who had engaged her in conversation. Let me see which little rascal dares to flirt with my girl. Titan's protective instincts surged forth. What do you want, kid? He glared down at Bei, deliberately exuding a formidable aura. Though Bei was notably more developed than his peers, he still felt dwarfed by Titan's imposing stature, whose presence emanated a potent pressure that was hard to ignore. However, upon observing the other patrons in the tavern, even the utterly ordinary individuals devoid of soul power, no peculiarities were detected. This uncle is truly formidable. Bei silently marveled. Titan uncle, please do not bully her. Before Bei could respond, Yurong interjected. Although Titan had expertly masked his soul power aura, Yurong still sensed it. Despite having lost the cultivation of a 10,000-year soul beast, her mental prowess remained significantly superior to that of ordinary soul masters. Titan uncle, how childish. No rebuttals allowed. Yurong shot a glare at Titan. Reluctantly, Titan subdued the pressure he had intentionally emitted. Xiaorong, it is time for us to return. If we cannot confront them, we shall evade. With that, he effortlessly picked up Yurong and strode away. Hey! Yurong gazed at the young boy before her, wishing to voice something, yet the words remained unspoken. All right, I understand. Let us head back. Yurong's large eyes fixed on Bei, and she flashed him a smile goodbye, Bei, before her words could fully escape her lips. Titan whisked her away. Bei watched the pair as they gradually receded into the distance. Unable to suppress a chuckle, they had entirely deprived him of the opportunity to speak. Those treacherous and cunning adults. Though he felt a twinge of regret, there was no better alternative available at the moment. Yet, a premonition stirred within Bei. He sensed that their paths would cross again. Perhaps it was due to that extraordinary uncle. After all, the force capable of nurturing such a powerful being was undoubtedly not simple. As soul masters ascend to the pinnacle, encounters are destined to occur. Well then, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. Bei departed from the tavern, concluding this profound little interlude. The Douluo continent is vast, yet at times it feels quite small. The realm of soul masters is filled with fantastical wonders, yet it can also be remarkably simple. Titan uncle, why did you prevent me from conversing with that big brother? Yurong looked at Titan with a sulky expression. Is it permissible for you to drink while I am forbidden from chatting? That lad is no ordinary child, Titan replied, ruffling Yurong's hair affectionately. He is protected by formidable guardians and possesses considerable cultivation. He is likely a young scion out on a journey. The hidden powerhouse he sensed was none other than the elder who had brought Bei to the Sunset Forest. The strength Titan perceived was something Bei himself was unaware of. He genuinely believed that the elder had departed. However, this was only natural. Otherwise, how could one allow their child to wander alone? Regardless of their potential, they remain an unformed future. You have just emerged from the ice and fire Yin-Yang, and have only recently become a first-ring soul master. Your aura has yet to dissipate completely. It is better to err on the side of caution, Titan advised. Upon hearing this, Yurong understood the rationale. Fine, she pouted, conceding to Titan's reasoning. Do not dwell upon regret. Titan noted the hint of disappointment in Yurong's tone and offered comfort. I'm not unfamiliar with the aura of that powerhouse. You both will have the opportunity to meet again. Really? Yurong's previously drooping hair perked up, regaining its vibrancy. Would I lie to you? Titan exclaimed as he lifted Yurong and quickened his pace. Focus on your training. We shall address other matters later. At that moment, Titan remained oblivious to any impropriety in his words, but years later, when he reflected on that moment, he would wish to slap himself for his foolishness. A month later, Yurong and Titan finally returned to Haotian sect. Brother, we are back. Titan called out loudly before even entering Haotian fortress. I brought back some exquisite wine from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Today, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Before Niu Tian could respond, Wang Dong sprang forth from behind him. Xiaorong, Wang Dong exclaimed as he rushed toward Yurong. Why were you gone for so long? I missed you. He affectionately rubbed his cheek against hers, Her soft skin was irresistible, prompting Wang Dong to linger. By the way, I want to show you my newly acquired first soul skill. With that, the two children dashed into the Haotian fortress, leaving the two adults outside. The two adults faced each other, locking eyes for a few seconds of silence, so profound that it felt as if a crow had flown overhead. Brother. Titan finally broke the silence cautiously. Are we still going to drink that fine wine? Indeed, was the first response from Yo Tian after the return of Titan and Qirong. Chapter 009, The First Soul Skill. After the two children dashed away, they headed straight for the martial arts arena of Haotian sect. Along the way, they encountered numerous passers-by who, upon witnessing the zealous duo, couldn't help but marvel. Such vibrant energy, truly the essence of youth. Sharon, let me show you my first soul skill. Wang Dong exclaimed impatiently as he unleashed his martial spirit. Brilliant wings of light unfurled behind him, appearing more refined and radiant than during his awakening. A striking yellow soul ring emerged around him, with hints of purple shimmering through. It was evident that this was a century-old soul ring nearing 1,000 years in quality. For an ordinary soul master, possessing a first soul ring with such longevity was quite unusual. However, in a sense, it was entirely rational, as Wang Dong had been meticulously nurtured since childhood, and Haotian sect was affluent in resources, generously providing him with various rare treasures. Though merely 6 years old, his physical prowess and martial spirit foundation far surpassed that of his peers. First soul skill, Wing Scythe. Wang Dong's first soul ring shone brilliantly. The dazzling wings of the light dragon god butterfly unfurled, releasing soul power that formed sharp golden edges along the wings, akin to a razor-sharp scythe. As the wings sliced through the air, they created two arcs of lethal light that struck a large stone nearby, causing it to shatter with a resounding crash. What formidable power! How impressive! Qirong marveled at the pulverized stone. It's just all right, Wang Dong replied, tousling his hair, a hint of pride evident in his posture. My first soul skill derives from a nearly 1,000-year-old demon heaven mantis. I was captivated by its sharpness and hoped to imbue that quality into my wings. Thankfully, the resulting skill did not disappoint. Now, let me show you my first soul skill. Qirong summoned her martial spirit, the fluffy Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, which swayed gracefully in her palm. She too had coalesced a century-old soul ring, yet appeared far less extravagant than Wang Dong's near 1,000-year soul ring. My first soul skill is not offensive, but leans more toward support, though you can still experience it. First soul skill, Golden Core. The petals of Qirong's Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum emanated a gentle golden glow, swiftly enveloping Wang Dong, who stood beside her. He instantly felt a warm flow of soul power coursing through his body, soothing him and replenishing the energy he had expended while unleashing his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Golden Core, amplified the user's soul power by 30%, with an additional 5% for every subsequent ring of cultivation, regardless of rank. This meant that should Qirong reach the title Douluo level, the amplification could soar to a staggering 70%. While this soul skill was a straightforward enhancement type, its true value lay in its exceptional amplification effects. The most terrifying aspect was its absolute principle of disregarding rank. Typically, auxiliary skills are designed to be utilized among soul masters of relatively similar levels, which maximizes the efficacy of their soul abilities. For instance, if a great soul master were to assist a soul emperor, despite the potential for a 20% increase in the effectiveness of the soul skills, the significant disparity of 40 levels in their soul power could reduce this enhancement to less than 5%. Therefore, one should not underestimate the prowess of Qirong's first soul skill. Even the Seven Treasures glazed tile, renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul across the continent, cannot claim superiority over the amplification effects of the wondrous sky chrysanthemum. This is largely attributed to Qirong being a 100,000-year soul beast reincarnated. Her first soul ring embodies a substantial accumulation of her own cultivation, resulting in such formidable effects. My martial soul has also bestowed upon me a companion soul skill, which can be regarded as a talent of mine. Qirong playfully stuck out her little tongue and gestured to Wang Dong. Don't tell anyone else, okay? This is my little secret. Wang Dong's pupils narrowed. Despite being the one with twin martial souls, it was his companion who had acquired a second soul skill first. All right, Wang Dong obediently agreed. The companion's soul skill, Healing, also sparkled with the brilliance of the first soul ring, yet this time, the delicate silver patterns upon the ring shimmered more vividly. If one did not observe closely, they might not discern the differences between the two. The healing skill of Moonlight Radiance, based on Yu Rong's own soul power, can mend any visible wounds and dispel various negative effects. However, the soul power required for this skill is tremendously vast, and for Yu Rong at her current level, it can only remedy minor scrapes and bruises, leaving her largely powerless against more severe injuries. Yet, given time, should Yu Rong cultivate to the levels of Soul Duo, or even Tidal Duo, it is not inconceivable that this companion soul skill could achieve miraculous feats such as reviving the dead. Of course, such matters are for the future. For Wang Dong, the fatigue of their recent travels had dissipated, leaving him feeling extraordinarily light and as if he had returned to peak condition. Dong Dong, how do you feel? Yu Rong patted Wang Dong's shoulder, a hint of playful pride evident in her demeanor as she leaned closer to him. Isn't it impressive? Well, it's just average, Wang Dong replied, noticing for the first time how much more refined Yu Rong appeared after acquiring her first soul ring. Her heterochromatic eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure, and suddenly, his cheeks flushed red as he declared, "I will protect you well." Yu Rong was taken aback by her companion's unexpected reaction, momentarily stunned. Was he shy? Why? Oh well, as long as we're together, we will surely conquer the Hao-Yin sect without rivals. Yu Rong embraced Wang Dong's shoulders affectionately. The two young boys, nearly of equal height, resembled two small entities leaning on one another. Not just the Hao-Yin sect. One day, we shall dominate the entire Douluo continent, Wang Dong asserted with fervor. Absolutely, Yu Rong exclaimed, her left hand resting on Wang Dong's shoulder, her weight leaning upon him, while her right hand gestured toward the sky. With a self-satisfied snap of her fingers, she proclaimed, "We shall become affluent and handsome, ascending to the pinnacle of life." Initially, Wang Dong did not sense anything awry until he heard the phrase affluent and handsome, and he realized that his little companion was acting strangely. Wait, Xiaorong. Become affluent and handsome. Ascend to the pinnacle of life? Yes, exactly. What is wrong with that? Yu Rong answered. Tang Yi mentioned that this is the most popular life goal for male protagonists in the latest novels. Tang Yi was a peer from the Hao-Yin sect who had awakened her martial soul alongside Wang Dong and Yu Rong. Her martial soul was the Hao-Yin hammer, with innate soul power at level 8. Her father was one of the two human soul masters who initially came to care for Yu Rong upon her arrival at the Hao-Yin sect. Thus, Yu Rong enjoyed a favorable relationship with Tang Yi. At the very least, Tang Yi was quite fond of the boy who was not only amicable but also quite handsome. That Tang Yi, Wang Dong sighed, feeling exasperated. Why is she only learning the bad things? What kind of bizarre notions are these? Why, I think it's quite reasonable. I must become very wealthy, earn a fortune in gold soul coins, and then I will be affluent and handsome. After all, Tang Yi said, I'm already quite handsome. No need to be any more so, Yu Rong replied, looking quizzically at Wang Dong as she continued to explain. It's fine, Wang Dong said, choosing silence as his response. Silence is golden. This way, he too would amass wealth. He too would become affluent and handsome. Chapter 010, Enrollment. Shrek. As the seasons changed, 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The two boys had reached the age of 11. After 5 years of growth, Wang Dong had blossomed into a striking youth, standing tall and confident, his baby fat having faded, replaced by a subtle air of self-assurance. The pink-haired boy's height soared like a vigorous pine tree. At just 11 years old, he had already reached 7 meters. His muscles were evenly toned and firm. Although not explosively powerful, they still concealed considerable strength. In simpler terms, he appeared slim in clothing, yet was far from frail. In contrast, Yu Rong was a half-head shorter than Wang Dong. Her features had matured as well, yet perhaps due to her martial soul. She possessed a softness that lent her an air of delicate beauty. Her eyes were slightly upturned, framed by thick lashes that subtly veiled her mesmerizing heterochromatic gaze. Her shoulder-length, pale golden hair cascaded gracefully, with the silvery tips standing out prominently. Wang Dong had become a 2-ring Great Soul Master, reaching Soul Power level 29, just a step away from level 30. Meanwhile, Yu Rong had already advanced to become a 3-ring Soul Master at level 31. It was only natural that Yu Rong's soul power would surpass Wang Dong's, considering she was a 100,000-year soul beast reincarnated and had the companion spirit of Moonlight Radiance, which meant she was constantly cultivating. Although her growth rate could not compare to that of rigorous training, any progress was better than none, as every little bit contributed to her development. Conversely, Wang Dong wasn't without access to rare treasures that could enhance his soul power or training speed within the Hao-Yin sect. However, a solid foundation was crucial for future cultivation benefits. After all, While external assistance can be beneficial, it can also lead to over-reliance. This does not imply that Wang Dong had not consumed any rare treasures. He had certainly indulged in those that strengthen the body and consolidate the foundation, as they were wholly beneficial. The results of his efforts were evident in the color of his soul rings. Wang Dong's second soul ring was a purple 1,000-year soul ring, while Yurong's second soul ring, though nearly purple, still fell within the range of a yellow 100-year soul ring. Xiaorong, Xiaorong, Wang Dong exclaimed, throwing his arm around Yurong's shoulder, his excitement palpable. This year, we can finally attend Shrek Academy. Dong Dong, don't be so overzealous, Yurong responded, feeling a touch of exasperation, yet yielding to his enthusiasm. Her tone was gentle, her youthful voice still clear and resonant. Uncle Titan will take us to Shrek City, but it will be ideal if you could break through to level 31st. Yurong leaned comfortably against Wang Dong's arm, relaxing in his presence. Oh dear, it all comes down to fate. Some things cannot be forced. Wang Dong had lingered at level 29 for 2 months, just on the cusp of a breakthrough. Though it was merely a single level, sometimes accumulation was necessary. As for the Shrek Academy Wang Dong mentioned, it was renowned as the premier academy across the continent. Shrek Academy was established eons ago, with the term Shrek signifying monster in ancient vernacular. This implies that the original founders aimed to create an institution devoted to nurturing extraordinary beings. The academy's earliest motto was to cultivate only monsters, eschewing the education of ordinary individuals. In this context, monsters refers to prodigious talents. Although the academy holds a prestigious position on the continent, it remains unassuming, treating every nation with equal regard and refraining from maintaining any private military forces, even limiting the number of faculty members to a certain extent. Thus, Shrek Academy has consistently retained its identity as an educational institution, never inciting a sense of crisis within any nation. Consequently, it not only endures, but also maintains a lofty status that no country can easily undermine. Shrek Academy has become a gathering place for the vast majority of the continent's gifted youth, truly serving as a cradle of power. Each year, the admission numbers from Shrek Academy elevate the political discourse among the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Douluo Empire, and the Xingluo Empire, underscoring the institution's undeniable prestige. This is the very Shrek Academy that Wang Dong yearns for. The tales surrounding Shrek Academy have become so familiar to Yurong that she could recount them in her sleep. Located to the southeast of Shrek Academy lies the Stardow Forest, while to the northwest, it shares a border with the Heavenly Soul Empire. To the east with the Douluo Empire, and to the south with the Xingluo Empire. It occupies a central position at the confluence of these 3 great empires. Shrek Academy is situated atop the vast Limo Plain, its sprawling grounds encompassing an entire city known as Shrek City. Even within the Douluo continent, Shrek City ranks among the foremost metropolises, housing over 20 million inhabitants. More importantly, Shrek Academy possesses autonomous governance over this city, exempt from taxation by any nation. Shrek City enjoys well-established transportation links in all directions, making it not only the site of Shrek Academy, but also the most crucial commercial hub at the intersection of the 3 empires. The presence of Shrek Academy ensures exceptional public safety within Shrek City, fostering an environment of fair and trustworthy trade. Consequently, merchants from the 3 empires frequently choose to conduct their cross-border transactions in Shrek City, as who wouldn't prefer a stable and reliable third party. Moreover, there are no intermediary fees to contend with, making it even more appealing. Shrek Academy is not located at the very heart of Shrek City, but rather in its eastern section, facing the Stardow Forest. This positioning means that in the event of any soul beast disturbances from the forest, Shrek Academy serves as the first line of defense for Shrek City. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City permit unrestricted access, while the eastern gate is exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy. After 3 arduous days of travel, Titan delivered Wang Dong and Yurong to the gates of Shrek City before promptly taking his leave. All right, you 2 little rascals, stay safe. I won't linger here, Titan remarked, departing without leaving a trace. He thought to himself, with so many formidable titled Douluos inside, he feared causing a stir. His elder brother had advised him to maintain a low profile. At this moment, it was the enrollment season for Shrek Academy. The Eastern Gate, designated solely for the Academy, teemed with a throng of applicants. Over 5,000 individuals gathered outside, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Thankfully, Shrek City is affluent enough to have constructed an exceptionally wide stone avenue even outside the city gates, adorned with lush greenery that provide a welcome shade for the sunbathers. The broad stone avenue is now filled with youths and their family and friends, all gathered to partake in the entrance examinations. Nobles are often accompanied by a retinue of servants, showcasing their status. Numerous vendors, having anticipated the influx, have set up stalls along the avenue, offering a plethora of snacks, materials, and trinkets, ensuring a lively market atmosphere that arguably surpasses that within the city itself. Near the eastern gate, a group of slightly older youths, comparable in age to Wang Dong and Yu Rong, organize the assessment of applicants' age and soul power while maintaining order. Clad in yellow uniforms emblazoned with a green monster emblem on their chests, these were the uniforms of second and third-year students from Shrek Academy's outer school. Each year, a considerable number of unqualified individuals attempt to enroll, which significantly burdens the teachers responsible for admissions. Additionally, the large crowd complicates management and increases the likelihood of conflicts. Most importantly, the admission teachers find themselves overwhelmed. Thus, these volunteer youth serve a vital role, aptly named volunteers. They engage in unpaid labor without any soul currency compensation or recognition for their service hours. The enrollment examination for Shrek Academy is not open to just anyone. Ordinary applicants must not only pass assessments, but also possess a recommendation letter from at least a major city within the Three Empires. Two fundamental requirements govern entry into the outer school of Shrek Academy. Candidates must be no older than 12 years and possess a soul power of at least level 15. For Wang Dong and Yu Rong, these stipulations are mere trifles. In fact, when Yu Rong showcased her 3 soul rings during the assessment, it sparked a minor commotion. Wang Dong, with a huff, muttered, "I was just a hair's breadth away." His own striking 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring also garnered attention, contributing to the stir. Unsurprisingly, both passed the outer school assessments, officially becoming first-year students at Shrek Academy. Following the somewhat hasty conclusion of the assessment, the volunteer seniors escorted the duo to the small desk where the admissions teachers were stationed. Upon seeing the volunteers, the admissions teacher promptly bestowed a badge upon each of them, adorned with the same green monster emblem. This badge signifies your successful passage of the entrance examination. Simply present it at the academy for registration. The registration office will handle the rest, the admissions teacher stated before resuming his engrossed reading of more profound knowledge. Once their assessments were completed, the two politely declined the enthusiastic introductions from the volunteer seniors and proceeded directly into the grand entrance of Shrek Academy to report for duty. Inside the academy, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with the bustling city gates. Firstly, the crowd was significantly reduced, offering a welcome tranquility. Secondly, the environment within Shrek Academy is exquisitely beautiful, filled with a rich diversity of flourishing vegetation. As Yu Rong and Wang Dong strolled along the spacious pathway, they could spot no fewer than 10 varieties of meticulously trimmed plants in every direction. After walking approximately 200 meters, they encountered several colossal statues that obscured their path ahead. There were more than 10 statues, each towering 10 meters high, crafted from the hardest granite. In the foremost row, at the center, stood 3 statues. The central figure depicted an elderly man with glasses, a beaming smile, and a moderately plump physique. This was none other than the founding principal of Shrek Academy, Flander. Beside him were the statues of the master and his wife, Lu Erlong. The master's likeness portrayed a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong was depicted as an elegant middle-aged woman. Together, they formed the renowned Golden Iron Triangle. Xiaorong, as I have previously mentioned, the reason the Golden Iron Triangle is referred to as such lies in their formidable martial soul fusion ability, the Golden Sacred Dragon. Wang Dong has traversed the path with an impressive knowledge of the various figures and their deeds within Shrek Academy. Unmistakably having engaged in many conversations with the storyteller from the enigmatic Yun, Shunbuji Chu, Yu Rong listened attentively, frequently exclaiming her support with enthusiastic mms. Following the Golden Iron Triangle, there are 7 statues elegantly lined up on either side of the Grand Avenue. The first statue depicts a tall, handsome man, strikingly characterized by his unique dual pupils. Adorning his forehead is the character Wang, and despite being merely a statue, it exudes an overwhelming aura of power. Behind the Golden Iron Triangle stand these 7 statues, representing the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters. Leading the ensemble is the White Tiger Douluo, Daimu Bai, followed by the Sausage Douluo, Oscar, and, thirdly, the Thousand Hands Douluo, Tang San, the most potent among the Shrek's 7 monsters. They fortuitously encountered someone elucidating the history of these 10 statues, prompting Wang Dong and Yu Rong to approach, eager to listen in. Though Wang Dong could certainly narrate the story himself, it was evident that others presented it with greater charm. Among the 7 statues, Tang San stands out as the most dashing, with his flowing blue hair cascading behind him. Clad in simple yet striking attire, encircled by spirals of blue vines that represent his blue-silver grass martial soul. A faint smile graces his lips, while his gaze is vividly directed towards the 5th figure, a woman with scorpion braids. The 4th statue is that of the evil phoenix Douluo, Ma Hongjun, and the 5th is the soft-boned Douluo, Xiao Wu, reputed to have transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. Qirong could not help but steal a few more glances at Xiao Wu's statue, as she too could be considered a significant predecessor. Following this, there is the 9 treasure Douluo, Ning Rongrong, renowned as the strongest support soul master, who is married to the sausage Douluo, and lastly, the ghostly Douluo, Zhu Zhuqing, who is wed to the white tiger Douluo Daimubai. The narrator, a senior student, was accompanied by what appeared to be his younger brother, both of whom bore a striking resemblance. The 7 statues of the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters vary in form, and the fact that they all hold the title of Douluo serves as a testament to their immense strength in their time. The Golden Iron Triangle and the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters laid the very foundation of Shrek Academy. Over the millennia, countless exceptional talents and powerful beings have emerged from this institution, yet only 10 statues grace this place, a testament to their enduring legacy. Wang Dong and Yu Rong exchanged glances, and Yu Rong nodded, as if affirming Wang Dong's thoughts. They slowed their pace, trailing behind the 2 brothers, eager to benefit from such an enlightening guide. Having traversed the spacious main thoroughfare, they arrived at a fork in the road. To the left lay the Martial Soul Department, while to the right was the Soul Guidance Department, the 2 major divisions of Shrek Academy, both belonging to the outer court. Relatively speaking, the Martial Soul Department is larger, while the Soul Guidance Department is somewhat smaller, with the former comprising numerous subdivisions. Let us first head to the Martial Soul Department to register, as one must first pass the initial assessment before qualifying for enrollment in the Soul Guidance Department. As they proceeded left from the statue, the path remained wide enough to accommodate several horse-drawn carriages side by side, with a signpost indicating Lakeside Path. Through the verdant trees on their right, they could catch glimpses of a vast expanse of water, suggesting that the 10 statues of the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek 7 monsters were backed by a magnificent lake. The elder brother, noticing his younger sibling's gaze, proudly explained that is the artificial lake constructed in honor of the Thousand Hands Douluo, Tang San, known as the Sea God Lake. According to legend, the Thousand Hands Douluo inherited the divine mantle of the Sea God. The Sea God Lake is expansive, fed by underground springs. Our Shrek Academy's inner court is situated on an island at the heart of the lake, a privilege that every outer court disciple aspires to attain. It seemed the elder brother intended to elaborate further, but held back. The Sea God Lake indeed appeared monumental. Meandering along the lakeside path to the south took nearly a quarter of an hour before they turned westward, and after another stretch, the path began to converge, revealing a vast rectangular plaza. A sign marked Shrek Plaza appeared alongside them. This Sea God Lake hardly resembles an artificial lake. It's truly immense, Yu Rong remarked to Wang Dong, expressing her admiration for the gentle breeze and the crystalline waters, exclaiming how extraordinary it all was. Wang Dong nodded emphatically, thoroughly in agreement. Behind Shrek Plaza stood towering teaching buildings, each painted in a variety of colors, primarily white, yellow, purple, and black. Gazing toward the distant northern end of Shrek Plaza, they could discern a cluster of gray teaching buildings. The colors of the buildings signify different grades, distinguished by the hues of soul rings. White for the freshman teaching building, akin to the lowest tier of 10-year soul rings. Yellow for the 2nd and 3rd-year outer court teaching buildings. Purple for the 4th and 5th-year structures. And black for the 6th-year building. Graduating from the black teaching building signifies one's eligibility for an outer court diploma. The gray buildings in the distance belong to the Soul Guidance Department, which occupies roughly 1/3 of the main teaching area, with the Martial Soul Department claiming the remaining 2/3. Beyond these initial structures lie numerous specialized teaching venues, such as the Soul Arena, Assessment Zone, Dormitory Area, and Faculty Offices, all meticulously explained by the elder brother. The white freshman teaching building, located at the southernmost point and nearest to the Lakeside Path, buzzed with activity as it was the enrollment season, with several newly admitted students who had passed their assessments registering here. Yu Rong and Wang Dong joined the throng, lining up to register. The tuition fees were covered by Yu Rong, as she held the majority of their golden soul coins. A full academic year's tuition costs 10 golden soul coins, not including meal expenses. Should a student withdraw after failing to pass the assessment midway through the semester, The tuition is non-refundable. After receiving their dormitory keys, school uniforms, and a white freshman badge, the two followed the instructor's guidance to their accommodations. It must be said that the efficiency here is commendable. The entire process took less than 20 minutes, even shorter than the time it took to walk from the entrance to the teaching building. One could only marvel at the sheer size of a sea god lake. With only a day remaining before the official start of classes, they could prepare for their upcoming lessons. After all, Wang Dong and Yurong had meticulously timed their arrival. By the way, Dong Dong, which dormitory are you in? Yurong turned to Wang Dong, her curiosity piqued. I'm in room 108. Are we not in the same dormitory? Wang Dong appeared taken aback, as if he had never considered this possibility. What is going on? We came together. I must speak to the instructor. Yurong gently tugged at Wang Dong's sleeve, glancing at her own key. Oh, it's not a big deal. I'm in room 107, just next door. She reassured him, her tone calming despite the slight disappointment in her expression as she noticed Wang Dong's dissatisfaction. A faint melancholy lingered in Yurong's brow, adding a touch of beauty to her demeanor. It was undeniable that their appearances were striking enough to capture attention, and together they could be deemed a captivating duo. Sensing the commotion among the crowd, Yurong urged Wang Dong to quicken his pace. So which class are you in? Wang Dong glanced at his registration form. Class 1. You wouldn't be in a different class, would you? Wang Dong's tone was tinged with an unmistakable hint of anxiety. Yurong smiled faintly, the melancholy in her eyes somewhat alleviated. I'm also a first year. This was a relief. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. All right, let us meet our future roommates. Thus commenced the tale of these youth. Chapter 011. The first encounter with Hui Yuhao. The dormitory building was situated behind the pristine white building for freshmen and the dark black structures designated for the second and third year students. The dormitory sprawled across a vast expanse, presenting a singular structure adorned in hues of white, yellow, purple, and black. These colors evidently signified the different areas allocated to students of varying grades, rising 6 stories high. A notable detail was that the higher the grade, the deeper the color and the fewer the rooms. Consequently, it could be deduced that the upper grades housed fewer students at Shrek Academy, subtly affirming the academy's notably high attrition rate. As they approached the entrance to the dormitory, Yurong suddenly felt a tightening in her chest, an inexplicable sense of apprehension, the cause of which eluded her. Instinctively, she touched the necklace around her neck, the pendant, a crystalline bead of amethyst. A precious artifact from the ice and fire Yin-Yang well was not only capable of counteracting myriad toxins, but, more importantly, concealed the aura of her century-old soul beast, serving as her paramount safeguard. What's wrong? Xiaorong, you seem rather tense, Wang Dong observed, noting her unusual demeanor. Typically, his companion was fearless, so it surprised him that she felt anxious at the entrance to the dormitory. Yurong shook her head, offering him a reassuring smile. It's nothing. Let us go inside. Upon reaching the white archway of the dormitory, they found a bamboo lounge chair positioned at the entrance, occupied by an elderly man whose age was evident. Clad in gray cloth garments, his deeply wrinkled face bore a yellowed gaze, eyelids drooping, presenting a visage of someone nearing the twilight of life. The sunlight filtering through the building cast a warm glow upon him as he reclined leisurely. Students from various grades flowed in and out of the corridor, with a few occasionally greeting the elderly man, who appeared to be an ordinary dormitory supervisor at Shrek Academy. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Yurong felt compelled to regard him with caution. The closer she approached, the quicker her heart raced. Wang Dong, hurrying past him, seemed oblivious to the old man's presence until Yurong tugged at his arm. Wait, Dong Dong, she called out, prompting him to turn with a look of confusion. Before she could explain her feelings, she respectfully inclined her head towards the old man. Hello, sir. We are new first-year students. The elderly man slightly lifted his gaze, extending a weathered hand, his voice raspy and subdued. Show me your badges and keys. Yurong promptly presented their badges and keys with both hands. The old man examined them briefly before returning them. Go ahead. Room 108 is the third one on the left on the first floor, and room 107 is the second one. The fourth floor is for the girls' dormitory. Do not go up there. Anyone caught will be expelled. Thank you for the reminder. Yurong bowed once more to the old man before leading Wang Dong into the dormitory. The elderly man maintained his posture, murmuring softly, polite children, yet quite different from the ones 2 days prior. Wang Dong, perplexed by being halted and then led away, queried, what was that about? Why were you so respectful to the dormitory supervisor? I don't know, Yurong replied as they entered the corridor, releasing her grip on his arm. I just felt he was not ordinary. All right, All right, Wang Dong shrugged, dismissing her concerns, though a hint of displeasure lingered, primarily due to the fact that he could not share a dormitory with Qirong and would have to endure the company of other boys for an extended period. More importantly, the thought of Qirong residing with other boys was what truly troubled him. As they ventured further into the dormitory, they swiftly located their assigned rooms. The dormitory's architecture exuded a classical charm, predominantly featuring wooden furnishings. It was evident that the building had aged, having stood for countless years, yet its quality remained commendable. At either end of the corridor, there were spacious, clean communal restrooms. Although somewhat antiquated, the atmosphere was quite comfortable. Qirong and Wang Dong's rooms faced each other. Before entering, Qirong felt a twinge of concern, advising him, Dong, remember to be polite. Wang Dong, known as the Little Demon King of the Haotian sect, was a tempestuous spirit, capable of causing chaos when displeased. Yet, due to the protection and indulgence he received, few dared to speak out against him, much less confront him. This only served to inflate his ego further. Although he often portrayed himself as a gentle and caring friend in front of Qirong, he was undeniably a striking figure, embodying both beauty and strength, albeit with a rather foul temper. All right, I got it, Wang Dong replied, rolling his eyes dismissively. I'm even more worried now. Should I accompany you? Qirong proposed hesitantly. No need, I can manage on my own, Wang Dong firmly declined, lifting his chin defiantly. Just be cautious. And you need not extend any kindness to those boys. I'll check on you shortly and see what sort of roommates you have. With that, he strode into his dormitory. Qirong sighed, watching the door close before muttering, children grow up and leave home. She then used her key to unlock her own room. Inside, the room was empty, or rather, it appeared no one had occupied it yet. Dust lingered in the air, suggesting it had been uninhabited for at least a month. Achoo! Qirong sneezed several times due to the dust-filled atmosphere. Covering her mouth and nose with her small hand, she hurriedly opened the window. The room was modest, approximately 10 square meters, with 2 beds occupying most of the space, leaving only a table and 2 wooden wardrobes. A light fixture hung from the ceiling, with several metallic protrusions on the wall. It seemed the light was a simple soul-guided device requiring soul power to illuminate. The metallic protrusions served as the points for infusing soul power. Truly, Shrek Academy was remarkable. Even the lights were powered by soul energy. Having never encountered such a peculiar contraption at the Haotian sect, Qirong found herself engrossed in experimenting with the room's light. Infusing soul power, it lit up. Turning it off, then on again. How fascinating. Yet, before she could continue her amusement for long, the sound of commotion outside caught her attention. Listening intently, it seemed there was a quarrel, and she could have sworn she heard Wang Dong's voice. Oh no, he must be getting into a fight. Qirong, well acquainted with Wang Dong's fiery temperament, hurriedly dashed out of her room. As she stepped into the corridor, she discovered the door to the neighboring dormitory ajar, revealing 2 figures engaged in a fierce struggle. Wang Dong was clearly overpowering another boy, though it was not a complete domination. While Wang Dong's assault was relentless, the boy opposing him exhibited remarkable resilience. Though not particularly swift, one could nonetheless anticipate Wang Dong's movements with remarkable clarity, allowing for effective evasion. Despite Wang Dong's attempts at feints, he remained unable to deceive his opponent. However, it was evident that the young boy across from him was increasingly struggling, his body nearing exhaustion. Qirong contemplated intervening to halt the scuffle, for he knew all too well that the other combatant was likely his roommate. Yet, before Qirong could act, the situation took a sudden and dramatic turn. The young boy abruptly lifted his head, causing Wang Dong to momentarily freeze. In an instant, the boy lunged forward, leaping into the air, wrapping his arms tightly around Wang Dong's, while his legs coiled around his waist, forcibly bringing him crashing to the ground. Notably, their faces were now alarmingly close. Dong. Qirong was rendered speechless, frozen at the doorway, caught in a dilemma. The young boy, no. Qirong had aptly renamed him. A true warrior, gasped for breath while growling. Do you yield? Yield my foot. Let go of me. Wang Dong roared in fury, still oblivious to Qirong's presence at the door, struggling fiercely. Are you refusing to admit defeat? If I had wielded a knife just now, you'd be dead. The warrior retorted defiantly, his striking blue eyes sparkling with a fierce light. At that moment, Qirong snapped back to reality and rushed forward, calling out urgently. His voice cracking, Dong. He lunged toward them, fearful that the warrior might overlook him, nearly colliding with the warrior's nose. Spare him, brave warrior. Chapter 12. A Curved Path to Salvation. The warrior was none other than Hu Yuhao, who was taken aback to discover that his new roommate had an ally. While astonished, he had no intention of retreating, nor did he dare to divert his attention to Yu Rong, fearful of a counterattack from Wang Dong. I admit defeat, now get up, Wang Dong growled, though his eyes betrayed a mix of indignation and frustration. Part of him was influenced by the sound of Yu Rong's voice, not wishing to appear foolish in front of him. More significantly, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, he had indeed lost. Despite not utilizing his soul power or martial soul, his hesitance to strike with full force differentiated him from his opponent. Hui Hao, however, did not relent. He continued to fixate on Wang Dong, his tone as chilling as a blade slicing through metal. The 5 conditions you mentioned are not beyond my capabilities, but it is not due to your threats. It is out of respect for a roommate. I recognize that your strength surpasses mine, and if you were to employ your martial soul, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. However, remember this, should you dare to insult me again, even if it means my demise at your hands, I will at least take a piece of flesh from you. As Hui Hao spoke, his gaze grew increasingly menacing, taking on a bloodthirsty glint reminiscent of a soul beast, transforming his previously delicate features into something more ferocious. Yu Rong observed, having never witnessed such a countenance in a human before. Despite sensing that this young boy was relatively weak, likely around the first ring, he felt an inexplicable chill, a flutter of apprehension in his heart. Wang Dong's fury diminished considerably, replaced by a hint of trepidation. Although his opponent was clearly weaker, Hui Hao's imposing aura left him at a distinct disadvantage. This was the stark contrast between a flower nurtured in a greenhouse and a blade of grass weathered by numerous storms. Yu Hao gradually released Wang Dong, stepping back with utmost caution, creating distance between them. At this moment, he finally took a proper look at the new ally who had emerged. With large eyes and rare silver-purple heterochromia, slightly upturned at the corners, the boy's features were exquisitely delicate yet devoid of aggression, possessing a subtle ethereal quality that did not come off as effeminate. His golden hair seemed to radiate light even in the dim room, illuminating the dust-laden space. Dong, get up, Yu Rong extended a hand, lifting Wang Dong from the ground while brushing off the dirt from his clothes. My apologies, fellow student. Yu Rong, noticing Hui Hao's disheveled appearance, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having overheard their exchange, he had grasped the situation quite well. I'll help you with your injuries, Yu Rong stammered, releasing his martial soul. A brilliant golden light flooded the small room, as his 30-level soul power transformed the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum into an even more resplendent, dazzling spectacle. The silver luminescence swirling around him grew ever brighter and more vibrant. Hui Hao was taken aback, partly due to the splendor of Yu Rong's martial soul, but more so because he possessed 3 soul rings. This seemingly younger student was actually a soul master. Yu Rong was surrounded by 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, the first of which began to glow faintly. Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum's first derivative soul skill, healing. The primary target of this skill was Hui Hao, though Wang Dong was not overlooked. Hui Hao felt a warm surge of soul power flooding his body, coursing through his limbs and veins, mending his injuries, not just those inflicted during the scuffle with Wang Dong, but also the long-hidden ailments stemming from a childhood of hardship and malnutrition. At that moment, Tianming Iceworm, who had intended to sleep for a while longer, awakened within Hui Hao's spiritual sea. What a warm soul power. Yu Hao, this lad treating you is no ordinary person. This soul power is secretly nurturing your meridians and repairing your internal injuries. Fascinating. Even without this power, given some time, you could gradually recover with my strength and the Xian Tiangong. However, this will enhance your training efficiency significantly. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Yu Rong's forehead. The soul power expenditure was far greater than he had anticipated. Although healing skills typically consumed considerable soul power, he had assumed that the warrior's injuries were merely the result of a trivial skirmish and should not warrant such a drain. To his surprise, the warrior bore far more hidden injuries than he had imagined. As Yu Rong's soul power approached its limit, he withdrew his martial soul. That's enough for now, fellow student. He smiled at Hui Hao. I'm Yu Rong, also a freshman this year. He gestured toward the still fuming Wang Dong, adding with a grin, I believe you've already made his acquaintance. This is Wang Dong, another newcomer this year. My apologies for his behavior. He can be rather difficult to handle at times. Nevertheless, Yu Rong remained steadfast in her support for Wang Dong. By the way, what is your name, dear classmate? Yu Hao had long since reigned in the aura of menace that once enveloped him, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I'm Yu Hao. It must be said, when Yu Rong smiled, She radiated an enchanting beauty, her warmth akin to that of a little sun. Hui Yuhao had never interacted with someone of her charming disposition before. I'm also a first-year student and Wang Dong's roommate. Ah, it seems you two have met under rather unusual circumstances, Yu Rong remarked, tugging at Wang Dong's sleeve and gently guiding him toward Yu Hao. Oof, who would want to share a room with him? Wang Dong responded, visibly disgruntled, likely irked by Yu Rong's overly friendly demeanor toward Hu Yuhao. He refused to continue the conversation, adding, Hu Yuhao, don't you dare come back. With that, Wang Dong decisively shut the dormitory door, not with a slam, but rather with a heavy thud. This left Yu Rong and Hui Yuhao exchanging glances, the corridor enveloped in an eerie silence. Do you have a key? Yu Rong scrutinized Hui Yuhao, noticing his thin attire bore no pockets for such items. Having been in the dormitory for 2 days, Hui Yuhao had not anticipated being locked out simply for a brief encounter with a roommate. How about we go to my dormitory for a while? Yu Rong tentatively suggested. Wang Dong probably won't let you in. Then I shall impose, Hui Yuhao replied. Half an hour later. Yuhao, I can't thank you enough, Yu Rong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she surveyed her now immaculate dormitory. I never expected you to be this capable. Indeed, half an hour earlier, upon entering Yu Rong's room, Hui Yuhao had learned that appearances could be deceiving. Yu Rong had initially rushed out to mediate a dispute, leaving her room in disarray. Now, upon seeing the dust-laden surroundings, she realized there was scarcely a clean spot to sit. Hui Yuhao, could you stand for a moment? I'll tidy up quickly, she said, hastily retrieving her belongings from her storage soul guide, a chaotic heap that had accumulated into a small mountain atop her bed. Just a moment. As Yu Rong reached for her cleaning supplies buried beneath the disorganized stack, the entire pile collapsed in a chaotic mess. In a single phrase, Yu Rong's subsequent actions could be described as catastrophic. She appeared delicate and refined, yet her domestic skills were utterly lacking. Yu Rong, might I lend you a hand? Hui Yuhao, unable to bear the sight, stepped in to assist. Once Hui Yuhao took charge, the disarray that had once dominated the room was swiftly organized, and the entire dormitory was cleaned to a pristine state, rejuvenated and revitalized. Yuhao, allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for your help. After this whirlwind of cleaning, Yu Rong and Hui Yuhao had grown considerably closer. There's no need to trouble yourself, Hui Yuhao began to decline, yet before he could finish, his stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Yu Rong chuckled lightly. Come on, let us go. I'm hungry too, and I have no idea where the dining hall is. Could you guide me? What about Wang Dong? Hui Yuhao queried, recalling the apparent closeness between them and wondering why she wouldn't invite him along for their meal. Wang Dong. Yu Rong's expression fell instantaneously, her once perky hair now drooping. He is probably still a bit upset and won't pay me any mind right now. Understanding Wang Dong's temperament, Yu Rong surmised that his displeasure stemmed from her assisting his perceived rival, Hui Yuhao. At this moment, Wang Dong was likely sulking beneath his blankets. It would be futile to confront him now. Thus, the clever and resourceful Yu Rong plotted a roundabout strategy. Chapter 013. The first day of school. The dining hall, located just a short distance behind the dormitory area, was an impressive and exquisitely designed building, its white stone walls adorned with cascading vines, adding a touch of vibrancy and freshness. The dining hall boasted multiple floors, each designated for different year groups, reflecting the varying levels of cultivation among the students. Generally speaking, the higher the year, the stronger the cultivation, and thus, the finer the food available, albeit at a steeper price. When Yu Rong and Hui Yuhao arrived at the dining hall, mealtime had already passed. The hall was sparsely populated, creating an almost desolate atmosphere. To Yu Rong's astonishment, the entire dining hall was devoid of tables and chairs, leaving it a vast, empty expanse, save for a sink for washing hands and utensils on one side. Isn't this a rather unusual arrangement? It almost seems to compel everyone to eat in their dorms. Yu Rong thought, bewildered by such an illogical setup. On the opposite side were the food service windows, 8 in total, each offering a distinct array of dishes. The prices displayed range from bronze soul coins to gold soul coins, increasing from left to right, reflecting a wide disparity. Yu Rong expressed her astonishment at Shrek Academy's dining hall, surveying the 8 windows before pointing eagerly. Look, let us eat there. Naturally, she indicated the most expensive window, the one priced in gold soul coins. Excuse me, miss. Yu Rong sweetly called to the woman serving food, her smile radiant. Could I have 3 meal sets, please? After paying with gold soul coins, she gratefully accepted 3 meal sets under the warm gaze of the serving lady. Thank you so much. Yu Rong beamed. feeling quite pleased with the generous portions. The gold soul coin meals were indeed exceptional. Even the containers appeared remarkably upscale. "Here, Yu Hao," she said, handing one of the meal sets to him. "Let us eat while it's hot." "Thank you," Yu Hao replied, taken aback. Aside from Bei Bei and Tanya, he had not yet formed connections with anyone at Shrek Academy, let alone be offered a meal. Though Yurong insisted on treating him, he anticipated being served the finest meal priced in gold soul coins. This was the first act of kindness he had received from anyone at Shrek Academy. Aside from Bei Bei and Tanya, Yurong flashed Yu Hao a smile and waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. This is merely a token of appreciation for your tremendous help." She then carefully stored one of the meal sets in her storage soul guide. As the two exited the dining hall, they found a quaint garden adjacent to the sea god lake, adorned with beautiful white corridors surrounded by various flowers and plants, complete with numerous benches for resting. "Yu Hao, let us sit on that bench and enjoy our meal," Yurong exclaimed, eager to indulge in the warm dishes. Indeed, food should always be enjoyed while hot. Yurong swiftly settled onto a bench, crossing her legs as she placed the meal set on her lap with ease. "Wow, this looks absolutely delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she opened her meal box. Inside, the array of dishes was impressive: a rich braised meat, perfectly balanced between fat and lean, sauteed vegetables, enhanced with various fungi, and tempura, seemingly enveloping some seafood, evoking a sense of bliss. Yurong picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, and with the first bite, her eyes sparkled even brighter. Delicious. Shrek Academy truly lives up to its reputation. It was the first time Yurong expressed such a sentiment. Her gaze then shifted to Wang Dong, who was sulking alone in the dormitory after losing the competition. Upon returning to the dorm, Wang Dong let out a huff, throwing a few punches into the air to vent his pent-up frustration. He then angrily made his bed, arranging his belongings haphazardly. In this regard, Wang Dong was undoubtedly far superior to Yurong, one who could do nothing, while the other at least knew how to make a bed. It was then that Wang Dong noticed the adjacent bed, which was completely bare, merely a simple wooden frame, with pitifully few belongings, almost entirely empty. Compared to Yu Hao's meager accommodations, Wang Dong's bed appeared far more comfortable, adorned with a thick fur blanket made from an unknown soul beast hide, looking plush and soft, accompanied by a cozy quilt. His luggage had already filled his side of the cupboard, with several items displayed on the desk. After making his bed, Wang Dong curled up in his blanket, a ball of frustration. In the stillness, the faint sounds of Shrek's students chatting outside contrasted sharply with the silence of the dormitory, which only served to amplify his discontent, igniting a fire within his heart. That Yurong. I'll never speak to him again. And that Yu Hao too. How infuriating. The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt. A thin veil of tears seemed to cloud his powder blue eyes as he pulled the blanket tighter around himself. After finishing their meal, Yurong and Yu Hao returned to the dormitory, and notably, Yurong borrowed a key from the dormitory supervisor at the entrance. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter. They arrived together at Dormitory 108, which was shared by Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Upon entering, they saw Wang Dong, cocooned in his blanket, softly snoring. Yurong mused as expected. "I anticipated this. Thankfully, I borrowed the key." Indeed, after expending considerable soul power and then enjoying a hearty meal, Yurong was also feeling drowsy. Unable to resist the allure of Wang Dong's peaceful slumber, she playfully poked his soft cheek. Then, she lay down beside him, her eyelids growing heavier, and before long, she too drifted off into dreams. When Yu Hao returned from returning the key and opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of the two sleeping side by side on one bed. Observing them, he was at a loss for words, shaking his head before settling into a cross-legged position on his bed to resume his cultivation. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of stomach growling. Time passed, and Wang Dong awoke, or rather, was roused by hunger. He turned over, still half asleep, and groggily prepared to head to the cafeteria for something to eat. Suddenly, he noticed a faint golden figure at the edge of his bed. As Wang Dong shifted, the golden figure stirred as well. Instantly, he was wide awake. The golden figure was undoubtedly Yurong. Rubbing his tear-glossed eyes, she exclaimed, "Dong Dong, you're awake. Hungry, right? Look, I specially packed a meal for you from the cafeteria." Yurong immediately retrieved the meal she had stored in her soul guide, which still radiated warmth and emitted a tantalizing aroma, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Wang Dong's stomach growled again. However, with a sense of pride, he chose to let out a heavy huff and attempted to get out of bed from the other side. Yurong seemed to anticipate his intentions. Swiftly opening the food container and brandishing a spoon, cheerfully urging, "Dong dong, open wide." Ah! Without further ado, she acted to express her sincere remorse through action. Wang Dong watched as the spoon approached his nose without any sign of stopping, feeling a twinge of panic. He certainly did not wish for the food to end up in his nostrils. This guy, every time he made him angry, he would resort to this tactic to force forgiveness. All right, I forgive you. But every time, I end up giving in without any annoyance. Just bring the food here. I'll eat it myself. Yurong quietly celebrated her success. Yes, the plan worked. By this time, twilight had begun to descend, marking the completion of the new academic year's enrollment process, as the new student dormitory grew increasingly lively. Well then, I should head back to my dorm. You two should get along well and absolutely avoid fighting again, Yurong advised Wang Dong, who was still engaged in his training, with little interaction between them. I should check if my roommate has arrived. Goodbye. With that, Yurong departed from dormitory 108 and returned to her own room next door. As expected, her roommate had arrived, but the first impression was that of a somewhat difficult personality. "You're my roommate?" The occupant was a tall youth who, upon glancing at the somewhat slender Yurong, seemed doubtful, checking to see if he had entered the wrong dorm. The tall youth scrutinized Yurong from head to toe, appearing somewhat indifferent. "Forget it. You look so weak. What is your name?" His tone was particularly condescending, causing Yurong to clench her fists, regretting her previous promise to Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao to avoid fighting. "I was wrong. Some matters can only be resolved through a proper brawl. Then, you should introduce yourself first." Yurong took a deep breath, managing to restrain herself. "Humph." The tall youth uttered a single syllable, his disdain palpable, but he said no more. "Remember, my name is Tyren." Yurong had no desire to converse further. Some individuals were simply unworthy of dialogue. Dormitory 107 fell into a silence that lasted throughout the night. The following day marked the first day of school. Yurong rose early, while her tall roommate Tyren was still asleep. She paid him no mind, completing her morning routine before heading next door to find Wang Dong. The two of them enjoyed breakfast in the cafeteria, and noting that there was still ample time, they decided to return to the dorm for a brief rest before agreeing on a time to head to class. Upon returning to the dorm, Yurong discovered that Tyren had already left for the day. How nice. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Hey, classes start today, and you're still just sitting here like a fool?" Wang Dong's voice jolted Hui Yuhao from his thoughts. He had been preparing to meditate a bit longer. "Is class starting now?" Hui Yuhao instinctively asked. This was their first exchange since their altercation the day before. Wang Dong didn't even glance at him, responding coolly. "There's still half an hour." He was still harboring some resentment, his tone deliberately indifferent. "Oh," Hui Yuhao replied, then closed his eyes again to resume meditating. After days of effort, he had become increasingly proficient with his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Half an hour was sufficient for him to circulate it through a full cycle, allowing for a slight improvement in his soul power. Wang Dong didn't hear any further response, and turned to see Hui Yuhao had resumed meditating, a look of shock on his face. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a lunatic." With that, he left the dorm without looking back. Since yesterday, he had yet to witness Hui Yuhao lying down to sleep. "Dong Dong, isn't Yuhao leaving?" Yurong inquired, peering inside as she waited at the door. "Who cares about that lunatic?" Wang Dong retorted, pulling Yurong away. The two navigated through the throngs of people, and before long, they arrived at the pristine white teaching building designated for the lower grades. The doors of the white building stood wide open, with new students clad in white uniforms streaming in, each adorned with a small green monster emblem on the left chest, symbolizing Shrek Academy. Students from different grades wore varying colors of uniforms, mirroring the hues of their respective buildings, making it quite easy to distinguish them. Both Yurong and Wang Dong belonged to class 1 of the first year, and their classroom was conveniently located on the ground floor, the very first room, making it easy to find. As they entered, the classroom was still sparsely populated, yet the arrival of the two handsome boys incited a flurry of excitement, their brilliance almost blinding. "Dong Dong, let us sit here," Yurong suggested, finding a spot for them to sit side by side. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the classroom gradually filled up, interestingly, with all the students surrounding them being girls, the kind who seemed eager to engage in conversation, though none took the initiative. Here, we must express our gratitude to the stoically handsome Wang Dong, who deterred several girls from approaching. Surprisingly, as the bell was about to ring, Hui Yuhao had still not arrived. "Dong Dong, do you think Yuhao overslept?" Yurong whispered to Wang Dong. "No," Wang Dong replied, rolling his eyes. "That guy is in the midst of cultivating." Yurong gasped in shock. Just as she mentioned Yuhao, he burst into the classroom as the class bell rang, casually selecting a seat in the back. Qirong kept her gaze fixed on him, and, upon noticing him looking over, greeted him with a smile. A collective intake of breath echoed around the room, predominantly from the girls. Who could possibly resist the smile of such a handsome boy? At that moment, an elderly woman entered at the classroom door, her hair a snowy white, styled in an elaborate bun atop her head, adorned in a flowing white robe, and of average stature. Strikingly, she possessed a pair of remarkably bright eyes, her dark irises shimmering with brilliance, a stark contrast to her aged visage. Despite her advanced years, she stood tall and straight, swiftly making her way to the podium. Undoubtedly, she was the teacher for this class of freshmen. As soon as the teacher entered, the previously noisy classroom fell silent, all eyes drawn to the podium. The elderly woman's gaze swept calmly from left to right, instilling an immediate sense of being scrutinized in every student, an invisible pressure settling in their hearts. I am Zhou Yi, your homeroom teacher. I cannot ascertain how many of you will journey with me through the coming year. However, I must inform you that in my class, no mediocrity shall pass the assessments. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools. Her voice carried an ethereal quality, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Upon hearing her words, many students exhibited expressions of indignation. Having been selected among the elite of the continent, they were certainly not fools. In the past few days, those who have engaged in fights, please stand. Zhou Yi's next words sent shockwaves through the classroom. These students, freshly admitted, would hardly engage in fights at the academy, and even if they had, who would dare admit to it? Qirong cast a worried glance at Wang Dong, who hung his head in contemplation. Just as the class remained silent, one person rose, Hui Yuhao, standing out like a crane among chickens. Seeing him rise, Wang Dong huffed, unwilling to be outdone, and stood as well. Out of 100 students, only the two of them had stood, instantly becoming the center of attention in the classroom. Just two. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Do you not understand that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity? The rest of you, get out and run 100 laps around Shrek Square. Anyone who cannot finish will be expelled. This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the class. It was only the first day of school, and they hadn't even started lessons, yet they were to be punished for not having fought. Immediately, a student stood up. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. Why should we be punished for not fighting? Zhou Yi replied coolly, because I said so. If you disagree, you may leave. As your homeroom teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. You have 1 minute. If I do not see you running around Shrek Square within that time, you will all be expelled. As she spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from her, a powerful wave of soul force that suffocated every student present. Rings of soul power began to rise from Zhou Yi's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, 6 rings emanating an indescribable force. This teacher was indeed a soul emperor, equipped with 2 10,000-year soul rings. It would be no exaggeration to say that if she wished to deal with the 100 new students before her, it would be as easy as pie. These students were but newcomers, and under such pressure, no one dared to resist any further, all of them shuffling out of the classroom in dejection. Zhou Yi retracted her soul rings, expressionless as she watched them leave. Qirong glanced at Wang Dong, saying, Dong Dong, I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself. Wang Dong, seemingly unconcerned, replied, got it. Qirong added, I have a bad feeling about this. Just then, Zhou Yi spoke again, her tone devoid of emotion, cold and ruthless. Let me remind you, you have only 1 hour. After an hour, those who have not completed 100 laps will be deemed unqualified. This is your first assessment for enrollment. Those who do not meet the standards will be expelled. Upon hearing this, the students hastened their movements, quickly making their way to the playground. Qirong hurried along as well, her small face scrunched up in distress. Though he was confident in his physical fitness to complete the laps, it did not mean he relished the thought of such monotonous, repetitive running. The students from Class 1 streamed out, and soon only Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao remained in the classroom. Zhou Yi's expression seemed to soften considerably as she beckoned them over. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao approached together. Observing them, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Good. At least there are 2 spirited children here. Now, tell me, who did you fight, and what was the reason? Wang Dong was about to speak, but Hui Yuhao interjected. Report, teacher. We are roommates, and a minor disagreement led to a conflict. Zhou Yi appeared intrigued. Oh, roommates, how delightful. Fighting among roommates is the best. It fosters competition and mutual growth. A grimace that was almost comical flickered across her aged face, as if her smile was a mask. While fighting is beneficial, I do not wish for my students to squabble amongst themselves. Remember, next time, fight with students from other classes. The rules at Shrek Academy have always been lenient, aimed at promoting individuality among students. Fighting is something we typically overlook. However, certain limitations do exist, which I shall elucidate. Senior students are strictly prohibited from actively provoking or assaulting their junior counterparts. Any infringement will result in immediate expulsion. Conversely, junior students may challenge seniors, albeit in the presence of a teacher, to ensure that it is not a case of bullying. As for students of the same grade, they are free to engage in fights, provided that no fatalities occur, as the academy refrains from intervening. Combat serves as an excellent means of enhancing one's capabilities. Should you progress to the second year, you'll be permitted to compete in the Soul Arena, where rewards await those who emerge victorious. However, for now, you may commence your running exercises. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Teacher, did you not say we possess a fighting spirit? Why must we run? This narrative seems incongruous. Zhou Yi maintained her smile, yet it now bore a hint of intimidation. I never claimed that you need not run. Engaging in a brawl with your roommate on the very first day of school demonstrates remarkable ambition. Given this fervor, your assessment will undoubtedly be more challenging than others, and you must endure alongside your classmates. Your completion time for 100 laps will align with that of your peers. Zhou Yi glanced at her watch, her tones softening further. Oh dear, it seems quite a bit of time has passed. Here, a special mention goes to the young Qirong, for her ominous premonitions have indeed materialized. Qirong, do not cue me. Having just arrived at Shrek Square, Qirong, who was jogging in circles, suddenly sneezed. The square is not far, just beyond the new student teaching building. It is relatively small, measuring approximately 300 meters in circumference. For an ordinary person, completing 100 laps around the square would be no small feat, however. For these young students with foundational skills as soul masters, it is not overly daunting. As long as they remain diligent and do not slack off, they can certainly finish within an hour. Upon seeing the square, Qirong recognized that Teacher Zhou Yi had indeed shown some leniency today. The issue, however, is that today marks only the first day of school. Qirong seemingly foresaw the tumultuous challenges that lay ahead. After approximately 5 minutes, Qirong had already completed 4 or 5 laps when she spotted Wang Dong and Hua Yuhao sprinting from the teaching building to join the running throng. Initially envious of Wang Dong and Hua Yuhao, Qirong's feelings quickly balanced out, even leaning towards sympathy. Truly a case of indiscriminate attacks. Age does bring wisdom. She noticed the two, but did not quicken her pace to engage them, instead maintaining her own rhythm as she continued her laps, running in circles, feeling vexed and weary. She did not wish to converse. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Hua Yuhao were running side by side at moderate pace. After covering roughly half a lap, Wang Dong suddenly inquired of Hua Yuhao, "What skill did you use to defeat me that day? I still cannot fathom it. Is your martial soul of the mental attribute?" Having been caught off guard by Teacher Zhou Yi's unexpected directives, both had fostered a sense of camaraderie amidst their awkwardness. Hua Yuhao nodded, somewhat resigned. "You are simply too arrogant. If you had also employed your martial soul, I would have had no chance. I can feel that your soul power surpasses mine by a considerable margin." Wang Dong, somewhat boastful, perked up at the compliment. "Of course, among this year's new students, only a select few can rival my strength. With merely a 10-year soul ring, you are naturally no match for me." Hua Yuhao, unable to tolerate Wang Dong's haughty demeanor, replied in a flat yet irksome tone, "Do not forget, you just lost to a 10-year soul ring." Wang Dong, slightly annoyed, retorted, "All right, enough of this. Considering you defended me in front of that eccentric teacher, I shall let bygones be bygones. From now on, I will look out for you. If anyone dares to bully you, simply inform me, and I shall teach them a lesson." Hua Yuhao, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "What a naturally oblivious fool. I do not require your protection." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, evidently wishing to avoid further conversation with Wang Dong. Wang Dong, too, accelerated, his physical prowess far superior to Hua Yuhao's, allowing him to easily keep up. "Hey, you truly lack empathy." Wang Dong expressed his dissatisfaction. Hua Yuhao shot him a glare, retorting, "If you treated me as an equal classmate, you would not feel this way." Wang Dong scoffed, "Throughout my life, there have been few among my peers whom I regard as equals." In a certain sense, Wang Dong's statement held truth. Hua Yuhao huffed. "There's no point in continuing this conversation. Run faster, little ones, cease the bickering." Qirong, having silently caught up to the two, offered a somewhat resigned reminder. It was not merely a suggestion, but a necessity, for while Wang Dong was unconcerned, Hua Yuhao truly could not keep up. Following yesterday's treatment, Qirong had gained a general understang of Hua Yuhao's physical capabilities. Compared to an ordinary person, he was indeed commendable. However, among soul masters, he fell short and could even be deemed somewhat frail. Wang Dong merely acknowledged Qirong with a slight grunt, as if responding to her. He then fell silent, suddenly accelerating past Hui Yuhao and Qirong, running around Shrek Square at an astonishing speed. It must be said, while Wang Dong's pride is evident, his skills are undeniably extraordinary, and his physical condition remarkably robust. Upon increasing his pace, no one in the entire new student class could keep up with him. Although Qirong possessed a higher soul power than Wang Dong, she could not match his physical prowess. At this moment, Zhou Yi had arrived at the edge of Shrek Square, observing the students as they ran. Her gaze was quickly drawn to Wang Dong, her expression subtly shifting before returning to normal. Time passed swiftly, and, as the number of laps increased, the students' breathing grew heavier. At this juncture, the disparity in physical condition and cultivation became apparent. Zhou Yi had not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance. Thus, everyone utilized their soul power to recover stamina during the long run. Leading the pack were a dozen or so students, all maintaining a commendable speed, with Wang Dong at the forefront. Though he had started later, he had managed to catch up with the leaders in merely half an hour, even surpassing them. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he was not overly fatigued, maintaining a consistent pace. Qirong, however, did not accelerate, choosing to run leisurely among the leading group, exuding an air of nonchalance that indicated she was not exerting herself fully, yet her speed remained respectable. Following the leading group was the majority of the class, comprising over 70 students who maintained a steady pace without much exertion. At their current speed, completing 100 laps within the hour posed little challenge. Bringing up the rear were a dozen students, including Hui Yuhao. In an attempt to catch up with his classmates, Hui Yuhao had started off at a swift pace. But after 20 laps, his stamina began to wane significantly. Not only was he at the back, but he also lagged behind considerably due to starting 5 minutes later than the others. As time approached the halfway mark, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of every student. Accelerate, with my position as the finish line. Just as she spoke, Wang Dong zipped past her, the first to complete 100 laps. After completing 100 laps at an astonishing speed, Wang Dong's handsome visage was tinged with a flush, and he slowed his pace, breathing heavily as he circled the grounds once more before finally coming to a halt. Gradually, other students began to finish their 100 laps, with only a quarter of an hour remaining until the hour was up. Upon stopping, Wang Dong's gaze quickly found its way to the last runner, Hui Yuhao, and a frown creased his brow as he muttered in disbelief. How could I possibly lose to him? But dwelling on that question seemed futile. Hui Yuhao's situation was becoming increasingly dire. At that moment, Qirong had also completed her laps and approached Wang Dong, her eyes following Hui Yuhao with concern. His pace had noticeably slowed from the beginning. His uniform was drenched in sweat, and strands of hair clung to his forehead as he gasped for breath. Zhou Yi stood quietly, her attention not on the students who had already completed the run, but rather on those still struggling. Among them, Hui Yuhao appeared the most fatigued. His sweat-soaked uniform was a testament to his struggle, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Qirong watched Hui Yuhao intently, and though she had finished, seeing him on the brink of exhaustion elicited empathy within her. Oh dear, this is so painful. Time raced by as Hui Yuhao forced himself to run 8 more laps. With only 5 minutes left until the hour concluded, 7 others had also yet to finish, but their remaining laps ranged from 3 to 5, and they were all pushing themselves to accelerate. There was still a glimmer of hope for them. However, Hui Yuhao still had a daunting 12 laps to go. Suddenly, a figure darted from Shrek Plaza and landed behind Hui Yuhao. In a matter of strides, he caught up to him, and with a flourish of butterfly wings, he enveloped Hui Yuhao, his hands slipping beneath Hui Yuhao's arms. With a powerful flap of his wings, he lifted Hui Yuhao off the ground. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, instinctively turning to see the handsome face of Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao, are you stunned? Hurry and channel your soul power to lighten your body, Wang Dong urged, as he accelerated, soaring around the Shrek Plaza with Hui Yuhao in tow. At the finish line, Qirong released her martial soul, a gentle golden light emanating from her hands, with flecks of silver streaming into Hui Yuhao's body, while a touch of golden light infused Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao needed to recover his soul power and physical capabilities, while Wang Dong required an increase in his own soul power to avoid faltering mid-flight. A flicker of surprise mingled with satisfaction crossed Zhou Yi's expression as she murmured to herself, "The radiant goddess butterfly? No, It must be the radiant dragon god butterfly, the most exquisite butterfly martial soul on the continent. Her gaze shifted to Qirong, who stood among the crowd, unleashing her soul skill. The celestial rare chrysanthemum, a transcendent martial soul, and at such a young age, already a three-ringed soul master. Excellent, splendid. At least you haven't all let me down. Wang Dong's flying speed was remarkable. 12 laps in 5 minutes was no longer an impossible feat with Qirong's assistance. The fear of running out of soul power dissipated, allowing Wang Dong to fly at full speed without worry. Upon completing their laps, Wang Dong gently set Hui Yuhao down and retracted his wings. Hui Yuhao gasped for air and gave him a thumbs up. Thank you, Hui Yuhao managed to say. Wang Dong paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement and reciprocating the gesture with a thumbs up of his own. A smile broke out on both their faces, dissipating any previous tensions in that moment, such as the essence of youth, the vibrancy of being young. Qirong, watching the scene unfold, felt a swell of emotion within her. Hui Yuhao then turned to her, still breathless and fragile. Little Rong, thank you as well. Oh, it's nothing much, Qirong replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in at the sincerity in Hui Yuhao's eyes. She quickly waved her hand and moved closer to Wang Dong's side. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's eyes were quite captivating. All the students finished their 100 laps within the allotted time, standing in a loose formation on the Shrek Plaza. Zhou Yi, with an impassive expression, addressed the students, her voice devoid of emotion. I will call out the names of those who should step forward. Cheng Cheng, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Sangun Tentian, Lin Zai, Zhu Jun, Dai Long, Dan Lang, Jun Xiapia. The named students stepped forward with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Zhou Yi continued. Her tone is flat as ever. You 9 may return to pack your belongings and leave the academy. From this moment on, you are no longer students of Shrek Academy. What? The 9 students, still weary from their recent exertion, were taken aback, while the others erupted in astonishment. Teacher, why? Questioned a tall boy named Tai Long. His face contorted with anger. Among those who had just completed the run, he was one of the first to finish. Qirong looked on in shock. Wow, a roommate. Zhou Yi's response was a chilling dismissal. Shrek Academy does not require students who resort to underhanded tactics. A student with strength but lacking a sound and upright mindset will only bring disaster rather than aid to any nation once trained. Tai Long, did you finish your 100 laps? Of course I did. Tai Long retorted defiantly. Zhou Yi smiled, though the expression held no warmth. Finished? If I recall correctly, at the beginning of the run, you leisurely completed 2 laps before I arrived at Shrek Plaza. You only began to catch up when the leaders had reached their 5th lap. Therefore, you didn't run 100 laps, but rather 97. I believe more than one person witnessed your slothfulness at the start. Tai Long's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated Zhou Yi, who had not been present at the beginning, to expose his lack of effort as if she had seen it with her own eyes. But even if I ran a few laps less, you can't just expel me. Zhou Yi skofu didisividi. I've already stated my reasons. You are unworthy of being a student at Shrek Academy. Pack your things and leave. Turning to the remaining students, she continued. Though I may have a temper, I always follow through on my words. The 9 of you I've named were all caught slacking during the run, failing to complete the 100 laps. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me to the academic office. But for now, you may leave. Teacher Zhou, I refuse to accept this, exclaimed another student named Lin Ziyu, angering at the unfairness. He didn't complete 100 laps either. He only managed it with help. Why isn't he being eliminated? He pointed accusingly at Hui Yuhao. Zhou Yi smiled, dissatisfied. His name is Hui Yuhao. If he hadn't completed 100 laps, he too would be among those expelled. I stand by my word. But he finished 100 laps. I never stated that assistance was prohibited. Wang Dong and Qirong helped him of their own volition. If someone wishes to help you during the run, they may. But did anyone help you? I do not consider the process, only the outcome. The result is that Hui Yuhao completed 100 laps, while you did not. Now leave, or I shall shatter your martial souls. Under Zhou Yi's formidable presence, the 9 named students slinked away, not to pack their belongings, but to storm to the academic office to lodge complaints. After all, it was merely the first day of school. How could they accept such an injustice? The expressions of the remaining students had drastically changed, their breaths held in reverence as they gazed at Zhou Yi, resembling a flock of quails in their timidity. Within the span of merely an hour, Zhou Yi had firmly established her absolute authority over Class 1 of this year. The principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey proved undeniably effective. They returned to their dormitories to change into appropriate attire before heading to the classroom. You have 15 minutes, she commanded, then turned and strode back to the teaching building with an air of cold detachment and effortless grace. This time, no one dared to dawdle. They dispersed with a thunderous rush, nearly sprinting towards their respective dorms. "This old woman is ruthless," Wang Dong remarked, hurrying back to the dormitory alongside Yu Rong and Hui Yuhao while venting his frustrations. Hui Yuhao, equally astonished by the severity of the situation, expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have." Wang Dong huffed, somewhat arrogantly retorting, "No need to thank me. If it weren't for our fight, you could have managed it on your own." Yu Rong chuckled, adding, "I didn't contribute much, at most just used my soul skills." The credit goes mainly to Wang Dong. I was quite surprised when Teacher Zhou included me. The trio swiftly returned to their dorms, changing their clothes with haste. Fortunately, there were 2 sets of uniforms. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss. They had essentially used their uniforms as sportswear. They changed quickly, not daring to slack off, and rapidly made their way back to the classroom. Although Zhou had allotted them 15 minutes, the slowest among them took less than 10. And soon all students were seated in the classroom, a collective sense of fear evident in their demeanor. This incident imparted a valuable lesson. Human potential is boundless, often unleashed under duress. Chapter 015, Class Monitor Experience Card. As the 15 minutes elapsed, Zhou entered the classroom punctually. Observing the presence of all 91 students, she nodded, seemingly satisfied with their promptness. "We shall commence our lesson now. Your performance in the earlier test has largely met my expectations. The majority of you successfully completed the running assessment. Hui Yuhao, please stand." "Yes, teacher," Hui Yuhao replied, rising with his back straightened. Zhou Yi's voice was icy as she instructed, "State your soul power level." "Yes," Hui Yuhao respectfully declared. "My soul power is at level 11. Upon hearing this, doubt flickered in the eyes of the students present. Wang Dong, particularly shocked, covered his eyes in disbelief. How humiliating to lose to someone with merely level 11 soul power. Yu Rong seemed to share the sentiment, stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking, much to Wang Dong's chagrin. "Indeed, Hui Yuhao's soul power is only level 11. I know you're all curious as to how he passed the Academy's assessment to become a freshman. I shall address this matter only once. No one is to inquire about it again until he is eliminated. He is a specially invited student and was not required to undergo the assessment upon entering the Academy. However, this is the sole exception for special invitees. Failure to complete the assigned academic tasks will still result in expulsion." "All right, Hui Yuhao, you may sit down." "Thank you, teacher," Hui Yuhao said, resuming his seat. Zhou seemed indifferent to the uproar her words had caused among the students. She turned to the blackboard and wrote 2 large characters, attack, defense. After finishing, she faced the students once more. "I understand that most of you are dissatisfied with my decision to make you run laps and the expulsion of 9 individuals. You merely suppress your feelings out of fear. I see no need to explain myself. Those with insight will understand in due time, while the obstinate may remain perplexed. Now, let's begin our lesson. The 2 words I have written on the board are familiar to you, attack, defense. In today's first lesson, I will enlighten you on the principles of offense and defense for Soul Masters. Historically, Soul Masters have been categorized into various systems based on their martial soul capabilities, including assault, agility, support, food, control, and defense systems. Some Soul Masters pursue extreme specialization in one direction, while others develop a balanced progression. The methods of cultivation are indeed diverse. Wang Dong, please respond. Among the various Soul Master systems, who excels in offense, and who should lean towards defense and support? Wang Dong, suddenly called upon, was jolted from his daydream. Standing up, he answered without hesitation. Naturally, the assault, agility, and control systems are more inclined towards offense, while the support, food, and defense systems are more suited for defense. Zhou bluntly critiqued, "Excellent, that is the answer of a fool." Yu Rong stifled another laugh, her shoulders shaking more vigorously. Wang Dong, momentarily stunned, attempted to continue. "Teacher Zhou, my answer." "Sit down," Zhou interrupted, waving her hand. A surge of soul power suppressing his words and returning him to his seat. Wang Dong appeared obedient yet helpless. "Yu Rong, your turn." Zhou Yi's piercing gaze landed on the laughing Yu Rong. "Since you find this so amusing, you must know the answer, do you not?" Yu Rong's smile faltered. "Oh no. Because support, food, and defense system Soul Masters can also possess offensive means?" A moment of reflection revealed that Wang Dong and Yu Rong had grown up together. If Wang Dong was unaware, Yu Rong would likely be equally oblivious. Thus, she could only hazard a guess. Zhou had not anticipated much. "Sit down and pay attention during the lesson. Had this been over 4,000 years ago, before the Sun-Moon continent ever encountered our Douluo continent, Wang Dong's answer would have been correct. However, in the present day, it was remarkably misguided. Hu Yuhao, enlighten me as to why. What Yuhao stood, because of soul guiding devices. Zhou Yi's serious demeanor softened slightly. You are not entirely foolish. It's no wonder you have become a special invitee. Indeed, the advent of soul guiding devices has blurred the lines between offense and defense, which is precisely the topic of today's lesson. Sit down. I trust you're all aware that over the past few thousand years, soul guiding devices have advanced rapidly. Initially, the Sun-Moon continent introduced more rare materials and the basic crafting methods for soul guiding devices. Through millennia of development, the craftsmanship of soul guiding devices has become increasingly refined, and their power has escalated dramatically. Consequently, even a food system soul master wielding a sufficiently potent soul guiding device can unleash an offensive capability rivaling that of a powerful assault system soul master, or even surpass it. Likewise, an agile assault system soul master equipped with a formidable defensive soul guiding device can temporarily fulfill the role of a defensive soul master. It can be said that the emergence of soul guiding devices has significantly altered the trajectory and current state of soul master cultivation. In reality, the efficacy of soul rings has diminished. With ample soul power, one can compensate for the capabilities of soul rings through soul guiding devices. This has led many to overlook the significance of soul rings, resulting in the present circumstance where all soul masters in the four great empires pursue soul power as their primary focus of cultivation. The blurring of offense and defense means that any member of a soul master team can act as an attacker. However, enhancing one's physical attributes is essential for maximizing survival on the battlefield. Unless one day soul guiding devices can evolve to completely replace the human body, physical training and the selection of soul rings will remain of utmost importance in your future cultivation endeavors. Over the next 3 months, my primary focus in training will be on your physical attributes, regardless of who you are or your background. If 3 months hence you fail to pass my assessment, then you shall be dismissed, much like the previous 9. That concludes this morning's lesson. I suggest you partake in a hearty meal at noon, followed by physical training this afternoon. Class dismissed. Hu Yuhao, please accompany me to my office. With that, Zhou Yi turned on her heel and exited without delay, even as the bell for the end of class had yet to ring. Qirong, absorbing Zhou Yi's words, fell into contemplation. The training of soul masters? Xiaorong, let's be on our way, Wang Dong said, noticing that most of their classmates had already departed. Qirong roused from her thoughts, replying, yes, Dong Dong. Let us return to our training. Curiosity piqued. She touched her chin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do you think my roommate will still be here? Your roommate? The one who was just expelled today, Tai Long? Wang Dong recalled. Indeed, Qirong exclaimed, playfully patting Wang Dong's shoulder and bouncing with evident cheer. Whatever the case, other classes have yet to be dismissed. Let us go eat. At the moment, the cafeteria was notably sparse. Qirong and Wang Dong leisurely finished their meal in the small garden by the sea god lake, just as students from other classes began to leave their classrooms. Qirong patted her slightly full belly and mused, for some reason, I feel a sense of superiority. Could this be the joy of leaving class early? Upon returning to the dormitory, Qirong discovered that the belongings of the other occupant had vanished entirely, as if they had never existed, a testament to remarkable efficiency. So, even reporting to the academic office is futile? She pondered aloud. Does this mean the dormitory is now solely mine? Splendid. Qirong was thoroughly pleased with this turn of events. In the afternoon, Qirong, Wang Dong, and Hu Yuhao set out from the dormitory towards the teaching building. Along the way, they encountered many familiar faces, indicating that not a single student from the new class dared to be tardy. As they walked, they engaged in lively conversation. Hu Yuhao recounted the details of his meeting with teacher Fan Yu that morning, as directed by teacher Zhou Yi. Wow, impressive, Yuhao, Qirong exclaimed. What? Your mental detection can be shared? Let me try. Wang Dong, with the exuberance typical of 11 and 12-year-olds, eagerly requested. Reluctantly, Hu Yuhao released his mental detection to allow Wang Dong to experience it as well. Moments later, Hu Yuhao suddenly staggered, gripping Wang Dong's arm tightly. He felt a significant drain on his soul power and mental energy. Hu Yuhao, what's wrong? Wang Dong quickly supported him, concern lacing his voice. Hu Yuhao's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, revealing a troubling frailty. Qirong sighed, noticing the chaos once more. She summoned her martial spirit to aid Hu Yuhao in restoring his soul power. Hu Yuhao's color improved considerably, regaining some vitality. Thank you, Xiaorong, he said. Yu Rong shook her head. No need for thanks. By the way, Wang Dong, when you look straight ahead, how far can my mental detection reach? Hui Yuhao inquired. After a brief moment of reflection, Wang Dong replied, I didn't pay much attention, but it seemed to extend about 50 or 60 meters. However, in other directions, the detection ceased. It only increased in the forward direction, nearly doubling. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao's spirits lifted. That is wonderful. It truly works, but the mental energy expenditure is rather excessive. As the trio engaged in playful banter, they arrived at the teaching building. With approximately 10 minutes until class commenced, the new class had gathered. The classroom was notably quiet, likely a result of their earlier intimidation by the homeroom teacher. They chose seats together, with Wang Dong in the center. When the class bell rang, Zhou Yi entered the room. All rise, gather in the square. Surprisingly, after this brief instruction, Zhou Yi turned and exited the room. Once the students swiftly congregated in the Shrek Square, they were met with the sight of a pile of iron chains that had appeared without their notice. Under Zhou Yi's command, the students lined up neatly. Yu Rong, Zhou Yi called out. Yes, Yu Rong responded, a shiver running down her spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhou Yi addressed the entire class. I have reviewed your entrance examination results, along with this morning's assessments. Thus far, Yu Rong has the highest cultivation among all of you. Therefore, I hereby declare him the class leader of the new students. This position is subject to change. Whoever possesses the ability to defeat him may usurp his role. Is that understood? Understood, the students replied. Several male students who prided themselves on their strength casting sharp glances at Yu Rong, eager to dethrone the notably charismatic leader. Meanwhile, the female students regarded Yu Rong with a more tender and eager gaze. Yu Rong shrank back behind Wang Dong, whispering Dong Dong. I feel this is not a good development. Wang Dong shot a disapproving look at the timid Yu Rong, who hardly embodied the demeanor of a class leader. Yu Rong had little interest in such authority. His greatest desire was to explore and enjoy life in all its facets, dismissing other human desires as trivial peculiarities. Yet, with teacher Zhou Yi's decree, there was no recourse. Zhou Yi gestured towards the iron chains before them. These are iron garments specifically designed to enhance your physical prowess. Each of you will don one. Once equipped, you shall begin running laps around the square. You will continue until the class bell rings. You may use your soul power, but not your soul skills. Your rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed. The last student will be expelled from the new class. I must emphasize once more, in my class, eliminations do not only occur during assessments, but can happen at any time. Today, we begin with 91 students, and by the end, there will be 90. With a deft motion, Zhou Yi produced an iron garment made entirely of heavy chains before Yu Rong, who hurriedly accepted it and donned the weighty attire. How heavy? He exclaimed, estimating it to weigh at least 30 pounds. Tears threatened to spring forth. Yet again, it was running laps. It is well known that assault-type soul masters possess the strongest physical constitutions. Yu Rong, not being an assault-type soul master, had no intention of pursuing that path. His physical condition could be described as moderate, neither strong nor weak. Wearing this iron garment would be manageable for a short duration, but prolonged exertion would likely prove challenging. Yu Rong's thoughts mirrored those of many others in the group. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the air, icy and resolute. I am aware that many of you wish to argue that this is unfair, given the inherent physical differences between males and females, and among weapon spirit masters, beast spirit masters, and battle spirit masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Consider this, on the battlefield. Would the enemy spare you simply because you are female or a weapon spirit master? Now, commence running laps. With no room for dissent, Yu Rong was the first to begin his run. Following closely behind were Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao. Yu Rong maintained a moderate pace, roughly in line with the average speed of the students. Teacher Zhou had specifically mandated that only soul power be utilized, prohibiting the use of soul skills. Consequently, Yu Rong was unable to employ his first soul skill, which would have allowed him to recover soul power and heal his body. However, Teacher Zhou had also made it clear that they were to endure until the class bell rang. Yu Rong possessed a keen awareness of his own physical capabilities. He understood that if he pushed himself too hard, he would not last until the end of class. Wang Dong, on the other hand, was quite different. He surged ahead, leading the pack, excelling in both martial spirit and soul power, making him one of the top performers among the students. Despite the weight of his iron attire, his speed remained remarkably unaffected. Moreover, even though Yu Rong and Wang Dong shared a close friendship, he felt a burning determination within him. Several male students who had aimed to compete with Yu Rong also dashed forward, trailing closely behind. By the time Yu Rong completed the 12th lap, Wang Dong, who was in the lead, had already lapped him by more than a lap. Initially running at an average speed, Qirong had now joined the front echelon. As those ahead began to slow, the longer the run continued, the more evident the effects of the iron attire became. Even Wang Dong was now slick with sweat. The male students who had once trailed behind him were now falling behind, some even being overtaken by those from the back. Drops of sweat began to dampen the track beneath them. After more than half an hour, a weaker female student suddenly collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Just then, Wang Dong passed by her side and swiftly helped her to her feet, inquiring with his eyes. The female student shook her head, sitting down on the ground, utterly unwilling to rise again. She was so exhausted that she could hardly speak. With the first fall, the second soon followed. Perhaps it was due to Hui Yuhao's steady presence at the back. The students, despite their strenuous efforts, ultimately lacked the willpower to continue. By the end of the hour, at least half the students had succumbed to exhaustion. Teacher Zhou stood impassively, her expression unchanging, offering no encouragement to continue. Qirong possessed a slight advantage in soul power over the others, but after such prolonged exertion, his reserves were nearly depleted, leaving him to bear the weight of the iron attire solely with his body, a daunting task indeed. His legs began to tremble, his gait resembling an unsteady S-curve as he staggered forward. His labored breathing echoed heavily in the air. Sweat poured down his face, soaking his school uniform, each breath igniting a painful sensation within him. At that moment, the only thought occupying Qirong's mind was the realization that his uniform was ruined. He had no spare clothes left, and the ones from the morning had yet to be washed. Wang Dong passed by Qirong once more. "Little Rong, if you're struggling, perhaps you should take a break?" Wang Dong was acutely aware of Qirong's physical condition, although he had lapped the others by a wide margin. His own body was nearing its limits, not to mention Qirong's. Qirong could no longer articulate a response, merely shaking his head to signal that Wang Dong need not concern himself with him. He continued to move at a pace akin to an elderly man taking a leisurely stroll around the playground. Qirong felt a profound sense of resignation. He would not stop, for that would be the greatest disrespect to this class. An hour and a half had passed, and the time until the class bell rang grew ever closer. Only 9 students remained on the outer track of the Shrek Square, including Qirong, Wang Dong, and surprisingly, Hui Yuhao, who had been at the back from the very beginning. How painfully arduous was Qirong's final thought before losing consciousness. With a stumble, he fell, narrowly avoiding a faceplant. As he collapsed, 2 other students followed suit, their falls resembling a cascade of dominoes. One of them inadvertently bumped into Wang Dong as he passed, causing Wang Dong to falter and fall as well. Ultimately, only Hui Yuhao remained upright, albeit unsteadily, his pace barely faster than a walk. Yet he persisted while all others had succumbed. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Wang Dong was the first to rush to Hui Yuhao's side, trailing behind him this time without overtaking. Qirong gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, dragging his leaden legs to follow. Gradually, a 3rd and 4th student joined, and soon the entire class of newcomers gritted their teeth, lifting their stiffened legs, and staggered back onto the track. Finally, the class bell rang. The sound was deafening, akin to a cascade of falling dominoes, as the sharp chime echoed, incapacitating a multitude of students. The clash of iron attire against the ground created a cacophony, as the fallen newcomers stirred up a cloud of dust. Hui Yuhao, who had been leading, collapsed directly to the ground, with Wang Dong immediately grasping him to prevent a hard fall, resulting in both tumbling together. Qirong fell atop them as well. "Soft landing. How comforting," Wang Dong gasped, marveling at the inexplicable strength that had enabled them to endure until now. "You, a soul master with merely 10 years of soul rings, have managed to outlast me. A powerful attack-type soul master. Truly a marvel." Qirong lay atop them, devoid of any desire to speak, reduced to a lifeless state. He lacked the energy even to release his soul power. Teacher Zhou inhaled deeply, gesturing towards the distance. A man clad in white appeared gracefully, seemingly gliding to her side with just a few light steps. After acknowledging her with a nod, he turned towards the students. Circles of radiant soul rings ascended from his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, totaling an impressive 7. Raising his hands, a gentle green aura began to blossom from his palms, and as the 7th soul ring flickered with dark light, he transformed, vanishing in an instant. Green leaves sprouted wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the formidable presence of the 7 rings manifested as a towering tree. As a gentle breeze stirred, a flurry of emerald leaves cascaded from the expansive canopy, precisely 91 leaves, gracefully landing upon the 91 students. Each one felt a wave of soothing coolness wash over them, instantly alleviating their aching muscles and the wounds inflicted by their iron attire, all healing at an astonishing rate. Even their stamina began to gradually revive, though their soul power remained void, unaffected by the verdant leaves. The tree of life, Qirong silently mused. Such a comforting sensation. As the verdant light swirled, the towering tree rapidly retracted, transforming back into the white-clad man, who nodded respectfully to Teacher Zhou. In return, she bowed in deference. The man departed as silently as he had arrived, not having exchanged a single word with Teacher Zhou throughout. Observing the students rising to their feet, Teacher Zhou remarked, "I must say, you have presented me with a surprising outcome. Today, no one shall be eliminated." She continued, "You should extend your gratitude to Huiyu Hao. I had prepared a punishment for you. The task I assigned required you to keep running until the class bell rang before counting the laps. However, with the exception of Huiyu Hao, none of you managed to run the entire distance. Nevertheless, considering that you were able to ignite a spark of tenacity under his influence, I shall refrain from imposing any punishment." Qirong stepped forward. Zhou Yi remarked coolly as the class monitor, "You have only looked out for yourself and failed to exemplify a commendable leadership role. Henceforth, I am stripping you of your position, which will be passed on to Huiyu Hao. Until the next physical education class, Huiyu Hao shall be the class monitor. Should anyone wish to challenge him, given your status as a support soul master, Wang Dong will take over the match." Qirong seemed on the verge of voicing her thoughts, but ultimately held her tongue, simply responding, "Yes, teacher." Relieved of her duties as class monitor, she felt a surge of joy, albeit puzzled by the designation of a support soul master. Wang Dong, too, appeared momentarily taken aback by Zhou Yi's words, evidently sharing Qirong's sentiment, suggesting a misunderstanding regarding Qirong's supportive role. Zhou Yi's voice turned icy. "What? Do you have any objections?" Wang Dong quickly regained his composure, vigorously shaking his head. "No, Teacher Zhou, I wholeheartedly accept your decision." He refrained from elaborating, secretly anticipating how Teacher Zhou would widen her eyes in astonishment at Qirong's performance. Zhou Yi nodded approvingly, declaring, "Dismissed. Everyone, take your iron uniforms back. Tomorrow, other teachers will conduct theoretical lessons. I advise you to meditate thoroughly and digest the significance and improvements from today's physical training. My class resumes the day after tomorrow. By then, I expect not to see any more incompetence." "Understood." The students chorused in response, yet instead of dispersing, they collectively surged towards Huiyu Hao, lifting him high into the air. Thanks to Huiyu Hao, no one faced elimination that afternoon. Through his own merit, he earned the respect and recognition of all the students in the new first class. Qirong, the former class monitor, felt a twinge of melancholy. "Hey, just kidding." Chapter 16, Grilled Fish. Grilled fish. Both Qirong and Wang Dong exclaimed in astonishment. "Huiyu Hao, you can grill fish too?" Qirong observed Huiyu Hao, who appeared somewhat bashful, circling around him as if he were a rare specimen, marveling at his domestic prowess and culinary skills, pondering what an exceptional man he was. "Hee. It's not that impressive." Huiyu Hao scratched his head, feeling a touch self-conscious under the praise. "Tonight, with your opening, Wang Dong and I will come to support you. How's that sound?" Qirong draped her arm around Wang Dong's shoulder, though it required more effort than before, likely due to Wang Dong having grown a bit taller. She patted her purse, assuring him, "Don't worry, the money will be in order. By the way, where do you plan to sell the grilled fish?" Wang Dong inquired, getting to the crux of the matter. "I've arranged with Teacher Tanya to sell at the school gate. The entrance to Shrek Academy is also the eastern gate of Shrek City, where numerous vendors gather. I've heard many seniors also conduct business there. It's quite lively." "Good thinking. Huiyu Hao, you've covered all bases." Wang Dong stroked his chin, impressed. "Actually, this was all set up by Teacher Tanya." Huiyu Hao expressed his gratitude. "By the way, I haven't T asked, who is Teacher Tanya?" Wang Dong questioned. "Her full name is Tanya. She is a senior at Shrek Academy." Huiyu Hao didn't T elaborate, knowing they would naturally meet her at the eastern gate. As the trio playfully bantered, they arrived at Shrek's eastern gate. With no more students enrolling, the area outside the gate was indeed bustling with various vendors. The array of goods was dazzling, with food stalls being the most prevalent, their calls echoing around them. Qirong had noticed this vibrant scene upon enrollment, but had never taken the time to explore. What a paradise on earth. "Xiaoyu Hao, over here," a girl-esque voice called out to Huiyu Hao, belonging to a youthful maiden who appeared around 14 or 15 years old. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail. Her phoenix eyes were large and expressive, and her elegantly pointed nose complemented her nearly flawless oval face. which radiated with joy as she waved at Hui Yuhao. She was undoubtedly the Tanya that Hui Yuhao had mentioned. Tanya, evidently impatient, had set up her stall not far from the city gate, even encroaching slightly onto the main road, having prepared everything well in advance. She had commissioned a craftsman to create a metallic grill, along with a rack, various seasonings, and freshly caught, clean fish. To accommodate these items, she had even procured a small table. It was indeed a remarkably thoughtful setup. What is this? As Hui Yuhao and his companions approached, Tanya noticed the two individuals trailing behind him and inquired. These are my classmates, Yu Rong and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao introduced them to Tanya. This is the Tanya I mentioned earlier. Hui Yuhao continued, presenting her to Yu Rong and Wang Dong. What a lovely little beauty, Tanya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with interest. Xiao Yuhao, how about you do some work to bring them into our Tang sect? Her tone was playful, devoid of any offense. Upon hearing the name of the Tang sect, Wang Dong was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "The Tang sect? You are from the Tang sect?" Tanya nodded repeatedly, smiling as a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Yes, it's just the three of us left in the Tang sect now. I'm the current leader. Surprised. Aren't you? Come, the Tang sect welcomes you. Tanya had merely spoken without much expectation, despite her carefree demeanor. Anyone who underestimated her would soon find themselves at a disadvantage. She had already discerned the extraordinary potential in Wang Dong and Yu Rong, noting their refined essence and solid spirit power. Their cultivation levels were undoubtedly above Hui Yuhao's, and she even sensed a subtle threat from Yu Rong, who was but a junior. After all, she was a soul master of the third ring. This indicated the immense potential of the two, far beyond ordinary individuals. There was no harm in asking. If luck were to favor her, it would be a tremendous gain. However, to Tang Yu's astonishment, after a brief moment of surprise, Wang Dong nodded earnestly and declared, "All right, I've long heard of the wonders of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Sect leader, I wish to join the Tang sect. Please accept me." Yu Rong, overhearing Wang Dong's words, felt her pupils constrict in shock. How could he be so straightforward? This was their first meeting. She had heard numerous stories about the Tang sect and its former glory, but wasn't he already in decline? How could so many still be aware of it? Furthermore, why was Wang Dong so quick to express his desire to join? Internally, Yu Rong was screaming in disbelief. Upon hearing Wang Dong's response, Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the sun had truly risen in the west? Or was she still dreaming? This was completely unexpected. She had merely asked casually, harboring no real hope. Huh, you genuinely wish to join our Tang sect? But we only have 3 members left. Tang Yu extended 3 fingers, emphasizing that Wang Dong should not underestimate the current strength of the Tang sect. Her gaze towards Wang Dong was filled with confusion, but deeper within lay an undeniable excitement. Wang Dong nodded seriously, stating, "I wish to join the Tang sect and learn about hidden weapons." Tang Yu's expression grew serious, realizing that Wang Dong was not speaking lightly. However, she did not give her answer on the spot, merely stating, "I will consider this matter and let Yu Hao convey my response later." With that, she added, "All right. My task is complete. Now it is your turn, Yu Hao. I shall go buy something else to eat. Remember, there are 2 fish among these. You can sell them for 5 copper coins each. In the future, if you need to purchase materials, just approach Antland in your cafeteria." Tang Yu deftly shifted the topic, stretching her somewhat stiff body before dashing away. "I'm off to find something to eat." At that moment, Yu Rong had intended to say something, but before she could, Tang Yu flitted away like a graceful butterfly. "Well then, Yu Hao, let us also venture to the market and return shortly." Wang Dong grasped Yu Rong's hand, drawing her into the throng of people. "Be sure to save us 2 grilled fish." "Certainly, I shan't forget." Well, Yu Hao sighed helplessly as he watched the 2 exuberantly scamper into the distance, and then began his preparations for the grilled fish business of the day. Once out of Yu Hao's sight, the pace of the 2 slowed. Wang Dong held Yu Rong's hand less tightly now, yet still maintained his grip. Having known each other for many years, they could sense each other's thoughts to some extent. "Dong Dong, what is wrong? Why do you seem so off?" Yu Rong gently squeezed Wang Dong's hand in a silent gesture of comfort. Wang Dong, his gaze lowered, concealed his true emotions, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the term Tang Min, yet unable to place it. Furthermore, the news of Tang Min's decline ignited within him an anger he could not articulate, its origins eluding him. "Dong Dong, I'm worried. Is something wrong with your head?" Yu Rong expressed her concern. "I apologize, Xiao Rong," Wang Dong replied firmly. "I am determined to join Tang Min." He continued, "But do not consider me impulsive, nor allow my decisions to sway yours. All right, let us wander a bit before heading back. Yuhao's grilled fish awaits us. Wang Dong quickly regained his spirits, eager to make a good impression on this first day of business. It was still summer, and the evening in Shrek City was vibrant. A gentle breeze carrying the delightful aromas of various foods. Hey, Xiaorong, look over there. That seems delicious, Wang Dong exclaimed, pointing to a stall with sparkling signage and a crowd of eager patrons, indicating a thriving business. Just as he turned back, he noticed his hand was empty. The little hand that should have been clasped in his was missing, and the child who should have trailed behind was nowhere to be found. Xiaorong, where are you? How could you have vanished in such a crowd? Wang Dong stood frozen, feeling isolated amidst the bustling street, and hurriedly turned to search. Little did he know, the child named Yurong had already succumbed to the temptations of the food stall, having released Wang Dong's hand to squat in front of one of the vendors. The steaming, round dumplings exuded a tantalizing aroma, coated in a rich, sweet sauce, and topped with delicate shavings of seaweed, sesame seeds, and quivering flakes of bonito, enticing her with their allure. It beckons to me, Yurong declared, wholly oblivious to Wang Dong's absence. Excuse me, ma'am, what is this? Yurong asked, employing her natural charm as she gazed up at the vendor. These are takoyaki, the vendor replied with a smile. Would the handsome young man care for a serving? I can add extra bonito flakes for you. Then I will have 2 large servings of takoyaki, Yurong decisively ordered. Certainly. The vendor appreciated the boy's enthusiasm and good looks. After a brief wait, Yurong finally received her eagerly anticipated takoyaki. Yum, she exclaimed, biting into the hot, freshly made dumpling, the warmth enveloping her. The chewy pieces of octopus nestled within enhanced the already rich texture, creating a delightful experience. Despite the heat, it was utterly delectable. Yurong's refined features drew the attention of those around her, and soon, seeing her relish the dish, others found their appetites stirred. Vendor, I would like a serving. Me too. The once quiet stall suddenly burst into a flurry of activity. As the crowd thickened, Yurong began to sense something amiss. The area was becoming increasingly congested, and she realized she might be trapped. Oh no, how careless of me. Just then, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent, reminiscent of a past encounter. Warm like sunlight, as refreshing as the purest sunlight amidst chaos. Yet, she could not recall where she had sensed it before or who it belonged to. For now, her priority was to navigate through the throng. When Yurong finally managed to escape the crowd, the scent had faded. I wish I could have seen who that was. She felt a twinge of regret. Yu Xiaorong. After a lengthy search, Wang Dong finally spotted Yurong, who had just emerged from the crowd, her demeanor a mixture of panic and excitement. Where have you been? When there are so many people, you mustn't wander off. Do you understand how worried I was? Dong, I'm here. I found takoyaki. It's incredibly delicious, Yurong exclaimed, showcasing the large serving in her hand. The other portion, however, had already disappeared into her stomach. Wang Dong looked at her, speechless, his silence serving as the best form of response. The two began walking back towards Hua Yuhao's stall, only to discover it was surrounded by eager customers. Wow, Yuhao's grilled fish stall is doing so well. Yurong marveled from the back of the crowd. She had initially feared that Yuhao might not attract any customers today and had hoped to rescue him from a lack of business. But it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Before long, they heard Yuhao explaining that the quantity of grilled fish was limited, and soon the crowd began to thin. This allowed the 2 little friends, who had been unable to squeeze in, to approach the stall more closely. Tanya, you're here too. Wang Dong noticed Tang, yet already taken her place by the grill, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the grilled fish as if they were rare treasures. Oh, you all have arrived. Come quickly. These are our grilled fish. Tanya eagerly pointed at the 4 fish sizzling on the grill. At that moment, the students who had previously crowded around Hua Yuhao's stall suddenly parted, making way for a group of girls advancing towards the grill, exuding an air of confidence. Leading them was an exceptionally beautiful girl, her long golden hair cascading in waves down her back, skin as pale as snow, and eyes resembling crystal clear water, radiating an elegant and refined aura. Though Yurong also possessed golden features, this older girl's grace was far more striking, making Yurong appear almost childlike by comparison. Yurong's eyes sparkled with wonder. Beautiful sister. Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for? The beautiful older sister inquired softly, her voice gentle and soothing. Senior, it's 5 copper soul coins for one, Hui Yuhao replied, momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a stunning beauty before, leaving him somewhat dazed. The beauty frowned slightly, appearing to be knowledgeable. That seems a bit steep. Considering the cost and your preparation, 3 copper soul coins would be more reasonable. and you'd still make a profit. Hui Yuhao was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by this unexpected scenario. Qirong, listening in, was puzzled. Wasn't 5 copper soul coins rather inexpensive? Why would it be considered expensive? I'm afraid my grilled fish is fixed at that price, and I've already sold out for today. Hui Yuhao managed to smile as he spoke. The price was set by Tanya, and he was reluctant to alter it, especially since this income was crucial for him. The beauty paused, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was merely doing some quick calculations. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely give it a try. Hey, Yin-Yang, did you just ignore me? Tanya exclaimed, sensing the awkward atmosphere and quickly attempting to lighten it. I can't believe you pretended not to see me. Tanya's tone was laced with exaggerated surprise, clearly intended to be playful, and it made her seem quite distressed. Xiaoya, you're here too? Jiang Nan only noticed her roommate's presence when Tanya spoke up. She genuinely hadn't seen her. It was understandable that Jiang Nan missed her, as Tanya was crouched beside the grill, making it difficult to spot her unless one deliberately looked down. Indeed, this is my dear disciple, a freshman at Shrek Academy this year. Tanya stood up, towering over Hui Yuhao, and patted his shoulder. This grilled fish is what my little disciple has been working hard to earn his keep. 5 copper soul coins is hardly excessive. It's worth every coin. His grilling skills are absolutely commendable. Tanya praised Hui Yuhao's culinary talent, indicating that the fish must be truly delectable. Regrettably, the grilled fish was indeed sold out today. Otherwise, given their relationship, she would have surely set aside a couple for her. Tomorrow, I'll make sure to bring you along, Tanya added wistfully. Jiang Nan bore no ill intentions. Her earlier bargaining was merely an instinctive reaction. Moreover, considering that Hui Yuhao was her roommate's disciple, she had no reason to harbor any negativity. That sounds good. I'll join you tomorrow. Jiang Nan started to respond, but was abruptly interrupted. Kid, you dare not sell to me? A low, thunderous voice boomed, immediately followed by a flicker of golden light shooting towards Hui Yuhao's stall. Before Qirong could comprehend the unfolding situation, she witnessed a golden coin embedding itself into the grill. A figure then strode forward, swiftly bypassing Jiang Nan to reach Hui Yuhao's stall, extending a hand to seize the 4 grilled fish from the grill. Hui Yuhao, quick on his feet, snatched the fish away and stepped back, thwarting the intruder's attempt. Su Sanshi, what is the meaning of this? Stop, Tanya shouted at the young man clad in black before her. Oof. The newcomer is not here for friendly exchanges. Su Sanshi retorted, disregarding Tanya's admonition as he charged towards Hui Yuhao, his eyes fixated solely on the grilled fish. Stop. A figure darted from the crowd like a bolt of lightning, aiming a palm directly at the black-clad youth. At that moment, Su Sanshi was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Hui Yuhao's fish, raising his right hand defensively to block the incoming strike. The clash of palms sent silent waves of soul power rippling through the air. Both combatants staggered back a step, neither gaining the upper hand. Su Sanshi, that was rather dishonorable of you. Why are you stealing my little disciple's grilled fish? Have you gone too far? The newcomer was a youth of similar age to Su Sanshi, tall and slender, with deep blue hair that shimmered like gemstones under the neon night sky of Shrek City. Though young, he exuded an air of sophistication, his handsome face adorned with a lazy smile, which made him appear quite composed even at this moment. He was none other than Bei, the esteemed senior of Tang's sect. Su Sanshi was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Hui Yuhao. He is your disciple? Bye-bye attracted Hai es prévu smile, nodding solemnly. Su Sanshi, are you only half listening? Tanya clearly explained this just now. She remarked incredulously, observing his impulsive demeanor. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Su Sanshi huffed. So what if he is? If he disrespects Jiang Nan, he's disrespecting me too. It's just 2 grilled fish. I've already paid. Tanya was furious, slamming her palm down on the unlit side of the grill. What do you mean you've paid? Isn't that the same as robbery? I already said they're sold out. Those were meant for us. Tanya, don't think that just because Bei is here, I won't do anything to you, Su Sanshi retorted, though his voice had softened considerably. Tanya scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at him. You think I need Bei to protect me? Su Sanshi, do you still not comprehend the situation? Tanya moved beside Jiang Nan, wrapping her arm around her, her confidence bolstered by the presence of her beautiful companion. You should mind your own business. I have Nan by my side. What do you have? Su Sanshi found himself at a loss for words, especially since Jiang Nan had been glaring at him with evident disdain for quite some time since his arrival. Bei, initially maintaining a serious expression, felt his muscles twitch at Tanya's provocations. Her words were undeniably compelling and difficult to counter. And you should mind your own business regarding Nan. Did she ask for your input? Tanya continued to needle Su Sanshi. Jiang Nan wholeheartedly agreed with Tanya, nodding slightly in affirmation while remaining silent, as she had no desire to engage in conversation with Su Sanshi. Tanya, I challenge you to a duel. Su Sanshi erupted, losing all semblance of composure. Losing face in front of Jiang Nan was more unbearable than death itself, yet he was somewhat accustomed to such humiliation, as it happened every few days. All right, Su Sanshi, are you looking to stroll through the battle arena with me again? Bye-bye remarked with exasperation, astonished that Su Sanshi would fall for Tanya's bait so easily. After years of familiarity, Bei understood Tanya's temperament all too well. The number of times she had tricked him was too numerous to count. If that's the case, then let us go. It's been a while since we last sparred, Su Sanshi scoffed, having missed out on the grilled fish and unwilling to lose any more face. With that, the two made their way toward the battle arena. Before departing, Bei, whether intentionally or not, glanced back at Qirong, their eyes meeting. Qirong had been watching the two, enjoying the unfolding drama. Following the recent altercation, she recognized the familiar warmth emanating from the youth named Bei. Feeling a sense of curiosity as her large eyes remained fixed on him, though she had not anticipated he would turn to look back. In that brief moment of eye contact, a hint of awkwardness lingered, albeit it was solely Qirong's own. Yet, this did not faze the young girl. She smiled at the deep, blue-haired youth, her eyes curving into crescent moons once more. Time seemed to overlap, transporting us back 5 years. Although the individual with the surname Moon remains oblivious at present, the elder youth had already spotted the little one with the pale golden locks, who had hurriedly departed 5 years prior, near a takoyaki stall. Fate would ensure their reunion. Look, is not destiny presenting itself now? The young man smiled with even greater tenderness. Chapter 017, Soul Duel. The gaze shared between Qirong and Bei did not linger for long. Merely a fleeting few seconds unnoticed by many. Of course, this did not include Hui Yuhao, whose soul, martial soul, granted him unparalleled observational prowess, nor Wang Dong, who held a keen interest in Qirong. Wang Dong expressed his curiosity, "Little Rong, do you know that senior named Bei?" To which Qirong replied with conviction, "I don't know him." Meanwhile, Bei, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, stumbled slightly at her response, thinking she had recognized him. What a miscalculation, he mused, realizing he had overestimated his significance. Xuzanshi, Volking closely behind Bei, noticed a slight falter and raised an eyebrow. "Since when did you become so unsteady on your feet? Are you still up for a match with me?" His tone was laced with provocation, clearly inviting a challenge. Bei inhaled deeply. "Very well, Su Sanshi, you've walked right into the line of fire. Let us head to the Soul Duel area, and you'll soon find out." At that moment, Su Sanshi also regained his composure, straightening his posture and placing his hand on Bei's shoulder in a bid to retaliate. "Let us not speak too soon, Junior." The two locked eyes, an electric tension crackling between them, even as they made their way toward the Soul Duel area at a brisk pace. The atmosphere was thick with competition. However, from their perspective, they were as familiar as old friends, fully aware of each other's temperaments. Su Sanshi shot a glare at Jiang Nan, who had followed them to the Soul Duel area, signaling, "This time, understand? As brothers, let me win in style. It's not every day Nan comes to see me duel." Bei smiled even more gently. "I don't understand. She is here to see you make a fool of yourself. Besides, today, it is I who shall be the one to shine." Meanwhile, Tanya and Jiang Nan were enlightening 3 first-year students about the nuances of the Soul Duel. Teacher Tang was indeed exemplary in her explanations. The Soul Duel area, a vital section of Shrek Academy, is situated in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, near Shrek City. Within this arena, various competitions can be held, overseen by dedicated instructors who serve as referees, ensuring fair play and offering medical assistance when necessary. Of course, all this comes at a cost. Participating in a soul duel requires both parties to pay a minimum of 10 gold soul coins as a venue fee. Victors in the arena also earn academic credits, providing additional points during grade assessments. 10 gold soul coins. How exorbitant! Hui Yuhao lamented. While it was indeed a substantial sum, Jiang Nan added that the venue fee also encompassed the referee's remuneration, essential should the sparring become too intense. Furthermore, once students reach the 4th grade, accumulating dual credits becomes imperative for advancement. For instance, to move from 4th to 5th grade, one must have at least 10 victories in the Soul Duel arena against peers. The requirements only escalate from there, with those in 6th grade aspiring to enter the inner academy needing even more dual credits. At this point, Tanya affectionately tousled Qirong's soft golden hair, remarking, "For now, these matters may seem distant. Focus on achieving an excellent performance in the freshman assessment." Attending the Soul Duel also necessitates a ticket, but in comparison to the 10 gold soul coins required for participation, the price of a silver soul coin is quite reasonable. Jiang Nannan glanced at Tanya, indicating her intention to cover the ticket cost, but Tanya shook her head, urging her to keep her silver coin. With a sigh, Jiang Nannan acquiesced, but still insisted on paying her share. Tanya contributed 4 silver coins, ushering the 3 first years into the Soul Duel area. The arena was hexagonal, roughly the same size as Shrek Square, with a vast central space designated for student competitions, surrounded by tiered seating capable of accommodating around 3,000 spectators. Recognizing that these first years were not yet familiar with the rules of the arena, Tanya continued her explanation. The Soul Duel area opens after school until just before midnight. Aspiring duelists must first pay and register. If the competitors are renowned within the academy, the school will broadcast the match through soul-guiding amplifiers across the dormitory areas, attracting a larger audience. The academy retains half of the ticket proceeds, while the other half goes to the victor. For instance, your senior Bei Bei and Su Sanshur are quite prominent figures in the outer academy, both hailed as geniuses. Today, we can expect attendance to surpass 500. Bei Bei had already earned a considerable sum from his matches. Moreover, Su Sanshur, being a 5th year, posed a formidable challenge for Bei Bei, who had only just advanced to 4th grade, thus qualifying as an underdog challenge. Tanya gestured to the 3 first years, indicating if Su Sanshur loses, he will have to pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. Wang Dong, for reasons unbeknownst to him, became particularly intrigued by the senior, named Bei Bei, inquiring, "Genius? What kind of genius?" Tanya sighed, a mix of envy and playful bitterness evident in her tone. Bei Bei is a 4th-year student at Shrek Academy and my disciple at Tang Sect. He possesses the premier Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul and is exceptionally gifted, having broken through to the 3rd Ring Soul Master at just 14, now aiming for the 4th Ring Soul Sect. He is undeniably one of the strongest in our outer academy. At that moment, a group of girls nearby erupted into fervent discussion about Bei Bei. Bei Bei is Zulhan Soma. I heard he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, despite the numerous outer academy sisters professing their love for him, all of which he has turned down. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a great personality and is quite popular at Shrek Academy. By the way, I even heard that some inner academy sisters have a crush on him. Everyone says that within 2 years, he will surely enter the inner academy. The 5 friends stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the commotion. As they engaged in conversation, Bei Bei had already stepped onto the Soul Duel stage. The moment he appeared, students in the audience began shouting his name, Thunderous Bei Bei, complete with an affectionate moniker. Bei Bei smiled and waved to the onlookers, his gaze scanning the stands. Tanya stood up and waved back. Despite the distance, he spotted her and gestured with his hands, communicating silently. They shared a rapport as old friends, and Tanya quickly reciprocated with gestures of her own before taking her seat once more. Upon sitting down, Tanya began whispering with Hui Yuhao. After a while, she raised her right hand and signaled to Bei Bei, who nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Rong and Wang Dong were engrossed in their own conversation. Oblivious to the exchange between Tanya and Bei Bei, Yu Rong tentatively approached the enchanting elder sister Jiang Nannan, for who could resist the allure of such beauty? Jiang Nannan's demeanor towards these youngsters was remarkably more amiable than her treatment of Su Sanshur. Her smile radiated warmth and authenticity, and she was even amused enough by Yu Rong's antics to cover her mouth and giggle. Yu Rong beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Hooray! Elder sister, let's South get close." Returning attention to the arena, Bei Bei and Su Sanshur officially entered the fray, each preparing themselves with solemn expressions, the air thick with an unmistakable tension. This palpable atmosphere was more keenly felt by the spectators than by the competitors themselves. The referee stepped into the center of the arena and declared with gravitas, Fos Gada Bai Bai challenges 5th Gada Su Sanshi. Should Su Sanshur lose, he must pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. The terms of your wager have already been privately agreed upon. Are you both prepared? Both Bei Bei and Su Sanshur nodded in unison. As the match commenced, the referee swiftly retreated. At the same moment, both competitors unleashed their martial souls. The previously lively soul fighting area fell into a hushed silence. All eyes riveted upon the 2 combatants. They positioned themselves on opposite sides of the arena. Bei Bei was enveloped in a dazzling blue electric aura, which surged forth as his right arm expanded dramatically. The blue light shimmered, intertwined with hints of golden radiance. signaling the manifestation of Bei Bei's martial soul, a potent dragon lineage that exuded an overwhelming presence, felt even in the spectator stands. Qirong gazed at the intertwining blue and gold lights, a sense of familiarity washing over him once more. Yet it was not merely recognition. More significantly, he felt his own martial soul responding in kind. This resonance intensified as Bei Bei summoned his martial spirit. Fixating on Bei Bei, Qirong murmured, "The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It cannot be." Scenes flickered through his mind, but before he could delve deeper, the taut atmosphere of the arena seized all his attention, leaving no room for further contemplation. On the opposing side, Su Sanshi remained undeterred, his physique swelling to fill his uniform as he summoned a massive tortoise-shell shield in his right hand. The two competitors cautiously circled each other, their piercing gazes locked, their respective soul powers, blue and black, rising distinctly within the arena. The gentle demeanor Bei Bei had previously exuded transformed into a fierce intensity, while Su Sanshi exhibited a newfound steadiness akin to a mountain. Both were third-ring soul masters, boasting optimal soul ring configurations of yellow and purple. The outcome of this duel was far from certain. Initially, they remained in an impasse, probing each other as they drew closer. However, the equilibrium was swiftly shattered when Su Sanshi edged closer to the stands occupied by Hu Yuhao and the others. Suddenly, Bai only sit at Tundle shoot, launching himself like a blue bolt of lightning towards Su Sanshi. He leaped, closing the distance to about 5 meters, and brought his scaled right arm crashing downward upon Su Sanshi, the dragon claw enveloped in swirling blue and purple electricity, poised to unleash a soul skill at any moment. Unfazed, Su Sanshi took a half step back with his left foot, crouching slightly, and raised his heavy shield to protect himself entirely. In tandem, dark soul power surged from the tortoise-shell shield, forming a shadowy dome that enveloped him securely. The impact of Bei Bei's claw struck fiercely against the robust black shield, causing both competitors to tremble. Bei Bei staggered and descended to the ground, while Su Sanshi slid backward by a meter. At that moment, the first of Su Sanshi's 3 soul rings, an aged yellow, illuminated, amplifying the black aura emanating from his shield. A formidable black halo rapidly expanded from the shield, covering a substantial area, resembling a vast force field pushing outward, accompanied by a resonant rumble. Just as Su Sanshi activated his first soul skill, Bei Bei's second and third soul rings sprang to life. The third soul ring, a 1,000-year tear, shone brilliantly, and a deep rumble erupted from Bei Bei, enveloping him in a swirling tempest of blue and purple electricity. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his torso, augmenting his aura exponentially. Following this, his second soul ring flared, unleashing thick arcs of serpentine electricity that burst forth from his body, tearing through the dark barrier Su Sanshi had erected. Ignoring the surging black currents, Bei Bei penetrated Su Sanshi's defenses, surging forward. In that fleeting moment, Su Sanshi hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Bei's form shimmered, employing the Tang Sect's ghost shadow misty steps. He crouched slightly, gliding almost seamlessly along the ground, his right claw grasping the lower edge of the tortoise shield while executing a sweeping maneuver, positioning himself behind Su Sanshi's defense. Bei Bei's right foot pressed against Su Sanshi's calf, unleashing a torrent of lightning that coursed through him, leaving Su Sanshi trembling in place, while Bei Bei's formidable dragon claw dug into his shoulder. The victor was clear. The match concluded with a swiftness that caught everyone off guard. Many spectators scarcely grasped the entirety of the exchange before Bei Bei circumvented Su Sanshi's shield and claimed victory. The referee's announcement echoed, yet did little to deter Bei Bei from forcefully bringing Su Sanshi to the ground. Meanwhile, Hu Yuhao, witnessing the fierce competition, tipped over, leaning toward Qirong. Qirong, albeit surprised, steadied him with his hand. Throughout the duel, the fluctuations of Hu Yuhao's soul power had not escaped Qirong's notice. However, he had not anticipated Hu Yuhao succumbing to exhaustion. Sighing once more, Qirong activated his first soul skill to restore Hu Yuhao's energy. Gradually, Hu Yuhao's pallor faded, and he regained his composure. Qirong was quick to act. As Wang Dong approached to assist, Hu Yuhao's energy was already mostly replenished, yet he remained unconscious. Exchanging glances with Wang Dong, Qirong placed his fingers beneath Hu Yuhao's nose, feeling for a pulse. After a few seconds, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. He still breathes. He merely sleeps. Tanya, hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her, despite her belief that Hui Yuhao would be fine. Let us return, Wang Dong suggested. Agreed, Yu Rong concurred. Together, they supported Hui Yuhao back to their dormitory, with Tanya and Jiang Nan leading the way, exuding an air of authority. Clear the path for those not involved. Dang Jekimandif. As the trio approached the dormitory entrance, the victorious Bei Bei, brimming with excitement, caught up with them. Hello, everyone, Bei Bei exclaimed, darting in front of the five. Thank you for your support. As for Su Sanshi, he remains in the treatment area after that last fall. I did not hold back. The words may be spoken, yet Bei Bei's gaze remained fixed on Yu Rong, occasionally diverting to Wang Dong, while nearly entirely neglecting Tanya. Yu Hao was asleep, and his presence was inconsequential. Tanya, well aware of Bei Bei's disposition, merely scoffed softly without uttering a word. Since their initial encounter in Tiando City 5 years ago, they had journeyed together as classmates, supporting one another along the way. Their mutual pranks had been numerous. Although the outcomes were invariably favorable, the process of being tricked was undeniably irksome. Despite her silence, Tanya recognized that Bei Bei was the first to extend a gesture of kindness towards her after the demise of the Tang sect 5 years prior. Not merely akin to family, but rather surpassing it. Tanya addressed Wang Dong. Little Wang Dong, remember to inform Xiao Yuhao when he awakens not to forget to sell fish tomorrow. I shall prepare a portion of today's provisions for him later. With that, Tanya waved her hand, turned, and, linking arms with Jiang Nan, ascended towards the dormitory building. We shall return to the dormitory first. No need to see us off. With a swift tug, Tanya pulled Jiang Nan along, as if something were pursuing them. Bei Bei quietly praised her, truly considerate. After Tanya and Jiang Nan departed, 3 first-year students remained, exchanging glances with their 4th-year senior in a moment of silent bewilderment, one of whom had already succumbed to slumber. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, with no clear topic to broach. Bei Bei, being the amiable and popular figure of Shrek Academy, was the first to shatter the silence. You two haven't formally introduced yourselves yet, have you? Bei Bei smiled at the 2 newcomers. I am Bei Bei. Should you encounter any difficulties within the academy, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Yu Rong and Wang Dong exchanged puzzled glances. Why'd it feel just a tad strange? Flattery without cause is often suspect, they thought. Despite Bei Bei's esteemed reputation, Yu Rong anxiously confirmed that her pendant still hung securely around her neck. I am Wang Dong, he nodded in acknowledgement. I am Yu Rong, she followed suit. Allow me to carry the younger student, Bei Bei offered, effortlessly hoisting Hui Yuhao over his shoulder. I shall escort you to your dormitory. He certainly expedited their journey. Bang! Wang Dong flung open the door to his dormitory. Bei Bei appeared remarkably at ease as he carefully placed Hui Yuhao onto his bed. However, upon noticing Hui Yuhao's humble sleeping arrangement, Bei Bei's expression momentarily flickered with compassion. Subsequently, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his soul guide, pouring forth a pill and placing it into Hui Yuhao's mouth. The deep blue elixir, resembling a cherry in size, was adorned with numerous white patterns of varying shades, enveloped in a delicate mist. Is that the Xianshui Dan? Yu Rong and Wang Dong inquired in unison. Indeed. It seems you two possess quite the breadth of knowledge, Bei Bei remarked, charmed by their earnestness. I appreciate your assistance, and I entrust you with his care. Not all a bother. Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively. Well then, I shall take my leave, whether intentional or not. Bei Bei gently ruffled Yu Rong's hair as he approached the dormitory entrance. Yu Rong, with her bemused eyes, mused, did that senior just touch my hair? Farewell, Wang Dong and Yu Rong. Until we meet again. Chapter 018, By the Sea God Lake. Once Bei Bei departed, the two stared at the peacefully slumbering Hui Yuhao, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Dong finally spoke. Why do I feel like Bei Bei Sr. is a bit peculiar? It was difficult to judge, and Wang Dong too suspected it might merely be his imagination. After all, they had never met before. How could there be any connection? Perhaps he was overthinking it. There is indeed something, Yu Rong readily agreed, startling Wang Dong. I feel a strange affinity with his soul power. It resonates deeply. Yu Rong recalled their initial encounter before a tavern, a faint scent of wine lingering in her memory. Moreover, if I recall correctly, I should have crossed paths with Bei Bei Sr. previously. But your martial soul is the celestial mystic flower, while his is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. How could they possibly resonate? Wang Dong was thoroughly baffled. And what do you mean by having met before? Why was I unaware of this? His eyes widened in astonishment. Do not fret, Yu Rong reassured him, playfully poking his cheek to calm his overly agitated demeanor. My martial soul has a slight mutation, infused with moonlight power, which you're aware of. Bebe Senior's martial soul likely harbors a considerable essence of solar light, thus creating a natural attraction. Qirong pondered, stroking her delicate chin. As for our prior encounter, it was when you were obtaining your first soul ring. I happened to cross paths with Uncle Titan, but we exchanged scarcely a few words. With a sigh, Qirong ruffled Wang Dong's hair and consoled him. It was not my intention to keep it from you. Do not be jealous, be good. Suddenly, Qirong leaped into Wang Dong's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. All right, let's south sleep at my place tonight. What? Wang Dong exclaimed, flustered. Is Qirong perhaps under some sort of stimulus? Qirong, recognizing Wang Dong's derailed thoughts, looked at him with exasperation. Look at Hu Yuhao. He just consumed the Xian Shui Dan. Are you truly certain you want to share a room with him tonight? As she continued, her tone grew increasingly mischievous. If you're willing, I have no objections. Wang Dong. Though Wang Dong would undoubtedly recall this incident later that night, prior to that, he was likely to endure a few trials. The Xian Shui Dan was a concoction crafted from the blood of numerous water attribute soul beasts and an array of water attribute flora, requiring meticulous preparation. It not only possessed remarkable restorative properties, but also enhanced soul power. More importantly, its highly sought-after benefit lay in its ability to cleanse the body of impurities, which, while effective, could be rather unpleasant. All right, anyhow, I'm the only one at my place. Qirong stood up, patting Wang Dong's head and playfully rubbing his cheeks. Let us tidy up before it gets too late. We ought to rest. As for Hu Yuhao, he lay on his wooden bed, sleeping soundly, with no bedding to tidy up. The following morning, while Qirong lingered in bed, Wang Dong rose early. Dong. Qirong's head emerged from the covers, her disheveled hair resembling a golden nest. Are you heading back? She spoke groggily, still half asleep. Wang Dong had noticed that Qirong was reluctant to rise that day. Yes, I'm going to check on that fellow. Would you like me to bring you breakfast? Thank you. Just bring it to the classroom, Qirong replied, her eyes barely open. Be careful not to be late. Wang Dong had already reached the door, preparing to wash up, though still somewhat concerned. Qirong, zzz. Wang Dong sighed softly, gently closing the door behind him, making an effort to minimize noise. Once in the corridor, he found himself hesitating. Could it be that Hu Yuhao hasn't woken up yet? Wang Dong pondered, hesitating as he gazed at his dormitory, uncertain whether he should venture inside. If he entered and found Hu Yuhao still asleep, the only one to bear the brunt of the shock would be himself. Conversely, if Hu Yuhao had indeed awakened, the impact would be a dual blow. After much deliberation and mental preparation, Wang Dong finally pushed the door open. Peering through the crack, he sniffed the air, relieved to detect no unpleasant odor. That's unexpected, he thought to himself. He opened the door wider and confirmed that there were no foul scents within the dormitory before gracefully stepping inside with his bedding in hand. To his surprise, Hu Yuhao was already up and had tidied the room. Wang Dong tossed his bedding onto the bed and remarked to Hu Yuhao, who was seated on the edge, Wow, you're up quite early. How do you feel? Do you sense a transformative rebirth? Hu Yuhao looked at him with confusion, asking, Wang Dong, what on earth happened? Why did I wake up covered in grime, as if I had rolled in a cesspool? Yet, my strength has markedly increased. Just as you said, it's truly like being reborn. Realizing the accuracy of Wang Dong's description, he felt a sense of enlightenment. Wang Dong's wrist flickered with a glint from an ancient golden bracelet, and a round metallic sphere appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Hu Yuhao. Let's see how much your soul power has increased. This testing soul guide can measure soul power from levels 10 to 30. Just infuse it with your soul energy. Oh my goodness! Hu Yuhao exclaimed. How incredible! He grasped the metallic sphere and gradually channeled his soul power into it. Initially, the sphere emitted a faint yellow glow, which gradually expanded outward, and a number materialized on its surface. It settled at 11 before swiftly jumping to 12. The yellow light continued to radiate, and the number 12 began to tremble. But Hu Yuhao exerted all his effort and ultimately could not provoke it further. Wang Dong gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, truly remarkable. The Xian Shui Dan has elevated your soul power by nearly 2 levels overnight. You are now at the pinnacle of level 12, merely a step away from level 13. Hu Yuhao was once again astounded. He had anticipated a boost in strength, but never imagined such a significant enhancement could occur in a single night. What an extraordinary elixir. The Xian Shui Dan. The 2 first-year students spent some time in the dormitory, during which Wang Dong elaborated on the origins of the Xian Shui Dan. As they marveled at its astonishing effects, they decided to head out for breakfast, knowing they had classes to attend since it was not the weekend. Their breakfast was particularly lavish, as Hu Yuhao required ample nourishment. They arrived at the dining hall early, and until they finished their meal, very few students had come in. Wang Dong had also prepared a portion of breakfast for Yurong. There's still some time before class. Shall we return to the dorm? Hui Yuhao said, patting his satisfied belly and stretching his body with a look of contentment. Wang Dong, somewhat exasperated, replied, take it easy. You're going back to practice again? Tension can snap the string. You must also learn to relax. Let's take a stroll by the Sea God Lake for a bit. The Xianshui Dan has already enhanced your cultivation significantly, so a little break won't hurt. All right, Hui Yuhao conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Wang Dong's words. Having been at the academy for a few days, he had yet to visit the Sea God Lake, and with class time approaching, a walk seemed agreeable. Meanwhile, not long after Wang Dong departed, Yurong lay in bed, feeling unusually drowsy that day. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Yurong, groggy and frowning, pulled the covers over her head, determined to ignore the sound and continue sleeping. As long as I'm asleep, I won't hear it. The knocking persisted, patient and unwavering. After what felt like an eternity, the noise continued its relentless rhythm. Finally, Yurong could no longer pretend. Springing up from her bed without even putting on her shoes, and rushed to the door. It's so noisy, she exclaimed, flinging the door open. Her tousled hair and disheveled appearance revealed her lack of preparation as she confronted the person at the door, curious to see who was so insistent and absurd. Standing there was a refined young man, smiling gently. Silence enveloped the moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then, with a swift motion, the door shut again. She pretended as if she had never opened it. It's not Wang Dong. Wait, I must have been dazed. He has a key and wouldn't need a knock. Embarrassment washed over her, and she hastily dove back under the covers. Outside, the charming young man chuckled softly. Yurong, are you really not planning to get up for class today? How do you know my dormitory? Yurong shouted through the door, her voice tinged with frustration and a hint of desperation. What do you want? The young man outside was none other than Bei Bei. Would you mind joining me for a stroll, little friend? There's still time before class begins. Wait for me 2 minutes, Yurong replied, though she feigned indifference. Her curiosity about the senior, whose martial soul resonated closely with hers, piqued. However, she found it utterly annoying to have her peaceful sleep disturbed in the early morning. Nevertheless, she quickly tidied herself up, donned her first-year uniform, and tied her hair back. With a decisive click, she opened the door once more, now looking much more presentable and refreshed. Let us go, she said as she closed the dormitory door behind her. What brings you to seek me out? Yurong inquired, walking ahead and glancing at the slightly older senior without any embarrassment. Curiously, Yurong could be very bold at times and timid at others, depending on the situation. In front of familiar faces, she was daring, like with Wang Dong. Yet, in the presence of strangers, she could be quite shy, as with that bothersome former roommate. But, inexplicably, she felt entirely at ease with Bei Bei. Bei Bei smiled warmly, expressing a genuine desire. I would like to have a conversation with you. Yurong hummed in response, her large eyes filled with curiosity. What do you want to talk about? May I call you Xiaorong? Bei Bei interjected seamlessly, as if everyone referred to her that way. Sure, that's fine, Yurong replied nonchalantly. How about we grab breakfast at the dining hall first? Bei Bei suggested, as they walked side by side out of the dormitory, both offering a respectful nod to the elder resting by the entrance. No, it's all right. Wang Dong said he would bring me some. Yurong declined. Feigning a look of mild distress, Bei Bei proposed. Then how about we take a stroll by the Sea God Lake? With no other option, they decided to walk by the Sea God Lake. Yurong stifled a small yawn, still feeling a bit drowsy. All right, are you very close with Wang Dong? Bei Bei inquired casually. Indeed, we have grown up together since childhood. Yurong replied decisively. Ah, I see. Bei Bei responded with a smile. Yurong was perplexed by the significance of this question. As they traversed the wooded path, the shimmering expanse of Haishan Lake unfolded before them. Haishan Lake is quite near our dormitory, Bei Bei remarked. Whenever I gaze upon this body of water, it rejuvenates my spirit. A gentle mist, mingling with the fresh air, enveloped them. Although Haishan Lake is merely a man-made creation, its waters are astonishingly clear, a deep and exquisite blue, soft and serene. The satin-like surface is adorned with delicate ripples, reflecting the azure sky and the verdant trees along the shore. How beautiful, Yurong murmured, his clear eyes mirroring the shimmering waves of the lake, sparkling in response. Bei Bei observed the young boy beside him, feeling assured that they had made the right choice. The timing was perfect. Xiaorong? Bei Bei gently called out to Yurong. May I take your hand? Yurong was taken aback, wondering if the senior was indeed peculiar. Harboring ulterior motives. Ahem, That's not what I meant, Bei stammered, realizing that his words might have come across as inappropriate, hastily clarifying. He did not wish to frighten the younger student unnecessarily. He extended his hand toward Qirong. On that serene morning, the gentle breeze carried with it a hint of the forest's freshness and the lake's moisture. Strands of Qirong's hair, which had been neatly tied up, had escaped and danced in the wind. Our soul energies align perfectly, do they not? I trust you can sense it as well, Bei explained. Would you care to try a martial soul fusion technique? Martial soul fusion technique? Qirong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, soul masters capable of such fusion are exceedingly rare, and those who can achieve it without a blood relation are even rarer. This is a form of destiny, is it not? Bei elaborated. After a moment of contemplation, Qirong decisively placed his hand in Bei's palm. Being shorter than Bei, given that boys typically undergo growth spurts, there was a noticeable height difference. Bei's fingers were long and well-defined, perhaps due to his training in the Tang sex techniques, warm to the touch. In contrast, Qirong's hand was softer, with a hint of fleshiness, fitting snugly within Bei's grasp, which was not a full interlocking of fingers, but rather a simple clasp. Ahem! Bei feigned seriousness as he cleared his throat. Gradually, Qirong began to perceive the fluctuations in Bei's aura, a rich warmth reminiscent of sunlight, gently stimulating the flow of his own soul energy, subtly laced with an electric essence that sent tingles through him. Bei, too, felt a sense of astonishment, surprised by the immediate success. Qirong's energy resonated with a cool lunar essence, akin to moonlight cascading upon the earth, clear and translucent, yet imbued with an indomitable will. Naturally, both the electric essence and the steadfast will were concealed beneath the surface of their merging energies, not yet comprehensible to the two youths at this nascent stage of fusion. Time flowed quietly, and the auras of Qirong and Bei began to undergo an extraordinary transformation, intertwining and merging further. Even their soul energies began to flow into each other's bodies, forming a remarkable cycle. Qirong widened his eyes slightly as the soul energy circulated. His silver irises sparkled even brighter. Had the fusion begun? Bei's energy, far from being as gentle as it appeared, bore a distinct assertiveness, characteristic of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. However, this domineering energy harmonized within Qirong's being, comfortably merging with his own soul power, dissipating gradually, akin to soaking in a hot spring. At that moment, Bei wrapped his other arm around Qirong's head, pulling him into a warm embrace. This is a more efficient approach. As he looked down at Qirong, a hint of apology flickered in his gaze, as if claiming that the embrace was merely to facilitate the flow of their energies. No worries. Qirong felt a peculiar sensation but could not articulate it. From a distance, it appeared as though Qirong was enveloped entirely within Bei's embrace. The gentle breeze stirred the treetops, creating ripples across the lake surface. Chapter 019, Ambush. Ahem. Now we can ascertain that our soul energies can indeed merge. So, Xiaorong, might you consider my proposal? Bei politely lowered his hand from where it had rested on the back of Qirong's head, acknowledging that the embrace may have been a tad abrupt. Qirong hesitated, extricating himself from Bei's embrace. The proximity felt somewhat excessive. Aside from Wang Dong, he had never been this close to anyone else. The notion of a martial soul fusion technique was undeniably enticing. Gazing at the dashing and refined senior before him, Qirong found it hard to dismiss the idea. After all, in a certain sense, he was rather partial to attractive things, be they objects or people. Shall we practice together sometime? Bei smiled, extending an invitation to Qirong. Sure. Qirong was about to agree when he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to gaze towards Haishan Lake. What is that? Something is approaching. He focused on the center of the lake, where the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard was said to be located. A red dot, like a gradually intensifying firework, radiated heat even from a distance. Bei noticed it too, an unsettling premonition rising within him, recognizing the familiar warmth. Wait, that's... The red dot was not heading directly towards them, but rather at an angle, maintaining a certain distance. The figure was a soul master, draped in crimson. Sister Xiao Tao. Bei's brow furrowed as he murmured. Has she lost control again? The fiery figure moved with remarkable speed, reaching the shore's railing in mere moments. Suddenly, another surge of soul energy swelled like a tidal wave, familiar to Qirong. At the spot where the crimson figure emerged onto land, it appeared that two soul energies had collided. Dong Dong. Qirong recognized that energy. It was Wang Dong's. Dong Dong is in danger over there. In an instant, Qirong felt his mind whirl. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. He summoned his martial soul and dashed towards the source of the energy disturbance at his utmost speed. Bei Bei reacted swiftly as well, releasing his martial soul. Blue lightning flickering as he quickly caught up with Qirong. He grasped Qirong's shoulder, lending him strength, propelling them both forward more rapidly. I'll go with you. This way we can move faster. After all, Bei Bei's cultivation was slightly superior to Qirong's, being a strong assault-type soul master, allowing for greater speed than Qirong could manage alone. The fluctuations of soul power were not too distant. They stretched approximately a quarter of the length of the Sea God Lake from the original positions of Qirong and Bei Bei. In contrast to the flourishing area near the dormitories where Qirong and Bei Bei were, this location was more remote, requiring a considerable amount of time to reach. The closer one approached the source of the soul power eruption, the more palpable the rising temperature became, as if the Sea God Lake itself were a steamer, shrouded in steamy heat, showcasing the terrifying presence of the Crimson Soul Master. In mere moments, Qirong and Bei Bei beheld two figures desperately resisting. One had already collapsed, revealing the pinkish-blue hair of Xian Dong, and the other was Hui Yuhao. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to be engulfed by the flames of the Crimson Soul Master, an intense chill suddenly emanated from him. As Hui Yuhao activated his spiritual eyes, a white soul ring rose beneath him, which astonishingly transformed into a dazzling golden hue. The blinding golden light radiated as if a resplendent sun were rising from his feet, turning the area within a 100-meter radius into a realm of ice and snow. Even the Sea God Lake ahead had frozen over. This chill seemed capable of penetrating to the marrow, inducing a shuddering cold. It forcefully dispelled all surrounding heat, causing the crimson figure to emit a muffled groan as it was sent tumbling back. What? The sequence of events unfolded too swiftly for Qirong to comprehend. The extreme cold felt akin to that experienced at the Eye of Ice and Fire, perhaps even more frigid. Moreover, wasn't Hui Yuhao's martial soul the spiritual eye? How could such a horrifying chill manifest? Qirong's already limited understanding was overwhelmed. As the temperature around the Crimson Soul Master plummeted under Hui Yuhao's chilling aura, sensing the imminent peril, she suddenly strained her body, followed by a resounding phoenix cry as a colossal fire phoenix ascended behind her. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings, 6 soul rings, rose in unison. A soul emperor with 6 rings. The 2nd, 3rd, and 6th rings simultaneously glimmered. The flames behind her instantly morphed to a deep crimson, intensifying in heat. A series of hissing sounds pierced the air as the fire lines rapidly contracted, and the massive fire phoenix lunged forward, shielding the crimson figure with its grand form. A thunderous roar ensued as the crimson figure recoiled, its body enveloped in an icy blue hue, plummeting into the distant waters of the Sea God Lake. The lake erupted in a cloud of white mist. The golden halo gradually faded, transforming into white and vanishing, while the surrounding chill dissipated in an instant, restoring the lake to normalcy. Hui Yuhao's once piercingly cold white eyes returned to their usual state, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. What had previously been a tumultuous scene at the Sea God Lake was now entirely tranquil. On the lakeshore, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lay unconscious. I am assuredly a soul master, yet why does the world feel so surreal? Qirong murmured to herself, lamenting the bizarre occurrences. Everything that transpired led her to believe she should be dreaming in bed rather than strolling by the lake. Equally astonished was Bei Bei, who recognized that his junior brother was indeed remarkable, sensing that he had uncovered a significant secret. Just then, several figures approached. This is bad. A student from the outer academy has been injured. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in white, presumably an instructor from the inner academy. He suddenly stepped into the air as if traversing space, arriving beside Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. With a gesture, their bodies levitated immediately. Thankfully, they had merely fainted and sustained no serious injuries. The white-clad teacher seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Qirong snapped back to reality and hurried towards Wang Dong. Zhong. Now aware that Wang Dong was not gravely harmed, Qirong remained tense, drenched in cold sweat. The white-clad instructor naturally did not overlook the presence of Qirong and Bei Bei, but given the urgency of the situation, he prioritized addressing the immediate concerns over speaking to them. Bei Bei, it is you. The white-clad instructor nodded towards Bei Bei, indicating familiarity. It appears I shall entrust the situation here to you. I trust you understand the reasons behind this. Very well, Dean Yin, Bei Bei replied promptly, exuding reliability regarding the injuries of the 2 younger students. The elder, referred to as Dean Yin, waved his hand, signaling a younger teacher to step forward. Shaolin, this is your responsibility. A teacher with green hair emerged from behind, radiating a warm, vibrant aura. Soul rings blossomed, encircling Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, quietly infusing them with energy. A miraculous scene unfolded as the surrounding wilting plants began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace. And faint green light emanated from the vegetation along the sea god lake, flowing towards Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, gradually entering their bodies. The Tree of Life? Qirong immediately recognized this renowned plant-type martial soul. This well-known supportive martial soul on Douluo continent possessed exceptionally powerful group healing abilities and was celebrated for its affinity with plants. Xiao Tao is here. With a splash, another teacher emerged from the waters, retrieving the previously submerged Crimson Soul Master. The figure in red was thoroughly soaked, her robe drenched, revealing that she was, in fact, a girl. The healing effects of the Tree of Life were indeed legendary. Within mere moments, Qirong noticed that Wang Dong had significantly recovered, his breathing becoming steadier. Wang Dong awakened first, his eyes fluttering open to meet the gaze of the white-clad instructor. Before he could utter a word, Hui Yuhao groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Unlike Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao was not fortunate enough to be cradled by a caring companion. He lay alone on the cold ground as he regained consciousness. While Hui Yuhao grasped the general situation, Wang Dong was engulfed in confusion, still trapped in a state of terror. What on earth just transpired? What was that creature? Creature? The white-clad instructor appeared taken aback by this response, momentarily stunned. In a certain sense, you are not mistaken. The primary issue is that you may inquire with Bei Bei. These 2 items are for you, as compensation for the fright you endured. The instructor tossed 2 vials that landed neatly in Wang Dong's arms. Then addressing the 4 students, he added, what you witnessed here must remain confidential. With that, the group departed in a grand procession, leaving without a trace. So what exactly happened? The 3 first-year students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. In simple terms, a senior student from the inner academy lost control of her soul power. When it spiraled out of control and emerged, it happened to collide with you 2 unfortunate souls, Wang Dong and junior brother. Bei Bei sighed, offering an explanation. In a sense, Wang Dong and junior brother truly had a stroke of misfortune. Fortunately, neither of you sustained serious injuries, and the inner academy instructors arrived in time. Everything got grave disaster. Bei Bei sighed again, not delving into further details. However, it was sufficient. The sole emperor of the 6th ring turns out to be merely a senior from the inner academy? Qirong exclaimed, I had thought she was at least a teacher. Given her immense strength, indeed, that senior is among the most formidable individuals within the inner academy. However, due to certain deficiencies in her martial soul, she is prone to backlash during cultivation, risking her sanity. Yet, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Being caught up with you is a matter of fortune or misfortune. I cannot tell. Wang Dong, what you hold in your hands should be a token of compensation from Director Yin. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a soul elevation pill. Bei Bei glanced at the 2 small vials in Wang Dong's possession. A soul elevation pill? That's quite a windfall. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothing. He then uncorked 1 vial, revealing a green pill the size of a walnut, exuding a faint yet refreshing fragrance. Its surface was a vibrant emerald, and within, a subtle glow seemed to swirl, crystalline and teeming with vitality. It was indeed the soul elevation pill. What exactly is a soul elevation pill? Is it akin to the Xian Shui pill? Hui Yuhao inquired, his curiosity piqued. As the name suggests, the soul elevation pill is a potion that enhances one's soul power, proving far more effective than the Xian Shui pill for soul masters who have surpassed level 30 and have stabilized their martial souls. You should take good care of it. It is said that the concoction of such a pill is extraordinarily challenging. I never anticipated that the compensation we receive from that teacher would be so lavish. I have decided to pretend that I did not witness the events that transpired earlier, Wang Dong elucidated, handing 1 vial to Hui Yuhao. It seems, Wang Dong, you possess considerable knowledge regarding this pill, which is splendid. I shall refrain from further verbosity. Bei Bei glanced at the soul guide watch on his wrist, noting the time. It's already this late. We must attend class, or we shall be tardy. As for the few glimpses of pure white and frigidness they had witnessed earlier, Bei Bei tactfully chose not to mention them. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. As long as they do not threaten the academy or lead to mischief, what harm is there? Meanwhile, Qirong had already taken Wang Dong's hand, darting towards the teaching building. We'll be late. No, that S teacher, Zhou, ES class. If we're late, it will be disastrous. Chapter 020, Freshman Assessment, Part 1. Phew. Thankfully we are not late. Qirong settled into her seat, still clutching the breakfast Wang Dong had procured for her, savoring it while reflecting on her good fortune. With roughly 2 minutes until class commenced, this did not deter Qirong from finding a cozy spot to leisurely enjoy her meal. Eating requires one to savor each bite, otherwise it could harm the stomach. And you, little Rome? Wang Dong casually inquired, what brings you to that location as well? Weren't you supposed to sleep a bit longer? And with that senior Bebe too. Qirong twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. Not quite. Just after you left, Bebe called me up. Bebe? Wang Dong's interest was piqued. He was the one who roused you? Why? Martial soul fusion technique. Qirong whispered conspiratorially, not hiding the information. With a satisfying crunch, she relished her breakfast. Wang Dong was taken aback. You're really capable of that? Hua. Yu Hao also expressed his astonishment, merely listening attentively without interjecting. However, we are still far from success, Qirong confessed, her fingers twisting her hair tightly. Ouch, that hurt. She winced as she tugged at her scalp. Just then, the class bell rang, and Zhou Yi arrived punctually at the classroom. Qirong barely managed to stow away her empty breakfast bag. Phew, that was close. Qirong glanced at Wang Dong, signaling with her eyes, we'll talk after class. Wang Dong nodded slightly, being careful not to move too much. Understood. Thus, Qirong embarked on her day, awakened by a certain lad, engaged in martial soul fusion training at dawn, attending morning and afternoon classes, while occasionally daydreaming about the meaning of life, enjoying the night market, relishing grilled fish and takoyaki, and once more crossing paths with a certain young man. Qirong and Bebe's martial soul fusion technique had also made substantial progress. This was evidenced by their establishment of a complete soul power cycle, allowing them to cultivate at double the speed compared to their individual efforts. Such a statistic is indeed formidable. Their relationship had also deepened significantly. From initially struggling to find topics of conversation during their solitary interactions, they now shared everything. While their bond may not yet rival that of Qirong and Wang Dong, it was decidedly intimate. Bebe was quite pleased with this development. In the blink of an eye, the initial 3 months of the freshman studies had elapsed. Under Zhou Yi's exceptionally rigorous guidance, Class 1 had undergone a remarkable transformation. However, to the astonishment of the Academy's higher-ups, the class, under Zhou Yi's stewardship, still boasted 69 students after 3 months, a stark contrast to the Academy's predictions of only 1/3 remaining. Moreover, the students' cultivation levels had shown marked improvement, with Hui Yuhao being the most notable example. He had risen from level 11 upon enrollment to the pinnacle of level 17 within 3 months. Although aided by potions such as the Xianshui pill and the Soul Elevation pill, the effort he exerted was far beyond that of the average person. Heaven knows the tumult of emotions Qirong experienced upon learning from Wang Dong that Hui Yuhao practiced diligently every night until exhaustion. To quietly add, it was revealed by a well-meaning gossip that when Qirong first learned of this, she was deeply moved and introspectively reflected on her own laxity, ultimately abandoning a certain dragon-type martial soul boy and refusing to train with him, choosing instead to emulate Hui Yuhao by running laps around the playground. This decision sparked considerable concern from a boy with a butterfly martial soul and considerable dissatisfaction from the dragon-type boy, though neither displayed their feelings to Qirong. However, Qirong's running regimen did not last long. As the saying goes, one can muster energy for a single burst, but it wanes with repetition. On the 3rd day, Qirong finally collapsed on her soft bed, unable to rise. The dragon-type boy expressed delight, reiterating his belief that running cultivates perseverance, endurance, and physical strength, and thus one should not use soul techniques to recover soul power or heal, as this would maximize the benefits. Ultimately, Qirong relinquished her running routine, opting instead to train alongside Bebe each night. Following this episode, her motivation for cultivation intensified, and she dedicated herself even more diligently to her practice. While I may not work as hard as Yu Hao, I absolutely cannot fall behind. Here, we conveniently overlook young Wang Dong, as Qirong was well aware of his relentless efforts, despite his lack of outward display. Even more surprising was Wang Dong, who, after 3 months of grueling training, had finally broken through the 30-level barrier and was merely a step away from obtaining his 3rd soul ring. However, due to the teaching policies of Shrek Academy, Wang Dong and Qirong agreed to wait until the holidays to acquire his 3rd soul ring. As for Qirong, she had not only stabilized her cultivation at the 3rd ring, but had also elevated her soul power by 1 level, now standing at level 31. Moreover, Bebe, who shared a soul power fusion with Qirong and could cultivate together with her, had successfully surpassed the 40-level threshold through their combined efforts, a truly commendable achievement. Today marked yet another day of classes, ordinary and commonplace, yet also potentially exhilarating. Today's physical education class was suspended. Zhou Yi stood behind the podium, maintaining a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold. Yet, whenever her class commenced, nearly all the students sat up straight, with not a single one daring to make a move. 3 months had elapsed since the beginning of the semester, and now they were on the brink of their first assessment into Shrek Academy. Only upon passing this evaluation could they officially become first-year students and truly integrate into the esteemed institution. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would be allowed to remain at the academy for cultivation until at least the graduation exams of their first year. The assessment was set to commence the following day, and today, Zhou Yi intended to share the key points regarding it. It was rare for her voice to be so calm, and as her gaze swept over the 69 students before her, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The quality of this cohort may not surpass that of previous classes, yet after 3 months of training, their willpower undoubtedly exceeded that of any class Zhou Yi had ever guided. This was a delightful surprise for her, largely due to the exemplary leadership of class monitor Hui Yuhao, whose influence had fostered cooperation among his peers. Zhou Yi waved her hand at Hui Yuhao, who promptly approached the podium to receive a stack of papers she handed him. Without needing further instruction, he swiftly distributed the papers to every classmate, an indication of his growing proficiency. Zhou Yi then stated, "After the new student assessment concludes, we will tailor our teachings to suit each individual's strengths. Please inscribe your intended cultivation paths on the sheets, which you will submit to me later." The cultivation paths she referred to included classifications such as offense, defense, control, and support, which were essential for soul masters. Although they had shared the same educational environment during the initial 3 months, the onset of formal first-year studies necessitated differentiation, as the training inclinations varied significantly among different categories of soul masters. While the others contemplated their choices, Qirong found herself in a state of considerable distress upon receiving the application form. She rested her chin on the desk, holding the flimsy paper and waving it back and forth as though fanning herself. "Xiaorong, why do you look so troubled?" Hu Yuhao asked, his unfinished sentence laden with unspoken concern. "Ah, it is indeed a source of worry," Qirong lamented, gazing at the sheet as if grappling with a monumental life decision. And indeed, it was a decision of great significance. "Aren't you a support-type soul master?" Hui Yuhao inquired curiously, finding it hard to believe that Qirong did not belong to that category, based on her performance over the past 3 months. "Ah, Yuhao, just let it be." Wang Dong sighed, then asked, "What are you considering?" "I wish to choose the control type," Hui Yuhao replied softly. Before Wang Dong could respond, Zhou Yi struck the blackboard with a couple of firm knocks. Following 3 months of training, the entire class swiftly fell silent. It was not just Hui Yuhao's small group that was engaged in discussion. The entire class was buzzing with excitement. Zhou Yi continued, "You are all my students. Although you will be regrouped after the new student assessment, I hope you little rascals will not forget what I have taught you. Please submit the papers after class. Now, let me elucidate the key points of the new student assessment." As she spoke, Zhou Yi turned towards the blackboard, sketching a few lines and writing the word battle in bold letters at the center. Indeed, the new student assessment entails battle, and every single one of you must partake. I understand that among you are weapon soul masters, particularly those of the support and food types, who may wonder why you too must engage in combat. Yes, you are indeed required to take to the battlefield, just like the battle soul masters. Although Shrek Academy cultivates versatile talents, the foremost capability remains that of battle prowess. As I mentioned on the first day of school, the advent of soul-guiding devices has blurred the classifications of soul masters. Even if you're a support or food-type weapon soul master, you can unleash formidable combat potential through these devices. However, where does your combat instinct originate? Can a soul master simply wield a soul-guiding device and naively step onto the battlefield and expect to survive? Of course not. Combat capability must be forged through experience. Thus, all of you are mandated to undergo the battle assessment. Naturally, the Academy would not pit support-type weapon soul masters against defense-type battle soul masters, as that would be utterly unjust. Thus, the new student assessment will be conducted in the format of team battles. However, the team shall not be overly large. The final decision has been made that each team will consist of 4 members, a standard that reflects a reasonable level of cooperative ability for your age group. During team formation, there may be a maximum of 1 offensive battle soul master. The remaining 3 members can be composed freely. Priority will be given to students from the same dormitory forming a team, with any remaining individuals allowed to combine freely. Those unable to form a team will be assigned by drawing lots. Shortly, I will provide you with a more sensible suggestion for team formation. The new student assessment will take place at the grade level, and given the substantial number of students in recent years, there will be more than 200 teams participating. However, only half of them will be permitted to remain, meaning approximately 100 teams will advance. This ranking will be determined by the points earned in your battles. Each team will engage in at least 10 battles, with the final rankings based on the number of victories. The top 64 teams will advance to the knockout rounds, and the first 4 teams of the knockout will receive various rewards from the academy, with the champions receiving something exceedingly rare. Zhou Yi remarked nonchalantly. Our class currently comprises 69 students, allowing for 17 teams, with 1 student left over. Based on your respective martial soul characteristics, I have categorized you and carefully analyzed to finalize the team allocations. Should anyone be dissatisfied, you may seek to alter your arrangements after class. However, if no objections are raised by tomorrow morning when I submit the final list, you will be required to adhere strictly to my arrangements. You are all aware of the consequences should you fail to comply. The leftover individual was a slight young boy, a support soul master who had been specially recruited to join the soul guiding department after passing the preliminary assessment. Now, let us proceed with the team allocations. First team, Huiyu Hao, Yu Rong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing their names linked together, the 3 stood up, exchanging glances filled with joy, as they had intended to form a team. Alongside them stood a petite girl from the front row, who appeared delicate and charming, her face adorned with a hint of shyness as she turned to smile at them, offering a greeting. Zhou Yi may have projected an aura of authority. Yet upon the announcement of the groupings, each student felt an immense sense of relief and satisfaction, illustrating her profound understanding of her students. Very well, that is settled. If there are any objections, voice them quickly. You have a day to consider your arrangements. Other classes are still in the process of forming teams, but I assure you, none will proceed as swiftly as we have. Let them dawdle. Zhou Yi exuded a certain martial elegance. Now, hand in the papers you have in your possession, and you may leave for the day. Be sure to rest well at home, and I forbid anyone from causing any disturbances. Come tomorrow. I expect all 17 of your teams to advance. Should anyone face elimination, not only will you have to pack your belongings and leave, but I shall also ensure you are left with some indelible memories. As Zhou Yi's gaze turned suddenly stern, every student involuntarily shuddered. Undoubtedly, the memories she would leave behind would be akin to nightmares. Huiyu Hao, Wang Dong, Yu Rong, and Xiao Xiao, please stay for a moment. The other students, after submitting the blank papers detailing their future cultivation inclinations, departed the classroom to return to their dormitories. Only Huiyu Hao and the other 3 remained. Hand it over to me, commanded Zhou Yi. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Upon receiving the papers from Huiyu Hao and the others, Wang Dong immediately lowered his head and discreetly stepped back, seeking refuge behind Yu Rong. Zhou Yi glanced at the 4 papers in her hand, her eyelids twitching slightly. She then raised her gaze, fixing a penetrating stare on Huiyu Hao, Wang Dong, Yu Rong, and Xiao Xiao in turn. Under her piercing gaze, the 4 felt as though their very beings were being penetrated. Among them, Yu Rong appeared particularly sheepish, lowering his head. Had it not been for Wang Dong shrinking behind him, he would have lacked cover. Such a plastic brotherhood, she remarked. So, you 4 intend to give me a warning, do you? With that, she slammed one of the papers onto the desk. Bang! The 4 of them trembled simultaneously. Control system, Zhou Yi stated coldly. She then picked up a second paper and brought it down heavily onto the desk again. Control system. Her voice had noticeably risen. Control system. The tone grew heavier. Suppressing her anger, Yu Rong silently took 2 steps back and exchanged a glance with the young girl Xiao Xiao, offering a rueful smile. Bang! Zhou Yi's final slap nearly shattered the podium. Still a control system. While Huiyu Hao's situation was not unexpected, Wang Dong's classification was indeed preposterous. Upon seeing Wang Dong cower behind him, Yu Rong sighed, fully aware of the absurdity of Wang Dong's childish antics. Huiyu Hao provided a reasonable explanation, which Zhou Yi acknowledged. As for Xiao Xiao, no one had anticipated that she possessed a dual martial soul. All present, be they teachers or students, were taken aback for a moment. Zhou Yi also accepted this revelation. As for Wang Dong, his reasoning was enough to reduce Zhou Yi to laughter. When have you ever seen a powerful assault system soul master separate from a control system soul master? You fool, change it. This direct reprimand left Wang Dong's energy reserves depleted, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. hastily amending his classification from control system to assault system before respectfully presenting it to Zhou Yi. And what about you, Yurong? Zhou Yi finally directed her attention to Yurong, the student she found most perplexing. Your soul skills lean towards the supportive type. Why did you choose the control system? Could it be that you also possess a dual martial soul? Yurong scratched his head, responding somewhat aggrieved. Actually, no, Teacher Zhou. It's just that I haven't shown you my other soul skills yet. At the beginning of the semester, you presumed I was a support system soul master. Oh. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Would you care to tell me more? Soul skills are a soul master's greatest secret, yet sometimes they need not remain concealed. Without further ado, Yurong unleashed his martial soul. As the enchanted chrysanthemum blossomed in his hand, his second soul ring illuminated, and the previously supple petals transformed in an instant. The edges of the once soft petals became hardened, glimmering with a faint, sharp light. Enchanted Chrysanthemum's second soul skill, Golden Armor. This skill primarily affects the petals of Yurong himself, hardening them to a sharpness suitable for manipulation and attack. Additionally, it possesses a probability-triggered piercing attribute, enhancing the petal's hardness and trigger chance based on the soul master's soul power level. This is my second soul skill. It allows the petals of the little chrysanthemum to harden and become extremely sharp. Furthermore, the petals can be controlled to attack at my mental command. As Yurong spoke, he gently lifted his palm. Zhou Yi felt a rush of wind as one of the petals detached from the enchanted chrysanthemum, hurtling toward the falling leaf outside the window at incredible speed. All eyes turned to the window, where the leaf was neatly sliced in two, the edges smooth, fluttering down alongside the already softened petal of Yurong's chrysanthemum. The intertwining emerald green and golden yellow created a stunning scene. Yet it conveyed a significant message to the onlookers. Zhou Yi's pupils widened, and she took a deep breath to steady her emotions. All right, I understand. I want to inquire about your third soul skill. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yurong smiled, replying, Thank you, Teacher Zhou. That strike had indeed been astonishing. A rare display of control for a first-year student. Zhou Yi mused internally. Monsters emerge each year, but this year there seems to be an abundance. Yurong, having cultivated from a 100,000-year soul beast, possessed formidable mental strength. However, what Zhou Yi did not realize was that with Yurong's current cultivation level, he could at most control 5 petals with such precision. My cultivation limits my development. Yet, this was still sufficiently impressive. Zhou Yi's expression shifted, recognizing that many in the freshman class had exceeded her expectations. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, Very well, control system it is. Zhou Yi's tone turned serious. Although the freshman assessment is merely your first evaluation at Shrek Academy, it holds significant importance for your future cultivation paths. Achieving a commendable rank in the freshman assessment is vital for your inclusion in the Academy's training roster. Among our class, I have high hopes for all 4 of you. Wang Dong, Yurong, and Xiao Xiao are evident. You all possess talents and strengths that surpass your peers. As for Hui Yuhao, though your cultivation is lacking and your talent is average, you possess an indomitable will and a unique mental attribute martial soul that others cannot match. The abilities of you 4 inherently complement one another, even without considering Xiao Xiao's second martial soul and Yurong's newly revealed soul skill. I assign you a task. Your sole objective in the freshman assessment is to secure the championship. Zhou Yi's declaration undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Yurong and the others. Yet this very pressure served as their driving force. As they exited the classroom, Yurong and Wang Dong let out simultaneous sighs of relief, patting their chests in unison. Wang Dong chuckled, appearing much more lively than before. Zhou Yi, let us go. School's out early today. Let us grab some grilled fish. Tomorrow we officially register, and the assessment will likely commence the day after. It was time for them to showcase their talents. Yurong glanced back at Xiao Xiao, who was trailing behind. As a girl among 3 boys, especially with 2 she hardly knew, it was indeed challenging for her to engage in conversation, to foster a harmonious atmosphere within their quartet. Yurong smiled at Xiao Xiao and asked, Xiao Xiao, would you like to join us for grilled fish? Our class leader's culinary skills are exceptional. Initially reluctant, Xiao Xiao found herself inexplicably agreeing upon seeing Yurong's charming smile. Was this the power of beauty? All right. But don't forget, we're meeting at the east gate of Shrek tonight. Yurong silently celebrated in his heart. Now, let us head back to our dormitories. Hui Yuhao spoke up, ever the diligent student. The 4 of them returned to their respective dorms. Since the departure of Yurong's rather rude previous roommate, no new occupant had been assigned, indicating that Yurong could now enjoy the dormitory in solitude, relishing the peace. For this reason, A certain boy with a dragon martial soul often made excuses to stay over for practice. Yurong nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not. The dormitory is empty anyway." Time seemed to fly by during meditation, and soon the evening approached. As per usual, Hui Yuhao departed ahead of Wang Dong and Yurong. He intended to procure some freshly prepared mackerel from the dining hall before heading directly to the academy entrance. Today, the foot traffic at the academy's entrance was noticeably diminished, perhaps due to the impending assessments for new students, instilling a sense of urgency among the majority who remained in their dormitories for rigorous practice. After all, the number of new students at Shrek Academy could rival that of several senior classes combined. However, Yuhao's business remained unaffected. By the time he arrived, a line had already formed. At the front stood none other than Su Sanshur. With a flick, Su Sanshur tossed a silver coin to Hui Yuhao, stating, "No need for change. Give me a large one." Ever since Su Sanshur had tasted Hui Yuhao's grilled fish, he had become a daily patron, undeterred by any weather conditions. With Yurong and Wang Dong absent, it was likely they had been lured away by Yurong's craving for takoyaki. Indeed, that was the case. "Xiao Rong, can you finish that?" Wang Dong inquired, watching as Yurong returned with 2 enormous servings of takoyaki. "The assessments are just around the corner. You mustn't fall ill." How could that be possible? The two continued their banter as they approached Hui Yuhao's fish stall. However, as they neared, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. There was surprisingly no queue at the grilled fish stall. Only 2 figures stood before it, the familiar Su Sanshur and a woman clad in red. The red-clad woman wore a veil, concealing her features, though it was evident she was quite young. Her eyes, a delicate shade of pink, typically exuded an enchanting allure. Yet her gaze was icy, somewhat suppressing the bewitching quality of her eyes. Most notably, her presence was commanding. Su Sanshur appeared as a quivering quail in her presence. "Hui Yuhao, we're here." Yurong cheerfully waved the takoyaki in her hand toward Hui Yuhao, unfazed by the peculiar ambience. "Where's Xiao Xiao? Has she not arrived yet?" The two hurried to Hui Yuhao's side, uncertain of the situation but feeling compelled to support him. "Who is this sister?" Yurong's bright eyes fixated on the woman in red, her purple and silver mismatched pupils occasionally captivating. Observing the 2 bamboo skewers in the woman's hand, remnants of 2 consumed grilled fish, she noted there was not a trace of grease left on her fingers. "This sister is extraordinarily impressive," Yurong mused, her smile growing sweeter. The woman in red raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly before addressing Hui Yuhao. "Your soul skill is formidable. It is the most powerful 10-year soul ring I have ever encountered." It seemed Hui Yuhao had just showcased his martial soul to her, though it was uncertain whether it had been under duress. Turning her gaze to Yurong, she continued, "Little one, from where do you hail?" Her commanding aura was palpable. "I was merely concerned you might bully our class leader," Yurong replied, a hint of nervous defiance in her voice. The red-clad woman chuckled lightly, not pressing the issue further. "I am Ma Xiaotao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hui Yuhao. I shall return another time to savor your grilled fish. Gome, Sul. Let us depart." "Ma Xiaotao? Xiaotao? That name sounds familiar," Yurong pondered, feeling a sense of déjà vu. After Ma Xiaotao and Su Sanshur departed, Hui Yuhao's stall regained its lively atmosphere. Business thrived despite earlier interruptions. As the evening drew to a close, Xiao Xiao arrived, still somewhat shy, while Tangya appeared, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the grilled fish. Bei also materialized from somewhere, and by the time Hui Yuhao noticed, he found Bei standing beside Yurong, munching on her leftover takoyaki. Hui Yuhao produced a stock of grilled fish he had prepared for them, inviting them to partake. "Little Junior, tomorrow marks the beginning of the new student assessments. I have confirmed that registration will occur in the morning, followed by assessments in the afternoon, so be prepared." Bei kindly advised Hui Yuhao, having finally recalled his presence after engaging with Yurong for some time. Hui Yuhao nodded in acknowledgement, declaring, "Elder brother, I will strive to pass the assessments." Bei smiled, while Tangya, still savoring her grilled fish, added, "Xiao Yuhao, I cannot indulge in your grilled fish without offering something in return." As she spoke, she handed Hui Yuhao a pouch resembling a treasure bag. "When you return, categorize it according to the Night of the 24 Bridges, and be cautious when using it. Avoid targeting vital areas. Furthermore, after the new student assessments, you will begin your elective in soul tool crafting, and I shall impart some advanced techniques to you." "Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya," Hui Yuhao expressed gratefully, accepting the pouch, having a fair idea of its contents. Wang Dong, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Teacher Xiaoya, are soul tools permitted during the new student assessments?" Tangya, still holding a grilled fish, pretended to strike Wang Dong on the head, exclaiming, "What soul tools? Are you unaware of what my Tang sect is renowned for?" "I can answer that." Yu Rong interjected eagerly, raising her hand. "Tang sect hidden weapons." After finishing their grilled fish, Bei led Yu Rong away, claiming it was time to practice. Tanya, for reasons unknown, found herself engrossed in conversation with Xiao Xiao, and together they departed after their meal. It seemed that the bonds of friendship among girls were indeed simple. This left Wu Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanging glances in silence. "Should we finish tidying up and return to practice?" Hu Yuhao suggested, glancing at Wang Dong, who appeared to be left behind by Yu Rong. "Hurry up," Wang Dong replied, sullenly. "That insufferable Bei always isolates me from Xiao Rong." On the other side, Bei mused to himself, "Children are still children. They are quite naive. Xiao Rong, shall we return to practice early?" Bei walked alongside Yu Rong, his eyes twinkling with warmth. Otherwise, why would I abandon Dong Dong?" Yu Rong retorted. Bei sighed, bemused by the young girl's lack of understanding, and playfully ruffled her hair with a hint of mischief. The night passed in silence, immersed in training. Bei successfully spent the night in room 107. The following morning, the trio shared breakfast before heading to the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom, they were met with an atmosphere brimming with eagerness. Following the grouping assigned by Zhou Yi yesterday, each group of 4 students congregated, engaged in hushed discussions. Xiao Xiao had arrived earlier than the rest and waved excitedly upon seeing them. "With the assessments commencing this afternoon, let us devise a strategy," Xiao Xiao suggested. After their shared experience with grilled fish the previous evening, Xiao Xiao had grown somewhat familiar with Yu Rong and the others. Wang Dong, ever brash, proclaimed, "There's nothing to strategize. We'll just charge through." However, before he could finish, Yu Rong shot him a fierce glare, chastising him for speaking without thought. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head, saying, "It is not that simple. I have heard that each class has exceptional students forming elite teams, all vying for victory. They will not be easy opponents. We must work in harmony to seize our chance." Yu Rong continued, "Dong Dong, one must never be arrogant or complacent. There is still much to prove." Wang Dong, feeling somewhat aggrieved, closed her mouth. Hu Yuhao, placing a reassuring arm around Wang Dong's shoulder, suggested, "Let us work in harmony. Would it not be more effortless to triumph over our adversaries during the assessment? Let's first discuss our respective soul skills and areas of expertise." Although they had been classmates for 3 months, studying together, their training had been solitary, leaving them largely unaware of each other's martial souls. "I shall begin," Hu Yuhao declared. "I possess a spiritual attribute martial soul, which manifests as my eyes. I excel in spiritual detection and sharing, enabling you to discern any movements within a 50-meter radius during combat, while also granting a degree of foresight regarding the opponent's actions." Wang Dong chimed in, "I am a powerful assault-type soul master, capable of both ranged and close-quarters attacks, and I can even fly. My martial soul is the radiant dragon god butterfly." In terms of both soul power and martial soul capabilities, Wang Dong stood unparalleled among her peers. The mere fact that her second soul ring was of the millennium level made her an exceptional presence within the entire academy. Yu Rong then added, "I am a control-type weapon soul master, with my martial soul being the celestial fungus chrysanthemum. I can both assist and attack, amplifying and restoring both soul power and physical condition for my allies, while also manipulating my floral leaves for offensive maneuvers." Xiao Xiao nodded, stating, "My primary martial soul is the 3 lives Towning Cauldron, which integrates offense and defense and possesses a certain capacity for battlefield control. It primarily functions by colliding with enemies to instill a sense of dread. Upon impact, it can cause disorientation along with an attack effect. My secondary martial soul is the Xiao, the 9 Phoenixes flute, which focuses on auxiliary control. Currently, my second martial soul only has a century-level soul ring, capable of slowing down opponents during battle." Wang Dong expressed her surprise. "Isn't your auxiliary martial soul supposed to enhance allies?" Xiao Xiao smiled smugly, replying, "Not necessarily. Sometimes, weakening the opponent yields better results than simply enhancing ourselves. You will understand when the time comes. However, I won't readily employ my second martial soul. Let us conceal some of our strengths and take our time." She then turned to Yu Rong. "You two, let us keep some abilities hidden and see who underestimates us." After becoming acquainted with everyone, Xiao Xiao revealed her subtly cunning side. Yu Rong remarked, "Hee hee, I like this." Then, 3 sharp knocks echoed through the room, and instantaneously, the classroom fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Zhou Yi stood at the classroom door, her right hand having just descended after striking the door. As she walked to the podium, Zhou Yi maintained her usual frosty demeanor, announcing, I have submitted the competition teams. I am pleased that none of you sought to swap teams with me. The competition officially begins this afternoon. During the 10 rounds of the elimination matches, you will not encounter each other, but will face students from other classes. My sole guidance for you is this. Whoever obstructs your passage through the assessment, deal with them mercilessly. That will be all. You're dismissed. Assemble in the assessment area this afternoon. With that, the stern instructor turned and left. Yurong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Zhou is so cool. Hui Yuhao glanced at Yurong, agreeing, but with a deeper insight, not merely cool. She exudes an overwhelming aura. Xiao Xiao approached with a playful smile, adding, Teacher Zhou possesses an undeniable charisma. Come, let us find a place to practice. We must ensure our coordination for this afternoon. Let us go, class leader. The command is yours. Yurong exclaimed as she pulled Wang Dong along, moving towards the exit. We should familiarize ourselves promptly. Finding a tranquil spot outside Shrek Academy was remarkably easy. Although the area was crisscrossed with numerous roads, both sides were adorned with lush vegetation, some of which was naturally grown while others were cultivated. Yet, all shared a common trait of being remarkably verdant. The four found a relatively flat clearing in the woods. Wang Dong inquired, how shall we practice? Should we each demonstrate our soul skills? Of course, it will not be that simple, Yurong replied with a slight smile, revealing her pearly white teeth mischievously. Captain Yuhao, what do you suggest? Let's engage in a battle. Hui Yuhao proposed after a moment of contemplation. In that case, I shall team up with you, Yuhao, while Wang Dong pairs with Xiao Xiao. Our cultivation levels are comparable, Yurong declared, standing beside Hui Yuhao. Comparable? Wang Dong was about to voice her disagreement when Xiao Xiao intervened. Very well, let us compete, Xiao Xiao affirmed decisively. In her mind, Xiao Xiao believed that Hui Yuhao currently lacked offensive skills, possessing only a 10-year soul skill for spiritual detection, while Yurong could be considered a semi-support soul master. Her offensive capabilities not particularly formidable. I shall make the first move, Xiao Xiao declared as she swiftly unleashed her martial soul, the 3 lives Towning Cauldron. Pointing her right hand toward the cauldron, it trembled slightly before splitting into 3, forming a tripod formation above her and Hui Yuhao. Simultaneously, her first soul ring illuminated. A thunderous roar erupted in the air, distorting the atmosphere within a 10-meter radius above their heads. Yurong quickly reacted. Taking advantage of the moment before the cauldron's tremors reached them, she rapidly released her martial soul, her second soul ring glowing. Countless petals swirled around her and Hui Yuhao, forming a semicircular protective barrier that alleviated much of the shockwave's pressure. However, the remaining force of the shock still felt formidable, causing Yurong's face to pale slightly. Let alone Hui Yuhao's. Wang Dong charged towards Yurong and Hui Yuhao, but with Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection enhancing Yurong's preparedness. The petals initially intended for defense converged into a single mass and darted towards Wang Dong, aiming directly at her face. A portion of the petals was also directed at Xiao Xiao, but the rapidly changing situation caught her off guard. Oh no, I can't dodge, Wang Dong thought in alarm. The petals struck her face, soft and gentle. With the enhancement of spiritual detection, Yurong's manipulation skills had significantly improved, and just before reaching Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, the previously sharp petals softened, resembling ordinary flower petals. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao found themselves in a rather embarrassing predicament, covered in petals. Enough, enough. Yurong, your soul skill, enhanced by Yuhao's ability, is simply merciless, Wang Dong exclaimed as she plopped down onto the ground, feeling that Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection was akin to cheating. Xiao Xiao, still curious about the phenomenon, asked, what exactly is this spiritual detection soul skill that you both hold in such high regard? Hui Yuhao smiled faintly, activating his first soul ring and establishing a connection to Xiao Xiao's mind. Xiao Xiao was astounded by the extraordinary imagery presented by the spiritual detection sharing. Instantly, everything within a 50-meter radius transformed into a 3-dimensional representation in her mind. Requiring no conscious thought, an array of information swiftly flooded her consciousness. Even the minutiae of grass and trees within the range became vividly apparent. The panoramic, 3-dimensional map, coupled with an auxiliary cognitive function, was overwhelming. My goodness, Xiao Xiao gasped, her face a picture of astonishment. Yurong and Wang Dong exchanged glances, as this reaction was nearly universal among those experiencing Hui Yuhao's soul skill for the first time. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand, and Xiao Xiao, beaming, placed her right hand atop his. Wang Dong approached and placed her hand over theirs, followed by Yurong, who placed her hand on Wang Dong's. Hui Yuhao declared, from this moment forth, we are comrades in this team. For the freshman assessment, we shall strive for victory. Let us pursue the championship with unwavering determination. Yu Erong let out a loud shout, startling Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. Embarrassed, Yu Erong sheepishly rubbed her head, admitting her excitement. In truth, their team harbored considerable hopes of clinching the championship. Each member possessed unique talents, and they were further bolstered by the presence of a third-ring soul master and the exceptional support of mental detection abilities. We shall seize the championship. The four exclaimed in unison, their youthful fervor radiating unabashedly. Chapter 022, The Freshman Assessment, Part 3. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is situated in the north-central part of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the Soul Arena. In stark contrast to the Soul Arena, the assessment area boasts a significantly larger expanse. For the students of the Outer Academy, this space serves as a paradise for showcasing their prowess, while simultaneously representing a nightmare for those with lesser cultivation. Each year, numerous students are eliminated for failing the assessments, the majority of which occur within this very area. The assessment zone is oval-shaped. Unlike the enclosed arena of the Soul Arena, it resembles an open field. Surrounding it is a low wall, with the interior divided into various sections by partitions that can be readily reconfigured to alter the size of the areas. Historically, the freshman assessments necessitate extensive division of the area, not only due to the high number of new students, but also because their destructive capabilities and attack ranges are limited, thus requiring a smaller space to effectively demonstrate their abilities. The entire assessment area spans approximately 20,000 square meters and has been divided into 50 zones, each roughly 400 square meters in size, forming squares with sides of 20 meters. Yu Erong and her companions found themselves assigned to Zone 33. After enjoying lunch together, they returned to their dormitory for a brief meditation before heading to the assessment area, easily locating their designated zone thanks to prominent markers. Other students from various classes had also arrived, some appearing anxious while others were eager to showcase their skills. At the tender age of 11 or 12, their emotions were palpable, with clear displays of rivalry exchanged through glances. Yu Erong remarked, "There's no need for such excess. It seems the tension is palpable." Observing her surroundings, she felt surprisingly at ease. After all, their cultivation levels were formidable, instilling confidence in their abilities. Attention, all freshmen. Please promptly enter the assessment area to prepare for the evaluation. There are only 10 minutes remaining for entry. Latecomers will be deemed to have forfeited this round. The booming announcement echoed throughout the Outer Academy, reaching every corner. Among their small group, the most anxious was undoubtedly Hui Yuhao, who clenched his fists tightly. Wang Dong had already noticed his roommate's unease and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous. It's a piece of cake. We're destined for the championship. Don't worry, little Yuhao. I've got your back." Yu Erong chimed in, brimming with confidence. A teacher, appearing to be under 30, arrived in Zone 33. Though not strikingly handsome, he possessed a certain charm, his demeanor unassuming, with a gentle smile and black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly refinement that starkly contrasted with Zhou Yi. After counting the students, he nodded with a smile. "Excellent. We have 6 groups of students ready for assessment. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yin, and I will be your assessment instructor for the next 2 days." "Hello, Teacher Wang." The students quickly bowed in greeting. Wang Yin smiled. "No need for such formality. I prefer to view you all as friends. From now until the conclusion of the assessment, you shall all be my little friends. Thus, I do not wish to see anyone harmed. While this assessment will determine your eligibility to continue your studies at Shrek Academy, I must remind you that this is an evaluation. Inflicting serious injury upon your opponents is unacceptable. Should that occur, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave and report the incident to the Academy." The implication was clear, a swift exit, as Zhou Yi would put it. However, Teacher Wang's demeanor was distinctly different from Zhou Yi's. "Very well, let us commence," Wang Yin declared. "The sooner the competition concludes, the sooner you can return to refine your skills. A sense of urgency is beneficial for you young ones. For the first round of the first assessment, Class 1, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Yu Erong, Xiao Xiao. Class 3, Ouyang Junyi, Chen Junfeng, Zhao Haochen, Wu Zhenhai. You may now enter the arena, each taking a corner. You may only unleash your martial souls once I declare the match to begin. Enter at your leisure." Yu Erong had not anticipated that her group would be the first to compete. Exchanging glances with her companions, they confidently stepped onto the stage. Yu Erong took the lead, standing alongside Hui Yuhao, who was the last to enter, with Xiao Xiao positioned slightly ahead, followed by Wang Dong. As both sides settled into position, Teacher Wang Yin nodded, signaling the start of the assessment. No sooner had the words left his lips than both teams swiftly unleashed their martial souls. The attention of all was drawn to Qirong and Wang Dong, the former, a remarkably high-ranked third-ring soul master, and the latter, a prodigy with a second-ring purple soul ring. Both were formidable contenders. However, based on their formations, both the teacher and the students assumed Qirong was a support-type soul master, rendering her easier to counter compared to the offensive talents of a third-ring soul master. Many spectators considered strategies to neutralize her. Support-type soul masters were generally perceived as more manageable. Yet, the opposing team had little time for such contemplations. Hui Yuhao's mental detection enveloped the entire competition area, while Xiao Xiao rapidly summoned her 3 lives soul calming cauldron, which took shape above her head. Wang Dong acted with immediacy, darting forward, his dazzling blue-purple wings unfurling in midair, adorned with radiant golden patterns. Both opponents and the supervising teacher Wang Yan were taken aback by his display. With the release of their martial souls, it became apparent that Qirong's team faced 2 agile attack-type soul masters, 1 support-type soul master, and 1 food-type soul master. Under Hui Yuhao's mental detection, the attack paths of the 2 agile soul masters were unmistakably clear. Xiao Xiao skillfully maneuvered her black cauldron to block the path of their adversaries, unleashing a powerful shockwave from the cauldron's soul skill. Despite the assistance from their own support and food-type soul masters, the 2 agile attackers found their speed significantly hindered, momentarily halting in their tracks. It must be acknowledged that Xiao Xiao's control was exceptionally adept. With Qirong amplifying his abilities, Wang Dong need not worry about exhausting his soul power. Seizing the opportunity created by Xiao Xiao, he unleashed his second soul skill, sending forth a barrage of small light orbs from the golden patterns on his butterfly wings. Targeting the 2 agile attackers, Wang Dong deliberately moderated his aim, avoiding vital points. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, the 2 were propelled out of the arena. Flying out was the least of their concerns. They would surely feel a sting upon landing. Consequently, only the 2 non-aggressive little soul masters remained on the stage. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao respectively escorted them off the field. Class 1, Hui Yuhao's team, emerged victorious in this round. Following Wang Yan's announcement, he meticulously recorded the results on the document in his hands. Qirong, lingering at the back, observed her teammates with a sense of admiration and anticipation. Qirong gazed longingly at Hui Yuhao, conveying her desire to partake in the excitement. Hui Yuhao, meeting her enchanting, glistening heterochromatic eyes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Little Rong, you are our secret weapon. We mustn't allow others to discern our true capabilities just yet. Indeed. Let us showcase our prowess first. Wang Dong chimed in, having approached the small group from the sidelines. The first 10 matches were merely an appetizer. The main event lay ahead. Xiao Xiao chuckled. Having spent enough time with the boys to realize they were merely immature children, their previous notions of romantic daydreams completely evaporated. The real opportunities to shine will come later. There's no need to rush. Qirong, hearing this, quelled her own rising excitement. All right then, just wait until I, Qirong the hero, take center stage. The 4 of them, amidst laughter and chatter, exited the arena, lingering to observe the other 2 matches. Only after the conclusion of all 3 matches did they bid farewell to Wang Yan and depart. The first round of assessments for the new students swiftly came to an end. Today's evaluations primarily aimed to acclimatize the newcomers to this combative format. However, tomorrow's challenges would escalate dramatically. 2 rounds would be held each in the morning and afternoon, totaling 4 rounds. The third day promised an even more grueling schedule, with each team facing 5 rounds of assessments. Thus, the intensity would only heighten as the days progressed. Today was truly just a preliminary taste. On the second day, Qirong and her companions triumphed without a doubt in all 4 rounds of assessments. In this intensive competition, the other groups of newcomers were not oblivious. In their quest for better results, they deliberately eased their efforts when facing Qirong and her team. After all, it was futile to resist. It was far more advantageous to concede. Hui Yuhao, you 4, come here for a moment, Wang Yin called out after the second day's matches concluded. Teacher Wang. Hui Yuhao stepped forward, flanked by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao on either side, with Qirong trailing last, somewhat dejected, still mulling over her unsatisfactory performance. You 3 achieved an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories in the initial 5 matches. You must continue to strive for excellence in the upcoming contests and aim for a position among the top 64 for the ranking matches. However, tomorrow's 5 matches will not be as effortless as today. Following today's matches, a new draw will take place, and any team that suffers 5 consecutive defeats will be eliminated. In the draw, not only will we avoid pairing teams from the same class, but prior performances will also be factored in. While your matches will likely remain in Area 33, You may very well encounter one or two formidable challengers, Wang Yin kindly cautioned. Understood. Thank you, teacher, Hu Yuhao replied, embodying the role of spokesperson with unwavering reliability. What a thrill! Winning felt as easy as slicing through vegetables. Wang Dong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as they walked back to the dormitory. He had certainly indulged himself today. Xiao Xiao shared in the exhilaration, her spirits lifted. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. Qirong, however, chose to remain silent on the matter, feeling unworthy of comment. Hu Yuhao chuckled, let's celebrate. I ordered extra grilled fish yesterday. Just as the four of them exited the assessment area, they unexpectedly encountered two individuals, causing Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong to pause in surprise. It was the red-clad woman and Su Sanshi, whom Qirong had seen earlier. Is your name Ma Xiaotao? Su Sanshi appeared distressed, as if he had endured some grave misfortune. Now that I've found you, Sister Xiaotao, may I leave? He said with a forced smile. Ma Xiaotao nodded and replied, all right, you may go. This exchange left the first-year quartet utterly perplexed. Ma Xiaotao coolly addressed them, you two follow me. As for the younger students, you may return on your own. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to protest, Hu Yuhao quickly shook his head, signaling her to leave. Qirong, however, was unwilling to relent. Senior sister, why do you need them? It was evident that this was an unfriendly encounter. What if something happened to Wang Dong or Hu Yuhao? Ma Xiaotao finally regarded Qirong with a direct gaze, her eyes glimmering slightly. Little junior, this does not concern you. With her words, she unleashed a subtle, yet potent aura of soul power directed at Qirong. Qirong's complexion paled slightly, yet she remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Ma Xiaotao raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and intensified her soul pressure. Qirong staggered, her face growing even paler, yet her eyes shone with determination. Ma Xiaotao, we will accompany you, Hu Yuhao interjected hastily, attempting to alleviate the tension. Wang Dong quickly supported Qirong from behind, gently shaking his head in concern. Oh, Ma Xiaotao's interest piqued, but she seemed to recollect something, suppressing her curiosity. Then let us proceed. Hu Yuhao's reassuring gaze calmed Qirong, signaling that all would be well. Thus, the two followed Ma Xiaotao, while Xiao Xiao reluctantly supported Qirong, watching them depart with great reluctance. Xiao Xiao, Qirong took a moment to gather herself. Her pallor fading quickly, let us find a teacher. The two hastened toward the academic building. Although they knew Wang Dong and Hu Yuhao were unlikely to face grave danger within the academy, anxiety nonetheless gnawed at them. When Qirong and Xiao Xiao finally located Zhou Yi, the three rushed to rescue Wang Dong and Hu Yuhao, only to find the five of them crossing paths on the way. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong appeared disheveled, while Ma Xiaotao had already taken her leave. Under Zhou Yi's pressing inquiries, Hu Yuhao recounted the entire ordeal, detailing how Ma Xiaotao had coerced them with fire and the bewildering chase for an elusive Ice-type Soul Master. Ice-type Soul Master? Qirong echoed, as if recalling something. Oh, isn't that because... Little Rong, Hu Yuhao quickly cut in. What is it? Qirong suddenly realized that Hu Yuhao wished to keep his little secret hidden from others, and promptly fell silent. I meant, wasn't it because the inner academy teachers arrived just in time? What does that have to do with us first-year students? Hu Yuhao sighed in relief. How outrageous! As an inner academy disciple, how could one act in such an unjust manner? Zhou Yi exclaimed angrily, shocked that her students had endured such an unfair experience. Rest assured, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong, I will report this incident to the academy, and you shall receive due justice. Setting aside Wang Dong, Hu Yuhao was undoubtedly touched by Zhou Yi's words. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. All right, now return to your rest. The assessments are not yet over. Zhou Yi escorted the four back to the dormitory, urging them to uphold their spirits. Ultimately, the promised grilled fish never materialized. Qirong felt a sense of injustice. She longed for grilled fish for takoyaki. That evening, as Qirong trained with Bei Bei, she refrained from mentioning the day's events, her brow furrowed in concern. Yet, Bei Bei, possessing an acute sense of observation after 3 months, had already discerned Qirong's distress. Thoughtful and perceptive, he refrained from probing, instead gently patting Qirong on the head. Would you like some takoyaki? Bei Bei shifted the focus, producing a steaming portion of takoyaki from his soul-guiding device, clearly purchased just after classes ended. Yes, Qirong replied, though her enthusiasm was waning, yet she indulged in the treat. Takoyaki, even when one is in a melancholic mood, remains delectable. After indulging, my spirits were considerably lifted. Comrade Bei Bei, hurry and come to cultivate. Qirong, in a playful manner, began to issue commands. Oh, why ponder so much? To forge iron, one must first be resolute. As one's strength increases, naturally, no one shall dare to bully my companions. From now on, I shall be their protector. Suddenly, Qirong experienced an epiphany. At your service, Comrade Qirong. Bei responded with a good-natured smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness. However, this helplessness was willingly embraced. Although unaware of the reasons behind Qirong's gloom, the ability to cheer her up sufficed. Chapter 023, The Freshman Assessment, Part 4. Early the next morning, Qirong and her companions arrived at District 33. Fortunately, the fright they experienced from the beautiful senior, Ma Xiaotao, the previous day did not significantly affect their morale. All four were invigorated and brimming with determination. Due to their exceptional performance in the 5 rounds of competition, they remained in District 33, akin to reigning champions. Consequently, after a fresh draw for groupings, 5 new teams of freshmen were assigned to continue the assessments alongside them. These newcomers were not the top performers from other regions, ensuring that the subsequent 5 round-robin matches would not feature the strongest adversaries. This arrangement can be seen as a protective measure, preventing the most formidable teams from clashing too early in the competition, thereby allowing all students to showcase their capabilities to the fullest. It must be said that Shrek Academy exhibits a commendable sense of humanity and fairness. Teacher Wang Yin awaited them in the arena, having taken on the role of lead instructor for District 33. He first cast a meaningful glance at Hui Yuhao and his trio before announcing, "All right, everyone is present." As Class 1's Hui Yuhao team achieved the most outstanding results in the previous 5 rounds, they shall represent our district as the seed team and will compete first according to the match order. In the 6th round of District 33, Class 1's Hui Yuhao team faced off against Class 7's Huang Chutian team. As both sides prepared to enter the arena, Qirong and her companions were astonished to discover a pair of identical female students on the opposing team. Both girls sported long blue hair and had rosy, delicate faces, appearing exceedingly adorable. "Wow, such lovely little sisters," Qirong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wang Dong, observing her reaction, sighed in exasperation, knowing Qirong's penchant for beauty had flared up once more. "Get ready. No time for admiration. All right, I'll just take a look." Qirong flashed a friendly smile at the 2 twin sisters, revealing her bright, pearly teeth, earning shy smiles in return. The twin beauty smiles were a double delight. "How wonderful this world is," Qirong mused. The formation on Qirong's side remained unchanged, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao at the front, and Qirong and Hui Yuhao at the back. The opposing side's formation differed slightly, with Huang Chutian, their captain, positioned at the forefront, likely a powerful assault-type soul master. Following closely were the twin sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Douluo, who, according to strategy, were control-type soul masters. Lastly, there was a shorter auxiliary soul master. Teacher Wang Yin solemnly declared, "The assessment begins." Huang Chutian, stationed at the front, indeed revealed himself to be a strong assault-type soul master. Upon unleashing his martial soul, his physique expanded dramatically, his eyes shifting from black to yellow, canine teeth protruding from his thickened lips, and his limbs appearing extraordinarily robust, muscles like steel. As for Lan Susu and Lan Douluo, their martial soul was quite peculiar. With a flick of their hair, their long blue locks soared into the air, rapidly unfurling into strands measuring over 10 meters in length, floating gracefully without touching the ground. Though, Qirong quipped, it resembles an inverted mop. A blue one, as before. Wang Dong charged at the opponent upon releasing his martial soul. Huang Chutian let out a roar and lunged toward Wang Dong, his footsteps resonating with powerful thuds against the ground. Just as he neared Wang Dong, he leaped, fists aimed directly at him. Wang Dong folded his wings behind him to brace for impact. With a resounding crash, he was forcefully struck down, staggering several steps before regaining his balance. In a contest of strength, Wang Dong found himself at a disadvantage, a first during these recent competitions. After landing, Huang Chutian leaped once more, pursuing Wang Dong to capitalize on his advantage. At that moment, a massive black cauldron appeared silently at the apex of Huang Chutian's jump. Taken aback, he found no leverage in midair, and with no other option, his fists redirected toward the black cauldron. The impact sent him hurtling backward, while the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron descended precisely in front of Wang Dong. This marked an excellent collaboration. Not to be outdone, Lan Susu and Lan Douluo, empowered by their auxiliary soul master, clasped hands, unleashing an even more potent surge of soul power. Their previously long blue hair surged upward, forming a vast net in the air, aimed directly at Wang Dong, seemingly intent on capturing him like a butterfly. Unfortunately for them, their efforts proved futile. Wang Dong's mighty wing blades displayed their formidable prowess. The net, originally designed to counter his butterfly martial soul, was swiftly torn apart by the sharp edges of his blades. In a stunning display, two massive blue-golden blades cleaved through the net, plunging downwards, guided by Hui Yuhao's mental detection, directly targeting Huang Chutian. It must be acknowledged that even without Yu Rong's direct involvement, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, in a 2-on-3 scenario, managed to maintain a slight upper hand. Of course, Yu Rong continuously provided support to Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to prevent them from depleting their soul power, akin to Hui Yuhao's role as an auxiliary. With a strong endurance capacity, Yu Rong proved to be an exceptionally useful auxiliary soul master, leaving a lasting impression on the other teams regarding her status as a 3-ring soul venerable. Susu. At that moment, Lan Luoluo called out to her sister. Yes, understand. Lan Susu nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as the words left her lips, an overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from both sisters, a deep blue aura enveloping their forms, obscuring them from view. Simultaneously, their long hair rose, transforming into a crystalline blue. Although the strands remained delicate, the aura they now exuded felt entirely different to Yu Rong and her companions. Hey. Could this be a martial soul fusion skill? Yu Rong observed the twins, a sense of uncanny familiarity washing over her. As it turned out, her intuition was correct. They were indeed performing the martial soul fusion skill. Heavenly Net. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Wang Dong. TSK, not this again. Wang Dong, as before, attempted to sever the attack with his wing blades. However, the outcome this time would prove entirely different. The blade of the winged guillotine struck the hair net head-on. It did not shatter instantaneously as it had before. Wang Dong felt as though he had collided with an expansive, elastic net that tightened around him with each futile struggle. At that very moment, as the net enveloped him, Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing inexplicably vanished. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dong found himself ensnared like a zongzi, surrounded by shimmering blue strands of hair. These overwhelming blue filaments did not relent. Instead, they swiftly advanced toward the trio of Yu Rong. What on earth is this? As the one most knowledgeable about the martial soul fusion technique among the four, Yu Rong was taken aback. If it were her, she would likely be ensnared as well. At this juncture, the opposing support-type soul master unleashed the skill of their second soul ring, causing the already formidable hair net to thicken and sprout spikes, rendering it even more menacing. This support soul master skill was indeed a perfect complement to the martial soul fusion technique. Hey, Yu Hao, Xiao Xiao, Yu Rong shouted, signaling urgency. Wang Dong was at a loss. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fodder. Finally, it was her turn to take action. With resolve, Yu Rong prepared for her strike. In the next moment, Xiao Xiao's 3-life, soul-cleansing cauldron surged into action, splitting into 3 as it hurtled towards the great net. The 3 black cauldrons were instantly engulfed by the net, followed by 3 resounding booms echoing within the confines of the snare. Remarkably, the net was momentarily disturbed. The national treasure, the cauldron's tremor, created an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Rong activated her second soul ring, unleashing a myriad of glimmering petals towards the Blue Sisters, never neglecting their support from behind. The auxiliary team had not anticipated an assault breaching the confines of the net, leaving them utterly defenseless as the referee intervened. The support sister exclaimed pitifully, "What was that? I didn't even see it coming." Yu Rong, modestly concealing her prowess, chuckled inwardly. Fortunately, the hair net, being a net, possessed numerous gaps. Otherwise, commanding so many petals at once would have made it difficult for her to inflict harm. The elimination of their support teammate left the Blue Sisters shaken, and the ubiquitous petals compelled them to focus defensively, causing a momentary distraction. Hui Yuhao seized this fleeting opportunity. His previously broad mental detection sharing converged to a narrow beam, piercing directly at the core of the net. The dual assault on both mental and physical fronts caused the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique to collapse. The overwhelming net receded like a tide. Yu Rong fared slightly better, given her higher cultivation and the fact that she had already taken her final action. Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao appeared pale, their soul power nearly depleted. Wang Dong managed to extricate himself from the net, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. In contrast, the Blue Sisters lay unconscious on the ground, evidently devoid of any fighting capability. At the sidelines, Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the scene before him. When the Blue Sisters initiated their martial soul fusion technique, he had been filled with astonishment. Initially, he believed Hui Yuhao's team was destined to lose, but he could scarcely fathom the dramatic turn of events. Just as the net seemed poised for victory, Hui Yuhao's team had turned the tables in an instant. Yet, the battle was far from over. Although Huang Chutian was shocked to see their martial soul fusion technique fail, leaving them incapacitated, he quickly regained his composure, barking a command as he lunged toward Wang Dong. With Yurong having already made her move, she shed the guise of support-type Soul Master, her state on the field being at its peak. With a flick of her hand, she directed the remaining glimmering petals towards Huang Chutian, targeting him directly. Yurong's signature move. All right, the match is over. Wang Yin, keenly observing the unfolding situation, realized that Huang Chutian and his companion could not evade Yurong's assault. He promptly called for a halt to prevent unnecessary harm, intending to step in to assist Huang Chutian. However, intervention proved unnecessary, for upon Wang Yan's announcement, Yurong ceased the release of her second soul skill. Huang Chutian was treated to a face full of petals. These petals were soft, exuding a hint of floral fragrance. But compared to their originally sharp counterparts, this softness appeared rather humiliating. Hui Yuhao's team wins, Wang Yin declared, moving to the side of the Blue Sisters to channel his soul power and revive them. This battle could be deemed a significant setback for Huang Chutian's team. At the very least, the Blue Sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, would certainly be unable to recover their full fighting capacity today, and they still faced 4 more matches ahead. In short, they had suffered considerable losses. Conversely, Yurong's team fared better than their opponents. They had secured a victory, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had merely expended soul power without sustaining injuries. For Yurong and her companions, the depletion of soul power was a minor issue, as Yurong could be considered a half-support type soul master, without a doubt. As everyone grappled with significant soul power exhaustion and slow recovery, Yurong's ability to regain soul power rendered her team particularly outstanding. Yurong felt a sense of pride as she mused to herself, "Ah, this unplaceable sense of superiority." She resumed her leisurely antics, casually deploying her first soul skill in the background. Yet this time, no one regarded her as a mere innocuous support soul master. The exquisite synergy between Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao was capable of sweeping the entire arena. Wang Dong's formidable assaults and Xiao Xiao's masterful control showcased their immense strength, particularly evident in the day's matches. Without further ado, Yurong's team triumphed in all their matches, 10 battles, 10 victories. Thus, the new student assessment concluded with Yurong's team achieving an impeccable record. Oh yeah, Yurong stretched her back, beaming with joy. Finally done. Shall we celebrate? Hui Yuhao, witnessing Yurong's exhilaration, felt a surge of excitement within himself. Yes, we ought to celebrate. I'll treat you all to something good at the cafeteria. Xiao Xiao chimed in eagerly. Forget the cafeteria, class leader. I want to eat your grilled fish. It's impossible to find elsewhere. You must fulfill this little wish of mine today. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's grilled fish business was exceptionally thriving, even giving rise to a queuing service. This made the already scarce grilled fish even more difficult to procure. Despite being classmates and part of the same group, it was still challenging to obtain the grilled fish that Xiao Xiao longed for. Hui Yuhao chuckled, "No problem, it's still early. Let's head back to the dormitory to rest first, and we can meet at the dorm entrance tonight. Tomorrow should be relatively uneventful. They'll likely allow us to recuperate before the elimination round start. Hui Yuhao, come here for a moment." At that moment, teacher Wang Yin approached, calling Hui Yuhao away. Wang Dong expressed concern for his roommate. What's wrong with him? It seemed that teacher Wang Yin had developed a significant interest in Yuhao. Yurong recalled the recent gossip from Bei regarding teacher Wang Yin. Interest? Wang Dong was taken aback, immediately desiring to seek out Hui Yuhao. Where are you thinking of going? Yurong grasped Wang Dong, realizing that this fellow's thoughts had strayed again, thus halting his steps towards Hui Yuhao. Teacher Wang Yin was likely merely intrigued by his martial soul. Martial soul? Wang Dong pondered, bewildered. What was so fascinating about Hui Yuhao's martial soul? Was it not merely his eyes? At best, it was a somewhat exceptional spiritual martial soul. The soul skills were of some utility, entirely unlike a decade's worth of soul rings. His cultivation speed had improved, but wasn't that merely due to his diligence? I suppose so, Yurong mused after all. To outsiders, the class leader remains quite enigmatic. Xiao Xiao interjected, as if recalling a profound realization. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have understood just how significant the class leader's role was in the competition. Bei remarked, Teacher Wang Yin is renowned in Shrek Academy as a peculiar instructor. But this does not pertain to his cultivation level. Rather, it refers to his theoretical research, particularly his in-depth studies on martial souls. Yu Rong reflected on Bei Bei's previous remarks. Struggling to recall, and slowly recounted, Yu Hao's spiritual eyes are a rare manifestation of a true martial soul. Surely Teacher Wang Yin would find him intriguing. Moreover, that chilling aura. Best not to mention that. Before long, they observed Teacher Wang Yin exhibiting an urgent demeanor, hastily exiting the assessment zone, closely followed by the somewhat bewildered Yu Hao. Let us go. Let us return to the dormitory, Yu Rong urged, nudging the still-dazed Yu Hao towards their residence. All right, I'll come find you later tonight. Remember the grilled fish. After the trio returned to the dormitory, Yu Rong uttered this phrase in the corridor before slamming the door shut with little mercy. The final day of the new student assessment happened to fall on a Sunday, and Bei Bei, having no classes, remained in the dormitory, awaiting Yu Rong's return. Indeed, Bei Bei had already moved in. The previous dormitory had ceased to exist in any meaningful capacity. Back already? Bei Bei sensed Yu Rong's presence, waiting at the door. I'm back. Yu Rong smiled at Bei Bei, then bypassed him, arms outstretched, and collapsed onto the bed. So exhausting. During the assessment period, Yu Rong had tirelessly restored the soul power of his teammates. It was hardly a light endeavor. Yet he had to maintain a FA-ADE, ensuring no other teams could discern any weaknesses, all while preserving his own aura of mystery. However, in truth, Yu Rong was not as fatigued as he portrayed. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long before the assessment concluded. But this was now the dormitory. Yu Rong's single room had become imbued with the presence of another individual. Another bed adorned with soft bedding, a cabinet filled with numerous personal items. Even the wardrobe contained several oversized casual outfits and uniforms from higher grades. Sometimes, when he practices late, Bei Bei uses the excuse of not wanting to disturb his roommate to sleep in Yu Rong's room. Once there was a first time, there would inevitably be a second, and countless thereafter. Xiao Rong, Bei Bei seated himself beside Yu Rong's bed, gently stroking his silken, golden hair. Once the elimination rounds conclude, I shall apply to move in with you. Yu Rong buried his face into the pillow, deftly swatting away Bei Bei's restless hand, and upon hearing this, slightly raised his head. Suit yourself. After a brief pause, he added, You're in charge of cleanliness. Bei Bei couldn't help but chuckle, little one. As if it weren't me who handled the cleaning before. Of course, Bei Bei refrained from voicing this thought. Otherwise, that particular little one would likely ignore him for the entire day. Shall we go eat grilled fish later? Yu Hao mentioned he'd treat us today to celebrate. Yu Rong extended the invitation to Bei Bei. Perhaps not today. I have some matters to attend to and might be late, Bei Bei replied, stroking Yu Rong's head again. All right. Yu Rong acquiesced, understanding. That evening, Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao waited for an extended period beneath the dormitory. Yet neither Yu Hao nor Wang Dong appeared. They knocked on their dormitory door, but received no response, as if the two had vanished in a thin air. Were it not for Yu Rong faintly sensing fluctuations of soul power emanating from their dormitory, he might have genuinely believed they had been whisked away by that beautiful sister from the inner academy for a discussion. What on earth? Are they two just abandoning us? Yu Rong fumed. What happened to the promised grilled fish? All right. Perhaps they were suddenly occupied. Let us inquire tomorrow during class. Xiao Xiao consoled, who had also been left waiting. Humph. He'll see. Yu Rong thought to himself, determinedly. At the very least, he would demand 3 grilled fish. Chapter 024. The New Student Assessment, Part 5. The bell for class rang. Zhou Yi once again arrived at the classroom, accompanied by the sound of the bell. Yu Rong rested his chin in his hands, seated at his desk, with Xiao Xiao beside him. The young boy radiated a low-pressure atmosphere, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 empty seats designated for Wang Dong and Yu Hao. Teacher Zhou Yi had already arrived, yet both Wang Dong and Yu Hao were still absent. What on earth are they up to? Yu Rong's brows knitted tighter, his irritation mounting. Xiao Xiao silently shifted a little farther away. The pressure is rather intense, she murmured. Yu Rong grumbled inwardly. Since yesterday afternoon, the two had been missing. The promised grilled fish was nowhere to be found. He had intended to confront them today, yet they had not even arrived by the time the class bell rang. Wait. Upon reflection, Yu Rong's anger dissipated, replaced by a tinge of sympathy for the two. Daring to be late for teacher Zhou Yi's class. Good luck to them. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the two made their tardy entrance. Yet arriving late, even by a second, was still late. Yu Rong silently shouted within. Report. Yu Hao called out with vigor. Report. Wang Dong's voice was comparatively subdued, almost lacking energy. The entire class fell silent, gazing at the two with a mixture of admiration and a hint of trepidation. Daring to be late, truly bold. Qirong raised an eyebrow at the pair. Had it not been class time, he would have whistled to tease them. Their attire was disheveled. While they were boys, they still revealed a tad too much skin. Moreover, if Qirong wasn't mistaken, they were clad in the same clothes from the previous day's dismissal. It seemed they had been quite busy last night. What had they been up to? Qirong found himself more curious than angry now. Indeed, indulging in gossip was humanity's greatest pastime. Despite being only half human and half soul beast, he still found the prospect of eavesdropping intriguing. You two, what's going on? Come in. Zhou Yi beckoned him inside. Sorry, Teacher Zhou. We overslept. Hui Yuhao confessed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Who overslept? Zhou Yi jested, a rare humor surfacing. Yet this inquiry echoed Qirong's thoughts, seemingly resonating with the entire class. The room remained silent, but only for 3 seconds before erupting into laughter. All right, return to your seats. Zhou Yi waved her hand, surprisingly lenient towards the two. Huh? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong instinctively raised their heads, both convinced they had misheard. Zhou Yi glared. What? Overslept? And can't comprehend human speech? It appeared Teacher Zhou Yi was in high spirits today. How unfortunate. Teacher Zhou Yi's good mood was almost palpable. Qirong secretly pondered the situation. With a playful glint in her eyes, Qirong observed the two, and it wasn't just her. The majority of the class cast amused glances in their direction. Under the collective gaze of their peers, the two made their way back to their seats. Once Zhou Yi returned to the podium, she calmly stated, "All right, stop looking at them and focus on me." After 3 days of assessments, the evaluations for the new students had concluded, and the results were tallied last night. I must say, you have all put in a commendable effort, and you made me proud. All the students from our Class 1, Group 17, have passed the new student assessment. I'm quite gratified. The entire class erupted in a jubilant cheer, the sound echoing in every corner of the room. This time, Zhou Yi did not, as she usually would, quell their excitement. Instead, she smiled warmly as she watched her students revel in their joy. It was no wonder the teacher was in such high spirits today. Qirong shared in this elation, exchanging smiles with her neighbor, Xiao Xiao, as they exchanged a celebratory clap. All right, quiet down. Zhou Yi allowed them to cheer for a while before signaling for silence. Passing the assessment ensures your place in the academy, at least until the end of your first year, but that is merely the beginning. If you allow your efforts to wane in the future, I fear I might not see your faces in the second year. She continued, this is only the first hurdle. There is nothing to celebrate just yet. Among you in Group 17, there are still 11 other groups whose assessments are not yet complete. Because you placed in the top 64, you must now face the upcoming elimination rounds. It is in these rounds that your true excellence will be tested. Zhou Yi elaborated. In this round of assessments, 6 groups achieved a perfect score, but only 1 group hails from our class. I had intended to reward that group, but alas, they arrived late to class today. Thus, no rewards nor punishments will be given. Upon hearing this, Qirong shot a shocked glance at Zhou Yi. Disbelief etched across her face. How can this be? Xiao Xiao and I weren't late. Qirong gazed at her teacher, her eyes pleading. Zhou Yi naturally ignored Qirong's gaze, her focus shifting to the direction of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, whose hushed whispers indicated their distraction. Zhou Yi's expression grew increasingly stormy as she observed them. Following her line of sight, Qirong noted the two were indeed crossing boundaries. With a sharp bang, Zhou Yi slammed her hand down on the desk, startling the 2 students. You two, step outside and run laps. Put on your iron vests, and do not stop until the class bell rings. She chastised. How dare you bask in your achievements so soon? As Zhou Yi watched the 2 exit, their heads hung low, she huffed. Remember this, no matter how great your accomplishments, you must maintain a heart of humility and caution. Arrogance not only leads to stagnation, but could also cost you dearly. With the elimination rounds commencing tomorrow, she began outlining the crucial points to consider. Qirong and Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, expressing their determination, hoping that Zhou Yi would not subject them to the same trials as their companions. Although Zhou Yi was strict, she was also meticulous, detailing the key aspects of the elimination rounds. Most importantly, do not presume that Shrek Academy lacks talent. Aside from our classes' Soul Master, there are 3 other teams boasting 3-ring Soul Masters, all of whom are special recruits. As she spoke, her displeasure was evident, as if this information had just come to light. Her gaze fixated on Qirong, as if to challenge, as a fellow Soul Master, dare you to lose? Yu Rong trembled slightly. Midway through her discourse, Zhou Yi glanced out the window, her fury reigniting as she shouted, "Aren't you two going to hurry up and don your iron vest to run? Are you there holding hands and flirting?" It seemed the two had indeed strayed from the norm today. Yu Rong silently thanked them for diverting attention from her. But wait, hand-holding? Huh? Yu Rong thought she must have misheard, momentarily disoriented. Zhou Yi continued to elaborate on the details, but Yu Rong was no longer following, thankfully relying on Xiao Xiao for clarity. Xiao Xiao, reliable. Zhou Yi waved her hand, declaring the class dismissed. After class, Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao lingered at their desks, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of their two friends running laps on Shrek Square. "Xiao Rong, do you feel confident about the elimination rounds?" Xiao Xiao inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Despite having a soul master on their side, they were aware that the other teams would be formidable. "Xiao Xiao, first and foremost, we must have faith in ourselves," Yu Rong encouraged, patting Xiao Xiao's head. "Secondly, believe in your own capabilities. And lastly, have confidence in Dong Dong and Yu Hao. Above all, have faith in me, Yu Rong," she declared, thumping her chest. "Let us go find Wang Dong and the class leader," Xiao Xiao suggested, standing up. Though she resonated with Yu Rong's sentiments, something felt off about the casualness of it all. As they approached Wang Dong and Yu Hao, the duo was still running hand in hand across the square. Yes, hand in hand. Yu Rong's expression shifted dramatically as she yelled, "Dong Dong." Her voice was a mix of disbelief and confusion, a heart-wrenching cry that echoed. "I thought Teacher Zhou was joking. You're still young. You can't be in a relationship." Her outburst attracted the attention of those around them in Shrek Square. Yu Hao and Wang Dong experienced their second social demise of the day. It was long after that the four engaged in a calm discussion about serious matters. Yu Rong firmly grasped Wang Dong's sleeve, positioning herself between him and Yu Hao, determined to separate the two. Regardless of their camaraderie as roommates, Yu Hao would not lay a finger on Wang Dong while she was present. She completely forgot that she too had held Wang Dong's hand since childhood. No questions asked. It was simply a double standard. Yet, they needed to address important matters. Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao took turns summarizing the key points Zhou Yi had discussed during class to Wang Dong and Yu Hao. "Though Xiao Rong has reassured me, I still feel quite anxious," Xiao Xiao sighed after finishing. "Can we really win the championship?" Yu Hao glanced at Xiao Xiao, then at Wang Dong and Yu Rong, and earnestly replied, "Our strength is considerable. We must have confidence in ourselves." "Xiao Xiao, remember when we faced the Lan sisters? Their soul fusion abilities rivaled those of soul masters, perhaps even surpassing them. Yet we endured." He continued, "Xiao Rong is also a three-ring soul master and immensely talented, certainly on par with those special recruits. Additionally, your twin martial souls grant you exceptional control, along with ample trump cards." The class leader's words were far more rational and objective than Yu Rong's. Xiao Xiao felt her nerves ease slightly as she nodded. "Let us give it our all. We'll see how far we can go." Yu Hao extended his right hand, and the four clasped hands once more. "Let us go for the championship," Yu Hao added, a hint of apology in his tone. "Xiao Rong, Xiao Xiao, I fear the grilled fish I owe you will be delayed for a few more days. The forthcoming elimination rounds hold immense significance for us. Regardless of the circumstances, we must devote ourselves to enhancing our skills during these few days. Even the slightest improvement can substantially augment our chances of victory. Once the elimination rounds conclude, I shall indulge in an abundance of grilled fish. Therefore, I will refrain from setting up my stall for the time being and focus solely on my cultivation." At this moment, Yu Rong suddenly realized she had forgotten something. "Oh, Yu Hao, you still remember the grilled fish?" she exclaimed, and then, as if recalling something, she leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck with an air of fierce inquiry. "Speak, what were you and Dong Dong up to last night? Why did you arrive at class in such disarray, without even having time to change your clothes?" As Wang Dong's childhood friend, despite often teasing, his concern for Wang Dong surpassed that of anyone else. Yu Hao's face flushed a bright red, yet he found himself at a loss for words, stuttering in silence. "Xiao Rong, please don't press him too hard," Wang Dong interjected, coming to Yu Hao's rescue. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for concealing the truth from Yu Rong, he reassured her, "You'll understand in due time." With that, he gently pried Yu Rong off Yu Hao. "Young men shouldn't be so close to others," Xiao Xiao remarked, observing the playful banter among the three boys with a chuckle. "I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow." With that, she wandered off to find her own companions. "Xiao Rong, Wang Dong, and I have a few matters to attend to. We'll take our leave as well," Yu Hao declared, for the first time pulling Wang Dong away from Yu Rong. Yu Rong felt a pang of alarm. These two undoubtedly had something going on. It rendered all her previous actions a mere farce. Uncle Titan, Uncle Neo Tian, I am truly sorry. Dong Dong was courted by someone else right before my eyes. She lamented, reflecting on whether her recent closeness with Bei Bei had caused her to overlook Wang Dong. Dong Dong, I am so sorry. Chapter 025, The Freshman Assessment, Part 6. It seemed Yu Rong had not slept a wink the previous night, her mind clouded with disorientation. She was plagued by nightmares in which Wang Dong transformed into a girl and began a romantic liaison with Yu Hao. Oh my heavens, she thought, uncertain whether Wang Dong dating Yu Hao or Wang Dong becoming a girl was more terrifying. Suddenly, she felt that the sight of those two holding hands might not be entirely unacceptable. Xiao Xiao and Yu Rong stood at the entrance of the Soul Fighting Zone, awaiting Wang Dong and Yu Hao. Xiao Rong, you look rather haggard today, Xiao Xiao observed, noticing the pronounced dark circles under Yu Rong's fair complexion. Perhaps the shock from yesterday was a bit overwhelming, Yu Rong mused, recalling the image of the two clasped hands from the previous night, leaving her with a lingering sense of emptiness. Is it true that what we ponder by day manifests in our dreams? What a dreadful nightmare it was. Yesterday, Wang Dong and the class president did seem a bit odd, overly affectionate, Xiao Xiao noted, sighing. The atmosphere was reminiscent of how Bei Bei and you interact. However, she kept this comparison to herself. By the way, where are those two? They're late, Xiao Xiao remarked, noticing an increasing crowd of students gathering in the square. Yet the two were still absent. I have no idea. I thought they had already arrived. They weren't in the dorm when I left this morning, Yu Rong replied, puzzled. If they weren't in the dorm, the cafeteria, or the assembly point, where could they possibly be? As time slipped away, the moment approached, yet they remained missing. Among the various groups congregating in the square, only Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao appeared particularly isolated. It had been quite some time since Yu Rong had called Wang Dong by his full name. Doing so now felt laden with intensity. And as for Yu Hao, she nearly wanted to tear the name from her lips. Are they preparing to be late again? Yu Rong couldn't help but grumble to Xiao Xiao. A scowl etched across her face. They've been tardy for 2 consecutive days. Do they no longer wish to remain at Shrek Academy? With that, she contemplated searching for the tardy duo once more. Despite her complaints, her actions revealed a profound concern for the two. Previously, Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao had scoured their usual haunts without success, returning empty-handed. Xiao Rong, we can't afford to go searching again. Attendance is about to be taken. Xiao Xiao intervened, cautioning her. If you also fail to arrive on time, our group will truly have no hope. No sooner had she spoken than the roll call commenced. The instructor, an imposing man in his 50s with a stern expression and a lack of facial hair, exuded an air of cold authority. He was the head of the martial spirit department, a figure of considerable power in the academy. Yu Rong sighed, feeling utterly disheartened. Life was indeed challenging. Class 1 of freshmen had the largest number of participants, thus their attendance took longer to complete. However, even the duration of their roll call paled in comparison to the tardiness of the duo. When their group was called, apart from Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao responding, the names of Yu Hao and Wang Dong went unanswered, shocking not only the first-year students but also the instructors. Though this was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired in Shrek Academy's history, it was certainly an exceedingly rare event. Even if they had passed the freshman assessment, their absence during the elimination rounds would be regarded as a blatant disregard for the academy, leaving a negative impression on all the instructors. The instructor paused momentarily before continuing with the roll call for other classes, choosing not to comment on the situation. It wasn't until they reached the 6th class that Yu Hao and Wang Dong finally arrived, looking disheveled. At least they made it. Embarrassment is embarrassment, Yu Rong thought, lowering her expectations. Reporting, Yu Hao and Wang Dong called out in unison as they rushed to the front of the classroom. Which class are you two from? What happened? The instructor, Douluo, inquired, his gaze laced with discontent, though he likely already had an inkling of their class affiliation. Yu Hao responded loudly, report, Teacher Du. We are from class 1, Yu Hao and Wang Dong, and we were late due to excessive training. Yu Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes at this excuse, whispering to Xiao Xiao, yesterday they overslept, today it's excessive training. Could they not find a more credible reason? Setting aside her grievances, seeing the two had finally arrived brought her a sense of relief, allowing her to joke with Xiao Xiao once more. However, her irritation remained unabated. Dueliness expression d'arcend. You can afford to be late for assessments? Do you have no sense of time? He chastised. As punishment, you two will clean all the hallways of the freshman teaching building after today as competition. Now return to your places. Fortunately, They had not been disqualified from the assessment. What were you two doing? Just wait until today as competition is over. Old Lady Zhou will deal with you, Xiao Xiao warned, her tone exasperated. Just look at her glare. It's as sharp as a knife. If looks could kill, you two would be in dire straits. Wang Dong, looking rather glum, retorted. Stop your nagging. It's all Yu Hao's fault. If he hadn't insisted on dragging me out for a sparring session, we wouldn't have lost track of time. Oh, is that so? Yu Rong countered coolly. This might suffice to placate Xiao Xiao, but it would not suffice for her. Yu Rong was aware that Wang Dong was certainly concealing something. Yu Rong leaned in and firmly pinched Wang Dong's waist, her expression fierce as she said, I'll deal with you later. Wang Dong winced, realizing that Yu Rong did not hold back this time. However, he acknowledged his fault and merely huffed a couple of times. Soon, the director of instruction, Du Weilin, completed the roll call and prepared for the drawing of lots. The matches were to be conducted in pairs based on the drawn positions, with the victors advancing and the vanquished eliminated. The rules for the elimination rounds were straightforward. One match in the morning and another in the afternoon each day. The eliminated teams would return to their classes, while the winning teams would remain to continue competing. Over the course of 3 days, the top 3 contenders would be determined. The first match posed little challenge, as their opponents were students from the first-year class. Upon seeing Yu Rong and her companions, the opponents appeared despondent. Although they played earnestly, the disparity in strength between the two teams was evident, leading to an inevitable outcome. The match did not last long. It concluded with Yu Rong's team emerging victorious. However, before they could celebrate their triumph, the tardy duo was summoned by teacher Zhou Yi, who awaited them outside the assessment area. Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances filled with sympathy, silently wishing them good fortune. The two friends decided to return to their dormitory to rest, preparing themselves to face the afternoon elimination matches with renewed vigor. Bei Bei. As Yu Rong entered the dormitory, she called out exuberantly, I'm back. Although Bei Bei was a senior, the academic burden was not as heavy as that of the lower grades, allowing for greater freedom. Provided one maintained outstanding grades, coursework could be adjusted to individual needs. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Bei Bei was enjoying a leisurely time. In his own words, he would say, what can I say? I'm just too exceptional, with a teasing tone. Therefore, Yu Rong deduced that Bei Bei should be in the dormitory. Yet, as she scanned the room, she found it empty. At the lakeside of the sea god lake, Bei Bei, who was nowhere to be found in the dormitory, stood with great reverence before a disheveled old man seated nearby. The man's appearance was quite disheveled. His once white robe had faded to a dull brown, with numerous rips, and his unkempt hair only added to his scruffy appearance. His bare feet rested in the cool waters of the lake, while he held a large gourd in his right hand, occasionally taking swigs that released a rich aroma of liquor. In his other hand, he grasped a roasted chicken, carelessly indulging in both drink and meat. Old Xian. Bei Bei appeared quite familiar with this elderly figure, his demeanor respectful yet unafraid. What are your thoughts on martial soul fusion techniques? Martial soul fusion technique? Old Xian opened his eyes slightly to glance at Bei Bei. Why do you ask? Bei Bei smiled and remained silent, prompting Old Xian to resume gnawing on the roasted chicken. Speaking between bites, the number of soul masters capable of martial soul fusion is exceedingly rare, and many of them are legacies of past soul master families. Take the spectral white tiger of the star Luo Empire, for instance. It wields formidable power and is considered potent within the realm of martial soul fusion techniques. However, its longevity means it cannot be deemed overwhelmingly powerful. Bei Bei interjected, yet the fact that it has persisted for so long should not be underestimated. Nothing weak survives for such an extended period. After finishing his chicken, Old Xian shook his gourd. However, those martial soul fusion techniques born from serendipity can be truly astonishing. It seemed Old Xian was hinting at something. The blue lightning tyrant dragon is a supreme beast martial soul. Any soul capable of fusing with it must be extraordinary as well. At this point, Bei Bei decided not to hold back. Recognizing Old Xian's wisdom, my martial soul is a celestial grade 1, Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Oh, Old Xian set down his gourd, intrigued. The king of beasts and the celestial flower. How fascinating. Bei Bei's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. This is precisely why I came to you, Old Xian. How should I cultivate this martial soul fusion technique? Have you encountered difficulties? Old Xian's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Bei Bei nodded, a grimace on his face. Nearly 3 months had passed, and he and Yu Rong had established a perfect cycle of soul power, greatly benefiting their training and enhancing their mutual understanding. Yet, they were still unable to manifest the martial soul fusion technique. While Qirong felt no particular concern, Beibei harbored some unease. Do not fret. Martial soul fusion techniques are miracles of the martial soul. The fact that you can merge your soul power indicates you possess such potential. After sipping from his drink, Old Xian continued, each soul master's growth trajectory is unique, and the same applies to martial soul fusion techniques. Some can shine with unique brilliance right from the start and grow increasingly radiant as the soul master matures. This is the path for the majority of martial soul fusion techniques. Conversely, some bloom in miraculous fashion, and when they do, it is the pinnacle. Thank you, Old Xian. I understand. Beibei bowed slightly in gratitude. After Qirong finished her lunch and returned to the dormitory, she found Beibei already there. Beibei. Qirong perked up instantly. Where have you been? A hint of confusion laced her words. Beibei, slightly evasive, replied, I just sought some advice from teacher. Then you haven't eaten yet? Not yet. Why didn't he have a chance? Beibei rubbed his nose. Let us go. I'll accompany you. I must tell you, there's a place that serves the most delicious braised pig trotters. Qirong exclaimed, pulling Beibei along. Skipping a meal was not an option. Qirong's hand was small, especially in comparison to Beibei's. His fingers were slender and elongated, devoid of any calluses, soft and warm. Beibei found himself momentarily stunned, shaking his head as he reflected on whether he was being overly impatient regarding the martial soul fusion technique or other matters. We still have plenty of time. Over these days, the young lad had undoubtedly sensed Beibei's troubled emotions. Although he was small, he was still a youth. The burdens troubling Beibei might not be within his comprehension. Nevertheless, the boy was doing his best to soothe Beibei's feelings in his own way. Beibei chuckled softly, returning the grip of Qirong's hand and enveloping her small palm within his own. Let us go, and thanks to my little friend for the recommendation. I will certainly give it a try. Chapter 026, Freshman Assessment, 7. The elimination round of the freshman assessment, progressing from 32 to 16. Officially commenced in the assessment area as the afternoon class bell rang. Compared to the morning, the number of participants had been halved. Following another round of drawing lots, the students were to promptly head to their designated areas for competition. After the morning's respite, Qirong and her companions were invigorated. At least Xiao Xiao and Qirong certainly felt that way. Overall, the condition of the participants is commendable, perhaps owing to the relatively light exertion from the morning's competition. However, unlike earlier, a grand platform has been erected to the north of the assessment area, towering a full 20 meters above the ground, supported by 6 metallic pillars. From below, the number of spectators atop remains obscured, yet shadows suggest that several individuals are observing the contest. From this lofty vantage point, one can survey the entirety of the assessment zone and discern the unfolding matches with clarity. How lively it is! It feels as though the atmosphere has suddenly become more formal. Qirong's gaze drifts toward the stands, brimming with curiosity. All right, Xiaorong, let us maintain our composure. Yu Hao admonishes Qirong, reminding her of the seriousness of the forthcoming matches, which cannot be taken lightly. Qirong sticks out her tongue playfully. I know. The ensuing competition proves to be anything but simple. One might even describe it as rather arduous. For standing opposite them is a formidable 3-ring soul master. This trio hails from their class's seed team, composed entirely of 4 young women, showcasing their prowess as they stand shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts. The nucleus of their team is undoubtedly the 3-ringed soul master, who wields the illustrious 7 treasures glazed tile, a legacy of the world-renowned auxiliary sect, the Qibao glazed sect. The 31st level auxiliary system soul master, Ning Tian, is flanked by a powerful assault-type soul master, a swift attack-type soul master, and a control-type soul master, Wu Feng, Nanmin Yuner, and Xiang Wenxi. The air is already thick with competitive tension before the contest has even commenced. These 4 young girls can be regarded as prodigies. Looking down upon Hu Hao, the lone 1-ringed soul master of Qirong's team, with palpable disdain, deeming him unworthy of their presence, merely a point scooper, hardly deserving of their attention during introductions. As the signal for the competition rings out, both teams unleash their respective martial souls. Wu Feng, the 2-ringed soul master, captures Qirong's attention. Her dragon-type martial soul bears striking similarities to Beibei's. However, in contrast to Beibei's imposing blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wu Feng's dragon martial soul emanates a more gentle aura, albeit only relatively so. The fire attribute of the red dragon releases a potent essence of a top-tier martial soul, with 2 yellow soul rings swiftly rising from beneath her feet. Simultaneously, from a distance, Ning Tian extends her right hand, proclaiming, 7 treasures, shine forth. Her body gracefully rotates, and a dazzling array of multicolored light bursts forth from within her, coalescing into a 7-colored treasure tower that rises over a foot in height in the palm of her hand. Nanmin Yuner makes her move as well, her body seeming to defy gravity, her speed so swift that she crosses several dozen meters in the blink of an eye to reach the center of the competition arena. Xiang Wenxi's martial soul is equally peculiar. It is a plant-type soul known as the red bean, or Xiang CZ. A flurry of red beans, significantly larger than ordinary ones, races toward Yurong. Xiang Wenxi's offensive approach mirrors that of Yurong's in its elegance. The famed 7 treasures possesses the first principle, speed. The first soul ring atop the treasure tower ignites, casting a rich yellow glow that enhances its splendor as 3 radiant beams of light shoot forth from the tower. Descending upon her 3 teammates, Wu Feng collides directly with Wang Dong, their speeds escalating dramatically, with their punches quick enough to leave afterimages in their wake. Attacks that Wang Dong could have otherwise evaded now find their mark, and he, who was initially slightly ahead, begins to feel the pressure. Meanwhile, Nanmin Yuner and Xiang Wenxi have set their sights firmly on Yurong, intent on eliminating the 3-ring Soul Master to bolster their chances of victory. Yurong, however, is well prepared, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp petals aimed at the two. The pair momentarily hesitate, altering their trajectories to flank her from both sides. This is precisely what Yurong had anticipated. Before them materializes an ancient black cauldron, the Sansheng Town Soul Cauldron belonging to Xiao Xiao, obstructing their path. At that moment, the cauldron's tremor activates, unleashing a thunderous roar as powerful shock waves envelop both adversaries, rendering them momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, the petals that had charged forth now redirect toward their rear. With Hui Yuhao's mental probing enhancing their synergy, the collaboration between Yurong and Xiao Xiao is flawless. The timing impeccable, leaving their opponents no avenue for escape. Just as the Sansheng Town Soul Cauldron crashes to the ground with a resounding boom, Ning Tian calls out once more, 7 treasures, the second principle. Release. 2 beams of light descend upon Nanmin Yuner and Xiang Wenxi, abruptly lifting their temporary state of dizziness. Nanmin Yuner's form retreats swiftly, evading Yurong's strike. However, Xiang Wenxi lacks such quick reflexes. She activates her second soul skill, forcibly commanding her red beans to collide with Yurong's petals. Yet, it is evident her control pales in comparison to Yurong's precision, and she is struck by the attack. My apologies. Yurong seizes the opportunity, advancing towards Xiang Wenxi with the intent of pushing her out of bounds. Yet, Nanmin Yuner reacts with remarkable speed, her first soul ring glowing brightly as a verdant light, akin to a blade, extends from her palms up to her arms, slicing toward Yurong's back, aiming to strike her out while she is preoccupied with Xiang Wenxi. At this moment, Xiao Xiao exhibits remarkable finesse, as the Sansheng Town Soul Cauldron descends directly behind Yurong, colliding with Nanmin Yuner. The cauldron's tremor activates once more, shielding Yurong from harm. Although it is swiftly neutralized by Ning Tian, in that brief interval, Yurong successfully knocks Xiang Wenxi out of the competition, eliminating her from the match. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the clash between Wang Dong and Wu Feng rages fiercely. Rather than Wu Feng pursuing Wang Dong, it is more accurate to say that Wang Dong is now the one entangling Wu Feng, preventing her from aiding Xiang Wenxi and Nanmin Yuner. Both are top-tier beast martial souls. With Ning Tian's enhancements, Wu Feng's mobility and attack speed surge, and she unleashes her first soul skill, Dragon Fire. A thick curtain of crimson flames envelopes her, extending about a foot from her body, with each strike imbued with the searing heat of the Dragon Fire, presenting Wang Dong with considerable challenges. However, Wang Dong's combat prowess is equally formidable. Having acclimated to her speed, he unfurls his blade-like wings, not only holding his ground, but with Hui Yuhao's mental sharing, anticipating her moves and gaining the upper hand. Just then, Ning Tian's soul skill enhancement abruptly ceases, evidence that Hui Yuhao's purple extreme magic eye's mental assault has taken effect. Recognizing the opportunity created by Hui Yuhao for her team, Yurong twists her waist and executes a spinning kick, sending Nanmin Yuner off the field as well. With a 3-ringed Soul Master, who among them does not possess such a capability? I'm not merely an auxiliary Soul Master, after all. On the other side, Wang Dong seizes this moment as well. The radiance of his purple soul ring dazzles, instantly eclipsing the colors of Wu Feng's soul rings both before and behind him. The wings of his bright dragon god butterfly martial soul illuminate brilliantly, their azure hues interspersed with golden patterns that resemble myriad small suns, erupting with intense light. The intricate patterns of light converged upon the front wings, with the left wing abruptly twisting to face behind while the right wing confronted the witch wind. The golden designs upon both wings radiated brilliance simultaneously, sending orbs of light hurtling towards the witch wind. She absorbed the impact with fierce determination, simultaneously unleashing the dragon-s fire and dragon-s fury, showcasing formidable offensive and defensive prowess. Despite enduring the blow, she emerged relatively unscathed, rolling on the ground before regaining her footing. "Ning Tian, what are you doing?" the witch wind exclaimed, her face contorted with anger as she turned to Ning Tian, who appeared to have acknowledged her earlier misstep, realizing the discomfort of a severed amplification. After withstanding Hui Yuhao's attack, Ning Tian felt as if her mind had been abruptly pierced by a needle, momentarily blanking out. As she fought through the agonizing headache, and her consciousness swiftly returned, Nam and Yuner and Xiang Wenxi had already been eliminated by Yurong. "Witch wind, give it your all." As she spoke, Ning Tian chanted the soul incantation at an accelerated pace. "The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is speed. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is release. The 7 treasures are renowned. The third is strength." The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings atop her treasure tower shimmered to life, activating simultaneously, causing her treasure tower to glow with extraordinary brilliance, as though its size had momentarily increased. 3 beams of light shot forth, striking the witch wind, while 3 additional beams rebounded, enveloping her in their radiance. However, the situation had now escalated to 4 against 2, making a comeback exceedingly challenging. Ning Tian was acutely aware that this was a miscalculation on her part, having underestimated the opposing 3-ring soul master and the girl named Xiao Xiao. Nevertheless, defeat must not come in a disgraceful manner. The witch wind, bolstered by Ning Tian's full amplification, charged unrelentingly towards Wang Dong. "I admire your tenacity, ladies," Yurong remarked, impressed by their unwavering fighting spirit, yet it was evident that she would not relent. "Dong Dong," Yurong signaled to Wang Dong, their unspoken understanding facilitating their coordinated assault on the approaching witch wind. Facing the 4 before her, the witch wind exhibited no sign of fear. "Come on." Wang Dong's radiant wings collided spectacularly with the witch wind's fiery fists, showcasing a dazzling display of skills. Meanwhile, Yurong did not entangle herself with the witch wind. Instead, she charged directly towards Ning Tian, declaring, "To capture the thief, first capture the king, Miss Ning Tian." With her second soul skill, golden armor, countless sharp petals surged alongside Yurong, leaving Ning Tian momentarily dazed, her vision filled with the reflection of golden petals. "Your knight has been ensnared. No one is left to protect you." Upon uttering these words, the sharp petal knives she had conjured pressed against Ning Tian's throat. Unbeknownst to her, the oncoming petals had transformed into a genuine rain of petals, swirling around Yurong in a fierce gale. The shower of blossoms was extraordinarily resplendent. The match concluded, and Hui Yuhao's team emerged victorious. Chapter 027, The Freshman Assessment, Part 8. Following their battle with Ning Tian's team, Yurong and her companions had officially secured a place among the top 16. In just a single day of competition, the majority of the freshmen had been eliminated. The remaining contestants for the following day comprised the top 16 teams from this year's freshman assessment, totaling 64 new students. They could be considered the CRME de la CRME among their peers, even among the finest soul masters of the continent within their age group. Of course, several formidable newcomers had faced unfortunate defeats in the fierce clashes, such as Ning Tian's team. It was simply a matter of strong individuals encountering stronger ones. Luck at times played a crucial role. Today's audience in the viewing platform had noticeably increased compared to the previous day, with the area brimming with spectators even before the matches commenced. However, a curious sight caught the eye. In the center of the platform, a 3-square-meter space was left vacant, occupied by a disheveled old man whose tattered clothing bore several rips. He sat with his bare feet dangling over the edge of the platform, sipping from a large purple-red gourd. Beside him lay several roasted chicken legs on oil paper, and he held one in hand, alternating between hearty bites of meat and swigs of wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. A master, Yurong immediately concluded upon spotting the old man. If he were not a master, he would have long been ousted by the other teachers on the platform. Today, Yurong and her companions enjoyed an exceptionally favorable draw. They had not encountered any teams with soul masters, making victory a foregone conclusion. However, they must remain vigilant and not succumb to arrogance. The matches progressed swiftly, devoid of any suspense. Upon conclusion, Hui Yuhao's team triumphed once again. Yu Rong and her group successfully advanced to the top 8. The morning matches wrapped up quickly, without any drawn-out battles, ordinary and smooth. Yet, the quarterfinals would prove to be a different challenge altogether. The competition area expanded once more, with 8 spacious arenas commencing battles simultaneously. In such vast arenas, forcing an opponent out of bounds to eliminate them became an exceedingly arduous task. The elimination method that Yu Rong favored had become utterly ineffective. It was disheartening. To eliminate an opponent now required directly incapacitating them. This placed greater demands on the referees, as the skirmishes between second and third rings were mere trifles. Entirely manageable. This time, their opponents consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, with the most striking among them being the one at the center. As a freshman, he could not be older than 12, yet he towered over them at more than 7 meters, his waist seemingly proportionate to his height, appearing exceptionally broad. He was incredibly conspicuous, imposing. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao appeared relatively unaffected, but in his presence, Xiao Xiao and Yu Rong felt diminutive in comparison. Yu Rong regarded the most prominent boy before her, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a feeling that surged from the depths of her being. She discreetly nudged Hui Yuhao. "Captain, that boy seems formidable. I sense a subtle threat." Hui Yuhao felt a jolt of alarm. If even Xiao Rong perceived a threat, it indicated that the robust boy was indeed a soul master. Yu Rong subtly gestured to Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, cautioning them to remain vigilant. The imposing boy thumped his chest with a resounding thud, causing his muscular form to ripple. "I am Xia Huanyu for the freshman class 2. Class 2, Luo Tianlong. Class 2, Luo Tianba. Class 2, Lin Xiao Xiao. Prepare for battle," the supervising teacher announced solemnly. As expected, Xia Huanyu from Class 2 bore 3 soul rings, boasting the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. As he released his soul rings, his physique expanded further, towering from 7 meters to over 9 meters, his skin darkening instantly. He pounded his chest with his fists, producing a deep resonant sound, and charged towards Yu Rong and her companions with great strides. Although he appeared somewhat clumsy, his speed was remarkable. Yu Rong felt a wave of dread wash over her. Her own physical abilities were lacking. Indeed, she was even inferior to Xiao Xiao. In the earlier rounds, the preference for close combat stemmed merely from selecting several softer targets. It can be said that the inexperienced yet playful Yu Rong found herself most challenged by such opponents. The girl opposing her was likely a support-type spirit master, who initiated the engagement by unleashing her soul skill upon the formidable Xie Huanyu. The resonance of her soul skill was palpable, as it rendered Xie Huanyu's footfalls significantly heavier, indicating an enhancement of strength. Meanwhile, the 2 boys behind her transformed their forearms into a shimmering silver, sprouting enormous mantis blades that not only boasted remarkable speed, but also appeared remarkably agile. They concealed themselves, using Xie Huanyu's towering figure as cover, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This formation comprised a powerful attacker or defender, 2 agile attackers, and a support. Wang Dong, with a deft touch, propelled himself forward, not opting to utilize his flight capabilities to confront Xie Huanyu in the air, but instead charging toward the Luo brothers. The wings of the guillotine were simultaneously unleashed, aiming to overpower the agile attackers. Yu Rong manipulated her petals to assist Wang Dong in his assault, while Xiao Xiao summoned her ebony cauldron to directly confront Xie Huanyu. Her intention was not to repel him, but simply to stall the opposing team's most formidable force. The 3 live soul-settling cauldron split into 3 mid-air, activating her second soul skill, the cauldron's undulation. Xiao Xiao did not underestimate her adversary, as he was a genuine soul master of formidable caliber. Thus, she commenced with her most powerful soul skill from the onset. Surprisingly, Xia Huanyu did not evade nor counter with a soul skill when faced with Xiao Zhao's onslaught, instead allowing the 3 cauldrons to collide with his form. At the moment of impact, Xia Huanyu's massive body spun gracefully in midair, and his first soul ring finally illuminated, unleashing his inaugural soul skill. His already colossal physique expanded once more, akin to a balloon inflating, becoming perfectly round, as the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron struck him. The force of the cauldron's undulation was abruptly negated when that gigantic balloon contracted sharply, before plummeting straight down toward Xiao Xiao. "What on earth is that?" Yu Rong exclaimed in disbelief. "How formidable!" In that instant, Both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were struck by a sense of inevitability, realizing they could not halt Xie Huanyu's advance. His martial spirit was exceedingly peculiar, likely a unique beast martial spirit, though its nature remained elusive. On the other side, Wang Dong and Yu Rong held their ground, even gaining a slight upper hand, although their opponents were strong. They capitalized on Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection and the resilience and sharpness of the guillotine wings to navigate the battle effectively. However, the Luo brothers were not only swift but also exceedingly cunning, skillfully dodging direct confrontations with Wang Dong, leading to a stalemate. While Yu Rong supported Wang Dong, the situation left the opposing support spirit master unguarded, prompting Yu Rong to focus her energy on eliminating this key player, intent on mirroring her previous victory by forcing them out of bounds. It was clear that to secure a win, the first step was to eliminate the support. However, the outcome did not unfold as expected. Xie Huanyu's immense form descended like a giant ball, propelled by the combined force of Hui Yuhao's spiritual impact and Xiao Zhao's cauldron's undulation. Under the influence of the spiritual assault, he failed to execute his adept deflection skill and was ultimately propelled away. Regrettably, Xiao Zhao's 3 lives soul-settling cauldron lacked the potency to genuinely threaten him. His enormous bulk landed at a distance, fortuitously or perhaps intentionally, directly in the path of Yu Rong's attack aimed at the support spirit master, inadvertently blocking her strike. What the hell? Yu Rong muttered, astonished by the impeccable timing. To their astonishment, he rebounded back into the air almost instantaneously. This time, he soared directly above Yu Rong, who had maneuvered to the center of the arena, requiring precise control over her petals. The image of Xie Huanyu's rapidly approaching rotund form reflected in her widening pupils. Oh no, there's no way to evade it. Xiao Huan, danger. Despite Hui Yuhao's mental detection keeping everything under control, there was insufficient time for her to evade. Xiao Zhao's expression sharpened. She raised her hands before her demeanor transforming, with a hint of elegance gracing her features. In an instant, the 2 yellow soul rings enveloping her merged into one, as the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron floated above her head, while she wielded a long emerald flute adorned with intricately carved phoenix motifs. In contrast to the stability of the cauldron, Xiao Xiao exuded an ethereal beauty as she held the flute. One soul ring quietly illuminated, and a haunting melody resonated, though not melodious. It bore a viscous quality. A layer of emerald light radiated outward from her being. As the somber notes of the flute echoed, Xie Huanyu's rapid descent was momentarily slowed. This was Xiao Zhao's second martial spirit, the 9 Phoenix Flute. Her first soul skill, deceleration, diminished her opponent's speed by 20%, affording Yu Rong a fleeting opportunity to evade what was otherwise an unavoidable attack. In a moment of critical urgency, she narrowly dodged the impending strike. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands were taken aback by the unfolding events. Dual martial spirits. It truly is a dual martial spirit. The petite girl suddenly commanded the attention of the entire arena. Their opponents, too, were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their focus. This was not the time for astonishment, as the competition was still underway. With the pressure from Xie Huanyu's relentless assault mounting, Wang Dong keenly sensed the escalation through his mental detection. His eyes glimmered with determination as he propelled himself forward, forcefully pushing back the Luo brothers with his wings. In rapid succession, his second soul ring illuminated. The dazzling butterfly godlight re-emerged upon the battlefield, and thanks to the precise foresight granted by his mental detection, the skill's inherent locking effect ensured its accuracy, rendering it impossible for Wang Dong's soul skill to miss. The Luo brothers, aware of the impending threat, attempted to respond. But lacking Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection, their reactions were notably slower. By the time they initiated their second soul skill, Wang Dong's assault had already reached its zenith. The brothers conjured numerous blade lights from their mantis knives in a desperate attempt to intercept the butterfly godlight, but their efforts proved futile. In terms of soul power, martial spirit tier, and the age of their soul rings, they paled in comparison to Wang Dong. Amidst the scintillating golden light, the 1,000-year soul ring skill, butterfly godlight, unleashed its full might, sending the Luo brothers careening away. However, at the moment their soul skill was disrupted, the supervising teacher swiftly entered the arena, ghost-like, extracting the 2 from the golden light before swiftly exiting the battlefield. Clearly, he had determined that the Luo brothers would suffer significant damage under Wang Dong's attack, prompting his intervention, which also meant they could no longer continue in the competition. Luo brothers disqualified. Wang Dong's astute jugement, formidable offensive capability. and decisive actions garnered unanimous approval from the observing teachers in the stands. Meanwhile, as Wang Dong celebrated his victory, Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao braced themselves against Xie Huanyu's full frontal assault. After dodging the attack from the malevolent Xie Huanyu, Yu Rong swiftly switched her martial soul to provide cover for Xiao Xiao, using the Sansheng Jinhun Ding to block Xie Huanyu's assaults, though regrettably, the effect was minimal. Yu Rong's petal attacks were primarily characterized by speed and agility. What was truly terrifying was her ability to precisely control and deliver accurate and lethal strikes amidst the chaos of battle. Against such a high-defense opponent, finding a precise weak point was indeed a formidable challenge. Striking proved futile, and the opponent's health bar remained robust. As Xie Huanyu descended once more from the heavens, his second soul ring illuminated, this time targeting Hui Yuhao. It must be said that Xie Huanyu possessed exceptional combat intuition. Hui Yuhao, employing the same tactics once more, unleashed a soul shock aimed at him. Concurrently, Xiao Xiao activated the Sansheng Jinhun Ding. In midair, Xie Huanyu, with his originally short and stout right arm, suddenly swung out. As Hui Yuhao's soul shock took effect, his arm elongated astonishingly, precisely striking against the three Sansheng Jinhun Dings aimed at him. Although Xiao Xiao initiated the Ding Zhizhen at the earliest opportunity, Xie Huanyu's arm negated her skill with brute force, forcibly pushing aside the three Sansheng Jinhun Dings. His rotund, spherical body descended from above, and the arm that had just cleared the Sansheng Jinhun Dings extended once more, hurtling towards Hui Yuhao. At this moment, their team support Soul Master provided an enhancement, accelerating Xie Huanyu's speed even further. This time, the enhancement was to speed. However, Xiao Xiao had no time to switch her martial soul. Yuhao, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exclaimed almost in unison. Xie Huanyu. Yu Rong witnessed this scene, a surge of anger swelling within her. It was one thing to attack her, but now they were targeting Hui Yuhao. The dark purple third soul ring of the Qirong Tongtian Ju finally illuminated for the first time in the arena. A brilliant golden light erupted from Yu Rong as she concentrated a powerful surge of soul energy in her hands, which erupted instantaneously. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. The third soul skill of Qirong Tongtian Ju, Golden Dance. The petals, once countable by the naked eye, transformed into an unparalleled storm of petals, surging forth from Yu Rong's hands, encircling Xie Huanyu with terrifying speed. Golden Dance, a spectacle that dazzled all. The petals that previously could not breach Xie Huanyu's defenses now appeared as if they belonged to an entirely different category. If Yu Rong's petals were characterized by meticulous control, this time, they embodied a violent tempest, imbued with a sharpness capable of sweeping away and annihilating all in their path. At that moment, Xie Huanyu, enveloped in the storm of petals, truly grasped the essence of a tempest. He felt every inch of his skin being sliced, excruciating pain overwhelming him, and escape was futile. The more he struggled, the more powerless he felt. Manipulating the petals, Yu Rong declared, "You fancy a sphere, do you? Let me compress you into a perfect orb." The storm of petals coiled around Xie Huanyu, compressing him at an ever-increasing speed and density. At that juncture, the referee intervened once more, extricating Xie Huanyu from the tempest of petals. This decision rendered Xie Huanyu disqualified from the match, and he regretfully exited the arena. Only a single support Soul Master remained on the field, and Xie Huanyu's team had no choice but to concede defeat. The match concluded. Hui Yuhao's team emerged victorious. As the referee's words echoed, Yu Rong's complexion paled, and she could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground. The energy consumption from her third soul skill was substantial. Before she could stabilize herself on the ground, Hui Yuhao supported her. "Little Rong, thank you." He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "It's nothing. Honestly, without me, you wouldn't have been injured." The referee was watching, Yu Rong replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, she slumped onto Hui Yuhao's back, murmuring, "I want to sleep. I'm so tired." She had completely exhausted her soul power. At this moment, Wang Dong also arrived beside Yu Rong, assisting her and alleviating Hui Yuhao's burden. "Be good, little Rong. Sleep when we return." Yu Rong, barely conscious, whimpered. "Little Rong seems truly exhausted," Xiao Xiao remarked, observing Yu Rong with her eyes closed, clearly drained. The three of them exchanged light-hearted banter as they transported their mascot, named Yu Rong, draped over the class leader's back, heading toward their dormitory. The quartet of Yu Rong successfully advanced to the semifinals, concluding the second day of the elimination round. Chapter 028, Freshman Assessment, 9. On the third day, The final day of the freshman elimination tournament commenced. Today, only 4 teams participated, while the remaining students enjoyed a day off. Naturally, most students received more than just one day's respite. Almost all the teachers from the entire grade gathered in the stands to witness the remarkable performances of this year's elite first-year students. After all, it was merely a day of leisure, and such excitement occurred only once a year, making it impossible to miss. However, the disheveled elder who had appeared on the high platform the previous day was conspicuously absent. According to the actual circumstances, this year's first-year cohort boasted a total of 4 Soul Masters. This was the precise conclusion reached by Zhou Yi after observing the competitions across various classes. When Yu Rong and her companions heard this news, they could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. In the previous 2 days, they had encountered 2 Soul Masters in just 4 matches. The odds were undeniably high, while it might be understandable in later rounds. It seemed rather absurd to encounter them so early in the competition. I thought Soul Masters were as common as cabbages around here. Is it merely bad luck on our part? Yu Rong mused, expressing her incredulity. Actually, it's the teams we faced that had the misfortune. Xiao Xiao echoed the truth. With a Soul Master at the helm, they could have made a strong push for the semifinals. Even a shot at the top 3 was not out of reach. Yet they had been halted abruptly. Thus, relying solely on chance in the draw process seemed somewhat unreasonable. Of course, it cannot be denied that sometimes luck is indeed a component of strength. However, when luck runs short, one must still rely on absolute prowess. Zhou Yi had informed them that the caliber of this year's freshmen far surpassed that of previous years. Under such circumstances, if they were to secure the championship, it would undoubtedly attest to their potential, or perhaps their capability. The 16 freshmen who had advanced to the semifinals gathered together. Notably, the individual responsible for the drawing today was not the scruffy old man from the external department as Martial Soul Division. Du Weilun, a teacher clad in white, had taken his place, and upon seeing him, Yu Rong exclaimed, "Ah, a familiar face." This was the very teacher who had dealt with the aftermath of the incident involving the senior, named Ma Xiaotao, by the Sea God Lake. At that moment, among the teachers who had rushed over from Sea God Island, this teacher was the one in charge. His name seemed to be Yin Xiaozhe. As the freshman assessment elimination round progressed to its final stage, his appearance evidently signified his esteemed status within the academy. The highly authoritative director, Du Weilun from the external department, now stood respectfully beside him. "Greetings, young ones. I am Yin Xiaozhe, the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy," the teacher in white said with a warm smile. His demeanor was exceedingly gentle, presenting himself as an utterly ordinary man. The Dean of Shrek Academy, one exalted identity. As the esteemed principal of the continent's foremost academy, he held the stature to stand alongside the emperors of any nation. Furthermore, the head of Shrek Academy was invariably a title-level superlative powerhouse, a true pinnacle of existence within the Douluo continent. At this moment, Yu Rong felt an involuntary surge of anxiety, her fingers instinctively clutching the purple gem nestled at her neck. Although she had mentally prepared herself to confront a titled Douluo, she had not anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly. Even with the fragrant Yuhua Chua pearl bestowed by Yu Yu to mask her soul beast aura, trepidation lingered within her. What if something went awry? It was the unforeseen that one ought to fear most. Fortunately, Dean Yin Xiaozhe merely cast a cursory glance over all the students present, showing no particular interest in Yu Rong, before continuing. "I am aware of your curiosity regarding my presence here. Indeed, under typical circumstances, the appearance of a vice dean suffices to signify the Academy's esteem for you during the final stages of the new student assessment. However, I must convey that your cohort's performance has greatly impressed me. You are the most gifted group of new students in nearly a century. I am intrigued by your potential, which is why I am here. I shall observe all of your competitions today, and I hope to witness something extraordinary." With that, the drawing of lots commenced in an orderly fashion, and Yu Rong's team was the first to step forward. The draw was conducted by their team leader, Hui Yuhao. For Class 1, Hui Yuhao's team drew the number 2 position. After completing the draw, Hui Yuhao returned to his place. Next came Class 5, led by Dai Huabin, who drew the first position. The golden-haired youth named Dai Huabin turned to face the others. He possessed a strikingly handsome, yet cold visage, his golden locks cascading down from central parting. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the dual pupils within his deep blue eyes. His stature also surpassed that of his peers. At the moment Dai Huabin turned around, Hu Yuhao suddenly trembled violently, his body quaking uncontrollably as he grasped Wang Dong's arm with urgency. Wang Dong, startled by this sudden reaction, turned to him and was met with Hui Yuhao's pallid complexion, his eyes betraying an unmistakable depth of hatred. Yuhao, please remain calm. What is wrong with you? Wang Dong urged softly. Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao also detected Hui Yuhao's distress. Their gazes filled with concern, yet they refrained from speaking, silently shielding him from the scrutiny of others to prevent any undue attention to his aberration. Can you still compete? Wang Dong inquired anxiously. Everyone understood that this was not the time to seek explanations. The semifinals were imminent. Hui Yuhao inhaled deeply, striving to quell the turmoil within, and nodded faintly. I can. What draw did Dai Huabin obtain? Yu Rong furrowed her brow, noting the intensity of his emotional turmoil as he had evidently not heard the announcement. He drew the first position. Should we both prevail against our opponents, we will face each other in the finals. I believe I heard someone mention that he is the last remaining third-ring soul master in this new student assessment, aside from myself. Yu Rong elucidated. Are you all right, Yu Hao? Wang Dong expressed his deep concern for his roommate. I'm fine. Hui Yuhao quickly reined in his emotions. Let us go. The competition is about to begin. Though Yu Rong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were filled with apprehension, they chose not to voice their worries. Every individual harbors their own secrets, deserving of respect and the right timing for revelation. In the semifinals, Yu Rong's team faced off against a quartet of peculiar soul masters from Class 10. Their ability to rise from among the throngs of new students to this stage, despite the absence of a third-ring soul master, indicated their formidable strength. Class 10 comprised Zhou Siqing, a powerful assault-type soul master, Long Xiang Yue, an agile attack-type soul master, Chao Jinxian, a control-type soul master, and Xiao Xiangdi, also a control-type soul master. The four youthful competitors exuded confidence, displaying no signs of trepidation in the face of Yu Rong's team. Due to Yu Rong and Wang Dong's remarkable performances in previous matches, their supervising teacher, who could also be considered a judge for the semifinals, was replaced by a venerable elder in his 60s. This teacher radiated an imposing presence, instilling a sense of awe merely by standing there, clearly dispatched to ensure the integrity of the competition. As the announcer's voice heralded the commencement of the semifinals, it was evident that their opponents, Zhou Siqing and his trio, had thoroughly analyzed their combat style, particularly in light of Yu Rong's explosive display against the Xie Huanyu team the previous day. Thus, from the outset, the four competitors unleashed their full capabilities. The agile attack-type Soul Master, Long Xiang Yue, refrained from charging forward, instead swiftly maneuvering behind the powerful assault-type Zhou Siqing. The control-type Chao Jinxian and Xiao Xiangdi mirrored this strategy, aligning in a straight line. Zhou Siqing, wielding a tome suffused with radiant white light, activated his 200-year-old soul rings. As he opened the book, two beams of light coalesced before him, forming a resplendent bear and a fierce, flame-wreathed tiger. The essence of a summoning book was unmistakable. Yet, behind Zhou Siqing was not Long Xiang Yue, but the control-type soul masters, Chao Jinxian and Xiao Xiangdi. At this moment, Chao Jinxuan's gaze fixed intently, emanating a distorted aura of light, rendering him a blur even at close range. Above him, a magnificent clock ascended silently. Zhou Siqing's rare, tome-type soul weapon was already a rarity, but Chao Jinxuan's clock-type soul weapon was even scarcer. His soul weapon, named the Time Flow Clock, was as exceptional among weapon-type soul weapons as Wang Dong's Radiant Dragon God Butterfly was among beast-type soul weapons. Meanwhile, Long Xiang Yue, as an agile attack-type soul master, also wielded a weapon-type soul weapon, a massive boomerang. Similarly, Xiao Xiangdi, another control-type soul master, possessed a weapon-type soul weapon akin to Xiao Zhao's second soul weapon, the Nine Phoenix Flute, albeit a bamboo flute with 9 segments. The assembly of these 4 weapon-type soul weapons in a single team underscored their formidable prowess, enabling them to reach the semifinals. As Zhou Siqing commanded the bear and tiger to charge forward, Xiao Xiao promptly intervened with her black cauldron, obstructing the line of sight between Zhou Siqing and his summoned beasts, significantly impairing his judgment. With a flourish of his magnificent wings, Wang Dong soared into the arena's center, his purple soul ring igniting abruptly. The radiance of Wang Dong's second soul skill, the butterfly goddess light, manifested not as a singular beam, but as a multitude of luminous orbs, each adorned with golden patterns, collectively numbering in the dozens. In the blink of an eye, an orange glow illuminated the arena, hurtling toward the bear and tiger. Wang Dong's butterfly goddess light was undeniably potent, with a single barrage, The forms of the bear and tiger flickered uncertainly, evidently having drained considerable energy from Zhou Siqing. As the boomerang manifested in Long Xianyue's hand, he paused momentarily before pivoting his body backward, only to abruptly twist back and launch the boomerang with force. At the instant of his release, the two soul rings adorning his form radiated with vibrant light. However, just as he unleashed his attack, a sudden pallor washed over his face. For what was once a clear judgment had inexplicably clouded. Hui Yuhao had also made his move, and Long Xianyue found himself beset by Hui Yuhao's mental interference. The boomerang soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc toward Hui Yuhao, seemingly intent on eliminating the weakest member of the team, the first-ring Soul Master. Yet Hui Yuhao remained utterly unmoved, watching as the boomerang blazed with brilliance, empowered by two soul skills, an evidently formidable assault, but he ignored entirely, for he discerned that the accuracy of this strike had waned, rendering it unlikely to find its mark. Qirong, swift as the wind, circled around to confront the opponent from the opposite side, her second soul ring aglow. Taking advantage of Hui Yuhao's mental disruption, in a fleeting moment of Long Xianyue's distraction, she propelled a petal with remarkable swiftness toward his brow. Of course, her attempt was thwarted by the referee, who intervened to shield Long Xianyue from harm, thereby signifying his disqualification from match. Qirong's control had become increasingly exquisite. This time, she utilized merely a single petal, a testament to her burgeoning confidence. In the very next heartbeat after Long Xianyue's elimination, Hui Yuhao, concealed at the rear of the team, unleashed a potent surge of violet-golden light from his eyes. Zhou Siqing heard a muffled groan from behind him. In the blink of an eye, the time-elapsed clock, which had barely taken flight, vanished without a trace, leaving Chao Jinxian collapsing to the ground, unconscious, under Long Xianyue's astonished gaze. The two unfortunate comrades, Chao Jinxian and Long Xianyue, were thus eliminated in succession, compelled to exit the arena. Now, only Zhou Siqing and Xiao Xiangdi remained on the field. At this juncture, the previously faint notes of the flute crescendoed dramatically. Qirong sensed an abrupt stagnation in her own soul power, which now felt hindered by 5 or 6 parts. Xiao Xiangdi's second soul skill, Partridge Flight, enhanced his ally soul power recovery while stifling that of his adversaries, including their soul skills, an undeniably potent ability. However, its drawback lay in the considerable time required for its execution. Such formidable control, Qirong murmured, intrigued by the flutist. Though merely a second-ring soul master, Xiao Xiangdi had strategized from the very onset of the competition, striking at the pivotal moment when Qirong and her companions had just eliminated their opponents, thereby creating considerable difficulties for her. Moreover, the presence of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, both possessing lower soul power, exacerbated the situation as they felt the immobilization of their entire soul power, rendering them temporarily incapable of combat. Wang Dong's condition was slightly better, yet he was now directly facing a bear and a tiger. The amplification of the flute's sound rendered the bear and tiger's forms increasingly solid, exuding an air of heightened aggression. What a nuisance, Wang Dong clicked his tongue, vexed. He activated the butterfly god's light once more, yet the potency of this attack had diminished significantly. When it struck the summoned creatures, it was akin to a mere tickle. Qirong's first soul ring illuminated, her own silver light flickering amidst it. The first soul skill, Golden Core, alleviated the negative effects suffered by Wang Dong and his companions, albeit only slightly. Zhong Zhong, Qirong called out, sprinting toward Wang Dong. He instantly comprehended her intent, wordlessly abandoning the confrontation with the bear and tiger to charge directly toward the control-type soul master, Xiao Xiangdi. Qirong and Wang Dong executed a seamless swap, encircling the bear and tiger with petals while simultaneously directing their focus toward Zhou Siqing, their master. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had already equipped her 9-phoenix flute, diminishing her opponent's speed. In an instant, the cacophony of flute and Xiao mingled, creating a raucous symphony. Xiao Xiangdi struggled to maintain control of the flute's melody, his own speed hampered, and as Wang Dong charged toward him, he found himself unable to evade, ultimately being sent off the field. The flute's melody finally ceased, and Qirong seized control of both Zhou Siqing and his bear and tiger, primarily focusing on Zhou Siqing himself. "Don't move, or my petals will tremble." Qirong threatened playfully, a wicked glint in her eyes. With the conclusion of the match, Hui Yuhao's team emerged victorious. Qirong and her companions celebrated their triumph as they advanced to the finals. Chapter 029, The New Student Assessment, Part 10, Bay 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 Bay. We've made it to the finals. After a brief respite following their victory, Qirong and her team headed to the dining hall for lunch. Approaching the entrance, Qirong spotted a familiar figure standing there and dashed forward. She leapt into Beibei's arms, a perfect landing. Beibei, witnessing the golden-hued figure hurtling toward him, readily caught her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Little Rong, try to contain your excitement," he said, glancing around at the curious stares of onlookers, feeling a slight exasperation. Yet his hand found its way to Qirong's head in a congratulatory gesture. "You were exceptional, little Rong. First place indeed. Isn't that expected?" Qirong beamed up at Beibei, whose azure eyes sparkled with joy. Just then, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao arrived, slightly delayed, also reaching the entrance of the dining hall. Xiao Xiao had already sought out her friends, having distanced herself from the quartet. "Big brother," Hui Yuhao introduced, "this is Senior Beibei. Congratulations on reaching the finals." Beibei maintained a composed demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded the two newcomers. "You must continue to strive and unleash your full potential. This is of utmost importance, despite being merely an annual assessment occurring 3 months into the school year." Nearly all Inner Academy students at Shrek Academy had made their mark during this new student evaluation, subsequently receiving comprehensive training from the Academy. It could be said that the new student assessment served as the first selection process, one that held immense significance as the most crucial opportunity for showcasing their talents. As a seasoned participant, Beibei could not divulge every detail to the trio, yet he aimed to remind them not to be easily defeated. "Understood, big brother," Hui Yuhao replied with poise. "Our goal is the championship, Senior Beibei. You must have faith in our abilities," Wang Dong asserted, feeling as though Beibei underestimated them. "The next opponents will not be easy to face. It will be the most challenging match you will encounter," Beibei chuckled, cautioning the trio of first-year students. "The heir of the White Tiger Duke. Do you comprehend what that entails?" "What does it mean?" Qirong inquired, puzzled. "Is a martial spirit the White Tiger?" "Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us." Hui Yuhao's expression stiffened momentarily, though Qirong and Wang Dong remained oblivious, while Beibei sensed something amiss. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hui Yuhao. "Let us find a seat in the dining hall. Today, I shall treat you all to a good meal, so you can conserve your energy for the afternoon," Beibei declared, taking Qirong's hand as they entered the dining hall together. Wang Dong, noticing their naturally entwined hands, cleverly maneuvered to pull Qirong's sleeve, subtly shifting her toward him. Hui Yuhao fell behind, observing the trio with a befuddled expression. The four of them found a quiet corner in the garden, settling down together. The ancestral martial soul of the Duke of the White Tiger family is the White Tiger itself, a martial soul renowned for its ferocity and dominance. This afternoon, you will confront a team that not only includes the young master of the Dai family, but also a young lady from the Zhu family, who has been allied through marriage with the Dai clan for generations. Beibei's expression turned serious. "Do you comprehend what this entails? Could it be that the one speaking is Qirong?" A fleeting thought crossed his mind. "It pertains to the martial soul fusion technique." A voice interjected, providing a reminder. "Yes, precisely, it is the martial soul fusion technique." Qirong realized with clarity. He then recognized that the speaker was Hui Yuhao, whose countenance was far from pleasant. His gaze cast downward, obscuring his emotions. "Yuhao, what troubles you? Do you wish to rest for a while?" Wang Dong inquired. Concern etched on his face as he observed Hui Yuhao's unusual demeanor. Hui Yuhao disregarded Wang Dong's concern and continued in line with Beibei's remarks. "The Duke of the White Tiger's residence and the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire have been intermarried for generations. The White Tiger martial soul of the Dai family and the Spirit Cat martial soul of the Zhu family have perpetuated a fusion technique known as the Netherworld White Tiger. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we are likely to encounter Dai Huabin's team next, who are capable of utilizing this fusion technique. Furthermore, Dai Huabin is the last of the third ring soul elders we have yet to encounter." As Hui Yuhao spoke Dai Huabin's name, a profound emotion tinged with an unusual heaviness surfaced within him. "Yuhao, what is troubling you today? Do you know Dai Huabin?" Wang Dong could not help but ask. Hui Yuhao's strange behavior upon the mention of Dai Huabin had raised suspicions, as he was usually composed, yet now seemed on the verge of losing control. Beibei scanned their surroundings. Finding no one else, he released his soul power to create a small, enclosed space to prevent their conversation from being overheard. The lineage of the Duke of the White Tiger flows with the blood of a once noble family, and their inherited White Tiger martial soul is an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul. Our Shrek Academy's first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, the Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai, hails from the Duke of the White Tiger's lineage, Beibei explained slowly. Wang Dong fixed his gaze intently on Hu Yuhao and said, "So, what is your connection to Dai Huabin?" Well, Yuhao still did not raise his head, but spoke softly. "My mother was a servant in their household. I lost my father at a young age. My mother worked at the Duke of the White Tiger's residence to support me." Yurong, Wang Dong, and Bei Bei listened in silence. Hu Yuhao, despite being merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy, had already endured much suffering. The immense fury that erupted within him seemed insurmountable. As if no amount of water could wash away the hatred etched in his heart, the depth of his resentment was profound. At this moment, he resembled a lion poised to devour, starkly contrasting with his usual gentle and diligent demeanor. As it stands, I am but an ant that the Duke of the White Tiger's household can easily crush. My only objective now is to grow stronger, to become formidable. The Duke of the White Tiger's lineage will persist, whether for 10 years, 20, or even 30 or 50 years. One day, I shall confront them. I intend to sever the inheritance of the Duke of the White Tiger. In that instant, Hu Yuhao's eyes gleamed with ferocity. His pupils tinged with a crimson hue born of deep-seated vengeance. Wang Dong, filled with righteous indignation, felt compelled to avenge the grievances his friend had suffered. Yet Yurong, while sympathetic, also sensed a flicker of trepidation, an instinctive fear stemming from the primal urge to avoid danger. However, Bei Bei sighed and approached Hu Yuhao, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder to calm his emotions. "Yuhao, what you can do now is to strive diligently to elevate your cultivation and strengthen yourself." As Bei Bei spoke, his tone softened and bore hints of concern, but do not allow this hatred to cloud your vision. Shrek is your home now. Older than the trio by a few years, Bei Bei possessed a wealth of experience traversing the Douluo continent, witnessing the myriad joys and sorrows of humanity, the cycles of fortune and misfortune. Among those with similarly tragic fates, some choose to confront their challenges head-on, while others are blinded by hatred, losing their way and succumbing to despair. At the very least, Bei Bei did not wish for his young apprentice to become lost in vengeance. Yet, voicing such sentiments now would only yield counterproductive effects. Certain emotional knots must be unraveled individually, just as with Tanya and Hu Yuhao. After their meal, everyone returned to their dormitories to recuperate, preparing themselves in optimal condition for the impending final match. "Xiaorong, come here for a moment." Wang Dong suddenly grasped Yurong's arm. Bei Bei had already gone to class, leaving the three in Yurong's dormitory. "Dong Dong, what is it?" Yurong queried, his pastel blue eyes reflecting a rare hesitation. If Dai Huabin's team intends to utilize the martial soul fusion technique, Wang Dong's gaze was filled with uncertainty. Hu Yuhao stood nearby, worry etched across his face, hesitant to speak. "I will help you buy some time," Yurong declared, finishing Wang Dong's unspoken thought. "Xiaorong, when did you figure this out?" Wang Dong exclaimed, astonished. Yurong smiled and tilted his head, gazing at the pastel blue-eyed youth. "Ever since you arrived late for the second time. After all, we grew up together, didn't we? The dynamic between you and Yuhao is different. Moreover, Yuhao is not the type to be late without cause. There must have been some irresistible circumstance that led to your tardiness on both occasions. Not to mention, when you were late the second time, your soul power was notably depleted." Yurong explained patiently. As he assisted them in recovering their soul power, he was particularly attentive. "Your martial soul fusion technique is still not quite mature, is it?" He took Wang Dong's hand, reassuringly stating, "But that is all right. I will assist you. Xiao Xiao and I will be your strongest support." Yurong's smile radiated warmth, and he added, "The primary target of their attacks will undoubtedly be me." As the only third-ring soul elder in their team, Yurong's formidable third soul skill had left a lasting impression on the instructors who had witnessed it. Dai Huabin's homeroom teacher would certainly emphasize this aspect. "By the way, how did you manage to achieve that?" Yurong inquired, his gaze filled with deep-seated curiosity. "Bei Bei and I tried numerous times, but never succeeded. How did you accomplish it so effortlessly?" Hu Yuhao found himself at a loss for words. Wang Dong was equally uncertain where to begin. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the dormitory lightened, and Yurong chuckled. "All right, I won't press you further. But you must understand, when Bei Bei and I succeed, we will undoubtedly be even more formidable." As he said this, a sparkle reminiscent of stars danced in his eyes. "This is our pride." In the afternoon, both teams arrived early at the venue, preparing while observing their opponents from a distance. Unsurprisingly, the majority of gazes from the opposing side were fixated on Yurong. Many believed that the reason Hu Yuhao's team had come this far was solely due to the presence of the third-ring soul elder, Yurong. Particularly for Hu Yuhao. Being a mere first-ring soul master, yet reaching the finals was seen as sheer luck in being part of a strong team. However, Dai Huabin did not share this sentiment. Although he did not recognize Hu Yuhao, he sensed the threat posed by Hu Yuhao's team. The formidable Wang Dong, the dual martial soul Xiao Xiao, the enigmatic Hu Yuhao, and Yu Rong, who matched his cultivation level, all exuded an air of danger. Consequently, prior to the commencement of the battle, he made ample preparations, even seeking out opponents who had previously clashed with Hu Yuhao's team to gain a thorough understanding of the capabilities of Yu Rong and his companions. At this moment, the referee had stepped into the expansive assessment area. All partitions had been dismantled by noon, unveiling the vast testing ground. The referee gestured for both sides to enter simultaneously. He summoned the competitors to the forefront and spoke in a grave tone. The rules for the upcoming finals have undergone certain modifications. Pay close attention. You are free to move within the arena, but those possessing flying martial souls must not ascend beyond 10 meters above the ground. In order to unleash your full potential, you are permitted to attack your adversaries with all your might during the match. Do not hold back, as I shall oversee the intensity of the competition. Anyone whom I extract from the arena will be considered eliminated. Do you all understand? Understood, both sides replied in unison. A flicker of unusual light glinted in the eyes of Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong. In contrast, the golden-haired youth Dai Huabin displayed a cold glint in his gaze, seemingly emanating an invisible aura of menace. The participants were introduced: Hu Yuhao, Wang Dong, Yu Rong, and Xiao Xiao. The opposing team, led by Dai Huabin, exhibited overt hostility. Dai Huabin, his voice laced with a chilling severity. Zhu Lu, the haughty girl with long black hair, declared. Cui Yiji, the charming girl with cascading pink waves, announced. Yan Ichio, the purple-haired girl with twin buns, added. The referee extended his arms to either side, instructing, take positions at the edges of the arena. Only upon my signal may you commence your attacks. Both teams gradually retreated, yet Hu Yuhao's gaze remained fixed on Dai Huabin, whose eyes flickered with ferocity, exuding an ominous air. However, to Dai Huabin's astonishment, Hu Yuhao showed no sign of retreat. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths at that moment, Hu Yuhao did not appear to wane in presence. The referee raised his right hand, then brought it down with force. The clear command began resonating in the ears of all competitors. Their movements mirrored each other perfectly. Upon the proclamation, they charged towards one another. Leading the charge was Wang Dong, whose martial soul manifested as he glided close to the ground, fanning his dazzling wings. Following closely was Yu Rong, maintaining a steady pace. Keeping a distance, Xiao Xiao dashed ahead of Hu Yuhao, positioning herself as a shield while the Nine Phoenixes' melody flute emerged prominently. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin and his companions maintained their formation as they sprinted forward, with Dai Huabin at the forefront. As he ran, he bellowed, "White Tiger, manifest!" A burst of intense pale light erupted from him, his arms extending outward as his chest puffed up, his bones cracking audibly as his muscles swelled, straining against his garments. Each muscle beneath his attire became strikingly apparent, and even the air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. His golden locks transformed into a striking mix of black and white, with white predominating and a few strands of black standing out starkly. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming a character that resembled King with 3 horizontal and 1 vertical stroke. The transformation was most pronounced in his hands, which had doubled in size, covered in white fur, with razor-like claws that slid in and out of his palms, each glistening with a chilling gleam, a typical manifestation of the white tiger martial soul. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling with soul power that surged forth like tidal waves. TSK, Yu Rong, a control-type soul master, felt slightly overshadowed, her soul power lacking in menace. Zhu Lu's eyes deepened in hue, her ears pointed and her form elongated and powerful, each finger sprouting a blade-like projection. Not as imposing as Dai Huabin, yet possessing an ethereal lightness. Although her speed had yet to surpass his, her form flickered, conjuring a series of illusions around her. On the opposite side, Yan Ichio sprouted a pair of diminutive black wings, lacking true flight capability, yet significantly enhancing her speed. Unlike Zhu Lu, her velocity fluctuated rhythmically, making her more elusive. She and Zhu Lu flanked Dai Huabin, advancing towards Yu Rong's group. As for the last girl, Cui Yiji, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Her ears sharpened. Strangely, 2 long tails sprouted from her back, each about a meter long, their dense pink fur glistening in the afternoon sun, evoking an irresistible urge to touch them. Indeed, she exuded an undeniable charm. Cui Yiji quickly spotted Hu Yuhao, offering him a radiant smile. Her first soul ring had quietly glimmered, its light subtle enough to easily overlook. Hui Yuhao's pale, golden eyes flickered, but remained unperturbed. Cui Yiji's body quivered slightly, her expression shifting. Her soul skill had failed to take effect. She had aimed to eliminate the seemingly weaker Hui Yuhao first, only to find herself facing a formidable opponent. In that fleeting moment, both sides had already entered within a 50-meter range of one another, and the deceleration effect of Xiao Xiao S9, Phoenix's melody flute, began to manifest. The speed of Dai Huabin's trio noticeably diminished, with Zhu Lu feeling the most impact. Her illusions reduced by 2. Yin Ichio's rhythmic acceleration appeared to stall, her movements becoming notably sluggish as she lingered momentarily. The distance closed further, and Dai Huabin's team entered not only the deceleration zone, but also Hui Yuhao's mental detection range. Their every action was vividly projected into the minds of Yu Rong's group. Zhu Lu flashed forward, her speed surging, trailing a series of phantoms as she lunged at Hui Yuhao. Even under the influence of the 9 Phoenix's melody flute's deceleration, her velocity remained astonishing. At that very moment, Dai Huabin unleashed his attack, roaring as a brilliant white light coalesced at his head, his second soul ring illuminating. Instantly, a burst of white light shot towards Yu Rong, intending to delay her and prevent her from aiding her teammates. Cui Yiji's target shifted as well. Initially aimed at Hui Yuhao, she redirected her first soul skill, Enchantment, towards Xiao Xiao. Yin Ichio engaged Wang Dong, her first and second soul rings flashing. As a speed-type attacker, typically fared poorly against a brute force type, especially given the disparity in strength. She had no choice but to exert her utmost from the outset, entangling Wang Dong tightly to prevent him from assisting others. The four worked in perfect synchronization, establishing a one-on-one scenario. At that moment, Cui Yiji's breath hitched, her mind pierced by a sudden, sharp pain, causing her to stumble slightly and nearly lose her footing. Yu Rong recognized this as Hui Yuhao's interference in her assault on Xiao Xiao. Hui Yuhao's mental prowess had yet to falter in the competitive assessments. As Hui Yuhao initiated his action, Xiao Xiao's primary martial soul, the 3-life soul-capturing cauldron, also activated. The dark cauldron soared towards Hui Yuhao, just as Zhu Lu was about to reach him, descending abruptly. Zhu Lu moved with astonishing speed, swiftly executing evasive maneuvers. However, the Sanxing Zhanhan Ding simultaneously split into 3, forming a line with a certain distance between them. In that instant of separation, the first soul skill was activated, Ding Zhizhen. Amidst the thunderous roar, the rippling shockwaves connected with one another, effectively creating a barrier before Hui Yuhao. Although Zhu Lu was remarkably fast, it was impossible for her to maneuver around such an expanse in an instant. As she witnessed the activation of her opponent's soul skill, she indeed demonstrated her prowess by abruptly halting her own first soul skill, performing a backward somersault to narrowly evade the shockwaves of Ding Zhi. Simultaneously, Dai Huabin and Yu Rong found themselves in a stalemate. In truth, Yu Rong was at a disadvantage, battling against a powerful assault-type soul master. The disparity between long-range and close combat fighters was evident. Dai Huabin was not only valiant, but also possessed extensive combat experience, far surpassing Yu Rong. Fortunately, with Hui Yuhao's mental detection support, she managed to hold her ground. Yu Rong, I truly despise those assault-type soul masters who rely solely on physical prowess. Bebe? Thankfully, I don't consider myself one. Wang Dong. Phew, good thing I'm not. As Dai Huabin charged forward, his first soul ring illuminated, enveloping him in a white light shield, particularly focusing on his head. Clearly, he was on guard against Hui Yuhao. This was his defensive first soul skill, Baihuhu Shanzhong, which not only provided substantial protection, but also enhanced his combat capabilities. Yu Rong felt an overwhelming frustration. Dai Huabin's physical attributes were extraordinarily robust, rendering her ordinary sharp petals akin to mere tickles against him. She had to amplify her soul power output and precision to direct the petals toward Dai Huabin's vulnerabilities. Indeed, she could scarcely attend to her other companions. On another front, Wang Dong's battle with Yin Ichio was brief. Although the deceleration from Xiao Zhao's Jiufeng Lai Yishao had dissipated, with Hui Yuhao's mental detection assistance, Wang Dong unleashed his second soul skill. Countless light orbs dispersed, striking Yin Ichio's landing points, leaving her with no avenue for retreat, forced to endure passively. Meanwhile, Zhu Lu executed agile maneuvers, skirmishing with the Sanxing Zhanhan Ding. Her speed was so swift that, even with the deceleration from Jiufeng Lai Yishao, Xiao Xiao had to exert utmost focus to use the Sansheng Zhenhun Ding to obstruct her path and prevent her from approaching Hui Yuhao to launch an attack. Yet, when Cui Yiji launched her assault, Xiao Xiao was unable to reposition the Sansheng Zhenhun Ding for her own defense. This was a splendid cooperation between Zhu Lu and Cui Yiji. At that moment, her second soul ring illuminated, and with a sudden flick of her body, a pair of pink tails emerged, aimed directly at Xiao Xiao. Do not mistake those for soft tails. They were not mere fur, but contained the essence of her second soul skill's attack. Hui Yuhao could sense the terrifying soul power harbored within those foxtails. That soul power was not only concentrated, but also contained piercing elements. If Xiao Xiao were struck at a vital point, it could result in far more than mere injury. Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao shouted. But the Sansheng Zhenhun Ding showed no intention of retreating, continuing its struggle with Zhu Lu to protect Hui Yuhao. At that moment, Wang Dong, who had just sent Yenichio out of the match, raced toward Xiao Xiao with all his speed, but he was still a fraction too late. The light of the butterfly god clashed with Cui Yiji's foxtails, resulting in a violent explosion in midair. The aftershocks of the battle were immense. But due to the slight delay, Wang Dong was too close to Xiao Xiao. The referee arrived beside her to absorb the impact of the blow, simultaneously indicating that Xiao Xiao was eliminated. At that instant, Wang Dong unleashed another beam of butterfly godlight, sending brilliant orbs straight at Cui Yiji, who had just released her second soul skill and was unable to evade. Following Xiao Xiao's exit, Cui Yiji too was eliminated, the gap between them scarcely the length of a breath. Chapter 030, Newborn Assessment 11. The battlefield now stood at a 3-2 scenario. Yu Rong and her companions against Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu decisively abandoned her assault on Hui Yuhao, propelling herself toward Dai Huabin, intent on neutralizing Yu Rong first. Yu Rong, ever vigilant, released her third soul skill as Zhu Lu moved. Yu Rong, if not now, then when? A formidable surge of soul power erupted forth, even more domineering than Dai Huabin's, as a storm of petals formed from her soul power, sweeping toward both Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable attack, both in potency and speed, placing it among the elite of the new generation, surpassing many senior students. The moment the attack was unleashed, Yu Rong's countenance turned pale. This was her all-out effort, and facing two formidable opponents, she dared not be complacent. Committing fully, as her attack neared its conclusion, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao joined Yu Rong's side, the three regrouping. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu bore considerable injuries, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, both possessed survival tactics that prevented the referee from intervening. However, their condition was dire. Zhu Lu was riddled with wounds, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Dai Huabin fared slightly better, though his steps had become unsteady, suffering significant soul power depletion. A fierce glint flashed in Dai Huabin's eyes, and to Yu Rong's astonishment, he unexpectedly dissipated his by Yin-Yang transformation. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu retreated, abruptly dashing backward. This sudden change left Yu Rong and her companions momentarily stunned. Wuhan, He Huiji, Yu Zongzili, Xiaoding, Zhongzhong, Yu Hao. At that moment, Dai Huabin unleashed a thunderous roar, and with it, his body expanded once more. White fur intermingled with black stripes surged forth from within him. Zhu Lu bit her lip, enveloped in a faint black glow, her form ethereal, seemingly translucent, as she lunged toward Dai Huabin with outstretched arms. In that instant, the essences of the white tiger and the spirit cat fused completely. The sensation was extraordinary, as the white tiger seemed to engulf the black cat, unleashing an overwhelming wave of soul power from their amalgamated form. The contrasting black and white light merged into a radiant golden halo, embodying an unparalleled sense of transcendence. At that moment, Yu Rong recalled Beibei's words. The fusion of martial souls is not merely a sum of 1 + 1. For even two identical martial souls may not yield such a fusion. It requires complementarity and perfect synergy. When this fusion occurs, the resulting power transcends mere levels of the two soul masters involved. It becomes something greater. In that instant of fusion, the forms of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu vanished, leaving behind only a colossal white tiger within the assessment area. The tiger, translucent with white fur and black stripes, possessed purple eyes that coldly gazed upon Yu Rong and her companions. Its massive form appeared somewhat ethereal, existing as a specter, while the figures of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had already become indistinct shadows. The enormous body crouched slightly, and in the next moment, it surged forth with terrifying speed. a transparent wave racing toward Qirong and her companions. Qirong bit down fiercely on her own lip, her already pallid complexion growing even more ashen. An increasing number of petals gathered along the path of the great white tiger, heralding the invocation of her second soul skill, golden armor. This time, the petals transformed from sharp blades into the most formidable of shields. The colossal white tiger collided with the golden shield barrier, visibly momentarily halting its advance. Its entire form illuminated in a brilliant white, radiating an even more resplendent glow. Qirong could no longer sustain her effort. The golden petal barrier shattered in the face of the tiger's onslaught, and the once supple petals reverted to their original state, stripped of the soul skill's enhancement. The massive white tiger broke through the blockade, stirring up a tempest that sent petals soaring through the air. A breathtaking sight. Yet for Qirong, it was far from pleasant. A metallic sweetness filled her throat, her vision darkening. With sheer willpower, she managed to hold back the ethereal white tiger. Perhaps she believed her efforts were in vain, lasting but mere seconds. However, to the teachers observing from the high platform, this was nothing short of astonishing. The soul fusion technique of a soul master and a great soul master rivaled the full-force strike of a four-ring soul sect. In the true theater of war, the few seconds Qirong managed to stall the onslaught could turn the tide of battle, significantly mitigating losses. Yet, the most incredible spectacle was yet to unfold. As Qirong's barrier dissipated, a peculiar golden light erupted from her vicinity, a colossal golden beam that instantly filled the eyes of all present with its dazzling brilliance. It was the second soul fusion technique. The teachers atop the platform were left astounded. Truly, these were extraordinary prodigies. The radiant glow was unique, shifting through hues of blue, purple, and gold, imbued with a rich aura of light, intermingled with various unusual waves of soul power. This prismatic beam surged forth, illuminating the path before it, leaving behind a mesmerizing distortion that seemed to transcend time itself. Amidst the rain of petals, the resplendent light surged directly toward the great white tiger. An image so breathtaking it could stir the soul, yet fraught with impending peril. Just then, a white figure appeared as if materializing from thin air, entering the evaluation zone at a critical moment. This figure positioned himself precisely at the epicenter of the clash between the two soul fusion techniques. He shielded himself with his back against the descending paw of the ethereal white tiger, while simultaneously using his front to block the dazzling tricolored light. A dense white radiance shot skyward, forming an ethereal yet remarkably solid barrier, effectively halting both soul fusion techniques. This sudden appearance, using his own form to obstruct the two formidable techniques without the slightest recoil, was none other than Douluo, the director of the Soul Division at Shrek Academy. The white light emanated from his being, a manifestation of his pure soul power. In that very instant, 8 soul rings appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, representing the pinnacle configuration of an 8-ringed soul, Douluo. How could such a potent collision be resolved? Douluo provided the answer, by using his own body to absorb the impact, discerning the strength of each attack to determine the victor. Both techniques were soul fusion skills, the ultimate trump cards of their respective teams. Without a doubt, the true measure of strength lay in the capacity to endure. As the intense energy dissipated, only Douluo remained standing in the center of the arena, his form aglow with a golden hue, resembling a statue carved from gold, standing resolute. Yet, the fabric of his attire had been torn by the white tiger's paw, exposing his robust back, which bore 5 distinct blood marks. Upon witnessing this, Qirong's heart trembled. Could a soul master and a great soul master's fusion skill truly injure a soul Douluo? Surely, they could not have lost. Very well, you all performed admirably. Douluo's voice resonated, capturing the attention of all the students, who gathered their emotions to focus on him. He continued, I am quite astonished by the level of mastery you new students have achieved, all exhibiting your soul fusion techniques. I have personally felt the intensity of your abilities. Douluo announced, Now I declare the final champion of the new student assessment elimination round. He paused momentarily, then raised his right hand, pointing towards Qirong's group, proclaiming loudly, Qirong, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao's team. A resounding uproar erupted throughout the venue. Hui Yuhao himself could hardly believe it, exchanging incredulous glances with Xiao Xiao, muttering, Did we win? Wang Dong, equally perplexed, asked, Did Director Du say we were the champions or the runners-up? Qirong leapt into Wang Dong's embrace, exclaiming with unabashed glee, Champions. First place. Many were left in shock, particularly the team of Dai Huabin, who felt a wave of disbelief. The black-haired girl, Zhu Lu, disregarding her weakened state, retorted defiantly, "Director Du, how could they have one? It was clearly our victory." Though Dai Huabin remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze fixated on Du Weilin, showing no sign of retreat. Du Weilin turned to them, scanning each of them with a calm demeanor, and stated, "Are you questioning my judgment? There could be no misjudgment." The reason behind it was likely something Du Weilin preferred not to disclose. The director, ever adept at navigating such situations, deftly diffused the tension. "I must admit, you all are remarkable, and I have underestimated the potency of your soul fusion techniques. It is not the fault of anyone else. Having revealed my back to you, I shall not impose any fees." At this, laughter erupted from the high platform, showcasing Du Weilin's exceptional emotional intelligence. With a simple remark, he alleviated the awkwardness of the moment. "I understand that not clarifying this may leave some questions in your minds. First, I must affirm my earlier statement. I did not err. The ultimate champions are indeed the new student team consisting of Yurong, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hu Yuhao. Their stunning performance has rightfully earned them the title of champions of this year's new student assessment finals. Everyone present had witnessed the events unfold. As a teacher, it is my duty to avert any potential harm to my students." Both teams wielded soul fusion techniques, and merely observing with the eyes made it difficult to ascertain the outcome of their attacks. Thus, I had no choice but to put myself to the test. No matter how powerful Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's ethereal white tiger may be, it remains merely a manifestation of a soul master and a great soul master. I believe this could not breach the defenses of a soul Douluo. However, now that the events have transpired, it indicates. Du Weilin's gaze shifted toward Wang Dong and Hu Yuhao as he continued. "The reason the ethereal white tiger was able to injure me was due to another soul skill that I endured head-on. Wang Dong, Hu Yuhao, I'm not yet familiar with the name of your soul fusion technique. As the first to experience it, do I not merit the privilege of knowing its name?" Wang Dong chuckled lightly, explaining, "Director, you were the first to endure our soul fusion technique. This was also our first use in battle after its successful trial." Du Weilin regarded him with surprise, remarking, "I am honored. May I then inquire about its name?" Wang Dong nodded, turning to Hu Yuhao, "Of course. Yuhao, please share." Hu Yuhao gazed into the distance at Dai Huabin, his voice steady as he spoke. "Our martial soul fusion technique is called the Golden Path of Withering Brilliance." Du Weilin cast his eyes downward, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Upon the ground of the assessment area lay a chasm 30 meters long and half a meter deep, shimmering with a resplendent golden hue that sparkled under the sun's rays. Truly, it was the Golden Path. Du Weilin nodded slightly before turning to Dai Huabin and his companions. "The reason your nether white tiger managed to injure me is singular. It was because, prior to your attack, I was already struck by their Golden Path. The effects of a martial soul fusion technique remain a secret to any soul master. That is all I can disclose. Your nether white tiger is formidable. In that earlier scenario, had you evaded the direct assault of the Golden Path, victory would have been within your grasp. However, Yurong consistently obstructed you, meaning evasion was impossible. Under such circumstances, being struck head-on by the Golden Path ensures your defeat. Well, that is all I can convey. The freshman assessments are now concluded. Tomorrow morning, a gathering will be held for the newcomers to award the top 3 teams and to conduct the class divisions for the first year." Having delivered these words, Du Weilin turned and swiftly departed the assessment area. Thus, the freshman evaluations came to an end. The results of the final round of assessments quickly spread throughout the academy. That evening, Hu Yuhao once again skipped his shift selling grilled fish. Instead, he joined Yurong, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, as well as Bei Bei and Tanya, to venture into the wilderness for a private barbecue party. Bei Bei had pondered the possibility of Yurong and her companions claiming the championship. Though he was more concerned about the martial soul fusion techniques of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, which posed significant challenges. Therefore, he did not harbor great expectations for their victory, merely hoping that they would perform well enough to demonstrate their strength to the Academy's instructors. All right, Xiao Rong. You can't eat anymore, Bei Bei said, exasperated as he watched Yurong, who had already devoured 5 grilled fish, eagerly reaching for a 6th. "I'm just so hungry today." Yurong turned to Bei Bei, her brows furrowed in discontent. "I can still eat. Even if you can, you shouldn't tea," Bei Bei said as he snatched away the fish Yurong had just grabbed. "Behave." He playfully ruffled her hair. "Tomorrow, I want takoyaki." Yurong fixed her gaze on Bei Bei for a moment before relenting. "All right, I'll come find you after class. Bye-bye nodet agali. Tanya. Meanwhile." remained by the grill, steadily consuming fish after fish. Since the commencement of the freshman assessments, Hui Yuhao had not returned to selling grilled fish, and he had long since missed it. By the way, Wang Dong, do you still wish to join our Tang sect? Tanya inquired after finishing her meal. Wang Dong nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course I want to join." For reasons unknown, the mention of the Tang sect stirred a deep sense of familiarity within him, a yearning that emanated from his very core. Yu Rong was aware of the connection between the Haoyan clan and the Tang sect, which bore a peculiar history. Yet she was taken aback by Wang Dong's resolute desire to join. Tanya chuckled and said, "All right, in light of your victory, I shall not dismiss your request. You are hereby granted special admission to the Tang sect." "Xiao Xiao, what about you? Are you interested?" Xiao Xiao blinked and murmured, "Tang sect? Yes, indeed. That is the Tang sect. We may not offer particularly exceptional privileges, but one thing is certain. We will never hoard our treasures. All of our ultimate techniques will be accessible to our members for cultivation." Xiao Xiao smiled and replied, "In that case, I shall join as well. After all, I have no sect of my own." Her response was decisive. In the Douluo continent, who had not grown up listening to tales of the Shrek Academy and the Tang sect from 1,000 years ago. This was also a dream held in Xiao Xiao's heart. Furthermore, although the Tang sect had fallen into obscurity, the fresh blood it now welcomed was not lacking in potential. Throughout the competition, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao had left a profound impression on her. Bei Bei and Tanya were already senior students at Shrek Academy, promising a bright future filled with hope. Moreover, in the Douluo continent, having good soul master companions was of utmost importance, and the members of the Tang sect were all excellent partners. "What about you, Xiaorong? Do you have any thoughts on joining the Tang sect?" Tanya asked, extending an invitation, sensing this was an opportune moment to add 2 new members to the Tang sect. Tanya was astute. With Yu Rong being such a young soul master at the 3rd ring, her potential was undeniably immense, making her a coveted addition. Though the likelihood of acceptance seemed slim, hope still lingered. What if it succeeded? Yu Rong hesitated, kesting a glance et bye-bye. He looked back at her with gentle eyes. She understood his meaning. Regardless of her decision, he would support her. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree." Yu Rong gritted her teeth, finally voicing her refusal. "Xiaorong?" Wang Dong called her name, a hint of confusion lacing his tone, but he refrained from further comment. "That's all right, but remember, the doors of the Tang sect will always remain open for you, little Xiaorong." Tanya's tone held no regret, for it was merely an attempt. If one attempt failed, there would be another opportunity. Yu Rong, however, had her own reservations. The Tang sect was still too weak at present. As a being transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, despite possessing the concealing aura of the condensing pearl, there remained a risk of exposure should she encounter a title Douluo or greater. At this nascent stage of the Tang sect, she could not afford to add unnecessary risks and troubles. Some individuals would go to great lengths for the soul rings and bones of a 100,000-year soul beast, and Yu Rong never doubted this. All right, Bei Bei redirected the conversation back to the 4 first-year students. Looking at the 4 young ones, he smiled and said, "You all have passed the freshman assessments and will soon be divided into classes. Assault and control typically go hand in hand. As a team, you should be placed in the same class. As for you, Hao, I need not elaborate. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, you should have heard that our Tang sect is renowned for its hidden weapons. However, with the advent of soul-guided devices, hidden weapons have gradually faded from the historical stage, which has significantly contributed to our decline. To resurrect the Tang sect, we must revitalize hidden weapons, yet it cannot be a mere revival of the past. Only by integrating hidden weapons with soul-guided devices can we hope to reclaim our former glory." What are your thoughts on soul-guided devices? Once you officially become first-year students, you'll have the option to take elective courses on soul-guided devices. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, both slightly furrowing their brows. Xiao Xiao murmured, "Since I possess 2 martial souls, if I delve into the research and creation of soul-guided devices, I may not have enough time for cultivation. I believe we soul masters should prioritize our training." Wang Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "I concur with Xiao Xiao. I am not particularly keen on learning soul-guided device crafting." Yu Rong also nodded. "I find soul-guided devices fascinating, but I might lack the intellect for it." After the 3 had voiced their thoughts, they expected Bei Bei and Tanya to be displeased, but to their surprise, both were smiling. Tanya responded with a hint of exasperation. "You all truly embody the mindset of outstanding martial soul system students. This is a classic perspective of martial soul students. In reality, not only you, but even Bei Bei and I often feel that our time for cultivation is insufficient. We dedicate very little time to truly engage with soul-guided devices. Do as you please. The Tang sect will not impose restrictions on your cultivation paths. I merely inquired whether you possess any interest. Each of you showcases exceptional talent, and it would indeed be detrimental to be distracted. We shall have to wait until the Tang sect recruits additional disciples specializing in the cultivation of soul-guiding devices. At that moment, Hui Yuhao unexpectedly spoke up, "Teacher Tangya, I wish to take up soul-guiding devices." Tangya's eyes lit up. "Yuhao, are you willing?" Hui Yuhao nodded, stating, "Soul-guiding devices possess their own unique wonders. They can replace the Tang sect's hidden weapons and become the most esteemed armaments across the continent. Their power will certainly be formidable. I wish to give it a try. If I lack the aptitude, then so be it, but should I possess this gift? I would like to learn." "Excellent. This truly suits you. Your martial soul is of the spiritual type, which lacks offensive capabilities. With the assistance of soul-guiding devices, your combat effectiveness will be significantly enhanced. Moreover, in the realm of soul-guiding devices, the deeper your understanding, the greater the power you can wield." However, she continued, "It must be noted that your desire to specialize in soul-guiding devices may not necessarily come to fruition. While the benefits of being the champion of the new student assessment are indeed numerous, challenges do exist. Yuhao, if you cannot enter the soul-guiding department, it is equally important to focus on your own cultivation." Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Teacher Tangya, why would I not be able to enter the soul-guiding department?" Tangya replied, "Are you aware of the rewards for the champion of the new student assessment?" The four of them, Qirong and the others, perked up, eager for the revelation. "Please tell us. We are all anticipation." "The most significant reward is to become a core disciple," Tangya said, her tone laced with mystery as she regarded the four young ones. Chapter 031, Core Disciple. Core Disciple? The quartet had heard this term before. Teacher Zhou, he had mentioned it. Tangya crossed her arms, nodding knowingly. As champions of the new student assessment, becoming core disciples of the martial soul department should pose no problem. Once you achieve this status, the Academy will invest more resources into your development, enabling you to become even more formidable soul masters. In simple terms, this means greater resources and opportunities. Indeed, Beibei summarized, the resources afforded to core disciples of the martial soul department encompass nearly every aspect of your lives, such as daily nutritious meals, opportunities to hunt for soul rings under the guidance of teachers, and the Academy will meet your requests within certain limits. Tangya added with a teasing glance at Beibei. "Look at your senior brother Beibei. He was the captain of the first-place team that year. We can only envy such treatment." The four children turned their gazes towards Beibei, who, under their intense scrutiny, felt slightly embarrassed despite his usual composure. In truth, being a core disciple is merely the initial qualification. It signifies that the Academy values you and is willing to cultivate you. However, how you leverage these resources to enhance your strength and maintain this qualification depends on your own efforts. Moreover, if you do not obtain the core disciple qualification, do not be disheartened. The teacher's understanding of you is still limited. Your next task is to diligently improve yourselves and let your brilliance shine, Beibei remarked. His gaze fixed on Hui Yuhao, whose performance in the recent assessment had not stood out prominently, leaving many teachers unfamiliar with him. Hui Yuhao met Beibei's gaze, pursing his lips. "I understand, senior brother Beibei. All right, little Yuhao, this is merely a hypothetical situation. Do not dwell on it too much. After all, you have secured the first place today." Tangya patted Hui Yuhao's head, assuring him that the odds were still quite slim. Indeed, the likelihood was minimal, and this was merely a cautionary note. If it were to occur, it would only be a loss for the Academy. Beibei consoled Hui Yuhao. "Fear not," Qirong exclaimed as she bounded to Hui Yuhao's side. "If it happens, we will confront the teacher about it. Yes, we shall approach that teacher who obstructed the two martial soul fusion techniques during the competition, the one named Du Weilan." Qirong playfully ruffled Hui Yuhao's hair, standing just tall enough to reach him. "Absolutely, I feel the same," Wang Dong declared with determination. "I too, senior class leader," Xiao Xiao chimed in. "Ahem, I advise against openly confronting teachers." Beibei interrupted the three, who were becoming overly fervent. "Questioning teachers publicly will only worsen the situation." Tangya concurred with Beibei's sentiment, emphasizing the Academy's commitment to fairness, which is a challenging endeavor. Moreover, Tangya raised her voice, "This is merely a hypothetical situation. Why take it so seriously? We are not so unfortunate as to speak calamities into existence." The following day, Tangya wished she could extinguish her previous self, her face stinging from the slap of reality, as her words had proven prophetic. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qirong, with damp hair from her shower, stared at Bei Bei, who had also just finished bathing. Bei Bei felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze, as she typically played by herself and only looked at him when called upon. Little Rong, what is the matter? Bei Bei inquired gently, deciding to take the initiative. Teacher Tang, you mentioned today that the academy would fulfill requests within certain limits for core disciples. Is it possible that you use your privileges to change dormitories? Yu Rong probed, her chin raised defiantly. Yu Rong, Bei Bei replied, sitting on her bed and patting her soft, fluffy hair. That was merely a reasonable request. Yu Rong's amethyst-like eyes bore into Bei Bei, remaining silent. Fine, I shall let it go. But what you discussed with Yu Hao today was not merely a possibility, was it? Yu Rong pressed again. Indeed, that is accurate, Bei Bei conceded readily. Unquestionably. Yu Hao is diligent in his cultivation and possesses considerable ability, yet his current strength remains insufficient to attract significant attention from the teachers. Moreover, his capabilities are challenging to discern without first-hand experience. And most importantly, Bei Bei paused. Yu Rong, Yu Wangdong, and Xiao Xiao shine too brightly. Yu Rong sighed and tossed the covers aside. Time for sleep. Return to your own bed. Understood, my lady, Bei Bei replied with an air of resignation. That night, Yu Rong dreamt, but could not recall the specifics. She only remembered Hui Yu Hao weeping in a corner, looking pitiful. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Due to the presence of the sea god lake, the air within Shrek Academy was not only refreshing, but also particularly humid. However, the developments unfolded as Bei Bei had anticipated, in the most unfavorable manner. The quality of this year's new student surpasses that of previous years. I hope you will continue to strive forward. The heavens reward diligence. Regardless of how great your talent may be, without effort, there will be no fruitful harvest. Our Shrek Academy stands as the foremost Soul Master Academy on the continent, and I hope that you will all graduate successfully and achieve outstanding results. In light of the emergence of several exceptional new students in this year's competition, the Academy has granted a select number of students the status of core disciples. I shall now announce the list. According to the Academy's evaluation of the new students' performances during the assessment, the following core disciples have been approved: Yu Rong, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Zhou Xiqing, Chao Jinxian, Lan Susu, Lan Luluo, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. As the names were read aloud, Hui Yu Hao's was conspicuously absent. Yu Rong discreetly glanced at Hui Yu Hao, who tightly pursed his lips, his body slightly trembling, and his fists clenched, as if he were suppressing something within. This revelation dampened the initially exuberant spirits of Yu Rong and his companions, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who shared similar concerns. Given that there were some new students in the freshman assessment who, despite lacking in talent and ability, still exhibited commendable performances, the Academy has resolved to grant them temporary privileges as core disciples until the end of the academic year. Should they achieve breakthroughs during next year's advancement examination, their promotion to official core disciples will be considered. The list of names includes Hui Yu Hao, Cui Yiji, Huang Chutian, Long Xiang Yue, and Nanmen Yuner. After the announcement, Director Du Weilin provided additional commentary. The first-year students erupted in excitement, and after allowing a moment for their enthusiasm to settle, Du Weilin continued, stating that in recognition of the champion team, led by Yu Rong for their outstanding performance and flawless record throughout the competition, the Academy has decided to award them a special prize, which will be kept confidential. After class divisions conclude, Yu Rong, you may accompany me to collect it. This can be seen as a glimmer of hope amidst disappointment. However, having already mentally prepared for this outcome, the four children maintained their composure, avoiding any undue commotion. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Academy harbored a degree of disdain for Hui Yu Hao, although the four-member team was clearly led by him, Du Weilin. The director of the Martial Soul Department still regarded Yu Rong, the three-ring Soul Master, as the team's focal point. Whether this outcome was favorable or not would require further private discussions with the teachers, especially since they had the opportunity to receive the reward alongside Director Du. Yu Xiaorong demonstrated his poise. The class divisions followed, segmenting the entire first year into 4 classes. Class 1 for Assault and Control-type Soul Masters. Class 2 for Defense and Agility-type Soul Masters. Class 3 for Support-type Soul Masters. And Class 4 for various Special Attribute Soul Masters and Weapon Soul Masters, including Food and Healing types. Yu Rong, Hui Yu Hao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were all assigned to Class 1, with their homeroom teacher being Zhou Yi, a fortunate turn of events. As Yu Rong remarked, while teacher Zhou might appear stern, she possesses a kind heart. Moreover, Hui Yu Hao had previously served as the class leader, making their situation all the more advantageous. However, Upon uttering these words, Bei playfully tapped Qirong on the head as a warning. Regardless, diligence in cultivation is paramount. Bei gave Qirong another gentle tap on the head, reminding him not to bully others due to their reliance on Huiyuhao stature. Qirong refrained from vocalizing the sentiment. For a clever mind is essential. What if he were to appear foolish instead? Class 1's homeroom teacher remained Zhou Yi, while the deputy homeroom teacher was fortuitously Wang Yan, the referee from the previous competition. Fate, it seems, is intertwined. Qirong amused himself by manipulating several petals, making them whirl around his fingers, aptly naming it practicing control. In truth, he was merely seeking to alleviate his boredom with a diversion. After the freshman assembly concluded, Qirong and his companions lingered, and Du Weilan escorted them to his office. Du Weilan's office, located on the top floor of the faculty area, was considerably larger than Zhou Yi's, yet lacked ostentatious decor, featuring 4 bookshelves brimming with an extensive collection of literature. With a slight smile, Du Weilan gestured towards the sofa, inviting them to sit. Huiyuhao, do not burden yourself with undue pressure. As you have observed, among the top 3 teams, there were several students who did not attain the status of core disciples. Your performance was commendable, particularly in assisting Wang Dong with a martial soul fusion skill. However, your personal abilities must still be enhanced. For your second soul ring, you may submit a request to the Academy to utilize the rewards from this competition to acquire a suitable soul ring. If you exhibit remarkable performance during the second-year assessment, the Academy will consider promoting you to an official core disciple. As he spoke, Du Weilan's right hand, adorned with a large ruby ring, shimmered, and he produced a pouch. The pouch appeared to be a soul guide artifact, its brown surface adorned with dark patterns. Upon closer inspection, Qirong could discern subtle fluctuations of soul power emanating from it. Du Weilan continued, Children, in light of your remarkable triumph, having defeated teams of 3 soul masters and ultimately securing the championship, I have petitioned the Academy to grant you an exceptional reward. Although there's only one reward, you must collectively decide how to allocate it among yourselves. Nonetheless, this prize is the most precious gift the Academy has bestowed upon new students in over 3 centuries. As he spoke, he handed the pouch to Qirong. What is this? Qirong asked, instinctively loosening the strings of the pouch. A sudden burst of yellow light erupted from within, hovering in midair before the astonished gaze of the 4 companions. It was a small bone, no larger than a palm, radiating a faint yellow glow. Upon their first glance, an overwhelming impulse surged within each of them, as the rich waves of soul power rendered the air in the office almost viscous. This was an experience unlike any they had encountered before. Wang Dong exclaimed in shock. Is this a soul bone? Soul rings are energy entities that manifest upon the death of any soul beast, while the occurrence of soul bones is exceedingly rare, with a probability akin to winning the lottery. The likelihood of a soul bone appearing increases with the rank of the soul beast, with only those over 10,000 years old guaranteed to yield a soul bone. Upon learning this fact for the first time, Qirong felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly alert to the notion that someone might attempt to kill a soul beast to procure its bone. Any soul master fortunate enough to possess a soul bone would see their strength significantly enhanced, granting them a considerable advantage over peers of similar rank. Each soul master can possess a maximum of 6 soul bones, corresponding to the head, torso, and limbs. Among these, the torso soul bone is the most precious and rarest, followed by the head bone, while limb bones hold comparatively lesser value. Yet even so, soul bones are always the most coveted items at any auction house in any nation, existing in a state of high demand yet limited supply. Each soul bone could command a price of at least 100,000 gold soul coins, and more often than not, one would have to resort to bartering to acquire one. Despite the wealth of Shrek Academy, their reserves of soul bones were likely limited, reserved for the most exceptional students or those who had rendered extraordinary contributions to the Academy. Such a reward indicates that the Academy believes these students will generate benefits and influence surpassing the value of the soul bone. Not only did this revelation uplift Qirong and Wang Dong, but it also alleviated the previously tense demeanor of Huiyuhao, whose expression relaxed considerably, and his once rigidly respectful attitude became more natural. Du Weilan smiled gently. You didn't expect this, did you? Indeed, your reward is a soul bone. However, you are all aware of its rarity. Thus, there is but one reward, and you must decide among yourselves who shall receive it. Yet, do not allow this soul bone to jeopardize your friendship. While soul bones are rare, good companions are even rarer. Allow me to provide a brief introduction to this soul bone. This soul bone has been specifically selected for you, Both assault and control-type soul masters can utilize it. It is a left leg bone known as the left leg bone of the Void Bright Demon Leopard. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's speed and grants an attack skill initiated by the left leg. The greatest advantage of soul bones lies in the fact that the skills produced differ according to the unique martial souls of the users, ensuring that it will be suitable for you. I now entrust it to you. Allow me to present this pouch to you. It possesses the remarkable ability to obscure the fluctuations of soul power. Upon your return, I urge you to integrate it at the earliest opportunity. Although the Academy is indeed a secure haven, remember that an innocent man can suffer from the burden of possessing great treasures. Furthermore, the matter of receiving soul bone rewards is one that must remain confidential to the Academy. I trust you all understand the importance of discretion. Safeguard the soul bones well. Douluo instructed as he escorted them to the entrance, where the four bid him a respectful farewell. Once outside the faculty's office area, they instinctively halted in unison. This soul bone, Qirong remarked, glancing at the pouch in her hand. Who wishes to claim it? Her inquiry signified her choice to forfeit this particular soul bone. Let be given to you, Hao, Wang Dong exclaimed impulsively. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. As they spoke, both turned their gazes toward Hu Hao, who was already being presented with the pouch by Qirong. In terms of individual prowess, Hu Hao was undoubtedly the weakest among them. However, acquiring this left leg bone would endow him with an offensive ability, coupled with an enhancement to his speed, thus granting him the potential to compete as a core disciple. A warmth blossomed within Hu Hao as he beheld his three companions, feeling a sense of camaraderie he had never experienced before. This is a soul bone, after all. No need, Hu Hao replied, taking the pouch only to pass it back to Xiao Xiao. You should keep this. Your martial soul is inherently linked to speed, and your soul skills reflect that. The left leg bone of the clear bright demon leopard is the most suitable for you. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Yu Hao, this is not right. In competitions, your role is paramount. Moreover, you are the one who truly needs this soul bone. Hu Hao smiled gently, saying, Xiao Xiao, enough of this. My decision is firm. I will not accept this soul bone under any circumstances. Have you considered that while acquiring this soul bone may grant me an offensive skill, being a spiritual attribute soul master means that such a skill may not serve my best interests? What I truly require is to exert myself further, developing my own capabilities to achieve greater strength. Acquiring a soul bone now would only lead me to unwittingly rely on its provided power. You, however, while possessing a dual martial soul, would benefit directly from the enhancement of speed. On the battlefield, this advantage will allow you to wield your two-weapon martial souls with greater safety. I have given this ample thought, and this soul bone is undoubtedly tailored for you. So please, do not hesitate. Xiao Xiao accepted it with a smile. Then I shall not be polite. If our team is fortunate enough to acquire another soul bone in the future, I will let the three of you decide. At that moment, their small team felt an even stronger bond. Xiao Xiao, who had always felt somewhat detached from the group, finally recognized that she was not the overlooked one. This was no longer merely a team organized by teachers. It had transformed into a genuine collective. Wang Dong turned to Hu Hao, saying, Yu Hao, not becoming a core disciple truly aligns with what Bei Bei said. But Yu Hao shook his head slightly. There is no need to dwell on it. I am fine. I have come to terms with this. Perhaps, when cooperating with you, I might qualify as a core disciple, but what are my own capabilities? Can I triumph alone? If my opponent possesses any area of effect attack abilities, and if they take precaution against my spiritual shock, without your assistance, I would stand no chance. The Academy's decision not to endorse me as a core disciple is just. I must strive harder to prove my worth. Well said, a voice they all recognized, yet which had once instilled fear in them, suddenly resounded. Zhou Yi approached them with measured steps. Teacher Zhou, the four of them exclaimed in astonishment. Hadn't she just been leading a class of students back to the teaching building alongside Teacher Wang? How could she be here? Here, this is your reward, Zhou Yi said, producing a pouch identical to the one Qirong and her companions had just seen. What I present to you is also a soul bone, one that you rightfully deserve. Do you recall the battle against Ning Tian's team? I wagered with their class instructor and won this soul bone. While it may be considered of lesser quality among soul bones, it possesses fusion properties. Should you find 2 additional soul bones of similar attributes, they can be fused through this one. To those in need, it is invaluable. However, the likelihood of acquiring 2 matching soul bones is exceedingly slim. I advise you to integrate it directly. This is a left arm bone, known as the left arm bone of the secret method soul. In a certain sense, it cannot truly be classified as a genuine soul bone, as it does not derive from a single soul beast. The left arm bone of the secret method soul is acquired through unique and cruel method. Any soul beast, when 100 of its kind are slain within half an hour, has a 10% chance of yielding a left arm bone of the secret method soul if the soul rings are activated using a secret technique. This is considered a relatively straightforward way to acquire a soul bone. Yet due to its low success rate and inherent cruelty, few soul masters would resort to such measures. Upon direct fusion, it will grant you a 5% increase in soul power. While this augmentation may seem modest, it is persistent, and as your cultivation strengthens, its effects will become increasingly significant. Upon hearing this, Qirong felt a shiver run down her spine. This soul bone was steeped in the vengeful spirits of countless soul beasts. She gazed at the soul bone, experiencing a profound sense of sorrow for the soul beasts and for humanity alike. Hui Yuhao accepted the pouch Zhou Yi offered and turned to Wang Dong, who averted his gaze, saying, "Don't look at me. I won't take it." Integrating such a soul bone would feel rather mundane, don't you think? Why not ask Qirong? Ever since this pouch appeared, she has been keeping her distance, wishing it would vanish from her sight. The disdain was palpable. "Yuhao, you should keep it. Just keep it, keep it, keep it," Zhou Yi urged. "Qirong, Wang Dong, you and Xiao Xiao should return. I have matters to discuss with Hui Yuhao. And remember, classes commence tomorrow. I expect none of you to be late." With Zhou Yi's directive, no one dared to defy her. "Understood." Qirong and Wang Dong responded promptly, while Xiao Xiao stifled her laughter from the sidelines. Chapter 32. Qirong, the leader. Following teacher Zhou Yi's admonitions the previous day, both Qirong and Wang Dong exhibited remarkable punctuality, arriving early with an attitude that could only be described as exceedingly proactive. As for Hui Yuhao, he had set out early in the morning. According to reliable information from his roommate, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao had gone to the Soul Guidance Department's teaching building. After all, having just missed out on the core disciple position in the Martial Soul Department, it was only natural for him to be drawn to the teachings of the Soul Guidance Department, which aligned closely with his martial soul and soul skills. Moreover, the Soul Guidance Department's overtures at this juncture could be regarded as timely assistance. Of course, this meeting was one that must remain concealed from the Martial Soul Department's overseer. The four-member team remained firmly in the realms of assault and control-type soul masters, and their class remained unchanged. The newly reorganized classrooms were still the same as before. "It all feels so familiar," Qirong remarked. Having arrived early, Qirong and Wang Dong found the classroom relatively empty. However, Xiao Xiao was already present, chatting with her friends, proving that indeed, reliable girls were ever so dependable. "Hey, Xiao Xiao." Qirong swiftly darted to the rear row occupied by Xiao Xiao and her companions, greeting them with a nod and offering a courteous smile to Xiao Xiao's close friend. This friend, named Heng Qian, was also a former member of Class 1, having performed commendably during the freshman assessments. She was a formidable assault-type soul master, her martial spirit being a rare flower leopard. Xiao Xiao remarked that, following the reorganization, our class had over 60 members, predominantly soul masters specializing in control and assault. Moreover, nearly all the prominent figures from other classes have converged in Class 1, including your opponents from the finals, the user of the fusion technique with the netherworld White Tiger martial spirit, Zhu Lu and Dai Huabin, along with the twin sisters, Lan Su Su and Lan Luo Luo, as well as the formidable soul master, Xia Huanyu. They have all joined our ranks, Xiao Xiao continued. Heng Qian turned to add, the vast majority of the core disciples have gathered in Class 1. It can be said that we are the strongest class. After 3 months of elimination and restructuring, Shrek Academy's first-year students were divided into 4 new classes, significantly reducing the number of students. Although Class 1 was not the largest in number, it undeniably boasted the most potent strength. "Ah, this is going to be quite entertaining," Qirong exclaimed, intrigued by this news. With so many formidable individuals in one class, each with their own distinct personalities, any conflicts will surely be amusing to watch, especially when instructor Zhou steps in to address them. After all, one cannot shield others from the rain they have endured themselves. "Qirong," Wang Dong said, sensing the potential for trouble in her words, and gently placed a hand on his forehead. "This is a classroom. Please keep your voice down." Unbeknownst to them, many students had already taken their seats, and Qirong's voice had not gone unnoticed by those nearby, who likely caught her perilous remarks. Regardless, Qirong simply stuck out her tongue and fell silent. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized most faces were unfamiliar to her. An interesting phenomenon emerged. Students were instinctively clustering together according to their previous classes. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the imposing figure of Xia Huanyu seated behind Qirong. During the freshman assessments, Yurong's team had faced off against Xie Huanyu's, and specifically, Yurong had eliminated him with her petal tornado attack. Turning around, Yurong caught Xie Huanyu staring intently at her. A second glance around the classroom confirmed that he was still fixated on her. Xie Huanyu possessed the rare martial spirit of the rubber elephant. After the assessments, Yurong had taken the time to learn more about him, as that bouncing ball was indeed quite memorable. Xie Huanyu appeared taller and more robust than his peers, exuding a sense of intimidation, especially as a soul master of the rank of Soul Venerable. His presence was undeniably formidable. The rubber elephant martial spirit was categorized as both a defensive and control-type spirit, depending on the soul master's chosen development path. Based on Xie Huanyu's previous performance, he seemed more suited to a defensive role, leaving Yurong curious as to why he had ended up in Class 1. His gaze was not hostile per se, but it certainly held a significant presence, fixed intently on Yurong's back. Hey, Dong Dong, Yurong whispered, leaning cautiously towards Wang Dong. Is that classmate behind me? The one named Xie Huanyu, really staring at me? Wang Dong, who had not noticed before, focused intently after Yurong's remark. What the? That big guy really does seem to be staring at you. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yurong's mind. Could it be that he harbored resentment for being eliminated during the assessments and was plotting revenge? Wang Dong, with his fiery temperament, turned to Xie Huanyu, meeting his gaze with a wary expression. What are you looking at? Xie Huanyu, unperturbed, replied with a grin. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at my boss. At this, Yurong turned back in surprise. Boss? Who's your boss? Wang Dong seized the opportunity. You call him boss. Does he even acknowledge you? Boss, Xie Huanyu asserted without hesitation. From today onwards, I am your number one subordinate. Yurong stood there, bewildered. Who is your boss? I never agreed to that. Boss, Xie Huanyu exclaimed, squatting beside Yurong's seat. Ever since you defeated me, you've been my boss. You can't abandon me. Wait, are you really saying this is because of the freshman assessments? Yurong could hardly believe it. You're declaring me your boss over that? Yes, it was just a few days ago, boss. Xie Huanyu nodded earnestly. His decision to acknowledge Yurong as his superior was not made lightly. As one of the few soul venerables in their year, Xie Huanyu was undeniably a talented individual. To lose so easily during the freshman assessments, with no room for error, was a significant blow. After analyzing the reasons for his defeat, he concluded that Yurong was indeed the strongest among their team, not only due to her impressive rank, but also because her unique martial spirit was not something just anyone could cultivate. Above all, she was strikingly handsome, a quality he deemed even more important than strength. Moreover, the fear instilled by her ultimate skill, Golden Rain, was something only those who had faced it could fully comprehend. Thus, the respect of a 10-year-old could be quite straightforward. Isn't it a bit hasty for you to accept me as your boss, given that you are also a soul venerable? Wang Dong expressed his disbelief and disapproval. There is no way my little Yurong should be taking orders from someone like you. Not at all. Xie Huanyu countered firmly. Boss, whether you acknowledge me or not, I've already decided you are my boss. This was precisely why Xie Huanyu found himself in Class 1. The surrounding students appeared to be spectators, astonished at this unexpected turn of events. A soul venerable readily accepting a subordinate role? Besides, I don't need a subordinate like you, Yurong remarked, still incredulous, but her words were cut short by the ringing of the class bell. A flurry of movement ensued as everyone returned to their seats. Xie Huanyu also settled down, leaving Yurong's thoughts unvoiced. The teacher entering was not Zhou Yi, but rather a familiar face, the judge from their freshman assessments, Teacher Wang Yan. Yes, the number of classes had been reduced, but the number of homeroom teachers had increased. Class 1 now had 2 homeroom teachers, Wang Yan and Zhou Yi. All right, students, let us prepare for class, Wang Yan announced. Appearing somewhat delicate, yet possessing the aura of an erudite scholar, though it seemed he struggled to maintain order. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Yan, and I will be your homeroom teacher from this day forward. It brings me great joy to see everyone gathered here today. First and foremost, congratulations on officially becoming first-year students of Shrek Academy. The next assessment will be the entrance examination for the second year. However, this does not imply that you may grow complacent. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not progress, one regresses. I trust that as members of Shrek Academy, you will remain ever diligent in your pursuits. Standing at the podium, Wang Yan appeared somewhat delicate. Yet when he spoke of principles, he articulated them with remarkable clarity. Now let's address the matter of our class committee. Wang Yan adjusted his spectacles and continued. Attention! At that moment, Hui Yuhao made a remarkable entrance at the classroom door, calling out from outside. Yu Rong suddenly remembered that Hui Yuhao had gone to the soul guidance area that morning and had not attended class with them, thus arriving late. It's all Xia Huanyu's fault. Come in, Wang Yin replied, somewhat surprised yet refraining from further comment, allowing him to enter. In this regard, he was far more accommodating than Zhou Yi. As Hui Yuhao stepped through the door, the gaze of every student in the class converged upon him. Yu Rong felt an acute sense of social awkwardness in that moment, as she did not relish being the center of attention. Fortunately, Wang Dong had remembered to save a seat for Hui Yuhao, calling for him to take his place. Ahem. Wang Yin cleared his throat lightly, regaining the attention of the students. Now, we shall proceed with the election for the class president and vice president. Since all members of our class are battle soul masters from the assault and control departments, the president and vice president will be chosen from these two categories, alternating monthly. I will nominate candidates, and then we shall conduct a secret ballot. As he spoke, he turned to the blackboard, inscribing 2 rows of names. The first row listed the assault department candidates: Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, Xia Huanyu, Zhou Siqing, Huang Chutian, and Wu Feng. Indeed, Xia Huanyu's name appeared among the assault department candidates. Not only Yu Rong, but even Wang Yin paused for a moment while writing, highlighting the audacity and absurdity of Xia Huanyu's decision. The second row featured the control department, with Yu Rong's name leading the list, followed by Hui Yuhao. Then Chao Jinxian, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. In total, 11 names were presented on the board, and the order in which Wang Yin wrote them revealed his thoughts. Wang Dong's name was placed first among the assault department, and there was no dissent. After all, their team had just claimed victory in the freshman assessment, with Wang Dong being a key player. Though he lacked the cultivation of the third ring, everyone had witnessed the formidable power of his bright dragon god butterfly. Yu Rong's name appearing first among the control department candidates sparked no objections either. However, when Hui Yuhao's name was listed as the second candidate for the control department, it ignited a flurry of hushed whispers. The original members of Class 1 were somewhat more understanding, as Hui Yuhao had been their class leader, and they were aware of his diligence. Yet, many of the students who had merged from other classes were expressions of disdain. Despite having triumphed alongside Yu Rong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao in the freshman assessment, many whispered behind his back that he was merely the luckiest among this year's newcomers. A mere first-ring soul master with only 10 years of soul rings had somehow secured victory, enjoying the privileges of a core disciple, which not only fueled envy but also incited jealousy. He was derisively labeled a top-tier freeloader. Teacher Wang, I object. Suddenly, Wu Feng, sitting in the back row, raised her hand to speak. Yu Rong had some recollection of Wu Feng. She was a girl with a red dragon martial soul, known for a fiery temperament, well-matched with her martial spirit, and often partnered with Ning Tian from the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. With a dissatisfied expression, Wu Feng declared, I believe Hui Yuhao is unqualified to participate in the election for class leader. He is merely a first-ring soul master with only a 10-year soul ring. Even if he won the freshman assessment, it was alongside Yu Rong, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. What gives him the right to run for class leader? Yu Rong thought to herself, retracting her earlier sentiments. This was not merely spirited, it was excessively so, truly worthy of her fiery dragon moniker. Of course, where there are provocations, there are responses. Bang! Wang Dong slammed the table and stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Wu Feng, furiously exclaiming, Do not go too far. Are you upset because you lost to us in the knockout rounds? If you have the skill, win against us in the assessment. Wu Feng retorted angrily. I simply refuse to accept it. ISNT, it said, that the control department counters the assault department. If he can defeat me, only then will I concede that he has the right to run for class leader. You're talking nonsense. I'll fight you, if you dare. Let us meet in the soul fighting area. Wang Dong's eyes blazed with fury, his soul power brimming with agitation. What a peculiar line of reasoning. Whether someone can be class leader should not require your approval. How arrogant. If you don't want him to take the position, simply refrain from voting for him. Such a classic case of overreaching. Yu Rong chimed in, rolling her eyes. Who are you calling a fiery dragon? Wu Feng's temper flared even more. Enough. Wang Yan's authoritative voice, imbued with a potent wave of soul power, suddenly intervened, silencing both students. Everyone, sit down. Reluctantly, Wu Feng and Wang Dong returned to their seats. Wang Yin continued solemnly, Since there is an objection, let us conduct a vote. If more than half of you oppose Hui Yuhao running for class leader, I shall remove his name from the ballot. Those in disagreement, please raise your hands. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong was taken aback. It had been ages since she encountered such a democratic teacher. Any opinions seemed to be welcomed, a stark contrast to teacher Zhou Yi's rigid approach. However, Hui Yuhao's nomination appeared precarious, and Yu Rong felt a twinge of concern. As Wang Yan's words resonated, it seemed that nearly two-thirds of the students raised their hands. Whether out of jealousy for Hui Yuhao's victory as a first-ring soul master or influenced by Wu Feng's remarks, only the original Class 1 students and a few calmer, more composed individuals abstained from voting. Yu Rong sighed softly. After all, Hui Yuhao was merely a first-ring soul master, and in a place like Shrek Academy, filled with prodigies, such cultivation was indeed rather insufficient. Without a strong-handed policy like that of teacher Zhou Yi, Hui Yuhao's position as class leader would be hard to uphold. Just as Yu Rong prepared to speak, Hui Yuhao grasped her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Wang Yan, clearly taken aback by the situation, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Hui Yuhao declined the offers of assistance from Yu Rong and Wang Dong, choosing to confront the issue independently, a display of remarkable fortitude. Slowly rising, Hui Yuhao spoke in a calm tone, albeit slightly slower than usual. Teacher Wang, I understand the objection raised by Wu Feng. She questions my qualifications to run for class leader due to my power. I would like to propose a challenge to Wu Feng. If I win, I ask that we hold a revote. His voice was steady, yet the moment his words echoed through the classroom, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yu Rong, Wang Dong, and even Wu Feng herself were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. None had anticipated that Hui Yuhao would accept Wu Feng as challenge. Yuhao, Wang Dong could not help but exclaim. Wang Yan's pupils slightly constricted as he gazed into Hui Yuhao's tranquil eyes. After a brief moment of silence, he inhaled deeply, nodded, and declared, very well, since that is the case, I consent to you both engaging in a soul battle in the soul fighting zone. However, to ensure fairness, let us establish a wager. If Wu Feng triumphs over Hui Yuhao, then Hui Yuhao shall forfeit his candidacy for class leader. Conversely, if Hui Yuhao prevails, Wu Feng shall relinquish his bid for the position of class leader of the martial soul department. Today, I shall make an exception. All rise and proceed to the soul fighting zone. The entire freshman class arrived at the soul fighting zone, where Wang Yan provided the necessary fund for the soul battle. This would be a contest devoid of any spectators aside from the first-year students, marking the inaugural soul fight for both Hui Yuhao and Wu Feng since their arrival at Shrek Academy. Bets are being placed. Who will wager? Shouted Zhou Siqing, a formidable assault-type soul master with a legendary martial soul. Hui Yuhao pays 10-1, while Wu Feng pays 1-10. Wang Yan accompanied Hui Yuhao and Wu Feng towards the arena, leaving the students to their own devices. I wager 100 gold soul coins on Wu Feng. Dai Huabin was the first to approach Zhou Siqing, presenting a hefty purse of coins. Zhou Siqing's facial muscles twitched slightly in response. Must you be so ruthless? Dai Huabin scoffed. If you dare to take bets, you must possess the courage to accept them. Otherwise, refrain from speaking. Provoked by Dai Huabin's haughty words, Zhou Siqing retorted, I'll take it. I'm not afraid of you. Winning merely means I owe you 10 gold soul coins. I'll take as many as you can offer. However, the ensuing scene left him despondent. A multitude of students flocked to him, nearly in unison placing their bets on Wu Feng. The disparity in strength between the two was so vast that no one dared to back Hui Yuhao. Even with such high odds, no one was willing to gamble on him. Zhou Siqing's complexion darkened, realizing that he had made a bold statement he could not retract. His face turned as grim as a soot-stained pot. I merely wished to earn a small profit. How did it come to this? Zhou Siqing lamented, caught in a predicament. I bet 1,000 gold soul coins on Hui Yuhao. A voice that filled Zhou Siqing with elation rang out just then. It was Wang Dong, who approached him, handing over a beautifully crafted gold note. Xiao Xiao followed closely behind Wang Dong, also producing a gold note. I'll wager 1,000 as well. Me too. Yu Rong chimed in, brandishing her own gold note. We bet 50 gold soul coins on Hui Yuhao. Two crisp voices echoed simultaneously, stunning Zhou Siqing as he realized there were others daring to place bets on Hui Yuhao. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the Blue Sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, stepping forward to wager 50 gold soul coins each after exchanging smiles with Yu Rong. Wow, ladies, you have exquisite taste. Yu Rong praised the Blue Sisters with a thumbs up. I'll bet 50 as well, another voice chimed in, leaving Zhou Siqing utterly flabbergasted. It was his good friend, Chao Jinxian, who possessed the time-flowing clock martial soul. Jinxian, what are you doing? Zhou Siqing inquired, puzzled. Chao Jinxian chuckled. I know you have money. Why can't I take a gamble on underdog? Zhou Siqing eyed him skeptically. That doesn't sound right. You never engage in unprofitable endeavors. Chao Jinxian remained unfazed, like an oracle. That's none of your concern. I'll wager 50. It's not too harsh, but I must warn you, if Hui Yuhao actually wins, you may find yourself bankrupt. 10 to 1 odds. 3,100 gold soul coins translates to 31,000. Do you possess such wealth? Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Zhou Xiqing's forehead. Jinxian, don't scare me. 31,000? He began to count on his fingers. 10, 100,000, 10,000. That's an immense sum. Before long, the confrontation between Hui Yuhao and Wu Feng astonished all present. In the end, Hui Yuhao inexplicably lost consciousness. Yet the explosive display of power prior to his fainting spell left everyone in awe, his mental attacks living up to their reputation. Although Yu Rong claimed ignorance of the events that transpired, she could not deny her astonishment and admiration for the final strike. Did anyone else feel it, or was it just me? But I was indeed intimidated by the intensity of his gray eyes. Are those truly the eyes one would expect from a human? Yu Rong pondered, deeply perplexed. She recalled the chilling aura that enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong during their ambush. What kind of power was this? Could Hui Yuhao possibly be one of her kind? If so, his disguise was rather poor, despite many believing Wu Feng had merely underestimated his opponent. Hui Yuhao undeniably garnered the recognition of the majority within the class. Very well, today's lesson concludes here. Wang Yin observed the two small figures lying on the ground and decided to dismiss class early, hastily preparing to escort the injured students away. Mr. Wang, allow me to administer emergency treatment to Hui Yuhao and Wu Feng. Yu Rong rushed to the side of the two fallen students. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses, recognizing Yu Rong's martial soul as the celestial grade martial soul, the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum. Intrigued by the extraordinary abilities attributed to such a rare soul, he had no reason to decline as a martial soul researcher and class teacher. Very well. As soon as Wang Yan's words fell, Yu Rong unleashed her martial soul. In the daylight, the ethereal glow of moonlight encircled her wondrous celestial chrysanthemum, exuding an otherworldly aura. First soul skill, golden stamen of birth. Falling golden stamen, though withered, retains its fragrance. With the activation of Yu Rong's first soul ring, the pallor of the two fallen students gradually lifted, their complexions regaining some color, no longer appearing as drained. The remarkable effect of a mere 100-year soul ring's first soul skill astonished Wang Yan, who silently contemplated what kind of soul beast could produce such a miraculous technique. Though many healing and restorative soul skills existed, those that combined both effects were exceedingly rare, especially one that exhibited such capabilities from the very first soul ring. This was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. The mystery of Yu Rong's celestial grade martial soul was even more intriguing than Hui Yuhao's original martial soul. Thank you, Yu Rong. Wang Yin used his soul power to lift the two small figures from the ground and hurried towards the school's infirmary, leaving the rest to the teachers. Yu Rong and Wang Dong exchanged glances as they watched Wang Yin's retreating figure. Where shall we go now? This class ended rather abruptly, didn't it? Shall we return to the dormitory? We could practice, and that way, if Hui Yuhao returns, he won't be unable to find us, Wang Dong suggested. With Hui Yuhao's influence, Wang Dong had become quite the diligent practitioner. It's hard to disagree with that, Yu Rong replied. Thus, the first class after the division concluded rather haphazardly. With the lessons starting at 8 in the morning and barely past 9 o'clock, they found themselves with ample free time. Hush! There's still Zhou Xiqing, trembling in the stands, Yu Rong noted. Zhou Xiqing cried out, help. Zeus, Gao Xin Sun. What a jinx. I'm on the verge of losing everything. Chapter 034, The True Soul Battle. As Yu Rong and Wang Dong prepared to return to the dormitory from the soul fighting zone, they were drawn in by the sounds of combat emanating from a neighboring area. The domain in which Yu Rong and her companions reside is the most rudimentary and fundamental area of the Duhan district, typically designated for the sparring of lower-grade students. Adjacent to this area lies a more advanced zone, boasting larger arenas constructed from superior materials that are both more robust and durable, albeit at a higher cost. For instance, the preliminary assessments for new students are generally conducted in these basic zones, reserving the advanced arenas for the finals. What activities are unfolding in that vicinity? Wang Dong listened intently, curiosity piqued. It must be the practical training sessions for Bei Bei and her cohort. Yu Rong, on tiptoe, glanced over and observed the entire arena enveloped in a dazzling display of electric light and fireworks. As Bei Bei had informed her earlier that morning, they were attending classes in the Duhan district today, Suddenly, Yurong's little tuft of hair perked up. Inspiration strikes. Dong Dong, let's take a closer look. Without hesitation, Yurong seized Wang Dong's hand, charging toward the neighboring advanced Dahan arena. Let us sneak a peek. Such opportunities are rare. Wang Dong barely managed to finish his sentence before Yurong whisked him away. Slow down, Xiaorong, he exclaimed. Hurry, we might catch a glimpse of Bei Bei. Yurong replied, her excitement palpable. Although the two areas were not far apart, a barrier separated them, requiring some effort for Yurong and Wang Dong to navigate around it to reach the entrance. They were fortunate, as the advanced Duhan arena, occupied by a 4th-grade combat training class, had not locked its doors. After all, it was class time, and most individuals would not think to visit at this hour. Inside, an intense one-on-one duel was underway. The blue and green electric arcs crackled with a daring, thunderous force, saturating the entire combat zone. The reason it was termed a one-on-one duel was that the students spectating had largely divided themselves into two factions, vociferously chanting the names of their competitors. Pili Bai Bai. Pili Bai Bai. Ing Bao Lung Yuan. Ing Bao Lung Yuan. Amidst the dense thunder, figures darted with astonishing swiftness, leaving only fleeting afterimages shimmering between the arcs, poised to strike at their opponent at the heart of the storm. Even Yurong, a 3-ringed soul master, found it challenging to discern the true trajectory of these figures with the naked eye. How swift! Wang Dong marveled at the duelists. They're incredibly strong. Yurong's eyes sparkled with blue electric light, captivated by the figure at the center. It truly differed from her imagination. At that moment, the blue-haired youth standing in the arena appeared to sense something, slightly tilting his head toward the entrance of the Duhan arena. His opponent, the boy known as Ing Bao Lung Yuan, seized this opportunity, transforming his previously tentative attack into a sudden, sharp onslaught. Third soul skill, Demon Leopard Strike. As the third soul ring of the Ing Bao youth glimmered, his hands morphed into lethal blades, the dark-hued edges radiating an astonishing sharpness as they surged toward Bei's face with remarkable speed. This could be described as a full-force strike from a 3-ring soul master. Just as intended, a slight smile graced Bei's lips, as if he had anticipated this move from his adversary. This smile, however, was not the gentle demeanor he typically displayed. It bore a hint of ferocity and bloodlust, genuinely reflecting the majesty of a top-tier dragon-type beast martial spirit. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head. Bei summoned the purplish-black energy of his 4th soul ring, unleashing an extraordinarily domineering soul skill. The previously dense thunder had mysteriously dissipated, coalescing in Bei's raised right hand to form a colossal thunder dragon's head, seemingly alive and roaring as it surged directly toward Ing Bao's attack. This was a clash of brute force between offensive soul masters. The Ing Bao youth, taken aback by Bei's swift reaction, appeared to have inadvertently walked into a trap. As an agile attack-type soul master, if his sneak attack proved ineffective, there was no reason for him to confront a power-type soul master head-on. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, he decisively shouted, all right, I concede, and swiftly darted to the side, rendering his attack futile. Bei, as if having foreseen this move, immediately directed the Thunder Dragon's head toward the opposite direction of Ing Bao's retreat. Boom! In an instant, smoke billowed, and the bluestone floor of the Duhan arena was blasted open, demonstrating considerable power. The Ing Bao youth adeptly sidled up to Bei, resting a hand on his shoulder. Bei, had that attack struck me, I might have had to visit the infirmary. Upon concluding the battle, Bei returned to his amiable, older brother demeanor, a warm smile gracing his face, utterly unrecognizable from the tyrannical figure he had portrayed mere moments ago. His transition was remarkably swift, indicating that he had not yet exerted his full strength during the duel, remaining effortlessly composed. Rest assured, that attack would not have landed on you. Bei replied with a chuckle to the Ing Bao youth. Yurong, watching from the entrance, appeared entranced. Although she had always lived with Bei, she had only witnessed his more refined side, occasionally tinged with slight mischief. The only other duel she had seen was a staged match with Su Sanshi, which had concluded in the blink of an eye. This display of sheer dominance and exhilarating combat in the Duhan arena was a first for her. Yurong nearly let her starry-eyed admiration slip out. Wow, he's indeed a tad handsome. As Bei stepped down from the arena, he smiled and waved at his classmates, gesturing toward the two younger students before swiftly making his way to Yurong and Wang Dong. Rong, Wang Dong. What brings you here? If memory serves correctly, isn't your class time now? That's a long story, Qirong replied, feeling akin to a student caught skipping class. We finished early. We definitely didn't come here to skip. Rong, I never suggested you were skipping class. Bei said with a hint of exasperation, feeling somewhat wronged. Was he the type to suspect young children? By the way, having witnessed our 4th grade duel, what are your thoughts? Did you find your senior, Bei, impressively dashing? QAQ, how shameless. Qirong retorted. Some things, when spoken by others, may seem complimentary, but when one speaks them themselves, they risk sounding self-congratulatory. Not at all. What is there to be proud of in defeating a 3-ringed opponent with your 4 rings? She made a face at Bei, her expression decidedly unimpressed. Oh, is that so? Have you encountered someone even more dashing? At that moment, a bold voice chimed in from right behind Qirong, startling her. Who? She exclaimed, her heart racing. She had distinctly noted no one behind her upon entering. Instantly, Qirong felt a wave of surprise and turned to see who it was. Bei showed no reaction, as if he had anticipated the visitor, smiling with mild amusement. All right, Lung Yuan, stop teasing him. The newcomer was the boy who had faced Bei in the arena. Qirong recognized him well. This boy, known as Lung Yuan, was also a 3-ring soul master, but his soul power was far beyond that of Qirong, who had only just ascended to the 30-level threshold. He was likely at the pinnacle of 30, merely a step away from a breakthrough. Ah, this is the first time I've seen you defend someone so fervently. Bei, Lung Yuan said, bounding between Qirong and Bei, curiously examining them both. Is this the little friend of yours who applied to move dorms? Indeed, Lung Yuan truly lives up to his reputation as a swift and agile soul master of the assault system. Before Qirong could even comprehend his movements, he had already shifted positions and stood before her. Hello, Lung Yuan exclaimed, extending his hand, clasping Qirong's right hand with both of his, shaking it up and down in a spirited greeting, as if engaged in a lively social exchange. I'm Lung Yuan, a friend of this guy in our class. I'm Qirong, she replied, having never conversed with someone so exuberant before. All right, Junior Qirong. Then, Lung Yuan turned to Wang Dong, who stood nearby. And this junior too. Hello. He darted towards Wang Dong, circling him with unmatched speed, scrutinizing him from every angle. Another handsome lad. How formidable. And he's merely a 1st year, yet already so dashing. Oh dear, how can us older fellows ever compete for the ladies? We stand no chance at all. When Lung Yuan remained silent, his earlier aura of mastery dissipated, revealing a chatterbox who rambled incessantly. Hello, Senior Lung, Wang Dong greeted hesitantly, visibly startled. I'm Wang Dong. Hello, Lung Yuan replied, enthusiastically draping an arm over Wang Dong's shoulder. At that moment, the age difference became apparent. Lung Yuan towered over Wang Dong by more than a head, and the younger boy's slender frame appeared even more delicate in contrast to Lung Yuan's robust build. Qirong, Wang Dong. Those names ring a bell, Lung Yuan mused after a few seconds, piecing together that they must be the champions from this year's freshman assessment. Surely, they're not just sharing names. He clapped his hands, realizing that these 2 youngsters were not only handsome, but also remarkably skilled. Have we become that well-known? Wang Dong and Qirong exchanged glances, realizing that upperclassmen were already familiar with their names. Indeed, with a 1st-ring soul master in your team, winning the freshman assessment speaks volumes about your capabilities. Lung Yuan winked at Qirong, adding a touch of youthful mischief. All right, Lung Yuan, stop teasing them, Bei interjected. Some exasperated. You're a senior. It's not quite appropriate to jest with the juniors like this. Oh dear, Lung Yuan sighed, his enthusiasm waning. Teasing the little ones has lost its charm. I suppose it's time to start protecting them. How about we have another match? I can join you for some fun. Bei smiled gently, but Lung Yuan discerned the underlying message in her smile. Just go away. Lung Yuan pouted, muttering "Tsich, hypocritical camaraderie." He took his leave, aware that if he lingered, he might face Bei's wrath once back in class. Lung Yuan, man, what a nuisance. It seemed he inadvertently included himself in that remark. The 3 present were oblivious to Lung Yuan's internal musings, which they likely wouldn't have cared about anyway. Once Lung Yuan departed, Wang Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. That senior is quite enthusiastic. Agreed, Qirong concurred. Bei naturally approached Qirong, gently ruffling his hair. Lung Yuan, isn't this welcoming to everyone. It seems he is quite intrigued by you. Intrigued? Wang Dong was puzzled. Lung Yuan was also part of the champion team during his freshman year, Bei elaborated, reminiscing about the youthful days of the upperclassmen. Don't let his cheerful demeanor fool you. When it's time to get serious, he is not someone to be underestimated. He a different person in the arena. Just like you? Qirong shot Bei a sidelong glance, another head pat. I don't think you're the same person on and off the battlefield either, Qirong remarked, reflecting on his perception of Bei. Honestly, I've never seen you fight seriously. This time, I've gained a new perspective on you. Oh, that's a pleasant surprise. Don't you think I look quite dashing? Bei grinned for a moment before teasingly demanding. No, Qirong retorted, gradually becoming annoyed. By the way, Senior Bei, what level of cultivation do the fourth-year seniors possess? Wang Dong, unable to contain himself, quickly diverted the conversation, sensing the atmosphere becoming tense. The presence of the upperclassmen was undeniably imposing. I'd say most fourth-year seniors are at the third-ring soul venerable level, Bei replied, her demeanor softening with a smile. Fourth-ring soul sect students are rare, with only 2 or 3 in total. Only third-ring soul venerables? Qirong exclaimed in astonishment. Not just Qirong, Wang Dong was equally surprised. Though he didn't voice it, he was merely a soul ring away from reaching the third ring himself, eagerly awaiting the upcoming holiday to obtain his ring. So, does that mean I could directly enter the fourth year? Qirong mused, his imagination running wild. Bei chuckled at the ambitious little one. Rong, I must say, the abilities of those third-ring soul venerables who are on par with you far exceed your own. Our academy, Shrek, is the continent's premier institution. Every year here is invaluable. We don't just focus on enhancing our cultivation. It's equally vital to gain combat experience, improve our fundamental fighting skills as soul masters, and develop a strategic mindset in battle. Bei patiently explained to Qirong. Moreover, the reputation of Shrek Academy as a breeding ground for monsters signifies our capacity for combat beyond our ranks. Judging a soul master's strength solely by their cultivation is a narrow perspective. True strength lies in comprehensive combat capability. Every graduate from Shrek possesses the ability to fight beyond their level. Bei stood at the entrance of the duel arena, and as Qirong looked up at her, the backlighting made her silhouette appear even more imposing and elusive. Rong, Wang Dong, you're little monsters. But everyone here has endured 4 years of education and can rightfully claim the title of monsters themselves. Chapter 035, Soul Duel Experience Card, Part 1. Qirong waited until Bei finished her class before they headed to the cafeteria together. As for Wang Dong, he returned to the dormitory midway, concerned about Huiyuhao. One cannot deny that Qirong gained a wealth of knowledge from observing the fourth-year seniors duel from the stands. Their application of soul techniques, unique tricks, and grasp of battle dynamics showcased their individual insights. After attending the entire class, Qirong deeply marveled, realizing that seniors truly are on another level. The combat techniques and strategies exhibited by them far surpassed those of first-year students. In retrospect, Qirong and his peers' freshman assessment felt akin to a mere children's game. This visit proved to be incredibly fruitful, enhancing Qirong's understanding of his own abilities. Bei, can first-years participate in the dueling activities in the Soul Duel Zone? Qirong inquired as he walked alongside Bei on their way back to the dormitory. Bei cast a glance at Qirong, as if concocting some mischievous scheme. What's wrong? Has little Rong's heart been stirred? Qirong shot him a fierce look in response. Clearing his throat, Bei continued in principle. Activities in the soul fighting arena commence from the second year. This is indeed a compulsory course for you. After all, the assessment for advancement in the higher grades has certain requirements regarding soul fighting points. So first-year students cannot participate? Qirong inquired, clearly intrigued by this method of enhancing one's strength. After all, engaging in battles with others is endlessly enjoyable. Each individual is unique, possessing distinct martial soul skills, and combat styles, which is quite fascinating. However, Bei intentionally prolonged his statement, adding, if a first-year student wishes to participate voluntarily, then of course it is permissible. How about this, Rong? After class tomorrow, meet me at the entrance of the soul fighting arena, Bei decisively proclaimed. Tomorrow, I shall take you to witness the true nature of Shrek Academy's soul fighting arena. The following morning, Qirong rose early, accompanied by the faint shadows beneath his eyes, commonly referred to as dark circles. He had not been particularly agitated during the new student assessment elimination rounds, but last night, he was so exhilarated that he could not sleep, tossing and turning in bed, brimming with vitality. It was Bei who, unable to bear it any longer, directly pulled him up for training. Since we can't sleep, let us train, Bei suggested. However, judging by the results of that morning, the effects of their training were rather meager, as Bei, sporting similar dark circles, concluded. Today, Qirong journeyed to the classroom alone. The reason being quite simple. They had both overslept. In a hazy state between dreams and wakefulness, he vaguely heard Wang Dong knocking on the door, yet no one answered, leading him to assume that no one was in the dormitory. Who could have known that both were still asleep? Oh no, we're going to be late. Qirong and Bei dashed across the campus. For the first time witnessing a certain dragon-type assault soul master and a plant-type control soul master sprinting with the intensity of a sensitive attack soul master. Fortunately, Qirong arrived safely in class just in nick of time. Little Rong, you weren't sleeping the entire morning, were you? Wang Dong gazed at Qirong, utterly incredulous. Goodness, I knocked for so long this morning, yet there was no reply. What about Bei? Didn't he call for you? Qirong hesitated. P.S. probably still on his way to the classroom. Got it. Bei also overslept. By the way, Yu Hao, are you feeling all right? Qirong poked the seated Yu Hao, who appeared to be in good spirits, much to Qirong's relief. I'm fine, Yu Hao replied with a smile. What could possibly be wrong? Wang Dong expressed his disdain, recalling how many teachers had visited Yu Hao the previous night while he slumbered like a lord, unconcerned about anything. I simply couldn't help it. Yu Hao weakly defended himself. Qirong burst into laughter. As he settled into his seat, the class bell rang. As for Weather Bei, who had a longer journey, arrived late. Qirong thought to himself, good luck to him, displaying a rather ungracious lack of camaraderie. With the ringing of the bell, the two homeroom teachers, Wang Yin and Zhou Yi, almost strode into the classroom in tandem with the bell. Zhou Yi's aged face appeared serene, yet her gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly scanning the room. The students from other classes were somewhat oblivious to the significance behind her piercing stare. Ignorance breeds bravery. However, the student from Class 1 trembled inwardly, aware that Teacher Zhou was likely to unleash her wrath once more. The outcome was inevitable. Wang Yin did not approach the podium, but instead stationed himself at the entrance, while Zhou Yi stepped onto the platform. Her icy gaze swept across the room, silencing even those unfamiliar with her presence. It appears she indeed intends to seek retribution for Yu Hao, Qirong thought, sitting obediently, legs crossed, ready to observe. All stand. Zhou Yi commanded coldly, her expression devoid of anger. Yet the subtle pressure of her aura indicated that her inner turmoil was far from tranquil. The students of Class 1 sprang to their feet as if seated on hot coals. Qirong was no exception, standing up abruptly, not daring to delay even a moment. The students from other classes, however, varied in their response, some quick to rise while others lagged behind, perceiving that this elderly lady lacked the intimidating presence of Wang Yin. Zhou Yi surveyed the class and stated coldly, very well, there are 67 students in total, 1 is absent, and 36 stood immediately upon hearing my command, while the remaining 30 have, to varying degrees, delayed. Qirong felt a shiver run down his spine. The moment had arrived. Now I shall call out names. Those mentioned will leave the classroom and stand in the corridor. Huang Chutian. The first name she called was that of Huang Chutian, who enjoyed the same privileged status as Yu Hao. Huang Chutian, taken aback, chuckled, Teacher Zhou, must you be so serious? It was merely a slight delay in standing. Without uttering another word, Zhou Yi swiftly appeared before Huang Chutian, seized his collar, and with a flick of her wrist, hurled him out of the window. A piercing scream echoed from outside, followed by silence. The other students were left dumbfounded. Even Wang Yin appeared taken aback. The classroom fell into a profound silence, and the effect of this demonstration was undeniably effective. Excellent, excellent. Just a right touch. Yi Yulin, Yuling, Tang Xiao Xiao, Ouyang Haya. Zhou Yi's icy voice called out each name, and soon, all 30 students who had been tardy were summoned. With Huang Chutian as a cautionary tale, none dared to resist. Obediently stepping out of the classroom under Zhou Yi's watchful gaze, adorned with 6 shimmering soul rings. And lastly, Xia Huanyu, you are to leave Class 1. Zhou Yi regarded Xia Huanyu, who had stood up promptly, though still displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. A defensive soul master should be in a more suitable environment for optimal development. Yet, Xia Huanyu still attempted to protest. Do you have an objection? Zhou Yi shot a frosty glance at Xia Huanyu. Class 1 primarily focused on assault and control, while sensitive attack could also be taught. It was certainly not suitable for nurturing a talented defensive soul master. And no, Xia Huanyu ultimately departed, resembling a quail, not daring to utter a word. Zhou Yi coolly declared, next, I announce 2 matters. First, the appointment of the class leaders. Wang Dong will be the leader for assault, and Yu Hao for control. Second, from now on, anyone who dares to question the teacher's decisions shall be expelled. Upon this announcement, many eyes turned toward Qirong, some subtly gleeful, others resentful. particularly Xie Huanyu, who had self-proclaimed himself as Yu Rong's #1 lackey. After all, Yu Rong was the rightful first. Yet the position of class leader had been seized by Hui Yuhao, leading many to anticipate the unfolding drama. Yu Rong sighed, "It's not me. I didn't do anything." Those who had spent considerable time with Yu Rong knew well that he was someone who could scarcely manage himself, let alone shoulder the responsibility of leading others. In summary, while capable, he is not suited to be the class leader. Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, and Xiao Xiao are among the students of Class 1 who are somewhat familiar to us. Nevertheless, there are those who harbor discontent. For instance, Dai Huabin, a formidable core disciple from the assault system, alongside his martial soul fusion partner, Zhu Lu. Teacher Zhou Yi is equally resolute, unceremoniously expelling them from Class 1 without a shred of sentiment. Yu Rong was taken aback. This was an unexpected turn of events. As time passed, the students fell into line, at least on the surface, under teacher Zhou Yi's stern guidance. The day's lessons unfolded in a tranquil manner. As for the young Yu Rong, his mind had long since begun to wander, yet he dared not slack off during class, feigning attentiveness while his spirit soared to the soul fighting area. It could truly be said that he was enduring great torment, restless and uneasy. Ahem, young Rong, remain composed. Wang Dong gently pulled at Yu Rong's collar from beneath the table, evidently having noticed his friend's unusual behavior long ago. Teacher Wang, Yin had also observed, but chose to turn a blind eye, especially since the lesson was nearing its end. Moreover, teacher Zhou Yi's absence was the primary reason Yu Rong narrowly escaped a reprimand. The soul fighting area of Shrek Academy is arguably the most vibrant locale aside from the outer city's market district. The last time Yu Rong visited, it was devoid of activity solely due to class schedules. On the broad, 10-meter-wide thoroughfare, a steady stream of people flowed, with vendors peddling wares along the sides, all closely aligned with the atmosphere of the soul fighting area. Healer Soul Master, treatments available for both external and internal injuries. 10 soul fighting points per session. No negotiations. Once you buy, it's yours. A thrilling clash of assault system soul masters. 50 soul fighting points. Awaiting challengers. Here, soul fighting points had become a universal currency. The Academy had even established a registration office for soul fighting points to facilitate transactions among students. After all, graduation hinged upon accumulating these points. The Academy did not heavily suppress this trend, merely setting boundaries to prevent excess. However, the sale of soul fighting points was strictly prohibited. Was that not akin to dancing on a minefield within Shrek Academy? Shrek Academy boasts comprehensive rules governing soul fighting, ensuring that each point earned is a testament to one's own prowess. As Yu Rong traversed the area, he was profoundly impressed. "How do you feel, Rong? Bye-bye." Having placed a hand on Yu Rong's shoulder from behind, inquired. Indeed, Yu Rong's gaze remained captivated by his surroundings, relishing the experience. This was the periphery of the soul fighting area. The last time he came was not opportune, as only classes with teaching responsibilities utilized this space. Bei Bei affectionately tousled Yu Rong's light golden, fluffy hair. But once free time arrives post-class, most students from the 4th grade and above flock to the soul fighting area, whether to spectate or engage in friendly bouts, both excellent ways to enhance abilities and pass the time. I'll guide you to the soul fighting registration office to obtain your identification badge. This is essential for every bout, including registration, pairing, and venue arrangements with your opponent. You can opt for random pairing based on strength or directly choose your opponent, provided they consent. If the soul ring levels are equal, winning a match with a cultivation difference of 3 levels yields 10 soul fighting points. If your cultivation is 3 levels lower than your opponent's, winning nets you 20 points. Whereas if your opponent wins, they receive only 5. Of course, losing incurs no penalty in terms of points. Furthermore, lethal force is prohibited in the soul fighting area unless a death match is chosen. Each match is overseen by a referee to ensure safety. Should they determine you are rendered incapable of fighting, they will intervene to prevent further harm. Generally, students refrain from employing lethal tactics, as the primary goal is practice, and conceding is permitted. Thus, the safety of the soul fighting area remains quite high. Naturally, if you aren't severely beaten, the referee won't consider you incapacitated. Bei Bei elucidated the rules of the soul fighting area to Yu Rong. Afterward, they completed the registration at the office, securing his first match number, Arena number 3. Bei Bei gestured toward a direction with his slender fingers, encouragingly saying, "Go forth, Rong. I shall watch you from the sidelines." Chapter 36, The Soul Fighting Experience Card, Part 2. Yu Rong and Bei Bei made their way to Arena number 3. Beside the marked area stood a teacher clad in a dark green staff uniform. a small Shrek emblem adorning his chest. The process of the match was far less complicated than Yu Rong had anticipated. Bei Bei signaled Yu Rong to approach and present his identification badge to the teacher. "Hello. This is my identification badge," Yu Rong stated as he stepped forward. The referee expertly accepted Yu Rong's badge, glancing at it briefly, his eyes widening in mild astonishment. A first year? A freshman? It was indeed rare to see first-year students in the soul fighting area. While there had been precedents, the entry standards were typically high, often surpassing those for second-year students. First years meeting the requirements for soul fighting were exceedingly rare, and those who did were all exceptional talents at Shrek Academy. The referee could not help but marvel at this little prodigy. His gaze shifted to the young man, standing with a relaxed posture. A well-known figure in the soul fighting area, the top-tier beast martial soul holder, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, known as Pillaring Bei Bei. Bye-bye Smeedeth Gently, slightly bowing to the referee in respect. After thoroughly verifying Yu Rong's identification badge and confirming its authenticity, the referee nodded. "You may enter. Your opponent is already waiting." Yu Rong then noticed a fellow student standing on the opposite side of the arena, awaiting his arrival. The student appeared to be no older than 3 or 4 years. With a sturdy build, upon seeing Yu Rong, his eyes widened in surprise. With slightly curled, light golden hair and a refined face, his youthful brows bore a hint of burgeoning confidence. "Hey there, beautiful. How about we exchange contact information after the match?" It must be said that Yu Rong's appearance was indeed deceiving, exuding an aura of fragility and approachability. Yu Rong's expression darkened instantly, pointing emphatically at himself. "Senior, I'm a boy. A boy." This misconception was largely due to Shrek Academy's training uniform, a baggy dark green tracksuit resembling a sack, allowing for extensive mobility during combat, which was quite practical. However, it made distinguishing genders difficult beyond 5 meters, and beyond 20 meters, it was hard to distinguish between humans and animals. This could be attributed to the eccentric preferences of the Academy's first principal. "Oh, so you're a junior. My apologies, the senior exclaimed, slightly flustered, quickly apologizing. "But do you have any older sisters or friends?" And yet, his interest lingered. "Ahem. All right, let's all get ready." The referee, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, positioned himself between the two contestants, halting their increasingly bizarre conversation. With both participants present, it was time to commence. Yu Rong and the senior swiftly took their places on opposite sides of the arena, summoning their respective martial spirits. Instantly, a palpable surge of soul energy enveloped the entire venue, as radiant lights shone from both ends. The brilliance of 6 soul rings in hues of yellow and purple flickering dazzlingly. UMO, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Yu Rong, Level 31 Control System Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. The referee for the 12th match of the 3rd round raised his arm to signal, then abruptly lowered it, quickly retreating from the arena. Begin. As the duel commenced, Yu Rong did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he maintained a cautious stance, aware that he was a newcomer to the arena. He opted to summon 3 chrysanthemum petals, poised for action, ready to respond to any eventuality. The senior's martial spirit was quite peculiar, resembling a ghostly vine, a relatively rare plant-type martial spirit within the Douluo continent. Yumo's 1st and 2nd soul rings flashed in succession, causing several clusters of ghostly vines to erupt from the ground, their tendrils adorned with sharp thorns that glimmered with a dark, purple luminescence, indicating their formidable toxicity. These clusters of ghostly vines advanced toward Yu Rong with remarkable speed, gradually encroaching upon the entire arena. At that moment, 5 particularly animated tendrils surged forth, rapidly approaching Yu Rong, propelled by the flow of soul energy. The entire process, from the vines sprouting to their assault on Yu Rong, unfolded with remarkable efficiency, completing Yumo's strategy in mere seconds. It was a testament to the masterful application of soul power devoid of any waste. Yu Rong could not help but marvel. With his current level of soul power control, achieving such finesse was beyond his reach. His inexperience often led to squandered soul energy, leaving much to be desired in terms of endurance. Indeed, there are always those who surpass one's expectations, under comparable levels of soul power. It was evident that a first-year novice struggled to compete with a seasoned third-year. Yet, the third-year student, in the eyes of the seniors, remained just another fledgling. "Be careful, Junior," Umo kindly cautioned, likely harboring a degree of sympathy for Yu Rong's youthful visage. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the ghostly vines erupted from the ground where Yu Rong stood, intent on ensnaring him. The vines on the ground were primarily a preemptive setup, often serving as a diversion, while the true threat lay beneath the surface. Qirong, however, was already on high alert, sensing the fluctuations of soul power from below. With a flicker of his second soul ring, several chrysanthemum petals, reinforced by golden armor, were hurled at the approaching tendrils, severing them at the waist. Simultaneously, Qirong dashed toward his opponent. Clearly, UMO was more adept at long-range control, and he was fully aware of this vulnerability, perhaps intentionally revealing it to Qirong, turning his own weakness into that of his adversaries, inviting him to fall into a trap. Qirong, displaying his cleverness, did not charge directly at UMO. Instead, he maneuvered in a serpentine fashion, evading predictable patterns. Control system soul masters, by virtue of their martial spirits, possess a keen, overarching perspective, often characterized by shrewdness and the propensity to set traps for others. Although Qirong was a three-ring soul master, his offensive options were limited. He could only utilize the chrysanthemum petals for attack. However, the potential for this form of assault was immense, with many possibilities yet to be explored. As Qirong advanced, countless ghostly vines surged from the clusters hidden on the battlefield, assailing him from all directions, making defense nearly impossible. Qirong adeptly altered his movements mid-air, gradually closing the distance to his opponent. During this time, he occasionally launched chrysanthemum petals at UMO, each petal acting as a sharp projectile, causing considerable nuisance and leaving marks on UMO's form. The true essence of a control system soul master manifests most effectively in team battles. In a one-on-one scenario, the central figure strategy is compelled to engage in direct confrontation, which serves as a unique form of training. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither participant gaining the upper hand. The referee, observing from the sidelines, was astounded. UMO was indeed a standout control system soul master at this stage. Although the ghostly vines lacked variety in their attacks, his remarkable foresight and overarching awareness allowed him to seize the opportune moments for attack, often leaving similarly ranked assault-type soul masters at a disadvantage, unable to approach him without succumbing to the vine's toxins. At that moment, Qirong's figure suddenly faltered, and his opponent noted this brief pause. Just then, UMO's third soul ring, which had yet to illuminate, flared to life, enveloping the area around Qirong's feet in a rich wave of soul power. Qirong found himself inadvertently immobilized, caught off guard as thick, robust, ghostly vines erupted from the ground, encircling him in a constricting cage. These vines were sturdier than before. When Qirong attempted to sever them with his chrysanthemum petals, he found them lodged firmly, embedded 2/3 of the way in. UMO, panting heavily, surveyed the culmination of his most potent soul technique with exhilaration. The high-intensity chase had drained considerable energy, and in this moment, UMO inadvertently relaxed his vigilance, overlooking the slight smile that graced Qirong's downturned face. In a split second, the previously scattered chrysanthemum petals that had been knocked down now soared back into the air, glinting menacingly as they surged toward him. Dozens, if not hundreds, of chrysanthemum petals converged from all directions, forming an impenetrable barrage, as though intent on perforating him like a sieve. UMO's initial excitement morphed into dread as the weight of regret settled in. He attempted to command the ghostly vines to create a barrier, but the sheer quantity and density of the petals were overwhelming, seemingly possessing a sentience that allowed them to evade the vine's sweep. Glancing at Qirong, still ensnared within the ghostly vine cage, UMO steeled himself, realizing that this was his only remaining option. His third soul ring ignited once more, depleting the last vestiges of his soul power, rendering his complexion even paler. This was a desperate, all-or-nothing strike. The vines that had ensnared Qirong thickened once again, extending rapidly toward him, their toxic thorns glistening ominously. This truly was the only course left to them. Both combatants chose to confront each other head-on, relinquishing any pretense of defense, and instead exerting every ounce of energy to disable one another, seeking to hasten their opponent's exit from the fray. Their assaults appeared simultaneous. The referee fixated on the two, apprehensive of any unforeseen developments that might require intervention. At that moment, Qirong raised his head and gazed at UMO. This is bad, UMO thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind as he sensed the misfortune brewing within Qirong's smile, uncertain of what hidden strategy he might possess. Before I could even contemplate the situation, a sudden sharp pain pierced my neck. At that very moment, the sinister thorn of the ghost vine loomed perilously close to Qirong, barely 10 centimeters away. That's enough. The contest is over. Before the referee's voice could fully resonate, he had already materialized in the arena, effortlessly lifting both combatants as though they were children and placing them at the sidelines. The referee then unveiled his martial soul, a dazzling array of yellow, purple, and black, revealing him to be a formidable soul sage of 7 rings. "Are you aware of who triumphed in this duel?" he inquired with keen interest, gazing at the disheveled duo. "I am aware, teacher," UMO replied with a somewhat bitter smile. "I lost. This junior has emerged victorious, has he not? Had he not shown mercy, my neck would have been grievously wounded." The referee nodded in agreement. "Since you both are cognizant of the outcome, I shall refrain from elaborating. It was an exhilarating match, the nuances of which you may discuss amongst yourselves." "Thank you, teacher," both Qirong and UMO said obediently in unison. "Junior, when exactly did that petal you used to slice my neck appear?" After the contest concluded, the two made their way to the registration desk, with UMO utterly perplexed. Qirong smiled sheepishly. "To be honest, I wasn't aware either. However, once my petal loses its soul power, it becomes as inconspicuous as an ordinary petal. But infuse it with soul power, and it transforms into a razor-sharp blade. That petal had been resting on your shoulder all along. You simply didn't notice." Montauk exclaimed. "What a trickery! Who would pay attention to an ordinary petal?" Chapter 037. Happy Holidays. The victor of this match is Qirong. The referee announced loudly at the center of the arena. Qirong stood in the middle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and cheeks, his chest heaving slightly more than usual, while his once resplendent golden hair had lost its luster, appearing somewhat dull. The intensity of this soul battle was unmistakable. Nevertheless, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, still ablaze with the spirit of combat. Time flew by, with autumn yielding to winter and winter to spring. 8 months had swiftly passed. Qirong was in the prime of his youth, and in these brief months he had grown taller and more upright, exuding an air of refinement that was perhaps influenced by his martial soul. The exquisite, golden-haired youth stood amidst the roaring cheers and applause in the competition area, the crowd celebrating his victory. "Thank you, senior." Qirong extended a hand to the still-dazed senior lying on the ground, assisting him to his feet. "Junior, you are far more formidable than you appear," the senior remarked, dusting off his clothes, clearly not irked by the defeat. Qirong smiled, a hint of pride shining through. Compared to his earlier naivety upon entering the arena, he now exuded a calm confidence. The arena where Qirong now competed was significantly more expansive and robust than during his initial matches, surrounded by a multitude of spectators. This venue was no longer designated by numbers, but was directly referred to as the Central Arena, where every match held paramount importance for the Shrek Academy students. This recognition spoke volumes of Qirong's burgeoning capabilities. To draw a closer analogy, consider Bei Bei. Every one of his matches now took place in the Central Arena, as he was renowned throughout the school as the thunderous Bei Bei, with each contest being a spectacular clash, except, of course, for the dramatic bout against Su Sanshur. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Qirong's remarkable achievement in his 50th competition, boasting an impressive record of 47 wins and 3 losses, a commendable feat indeed. Among these victories were both team and individual matches, evenly split between the two formats. His partner in the team matches had often been the illustrious Bei Bei. Yet Qirong frequently felt as though he were merely riding on Bei Bei's coattails to victory, thus expressing his reluctance to team up with him. After a few collaborations, he ultimately sought out Wang Dong for his battles in the Soul Arena. Indeed, the very day after his inaugural match, Qirong eagerly introduced Wang Dong to the Shrek Academy's Soul Arena, and Wang Dong readily accepted the invitation. Good things are meant to be shared. Together, Qirong and Wang Dong forged a reputation in the Soul Arena, becoming a remarkable first-year duo. However, it must be said that 2-on-2 battles proved to be far more engaging than 1-on-1 encounters, as they presented intricate scenarios and unexpected tactical combinations, making for thrilling spectacles that ignited the audience's fervor. "Phew, today was exhilarating," Qirong exclaimed, leaping off the competition stage and addressing Wang Dong, who was stationed nearby. "Indeed, the soul skills employed by the senior were truly fascinating," Wang Dong replied, observing the match with greater clarity than Qirong. "But you held your own as well." Qirong grinned proudly in response. "By the way, in just a few days, this semester will conclude." Wang Dong suggested that Qirong put on the clothes he had discarded before the match, noting that their elder mentors would likely send someone to fetch them. "Shouldn't they be coming soon? Why are you so eager to return home when we still have 3 or 4 days until the break?" he teased. "I'm contemplating whether to invite you out to Haoyan Fortress," Wang Dong admitted, somewhat conflicted. "If you wish to, then extend the invitation," Qirong replied decisively. Bei Bei mentioned something about staying at Shrek Academy after the break. "What?" Wang Dong's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. "Staying at Shrek Academy?" "Yes." He resides in Shrek and previously asked if I want to train together during the break, Qirong explained. Did you agree? Wang Dong's disbelief was palpable, his jealousy flaring. What a treacherous little rascal. Of course not, Qirong remarked, amused by Wang Dong's reaction. You intend to acquire your third soul ring, don't you? I wish to accompany you. He further longed to visit the ice and fire Yin-Yang, to see everyone again, though he decided to withhold that reason from Wang Dong for the time being. Wang Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. You startled me. I'm quite curious to see how your cultivation will progress after you obtain your third soul ring. The mention of soul rings sparked excitement in Qirong's voice, as he yearned to test the theories he had grasped in class regarding Master Yu Shaojiang's soul power accumulation theory. Wang Dong, having broken through to the third ring over half a year ago, had not rushed to acquire a soul ring, understanding that soul power cultivation continued uninterrupted, and levels would accumulate regardless of the absence of a soul ring. Consequently, when Wang Dong finally obtained a soul ring, he might well leap directly to levels 32, 33, or even 34. Qirong instinctively touched the pendant hanging at his chest, which radiated a gentle warmth and exuded a reassuring fragrance. Before long, the final day before the break arrived. Qirong, Wang Dong, and Hu Yuhao arrived at the classroom early, ready for the day's lessons. After indulging in some light-hearted banter with their classmates in the classroom, the time for the class bell had finally arrived. Zhou Yi and Wang Yin entered the classroom together. Whenever Zhou Yi was present, the atmosphere of Class 1 in the first year could invariably be described as solemn. This remained true even with the impending holiday tomorrow. No one dared to provoke the formidable teacher at such a moment. After all, should she become irritable, no one would be spared from her wrath. Wang Yin ascended the podium, while Zhou Yi settled into an unoccupied chair at the back of the classroom. Dear students, today marks your final day in the first year, and the Academy has not assigned any teaching tasks. I will briefly share a few words, and then you may return to gather your belongings. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the classroom erupted in cheers, momentarily disregarding Zhou Yi's presence. Wang Yan smiled and continued. Throughout this year, each of you has demonstrated remarkable diligence. I can confidently assert that you're the most outstanding class I have ever taught. On behalf of myself and teacher Zhou Yi, I express our gratitude for your hard work. Your efforts will bestow our class with collective glory. However, at this juncture, Wang Yan's tone took a sudden shift. Shrek Academy is known for its peculiar tradition of not having a final examination at the end of the term. While the absence of such an exam spares you from the anguish of finals week, it is, in a sense, a humane approach that embodies the true essence of education through enjoyment. Yet, the absence of a final examination means that you will face assessments at the beginning of the new term. This implies that during your leisurely holiday, you cannot truly relax, as the looming threat of the entrance assessment hangs over you like the sword of Damocles, instilling an invisible pressure. In summary, it is akin to boiling a frog in warm water, an experience of both pain and pleasure. Unlike other academies that conduct final exams at the end of the academic year, our Shrek Academy follows a different course. The reason for this should be clear to all of you. Your eligibility to progress to the second year will be determined at the beginning of the next academic year. Therefore, do not allow yourselves even a moment of relaxation after returning home. Instead, you must exert even greater effort during the forthcoming month of vacation. Only in this manner can you secure your place in the next academic year. I hold each of you in high regard, and I hope that when we reconvene, our class will be complete. With a smile that, for reasons unknown, bore a hint of pressure, Wang Yin gazed at each student in turn. The true art of psychological manipulation often lies in gentle persuasion. Now, I shall outline the key points for the advancement assessment that you must remember. First and foremost, there is no room for subterfuge. It is a matter of absolute strength, specifically your soul power, to advance from the first to the second year. All students must achieve a soul power level of at least 20. If you do not possess 2 soul rings by the time of the advancement assessment, I suggest you reconsider your return next year. Regardless of how commendable your performance may be in other evaluations, failing to meet the requirement of 2 rings renders it meaningless. The Academy's rules are immutable. Possessing 2 rings does not guarantee success in the advancement examination. Moreover, this assessment is not solely an individual matter. It also concerns our class as a whole. Our class must also undergo an advancement assessment, during which 3 to 7 students will be selected to participate in a special evaluation. The results of this assessment will determine the advancement status of our class, and you will be required to undertake additional efforts for this. Thus, even during the holiday, you must remain diligent and not allow yourselves to relax. Understood? Wang Yan's smile grew gentler, yet it bore an undercurrent of terror. His smile had not left his face throughout the discourse. Seemingly gentle, but laced with a chilling reminder. I want to emphasize that if a student selected for the class assessment falters and causes our evaluation to diminish, the entire class will remember that individual. I, too, graduated from Shrek Academy, and I wish to share my experience with you. The most joyous and exhilarating moments in our academy occur when we commence a new year of study following the advancement assessment. Conversely, for the vast majority of students, the moments leading up to the holiday signify the onset of hell. Unless you are unwilling to continue your studies at the academy, you already know what you must do once you return home. That is all I have to say. Class dismissed. Return to gather your belongings. Wang Yin waved his hand, signaling the end of the lesson and wishing everyone a pleasant holiday. A classic case of a slap followed by a rub. Upon exiting the teaching building, Yu Rong and her companions encountered Bei Bei and Tanya, who had been waiting at the entrance. Xiao Yuhao, what a surprise, exclaimed Tanya, rushing forward to pinch Hui Yuhao's cheeks. It's been so long. I've missed you dearly. Hui Yuhao, affectionately dubbed Xiaoya by Tanya, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Bei Bei intervened to rescue him, saying, all right. You're being too enthusiastic, Xiaoya. You're scaring Yuhao. Therefore, let's go out for a feast today. This marks our last night at Shrek for this semester. Tang Jiadiklerth, brimming with energy as she brandished her soul guide. I have prepared various barbecue utensils and ingredients. You will not leave hungry. Hooray! Yu Rong was the first to respond with enthusiasm. Their gathering was not limited to just the 6 of them. Hui Yuhao also invited another senior brother and Kai too, making a total of 7. They enjoyed a lively evening together, which continued until nightfall. By the shores of the sea god lake, the night was thick with dew, water mist enveloped the area, and the moist air was caressed by the evening breeze, offering a refreshing coolness. Hey, Bei Bei, I will try to return early, Yu Rong said as she sat beside Bei Bei on a bench by the lake, the calm surface reflecting the full moon above. Bei Bei, having been drawn aside by Yu Rong, initially thought she was going to discuss a serious topic, but upon realizing the nature of their conversation, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem, Rong, you truly are adorable. He reached out to pat her soft head. But don't worry about me, for I have navigated through this every year. This sentiment, however, remained unspoken in Bei Bei's heart, as he did not wish to evoke pity from Yu Rong through such a display of vulnerability. I'll wait for you to come back. Chapter 038, Holiday Time. For Soul Masters, a holiday is a luxury. For those ardently striving for progress, it is akin to a mere illusion. The Haotian fortress amidst the clouds retained its ethereal appearance, yet it was imbued with a lively atmosphere courtesy of its disciples. Come on, is there anyone else willing to compete? A young man wielding a hammer stood in the center of the competition arena, his voice resonating with fervor. The hammer in his grasp was entirely black, its head uniquely rectangular, each side adorned with faint intricate patterns, exuding an aura of considerable weight. As if a special force field radiated energy outward. The young man's physique was impressive, clad in a sleeveless tank top that showcased his well-defined muscles, embodying a striking aesthetic of explosive power. I'll join. Tang Yuan, let me have a go with you. A pale golden figure swiftly ascended the competition arena, eager to participate. It was none other than Yu Rong, who had returned to the Haotian fortress to relish a few days of blissful leisure. Hey, Xiaorong. Tang Yuan, the young man addressed by Yu Rong, appeared taken aback by her sudden entry, scratching his head. His initially fierce demeanor softened momentarily, revealing a touch of earnestness. Are you really going to compete? You are a control-type soul master, and once I swing my hammer, it's quite challenging to retract it. No worries. Yu Rong waved her hand, her gaze fixed on Tang Yuan, a smile gracing her lips, and I might not lose, you know. Such confidence? Tang Yuan responded with a hearty laugh. Haha. Well then, let me see what you have learned over this past year at Shrek. The children of Haotian sect seldom ventured to Shrek Academy, or any academy on the continent for that matter, to pursue their training. Part of the reason is that Haotian sect boasts its own well-equipped school. On the other hand, when it comes to the Haotian hammer, the sect is the ancestral home, and the efficiency of learning within the sect surpasses that of any other institution. It's not that Shrek Academy is unaffordable. It's just that Haotian sect offers a better cost-performance ratio. You take the first move, go ahead. Tang Yuan raised his hammer, assuming a stance of confrontation. Then I won't hold back, Yu Rong replied, unleashing her martial soul. 3 soul rings shimmering with faint silver patterns appeared around her. The second and third rings glowing as soul power coalesced in her hands, forming countless golden petals that wove into a massive net of offense, charging towards Tang Yuan's face. Quite impressive, little Rong, Tang Yuan remarked, observing the golden petals soaring towards him, as he too summoned his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4 soul rings emerged around him, revealing him to be a powerful assault-type soul master. Brother Tang Yuan has become a soul master. Yu Erong gasped in astonishment. When did this happen? I thought it would be a 3-ring versus 3-ring match. Yet now it's 3-ring against 4-ring. Ha ha! Little Rong, you still have the chance to concede. Tang Yuan chuckled heartily, stepping forward with his left foot, his toned muscles displaying elegant curves as he readied his hammer for an attack. Absolutely not. Yu Erong insisted, determined not to lose face so easily. Then be cautious. Tang Yuan, unfazed, swung his Haotian hammer, generating gusts of wind with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The first strike surged forward with terrifying speed, the sharp sound of air being sliced open indicating the force behind it. The shockwave from this blow obliterated the approaching petals, dispersing them like leaves in the wind, accompanied by the chilling sound of metal clashing against petals. The second soul ring around Tang Yuan flickered, and the Haotian hammer in his hand suddenly manifested a larger illusion. Second strike. A more piercing sound of air being cut filled the arena as the hammer aimed directly at Yu Erong, the illusion advancing with incredible speed. Yu Erong swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack with agility. Though her physical skills lacked the strength to confront head-on, her evasive maneuvers were second nature. In the blink of an eye, as the fierce wind rushed past her ears, a few strands of her hair were severed, gently floating to the ground. That was incredibly fast. Yu Erong thought, her heart racing. Moreover, the terror was not solely in the speed of the strike, but in the sheer force it contained. Immediately, she distanced herself from Tang Yuan, maneuvering along the edge of the arena in search of an opportunity. She knew she could not afford to clash head-on with a strong, assault-type soul master, especially one as formidable as him. While evading Tang Yuan's onslaught, she sought openings to counterattack, though with little success. Soon, a thin layer of sweat began to bead on her forehead. All right, the game of hide-and-seek ends now. After several exchanges, Tang Yuan suddenly planted himself firmly in the arena, veins bulging on his arms as he gripped the hammer's handle. The first soul ring around him glowed, and the Haotian hammer in his hand expanded to over twice its size, barreling towards Yu Erong with an even more terrifying force, the 36th strike. What was even more frightening was that the hammer shadows were not singular but numerous, coming at Yu Erong from all directions. It is well known that the chaotic cloak hammer technique is a cumulative process. The further it progresses, the more terrifying the force becomes. TSK. Yu Erong gritted her teeth as her first, second, and third soul rings illuminated. In an instant, her soul power surged forth, crystallizing into countless petals, which instead of being launched outward, gathered before her. These petals, serving as a shield, were notably thicker, measuring 3 fingers wide. A variant of the second and third soul skills, Golden Shield. In a heartbeat, the hammer shadows collided with the shield, unleashing a series of shockwaves. Petals continuously fell away from the shield, carried off by the gusts, until ultimately they vanished. As the last of the petals dispersed, Tang Yuan finally caught sight of his opponent, but Yu Erong was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Tang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Initially, he had been concerned about injuring Yu Erong, holding back his strength. He was wary of harming the younger brother, who played well with his sister. It seemed he had underestimated her. Right here, Yu Erong's voice suddenly rang out from behind Tang Yuan. At the moment the hammer shadow was about to strike, she had exploited the brief respite granted by the shield and, concealed by the flurry of petals, had maneuvered to Tang Yuan's rear. As long as there are petals on the field, I can manipulate them, she smiled at Tang Yuan. Brother Tang, you let your guard down. A petal, no wider than a finger, hovered between Tang Yuan's brows, a glint of cold light flashing. Tang Yuan gazed at the delicate petal dagger before him, feeling neither fear nor trepidation, only surprise and a tinge of regret at having fallen for a trick. I concede. He decisively retracted his martial soul. But that was a sneak attack. It's not guaranteed to succeed. Yu Erong pouted, unwilling to relent. Brother Tang, you didn't even use your 4th soul skill. And you held back. Are you really not going to struggle a bit more? This is merely a spar, not a life and death battle. What if I accidentally injure you? Tang Yuan pressed down on Yu Erong's head, ruffling her hair vigorously, as if attempting to thoroughly mess it up. Ugh, Yu Erong felt a bit wronged, not wanting to speak. It felt as though she were being coddled like a child. Who says otherwise? Yu Erong and Wang Dong had enjoyed a delightful holiday at Haotian Fortress. Barring the daily routine of being hammered by the assault-type Haotian hammer, Yu Erong remarked, daily sparring, low on actual harm, high on humiliation. Who claimed control type counters assault type. In the face of absolute power, everything else pales in comparison. At the beginning of the holiday, Wang Dong had accompanied Titan to the Stardow Forest to obtain his third soul ring. Indeed, it was not the Sunset Forest but the Stardow Forest, primarily because the likelihood of finding suitable soul beasts was greater there, at least in terms of quantity. This development thwarted Yuron's plans to return to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. She expressed, "It's merely a mild regret." The outcome was smooth. Within a week, Wang Dong returned to Haoyan Fortress, his soul power level soaring to level 33. This served as a testament to the validity of the theory of soul power accumulation. Great effort leads to great reward. Quantitative changes bring about qualitative changes. Yurong, who had been stagnating at level 34 for quite some time, felt a growing sense of urgency. I must return to school. Staying at home only fosters relaxation and complacency. Ultimately, halfway through the holiday, Yurong resolved to abandon Wang Dong and return to school ahead of schedule. Her exact words were, "What? You're allowed to seek out Yu Hao, but I'm forbidden from seeking out Bei Bei? You've even prepared new bedding for him." Wang Dong, feeling wronged, protested, "No, these two situations are not comparable. My relationship with Yu Hao is purely platonic." "What? Is my bond with Bei Bei not the same?" Yurong countered, "What else could it be?" Wang Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he really claim that the dragon-type youth harbored ulterior motives towards him? Hesitantly, he muttered in nothing. Although Yurong claimed she wished to avoid further beatings from the members of Haoyan Fortress, her childhood companion Wang Dong could assert with certainty that she was eager to return and find Bei Bei. Wang Dong loudly complained to his elder relatives. "What? Who is Bei Bei?" thundered the furious Titan giant ape. "Xiao Dong, do elaborate." The somewhat calmer Tianqing Yolong emitted a palpable aura of menace, coupled with a slight smile. Eager to understand the situation, Wang Dong's pupils constricted. "This is bad. Xiaorong, I'm sorry, I seem to have misspoken." At that moment, as Yurong walked the path back to school, she could not help but sneeze. Achoo! She rubbed her nose, puzzled by the fact that soul masters could catch colds. Such matters remained unresolved. Chapter 39. Happy New Semester? At the main gate of Shrek City, after a day of travel, Yurong finally returned to Shrek City. The night had already fallen, yet the city bustled with life, brightly illuminated, casting a glow upon the night sky, as if it were day. From a distance, it appeared to be a vibrant spectacle, a large lamp flickering warmly. Regardless of the time, Shrek City, situated at the heart of Douluo continent, was always so lively. "It's quite bustling. How long has it been since I've seen so many people?" Yurong mused, observing the throngs of pedestrians in the streets. Despite its many merits, Haoyan Fortress felt excessively isolated, devoid of any tangible connection to the world. Everyone seemed to live like reclusive immortals. However, in terms of liveliness, it was still superior to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, which was truly cut off from the world. There was not a soul in sight. As Yurong meandered through the crowd, she pondered leisurely. Indeed, a lively atmosphere was preferable. The 13,312-year-old Yurong concluded. Yet, would there be food available at school? It was not yet the start of the semester, and the cafeteria would not be serving many meals. After a long day of travel, she was quite famished and did not wish to return empty-handed. Thus, she exclaimed, "Octopus balls! Here I come." Yurong promptly altered her course towards the Shrek Night Market. Meanwhile, Bei Bei, who was cultivating in the dormitory, seemed to have an epiphany. Am I really less important than octopus balls? Half a month later, outside Shrek City, the air was filled with chatter once more. It was that time of year again, back to school season. Early in the morning, a considerable crowd gathered outside Shrek Academy's main gate, in addition to numerous returning students. Many parents accompanied their children to register for the new student entrance examination, reminiscent of the scene when Yurong and Wang Dong registered the previous year. The situation repeated itself. Indeed, regardless of the time or place, the number of new students was always the highest, a timeless truth. Standing at the registration desk of Shrek Academy, Yurong gazed at the bustling crowd and quietly yawned. She had been roped into assisting Bei Bei early in the morning and felt quite beleaguered. As one of the Academy's prominent figures, Bei Bei was exceedingly busy during the opening days of the semester. Yurong merely suggested lending a hand. But upon witnessing Bei Bei's increasingly gentle smile of delight, she sensed trouble brewing. "Oh no, I should have asked." Today, Yurong donned the official second-year uniform of Shrek Academy. Indeed, the second-year uniforms were newly issued and more exquisite than the first-year designs. The girls had charming little skirts. The fitted blazers paired with pleated skirts looked remarkably sharp. Conversely, the boys' uniforms consisted of ordinary trousers, utterly unremarkable and devoid of character. Qirong held strong opinions about this. Who would want to wear something beautiful? Please maintain order and queue up. Qirong utilized a simple soul guide amplification device to address the restless crowd. Her poised stature and striking features further agitated the already restless throngs. Slightly puzzled, she grew increasingly vexed. What is going on? Can't you understand me? Or, is my amplifier broken? Senior, do you know that senior with a megaphone? P.S. really handsome, exclaimed a new student, eagerly pulling her guiding senior aside. That's our second-year junior, named Qirong. He is quite the sensation at our academy, having entered with a 3-ring cultivation level last year and being a champion team member in the new student assessment. He is also the dreamboat of countless girls. Every match in the soul fighting area features him as a hot favorite, the senior said, gesturing toward Qirong not far away. Qirong could hear their conversation clearly. How embarrassing. She never anticipated that others viewed her in such a light. It reminded her of the familiar phrases she had heard during Bei Bei's introduction last year. Was this how Bei Bei felt upon hearing such accolades? Truly, the tides of fortune shift. This year, Bei Bei's introductions might be even more exaggerated. Qirong chuckled sympathetically to herself. The new semester's registration would last 3 days. Wang Dong arrived on the afternoon of the first day, while Xiao Xiao showed up bright and early that morning. Both coincidentally spotted Qirong, who was maintaining order with a megaphone at the entrance. How peculiar that I'm only volunteering today, yet I encounter everyone. Xiaorong, you're actually volunteering here. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. How long have you been standing here? Qirong sighed. Not long, just started. Wow, which little one is this? Why do they look so familiar? Wang Dong leaned against Qirong's shoulder, enveloping him in a bear hug, nearly crushing him with excitement at their reunion. You left me to return early, and now you're here volunteering? Wang Dong teased lightly, after a few exchanges filled with camaraderie and expressions of longing for their friend. Both of them promptly proceeded to register, leaving not a single sleeve behind. Truly, a heartwarming display of friendship. Plastic, plastic, plastic. Yet, unexpectedly, Qirong's self-proclaimed number 1 little brother, Xie Huanyu, exhibited a remarkable display of loyalty. Boss, are you hot? I brought you an enormous soul guide fan. Just place it beside you. If you need it, feel free to use it, but if not, just ignore it. Boss, you must be tired. Let me help you maintain order while you take a break. Or rather, allow me to volunteer for you, boss. Boss. Within the span of a single day, Xie Huanyue traversed back and forth between the gates of Shrek Academy and the dormitories multiple times, his enthusiasm akin to a volcanic eruption, proving quite overwhelming. Qirong remarked, when did I ever take on a little brother? Xie Huanyue exclaimed, at last, I have the opportunity to deepen my bond with Boss Qirong. Thus, Qirong and Xie Huanyue became renowned in an altogether different manner. Meanwhile, Bei Bei, who was engaged in a more significant task of assessing the new students within the confines of Shrek Academy, suddenly overheard familiar names in the conversations of the newcomers nearby. The senior at the entrance is remarkably handsome, one student remarked, to which another replied, indeed. I queued twice just to catch a glimpse of him. I heard his surname is Yu, and his name is Qirong. He has a little brother who has been bustling about. The strength of Senior Yu is indeed impressive, so it's only natural. Listening to the new student's chatter, Bei Bei found himself at a loss for words. Little brother? Why was I not aware of this? He pondered, bewildered by what he might have missed. Indeed, the new student assessment is right here. No need to be anxious, Bei Bei said with a reassuring smile to the nervous newcomers. He resolved to finish his duties early and investigate the situation. Just then, a hurried figure clad in powder blue pushed through the throng of people, rushing towards Bei Bei with a flurry of questions. Senior Bei Bei, do you know where Hui Yuhao is? Wang Dong, what is the matter? Bei Bei inquired, noting the breathless state of Wang Dong, which instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Calm down, take your time. Wang Dong took a few deep breaths, his speech quickening considerably. I just returned to school and found that Hui Yuhao hasn't come back yet. I want to find teacher Zoe, and she informed me that Hui Yuhao went to acquire his spirit ring, but that rascal is deceiving us both in the soul guidance and martial spirit departments. He has gone off on his own to seek a spirit ring. We assumed you and teacher Xiaoyu were with him, but just now, Xiaorong told me you haven't left Shrek Academy this holiday. A wave of concern washed over Bei Bei as he responded. It's impossible that he ventured out alone to hunt for spirit beasts. While he did hunt one by himself when we first met, he was injured then. Moreover, that was merely a 10-year spirit beast. This time, he seeks to obtain his second spirit ring. Given his current combat prowess, even with low-grade soul-guiding devices and our Tang-sec martial arts, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to tackle a 100-year spirit beast. After all, his cultivation level is still too low. My junior brother is quite astute. How could he make such a foolish decision? Indeed, Hui Yuhao's actions are utterly absurd. Wang Dong exclaimed, exasperated. However, Wang Dong, do not be too alarmed. This is merely the first day of reporting. There are still 2 days left. Perhaps Hui Yuhao is still on his way back, Bei Bei said, his brow furrowed, yet attempting to comfort Wang Dong. Despite his strong premonitions, he knew that panic would resolve nothing. Hey, Bei Bei, if we follow your reasoning, does that mean there is still no word from Yuhao? At that moment, Yurong hurriedly approached from the academy gates, having overheard Bei Bei's remarks. Thanks to the voluntarily substituted Xie Huanyue, the group exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by why Hui Yuhao had concealed his departure from the academy from everyone. Each individual close to Hui Yuhao harbored different thoughts. Some felt anger, others regret, while some were merely confused. Yet none could fathom the true reason behind Hui Yuhao's secrecy. Time, however, waits for no one. With a blink of an eye, the first day of reporting had elapsed. Another blink, and the second day had also come to a close. Shrek Academy is strict with its regulations. Failing to report on time would lead to expulsion. What shall we do? It's already the third day. Yu Rong and Wang Dong sat in Hui Yuhao's empty dormitory, gazing worriedly at the unoccupied bed. The bed had been made up with soft bedding, clearly prepared for Hui Yuhao. Yet he was still absent, as twilight descended, casting a faint crimson hue across the horizon. The reporting period for the new academic year at Shrek Academy was drawing to a close. Students from all grades were wrapping up their registrations, while the new student assessments had been preliminarily completed, with the newcomers having officially enrolled. Meanwhile, the other grades were preparing for the impending promotion examinations. Hui Yuhao had missed the reporting deadline. I can only hope Hui Yuhao is merely late and not in some dire predicament, Wang Dong thought, his gaze fixated on the empty bed, his expression clouded with a mix of gravity and a hint of anger. Yu Rong sat silently on Wang Dong's bed, hesitant to speak. As night deepened, the sky remained clear. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by labored breathing. Wang Dong looked up in astonishment, and just then, with a resounding crash, a figure burst through the door. I'm done for. I'm late. I rushed as fast as I could, yet still missed it. What am I to do? The frantic youth entered, visibly distressed, muttering to himself. He looked up at Wang Dong, grinning. Wang Dong, Xiaorong, you're all here. Has everyone finished reporting? I'm in quite a mess for being late. I must hurry to find Teacher Zhou. I need to come up with a plan for tonight. With that, the youth turned to leave. It was none other than the tardy Hui Yuhao. Oh no, Hui Yuhao is in trouble. Yu Rong, who had been anxiously waiting, felt a wave of relief wash over him, even beginning to revel in the situation. Hua, you, how? The thunderous call resonated, and as Hui Yuhao turned to rush out, he felt a sudden weight on his back, knocking him to the ground. Wang Dong had delivered a swift kick, giving Hui Yuhao a taste of reality. Do you even realize you're late? How can you be so unreliable? Wang Dong scolded, his foot firmly planted on Hui Yuhao's back. Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been? I thought you had become fertilizer for the spirit beasts in the Stardow Forest. Why did you deceive us and the teachers by going out to hunt spirit beasts on your own? What compelled you to venture out alone? You are utterly irresponsible. Wang Dong unleashed a barrage of reprimands upon Hui Yuhao. Surely the teachers can't know about this, Hui Yuhao said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Of course they do. Think of what you'll do now, little Yuhao, Yu Rong added, squatting beside him and playfully poking the back of his head. Wang Dong, please, move your foot. Yu Rong lightly tapped Wang Dong's leg, signaling him to step aside. Let us address the pressing matters first. Our personal grievances can wait. Yu Rong smiled, revealing 2 charming dimples, a sight that appeared particularly menacing to Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong, taken aback, shifted his tone to a more serious note. By the way, weren't you looking for Teacher Zhou? You should hurry. I'll accompany you. Teacher Zhou is quite upset. You'd best be prepared. As he spoke, he pushed Hui Yuhao towards the door. Xiaorong, we're off. Yu Rong waved her hand goodbye. After closing the door behind the hasty duo, she returned to her own dormitory. What a tumultuous day it has been, Yu Rong mused as she entered, only to spot Bei Bei deep in meditation. No wonder such a commotion earlier didn't rouse you. You were in the midst of your training, she observed, unfazed, as the sun's gentle rays illuminated the morning. Yu Rong stretched languidly before bounding over to her bed, where she nestled herself comfortably among the sheets. Rolling about in delight, she finally paused to gaze at Bei Bei, who who sat cross-legged on the bed, immersed in her cultivation. After a brief internal struggle, Qirong sprang up and approached Bei Bei with familiar ease. Slowly, she released a wisp of faint golden soul power from her hand, ensnaring a tendril of dark blue soul energy that had spilled over during Bei Bei's practice. With a gentle tug, she extracted it, swirling it around Bei Bei's head in a playful dance. This was Qirong's unique method to summon Bei Bei, a technique she had tested numerous times with perfect success. Within moments, Bei Bei emerged from her meditative state, her eyes still shimmering with residual lightning, casting a hint of violet into her deep gaze. "Bye-bye. Yu Hao's back," Qirong exclaimed, barely containing her excitement as she shared the joyous news. That's wonderful," Bei Bei replied, taking a moment to process the information before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Has everyone heard this news already?" "Not yet. I came to tell you first, didn't I?" Qirong declared, leaping on a Bei Bei's bed and bouncing lightly. "I didn't want to disturb your practice. Yet you still woke me up," Bei Bei retorted, playfully ruffling Qirong's hair. All right, I'll go tell Xiao Xiao and Sister Tanya now," Qirong said, expertly brushing Bei Bei's hand aside before darting out the door. "Remember to leave the door open for me," she called back without waiting for a response. Bounding up the stairs. Chapter 040, A Face-Slapping Spectacle. The following day marked the commencement of a new academic year at Shrek Academy. The spring sun shone warmly, bathing the surroundings in a vibrant and flourishing atmosphere. Qirong and Bei Bei rose early, eager to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unexpectedly lively crowd, predominantly composed of fresh-faced new students. It seems the enthusiasm of the newcomers is at an all-time high," Qirong remarked, clutching a bag filled with steamed buns while a large meat bun dangled from her mouth. Her words came out muffled as she spoke while chewing. "It's still so early, yet look at how many people are here." Qirong marveled at the fervor that accompanied the arrival of the new students. This was a common sight at the beginning of each academic year. The enthusiasm of newcomers was always palpable. Bei Bei, now a seasoned fifth-year senior, was unfazed by this phenomenon, effortlessly deciphering Qirong's garbled speech. "Indeed, reflecting on it, we were once just like them," Qirong mused, swallowing her bun and taking another bite. "But within a week or two, everyone will have adapted." It was true. The first couple of weeks after school started often saw the highest rate of student dismissals. Although the absence of the formidable teacher Zhou Yi this year would likely reduce the elimination rate, Shrek Academy was not one to be trifled with, and the dismissal rate would still remain significant. Time's ticking. Let us head back to the dormitory. Xiaoya and Xiao Xiao must be arriving soon, Bei Bei advised. "Oh right," Qirong exclaimed, tapping her forehead as she remembered. "It's time for us to get an explanation from little Yu Hao. What on earth has he been up to be late, even for the start of the term?" With a narrowed gaze and a hint of menace, Qirong thought, if he cannot provide a reasonable excuse, "Sister Xiao, you should teach him a lesson." Last night, Qirong had entrusted a message to Tanya and Xiao Xiao at the girls' dormitory, informing them of Yu Hao's return and sincerely inviting them to engage with him before class the next morning to foster their bonds. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tanya and Xiao Xiao were already waiting at the entrance. "Hurry, let us all go in together. It'll create a stronger presence." Tanya beckoned eagerly. "Absolutely," Qirong replied, with her and Xiao Xiao flanking Tanya like loyal attendants, enhancing her commanding aura. "Yu Hao, I hear you've returned," Tanya declared as she led the way, her authoritative demeanor unmistakable. "We were all worried about you last night. Don't you think it's time you offered us a reasonable explanation?" Both Wang Dong and Yu Hao in the room were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Sister Xiaoya?" Wang Dong stammered, clearly flustered. "Such intensity. Speak up, or else I won't let you off easily," Tang exclaimed, shoving Wang Dong aside and pushing him toward Qirong, leaving no room for him to shield Yu Hao from her scrutiny. Sister Xiaoya, Yu Hao said, facing the formidable Tanya, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yu Hao, realizing he could not evade the truth, recounted the tale of his encounter with the teacher, detailing how he had acquired a rare purple Millennium Second Soul ring and fortuitously obtained a soul bone. Qirong squatted behind Bei Bei, listening intently to Yu Hao's account, her eyes wide with disbelief. It's so outrageous. Even a novel wouldn't dare to portray such a plot twist. Of course, while the group believed parts of Yu Hao's story, they also harbored their own reservations. They refrained from calling out his exaggerations, knowing that everyone carried their own secrets. "All right, since Teacher Fan Yu has agreed to help you stay, we can rest easy," Tanya said sternly, though her eyes betrayed her concern. But Yu Hao, if you ever pull a stunt like this again, I'll make sure you're out on the streets. The group had no real intention of reprimanding Yu Hao. They simply wished for him to understand that such deceit could hurt those who cared about him. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoya, Senior Brother, Wang Dong, Yurong. Xiao, I want to do this again. I promise to consult you all before making any decisions. Yu Hao apologized sincerely. Bei cast a knowing glance at him, patting his shoulder. Junior Brother, while this incident may have had a fortunate outcome, I want to say more. Focus on passing your promotion exam first. Yes, Senior Brother, Yu Hao replied, showing a deeper respect for Bei than for Tangya. All right, it's getting late. Yurong and I brought breakfast for everyone. Let us finish it quickly and head to class, Bei announced. Having advanced from first to second grade, Yurong and her friends were to move to a different building. They had previously occupied the white teaching building designated for first-year students. But now they would transition to the yellow teaching building for second and third-year students. Though Yu Hao had not reported the previous day, the other students were familiar with the location. The four friends made their way to the classroom for grade 2, class 1. By the way, Yu Hao, since you didn't report yesterday, do you think anyone will come looking for trouble? Yurong asked, glancing at Wang Dong beside her. I had really thought about that, Yu Hao admitted. Whatever, as long as the school doesn't object. Why should anyone else cause trouble? Wang Dong gave Yu Hao a hearty pat on the back, clearly having already devised a plan to retaliate if necessary. Upon entering the classroom, they found it nearly filled to capacity, though fortunately, Xiao Zhao's friends had reserved seats for them. The four quickly settled into their spots. Phew! Thank goodness we're not late. Yurong breathed a sigh of relief. Being late was an obsession for her. She vowed never to be tardy in her lifetime. Yurong, you're truly something, Wang Dong sighed, as if he had more to say. Seated in the back row of the classroom, Zhou Xiqing curiously inquired of Hui Yu Hao, Boss Hua, why have you arrived so late? Such tardiness can lead to considerable trouble. Following Hui Yu Hao's intense battle with Wu Feng, Zhou Xiqing found himself in the direst predicament, having placed substantial bets on Yurong, Wang Dong, and Xiao, resulting in a staggering loss of nearly 30,000 gold soul coins. Despite his affluent background, he could not readily produce such a sum. Fortunately, Yurong and her companions were relatively magnanimous, opting not to press him for repayment. Instead, they simply took what Zhou Xiqing had collected from other students and deemed it sufficient. Yurong mused, well, I suppose we've made a small profit after all. From that moment onward, Zhou Xiqing and Chao Jinxian managed to establish a connection with the quartet of Yurong, maintaining a cordial relationship. Teacher, Zhou has arrived. Xiao called out sharply, causing the group of Yurong to startle and hurriedly return to their seats, sitting up straight. Xiao Zhao's intention may have been to tease the overly eager boys, but coincidentally, Teacher Zhou indeed entered the classroom at that precise moment, with Wang Yin following closely behind. Both instructors took their places within the classroom. Yurong and Wang Dong exchanged knowing glances and gave Xiao a thumbs up. The very student who had aimed to jest with them now found herself in a rather bemused predicament. Just then, Wang Yin stepped forward briskly and whispered to Zhou. Teacher Zhou, Hui Yu Hao has come today. Zhou swiftly glanced at Hui Yu Hao before responding in a hushed tone. Teacher Wang, what do you think we should do? Wang Yin furrowed his brow and replied, many are aware that Yu Hao did not report yesterday. It is impossible to conceal this matter. We must protect him. We must present a united front and ensure that Yu Hao remains. Although the school regulations are stringent, he has previously enjoyed the privileges of a core disciple. And if we advocate for him, the academy should take our opinions into account. Unbeknownst to the two instructors engaged in their hushed dialogue, the entire class was fixated upon them. For Soul Masters, eavesdropping was not a particularly arduous task, especially for Yurong, who listened with keen interest. After exchanging a few more words, it seemed a slight conflict arose between the two instructors. Seizing the opportunity while the students were distracted, Zhou swiftly turned to glare at those gossiping, her fierce gaze silencing their whispers. All right, I have already informed you about the assessments required for the new academic year before my leave. If you're unprepared, it would be better for you to pack your things and return home. Zhou Yi's tone was as assertive as ever. The assessments for first-year students advancing to second year were comparatively easier than those for higher grades, and the content for our class and Class 2 would be the same, while Classes 3 and 4 would undergo different evaluations due to their unique martial spirit capabilities. At this moment, Yurong recalled her younger brother, Xie Huanyue. As a defensive soul master, if he were to participate in the assessments with Class 1, he would likely be overwhelmed by the soul beasts. Our assessments will take place in the beast fighting area of the academy. I suspect many among you are still unaware of its location. Allow me to enlighten you. The beast fighting area lies to the south of the soul fighting area, enclosed within a towering gray wall resembling a castle. Inside the beast fighting area are various ranked soul beasts captured by the Academy over the years, specifically designated for higher grade students to train and demonstrate their skills. Should you advance to the 4th year, you too will train within the beast fighting area, where practical lessons will significantly impact your future scores. For this upgrade assessment, you will engage in direct combat with soul beasts within the beast fighting area. Furthermore, you will select the soul beasts you wish to challenge. Different soul beasts correspond to varying point values. The stronger the soul beast you confront, the greater the likelihood of achieving high scores in the assessment. The scoring will be conducted by senior instructors from the Martial Spirit Department, with a maximum score of 100. Attaining a score of 60 or above will qualify you for promotion. I must emphasize a few points. First, do not be overly timid. If you choose a soul beast that is too weak, defeating it may not guarantee you pass. Second, do not be reckless. If you select a soul beast that is excessively powerful, and should the supervising instructor be unable to intervene in time during the battle. At this juncture, a chilling glint flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes, sending shivers down the spines of the students. Everything is left unspoken. I trust you have all grasped the implications. Thirdly, remember that failure in battle does not necessarily equate to elimination. Should you challenge a formidable soul beast and demonstrate commendable performance, your score may still be satisfactory. Moreover, the assessment criteria differ between control-type and assault-type soul masters. In this one-on-one evaluation, the expectation for assault-type students will be higher, focusing on defeating the soul beast. While for control-type students, the emphasis will be on controlling the soul beast, with scores determined by the duration of battle. At this moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Generally, during class hours, interruptions are rare unless the Academy has made special arrangements. Both Wang Yin and Zhou Yi were taken aback. Wang Yin, standing by the door, turned and opened it. Outside stood a teacher unfamiliar to the students. Even Hui Yuhao was unaware that this very teacher had gifted him the mystical soul bone. Indeed, it was the teacher who had previously lost a wager to Zhou Yi. Teacher Mu Jin. Accompanying her were 2 instructors from the Academy's administration. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Teacher Mu, why are you here instead of teaching in your own class? It seemed that Mu Jin had deliberately chosen to confront Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi became the head of Class 1, Mu Jin took on the role of head for Class 2. In a sense, it was a relationship marked by both rivalry and mutual respect. With a calm smile, Mu Jin replied, I merely heard that a notable student in your class reported late, yet attended today, so I came to take a look. I'm not here for you. Rather, it is the 2 instructors from the administration who seek you out. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, and she stepped from behind the podium towards the door as the 2 administrative teachers entered the classroom. The middle-aged male teacher on the left addressed them. Teacher Zhou. Teacher Wang, we have received a report from a student stating that a certain Hui Yuhao did not complete his registration yesterday, but has come to class today. You are both aware of the Academy's regulations. We must take this student away to process his expulsion. Expulsion? Surely this cannot be. Was it not said that Yuhao had a plan with the teachers to address this? Yu Rong felt a surge of concern, her earlier drowsiness now replaced with acute alertness. Wang Dong appeared visibly anxious, deeply worried about the arrival of the administrative staff. Zoe maintained a composite demeanor, iplining, lulaoshi. The situation is as follows. This student Hui Yuhao is a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. Although his registration was late, it was due to his execution of a task for the department. The Soul Guidance Department will provide you with further clarification. The 2 administrative teachers were momentarily taken aback. Core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department? Mu Jin interjected eagerly. Zhou Yi, you could at least conjure a more believable excuse. When has our Academy ever had a first-year core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department? Everyone knows that a core disciple in that department must complete the 3rd-year assessment in the Martial Spirit Department first. Who do you think you are fooling? After a brief pause, Lu Laoshi turned to Mu Jin, saying, Teacher Mu, we will handle this matter. You should return to Class 2 to oversee your students. One could not help but feel that Teacher Mu Jin had a somewhat naive demeanor. With a huff of discontent, Mu Jin retorted, I expect the Academy to provide an update once a resolution has been reached. In a glaringly conspicuous manner, Yu Rong engaged in whispered conversations with Wang Dong beneath the classroom, clearly harboring a vendetta against Teacher Zhou. Regardless of whether it is Hui Yuhao, Yu Yuhao, or Wang Yuhao, they all seem to be targeted. Allow me to inform you that Hui Yuhao is my disciple, and indeed the central disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. A tall figure appeared at the classroom door. It was Fan Yu, Hui Yuhao's instructor in the Soul Guidance Department, accompanied by Director Du Weilin. Upon entering the classroom, Director Du Weilin spoke in a solemn tone. According to the confirmation from Dean Jingyan Xiaozhe and Dean Xianduo Duo, Hui Yuhao will no longer enjoy the privileges of a core disciple in the Martial Soul Department and has officially become a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. His tardiness was due to completing the task assigned by teacher Fan Yu. This matter concludes here. Hui Yuhao will continue his studies in the foundational knowledge of the Martial Soul Department in Class 1 of the second year until he graduates in the third year, at which point he will transition to the Soul Guidance Department. What? Yu Rong exclaimed in astonishment. I only knew that Yu Hao had some interest and talent in soul devices. But I had no idea he was already a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. No, that cannot be right. Director Du, what qualifications does Hui Yuhao possess to become a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department? A core disciple must exhibit exceptional talent in the crafting of soul devices. Mu Jin asserted defiantly. Despite the somewhat harsh phrasing of her question, Mu Jin had indeed articulated the query that lingered in many minds. Fan Yu let out a cold snort and commanded, Hui Yuhao, stand up and approach. With a flick of his wrist, a water-blue octagonal star badge materialized in his hand, adorned with two intricately carved star-shaped diamonds. Hui Yuhao has been studying under my guidance in the crafting of soul devices since the conclusion of last year's freshman assessment. Over the course of 8 months, he successfully passed the assessment for a Level 2 soul engineer under my tutelage. Given our Academy's esteemed position in the field of soul engineers, I saw confirmation from Vice Dean Qianduo Duo, who has authorized the issuance of this Level 2 soul engineer badge. To transition from an ordinary soul master to a Level 2 soul engineer in just 8 months is a feat that has set a historical precedent for the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy. How can we not accept him as a core disciple? Yu Rong covered her slightly agape mouth in astonishment. Though I am unsure how rapid this progress is, it must surely be remarkable. Not only Yu Rong, but Wang Dong was also taken aback. I only knew he went to study in the Soul Guidance Department after class every day, but I had no idea he had already become a Level 2 soul engineer. This lad is quietly achieving great things. This remarkable revelation marked the climax of a series of face-slapping moments, leaving Class 1 utterly enthralled. The subsequent lessons were met with little attentiveness, as students were preoccupied with gossiping about the revelations. It seemed that Zhou Yi was aware of her students' thoughts, as she concluded the morning session before the bell rang, sharing various points of caution regarding the afternoon's upgrade assessment. Before announcing the end of classes, the students were instructed to prepare themselves, ensuring they were in optimal condition for the afternoon's gathering in the Beast Fighting Zone to undergo the assessment. Chapter 041, Upgrade Assessment, Part 1. For Yu Rong, the Beast Fighting Zone was perhaps the most familiar yet oppressive area. The diverse aura of soul beasts felt welcoming, yet their occasional cries of sorrow and anger conveyed a sense of helplessness and profound resignation. This might encapsulate the fundamental discord between soul beasts and humans, an irreconcilable conflict. Even a soul beast with a millennium of age might feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, experiencing the harshness of existence even more acutely. As the largest dedicated area within Shrek Academy, the Beast Fighting Zone occupies a space comparable to all the teaching buildings and dormitories of the Martial Soul Department combined, extending to a quarter of the entire Academy's area. Few institutions on the Douluo continent possess the capacity to nurture soul beasts, and none rival the scale of Shrek Academy's Beast Fighting Zone. Nurturing soul beasts is no simple endeavor. It requires maintaining their wild instincts while catering to their diverse dietary needs and ensuring safety. The immense investment in managing these beasts is something that ordinary soul master academies cannot even dream of. Each year, a third of Shrek City's tax revenue is allocated to the Beast Fighting Zone, underscoring the staggering financial commitment required. In addition to the city's tax revenue, another source of income for Shrek Academy comes from the Soul Guidance Department, which annually sells soul devices crafted by its students. Naturally, the clientele is restricted to the 3 empires: the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Spirit Empire, and the Star Luo Empire, excluding the Sun Moon Empire, whose advanced soul devices likely surpass what Shrek Academy offers. The Beast Fighting Zone is divided into 2 primary sections. 1, invisible to the students, is designated for the nurturing of soul beasts, referred to as the Beast Enclosure, while the other is the Beast Arena. The Beast Enclosure features both above-ground and underground spaces, constructed with the involvement of over 100 soul masters and various powerful soul devices to contain the soul beasts. Moreover, it requires continuous safeguarding by formidable soul masters and soul engineers. The Beast Arena serves as a venue for Shrek Academy students to engage in practical training and assessments. Currently, second-year students are entering the arena, preparing to undergo their upgrade assessments. The arena is oval-shaped, with a long diameter of 187 meters and a short diameter of 155 meters, rising to a height of approximately 57 meters, designed in an ancient style. From the outside, the structure comprises 4 levels. The bottom 3 levels feature arched architecture supported by stone columns. The 4th level is adorned with decorative walls, with 4 grand arches facing the radius, serving as entrances to the internal viewing corridors of the arena. The seating within the arena is tiered into 4 groups, and under special circumstances, Shrek Academy may designate specific areas for different events. The grandeur of this construction is nothing short of magnificent. Similar to the Beast Fighting Zone, it can simultaneously host multiple Beast combat matches or a single contest. For higher-level students in the Martial Soul Department, this place is familiar, as accomplished students willingly come here to hone their combat skills, while for those of lesser cultivation, it represents a veritable nightmare. Qirong harbored a dislike for this place. Although she had minimal involvement, witnessing the trapped beasts always evoked a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. This sentiment is the primary reason Qirong refrains from revealing her identity to Wang Dong and Bei Bei. An innocent man has nothing to fear. Yet those who possess great wealth often invite calamity. Leading the way, Qirong took a step ahead, while Wang Dong and Hu Yuhao whispered amongst themselves. The trio approached the entrance of the Beast Fighting Zone, preparing to enter. I must showcase my skills in today's assessment, Wang Dong declared, clenching his fists with fervor. Absolutely. Qirong twirled her wrist, stretching her limbs in anticipation. A gathering of people had already formed at the entrance of the Beast Fighting Zone, with teachers at the forefront, managing the orderly distribution of assessment forms to the students. Upon receiving the forms, the students, under the guidance of their respective class teachers, eagerly entered the Grand Coliseum. As this was an evaluative upgrade assessment, they did not ascend to the spectator stands, but instead awaited their turn outside the Beast Fighting Arena. Of course, spectators were permitted. In total, more than 100 students from both Class 1 and Class 2 were present for the second-year upgrade evaluations. Given that this was their inaugural experience in the Grand Coliseum, the Academy placed great emphasis on their safety, and thus, 20 instructors had already assembled to oversee the guidance of spirit beasts, ensure the protection of the students, and conduct the evaluations. Although the number of participants was considerable, in order to familiarize everyone with this format, the Coliseum had not been partitioned into sections. Evaluations would proceed one by one, allowing the scoring instructors to have a clearer view. The Director of Instruction, Douluo, was also present, serving as the chief examiner alongside 4 other evaluators positioned on a raised platform, affording them a clear overview of the arena. Teacher Zhou, why don't I take the stage first? Wang Dong suggested, glancing at the dense crowd from Class 2, his eagerness palpable. It's the perfect opportunity for everyone to witness the progress I've made during the break. Zhou looked at Wang Dong, noting his palpable excitement, as if he were ready to soar into the air. All right, Wang Dong, make sure to focus and secure victory. It pertains to our Class S honor. With the arrow drawn, how can we possibly restrain the child? Qirong, listening intently, felt a twinge of suspicion at Wang Dong's enthusiasm. Something seemed amiss. At that moment, Douluo's voice resonated from the platform. Let the assessment commence. Class 1 will send forth their first participant, followed by Class 2. Wang Dong, go. May success be yours. Qirong cheered, waving her tiny fists in encouragement. You can do it, Wang Dong. Hua, Yuhao added, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Wang Dong, clutching his assessment form, strode confidently into the center of the arena. In the vast expanse of the Coliseum, he appeared as insignificant as a grain of rice, yet commanded the attention of all, his presence unmistakable. The chief referee inquired, "What is your primary specialization?" "Assault system," Wang Dong replied without hesitation. The referee nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Select the spirit beast for your assessment. Remember, as a control system practitioner, you must embody the concept of control. You have only one opportunity for this evaluation. Proceed with caution. The spirit beast S level will range from 100 years to a maximum of 1,000 years. Without a moment's pause, Wang Dong declared 1,000 years. The referee nodded once more, stating, "A random selection will be made for a 1,000-year spirit beast to evaluate you. Are you prepared?" "Absolutely ready," Wang Dong affirmed, unwavering. The assessment commenced. The referee gestured towards the distance, and the sound of machinery echoed as a massive iron gate slowly creaked open, revealing a dark passage from which the sounds of thunderous footsteps emerged. However, the first to emerge was not the thousand-year spirit beast, but rather a flurry of electric sparks. Seemingly aware of its adversary's location, hurtling towards Wang Dong. Anticipating this, Wang Dong sprang into action, his body lightening as his martial spirit manifested brilliant wings. With a twist of his waist, he executed a graceful somersault, deftly evading the violent discharge of electricity. Simultaneously, Wang Dong's pale purple spirit ring ignited. Second soul skill, Light of the Butterfly God. He unleashed a barrage of golden orbs from his butterfly wings, each imbued with potent energy, aimed at the oncoming passage. In the blink of an eye, the spheres collided with the shadow, racing down the passage, resulting in a dazzling explosion. As the light faded, the shadow was no longer in its initial position, but charging directly at Wang Dong's face. At that moment, the crowd finally discerned the identity of the spirit beast, a 3-meter-long creature, its sleek black fur shimmering with electric energy. "It's a thunder tiger, one of the more perilous thousand-year spirit beasts," remarked an astonished instructor from the platform. "Its speed is commendable, and this little fellow exhibits notable combat awareness." With fury igniting in its dark purple eyes, the thunder tiger surged forward, incensed by Wang Dong's earlier provocation. Wang Dong remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this reaction. His first spirit ring flared to life as he charged directly into the fray. In that moment, Wang Dong's wings transformed into razor-sharp blades, engaging the thunder tiger in close combat, resulting in a fierce exchange. The thunder tiger, having sustained numerous scratches from Wang Dong's side attacks, grew even more enraged. Suddenly, it leapt back, its powerful muscles coiling with latent energy. With a fearsome roar, the thunder tiger gathered its soul power, manifesting a concentrated bolt of lightning. In that fleeting instant of buildup, Wang Dong did not choose to retreat from danger. Rather, he advanced headlong, seizing the opportunity he had been waiting for. At that moment, his brand-new dark purple spirit ring illuminated for the first time. Third soul skill, Butterfly God /. Countless light blades coalesced around Wang Dong, enveloping the thunder tiger in a dense assault. Just then, the thunder tiger unleashed its charged attack, a thunderous energy ball hurtling towards Wang Dong, colliding with the light blades and triggering a violent explosion that sent a cloud of dust and debris into the air, formed from 108 light blades. The Butterfly God / could scatter randomly within a 5-meter radius, delivering unpredictable and overwhelming pressure upon its adversary. The arena fell silent for several seconds as the dust began to settle, revealing two figures locked together. Wang Dong was seated atop the thunder tiger, his hands firmly gripping its jaws, effectively neutralizing its combat capability. Assessment concluded, Wang Dong wins. This was undeniably a spectacular and visually stunning victory. Chapter 042, Upgrade Assessment, Part 2. Without a doubt, Wang Dong received an impressive score. Out of a maximum of 150 points, he achieved 135. The 15 points deducted were primarily due to his overly flamboyant finishing stance, which failed to account for the possibility of a counterattack from the thunder tiger. After Wang Dong's evaluation, it was time for the students from Class 2 to take their turn. The first to step forward was, without question, Dai Huabin. Objectively speaking, this young man could be considered the most accomplished in the second year, possessing formidable strength as a bearer of the historically powerful white tiger martial spirit. The results were equally astonishing, as he relied solely on raw power, crushing his opponent without employing any flashy techniques, resulting in the spirit beast's demise. Qirong watched as a purple spirit ring rose from the lifeless body of the thousand-year spirit beast, feeling a wave of sorrow and anger. This death was unnecessary. The confrontation with the spirit beast was undeniably brutal, leaving many students feeling unsettled, yet also stirred a sense of courage in others. Qirong stood by the beast fighting area, shaking her head in disbelief. Truly, the white tiger lives up to its reputation for indestructibility. Its destructive force is beyond the measure of an ordinary assault spirit master. However, she also found it distasteful. The last time she witnessed something even more formidable was during Bei Bei's competition, and she silently compared the two. Even though they were both at the third ring, Bei Bei proved to be far superior. There was no contest. Qirong puffed her cheeks, stubbornly thinking to herself. As for the scores, Dai Huabin slightly eclipsed Wang Dong with a total of 140 points. This infuriated Wang Dong, who, upon hearing the announcement of the scores, fixed his gaze on Dai Huabin as if he could bore a hole through him, desperate to discover where those 5 points had slipped away. All right, Dong Dong. Wait for me as I reclaim the glory for you. Yurong playfully pinched Wang Dong's defiant cheek and gave it a gentle squeeze. It was as soft and bouncy as jelly. Yurong praised it, reminiscing how it felt just the same as before. Teacher Zhou, let me be next. We cannot allow another class to steal the spotlight. Yurong approached Zhou Yi, flashing her a smile. Zhou Yi glanced at the golden-haired youth beside her. Exhaling a sigh of relief and nodding, go ahead. We must not lose to class 2. Absolutely. Yurong responded cheekily, offering a mock salute to Zhou Yi before darting out with her assessment form. Zhou Yi watched as Yurong ventured further away, a hint of exasperation crossing her features. It is not only the rebellious ones who pose a challenge, she mused. Since joining the school, Yurong has been a student in her class, possessing a level of talent that ranks among the finest in Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi had devoted much attention to him, albeit discreetly, never revealing her observations. Yurong possessed a martial soul on par with Wang Dong and Dai Huabin, coupled with formidable cultivation talent. However, unlike Hu Hao, he lacked the same tenacity of spirit, or perhaps it could be described as a certain reckless determination. The reasons for this disparity might lie in an instinctive awareness or perhaps a keen insight honed from years of teaching, even attributed to a woman's sixth sense. Yurong despised feeling constrained, not wishing to be bound by what is deemed responsibility. What she sought was in essence absolute freedom. Perhaps even Yurong herself was unaware of these subconscious inclinations. This was why Zhou Yi refrained from imposing the role of class leader upon Yurong. After all, forcing a fruit to ripen prematurely yields no sweetness. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of regret, but recognized that there was little she could do to change Yurong's disposition for now. Youth often carries an air of naivety. Perhaps with more experiences, she would naturally evolve. Such realizations must stem from her own gradual transformation, as external influences rarely yield effective results. From a certain perspective, this notion holds truth. In Year 2, Class 1, Yurong handed her assessment form to the evaluating teacher. I choose a Millennium Soul Beast as well. Are you prepared? The referee teacher inquired, nodding at Yurong. Always ready. With those words, Yurong unleashed her martial soul. Radiance flickered, and moonlight shimmered. Heavenly grade, martial soul. The celestial mushroom of infinite growth is summoned. A formidable aura emanated from the iron gate that opened in the distance, as a towering figure emerged from the beast enclosure. Compared to Wang Dong's previous opponent, this Millennium Soul Beast moved at a considerably slower pace, yet the pressure it exuded was far more intense. Standing over 3 meters tall, its brownish-yellow fur emitted a faint, pungent odor. At its chest, a massive white mark resembled a hook, unmistakably revealing it as the bloodthirsty demon bear, a powerful entity of the earth attribute. Its defensive capabilities were formidable. Even the most robust attack-type soul masters would find it challenging to penetrate the bear's thick hide. Oh dear, this is going to be troublesome, Yurong thought, feeling a pang of distress. This was precisely the opponent she had wished to avoid. Despite her inner misgivings, she immediately summoned her soul power, her first and second soul rings shimmering as she conjured several petals, as resilient as blades, which began to spin in a rhythmic manner. The bloodthirsty demon bear, walking upright, appeared somewhat clumsy and slow, swaying as it advanced. Yet, when it closed the distance to about 30 meters from Yurong, it abruptly dropped to all fours, seemingly preparing to charge. At that moment, the bear accelerated, its body enveloped in a dense crimson light, resembling a swirling red cloud as it charged toward Yurong. Standing her ground, Yurong did not evade immediately. Instead, she increased the speed at which the petals whirled around her fingertips. Just as the bloodthirsty demon bear was about to make contact, Yurong flicked her right hand toward its face, causing the rapidly spinning petals to lose their centrifugal force and lunge toward the bear's visage. This was the moment Yurong had been waiting for. The Millennium Soul Beast, having developed a semblance of human intelligence, instinctively attempted to evade when its vital points were threatened. The bear's dark red eyes instinctively shut, its head jerking to the side, successfully avoiding the strike. This created an opening for Yurong. With a swift step back to gain leverage, she employed the flexibility of her slender right leg to deliver a kick to the bear's jaw. The bear swayed backward, but maintained its stance with little inclination to fall. Not very damaging, but quite humiliating, Yurong mused as she quickly distanced herself from the bloodthirsty demon bear, simultaneously launching a series of petals in complex trajectories to hinder the bear's movements. Thus began her game of kite flying, with the kite being the bloodthirsty demon bear. As Yurong danced around the arena, she continuously flung petals at the bear, creating a scene that appeared almost whimsical. However, for the teachers observing from the sidelines, the interpretation was entirely different. Under their scrutiny, it became evident that each petal Yu Rong released was precisely aimed at the bear's vulnerabilities. This level of accuracy and control was not characteristic of a mere three-ring soul master. This was indeed a small prodigy. Director Douluo, standing on the platform, watched in silent astonishment. It was rare for even soul masters of higher ranks, soul sect, soul king, or even soul emperor, to possess such control. It was important to note that these were not just a few petals, but thousands. To the untrained eye, it was a spectacle. To the trained, it revealed the artistry of a born control-type soul master. Perhaps this was one of the lingering advantages Yu Rong retained from her transformation into a 10,000-year soul beast. Eventually, the bloodthirsty demon bear grew weary of the agile young soul master before it. Although the petals seemed innocuous, the pain they inflicted reminded the bear that this was far from a mere tickle. If no unforeseen events occurred, the bear's instincts warned it that trouble was imminent. With a roar of frustration, the immense creature reared up, its pale red eyes igniting into a fierce crimson. As its already robust physique swelled even larger, it activated its innate skill, bloodthirst. In that instant, both its speed and power surged exponentially. The bear's massive forepaws slammed down onto the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The ground trembled violently, fissures appearing in the earth before Yu Rong. Well then, it's time to prepare, Yu Rong thought, halting her advance and pivoting to face the bear. Her third soul ring illuminated for the first time in this assessment. Third soul skill, Golden Dance. The petals that had scattered upon impact with the ground began to gather around the bloodthirsty demon bear, a manifestation of her self-created derivative soul skill. Making its debut at last, sweat beads adorned the forehead of Yu Rong, revealing the exertion she was experiencing. This self-created soul skill stemmed from the soul skill of her third soul ring, known as soul power reconstruction. It allowed her to reshape the constructs formed from her expended soul power into other entities, serving as a form of resourceful recycling, thus conserving her soul power. The self-invented soul skill, Decaying Cage, utilized the petals that had already decayed, forging them into a constrictive prison to ensnare her opponent. The petals melted as if liquefied, transforming into a resplendent golden liquid, which instantaneously reformed into a cage that imprisoned the bloodthirsty demon bear. It was tightly sealed, fitting seamlessly around the ferocious creature. The bloodthirsty demon bear pounded against the bars of the cage in a frenzy, yet there was no deformation, attesting to the formidable strength of this decaying cage. Had she truly created her own soul skill? Du Weiren, observing from the stands, wore a face of astonishment. After all, Yu Rong was merely a three-ring soul master. If the earlier display had left him in awe, this moment sent a shiver of trepidation through him. Yu Rong bounced over to the side of the bloodthirsty demon bear, gazing up at it with a smile. "My apologies, little bear." As she spoke, she gathered a complete Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum in her hand and offered it to the beast. "This is for you." The bloodthirsty demon bear let out a couple of fierce roars at Yu Rong upon noticing the celestial offering before it. It gradually calmed down and even seated itself on the ground. The students below, including several teachers, were left in shock. Communicating with a soul beast? Good boy. Yu Rong cooed, even reaching into the cage to stroke the bear's fur. Although it wasn't the softest, the texture was surprisingly pleasant. "Teacher, may I inquire if my assessment has concluded?" Yu Rong turned to the now-stunned judging teacher. "Ahem, Yu Rong, the assessment is complete." Du Weiren cleared his throat twice from the high platform. This round of Yu Rong's evaluation stood in stark contrast to the previous one. It was devoid of bloodshed and exuded elegance to the utmost degree. A perfect score of 150. Chapter 043. Upgrade Assessment 3. The flawless score astonished all present. The young boy on stage tousled his somewhat disheveled hair and bowed slightly towards the elevated platform where the judges stood, expressing his gratitude, before turning around and bouncing back to the audience area of Class 1. "How was that? I didn't embarrass everyone, did I?" Yu Rong blinked her eyes excitedly at her enthusiastic companions below, speaking rapidly, her little nose almost seeming to lift into the air with delight. Indeed, a perfect score was noteworthy enough to potentially rewrite the first-year assessment history of Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi appeared calm, yet her slightly trembling tone betrayed her inner turmoil. A perfect score. It's not that it hasn't happened before, but to achieve it so effortlessly. and even foster a peaceful coexistence with a soul beast as the outcome, is unprecedented since the establishment of Shrek Academy. You were fantastic, Yu Xiaorong. Wang Dong was practically on the verge of a groundhog scream, appearing even more exhilarated than Yu Rong herself. There was no hint of the competitive spirit she had displayed earlier against Dai Huabin. This could be seen as a different form of double standards. This competition has opened the door to a new world for me, Xiao Rong. Xiao Xiao expressed her astonishment while looking at Yu Rong, sharing her excitement. Hee. Yu Rong replied, relishing the compliments. Of course, the emergence of such a perfect score would not alter the ongoing assessments. The remaining students would still have to continue, facing even greater pressure than before. The most unfortunate was the next student from Class 2, a core disciple named Shui Yiji, a control-type soul master, who found herself directly confronting the impact of Yu Rong's performance. With such a benchmark set, her already tense disposition became even more strained, likely cursing her luck internally as she performed below par, scoring only 80 points. For a core disciple, that score was somewhat disappointing. Shui Yiji, listen to me, thank you. For you have warmed the 4 seasons. The assessments continued in an orderly fashion, with Xiao Xiao and others taking their turns and achieving commendable results. Those who had completed their assessments visibly exhaled in relief, the atmosphere around them shifting to one of light-hearted chatter and laughter, eager to watch the performances of others. Meanwhile, those yet to be assessed bore varying degrees of tension as they awaited their turn. Gradually, the number of those waiting for assessment dwindled. However, Hui Yuhao had yet to undergo his evaluation. He remained at the back of the line, intently observing the proceedings. Another assessment concluded, and it would soon be Class 1's turn again. Yuhao, aren't you planning to go on stage? Yu Rong inquired, glancing at Hui Yuhao, who stood with his head bowed in contemplation, feeling a twinge of worry. I'll go last for the assessment, Hui Yuhao replied, shaking his head and declining the offer to go earlier, as he had some ideas he wished to test. Class 1 had one more student than Class 2, allowing Hui Yuhao to be the final participant in the evaluations. Class 2, Hui Yuhao, I choose 1,000-year soul beast. Hui Yuhao's tone was exceptionally resolute. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What was Hui Yuhao thinking? Was he courting death? Wang Dong below was nearly frantic. This was not the time for bravado. Yu Rong was equally taken aback, unsure of what to say. Was it boldness born of skill? No, that didn't fit. Was it overconfidence? Even less so. Let us just say it was boldness born from skill. The judging teacher paid no heed to the reactions from the audience, merely nodding and saying, 1,000-year soul beast will be randomly selected for your assessment. Are you ready? Hui Yuhao's response was unwavering. Ready. The assessment commenced. The judging teacher gestured into the distance, and the mechanical clanking sound echoed once more, marking the final time for the day as the iron gate slowly creaked open, revealing a dark passage from which the sound of thunderous footsteps emerged. A flash of azure light suddenly darted from the depths of the cave, revealing a 2-meter-long body. Standing approximately 1 meter tall, its blue fur billowing in the wind, with a pair of brownish-yellow eyes filled with ferocity, it was the commonly known speed-type soul beast, Wind Spirit Wolf. The Wind Spirit Wolf moved with astonishing speed, nearly covering dozens of meters in an instant as it charged directly at Hui Yuhao. Yet, Hui Yuhao did not even release his soul rings, appearing as if he were momentarily stunned. The judging teacher, witnessing this scene, had already summoned his martial soul, prepared to intervene at any moment. Just then, Hui Yuhao suddenly sprang into action. 2 blood-red rings burst forth, radiating dazzling brilliance, each adorned with 4 faint golden patterns that shimmered. As they ascended, Hui Yuhao's eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of ancient savagery, causing everyone to perceive a layer of faint red light expanding from his body. Simultaneously, Yu Rong's martial soul instinctively manifested, encircling her as it braced against this sudden pressure. This instinctive reaction was not limited to Yu Rong. All present, teachers, students, and even the unseen soul beasts in the arena, experienced a profound response. Before them loomed a terror so formidable it seemed insurmountable. Overwhelmed by sheer dread, they instinctively summoned their martial souls, adopting defensive stances with utmost resolve. 100,000-year spirit ring? Yu Rong gazed incredulously at the radiant circle unleashed by Hui Yuhao at the center of the arena. Disbelief etched across his face, his trembling fingertips betraying the turmoil within. In that moment, he could spare no thought for the 1,000-year spirit beast. His focus was entirely consumed by Hui Yuhao's 2 blood-red rings. as if he were intent on memorizing every intricate pattern etched upon them. No, that was incorrect. Yu Rong distinctly recalled that Hui Yuhao's initial spirit ring was a white 10-year ring. Yet, he was immediately reminded of Hui Yuhao's soul skills, those belonging to a mental-type soul master. Could it be that this was merely an imitation of aura? But how could that be possible? The intensity of this fluctuation was undeniably characteristic of a true 100,000-year spirit beast. Such authenticity could not be simulated without having faced the oppressive presence of one directly. As a transformed 100,000-year spirit beast, the memories embedded within his blood insisted that this aura was genuinely existent, and its temporal span undoubtedly exceeded his own. No, Yu Rong shook his head, pondering that rather than merely simulating this aura, it was more accurate to say it was a replication born from the baptism of an authentic presence. Yet, it was certainly not a complete replication. Yu Rong felt himself torn asunder, half of his rationality grappling with the events unfolding before him, while the other half had succumbed entirely to chaos. His soul trembled. Hui Yuhao, who exactly are you? Yu Rong murmured, his gaze fixed on Hui Yuhao, whose demeanor was unprecedentedly grave. A fleeting glimmer of darkness flickered in his clear eyes, imbuing his observation of Hui Yuhao with newfound seriousness and scrutiny. Hui Yuhao's assessment had ignited considerable controversy, inciting a storm of reactions among both students and teachers. At that moment, several figures suddenly burst forth from the side entrance adjacent to the beast circle in the battle arena. Leading the charge was a teacher with a countenance as stern as an overripe jujube, tall and striking with his vivid red hair. As he stormed forward, he bellowed, "What is happening here? Who is responsible for this? All the spirit beasts below 10,000 years have been rendered incapacitated. Du Weilin, was it you who unleashed this chaos?" The hapless Du Weilin wore a bitter smile, aware that the blame was descending upon him despite being merely a spectator. He hastily clarified, "Elder Gong, it was not me." As he spoke, he glided down from the platform to join the teacher, whispering an explanation. The pressure from the 100,000-year spirit beast had rendered all the soul beasts in the Shrek battle area effectively useless. Fortunately, he was the last to be assessed. Otherwise, the remaining students' evaluations would have been postponed indefinitely. Yu Rong could sense the tremors of the spirit beasts. Even the deepest 10,000-year spirit beasts appeared utterly dispirited. The 100-year spirit beasts, exposed to this aura, were in a state of lamentation, tears streaming as they wailed in agony. "Which one is Hui Yuhao? Step forward." The red-haired teacher's form flickered, directly confronting the second-year students, as though seeking to administer punishment. The eyes of the crowd involuntarily shifted towards Hui Yuhao. The teacher let out a cold snort, uttering no words, and launched a palm strike directly at Hui Yuhao's head. In the blink of an eye, Hui Yuhao reacted. Although it was afternoon, the sunlight remained abundant. His palms rose to shield himself, and those nearby could clearly see the dazzling brilliance emanating from his exposed hands, akin to wearing diamond gloves. Simultaneously, a fierce chill spread forth, striking with sudden ferocity, as if it were burrowing deep into his bones. Yu Rong recognized this chilling presence. Murmuring, "Ice blue scorpion? Huh? Who spoke?" The red-haired teacher, with acute hearing, caught Yu Rong's muttering. Yu Rong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. As the teacher's gaze honed in on him, their eyes locking, a cold sweat broke out on Yu Rong's back. This teacher was undoubtedly a title Douluo. The fragrant gem around Yu Rong's neck flared with warmth, as if triggering an emergency mechanism, desperately attempting to mask his spirit beast aura. You there, come here." The red-haired teacher waved his hand, summoning Yu Rong closer. "Your aura is rather peculiar," he observed, scrutinizing Yu Rong thoughtfully. Panic surged within Yu Rong. Could this title Douluo truly discern his identity at such close proximity? "My martial soul is the rare celestial chrysanthemum. Sir, the peculiar aura you mentioned must refer to this." Yu Rong replied hastily, raising his hand to summon his martial soul before the teacher, hoping to divert further inquiry. "A celestial grade, martial soul?" The red-haired teacher's eyes gleamed with intrigue, realizing the rarity of the rare celestial chrysanthemum. He gestured dismissively. "I am Gong Changlong, known as the Beast King. Your martial soul is among the finest in the plant category. If you're interested, I could recommend you to the elder in charge of the plant division at Shrek Academy. There's no need to respond immediately. Take your time to consider." A celestial grade, martial soul. Surely that individual would find intriguing. He chuckled. "Thank you, teacher." Yu Rong feigned modesty. "Phew, thank you, Yuyo." Yet, he felt an urgent need to grow stronger, Otherwise, he would merely become someone else's soul ring or soul bone. Gritting his teeth, Yu Rong realized this was the first time he faced the peril of identity exposure since emerging from the ice and fiery Yin-Yang well. The human world was inherently perilous, and while humans struggled to survive, how much more difficult must it be for transformed spirit beasts? At Shrek Academy, he was still a student. Even if recognized, he might not face life-threatening consequences. However, beyond these walls, he would likely be pursued to the ends of the earth. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasure brings peril. This truth has endured through ages. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek an opportunity to converse earnestly with Hui Yuhao. Chapter 44. Are you human? The assessment, despite its tumultuous nature, ultimately drew to a close. Hui Yuhao's final display had indeed left a profound impact on all present. The students returned to the classroom in a throng, and teacher Zhou delivered her final remarks. This time, our class performed admirably. Not a single student was eliminated. This demonstrates that during the month of vacation, everyone has engaged in their training. Such commendation was a rarity from Zhou. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, clarifying that this did not imply leniency, for the assessments at Shrek Academy would only grow increasingly stringent. Should anyone show complacency, rest assured, I shall personally ensure your expulsion and send you home to languish. Indeed, this was the true essence of teacher Zhou. Yu Rong mused silently, accustomed to her teaching style, now seemingly immune to her sharp words. All right, that'll be all for today. Class dismissed. With a decisive proclamation, Zhou announced the end of class. Hui Yuhao, please remain. I need you to visit the office. In that case, I'll head there first, Hui Yuhao said, turning to Wang Dong and Yu Rong. Sure, we'll wait for you at the office door, Wang Dong replied, signaling an okay to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao made his way to the office first, while Yu Rong and Wang Dong leisurely organized their belongings before ambulating towards the office. By the way, I truly did not expect Hui Yuhao's assessment today. Wang Dong strolled down the corridor of the classroom, venting to his childhood friend. Those 200,000-year soul rings truly startled me. The pressure they exuded felt utterly authentic. Yu Rong, upon hearing this, instinctively touched her nose, acknowledging, indeed, they bear a striking resemblance. Although they are still somewhat distant from genuine 200,000-year soul rings, the sense of oppression they convey is undeniably potent. Striking resemblance? Somewhat distant? Wang Dong pondered, perplexed. Have you, little Rong, encountered genuine 200,000-year soul rings? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Yu Rong swiftly sought to rectify her faux pas. Uncle Titan and Uncle Neo Tian also possess 200,000-year soul rings. It's just that they have never revealed them in your presence. What? You've actually seen them and didn't inform me? Wang Dong's focus was somewhat peculiar, and he chose not to delve deeper, allowing the conversation to meander. You're so ungrateful. I merely caught a glimpse from a distance, Yu Rong admitted, her gaze evasive, for she, too, had not witnessed them firsthand. Apologies, Uncle Titan and Uncle Neo Tian. It seems this burden falls upon you. At that moment, Yu Rong discerned a figure advancing towards them from the end of the corridor and promptly silenced herself. She had previously overlooked the fact that the individual seemed to be intentionally concealing his presence. However, as the figure stepped into view, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Remarkable. Yu Rong's body stiffened, sensing a strength surpassing that of Elder Gong Chonglong from the Beast Arena. The fragrant aura emanating from the figure felt even more intense than during their previous encounter, almost searing. Wang Dong, too, felt the weight of the moment and halted in his tracks, falling silent. The approaching man was none other than Dean Yin Xiaozhe, with whom they had crossed paths several times before. Noticing the unease of the two youngsters, he offered a comforting word. There is no need for you two little ones to be tense. His gentle voice was akin to a warm spring breeze, instilling a sense of ease, at least alleviating Yu Rong's earlier anxiety. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher, they both greeted in unison. If I recall correctly, you must be this year's core disciples. Yu Rong and Wang Dong? Yin Xiaozhe smiled at them, radiating an amiable aura. Ah, yes, that is correct, Wang Dong replied, taken aback. The fact that the head of the Martial Soul Department remembered his name was undoubtedly a source of motivation for him. Keep up the good work. I eagerly anticipate seeing you in the Inner Academy of Shrek, Yin Xiaozhe concluded with that remark before entering his office. Goodbye, teacher. Yu Rong and Wang Dong exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily lost in thought. Have we encountered this teacher somewhere before? I mean, aside from during the competition in the stands. Wang Dong inquired. Ah, Yu Rong suddenly exclaimed, playfully nudging Wang Dong. I just remembered. That. By the sea goddess lake. She prodded his back eagerly, the elixir. Oh, it's coming back to me, Wang Dong exclaimed, but he refrained from elaborating, as they had already agreed to keep that matter confidential. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaozhe, having entered his office, stroked his chin, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he mused internally. These two little ones are discussing 200,000-year soul rings? It seems their talents are remarkable, and the forces they are associated with are quite formidable. Perhaps they are connected to some hidden sect. With Yin Xiaozhe's cultivation level, he could hear the faintest sounds from 1,000 meters away. Thus, the entirety of Yu Rong and Wang Dong's conversation had reached his ears without omission. On the surface, he had not discerned any telltale signs from Yu Rong. Truly, I am utterly nervous, Yu Rong admitted. Shortly thereafter, Hu Yuhao emerged from the office. The two immediately approached him. Wang Dong quietly asked, what is going on? Why did Teacher Wang call you over? Hu Yuhao did not conceal anything and recounted the events that transpired in Yin Xiaozhe's office, naturally mentioning the elegant man they had just encountered and the enticing offer to join the martial soul department. We just met that great figure, Wang Dong gasped. And look at you, so quickly becoming the center of attention. Dean, Yin is quite sincere. However, the soul guidance department is also treating you well. What are your thoughts? Hu Yuhao chuckled wryly. What are my thoughts? I have none. As a mere elementary disciple, do you believe I have any say in the matter? I will follow the academy's arrangements. Dean Yin, Dean Xian, and Dean Xian are attending a meeting. I suspect it won't be long before a decision is reached. Personally, I lean towards not relinquishing either option. Yu Rong concurred. Well said. Regardless of the outcome, we should maintain the ambition to seize everything. What if it materializes? That would be quite a boon. Let us not dwell on this for now. We should return to the dormitory and await the academy's decision. At this moment, it's best to remain prudent. Hu Yuhao wrapped an arm around both of them as they made their way to the dormitory. After dining in the cafeteria, the sky darkened. Nearing nightfall, the moon had yet to reveal itself, and the stars twinkled faintly, heralding the late summer evening, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. By the way, Yuhao, do you have time coming up? Yu Rong deliberately lagged a few steps behind, grasping Hu Yuhao's sleeve with one hand and gesturing towards the direction outside the dormitory with the other, eager to discuss something. Is there something that cannot be said here? Hu Yuhao queried, puzzled. Yu Rong beamed brightly, her smile enigmatic yet silent. Hu Yuhao, though confused, understood. All right, I see. The two walked in silence to the secluded shores of the sea goddess lake, devoid of any human presence. Suddenly, Yu Rong halted. Little Rong, what's the matter? Hu Yuhao nearly collided with her. Yu Rong turned and, in a swift motion, stepped closer to Hu Yuhao, their faces nearly touching, their noses almost brushing. Hu Yuhao could feel the warmth of her breath, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end, his forehead beginning to feel warm. Little Rong, what are you doing? Without uttering a word, Yu Rong fixed her gaze upon Hu Yuhao's eyes, their gazes locking. Emotions laid bare and unmasked. Yet, her expression was not one of tenderness. Instead, it bore an aggressive intensity. Hu Yuhao had never seen Yu Rong in this light, and he could not help but panic. Little Rong, what is going on? Yu Rong remained silent, her eyes narrowing slightly as if attempting to scrutinize every detail of Hu Yuhao's eyelashes. It was then that Hu Yuhao finally sensed the peculiar atmosphere, his body rigid, unwilling to move. The sea goddess lake, a remote locale, typically saw no visitors. For a brief moment, they resembled two statues, ensconced within a realm where time stood still. At last, Yu Rong broke the silence. Ouch, that hurts. Hu Yuhao yelped, taken by surprise as Yu Rong pinched his cheek, squeezing it as if it were soft jelly, showing no mercy. Yuhao, where did you live before? Yu Rong suddenly inquired, her tone cool. At the Duke of the White Tiger's residence? Hu Yuhao was momentarily baffled by her line of questioning. How long have you lived? Before Hu Yuhao could finish, Yu Rong pressed on, offering him no respite to ponder. This inquiry struck Hu Yuhao as somewhat odd. 12 years. He responded, entirely unsure of why such details mattered. Upon hearing his answer, Yu Rong frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Hu Yuhao's expression was one of confusion. What is going on here? Is there something wrong? Yu Rong fell into a brief silence, hesitating before asking, what about your martial soul? As the conversation unfolded, a wave of warmth brushed against Hu Yuhao's face, which should have brought him comfort. Yet, the subsequent words of Yu Rong plunged him into an icy abyss. Your second martial soul is the ice blue scorpion, is it not? No, it would be more accurate to say the ice blue emperor scorpion, the possessor of ultimate ice, the Tianming ice worm, which had been silently observing in Hua Yuhao's sea of consciousness, was taken aback. What? How could someone recognize the ice blue emperor scorpion so readily? How could this young lad possess such extensive knowledge? It is well known that the extreme north is a realm shrouded in mystery, one that humans find difficult to tread. Even seasoned soul masters familiar with the extreme north struggle to distinguish between the ice blue scorpion and the ice blue emperor scorpion. In Shrek Academy, there was nary a soul capable of making such a distinction, which is precisely why the Tianming ice worm had permitted Hui Yuhao to reveal his martial soul. After all, the ice blue scorpion and the ice blue emperor scorpion are fundamentally different concepts. While the ice blue scorpion is relatively commonplace, the ice blue emperor scorpion is a martial soul that no ordinary human soul master could easily obtain. Yu Rong's gaze deepened as she continued. Moreover, last year, at the Sea God Lake, in this very spot, do you remember? You consciously utilized that icy sensation, did you not? So who exactly are you? Or rather, are you even human? Hui Yuhao? Finally, Yu Rong posed the most significant question of the evening. I cannot answer that. Yuhao, he is trying to deceive you. In Hui Yuhao's mental realm, the Tianming ice worm was in a frenzy, hopping about in distress. I am certainly human. Hui Yuhao felt a sense of injustice at Yu Rong's inquiry, unsure of what ulterior motive she harbored. Yu Rong merely snorted in response, offering no further words. Suddenly, in a flash of lightning, a petal transformed into a sharp blade, hurled from Yu Rong's hand, hurtling toward Hui Yuhao's face with a devious angle that left him no room for evasion. Hui Yuhao's heart raced. Instinctively, an icy chill spread through him, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, even chilling his soul. His hands and forearms hardened, instinctively raising to shield against the incoming attack. After successfully fending off the strike, Hui Yuhao lowered his arms, allowing them to hang limply by his sides. His limbs were adorned with countless ice crystals, each diamond-like shard shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight, a sight of breathtaking beauty. The arrival of this unexpected second martial soul, the ice blue emperor scorpion, caused Yu Rong's eyes to droop, concealing her emotions from view. Others may not recognize it, but within you lies a fragment of the ice blue emperor scorpion. Does it not? Or perhaps, more specifically, with each word, Yu Rong took a cautious step back, as if guarding against something. One of the three kings of the extreme north, the ice emperor. This was the revelation bestowed upon her by her ancient bloodline. Such a realistic and specific simulation of a 100,000-year soul ring could only stem from genuine experience. Each statement from Yu Rong drained color from Hui Yuhao's face. None of us are fools. Your numerous inconsistencies have merely gone unexamined by your teachers and companions. Yu Rong retreated a step, pausing momentarily. However, I feel compelled to remind you, the excuse you fabricated upon your return to school was truly feeble. Hui Yuhao's fluster was evident, stammering and avoiding her gaze. Unbeknownst to him, chaos reigned in his mental realm. What is happening? Tianming ice worm. Did you not say that ordinary individuals could not recognize it? How could this mere human soul master discern it so quickly? The ice emperor glared at the Tianming ice worm, fuming with indignation. This is absurd. Even the teachers at Shrek Academy, and those titled Douluos who have crossed paths with Yuhao, failed to see through it. How could this boy? The Tianming ice worm was equally bewildered, flustered like a silkworm in a hot pot. I say we eliminate this boy now to prevent future complications. The ice emperor's temper surged. No, that is not permissible. Little Rong likely means no harm. Hua Yuhao trembled, caught between the two powerful souls, yet still found the courage to argue. Yuhao, relinquish your body to me. I shall confront him. The Tianming ice worm made a decisive call. However, before Hui Yuhao could finish his protest, he was summarily dismissed, remaining within the confines of his mental realm. The entirety of this exchange transpired in the blink of an eye in the external world. In an instant, Yu Rong sensed a shift in Hui Yuhao's aura. As they locked eyes once more, his previously azure irises transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Oh, so you finally reveal your true visage? Yu Rong unleashed her martial soul, adopting a stance of vigilance. Hui Yuhao did not immediately respond, but gazed intently at Yu Rong, seemingly struck by a revelation. Yu Rong's apprehension heightened. However, the most anxious party was the Ice Emperor within Hui Yuhao's consciousness. Hey, Tianming Ice Worm, what are you doing? Yet, the Tianming Ice Worm paid no heed to the Ice Emperor's outburst. Ah, so that is it. Hui Yuhao finally spoke, his tone imbued with a sense of understanding. No wonder you possess such knowledge. His voice remained unmistakably his own, yet the inflection was distinctly different, tinged with an undercurrent of excitement. What? You discern that? Qirong took a half step back. This encounter is truly unexpected. The golden eyes softened, revealing a trace of goodwill. Is it not the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum? Qirong's retreat came to an abrupt halt, her pupils dilating in shock. What? Now it was Qirong who was taken aback. Even titled Douluos could not perceive my 100,000-year soul beast form. How could this peculiar entity see through it so effortlessly? Tianming, what riddle are you two playing at? Hui Yuhao questioned, perplexed. Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Is that not little Rong's martial soul? What nonsense! The Ice Emperor, previously on the brink of fury, fell silent for a moment, seemingly coming to an understanding, and relaxed, rolling its eyes with a hint of disdain. I thought something momentous had occurred. Turns out it's just a child. Ice Emperor? Hui Yuhao was even more bewildered. What is this riddle you all are playing? Meanwhile, the Tianming Iceworm, using Hui Yuhao as a conduit, clarified, we harbor no malice. We merely seek to achieve a goal akin to yours through a different means. The Tianming Iceworm explained, albeit vaguely, we are merely pursuing a shared destiny. You? Qirong seized upon the key point. Are there more than one of you? Indeed, there are, the Tianming Iceworm affirmed, raising a clenched fist. The path we tread is one fraught with thorns, unprecedented in history, yet we shall undoubtedly succeed. A silence fell between Qirong and Hui Yuhao, though this time, the atmosphere was devoid of tension. Oh, now it all makes sense. Qirong exhaled. Yuhao is the one you have chosen, correct? Indeed, the Tianming Iceworm nodded. We have forsaken our physical forms, merging wholly with Yuhao, leaving us with no retreat. I once thought I was audacious. It seems you are the true rebels against fate. Qirong mused. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. As Tianming Ice Silkworm's voice faded, the golden hue in Hui Yuhao's eyes ebbed away like a receding tide, revealing his original azure gaze. Little Rong? Hui Yuhao, still enshrouded in the astonishment of discovering that his dear friend was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, was momentarily taken aback. He then noticed Qirong standing not far away, clearly just returned from the sea of consciousness. Yuhao, you're back. Qirong exhaled in relief, pondering that. In this case, the item she had would be unnecessary. She took a step back and retrieved something from the grass. Tianming Ice Silkworm observed the scene unfold within the realm of consciousness. Ah, this clever lad has a backup plan. Such meticulous thought. What is that, little Rong? Hui Yuhao inquired, gazing at the peculiar black object in Qirong's hand, reminiscent of a black aconite or perhaps a diamond-shaped fruit, glimmering with a sinister dark light, exuding an aura of deadly poison. This is the aconite of the wolf poison plant. It is highly toxic, Qirong explained, tucking away the ominous substance. If the aconite ruptures, it releases toxic gas that can lead to instantaneous death within 3 breaths. It was meant for self-defense. As for its source, I owe my gratitude to the formidable beings within the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, particularly the wolf poison aconite king. At that moment, I thought if you were possessed by some malevolent entity, I would gift it to you. After all, your return this time felt rather strange, Qirong elaborated. Hui Yuhao and Tianming Ice Silkworm exchanged glances. That was a close call, Ice Emperor remarked. What a scheming little Rong. Surely, it must have been spoiled by humanity. Despicable humans. Despite having prepared a contingency, Qirong began to reflect on her impulsive actions. I was reckless to act in the academy. What if I had been discovered? That would have spelled disaster. Moreover, she was astounded that Hui Yuhao possessed such a hidden strength. At a loss for words, Hui Yuhao found himself still trying to grasp the circumstances. Shall we head back together? Qirong extended an invitation to him. Yes, sounds good. Ding dong. Your companion Hui Yuhao has accepted your invitation. Now, Yuhao, today's events must remain our secret, never to be shared with anyone. Qirong warned seriously. From this moment on, we are allies. This is our secret. I understand, Hui Yuhao vowed earnestly. I will not divulge it to anyone, not even to Dong Dong. Qirong added, emphasizing the importance of secrecy. The fewer who knew, the better, as they were still too vulnerable. The shared secret undoubtedly deepened the bond between them. Qirong had never imagined finding someone in Shrek Academy who shared a similar plight. Though Hui Yuhao was purely human, the risks of his revealed identity were no less perilous than her own. Upon returning to his dormitory, Hui Yuhao found Wang Dong immersed in his training. He collapsed onto his bed like a lifeless fish, overwhelmed by the thrill of the day, nearly believing he would lose his life, only to find himself muddled yet safe. Tianming, What were you and the others playing it earlier? Hui Yuhao curiously questioned Tianming Ice Silkworm within the realm of consciousness. You wish to know? Tianming Ice Silkworm perked up instantly. Yes, of course. Hui Yuhao nodded fervently. Ha ha ha. Your companion has hidden quite the secret. Had I not been the continent's only noble spirit-type million-year soul beast, and also possessing the spirit martial soul that resides within you, I might never have discerned his true nature. Tianming Ice Silkworm beamed with pride, as if his nose were poised to touch the heavens. This companion of yours is no trifling character. He is the 10,000-year spirit beast in human form of the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Yuhao gasped in astonishment. Oh, I see. A 10,000-year soul beast. Indeed, Tianming Ice Silkworm continued. It is rather shameful that I did not recognize him sooner. It is rare for a soul beast of such caliber to choose to take human form and begin anew. The celestial great soul beasts are favored by the heavens, facing no significant bottlenecks in their advancement, thus making them exceedingly rare. Clearly, your companion has chosen a far more arduous path, Tianming Ice Silkworm remarked with a knowing nod. It seems that during the assessment, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum must have sensed something amiss, which is why he grew suspicious of you. Ice Emperor interjected, somewhat reluctantly acknowledging the little soul beast's keen sensitivity. Yuhao, if possible, please lend a hand to this little soul beast in the future. After all, he can be considered a part of our kin. Ice Emperor's emerald eyes regarded Hui Yuhao earnestly. Meanwhile, Yurong returned to her dormitory, collapsing onto her bed and wrapping herself in her blanket like a twisted pastry. Why was I so impulsive today? Yurong, normally not one for rashness, was baffled by her own behavior. Perhaps it was an instinctive trust that Hui Yuhao would not harm her. Perhaps it stemmed from her fervent desire to find a companion in the human world. Was I feeling lonely? Yurong mused, self-mocking. Well, the outcome wasn't entirely negative. Chapter 46, The Treasure Appreciation Conference. Why did you return so late? Yurong waited impatiently, her anticipation waning, until Bei Bei finally appeared, damp from the evening dew. You're not usually out this late. What kept you? Yurong sprung up from her bed, standing barefoot and looking quite imposing, noticeably taller than Bei Bei. Bei Bei looked up at Yurong, who was feigning bravado, and found her rather endearing. Bei Bei rubbed his chin, feigning distress while teasing Yurong. I don't really know. Why don't you take a wild guess? Unfair. Yurong pouted, her expression reminiscent of an indignant pufferfish. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Bei Bei relented, retrieving a crimson gold invitation from behind him and waving it before Yurong. What is this? Yurong squinted, puzzled. Is this a wedding invitation? Bei Bei burst into laughter at Yurong's remark, unable to contain himself. What is so funny? Yurong felt a bit offended. It's bright red with gold trim, so festive. What else could it be but a wedding invitation? Here, take a look. Bei Bei handed the invitation to Yurong. Treasure Appreciation Conference? Upon opening the invitation, the grandiose golden characters filled Yurong's vision. What does this mean? Rong, try infusing your soul power into it. Bei Bei suggested, settling beside her on the bed and tugging at her pant leg to encourage her to sit down. Soul power? Yurong repeated, obediently following Bei Bei's lead and sitting beside him, channeling her soul power into the invitation. A soft golden hue emanated from Yurong's fingertips, infusing the invitation, which caused the previously insipid text to radiate with a brilliant glow, transforming into new lines of text. In an instant, the invitation exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur, cordially inviting the core disciples of Shrek Academy as outer courtyard, Bei Bei, to the Treasure Appreciation Conference. Yurong quickly read, noting that the event was scheduled for tomorrow evening. After reading the contents of the invitation, Yurong paused momentarily before closing it. What exactly is this Treasure Appreciation meeting? Yurong was utterly perplexed and turned to Bei Bei, her eyes brimming with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Ahem, bye. Clearly delighted by her inquisitive gaze, elaborated, stating that the Treasure Appreciation meeting, as the name suggests, is an event to admire treasures, organized periodically by prominent merchants in Shrek City. When these merchants acquire remarkable items, they first hold a Treasure Appreciation meeting for Shrek Academy, allowing invited students to select their preferred items before an auction takes place. The event is categorized by levels, and this particular gathering is designated for the core disciples of Shrek Academy, indicating a high level of exclusivity. Thus, the likelihood of encountering valuable treasures is considerable. Clever Yurong quickly grasped the implications, exclaiming with awe, Rong is truly astute. Bei Bei immediately praised her, affectionately ruffling her hair. The event showcases a variety of items, including pills, medicinal herbs, soul-guiding devices, and even custom soul rings and bones, alongside unidentified and unappraised treasures meant to test the participants' discernment, akin to a blind box experience. So, is it possible to find hidden gems at the treasure appreciation meeting? Qirong was increasingly excited. While such occurrences are rare, they are not entirely absent. However, this merely serves as an appetizer, with the main attractions being the treasures displayed during the event. Bye-bye lightly tapped Qirong's forehead, emphasizing the key point with a hint of exasperation. Do not always rely on luck. Such fortune is not easily found. One must hold on to dreams. What if they miraculously come true? Qirong retorted, displaying a hint of stubbornness. All right, you make a valid point, Bei conceded. Now, dear Rong, it is time to practice. Oh, Qirong's enthusiasm waned instantly. That night, devoid of dreams, Qirong and Bei spent their time diligently training. The pale golden and deep blue soul powers intertwined slowly, then gradually separated in an intricate, cyclical dance of mystique. Those two ungrateful souls actually left me behind. Qirong lamented as she walked along the bustling streets outside Shrek City, with Bei beside her, listening to her vent about Wang Dong and Hu Hao, those heartless rascals who had departed without her. The two were not donned in Shrek Academy uniforms, but instead wore their casual attire. Qirong sported a light yellow outfit adorned with subtle white patterns, lending her an exceptionally spirited and youthful appearance. Bye, Clat in deep blue attire exuded a refined, yet understated elegance, his Western-style outfit accentuating his tall and commanding presence. As they strolled through the streets, they attracted the gaze of countless passers-by, handsome youths, their garments billowing gracefully in the wind. Bei walked on the side, closest to the road, protectively shielding Qirong, and teasingly remarked, "Who told you to insist on accompanying me?" In the afternoon, he had distributed the invitations to the three of them, leaving Hu Hao and Wang Dong utterly astonished, unaware of such a grand event at the academy. Qirong, however, remained remarkably composed, standing out among the trio with her calm demeanor. After he departed, Wang Dong and Hu Hao teamed up to interrogate her, compelling Qirong to divulge all the details, ultimately revealing Bei's involvement. Qirong found herself momentarily speechless, halting in her tracks, hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Bei, which side are you really on? Look, Rong, we've arrived, Bei interjected, conveniently shifting the topic as they reached the imposing entrance of Shrek City. Qirong's attention was instantly diverted, captivated by the grandeur of the towering city gate. Although Shrek Academy is situated within Shrek City, the intricate and congested roadways often make it more practical to enter from the city's outer gates, be it the south or the north. As one of the most prosperous cities in the central Douluo continent, Shrek City bustled with vibrant activity in the evenings. Throngs of people flowing continuously, creating a sea of humanity. So many people, Qirong exclaimed, astonished by the crowd before her. While the gate of Shrek City lacked the imposing presence of Haotian Castle, the multitude gathered there surpassed even that of Haotian Castle combined. I thought the street outside the academy was crowded enough, but compared to this, it feels trivial, definitely not on the same scale. Qirong admitted, "It seems my perspective was rather limited. As one of the continent's most vibrant economic hubs, Shrek City boasts a scale that subtly surpasses several major royal cities. It serves as a vital transportation nexus, featuring a comprehensive network of thoroughfares, and its resident population ranks among the highest in the Douluo continent." Bei informed Qirong. Upon infusing soul power into the invitation, a detailed map appears on the reverse side. The map is remarkably precise, and the streets within Shrek City are quite orderly, making navigation straightforward. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the location of the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion itself is a large establishment specializing in a variety of goods related to soul masters and soul mentors. From a distance, the pavilion loomed as a majestic four-story structure, towering over 20 meters, its opulent exterior gleaming like a treasure trove, aptly reflecting its name. So magnificent, so beautiful. The lavish splendor truly struck a chord with Qirong's aesthetic sensibilities, hitting the mark perfectly. While some might find it overly ostentatious, it was just right for her. "Are you two esteemed guests here for the treasure appreciation meeting?" Even before Qirong and Bei reached the entrance of the pavilion, a servant approached them respectfully. They presented their invitations in response. "Ah, it seems we have two soul masters from Shrek Academy here. Please, allow me to escort you." The servant took the invitations, gesturing for them to follow. As they stepped into the treasure pavilion, a wave of luxury enveloped them. The golden hall radiated opulence, illuminated by the dazzling crystal chandeliers hanging from a ceiling. Qirong had never witnessed such a lavish spectacle, her excitement causing her to gaze around in awe. It's even more beautiful. I absolutely adore it. The servant guided them up the golden staircase to the second floor. The second floor was spacious, with a seemingly scattered layout, yet each exhibit was positioned in the most logical and prominent spots. Each display was encased in massive crystal glass domes, showcasing a variety of items on the platforms within. The servant halted, bowing slightly. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Treasure Appreciation Meeting. The event is being held on the second floor, and you may browse at your leisure. If you find something to your liking, please proceed to the west side for registration and purchase. Should you wish to make a purchase on credit, evaluations can also be conducted there. The assessment results will determine the discounts available to you and the credit limit. Understood. Thank you. You may attend to your duties now. Bei responded with a smile. Assessment? What does purchasing on credit mean? After the servant left, Qirong turned to Bei with a puzzled expression. The Treasure Pavilion tailors credit qualifications based on each guest's individual circumstances. However, the assessment is essentially a reflection of the student's performance at the academy. Our evaluative information is already on file at the pavilion. It's more of a formality than anything else. Bei, the seasoned veteran, imparted his wisdom to Qirong. Now, let us retrieve your card, leading her to a counter at the far end of the second floor. Bei gestured towards a long counter illuminated by a channel of shimmering golden light, the gentle glow emanating from below, soft yet full of character. As the two approached, a server within the counter promptly rose and respectfully addressed them, saying, "Greetings, esteemed soul masters. Kindly fill out this evaluation form. We shall calculate the amount you are eligible to borrow within a few minutes." 2 forms, accompanied by exquisite ink pens, were pushed before them, and the required information was indeed not overly complex. Name, gender, age, soul power level, martial soul, and honors received. Just filling a name, Bei suggested. It's merely a formality. All right, Qirong obediently replied. A few seconds later, an almost blank form was submitted, exuding a sense of perfunctory disinterest. The server, unfazed, merely accepted the form and said, "Please wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, the server presented a blood-red card upon the table. "Mr. Yu, your credit limit is 3 million gold soul coins, available for use once a year, and you will enjoy a 50% discount on any purchases." Qirong was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "Wow, what a windfall." Having spent a year at Shrek Academy, she was well aware of the substantial purchasing power of gold soul coins on the continent. Bei observed her reaction, furrowing his brow slightly, yet saying nothing, only inclining his body slightly towards the counter. At that moment, a gentle female voice entered both Bei's and Qirong's ears. "Young Bei, there is no need for concern. This is a personal decision I have made, separate from the academy. Qirong, go ahead and choose what you need. Gong Changlong has informed me about your situation. Do feel free to visit the Treasure Pavilion more often. I welcome you at any time." "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Lin," Bei said, bowing slightly towards the direction of Elder Lin. "Thank you, Elder Lin," Qirong mimicked. "Then we shall take our leave for now and not disturb you further." Bei bid farewell to Elder Lin. "Bei, who was that just now?" After they walked away, Qirong could not help but ask, "Why do I feel a certain warmth from Elder Lin?" "That is the head of the Treasure Pavilion, Elder Lin, and also an esteemed elder of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy," Bei explained to Qirong. "She oversees all matters of the Treasure Pavilion and is among the wealthiest individuals in Shrek Academy, Shrek City, and indeed, the entire continent." "Wow," Qirong exclaimed, her voice laced with envy. "That's impressive. Furthermore, Elder Lin is quite formidable in her cultivation. Her martial soul is the tree of life, placing her at the pinnacle of plant-type soul masters on the continent. Her mastery over plant martial souls has reached a level of consummate artistry, perhaps explaining her keen interest in you," Bei mused, stroking his chin. "For you, Rong, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity." "Ah, so the Elder Lin that teacher Gong Changlong mentioned was this very elder," Qirong realized, recalling events from her previous assessment. It seemed that Elder Lin held a significant interest in her, Bei thought. Meanwhile, Qirong appeared to have entirely forgotten that Elder Lin was also a powerful title Douluo. Her eyes sparkled with liveliness, brimming with excitement. "Elder Lin, what a wonderful person." Indeed, Bei vowed by his standing as a soul master that he had not overlooked the substantial golden currency symbols that seemed to shimmer in Qirong's eyes. Chapter 047, Familiar Faces. As Yu Rong and Bei completed their evaluations and returned to the main hall of the Treasure Appreciation Conference, the crowd had gradually swelled. Coincidentally, two familiar figures entered Yu Rong's line of sight. "Hey, Dong, you how?" Yu Rong exclaimed, darting towards the two who were gathered around an exhibition counter. "Little Rong, Bei, senior brother, you both have come." Hui Yu Hao turned upon hearing her voice, his exceptional dynamic vision allowing him to spot the duo immediately. "Well, what are you so engrossed in?" Yu Rong greeted Hui Yu Hao with a smile, waving her hand, completely shedding the solemn demeanor she had worn moments ago, and flitting over to Wang Dong's side. Wang Dong was intently examining the items within the display case, wholly absorbed and oblivious to the surrounding commotion, showing no awareness of Yu Rong's arrival. Dong. After a 2-second silence, Wang Dong remained unresponsive. Yu Rong, maintaining her smile, playfully slapped him on the back. "Ah." Wang Dong jumped in surprise. Though he was a 3-ringed assault-type soul master, Yu Rong's playful slap was not gentle. It certainly packed a punch. Wang Dong whirled around, intending to confront the intruder, but upon catching sight of the familiar golden-haired figure, his irritation dissipated entirely, and he deflated, muttering, "Oh, it's just you, Little Rong. Let me see what you're looking at," Yu Rong said, squeezing past Wang Dong to claim his original spot. It was then that Yu Rong finally caught sight of the treasure within the display case. A soul bone? This soul bone exhibited a resplendent golden-red hue, seemingly suspended within the exhibit, resembling an arm bone, with 5 slender finger bones reaching upwards, each tip radiating a faint golden-red glow. The arm bone, glimmering with a golden-red sheen, exuded an air of quality, and a plaque beneath it provided a detailed description. Left arm bone of golden radiance. Originating from the 10,000-year-old golden Earth Dragon King, possessing light attributes, is speculated to possess the ability of light fire, suitable for light-type soul masters. Its anticipated attached skill is offensive in nature. The Golden Earth Dragon King boasts a pure yet diluted bloodline of the luminous dragon clan, and this soul bone encapsulates the essence of this ancient beast's lineage. Note the term pure. Even a diluted pure bloodline holds greater significance than a mixed bloodline in terms of the legacy of the luminous dragon clan. This soul bone is priced at 950,000 gold soul coins. Upon seeing this price, Yu Rong's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. Soul bones, indeed, deserve their reputation as one of the continent's most extravagant items. This was not even a 100,000-year soul bone. If it were, it would be priceless, an authentic treasure beyond valuation. However, 100,000-year soul bones had never appeared in any auction house or merchant's inventory. Such treasures would inevitably attract the attention of all title de law. Yet, establishments like the Treasure Pavilion, which dared to display soul bones from 10,000-year soul beasts, were exceedingly rare. This demonstrated their confidence in safeguarding such invaluable treasures. Soul beasts. Oh, soul beasts are treasures in themselves, Yu Rong mused, a hint of sardonic amusement creeping into her voice. How splendid. Bei also regarded the soul bone with a glimmer of interest, albeit not overwhelming. Though it was indeed a compatible soul bone for him, he had already found a better option, thus feeling no particular urge. At that moment, as he overheard Yu Rong's murmurs, before he could even analyze her words, their train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Well, what a lively gathering. What treasure has drawn my attention? Boomed a hearty voice, approaching from a distance. A figure clad in a dark red hue emerged in Yu Rong's peripheral vision. It was Su Sanshur, Bei's good friend, familiar to the point of being inseparable. Bei, how could you be so inconsiderate? You come to the appreciation conference without inviting me, leaving me to come all alone, Su Sanshur exclaimed as he arrived, playfully attempting to kick Bei's calf to leave a shoe print, but Bei deftly evaded the gesture. Bei looked at Su Sanshur, his smile tinged with a hint of audacity and irritation. Though his tone remained gentle overall, it bore an edge. Su Sanshur, not only did I let you come alone, but I could also ensure you leave alone. The menacing undertone of the words was unmistakably evident, threatening to overflow. Bei remarked, "Get lost." Su Sanshur replied defiantly, "Hey, I refuse to. TSK. It seems that even jesting has become a forbidden act." Su Sanshur clicked his tongue and shook his head, elongating his tone, boring, utterly boring. He then turned his gaze towards Hui Yu Hao, suddenly brightening up as he threw an arm around Hui Yu Hao's shoulder. Caught off guard, Hui Yu Hao was enveloped in a robust embrace. As for why he did not consider Yu Rong, Su Sanshur exclaimed, "Am I blind? Can't you see that great hulking blue dragon beside us?" With a comically aggrieved expression, Su Sanshur addressed Hui Yu Hao. "Yu Hao, it's been ages since I've savored your grilled fish. I hear you've been dazzling lately. even drawing the attention of Dean Yen. But why have you wandered off to the Soul Guidance Department? Hui Yuhao chuckled, scratching his head. Well, that's a long story. Su Sanshi then turned his attention to Wang Dong. Oh, Wang Dong, my junior. How have you been lately? I heard your performance in the entrance examination was quite remarkable, elevating you to the status of a dreamboat for countless girls in our academy. Wang Dong found himself momentarily speechless, as if choked, unsure whether to accept the compliment or consider a jest. This, if you can't speak properly, just step aside. Bei Bei interjected, coming to Wang Dong's rescue with a swift kick. Despite Bei Bei's seemingly gentle nudge, Su Sanshi let out a dramatic yelp as he was sent flying in one direction. What on earth? Did he just fly away? Yurong gaped in disbelief. Is this the level of a four-ring soul master? It's ludicrously fragile. While everyone stood in astonished silence, Yurong noticed Jiang Nan approaching from that direction. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the drunken man's intention was not the wine, but rather to gain proximity. Dressed in a fifth-grade black uniform, Jiang Nan's striking golden locks were exceptionally noticeable, and Yurong admired her beautiful hair that shared a similar hue with her own. Unperturbed by Su Sanshi, who came hurtling toward her, Jiang Nan's expression turned icy. She swiftly raised her right foot over her head and executed a downward chop aimed at Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi was truly kicked away this time, his body gliding 5 meters through the air before he landed on his hands, performing a backflip to regain his balance. Yurong stifled a laugh, realizing that Jiang Nan's attempt at closeness had backfired spectacularly. Nan, your heart is ruthless. Didn't you see Bei Bei hitting me? Not only did you not help, you even kicked me. Su Sanshi lamented, his face a portrait of sorrow as he reached out as if to grasp Jiang Nan's sleeve. However, Jiang Nan paid him no heed, walking directly towards Yurong and the others with a smile, treating Su Sanshi as though he were invisible. Nan, long time no see. Yurong greeted warmly, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan's hair. Jiang Nan seemed to recall this pretty junior who often frequented the night market. Since their introduction through Bei Bei and Su Sanshi's duel, they had frequently crossed paths in the night market, and their exchanges had deepened beyond mere pleasantries. It's been a while, little Rome. Su Sanshi bounced overexcitedly, but Jiang Nan suddenly turned, her demeanor shifting drastically, her eyes glinting with menace. If you follow me any longer, I'll withdraw from Shrek Academy. Su Sanshi abruptly halted, a look of helplessness and embarrassment washing over his face, utterly at a loss. Yurong silently admired Jiang Nan's audacity. Nan, what a formidable spirit you possess. Well then, I shall take my leave, Jiang Nan said, turning once more to the group, once again ignoring Su Sanshi completely. Goodbye, Nan. Yurong bid farewell, her tone simultaneously friendly and familiar, inciting a barrage of resentful glares from Su Sanshi. Unfazed, Yurong thought to herself, with my defenses at full, I fear no one. As they watched Jiang Nan walk away, Bei Bei was the first to break the silence, letting out a sigh that seemed to express pity for Su Sanshi, albeit with a hint of schadenfreude. My brother, your journey ahead is fraught with challenges. Su Sanshi wore a mask of anguish, covering his face with one hand, radiating sorrow. Bei Bei, curious, inquired, I find it strange. In terms of looks, strength, and talent, you are quite impressive within Shrek, so why is it that she won't even speak to you? Given your history, you must have known each other before enrollment. It's been years, yet it remains the same. Did you do something to her in the past? One must admit, Bei Bei's questions were often incisive. Su Sanshi suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks turning crimson. I can't say, I simply cannot. He quickly excused himself. I'll just wander around. You all do as you please. With that, he turned swiftly and dashed away, as if he had a fire at his heels. Bei Bei shook his head in exasperation, smoothly shifting the topic. All right, little junior, what are you all looking to buy? The Treasure Appreciation Fair has plenty of good items. No need to rush to conclusions. Bei Bei advised Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, adding, if there's something you truly desire but are a bit short on funds, feel free to ask me. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, Bei Bei. The two replied. Wang Dong glanced at Hui Yuhao, then at Yurong, seemingly wanting to say something. Why don't you two have a look first? I'll join Bei Bei for a stroll. See you later, Yurong declared, pulling Bei Bei's arm as they dashed off, their speed rivaling that of Su Sanshi. Though without the urgency, Yurong dragged Bei Bei a good 10 meters before finally releasing him. Rong, why the hurry? Bei Bei asked, seemingly enjoying the process of being towed along. Yurong resumed a normal walking posture, brushing her hair. Dong and Yuhao clearly have matters to discuss privately. We shouldn't intrude. From what Yurong understood of Wang Dong, It was clear he had something to say to Hui Yuhao alone. Though Bei Bei didn't catch on, he was already convinced. I see. Leaving Yuhao aside. The moment I see Dong Dong frowning, I know what he intends to do. Yu Rong said with a self-satisfied smirk. We should go. Why not buy a few more treasures while we can? Yu Rong pointed toward a counter at the far end of the Treasure Appreciation Pavilion, signaling to start from that showcase. Chapter 048, Life and Death Speed. Wow, amazing, Yu Rong exclaimed as she beheld a plant before her, its texture smooth and radiant, resembling a tall bamboo, glistening like jade. Is that a jade bamboo? Such a rarity in terms of quality. Its age may not be long, but it is exceptionally handsome, a fine specimen indeed. Yu Rong tilted her head, observing the jade bamboo, her fingers unconsciously tapping her chin as she expressed her interest. The jade bamboo is a type of plant-based soul beast, yet the one before her appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, barely clinging to life. The bamboo segments were inherently sturdy and resilient, making it a versatile choice for crafting the cores and exteriors of soul-guiding devices, as well as intricate mechanisms. Handsome? Bei Bei paused, taken aback by Yu Rong's peculiar description, often left wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Indeed, look at its leaves. The contours are remarkably defined, the texture exquisite, and the color rich and lustrous. Yu Rong elaborated with enthusiasm. As for the bamboo segments, they are brimming with moisture, and the fibers are exceptionally fresh, clearly a top-quality specimen. It is indeed a pity that this particular ink jade bamboo, despite being a plant-type soul beast, has scarcely surpassed the threshold of a millennium and has yet to awaken its own consciousness. Yu Rong sighed, as if lamenting for this ink jade bamboo. Kulme, let us explore further, she urged, tugging at Bei Bei's sleeve and guiding him away from the display. By the way, Bei Bei, having seen so much, is there anything that you desire? Yu Rong turned her head to Bei Bei, a sudden curiosity sparkling in her large, expressive eyes. Bei Bei feigned deep thought, appearing somewhat troubled. It would be impossible to claim that nothing had stirred his heart, yet he knew he could not purchase them all. That would be excessive. Bei Bei sighed, realizing he had not yet encountered anything that felt truly fitting for him. Why not? If you want something, I shall buy it for you. Yu Rong exclaimed with a flourish of her small hand, exuding a sense of extravagance. What is the term? Sponsorship? I shall be your benefactor. Bye-bye Chakot, playfully rubbing Yu Rong's cheeks. Rong, it's not that I lack funds, but I am genuinely touched by your offer. Naturally, Bei Bei took Yu Rong's hand, leading her toward another less crowded area. Let us see another display. It's not too late to decide afterward. In truth, Bei Bei had initially felt a spark of interest toward a soul bone from the Golden Earth Dragon King, which boasted a 10,000-year age and a light attribute, alongside its formidable dragon traits. This would greatly benefit his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul and even held a glimmer of potential for mutation. The possibility of transforming the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon into a Radiant Sacred Dragon. This thought circled in Bei Bei's mind, yet he ultimately allowed it to drift away. One must remain pragmatic. Unrealistic fantasies should not be held in excessive regard. After all, the Earth Dragon is not a flying dragon. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon still needs to soar through the skies. As their thoughts wandered, the pair arrived at the final exhibition area. Almost instinctively, both were drawn to an object within the display. What is this? Yu Rong mused. It was likely due to the protective barrier of the display case that she felt the magnetic pull of this item more acutely as they approached. Her martial soul mark began to emit a faint warmth, as if urging her forward. Bei Bei, Yu Rong tugged at his clothing. I sense it too, he replied, grasping her hand as if to comfort her. The last display was somewhat secluded, with few visitors and a relatively modest selection of treasures. However, the items here were not insignificant, at least when compared to the exorbitant treasures found throughout the Pavilion of Treasures. They were a pair of conjoined twin swans in a dance. One side was a fiery red, exuding a faint warmth akin to the power of the sun. The other shimmered with a silvery luminescence, imparting a serene moonlit aura. The plaque read clearly, Sun-Moon twin swans, age unknown, suspected to be a variant species, originating from an unnamed basin in the Stardow Forest, devoid of any soul beasts in the vicinity. The attributes of the two conjoined soul powers were notably distinct, even contradictory. Should a single individual attempt to consume both, the fusion and absorption of these two energies would be exceedingly difficult, likely leading to a catastrophic backlash. The inscription warned that the outcome of such an endeavor was left entirely to fate, with no responsibility assumed. Despite the clear warnings on the plaques, each year, a handful of audacious youths would attempt to seize the opportunity, believing they were destined for greatness, the chosen ones of fate. Yet, The reality often unfolded as a tragic tale. Not everyone is the protagonist of story. Though the consequences were starkly outlined, the allure remained irresistible. Others might be unaware. But for Qirong, who had once been a 10,000-year soul beast, these challenges seemed trivial. She pondered 50,000 gold soul coins. While somewhat steep, having previously seen a soul bone priced at 950,000 gold soul coins, this swan dance hardly seems exorbitant. Qirong secretly mused to herself. Indeed, Bei found it hard to disagree. Then, let us purchase it outright, Qirong announced with a flourish, displaying her generosity. Regardless, the treasures Qirong had procured from the ice and fire Yin-Yang well were worth an immense fortune. Even the petals she had inadvertently dropped prior to her transformation could be considered rare treasures, now resting within her storage bracelet. Of course, a significant portion had been entrusted to the Titan of Haotian Fortress, a place where such rare finds were highly sought after, ensuring there was little risk of deceit. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial, as the Haotian Fortress obtained these elusive treasures. When the Titan tossed a golden card, representing millions of gold soul coins, to Qirong, she was momentarily taken aback by the staggering amount. Although she was still unfamiliar with the standard pricing in the Douluo continent, she had a vague understanding that this was no trifling sum. While it did not instill in her a habit of spending recklessly, it certainly afforded her a life of comfort and high quality. It seemed this venture had not yielded nothing after all. Bei, let us return and examine our findings. Just as Qirong completed her registration and was about to make the payment, Bei interjected. Allow me to handle this. He produced a substantial gold card from his soul guide, presenting it to the attendant. He then took the storage ring containing the Sun-Moon twin swans and handed it to Qirong. Rong, take this. You were just giving it to me like that? Qirong genuinely regarded Bei as a comrade, exclaiming, then I shall not be polite. After all, this treasure was meant to be studied together. It mattered little who made the purchase. Let's hurry back. I have a feeling tonight will be a sleepless one. Qirong eagerly pulled Bei along, eager to return. Rong, slow down, Bei said, glancing at her hand, tugging at his sleeve with a hint of helplessness. Their pace back was considerably quicker than their journey to the pavilion, perhaps buoyed by their successful acquisition. As night fully enveloped Shrek City, it radiated warmth and liveliness. The bustling atmosphere was thick with the aroma of everyday life. Passers-by were mostly ordinary folk, each face adorned with a smile. In the Douluo continent, while there were many soul masters, the majority were common people, the true foundation of society. Qirong cherished this vibrancy, recognizing it as the essence of existence. In many ways, the ordinary truly embodied humanity. They strolled leisurely, pausing frequently to peruse the many lively shops, and Qirong expressed a desire to visit every single one. Bei exhibited no impatience, accompanying her as they spent considerable time exploring. However, their journey was abruptly halted just before reaching the city's edge, where they sensed a familiar fluctuation of soul power. A distress signal from the inner courtyard, disciples ascended into the night sky. Rong, Bei exclaimed, instantly summoning his martial soul. Dong, and Yu Hao. Qirong too summoned her martial soul in haste. Let us go. The two launched themselves forward like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the source of the soul power disturbance. Upon arriving at the city gate, Qirong was met with two shadows hurtling toward her. Instinctively, she extended her hand and caught one of the figures, staggering back a couple of steps due to the force of the impact. As she steadied herself, she realized it was Wang Dong and Yu Hao. Dong. Qirong hastily helped Wang Dong to his feet, noticing he was nearly on the verge of collapse. Are you all right? She inquired anxiously. Junior brother, are there any more behind you? Bei, who had aided Yu Hao, asked in a grave tone. For the first time, Qirong detected a fierce killing intent in Bei's eyes, indicating he was genuinely enraged. The two had fallen from the sky moments ago, and had it not been for the timely intervention of a certain crimson-haired soul master, they might have faced fatal injuries or even worse. Big brother, we're fine. Just a bit exhausted, Yu Hao murmured softly. Wang Dong remained silent, merely patting Qirong's hand, conveying more with that gesture than words could express. Qirong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, pondering why she always arrived late whenever Wang Dong was in peril. Just moments prior, their descent from the sky could have ended tragically without Ma Xiaodao's timely arrival. Qirong's first soul ring glowed, and her soul power surged towards Wang Dong and Yu Hao like a torrent. Wang Dong felt warmth spread through his chest as his previously depleted soul power was replenished, his pallid complexion regaining some color. Yu Hao appeared to recover as well. At that moment, Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan, drawn by the commotion, hastened to their side. I wonder who dares to attack members of Shrek Academy. A fierce and untamed voice echoed from the sky above the city gate. Yu Rong recognized the speaker as the soul master who had thrown Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao. Bathed in flames, the young soul master resembled a goddess of fire. Her phoenix wings unfurling majestically as she surveyed her foes with disdain, radiant and incandescent. This fiery maiden was none other than Ma Xiaotao, a familiar figure from the Inner Academy. Seeing the situation before her, those who had pursued Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao realized their chances of success were slim and contemplated fleeing. Want to escape? Let one go, and I shall no longer be known as the flame demon Ma Xiaotao. She bellowed, her temper evidently fierce. Su Sanshi, protect our junior brothers. Bei Bei, Jiang Nan, surround them from both sides. If one escapes, I will hold you accountable. It seemed that Ma Xiaotao had a protective instinct toward her juniors. As Yu Rong found herself overlooked, with a powerful leap, Ma Xiaotao soared into the air, and a resounding phoenix cry filled the air. Countless dazzling feathers appeared around her, and in an instant, she transformed into a streak of red light, trailing an unmatched, brilliant tail flame, leaving behind a sprinkle of golden red starlight. The last of her 6 soul rings, a black one, shone with brilliant radiance at that moment. The crimson light ultimately consumed everything. 2 remaining foes were swiftly dispatched by Bei Bei and Jiang Nan, each taking one down. One soul king was reduced to cinders by Bei Bei's lightning, while the other was sent plummeting from the sky by Jiang Nan's strike. Once all adversaries had been eliminated, Ma Xiaotao descended to the ground, only to realize she had forgotten something. Rubbing her head sheepishly, she said, I forgot to leave one alive. Bei Bei and Jiang Nan could only look at her with resigned expressions. Ma Xiaotao's boisterous nature and her declaration of not letting anyone escape compelled Bei Bei and Jiang Nan to exert their full strength, especially against soul kings, leading to their ruthless actions. Well, let the Academy's guard retrieve the bodies for investigation. There should be some clues left behind, Ma Xiaotao declared with a sweeping gesture, as if to erase her oversight. She was indeed a forthright senior. The previously unfavorable impression she left had significantly improved after today's events. Yu Rong chuckled inwardly, her earlier gloominess somewhat alleviated. By the way, this junior was someone Ma Xiaotao had noticed. He was a fresh face, but she seemed to recall having seen him before, specifically, the small soul master who had stood in her way when she sought Hui Yuhao. A soul sage daring to confront her, a soul emperor, certainly possessed some spirit. Hello, Senior Ma. I am Yu Rong, she greeted with a smile, genuinely impressed by Ma Xiaotao's striking performance today, which had completely captured her admiration. What a magnificent goddess. Oh, right, Yu Rong, Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, finally connecting the name to the face. You're the little darling Bei Bei always talks about. For reasons unknown, Bei Bei was quite popular in the Inner Academy, having grown up under the watchful eyes of many seniors, and rumors about him circulated widely. While the truth may not align with these tales, it certainly did not hinder the gossip from spreading. Wait, little darling Yu Rong? She echoed, causing Yu Rong's striking heterochromatic eyes to widen in surprise. What on earth? Wang Dong, having just caught his breath, nearly choked in disbelief. His expression one of utter incredulity, as if he had been blindsided by a revelation that everyone else seemed to know about except him. He felt a profound sense of betrayal by the world. Bei Bei, equally stunned by Ma Xiaotao's unexpected declaration, stammered, Sister Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao glanced at Bei Bei, sensing his embarrassment and realizing she might have overstepped, especially since Yu Rong and the others were still juniors, not accustomed to such frankness compared to the thick-skinned individuals of the Inner Academy. Oh dear, I was just joking, little brother Yu Rong. Please don't take it to heart. I merely meant to imply you two share a close bond, she said, casting a charming wink in Yu Rong's direction. Yu Rong's heart raced, her golden hair bobbing with excitement. You're so cool, sister. Thank you, senior. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, despite their drained soul power, bowed respectfully to Ma Xiaotao, admiration evident in their eyes. Ma Xiaotao waved dismissively, no need to thank me. These rogues dared to stir trouble at Shrek Academy. They must be tired of living. Have you offended anyone recently? No, not at all. Hui Yuhao began to respond, but suddenly paused, glancing at Wang Dong. Seeing their secretive exchange, Yu Rong sensed something was amiss, a pang of jealousy creeping in. Why do they have so many secrets from her? So, Dong has secrets from me too? She thought, feeling a twinge of abandonment. Before Hui Yuhao could speak again, Bei Bei approached them, saying, Junior brothers, this place is no longer safe. Let's return to the academy to discuss. Although he spoke thus, it was clear that the area was now secure. Hui Yuhao's earlier distress signal had summoned Shrek Academy's elite forces, and within moments, the likes of Yin Xiaozhe and Fan Yu had arrived. Furthermore, Lin Lao, who had been observing from the treasure-gathering pavilion and had taken an interest in Qirong, was nearby, albeit at a distance. Such attention was indeed formidable. However, upon a moment of reflection, Qirong recalled the kindred spirits residing within Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness. It would be absurd not to take this matter seriously. After all, Shrek Academy would suffer greatly. Thus, when Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong initially set out as a duo, they returned accompanied by a throng, a grand procession. The bodies, too, were entirely removed by the personnel of Dean Yin Xiaozhe. The audacity to ambush the students of Shrek Academy in the vicinity of Shrek City was an undeniable affront to the Academy's dignity, necessitating a thorough investigation. However, what could possibly be uncovered remained beyond the knowledge of the innocent Qirong. Unexpectedly, the assassins left no trace. Although Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong seemed to harbor suspicions, the Academy opted to remain silent due to the lack of substantial evidence, merely suppressing their ire. Dong Dong, Qirong darted between the two recently attacked individuals. Placing a hand on one's shoulder, "Are you concealing something from me?" The duo appeared as guilty schoolchildren caught in misdeeds. Their rationale sound, yet their demeanor lacking in confidence. Their expressions wavered, seemingly at a loss for words. Should they confess to Qirong that during their training, they had been provoked by Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, leading to a heated exchange and even a wager, almost escalating to physical confrontation? They had indeed won the bet and mockingly ridiculed their opponents, leaving them thoroughly embarrassed. While it was exhilarating, it also felt somewhat childish. Only after returning to the dormitory did Qirong learn from Wang Dong about the animosity between Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and the son of the White Tiger Duke. Dai Huabin, what? I'm with you two every day. How could you engage in a wager with Dai Huabin over your assessment scores against his and Zhu Lu's? The stakes were a bow and an apology? Qirong was beside herself with frustration. You two little rascals. Is this how juvenile you are? No. It was Dai Huabin who instigated us, and besides, we didn't lose. Wang Dong protested, feeling wronged. And now we wait for the noble son of the White Tiger Duke to come after us? Qirong leapt onto Wang Dong's back, tugging at his hair in an attempt to discern his thoughts. Isn't it surprising that Dai Huabin is so poor at accepting defeat? Yuhao observed, alarmed at Wang Dong's disheveled state, offering a meek explanation. Humph. Qirong huffed, entirely unconvinced. Tomorrow, I will accompany you both. I will walk with you every morning and return with you after class. Before dismounting, she delivered a playful kick to Wang Dong's backside, asserting, and when we are confronted, do not act so recklessly. Hui Yuhao timidly interjected. Meanwhile, Wang Dong rubbed his sore rear, still feeling the sting. And when you make bold threats, I will be there to support you. What if you get bullied? Qirong glared menacingly. What else could be done? Qirong mused. For he had no ties to the others. I only care about those I cherish. After a tirade, Qirong patted Hui Yuhao's back comfortingly. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. This is no trivial matter. Their actions were excessive. This incident must be recorded. Hui Yuhao smiled at Qirong, though the smile bore no kindness, for within his eyes flickered the flames of vengeance. Thus, a restless night awaited certain individuals. The following morning, having passed their assessments, Qirong and her companions arrived at the classroom, the atmosphere seemingly unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Intriguingly, Hui Yuhao immediately spotted Dai Huabin in the hallway. The shock and disbelief in Dai Huabin's gaze confirmed Hui Yuhao's suspicions. Qirong observed the stunned youth before her. He was still too young. As Wang Dong prepared to approach, Hui Yuhao grasped his arm firmly. Qirong maintained an expressionless yet intimidating stare at Dai Huabin, as if attempting to pierce him with her gaze. Although the tension between the two parties was thick, no words were exchanged. Yuhao, why won't you let me confront him? Wang Dong fumed, settling beside Hui Yuhao. Yuhao shook his head. The academy has yet to draw any conclusions. What purpose would it serve for us to act? We are within the academy, and confronting him would yield no results. We must observe the situation and focus on enhancing our own strength. Once we reach the level of senior sister Xiao Tao, we need not fear any ambush. At the end of the day, the academy was still the academy. Without irrefutable evidence, they would not act against the student. Qirong added, but this matter will surely be documented by the academy. Who knows how many eyes are currently watching Dai Huabin? Yet, the crux of the matter remained. They must strengthen themselves. Hui Yuhao's eyes glimmered with determination. As they spoke, Teacher Zhou Yi entered. accompanied by the ringing of the class bell. The assessment had concluded, and only those who had passed were permitted in the classroom. Those who had not would have a retake in 3 days. Failure to pass would result in expulsion. Wang Yin and Zhou Yi's class achieved an astonishing pass rate of 95%, proving their compatibility as instructors. Zhou Yi's rigorous training had not been in vain. It is a pleasure to see you all here, but passing this time does not guarantee future success. Teacher Zhou Yi remained as relentless as ever, insisting that they must never cease their training. As long as there is an opportunity to cultivate, I expect you to practice diligently. Listening to these words, Qirong could only marvel at teacher Zhou Yi's unwavering dedication. Tomorrow morning, all core disciples must visit my office. Do not be late. With the conclusion of the lesson, Zhou Yi swiftly closed the textbook and announced the news before departing in a flurry. Qirong stretched lazily, a few tears welling in her eyes. For a plant-type soul beast that had endured solitude for millennia, the rapid-fire delivery of information was undoubtedly a form of torture, and it was finally over. Although she felt a pang of guilt towards teacher Zhou Yi, the bell signaling the end of class was undeniably a rejuvenating moment for Qirong. At that moment, Xiao Xiao turned to Qirong, brimming with excitement. Little Rong, do you want to wander through the academy's snack street later? I discovered a fantastic takoyaki shop that just opened. Qirong, previously listless, instantly perked up, her little hair tufts standing on end. I'm so excited. Let us go, she declared, rising with an air of confidence. Wait, no. Suddenly, Qirong recalled her promise to keep a close watch on Wang Dong and Hu Hao. Forget it. I'm not going anywhere today, she proclaimed. I'm just going to keep an eye on Wang Dong and Hu Hao. Chapter 050. Selection. Yesterday, Qirong meticulously shadowed Wang Dong and Hu Hao throughout the day, finding joy in the fact that nothing untoward transpired. Yet, there was a tinge of sorrow in that very nothingness. The following day dawned bright and clear, heralding the commencement of a new academic year at Shrek Academy. Each grade faced its own unique pressures, yet it must be said that for the freshmen, the weather seemed ideal for a leisurely jog. The trio of Qirong arrived at the teaching building, passing by a small square where several classes of students were already engaged in their labs. Indeed, they were unmistakably the newcomers. Knock, knock, knock. Hu Hao gently rapped on the office door. Come in, came the typically frigid voice of Zhou Yi. The three of them then entered, only to find the room already brimming with individuals, all core disciples of Class 1. Apart from Qirong, Wang Dong, and Hu Hao, there were also Xiao Xiao, Lan Su Su, Lan Luo Luo, Zhou Si Chun, Chao Jin Xian, and Huang Chu Tian, who had recently been granted core disciple status. Together, they formed a perfect little squad of 9. Zhou Yi cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention to her. I have summoned you here today to convey a special announcement. In 3 days, the Outer Academy will host a selection competition for core disciples. Initially, it was intended that second-year students would not participate, but the Academy has unexpectedly decided to include core disciples from the second year as well. Therefore, all of you must prepare yourselves. Curious, Zhou Sichen inquired, Teacher Zhou, what is the purpose of this selection competition? To expose you to the wider world. Zhou Yi replied succinctly, emphasizing the principle of doing one's best while leaving the rest to fate. Shrek Academy, in general, is synonymous with the Outer Academy. It is also a veritable reservoir of talent, never lacking in the so-called prodigies. Zhou Yi harbored no illusions about this decision. She found it perplexing. Although her students were indeed exceptional, the saplings of potential still required time to grow into towering trees. This selection competition was far too premature for the second-year students. To hasten growth often leads to failure, and it is likely that many may falter along the way. Zhou Yi meticulously relayed everything she knew about the competition to her students. This election would involve core disciples from the Outer Academy under the age of 15, including those from the Soul Guidance Department. I estimate there to be around 40 participants. The purpose of the competition is to select approximately 7 individuals for a particular mission. Only the victorious disciples will learn the specifics of this mission. As she spoke, Zhou Yi noted that among the 5th-year core disciples, only 4 remained who met the criteria, and these 4 were the strongest in their grade. You may have heard their names to some extent. Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, and Lun Yuan. All 4 are figures of the 4th ring soul sect level and have been promoted for some time now. Should you encounter them, exercise caution. As Zhou Yi delivered this information, both Wang Dong and Hu Hao's gazes inadvertently drifted towards Qirong, while Xiao Xiao, the little girl, exaggeratedly mimicked zipping up a jacket towards Qirong and winked conspiratorially. Qirong felt a peculiar discomfort at the attention, pondering the significance of Bei Bei's reputation. Had Wang Dong known her thoughts, he would undoubtedly have countered, asserting that it was not merely Bei Bei who was noteworthy. Su Sanshi and Lung Yuan were also figures with whom Qirong was intimately familiar. And even the exceedingly gentle beauty of the 5th year, Jiang Nannan, was someone with whom she could converse easily. Reflecting on this, it seemed that Qirong herself was quite an extraordinary presence. The number of core disciples in the 4th year was even greater, with a few having just attained 4th ring status, while most remained at the 3rd ring. As for the 3rd year, it goes without saying that they had yet to produce any 4th ring prodigies, being just a year behind you. Zhou Yi continued her analysis, seemingly oblivious to the small commotion among the group. However, it is essential to remember that a soul master is not solely defined by the number of soul rings or the level of soul power. I hope none of you have forgotten this crucial point. One final note. Zhou Yi's tone abruptly shifted, revealing a fierce intensity. While it is said that one should do their utmost and leave the rest to fate, this merely implies that should you fail to be selected, I will not punish you. But those who can compete, give it your all. Yes. The group responded in unison, a shiver of determination running through them. All right, you may return to your classrooms. Hui Yuhao, stay behind. The rest of you, please leave. Indeed, it was evident that Hui Yuhao was a favored student of Zhou Yi. Upon exiting the classroom office, everyone took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh air free from the tension of expectations. Xiao Xiao followed, closely behind Qirong, her expression tinged with anxiety. Xiao Rong, this selection competition seems rather daunting. Qirong, however, appeared unfazed, as if she had weathered far greater storms, perhaps due to the lengthy growth cycles of the flora around her. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall combat. When water rises, we shall build barriers. After all, we are all 2nd years. Failing to be selected is no disgrace. We shall simply do our best. Though Xiao Xiao seemed somewhat reassured by this reasoning, a hint of worry still lingered. At that moment, Wang Dong chimed in. What is there to be afraid of? Our strength is no less than others. Why the anxiety? As the trio bantered, Hui Yuhao emerged from the office. Hui Yuhao, what did Zhou Yi want with you? Wang Dong inquired curiously. With a disgruntled expression, Hui Yuhao replied. Zhou Yi conveyed a message from Dean Yin and Dean Xian. Others may not enter the top 10, but if I fail to make it into the top 9, I shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Qirong and the others exchanged glances, then took turns patting his shoulder. Good luck to you. Hui Yuhao lamented. Do you all lack empathy? Not even a word of comfort? Qirong waved her hand, speaking with a semblance of earnestness. Hui Yuhao, do not be so melodramatic. This is simply the burden of greater capability. Wang Dong chuckled and added, who told you to be a dual system core disciple? Who told you to perform so exceptionally in the assessment and possess such an extraordinary martial soul? We will be rooting for you. Hui Yuhao fell silent. Qirong did not regard this selection competition as a significant matter and continued to navigate her day, immersed in her studies. Upon returning to the dormitory, although it was still early, Bei Bei was already present. Bye-bye. Qirong bounded into the room. How long have you been back? I just returned not long ago. Bei Bei had only just removed his school uniform jacket, which bore traces of dust, likely from a recent practical lesson. Oh, by the way, Bei Bei, our teacher Zhou Yi praised you today. Qirong exclaimed as she shed her own jacket and leapt on her bed, her sock-clad feet playfully shaking. That 4th ring soul sex student, should you encounter them, be sure to exercise caution. Exercise caution? Bye-bye questioned, pondering for a moment before realizing she was referring to the upcoming selection competition. Exactly. Yuehong Galva bye-bye on approving note. Our teacher did not emphasize anything specifically, but I heard that the selected students will have a significant opportunity to broaden their horizons. Bei Bei ruffled Qirong's hair, successfully piquing her curiosity. A chance to broaden horizons? Qirong's hair tuft perked up. If I am not mistaken, it likely involves accompanying the Academy to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Competition, Bei Bei explained after a moment's reflection. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Competition is a competitive event, correct? Qirong continued her line of questioning. It can be said that this is the most prestigious competition on the Douluo continent. Bei Bei responded, but all of this remains mere speculation, lacking definitive authenticity. Forget it. Forget it. Rather than overthinking, it would be wiser to devote oneself to diligent cultivation. At present, there is another matter of utmost importance. Qirong, with a flicker of soul power, retrieved an exquisitely packaged box from the Soul Guide. The mutated version of the Swan Dance, aged over 10,000 years. Yet its soul and consciousness remain undetectable. Qirong gazed at the celestial herb nestled within the box, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. If it has not awakened sentience after 10 millennia, it may never reach the threshold of 100,000 years. As the box opened, a dense wave of soul power surged forth. Fortunately, the dormitory at Shrek Academy boasts exceptional quality, not only soundproof, but also capable of dampening most of the soul power fluctuations. Otherwise, the current tranquility would be disrupted. Within the academy, while one cannot predict occurrences of murder or treasure hunting, an abundance of curious onlookers would certainly gather. The twin, intertwined swan dance floated gently in Qirong's hands, one side radiating a fiery crimson, with golden sunlight seemingly surging forth, exuding warmth. The other side appeared almost translucent, shimmering with a silvery luster, imparting a sense of serenity. This swan dance resonates profoundly with both you and me, its twin nature evoking memories of a familiar place. Qirong contemplated the celestial herb before her and could not help but recall the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, a location she knew intimately. However, Rong, we must exercise caution in utilizing this celestial herb, Beibei expressed, his brow furrowed with concern, fearing that Qirong might recklessly overexert herself. Yet, recalling that Qirong possessed a celestial-grade martial soul, he felt compelled to trust her. After all, the mysteries of martial souls on the Douluo continent are boundless and enigmatic, far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. We'll consume this swan dance directly, splitting it evenly between us. Although this approach seemed somewhat hasty, it undeniably proved to be the most effective. Qirong spoke to Beibei with a serious expression. Once ingested, we must immediately commence joint cultivation until the medicinal effects are fully refined. During this process, we cannot afford to pause. With a surge of soul power, Qirong divided the swan dance. In an instant, the equilibrium of the herb was shattered, causing the temperature in the room to fluctuate dramatically. The atmosphere split into two extremes centered around the swan dance. Beibei. In a swift motion, Qirong placed the half imbued with golden sunlight into Beibei's mouth, while simultaneously consuming the half that exuded the chill of moonlight. At the moment of ingestion, it felt as though Beibei might be overwhelmed by the surge of solar energy. Qirong, too, faced a formidable challenge. Despite her soul beast transformation granting her greater resilience than ordinary humans, the potency of this energy was still nearly unbearable. Rong, Beibei grasped Qirong's hand firmly, their familiar cycle of soul power instinctively igniting. Although Beibei's palms were slick with cold sweat, he held Qirong's hand gently, cautious not to cause her discomfort. Seated cross-legged, facing each other, their soul powers ebbed and flowed like the tides of the ocean, an eternal cycle of intake and release. The energy contained within the swan dance began to pulse rhythmically with their breaths, and after enduring the initial wave of energy, Qirong and Beibei gradually entered a state reminiscent of meditation. It appeared that their progress was remarkably smooth. Although Qirong had never encountered this celestial-grade artifact known as the Twin Sun Swan Dance, she possessed a certain understanding of its mutated counterpart through her inherited memories. This seemingly impulsive decision was in fact grounded in logic. Moreover, the unique compatibility of this mutated celestial artifact with the two of them hinted at a serendipitous connection. Through their cyclical exchange of soul power, they could channel the refined medicinal essence from one body to the other, while simultaneously benefiting from each other as cultivation. Risk and opportunity coexisted in this endeavor. As the flow of soul power continued, time slipped away unnoticed. The following morning, the previously rhythmic cycle of soul power seemed to tremble slightly, akin to a calm surface of water disturbed by a single drop that disrupts its tranquility. This tremor appeared to herald something significant, gradually escalating into a pronounced resonance. Finally, at the peak of intensity, both opened their eyes simultaneously, awakening from their trance. Qirong's pupils appeared clearer, yet a glimmer of golden light lay hidden within. Beibei exhibited a similar transformation, his eyes flashing with electric brilliance. A subtle blend of silver and radiant gold. Visibly, the benefits of the Twin Sun Swan Dance to both were substantial. Qirong sensed a marked elevation in her soul power rank. Beibei shared this sentiment as well. What time is it? Qirong looked somewhat fatigued. Although there was a disparity in their cultivation levels, Qirong had taken the lead in this refinement, necessitating greater exertion on her part, which resulted in her increased weariness despite continuous training. Glancing at the sun's position, it seemed to be past 7. Beibei appeared rejuvenated, radiating vitality, indicating that they could still make it to the first theoretical class if they departed promptly. Qirong flopped onto her bed, sprawled out in exasperation, feeling utterly disenchanted. Why not simply arrive late and spare herself this inner turmoil? Schooling is indeed a challenge. Chapter 051. The Selection Tournament, Part 1. Despite 100, 1,000, or 10,000 unwilling sentiments swirling within her, Qirong, under Beibei's encouraging guidance, reluctantly made her way to the classroom, taking her usual seat behind Xiao Xiao. As Xiao Xiao observed Qirong's entrance, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xiaorong, you finally made it." Qirong, somewhat puzzled, wondered why Xiao Xiao displayed such enthusiasm after just one day apart. "What else with a warm welcome? Have you not seen me for a few days?" "Indeed, Rong. You haven't attended class for 2 days." Wang Dong interjected, relief washing over his features as he regarded Qirong. "On the first day you were absent. We were all quite alarmed, fearing something had happened to you. Later, we discovered that Senior Beibei was also absent." "What?" Qirong exclaimed, her hands flying to her cheeks, disbelief etched across her face. "It's been 2 days. Yes. They even summoned several teachers to your dormitory, knocking on your door. But no one answered." Teachers Zhou, Yi, and Wang Yin were quite worried. They nearly alerted the dean. It was only when a plant-type teacher sensed a subtle wave of soul power that they finally felt at ease. Xiao Xiao elaborated, her account clear and tinged with a hint of mischief. This incident, while not monumental, was certainly significant enough, attributable to the exceptional quality of Shrek's dormitories. Of course, the root cause likely lay in the concealed aura of the perfumed silk bead that Qirong possessed, though that was not something she could disclose. Moreover, the plant-type teacher who later arrived was no ordinary individual. He was none other than the esteemed elder of the Sea God Pavilion, the master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Elder Lin. Upon hearing about Qirong, Elder Lin had felt a sense of urgency and directly approached the dormitory. Relying on his title, Douluo's Cultivation, he discerned familiar auras. It turned out that this little one had acquired the mutated celestial artifact. How intriguing. Elder Lin chuckled. All right, let us not linger here. There's nothing serious. Just 2 little ones who lost track of time while cultivating. We shall discuss it once they emerge. With that, the various homeroom teachers felt reassured. That little rascal. Once he comes out, I'll ensure he receives a proper admonishment. Zhou muttered through clenched teeth, her fists trembling with indignation. Wang Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment as he observed, "Teacher Zhou, please remain calm." Just then, Qirong fortuitously arrived. The moment Zhou stepped in a classroom, she spotted the brilliant golden hair that she hadn't seen for 2 days. Zhou let out a cold snort, scrutinizing Qirong, and, upon realizing her student was not pale nor disfigured, shot several piercing glares at her. However, due to the ongoing class, she refrained from voicing her grievances. By the time the lunch break arrived, Zhou Yi's irritation had somewhat dissipated, and during detention, she merely uttered some inconsequential remarks, advising Qirong to avoid any more mysterious disappearances that might cause concern. Thus, the matter was lightly brushed aside, without further inquiries. As for what transpired between the two over those few days, only Qirong and Beibei were privy to the details. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhou." Qirong quickly retreated. In the afternoon, Wang Yin conducted a theoretical lesson, which, for Qirong, who had already missed 2 days, was akin to deciphering an ancient script. This undoubtedly compounded the challenges for a student who was already struggling, leading her to adopt a more complacent attitude. Qirong thought to herself, what is the matter? It's all these convoluted human theories that complicate what should be simple, even self-evident. This starkly contrasted with the diligent attentiveness of Hua Yuhao, seated nearby. Wang Dong, feeling exasperated, found himself powerless to assist Qirong. The day as classes passed swiftly amidst this chaos. Wang Yin organized his lesson plan and announced, "All core disciples, please stay behind. Shortly, we shall proceed to the soul fighting area together." The core disciples perked up, aware that the selection trials were about to commence. However, contrary to their initial expectations, the assessments did not encroach upon their class time, but were scheduled for after school in the afternoon. Qirong remarked, "Oh, I thought I might be late or absent, but it seems I will arrive just in time." The selection trials were conveniently situated in the center of the soul fighting area, with restrictions on unauthorized spectators. The second-year students arrived first, but it wasn't long before Qirong spotted some familiar faces. Beibei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, and Leng Yuan entered together, appearing to share a jovial camaraderie, engaged in lively conversation, although this did not extend to Jiang Nanan and Su Sanshi. The latter was merely a sycophant, attempting to win favor, while Jiang Nanan ignored him completely. This scene was a rather typical tableau for 5th graders. Hey, bye-bye, Sister Nan, Qirong exclaimed, having recognized Bei Bei's familiar presence and waved toward the 5th graders. Wang Dong also noticed the quartet's entrance and greeted them. Bei Bei walked directly toward Qirong, standing beside her and offering a smile without uttering much else. She then greeted Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, saying, "Hello, everyone." Juniorong. Jiang Nan smiled at Qirong and the others, but since she was not particularly acquainted with them, she had little more to say. Apart from her resolute demeanor towards Su Sanshi, Jiang Nan exhibited a certain shyness akin to her rabbit spirit, especially around unfamiliar faces, making her somewhat slow to warm up. "Oh, I'm so sad," Su Sanshi lamented, draping an arm around Hui Yuhao's shoulders, perhaps believing Hui Yuhao to be the easiest target for his antics. He feigned a wounded expression, lamenting, "Nan ignores me, Qirong ignores me, and even you, Yuhao, have turned a blind eye?" This was an utterly unfounded accusation. Hui Yuhao found himself at a loss for words. "Brother Su, everyone has seen you. It was merely that you had been fixated on Sister Jiang Nan, leaving us unsure how to engage." "Ha, Su Sanshi, it seems you are not quite the darling of the juniors and juniors alike." Lung Yuan chimed in from the back of the group, launching a mocking assault. "Shut your mouth, short-haired cat," Su Sanshi retorted fiercely, glaring at Lung Yuan. "Oh, I'm so scared, little turtle." Lung Yuan, undeterred, feigned fear, showcasing his acute mockery skills. "Is this the senior who faced Bei Bei? I believe his spirit is the shadow leopard." Qirong mused as she regarded the dark-haired youth before her, feeling a flicker of recognition. It reminded her of the 4th grade practical combat class she had observed. The shadow leopard spirit, known for its agility and strength, had pursued the path of a strong attack-type soul master, maximizing its agility advantages, a fact that had left a profound impression on Qirong during Bei Bei and Lung Yuan's spar. "Oh, it seems Junior Qirong remembers me," Lung Yuan remarked, noticing her recognition, his eyes brightening as he greeted her with a quick wave. Qirong smiled back, Senior Lung Yuan. However, it was Xiao who first called out the shadow leopard youth's name, her voice tinged with excitement. This was the individual whom Teacher Zhou had previously mentioned as the least familiar among the 5th grade soul masters. Qirong breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was a great help. I truly couldn't recall him at that moment. He merely seemed familiar from a fleeting encounter. Oh, I didn't expect a beautiful junior from the 2nd year would recognize me." Lung Yuan expressed mild surprise, though it was not entirely unexpected. The reason Xiao was aware was simple. Lung Yuan held an exceptional reputation, particularly among the female students at Shrek Academy. Despite being a shadow leopard, he exuded a warm, approachable demeanor, akin to a comforting central heating system. Yet, he maintained a respectful distance from the girls, much like a male confidant. As the group exchanged pleasantries, a number of individuals gradually filled the soul fighting area, seemingly gathering in full. Hui Yuhao Sr. from the Soul Guidance Department arrived, initially lingering at the periphery, but soon joining the small collective after greeting Hui Yuhao. Interestingly, everyone seemed to cluster by grade, except for the 5 5th graders who formed the largest group alongside the 2nd-year juniors and junior sisters. What kind of selection is this? Both the deans of the Soul Marshal and Soul Guidance Departments have arrived? Hui Yuhao murmured. Not far away, the dean of the Soul Marshal Department, Yin Xiaozhe, and the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, stood on the platform, silent, observing the animated core disciples below. At that moment, a swaying figure approached from a distance, exuding a strong smell of alcohol. In his left hand, he held a wine gourd, and in his right a chicken leg, staggering with every step as if he might topple over at any moment. However, the aura around him was anything but ordinary. The elderly man wobbled his way to the group of students, his bleary eyes focusing as he called out, "Little Wang." Grandmaster Xian, Wang Yin hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Is everyone here?" Grandmaster Xian took another swig from his gourd before inquiring. "Yes, everyone is present." After taking another drink, Grandmaster Xian's voice boomed. "Listen closely, you little rascals. The content of the core disciple assessment is quite simple. I call it a collective free-for-all. Within the confines of this soul fighting area, you may attack at will, fighting however you choose. There are no rules. Those who concede or are rescued will be deemed eliminated. Ultimately, the last 9 standing will be the victors." "Huh? What in the world?" Qirong exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Wang Dong echoed, equally shocked. "Is that even allowed?" Well, Yuhao added, his expression reflecting disbelief. "I'm so nervous," Xiao exclaimed, mirroring the general astonishment. Truly a masterstroke from Grandmaster Xian. Bye-bye Cultivation Italy, not overly so heist. Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you all. The soul fighting zone is designed as a labyrinthine structure, with each participant entering from distinct entrances. Periodically, this maze contracts, ultimately converging at the central platform. As for the encounters along the way, that is entirely a matter of fate. Very well, instructors, you may exit now. Once I declare the commencement, the battle may begin. The instructors, of course, adhere to Elder Xian's command and promptly vacate the soul fighting zone. Before the students within the arena can fully comprehend the situation, Elder Xian abruptly raises his gourd of wine and bellows, "Activate the ruins maze." With Elder Xian's proclamation, the entire arena begins to tremble, as if a mechanism has been set into motion. Towering stone walls rise from the ground, separating the crowd, some of whom stagger unsteadily due to the quake. Yurong finds herself momentarily unsteady due to the sudden upheaval, isolated from the larger group by the newly erected stone barriers. Xiaorong, Wang Dong calls out, immediately summoning his martial spirit. His resplendent wings unfurl as he attempts to fly over the stone wall in search of Yurong. However, an invisible barrier in the air repels him back, causing no substantial harm, yet leaving him somewhat flustered. Dong Dong. Before Yurong can finish her sentence, her little partner vanishes from sight. Don't worry. We all must be separated, Elder Xian remarks, taking another sip from his gourd, seemingly explaining to no one in particular. As Elder Xian indicated, Yurong's separation is merely the beginning. One by one, the individuals previously clustered together are gradually isolated by the ascending stone walls, effectively curtailing any initial tendencies to band together. It is fate that will guide their paths forward. No one knows whether they will encounter friend or foe within the labyrinth. Chapter 052, The Grand Battle Selection, Part 2. The suddenness of these changes leaves Yurong in a state of disorientation as she enters the maze alone, beset by a surreal sense of identity crisis. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The maze appears significantly larger from within than it does from the outside. The gray stone walls resonate with distant rumblings, instilling a sense of urgency to move forward quickly. At that moment, Elder Xian's leisurely voice resonates in everyone's ears, rich in vitality, a testament to his profound soul power. This is the venue for the grand battle, the Ruins Maze. Upon its activation, you will be randomly assigned to different areas, and your opponents will also be randomly selected. Furthermore, this maze will gradually shrink from the exterior towards the center. After 1 hour, only the central area will remain. Those unable to escape the contraction will be eliminated, even if they manage to exit the arena. The grand battle selection officially commences. It truly is a matter of luck. Upon hearing Elder Xian's words, Yurong promptly summons her martial spirit and advances forward. Uncertain if dead ends await her, she chooses to press on regardless. Whether by fortune or misfortune, as she proceeds, she encounters no one. What is happening? Yurong senses an ominous atmosphere. Despite the cacophony of battle surrounding her, why can she not see a single soul? That second year, 3-ring soul master. Let us team up and eliminate that junior. Just as Yurong ponders her solitude, several figures appear before her. She collides head-on with 3 upperclassmen, presumably from the 3rd year, as they do not appear significantly older than herself, yet she does not recognize them, which suggests they are not from her class. Hey, is this a bit unfair, gentlemen? Yurong protests verbally, though her actions convey otherwise, as she immediately employs her 1st and 2nd soul skills, taking the initiative. Petals swirl as Yurong twirls her wrist, sending them flying forth. Do you think we are unprepared? One of the youths retaliates by activating his 1st and 2nd soul rings, dispersing Yurong's petals with a surge of soul power, his shield gleaming brilliantly, indicating prior foresight. He must have frequently observed Yurong's battles, familiar with her preferred techniques, allowing him to recognize her swiftly. Another youth possesses an exceptionally muscular physique, exemplifying the type of powerhouse soul master with whom Yurong struggles the most. Yurong thinks, TSK, this is troublesome. Shifting her gaze, she suddenly darts down an alternate path in the maze. If I can't win, I can at least evade. Yurong understands that. Given her speed, she cannot entirely shake off the 3 pursuing her, yet that does not hinder her escape. Though she cannot lose them, they cannot catch her either. Yurong sticks her tongue out at the trio in a playful challenge while multitasking to launch surprise attacks, occasionally impeding their progress to showcase her formidable control abilities. Just as the 4 are locked in a stalemate, Yurong suddenly senses a familiar fluctuation of soul power ahead. That Yurong's own soul power. She accelerates, leaving the 3 pursuers far behind, evidently having not yet exerted her full strength. But that is not the most crucial matter upon her arrival. She sees Bei Bei engaged in a one-on-two skirmish. Even worse, one of them is launching a sneak attack. Bye-bye, Yurong shouts, immediately unleashing a flurry of petals to sweep away the ambushing Soul Master. However, her intentions are thwarted as the assailant is clearly no novice. Yet she successfully interrupts the sneak attack. Rong Rong, Bei Bei exclaims, his surprise evident, as his azure eyes sparkle with newfound energy. You actually enko untut Bai Bai? The 3 third-year upperclassmen trailing Yurong appear taken aback, but quickly adapt. How about we join forces and eliminate those two? Oh, sound good. The 2 seniors, likely from the 4th year, readily agree. Yet they assert, we can win without you. Hey, the outcome is far from certain. You will en positions herself defensively behint Bai Bai. Words are futile. Bai Bai, enveloped in crackling electricity, clearly intends to engage. In the instant of the 5-person melee, Bei Bei charges forward, daringly piercing through the opposing formation, creating a gap in the ranks of the 2 4th-year assault-type Soul Masters. Little do they know that their every move is being closely monitored by the instructors in the stands. The selection tournament exists precisely for the purpose of talent scouting by the instructors. Above the stands, several projection screens illuminate with images of various core disciples' performances. Presently, the spotlight undoubtedly shines on the 2 versus 5 clash involving Bei Bei and Yurong. Bei Bei, possessing the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, is a top-tier assault-type Soul Master. I trust we need not elaborate further, Yin Xiaozhi comments. Yurong, with the celestial quality, mystical, fungus martial spirit, is a 3-ring Soul Master in her 2nd year, and notably, her mastery over her soul skills is remarkably precise, indicating immense potential. Yin Xiaozhi offers high praise for Yurong. The light screens reveal the figures of both Bei Bei and Yurong. At that moment, an opponent to Bei Bei's left transforms, his long hair igniting into a fiery orange hue, his physique swelling nearly double in size, revealing a martial spirit akin to the King of Beasts, a 3-ring Soul Master morphing into a massive paw aimed at Bei Bei's face. The scorpion tail, lion martial spirit. Not only a fierce lion, but also armed with the venomous sting of a scorpion's tail. Zhou Yi, seated in the stands, slowly added her observations. To the right, the formidable offense-type spirit master of the 4 Rings spirit sect wielded a spear, which struck like a venomous serpent, transforming into a brilliant flash as it lunged directly at Bei Bei's chest. The serpent spear spirit, as one's cultivation level rises, possesses an increased likelihood of mutation, combining the beast-like augmentation of beast spirits with the resilience and ferocity of weapon spirits. As Zhou Yi spoke, it became evident that the spirit master wielding the serpent spear had just ascended to the 4-ring spirit sect as a 4th-year student. Their synergy was palpable, as they executed their moves in perfect harmony, with the spear master at the back launching an attack that reached Bei Bei first. Unfazed by their assault, Bei Bei's eyes sparkled with electric intensity, his lips curling into a somewhat manic grin. The 4th soul ring flickered to life, unleashing countless serpentine bolts of electricity that not only enveloped the 2 attackers, but also ensnared the other 4 spirit masters behind them. This was indeed a testament to the aesthetic of assault-type spirit masters. Yurong, positioned at the back, was not idle either. Her 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings shimmered as countless petals filled the air, resembling a barrage of fine bullets directed at the 5 assailants. The 2 spirit masters advancing towards Bei Bei faltered momentarily, distracted by the onslaught, allowing Bei Bei to exploit this opening. With a flicker of his 1st and 2nd soul rings, he proclaimed, "You're too slow," as his dragon-clawed left hand struck down upon the sharp spear tip, creating a violent spark upon impact. With a swift kick, he pinned the serpent spear beneath his foot. Simultaneously, his right claw swept across, sending the spirit master of the scorpion-tailed lion, a 3rd-ringed assault-type spirit, staggering back several steps. Though outnumbered, Bei Bei maintained the upper hand. At that moment, commotion arose from nearby as several figures converged, one of whom was Jiang Nan, embroiled in combat. This alley is quite lively, mused the teachers observing through the light screen, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Bei Bei, Yurong, and their 5 adversaries, now joined by Jiang Nan and 2 senior girls trailing behind, made for a total of 10 individuals. Nearly a quarter of the participants had gathered in this narrow passage. Nan Jia, Yurong called out to Jiang Nan, who quickly responded with a nod and leapt to her side, evidently eager to shift the odds to 3 against 7. with the gentle bone rabbit spirit, akin to the original Shrek 7 monster Xiao Wu, yet possessing even greater agility. She had chosen the path of swift attacks. Zhou Yi continued her commentary as a remarkably agile figure followed closely behind, a black-haired young lady with the night demon fox spirit, renowned for her swiftness and the enchanting allure typical of fox spirits, vying for the title of the continent's premier agile attacker. Next arrived a yellowish gray-haired girl, distinguished by a sunflower adorning her hair, which was quite charming. She wielded the ghost sunflower spirit, originally a brightness-attributed support spirit, now mutated into a formidable dark attribute control spirit of significant potential. Just as Zhou Yi concluded her observations, the director of the Soul Guidance Academy, Xianlin Air, remarked with a hint of stern amusement, "It seems the Spirit Academy has indeed selected some promising talents." Yin Xiaozhe smiled softly. "Let us first observe the performances of these young individuals." Jiangnan then surged forth silently, her speed astonishing as she left mere afterimages in her wake. The scorpion-tailed lion spirit master, still reeling from his confrontation with Bei Bei, found himself ensnared by Jiang Nan's legs, which clamped around his neck, propelling him away with a swift arch of her back, seemingly rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, the spirit master pinned beneath Bei Bei's foot caught a glimmer of golden light in his peripheral vision and hastily evaded, though a few streaks of blood marred his neck. Golden petals, now soft and devoid of their former sharpness, floated gently to the ground, a result of Yu Rong's activated soul technique. The Serpent Spear's spirit master narrowed his eyes and retreated several steps, skillfully twirling his spear to deflect the rapidly approaching petals. However, the relentless barrage of floral projectiles proved difficult to counter. Seizing the moment of distraction, Bei Bei turned his attention to the trio of third-year students, who were comparatively weaker than their counterparts. "I apologize for this, my friends," Bei Bei declared, as his first, second, and third soul rings shone brightly, unleashing a torrent of blue-gold serpentine electricity that converged into a lethal net, ensnaring the three. Engaged in a struggle against Yu Rong's withering prison, they lacked the capacity to escape the golden chains of control, let alone evade Bei Bei's assault. With a single strike, he eliminated the trio, regrettably sending them to the sidelines. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, within mere moments, for adversaries had been eliminated, transforming the battlefield into a 3-on-3 scenario. Chapter 053, The Chaotic Selection Tournament, Part 3. The Ghost Sunflower Spirit Master had summoned her massive spirit, a sunflower that allowed combatants to stand upon its sturdy vines, nearly filling the narrow alley. This environment was particularly advantageous for agile attackers. The night demon fox girl transformed into a swirling black mist, darting swiftly between the vines. The Serpent Spear's Spirit Master's first, second, and third soul rings illuminated as they charged toward Yu Rong, evidently abandoning their direct confrontation with Bei Bei to eliminate the seemingly weakest among the trio, Yu Rong. While this strategy held merit, its execution appeared challenging. With a thrust of his spear, the serpent atop the spearhead seemed to come alive, lunging toward Yu Rong's face like a venomous snake. Rong. Bei Bei expressed deep concern, but was held back by the ghost Sunflower Spirit Master, unable to intervene in time. Hey, do you take me for an easy target?" Yu Rong retorted fearlessly, activating his second and third soul rings, summoning countless petals that coalesced before him into an incredibly hard golden shield, effectively blocking the lethal strike. "I am no defenseless control-type spirit master." After successfully fending off the Serpent Spear's deadly assault, Yu Rong commanded the golden shield to morph into a diminutive withering prison, not quite a cage, but rather a set of small chains to restrain the Serpent Spear Spirit Master. As Yu Rong contained the Serpent Spear Spirit Master, the Night Demon Fox Spirit Master finally emerged from the shadows, attempting a surprise attack from behind to eliminate him. Yu Rong's pupils constricted, for this was beyond his expectations. He had no time to react. Just as the attack seemed destined to succeed, Jiangnan, ever watchful of the Night Demon Fox Spirit Master's movements, instantaneously teleported behind Yu Rong. Her fourth soul ring glowed violet as she unleashed the Gentle Bone Rabbit's fourth soul technique, Invincible Golden Body. Jiangnan's invincible state rendered her immune to any attack for a short duration, perfectly shielding Yu Rong from the impending strike. Continuing her momentum, she executed a swift arch of her back, sending the Serpent Spear's Spirit Master, who was still ensnared, flying away. "Martial Arts Master, Jiangnan, you're the best," Yu Rong cheered. At that moment, Bei Bei arrived with a flourish. His 4 soul rings glimmered brilliantly behind him. And electric sparks danced in his hand as he delivered a devastating blow to the Night Demon Fox Soulmaster. The impact sent the Night Demon Fox crashing violently against the wall, rendering it motionless. This strike was particularly fierce. Typically, Bei would not exert such force during friendly sparring. But this time he could not restrain himself. Perhaps it was due to the identity of the target. Who would dare to bully Qirong under Bei's watchful gaze? Anyone who attempted such a thing would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In an instant, the 3-on-3 standoff was resolved, leaving only the Ghost Sunflower Soulmaster. The initial plan had been to eliminate the soft target, Qirong, first, and then focus on the other 2 4-ring Soulmasters. However, the Ghost Sunflower had now met her demise instead. 3 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the Ghost Sunflower, who was merely a control-type Soulmaster. How about we negotiate? She suggested, standing atop her Sunflower, looking momentarily helpless. Yet, the outcome was evidently non-negotiable. Regrettably, the Ghost Sunflower was eliminated as well. Thus, the chaotic 3-on-7 battle concluded with a resounding victory. Before the trio could exchange more than a few words, a tremor shook the ground. The labyrinth began to contract once more. The 3 who had finally come together were abruptly separated by the rising stone walls. Rong, Jiang Nan, let us regroup in the central area. Bei shouted towards the stone wall, ensuring that those on the other side could hear him. All right. Qirong responded with enthusiasm. Yes. Jiang Nan agreed with equal eagerness. Just as they finished fighting, they were scattered apart, as if the stone walls possessed a will of their own, determined to test each individual's combat capabilities and forbidding any reliance on teamwork. Qirong cast a glance at the distant soul-guiding bird, akin to a hidden camera, documenting every movement and sending it back to the teachers in the stands for scrutiny. Indeed, this selection process allowed for no oversights. It aimed to identify the 9 most exceptional students to the greatest extent possible. However, Qirong remained blissfully unaware of this reality as she casually chose a path at an intersection and proceeded forward. Her journey was relatively smooth until she encountered an old acquaintance. Senior Sanshur, Qirong exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Ah, Yu Xiaorong, have you seen your sister Nan? Su Sanshur inquired, his concern evident. Of course. We just fought together and agreed to meet in the central area, Qirong replied, continuing on her way without hesitation. Oh, that's splendid, Su Sanshur said, walking alongside Qirong. I have faced considerable opposition from the younger students. I certainly do not wish for such misfortune to befall Nan. Qirong fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Recalling the recent 3-on-7 skirmish, she decided it best to refrain from discussing it. The pair moved at a steady pace, but by the time they arrived, Bei was already surrounded by numerous junior students. Bad news, it was a one-to-many situation. Good news, the junior students were divided into several small groups, lacking unity. All aimed to eliminate the 4-ringed Soul Master first. Yet none wished to take the lead and expose themselves to danger. Introducing the strongest attacking Soul Master, level 44 power type, Senior Bei. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Dai Huabin, a level 37 Battle Soul Master and heir to the White Tiger Duke. Dai Huabin stated, bowing elegantly to Bei, though not particularly close. He was an old acquaintance of Qirong. Yet, such courtesy was a first for her. I shall take the lead, proclaimed Qirong's #1 subordinate. Xia Huanyu. As he spoke, he unleashed his second soul skill. A massive elephant-like creature charged toward Bei, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qirong, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene. Xiaoyu, how dare you? She had initially intended to refrain from intervening with her subordinate, but to dare bully Bei? I shall turn you into a rubber ball. Qirong activated her 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings, summoning swirling petals akin to a tornado that swept towards Xia Huanyu, engulfing all soul masters attempting to attack Bei. The impact was nothing short of astounding. Xia Huanyu seemed to have a flashback to the previous elimination round, where he had been defeated by this very technique. Big sister you? He questioned, clearly oblivious to the closeness of Bei and Qirong's relationship. Hey, don't ignore me, Su Sanshur interjected, wielding his magnificent fan with a flourish. The strongest attack and the strongest defense, we are old rivals. Oh, is Senior Su willing to join forces with us against Senior Bei and Qirong? Dai Huabin, evidently informed, immediately categorized Qirong as part of Bei's camp, showing no intent to negotiate. I have faced Bei many times. This time, I wish to see the combined effect of the strongest attack and the strongest defense, Su Sanshi firmly declined Dai Huabin's suggestion. Of course, teaming up with a 4-ring soul master increases the chances of victory compared to collaborating with a bunch of 3-ring kids. Besides, there are so many juniors. What will happen if they turn against me? Su Sanshi's thoughts were quite elaborate. Your duo would indeed be formidable, but we have 12 people. Currently, it is 3 against 12, Dai Huabin added, perhaps a bit too chatty. Then how about adding me to the mix? Jiang Nannan, having appeared atop a statue in the central area, leapt down gracefully, sending the sneaky Zhu Lu hiding behind the statue tumbling away. It became clear to Yu Rongrong why Dai Huabin had been so verbose. He had been plotting an ambush. Now it was 4 against 12. Jiang Nannan landed lightly on the ground. Nannan, you finally accepted me. Su Sanshi exclaimed dramatically. To be frank, it was somewhat nauseatingly self-indulgent, Yu Rongrong thought. Jiang Nannan, thinking along the same lines, shot Su Sanshi a glance that confirmed her silence. I am collaborating with Yu Rongrong and Bei Bei. You are the target I intend to eliminate. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin, realizing Zhu Lu's ambush had failed, knew there was no need for further words, succinctly commanding, attack. 11 individuals sprang into action, with one, Xia Huanyu, hesitating, still affected by Yu Rongrong's earlier confrontation. Su Sanshi summoned his soul, a seemingly heavy Xianming shield materializing in his hands. He was not to be trifled with a stride. He maneuvered his shield in a complete 360-degree rotation around the 4, producing a resonant sound that deflected their assaults. The strongest defense lived up to its reputation. Bring it on. Dai Huabin observed that this exploratory attack had proven ineffective, and he felt a twinge of alarm as Su Sanshi single-handedly thwarted it. Just then, a barrage of projectiles erupted from the labyrinth's alleys, raining down indiscriminately upon the individuals in the central area. Soul-guided missiles. The strongest attack, the strongest defense? Have you considered my opinion on the location of the Soul Guidance Academy? The newcomer was Hikaitu, a senior from the Soul Guidance Academy and a companion of Huiyu Hao, who appeared wielding a still-warm soul-guided machine gun, radiating an extraordinary charm. So handsome, Yu Rong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Although she was utterly clueless about the intricacies of crafting soul-guided devices, it did not hinder her from possessing an appreciative eye. Senior Hikaitu, you are truly striking. Ah, Yu Rong, you have exquisite taste, Hikaitu responded, clearly having heard her compliment. Noticing her genuine admiration, he couldn't help but give her thumbs up. The Soul Guidance Academy and the Martial Soul Academy have always maintained a respectful distance from one another. So, Senior Hikaitu, will you choose the side with the greater chance of victory, or will you join them in accepting defeat? Dai Huabin began his persuasive discourse yet again. To everyone's surprise, Hikaitu completely disregarded his remarks, asserting, I choose the side I find more appealing. Su Sanshi, overhearing this, raised an eyebrow and playfully retorted, and what do you think of me? Hikaitu glanced at him, offering a modicum of respect with a nonchalant, So, just SOSO. Su Sanshi, unfazed, continued to climb the ladder of banter. What about the first beauty of the Outer Academy, Jiang Nannan? Is she not a sight to behold? Jiang Nannan frowned at his words. Su Sanshi. I think Huiyu Hao from the Soul Guidance Academy is the best. Hikaitu, choosing to ignore Su Sanshi's incessant chatter, acknowledged Yu Rong, whose starry-eyed praise was undoubtedly sincere. Such genuine compliments were a rarity within the Martial Soul Academy. What discernment! My brother, your choice is commendable. Suddenly, the Sansheng Town soul-settling cauldron descended from the heavens, revealing Xiao Xiao. Excellent. The odds are now 8 against 12. What is there to fear? Huiyu Hao and Wang Dong arrived fashionably late. Dong Dong, Yu Hao, Xiao Xiao. Yu Rong beamed upon seeing her 3 companions, thrilled that their second-year team had reunited. Oh, are we truly going to engage like this? Do you not realize you have 8 members? Dai Huabin continued his attempts at persuasion. If only 7 can advance. Who will step aside? That is a concern you need not fret over, Dai Huabin. Huiyu Hao retorted sharply. Dai Huabin scoffed, realizing further argument was futile. With a swift motion, his first, second, and third soul rings illuminated, charging directly at Huiyu Hao, who stood at the forefront. Hey. You think you could just attack so straightforwardly? Do you take us for fools? Su Sanshi, the strongest defensive soul master, deployed his Xianming shield to protect Huiyu Hao from the oncoming assault. Huiyu Hao swiftly activated his mental perception and shared consciousness, linking the 8 participants in the arena. It must be said that Huiyu Hao, a control-type soul master with a mental attribute, was an exceptional commander for leading a group battle. under Hui Yuhao's mental sharing. The team displayed remarkable coordination. Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nannan, and Wang Dong charged to the front, boldly entering the fray against their adversaries. While they did not dominate, they managed to engage in a protracted struggle. That was all that was necessary. He Kaitu, seizing the moment, unleashed his full arsenal, no longer wielding a simple soul-guided machine gun, but rather transforming into a formidable steel behemoth. Numerous metallic tubes emerged from various parts of his body, the most terrifying being the two massive metal cannon barrels resting upon his shoulders. Even Yu Rong, unfamiliar with such weaponry, sensed the palpable danger emanating from them. Good heavens! What on earth is that? She gasped, her scalp prickling at the sight of the ominous gun barrels. These soul-guided devices appeared perilously formidable. Admittedly, Yu Rong had trained at Shrek Academy for over a year and had never encountered such large-scale offensive soul-guided devices. However, this did not prevent her from admiring them. Incredible. Senior He Kaitu. He Kaitu had been under the tutelage of teacher Fan Yu from the Soul Guidance Academy for many years, raised alongside him before finally joining Shrek Academy upon meeting the age requirement. Despite his lack of renown within Shrek Academy, He Kaitu had not garnered much caution from his peers. This was partly due to the Soul Guidance Department's awkward position within the academy, as most students regarded it as an unappetizing option, better than some yet inferior to others. However, now, as numerous soul-guided devices adorned He Kaitu, the most striking feature was the 4 floating soul rings shining brightly with 2 yellow and 2 purple hues. He was indeed a soul master of the soul ancestor rank. The revelation sent ripples through the martial Soul Academy teachers in the stands, as training to become a food-type soul master was notoriously more challenging than for ordinary soul masters. It appears the martial Soul Academy has overlooked a promising talent, Yin Xiaozhi murmured. Naturally, Dean Xianliner did not miss Yin Xiaozhi's musings and crossed her arms with a disdainful snort. This revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise, indicating that within Yu Rong's 8-member team, there were 4 soul ancestors, a top-tier configuration for this selection competition. Simultaneously, the dynamics of the battle would not be swayed by the undercurrents among the teachers in the stands, nor would the unexpected emergence of a 4-ring soul ancestor cause any disruption. Once all of He Kaitu's metallic tubes were deployed, he unceremoniously unleashed a barrage aimed at the largest concentration of opponents. My apologies, everyone. He Kaitu grinned, his somewhat rugged face brightening with a dazzling smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. Yet he showed no mercy as his hands deftly manipulated the soul-guided devices. Instantly, over 20 beams of light erupted from him, hurtling towards one side of the arena, the explosive surge of soul power shocking all present. The unfortunate targets of this overwhelming assault were the second-year students, Xie Huan Yu and the Lan sisters, who were entangled with Wang Dong. They were the first to be struck by the fearsome onslaught. The suddenness and velocity of the attack left them momentarily stunned. At that moment, all 3 felt their bodies lift, as if riding the clouds, only to find themselves suspended in the air beside Elder Xian, enveloped in a faint white glow. You 3 have been eliminated. The scent of alcohol lingered as they realized they had been transported mid-air without their awareness. Meanwhile, the explosive chaos below gradually subsided, leaving a haze of smoke and debris. The eruption of over 20 beams from the soul-guided devices showcased astonishing power, and amidst the cacophony, only the 3 who had been struck directly faced immediate elimination, while others scrambled to evade the blast. Wang Dong, who had been engaged with the trio, had long since distanced himself from the epicenter of the soul-guided cannon fire, shielded by Yu Rong's withering cage, merely catching some residual energy from blast. Goodness, these contraptions are utterly outrageous, Yu Rong exclaimed, stumbling slightly as the explosion rocked the arena. Nearby, He Kaitu seemed to catch her remark, grinning widely, revealing his 8 pearly whites once more. Among all the core disciples present, when it comes to combat prowess and offensive capability, neither Bei Bei nor Su Sanshi holds the title of the most formidable. That honor belongs to He Kaitu, who, despite just stepping into the 4th-level soul engineer threshold, shines with the brilliance of a 4-ring soul master. Below the 7th ring, soul masters of the same tier are invariably at a disadvantage, a theorem that has nearly become axiomatic. Furthermore, He Kaitu is the first direct disciple of Fan Yu, whose profound expertise in the crafting of soul tools stands unparalleled among his peers at Shrek Academy. This can be evidenced by the formidable power of his soul tools, which surpass those of his contemporaries in both attack and defense by at least 20%. In a state of complete eruption, even Su Sanshi would find it challenging to withstand all of He Kaitu's onslaughts. When facing a soul engineer, the only viable strategy for a soul master of the same rank is to engage in a battle of attrition, exhausting the opponent's soul power to secure a potential victory. Meanwhile, Wang Dong has already liberated himself to assist Bei Bei, who, as the most prominent assault-type soul master, is besieged by several soul venerates. Qirong, positioned behind, alleviates the pressure on Bei Bei and Jiang Nanan, tirelessly maneuvering petals to mount ambushes on their adversaries. Xiao Xiao stands protectively beside Hu Hao, the somber melody of the flute reverberating through the arena, a haunting echo of the slowed-down flute technique. The formidable auxiliary effects of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda manifest once more, bolstering the strength of the remaining 3rd and 4th year seniors, Dai Huabin, Wu Feng, and Zhu Lu, elevating their abilities to new heights. Notably, with this enhancement, Dai Huabin fights with vigor, unhesitatingly colliding directly with Bei Bei. This fierce physical clash, characteristic of assault-type soul masters, ignites the audience's fervor. At that moment, as Bei Bei exchanged blows with Dai Huabin, a smile graced his lips. Before the unsettling feeling could fully surface in Dai Huabin's mind, Wang Dong dashed forth from the side, sprinting at incredible speed towards Ning Tian. With nearly everyone entangled in combat, no one could impede Wang Dong from effectively protecting Ning Tian. Behind Wang Dong, Hu Hao emerged, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Mental assault. Ning Tian suddenly found herself in a daze, her enhancements abruptly weakening. In that fleeting instant, Qirong seized the opportunity to unleash her decaying cage. A golden cage swiftly ensnared Ning Tian's hands, leaving her no chance to break free. Following this, under Hu Hao's precise mental guidance, the soul-guided beams fired by Hikaitu struck Ning Tian with unerring accuracy. Regrettably, Ning Tian was eliminated. My heavens, are soul engineers truly this formidable? Qirong seemed to have unlocked the door to a new realm. Xiaorong, Hu Hao shouted. Yes, I understand. Under Hu Hao's mental probing, Qirong had already grasped their intentions. Wang Dong had somehow arrived beside Hu Hao, their palms pressed together, clearly preparing for a powerful maneuver. With 2 or 3 soul rings shimmering behind Qirong, under the deliberate enticement of Bei Bei, Jiang Nanan, and Su Sanshi, the remaining participants converged along the same line. Now, Qirong activated her decaying cage, ensnaring the opponents who had reached their designated positions. By the time the adversaries realized something was amiss, it was too late. They were already under control. Even if they could break free, it would require time that Qirong sought to exploit. A massive vertical eye shimmered silently at the far end of this neatly aligned row. At the very moment, the resplendent golden radiance fused with the colossal radiant dragon god butterfly, and the vertical eye, a brilliant explosion of golden light erupted. A dazzling halo of blue, purple, and gold illuminated the ground, leaving a radiant golden path in its wake. A peculiar spectacle unfolded as the golden light swept across, instantly transforming all 8 core disciples into golden statues. The decaying golden path, though somewhat lengthy and a touch juvenile in name, was remarkably fitting. This was a martial soul fusion technique that perfectly aligned with Qirong's aesthetic, and she gazed upon it with palpable envy. Wow, how astonishing! Qirong marveled at the radiant golden avenue, utterly taken aback. How could this golden path seem even more powerful than during their previous assessments? No, it was not merely an illusion. It had genuinely grown stronger. Analyzing it closely, a pang of disappointment welled within her. While Hu Hao and Wang Dong's martial soul fusion skills had reached such impressive heights, her own with Bei Bei still seemed to barely scratch the surface. The first time Hikaitu witnessed this soul technique, his jaw dropped in astonishment, mirrored by the expressions of Bei Bei, Jiang Nanan, and Su Sanshi. These 4 soul sects had never anticipated that this test would conclude in such a dramatic fashion. Absurd yet tinged with a semblance of reason. It mirrored the theatricality of their bizarre lives. At some point, Elder Xian had appeared in the stands, his right hand waving, enveloping each student in a cascade of pure white light. Those illuminated by the white glow collapsed to the ground, the 3-ringed students faring somewhat better. They were merely disheveled, their garments corroded, and martial souls temporarily sealed. Their internal soul power had been significantly depleted in resisting the encroachment of the golden path. In contrast, the 2-ringed soul masters had all succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it not been for Elder Xian's timely intervention, they might have faced dire consequences. With such profound cultivation, Elder Xian needed no detailed examination to discern the condition of each student. Finding no severe injuries, He felt a wave of relief and beckoned to the other instructors to escort these students out, where the teacher with the life tree martial soul awaited. Those who have been eliminated may leave. You 8 stay. Elder Xian took a bite of his chicken leg, and from behind his unkempt hair, 2 peculiar eyes scrutinized Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong intently, evidently astonished by their martial soul fusion technique. 8. Xiao Xiao echoed, puzzled. Wasn't initially said that only 7 students would remain? Indeed, it is 8, Elder Xian affirmed, casting a glance at Xiao Xiao. Given the remarkable synergy you display, should it come to elimination, which of you do you intend to forfeit? A moment of silence ensued, as each person exchanged glances with one another. Undoubtedly, Elder Xian raised a valid point. This was a grave and complex dilemma. The 8 who had fought side by side had inevitably forged a bond, not to mention the varying degrees of friendship that had existed among them prior. Very well, 8 it shall be, Elder Xian pronounced decisively. Chapter 055. Shrek Preparatory Team 1 by 1. The group departed, leaving only Yurong and the other 7 standing resolutely in the center of the plaza. Do you understand why the gates of Shrek Academy are adorned with the statues of the original Shrek 7 monsters? Elder Xian took another sip from his flask, which was nearly empty. Is it because they were the only 7 students at the inception of the academy, extraordinary talents chosen from among many? Xiao Xiao responded. Elder Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, but there is more. Bei Bei, contemplating, added, it is also because they represented Shrek Academy in the elite tournament of high-ranking Soul Master Academies across the continent, elevating our institution from obscurity to prominence, establishing it as the foremost academy in the land. Elder Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, thus, each cohort of students representing the academy in the Quintennial Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament is designated as the Shrek 7 Monsters. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong expressed his confusion. Isn't it the elite tournament? How has it transformed into the Soul Fighting Tournament? It must be due to the emergence of Soul Guide devices. Hu Yuhao's intellect truly shone brightly. Elder Xian continued to nod, acknowledging that while many may be dull, a few possess sharp minds. Correct. It is indeed the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament held every 5 years. The former elite tournament has been renamed the Soul Fighting Tournament due to the advent of Soul Guide devices. This grand event, compared to a millennium ago, carries numerous different significances. Differing significances? Yurong queried, her confusion evident. A millennium prior, the Sun-Moon continent clashed with the Douluo continent, leading to the defeat of the Sun-Moon Empire by the combined forces of the 3 great empires that originally belonged to the Douluo continent, although the 3 nations suffered considerable damage as well. For thousands of years, the Sun-Moon Empire has dedicated itself to the research of Soul Guide devices, rendering its overall strength formidable. Meanwhile, the 3 great empires of the Douluo continent have been embroiled in schemes against one another, a laughable and lamentable situation. Yet, one of the primary reasons the Sun-Moon Empire has refrained from making any rash moves is their lack of confidence. It is because of Shrek Academy's presence, and our presence here, that they dare not act hastily. This statement was by no means mere self-aggrandizement. The Sun-Moon Empire's ambition to dominate the continent necessitates that their first target is not the Star Luo, Sky Soul, or Douling nations, but rather our Shrek Academy. Only we possess the capability to unite the 3 nations in resisting the Sun-Moon Empire. Only we have sufficient high-level strength to contend with the Sun-Moon Empire's top Soul Masters. Although the Sun-Moon Empire is reluctant to engage in a grand war to test our Academy's strength, they are continuously probing us. And the best means of doing so is through the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. In this tournament, our sole opponent is the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun-Moon Empire. This represents both honor and a means of intimidation. Elder Xian ultimately clarified, and you are the reserve team for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. He finished the last sip of wine from his gourd and let out a long sigh. Su Sanshur, brimming with enthusiasm, could not help but inquire, Elder, are you implying that we will participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament? Elder Xian scoffed, somewhat displeased. You little rascal. Did you not comprehend what I just articulated? If I send you, do you possess the capability? If you wish to take the stage, I would still find it embarrassing for you. The age requirement for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament is under 20 years. You're eligible to participate this year, but you're wholly unqualified. Today's selection is for the reserve team. Each reserve team is chosen before the previous Shrek 7 Monsters competes, meaning each reserve team prepares for the next tournament, which will occur in 5 years. The primary criterion for today's core disciple selection is age. Upon hearing this, they all understood that the age requirement ensures they will be under 20 in 5 years, allowing them to compete in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. Elder Xian remarked, selecting you is twofold. Firstly, as a reserve team, and secondly, as substitutes for the primary competing students. While the likelihood of you taking the stage is minuscule, only as substitutes can you qualify to accompany the team and witness the competition. This will be an invaluable experience for you. However, today's selection does not determine everything. Over the next 5 years, you will be under constant scrutiny. Only with sufficient strength will you ultimately represent the academy in battle. During this period, you will undergo multiple evaluations, so to truly represent the academy, you must first ensure your admission into the inner academy. This is also why the number of participants does not need to be strictly controlled. Elder Xian continued, your status as the reserve team is a confidential matter of the academy. None are permitted to disclose it. Otherwise, you will be stripped of your qualifications. From this moment forth, you will train with me for 1 day each week. Additionally, with only a month remaining until this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament, I will bring you along to train with the current Shrek 7 monsters. I hope you seize this precious opportunity to enhance yourselves as much as possible. That is all. You may disperse. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, remain for a moment. Mo remarked, no matter the time or person, Hui Yuhao is inescapably fated to be called out. Yu Rong sighed. Truly, he is the chosen one. She winked at Wang Dong, signaling her departure. Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, then took hold of Bei Bei, heading towards the entrance of the soul fighting area without a second glance. Nanan. Su Sancher covertly glanced at Jiang Nanan and noticed her indifference, feeling a twinge of grievance. Though accustomed to it, his heart, wounded and battered, would eventually mend. Jiang Nanan walked ahead with unwavering focus, seemingly increasing her pace. Thank you for earlier in the maze. If it weren't for your 3-life, soul, calming cauldron shielding me, I might not have persisted to the end, Kaitu said, slightly blushing as he found himself beside Xiao Xiao. They had met in the maze. It seemed they had even collaborated. Not at all, it was my duty, Xiao Xiao replied, appearing somewhat bashful. Unlike her demeanor when with Yu Rong and the others, her voice growing softer. Did not Elder Xian say that we will be teammates in the future? Well then, Bei Bei, let's return to our training. Yu Rong tugged at Bei Bei's sleeve. Recalling the rapid progress of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao's martial soul fusion technique, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Bye-bye Luo Kit Puzzled. Staring blankly for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, his youthful face radiant yet tinged with exasperation. What's this? Has Rong felt a sense of crisis? Huh, nonsense, I have not. Yu Rong retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with indignation. The 6 of them strolled along the path. The atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. That evening, the group gathered at the night market of Shrek City for a small team-building event. The venue was none other than Hui Yuhao's occasional grilled fish stall. After all, Hui Yuhao had now become a dual-core disciple in both martial soul and soul guide systems, alleviating any worries regarding his livelihood. Occasionally selling grilled fish was more of a sentimental endeavor, a way to provide a warm harbor for friends who enjoyed exploring the night market, a resting place. Indeed, this referred to Yu Rong, the little prince of the night market. Yu Rong exclaimed, I merely wish to give all the delectable night market snacks of Shrek a chance to showcase their talents. All 8 members of the reserve team were present, including Tanya, as the leader of the Tang sect. Tanya's selection for the reserve team essentially included the entirety of Tang sect's living strength, making it a matter worthy of celebration. However, in a certain sense, it rendered me, as the leader of the Tang sect, rather ineffectual. Tanya raised her beer cup, lamenting, You are all so exceptional. Her words carried a touch of feigned jest, but also a hint of genuine regret, because she bore a rather ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul, lacked the innate full soul power talent, and harbored grand ambitions without the corresponding strength. She found herself unable to fulfill her aspirations. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. In this world, the chasm between individuals is the most formidable gulf to traverse. However, Sister Xiaoya, if we consider it from a different perspective, isn't it quite impressive that you have managed to gather so many exceptional talents in one place? Yu Rong remarked, savoring the delectable grilled fish as she spoke. Tanya was taken aback by the unexpected comfort offered by Yu Rong's words, which were not delivered in a condescending tone, but rather as a statement of fact, providing her with a modicum of solace. Is that so? Tanya smiled, concealing the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes. Thank you, Xiaorong. Don't worry, I, Wang Dong, Hui Yu Hao, Xiao Xiao, and our esteemed Master Tang will ensure that the Tang sect flourishes once more. Bye-bye. Having overheard Tang Ya's melancholic musings, understood the heaviness within her heart. The Tang sect will undoubtedly revitalize under our stewardship and reclaim its former glory. The Tang sect? Tang Ya. Oh no, Master, I too wish to join the Tang sect. Is that possible? He Kaitu, seated beside Xiao Xiao, was not particularly loquacious. Yet he keenly observed the interactions around the table. You wish to join as well? Tanya was astonished, yet her surprise quickly transformed into delight. It was noteworthy that he Kaitu was now a level 4 soul engineer and the first direct disciple of Fan Yu, possessing a status within the soul engineer department that far surpassed that of Bei Bei and Su Sanshur in the outer court of the martial soul department. He was destined to enter the inner court of the soul engineer division. He Kaitu chuckled, his dark complexion accentuating his brilliant white teeth, exuding a sense of camaraderie as he explained, though I'm a soul engineer, I am not precluded from joining a sect. Yu Hao incorporated many of Tang's sect's hidden weapon elements into his soul devices, and I wish to learn as well. If you genuinely desire to join, I shall wholeheartedly welcome you on behalf of the Tang sect. Tang Yu responded solemnly. The decline of the Tang sect was primarily due to the widespread emergence of soul devices. Now, in order for the Tang sect to rise again, it must focus on the realm of soul devices. Only exceptionally talented disciples can maintain a certain level of combat capability, but to truly restore the Tang sect's former glory, the development of the sect is indispensable. Soul devices not only promise economic benefits, but also have the potential to elevate the Tang sect's standing across the continent. Here are all the extant copies of the various hidden weapons and corresponding techniques of the Tang sect, Tang Yu stated, retrieving a collection of tomes on soul devices and handing them to He Kaitu. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me. You can also consult Bei Bei, and Yu Hao is more than willing to assist. All right, thank you, Master. He Kaitu had not anticipated Tang Ya's decisiveness. Ah, how enviable. Qirong gazed longingly. Xin Yu hand. Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow Displacement, Xiantian Skill. These all sound incredibly powerful. Qirong had witnessed the efficacy of the techniques utilized by Bei Bei, Wang Dong, and Hui Yu Hao, and she could not help but feel envious. Yet, she remained silent about her feelings of envy. Xiaorong, why don't you try them out as well? Tanya, having noticed the sparkle in Qirong's eyes, felt her heart soften like cotton candy. After all, there were only a few of them in the Tang sect at present, and there were no stringent rules. Even if she chose not to join, she could still observe. Forget it, Sister Xiaoya. I'm just saying it out loud. Qirong hastily waved her hand, maintaining her dignity as a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Moreover, this was the Tang sect's secret arts, and no matter how close their relationship, it was not appropriate. In certain situations, Qirong was indeed quite principled. Enough of this. Let's raise a toast to our gathering. Qirong stood, lifting her cup of beer. Though it was a beer cup, it was filled entirely with juice. For she was not of age to consume alcohol. May we have this day every year. May we celebrate this moment every year. Beneath the warm lights of Shrek City, the shadows of the 9 beer cups clinked together on the table. The exuberance and laughter of youth symbolized the friendship and camaraderie of the young. Regardless of what lay ahead, at this moment, they could all revel in their togetherness. Chapter 056, Senior and Junior. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and Qirong had established a remarkably regular routine. Training, dining, attending classes, sleeping, dining, training, attending classes, sleeping. Bei Bei's life had also become more structured. He no longer frequented the arena or wandered the night market, resulting in a quicker ascension in cultivation. During these 2 weeks, Old Xian had provided guidance for their training on 2 occasions. His teaching method could be described as straightforward and brutal, purely practical combat, unreservedly intense combat. Combat that pushed them to their limits. Each time, the 10 of them were divided into different groups to spar, with Old Xian's sole requirement being that they must not hold back, as his formidable presence ensured their safety. Consequently, they often returned with visible bruises, appearing as though they had endured some inhumane torment in the eyes of their unsuspecting classmates. Interestingly, whether by design or happenstance, Qirong had never been paired with Bei Bei, meaning they were perpetually engaged in mutual combat. Qirong felt a mix of agitation and discomfort, yet there was an element of enjoyment as well. After all, it was amusing to spar with Bei Bei, even if one could not win individually. One could always engage in a group assault. However, it must be said that under Old Xian's rigorous instruction, the synergy between Yu Rong and Bei Bei had improved, leading to subtle advancements in their martial soul fusion technique, as if something was about to emerge, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Time flew, and it was once again the day for old Shin's guidance. Bei Bei was the epitome of a diligent student, always arriving early, and of course, he would not forget to bring Yu Rong along. Although Yu Rong was not inherently inclined to arrive early, the prospect of avoiding the drowsy theoretical classes was enough to please him. As they walked side by side, just before entering the entrance to the Battle Spirit Arena, Yu Rong paused slightly. "Oh, is someone already here?" Yu Rong inquired curiously, as they had never encountered anyone arriving before them. Bei Bei also halted, took a moment, and then resumed his previous pace. Inside the Battle Spirit Arena stood 3 individuals, each positioned separately in different corners, donning the crimson uniforms of Shrek, indicative of the inner court. "Well, it seems the earliest arrivals are you two," remarked the figure closest to the entrance, revealing itself to be Ma Xiaotao, who had already interacted with them on several occasions. Today, Ma Xiaotao had her long hair neatly tied back into a ponytail, exuding a clean and sharp demeanor, radiating confidence. As for why Ma Xiaotao and Yu Rong appeared so familiar, one could only attribute it to the all-encompassing allure of Shrek City's night market. Irrespective of cultivation level or year of study, few could resist its temptations. Thus, yet another friendship had blossomed between Yu Rong and the charming sister due to late-night snacks. "Sister Xiaotao." Yu Rong beamed at Ma Xiaotao, pleasantly surprised. "You're here for training today as well." It was evident that a striking girl was certainly among the Shrek's 7. Ma Xiaotao smiled enigmatically, with an air of confidence that was palpable. "What's this? Have you two started chatting?" A voice interjected, belonging to another figure who had approached from a distance. The tone was somewhat soft, reminiscent of a scholar rather than a soul master. This was a handsome male senior, tall and graceful, with features as refined as jade. Unlike Yu Rong, however, this male senior did not exude a feminine aura, but rather possessed a unique charm that was slightly scholarly. "Hello, senior. You're also a senior in the inner court, correct? May I know how to address you?" Bei Bei greeted her senior with impeccable etiquette. "Gonyang Mo, just call me Gonyang." Gonyang Mo waved dismissively, exhibiting an easygoing temperament. Standing beside him was Ling Luocheng, also a senior, who would likely introduce everyone once Elder Xian arrived, so there was no need to elaborate further at this moment. The current generation of the Shrek 7 monsters was renowned within the academy, each name resonating like thunder. Yet not everyone had the opportunity to match faces with those illustrious titles. "You must be Bei Bei," Gonyang Mo acknowledged with a nod. "I've witnessed your soul battle in the Fighting Soul Zone. It was quite lively." "You are Yu Rong." Gonyang Mo turned his gaze towards Yu Rong. "And I found your soul battles to be rather intriguing." Thank you?" Yu Rong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "Surely, this must be a compliment?" "Oh, that Gonyang fellow," Ma Xiaotao interjected. "Though he is a support-type soul master, he has an affinity for watching soul battles. There's no need to be alarmed. As long as he finds someone interesting, he can recall their name. However, there are few intriguing souls in the outer academy." Gonyang Mo added, "Perhaps just a handful." Yu Rong fell into a brief silence. "Aye, it is my honor." Bei Bei chuckled lightly. "Gonyang Sr. is truly a curious character." Gonyang Mo continued. "Your soul battles are indeed quite impressive, though the way you unleash your lightning strikes on the field seems excessively wasteful." He smiled slightly, continuing to speak. "Yu Rong, your soul battle is certainly fascinating, but your offensive tactics remain too singular, relying solely on your pedals. Yet, your control is exquisite, even if your opponent anticipates your attack. They cannot withstand it. However, as you progress, encountering opponents with greater defenses and fewer vulnerabilities will present a significant challenge. But fret not, as you are fundamentally a control-type soul master, and the demands for one-on-one confrontations need not be exceedingly high." Once Gonyang Mo began to talk, it seemed he could hardly be stopped. "As a support-type soul master, Gonyang, your knowledge is vast. While one grows accustomed to it, when Gonyang encounters someone of interest, his tongue becomes unstoppable," Ma Xiaotao remarked, her patience wearing thin, yet she could only endure it, for now was not the time for action. "Hey, Gonyang." No one a halt. Typically, she would have taken matters in her own hands, but she recognized the need to maintain appearances. Gonyang Mo appeared oblivious to Ma Xiaotao's words, continuing his chatter with Yu Rong. At that moment, Yu Rong felt a distinct sense of dread, akin to being summoned for a private conversation by Wang Yan, the exceptionally knowledgeable instructor of martial soul theory. This was the very nightmare of every theoretical underachiever. "Help! It seems Ganyang Sr. genuinely wishes to impart knowledge upon me. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and Yu Rong had never perceived those few minutes to be so interminable. As for Ma Xiaodao, who initially aimed to stop Ganyang Mo, she had long since retreated to converse with Ling Luocheng, dragging Bei along. As his presence would do nothing but amplify the combat enthusiast's support Soul Master's desire to expound. Ma Xiaodao muttered, I can't provoke him, but I can certainly evade him. Besides, someone capable of managing him will arrive shortly. She glanced toward the entrance of the Fighting Soul Zone and spotted a familiar figure. Just as Yu Rong found herself ensnared in conversation with the overly familiar Ganyang Mo, salvation finally approached. Ganyang, you're at it again. A voice, slightly aloof, yet magnetically compelling, reached Yu Rong's ears, sounding unfamiliar compared to what she had previously heard. Upon hearing this voice, Ganyang Mo's incessant chatter faltered, his gaze shifting to the source of the cold voice. What old habit are you referring to, Chen Zifeng? What flaw do you see? You talk too much. The cold male voice cut straight to the point. Chen Zifeng, the senior with striking crimson hair and a demeanor brimming with vigor, approached with an imposing presence that exuded an unsettling aura, perhaps linked to his martial soul. He appeared as though he had emerged from a landscape of carnage. Yu Rong felt a shiver run down her spine as the senior drew near. The sheer intensity of his aura was somewhat daunting. Chen Zifeng reached Yu Rong's side and seemed to notice the discomfort radiating from the golden-haired junior. In a moment of reflection, he understood the source of her unease. Apologies. I just returned from a mission, and my aura hasn't fully dissipated yet. I hope it didn't T-pressure you too much. As he spoke, the menacing aura began to wane, gradually melting away. And no, it's fine. Thank you, senior, Yu Rong replied, hesitant but appreciative. Chen Zifeng was more considerate than she had anticipated, attentive to the mental state of a junior. Yu Rong's fondness for him soared. Ganyang, be mindful of what others wish to hear, Chen Zifeng remarked, his demeanor calming, transforming in mere moments into a sheathed sword, entirely devoid of the previous menace. You come off like an old hag. Hey, Chen Zifeng, who are you calling an old hag? Ganyang Mo erupted, clearly stung by the comment. Yu Rong stifled a chuckle, nearly laughing aloud. Indeed, Chen Zifeng stated in his signature cold tone, delivering the most chilling remarks. Ganyang Mo had lost interest in the nuances of Yu Rong's soul battles, fully captivated by Chen Zifeng's observations. Ma Xiaodao, observing the exchange, scoffed and remarked to Bei and Ling Luocheng, I told you Ganyang Mo is only manageable by someone as straightforward as Chen Zifeng. Having known each other since childhood, the two shared an understanding. Chen Zifeng's directness, with no circumlocution, suited Ganyang Mo's loquacious nature perfectly. Ling Luocheng, too, watched the unfolding scene, adding his own commentary. Indeed, Chen Zifeng's manner of speaking is worth emulating. Ma Xiaodao nodded in agreement, noting that while he spoke little, every word was laden with meaning. Bei listened to the two seniors discuss their fellow students and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Equally embarrassed was Yu Rong, caught in the middle of the conversation. Help! Just then, Wang Dong, Hu Yuhao, and Xiao Xiao entered through the doors of the Fighting Soul Zone. Yu Rong's eyes lit up as if she had spotted a savior. Dong, over here. Turning back to Ganyang Mo and Chen Zifeng, she exclaimed, apologies, seniors, my friends have arrived. I must take my leave. With swift steps, she hurriedly escaped the contentious scene. Ganyang Mo, finally recalling his unfinished critique of Yu Rong's soul battle, began, actually, I feel that, but he only caught a glimpse of the golden figure darting away like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Ah, she is quite swift, Ganyang Mo commented, sensing she was even faster than during the soul battles. All thanks to the potential you inspired in her, Chen Zifeng quietly added. Ganyang Mo, he exclaimed once more, visibly incensed. It must be said, Chen Zifeng possessed an unexpectedly endearing quality. I'm sorry, Ganyang Sr., while your observations seem to hold merit, I truly wish to avoid hearing them. And, Chen Zifeng Sr., you are truly handsome. Chapter 057, The Mixed Match Contest, Part 1. Oh dear Dong, why have you only just arrived? Yu Rong exclaimed as she leapt into Wang Dong's embrace, effortlessly wrapping her arms around his neck. With a charmingly exaggerated pout, she feigned tears, utterly devoid of acting skills, yet overflowing with genuine emotion. Xiao Rong, what troubles you? Wang Dong gently steadied the approaching Yu Rong. Who has dared to bully you? Yet, he found it hard to believe anyone could mistreat her in their presence. It's nothing. Yu Rong snuggled closer to Wang Dong, almost like a playful petulance. Hui Yuhao, observing from the sidelines, felt momentarily at a loss. Yu Rong, however, did not overlook him. "Yu Hao, oh dear." She tugged at the hem of his clothing, rubbing her cheek against it as if to dry the non-existent tears. Though Xiao Xiao, being a girl, managed to evade the brunt of Yu Rong's theatrics, she too was ensnared by those glistening, pitiful eyes, offering gentle words of comfort. Yet, none of the three dared to pry into the cause of her distress, having been successfully distracted by Yu Rong's antics. Of course not. Why would I let my friends know I was chastised by a senior to the point of discomfort, only to remind me of the fear instilled by teacher Wang Yin in class? Yu Rong mused, valuing her own dignity. In a peculiar way, she found Wang Yin to be even more formidable than Zhou Yi. While Yu Rong indulged in her affectionate antics, the others gradually gathered. 8 plus 7 made a total of 15. After everyone had arrived, Elder Xian made his entrance, still clutching his iconic wine gourd and chicken leg. Elder Xian surveyed the group and nodded. "Now that we are all present, there are 10 days remaining until the commencement of the new Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. I trust you can discern each other's identities. Indeed, you are the main and substitute team members for this competition. Today, you will familiarize yourselves with one another, as well as assess each other's capabilities." Turning to the 8 newcomers, Elder Xian cautioned, "Do not presume that your presence here is merely as spectators. On the contrary, barring any extraordinary circumstances, you will almost certainly have the opportunity to participate. When we face opponents of less formidable strength, it will primarily be you who take the stage. This strategy will better conceal the abilities of the main team members. Now, please introduce yourselves, starting with the substitutes," Elder Xian instructed, gesturing for Yu Rong and her companions to step forward. Having shared a meal the previous evening, the 8 had already garnered some understanding of one another, and the order of introductions based on age posed no challenge. The first to step forward was Bei Bei. "I am Bei Bei, a 5th-year student from the Outer Academy, specializing in the assault system at rank 44. Next was He Kaitu. He Kaitu, 4th-year student from the Outer Academy, Soul Engineer, rank 4. Following him was Su Sanshur. Su Sanshur, 5th-year student from the Outer Academy, specializing in the defense system at rank 43. The stunning Jiang Nannan, whose birthday closely aligned with Su Sanxi's, took the 4th position. Despite her reluctance to stand beside him, she declared, "I am Jiang Nannan, a 5th-year student from the Outer Academy, specializing in the agility system at rank 41. Then came Xiao Xiao, who flashed a sweet smile reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. "I am Xiao Xiao. Greetings, seniors. I am a 2nd-year student from the Outer Academy, specializing in the control system at rank 29. This sudden introduction left the seniors somewhat taken aback, given the notable age gap between her and the preceding introductions. Generally, a 2nd-year student of such low rank would not be expected to participate. Moreover, this little girl was not even a Soul Lord yet, merely a 2nd-ring cultivation level. The seniors who were less familiar with Yu Rong and her companions were astonished, especially since this was only the 5th introduction. What kind of situation lay ahead with the remaining little ones? After Xiao Xiao, it was Hui Yuhao's turn. He stepped up beside her and said, "Greetings, seniors. I am Hui Yuhao, a 2nd-year student from the Outer Academy, at rank 26 in the control system." Among the crowd, Ganyang Mo's expression was the most exaggerated, his eyes nearly bulging out. He had assumed that these unfamiliar junior students would at least be 3rd-ring soul lords like Yu Rong. Yet here stood a 2nd-ring great soul master. While he found it difficult to accept, he couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat jarring. Ganyang Mo held no ill will toward these younger students. He was simply taken aback. Yu Rong's performance in the battle arena had given him the impression that even younger students could be quite formidable, and they were certainly not far behind. Next was Wang Dong, the 2nd to last to introduce himself. Noticing Ganyang Mo's surprise, he offered a reassuring smile. "I am Wang Dong, a 2nd-year student from the Outer Academy, specializing in the assault system at rank 33. Finally, it was Yu Rong's turn. Although she was the eldest, having surpassed 10,000 years, she was still younger than Wang Dong according to the birthday set by Titan. Thus, she was left with no choice but to take the 8th position. "I am Yu Rong, a 2nd-year student from the Outer Academy, specializing in the control system at rank 34. The most astonishing reaction came from Ganyang Mo, who exhaled a sigh of relief since neither Wang Dong nor Yu Rong had descended in rank according to the order of their introductions. It seemed the damage was not severe. The other seniors, whether acquainted or not, regarded Wang Dong and Yu Rong with a measure of friendly scrutiny. After all, their age and cultivation levels were commendable. Elder Xian nodded and gestured toward the inner academy. "Now it is your turn." The first to step forward was none other than Ma Xiaodao. Compared to her usual fiery demeanor, she appeared considerably calmer this time. In Yu Rong's words, She exuded the aura of a commanding queen. Inner Academy, Ma Xiaotao, ranked 67 in the assault system. Although the Outer Academy students were already aware of Ma Xiaotao's formidable strength, hearing her state the rank of 67 still drew an involuntary gasp. Her participation in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament indicated she was yet to reach her 20th year. Achieving such a high rank at such a young age transcended mere terror. It was beyond comprehension. As Qirong would put it, she had known Xiaotao was strong, but never anticipated her to be this strong. Following Ma Xiaotao, a tall senior emerged, his stature perfectly complementing Ma Xiaotao's long frame. Notably, his color scheme felt strikingly familiar to Qirong, reminiscent of someone she had encountered before. With sleek, dark golden hair and heterochromatic eyes, he introduced himself. Inner Academy. Dai Yaoheng, ranked 64 in the assault system. Qirong finally connected the dots. This senior, named Dai Yaoheng, was undoubtedly related to Dai Huabin. She quickly glanced at Hu Hao, who seemed to have just realized the same, his expression subtly shifting. However, the introductions of Inner Academy students would not pause for these minor undercurrents. The third individual to step forward was a familiar face to Qirong, Chun Zifeng, who had just helped her out a tight spot. Inner Academy, Chun Zifeng, ranked 58 in the assault system. His voice remained cold, yet he had managed to rein in the intimidating aura he had previously exhibited. Even with the presence of two Soul Emperors ahead, the appearance of a 20-year-old Soul King was equally astonishing. Becoming an Inner Academy disciple was no small feat, and to excel among them as a representative of Shrek Academy showcased their exceptional abilities. The fourth individual is a senior sister, if she were to remain silent. Qirong might almost overlook her existence entirely, as if she were a mere shadow. In the inner courtyard, she is known as Cici, a level 56 agile attack War Soul King. With such a straightforward introduction, this senior sister, named Cici, soon vanished back into the crowd, seemingly by her own design. The fifth figure is yet another senior sister, cool and aloof like a plum blossom, with skin as pale as snow, moving with a grace that suggests she is weightless. In the inner courtyard, she is Ling Luocheng, a level 55 control-type War Soul King. When she speaks, her voice is as icy as her demeanor, yet distinctly different from Chun Zifeng's. One is emotionally detached, while the other is physically frigid. At last, a control-type War Soul Master has emerged, breaking the trend of solely offensive warriors. The sixth individual is a tall senior, impressively muscular and robust in stature. In the inner courtyard, he is Yao Haoshuan, also a level 55 control and support War Soul King. Another controller, and intriguingly, one who excels in both control and support. This revelation astonishes Qirong. The final member is Gongyang Mo. Whether others are familiar with him is uncertain, but Qirong finds him particularly memorable. In the inner courtyard, Gongyang Mo stands as a level 59 support War Soul King. He gazes at the 8 juniors before him, nodding slightly, completely at odds with the garrulous persona he had just exhibited. This revelation astounds Qirong. This loquacious senior is, in fact, the third strongest among the main team. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Heavens, the lineup is extraordinarily opulent. 2 Soul Emperors and 5 Soul Kings. How could they possibly lose? Wang Dong, upon hearing this, is filled with excitement and engages in hushed conversation with Qirong. It is no exaggeration to say that the disciples of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard assembled here are already the elite among their peers across the continent. Such a team, barring any unforeseen mishaps, should surely triumph. Elder Xian nods slightly, having evidently overheard Wang Dong's astonished remarks, and speaks with a hint of pride. Well, you have all become acquainted with one another. To deepen your impressions, today's training task will involve engaging in several matches. Only through combat can you better familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Thus, today's theme is the mixed combat tournament of the 2 generations of the 7 monsters. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, you will each lead a team. With 15 individuals total, Ma Xiaotao, given your higher cultivation, you will have 6 people, including 4 main team members. Dai Yaoheng, you will have 7, including 3 main team members, yourself included. Now, let the selection begin. Ma Xiaotao, since you have fewer members, you may choose first, selecting 2 at a time, 1 main team member and 1 reserve. Elder Xian swiftly lays down the rules. The 8 members of Qirong's group remain somewhat perplexed, yet the 7 from the inner courtyard are evidently well acquainted with Elder Xian's method. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng step forward, creating a defined distance between them, drawing a clear line. Ma Xiaotao declares, for the main team, my first choice is Gongyang Mo. Though she has 4 main team members to choose from, her first selection is not the powerful Chen Zifeng, but rather Gong-Yang Mo, the strongest after herself and Dai Yaoheng. After all, a steadfast support is invaluable amidst the ebb and flow of battle. Pausing momentarily, she adds, for the reserve team, I select Huo Yuhao first. At this proclamation, not only the inner courtyard, but also the outer courtyard students gasp in astonishment. Even Elder Xian reveals a look of surprise. Ma Xiaotao snorts with disdain. What? Can I choose like this? Of course you may. Dai Yaoheng gestures graciously. He certainly does not regard the second ring great soul master with any seriousness. Gong-Yang Mo glides gracefully to Ma Xiaotao's side, offering a slight smile. Xiaotao, you truly have an eye for talent. Ma Xiaotao rolls her eyes in response, unceremoniously. Thanks a lot. She clearly has not forgotten the slight from before their assembly. Huo Yuhao stands in a daze, only to be nudged over to Ma Xiaotao's side by Yurong. Yurong, feeling a tinge of jealousy, thinks, why isn't he making a move? Is he waiting for Sister Xiaotao to invite him? Ma Xiaotao, with a hint of provocation, lifts her chin at Dai Yaoheng. Your turn. Dai Yaoheng, somewhat puzzled, glances at Ma Xiaotao and states firmly, Chen Zifeng, Su Sanshi. Instantly, Chen Zifeng and Su Sanshi move to stand beside Dai Yaoheng. Ma Xiaotao quickly makes her next choice. Cici, Bei. Dai Yaoheng follows suit. Ling Luocheng, Jiang Nanan. Though Dai Yaoheng has a larger pool of candidates, the fewer main team members compel him to favor those with higher cultivation from the outer courtyard. The addition of a single soul master significantly boosts their overall strength, especially given that they are all disciples of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. Ma Xiaotao continues her selections, this time choosing Yao Haoshuan and Wang Dong. At this point, both teams have completed their selections. Yurong, along with Kai Tu and Xiao Xiao, automatically joins Dai Yaoheng's group. Undoubtedly, this sparring session, led by Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, while primarily a test of their respective strengths, also assesses their ability to choose allies. The combat effectiveness of the same individuals can vary drastically based on their combinations in a team battle. Ma Xiaotao's team, including herself, Gong-Yang Mo, Cici, Yao Haoshuan, and others, totals 7 members. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng's team comprises himself, Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, and several outer courtyard students, summing to 8 members. Elder Xian, cradling his large wine gourd, chuckles. Excellent. Now that you have completed your selections, I shall grant you 10 minutes to devise your strategies. After 10 minutes, the sparring will commence. The losing side merely has to declare, I am a pig. The penalty of declaring, I am a pig, may not be physically harmful. Yet it carries a weight of humiliation that could be devastating for these prideful elites of Shrek Academy. It is a challenge worth striving for. Both teams instinctively distance themselves from one another, taking their positions on opposite sides of the assessment area. Dai Yaoheng's group consists of 8 individuals, including himself, Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, and 5 outer courtyard students, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, Kai Tu, Yurong, and Xiao Xiao. Fellow juniors, Dai Yaoheng addresses them. Time is of the essence, so we shall forego further introductions. I trust the previous self-introductions have provided us with a basic understanding of one another. He appears composed and methodical. Let us now outline our strategies, though adjustments will be necessary based on the evolving circumstances. This is merely a broad framework. Dai Yaoheng scans the group before continuing. I will take on Ma Xiaotao directly. For the time being, it will be a one-on-one match. He then turns to Chen Zifeng. Zifeng, you will likely be the primary target of their assaults. Be prepared for a possible 2-on-1 scenario. They will undoubtedly aim to eliminate you first. With arms crossed over his chest, Chen Zifeng nods. I understand. They won't succeed easily. Su Sanshi, you must protect Ling Luocheng diligently. She is our main control soul master. Dai Yaoheng looks steadily at Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi nods in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Senior Dai, I will ensure Ling Jie's safety. Turning to Ling Luocheng, Dai Yaoheng gives her a reassuring nod. Unleash your control abilities. Ling Luocheng nods in understanding. Having fought alongside them for some time, establishing a measure of mutual trust, Jiang Nanan, as a sensitive assault-type soul master, should Chen Zifeng find himself besieged, you may lend your assistance. If such a situation does not arise, direct your efforts towards disrupting the auxiliary soul master named Gong-Yang Mo on the opposing side. Dai Yaoheng continued to address Jiang Nanan, his strategy undeniably sound. I do not require you to eliminate him, but strive to disrupt the casting of his soul abilities. Indeed, auxiliaries are invariably the most vulnerable targets. As for He Kai-Tu, perform your role as a soul engineer effectively, applying firepower to suppress the enemy while ensuring the protection of both Qirong and Xiao Xiao, our control-type soul masters. Dai Huabin further organized Qirong and Xiao Xiao. You two must assist Ling Luocheng in controlling the battlefield. The opposing side lacks an effective control-type soul master, thus you must exploit your advantages. This round, they will likely initiate the attack. As long as we withstand their onslaught, the following turn will belong to us. Qirong and Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. This senior was indeed quite dependable. Regarding the adversaries, the one you must be most wary of is CC, a sensitive assault type with astonishing speed. You young ones must remain vigilant of CC's position to avoid her ambush. Dai Yaoheng continued to advise, while we hold numerical advantage, our lack of sufficient strength is a considerable disadvantage. Please remain cautious, as both our teams are newly assembled. Consequently, in the upcoming confrontation, there will be limited collaboration, primarily relying on individual prowess. Dai Yaoheng concluded, this also presents an excellent opportunity for us to understand one another. I urge you all not to conceal your abilities, but rather to showcase them freely. The 10 minutes elapsed swiftly, and it was evident that Ma Xiaotao had made her own arrangements. The two sides faced each other across the assessment area. Elder Xian's voice resonated once more. From this moment forth, you are no longer classmates, but adversaries. In the pursuit of a coveted position, I need not elaborate on your course of action. There shall be no reservations. Commence. At this juncture, the distance between the two sides remained considerable, but upon Elder Xian's command, both factions sprang into action. Ma Xiaodao was the first to charge forward, her toes barely grazing the ground as she propelled herself like a dart, fiery red feathers materializing around her, and her eyes igniting with fervent brilliance. A torrent of golden-red flames erupted forth, illuminating the arena. In tandem with Ma Xiaotao's assault, Cici also sprang into action, her speed surpassing the expectations of the Outer Academy's members, even exceeding that of Ma Xiaotao. In a mere flicker, she had maneuvered behind Ma Xiaotao, as though she had melded with the very flames of her phoenix. Yet, at the moment of her disappearance, Ma Xiaotao's blazing flames appeared to carry an unexpected chill. Two pairs of resplendent wings manifested within the fray. One pair belonged to Wang Dong, the bright goddess butterfly, shimmering in radiant blue and gold. Wings unfurling as he refrained from taking flight, instead swiftly advancing hand-in-hand with Hu Yuhao. With the aid of his wings, their velocity was commendable. The other pair of dazzling wings rivaled the beauty of the bright goddess butterfly. They were expansive and adorned in a spectrum of colors, their feathers transitioning seamlessly from crimson at the base to violet at the tips. The 7 hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple sparkled vividly as he soared through the air like a rainbow. These magnificent wings belonged to the graceful Yin-Yang Mo, whose long hair had transformed into the same vibrant hues, while his skin bore iridescent scales, bestowing upon him an exotic appearance. Qirong expressed her admiration, exclaiming how splendid and delightful he appeared. Equally striking was Bei, cloaked in azure and violet lightning, gliding alongside Cici, both seemingly entwined in arcs of electricity, advancing towards Qirong. The overall formation presented a configuration of 4, 2, and 1. As anticipated, Dai Yaoheng's assertion rang true. The opposing side favored an aggressive initiation. However, Qirong's team was equally resolute. Dai Yaoheng surged forward, unleashing the White Tiger martial soul unique to the White Tiger Duke's lineage, his heterochromatic eyes glimmering with fierce determination. Chun Zifeng stood to his left, while Su Sanshur occupied his right flank. He Kaitu and Jiang Nanan trailed closely behind Dai Yaoheng, followed by the 3 control-type soul masters, Ling Luocheng, Qirong, and Xiao Xiao. Dai Yaoheng and Chun Zifeng exhibited remarkable speed, but upon reaching the center of the arena, they became entangled in combat with Ma Xiaotao, Cici, and Bei. While Hikaitu's individual speed was not remarkable, he should not be underestimated as a level 4 soul engineer. A sudden burst of brilliance erupted from behind as his soul-guided thrusters activated, matching Jiang Nanan's speed in a straight line. Overall, their formation was quite standard, manifesting as 3, 2, and 3. Amidst the fray, the most conspicuous figure was not the 2 formidable soul emperors at the forefront, but rather Hu Yuhao, a mere 2-ringed soul master. His glaringly white soul rings drew attention. When Yin-Yang Mo, soaring above, caught sight of Hu Yuhao's white soul rings, he nearly plummeted from the sky. Incredulous at the notion that Shrek Academy had a student with merely 2 10-year soul rings who could be a core disciple and a member of the Shrek 7 Monsters Reserve team. Was this not a blatant injustice? Conversely, Qirong, aware of Hui Yuhao's formidable prowess, along with Xiao Xiao, understood that to secure victory, Hui Yuhao must be eliminated first. However, apart from the two of them, the rest were oblivious. Aware of her relative weakness, Xiao Xiao did not expect to play a monumental role. She raised her 9 phoenixes flute, producing a haunting melody that affected Ma Xiaodao at the forefront, causing her speed to wane slightly. Qirong suddenly sensed a chill from behind, emanating from the already released Ling Luocheng, whose rare ice element martial soul was now active. As her 5 soul rings pulsated, a layer of icy crystals enveloped her, rapidly forming a pale blue ice armor that refracted the dazzling light from the other participant soul powers. The first soul ring illuminated, and Ling Luocheng raised her right hand slowly. With a swift grasp in the air, a 2-meter-long staff, entirely composed of ice crystals, emerged amidst the flickering blue light. She directed the staff skyward, and an icy blue hue enveloped the atmosphere, sending torrents of icy currents rushing towards the opposing side. At that moment, she refrained from employing further soul abilities. Ma Xiaotao, who had charged ahead, was the first to encounter the chilling wave. As Dai Yaoheng and the others anticipated her to unleash her phoenix flames in retaliation, Ma Xiaodao unexpectedly halted her advance. Amidst the confusion, Qirong suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "We're doomed." Senior Ling. Although Ling Luocheng wielded ice as her martial soul, Hui Yuhao possessed the Emperor Scorpion martial soul of ultimate ice. This was a clear case of elemental suppression. Dai, Chen, Hikaitu, quickly focus your attacks on Hui Yuhao. Bring him down. Qirong urged everyone capable of attacking Hui Yuhao to act swiftly. Among them, the fastest to respond was surprisingly Chen Zifeng. Without questioning Qirong's words, he deftly sidestepped the oncoming assault from Cici and Bei Bei, plunging directly into the fray, heading toward Hui Yuhao. Qirong deftly manipulated her petals, ensnaring Cici and Bei Bei, who were intent on pursuing Chen Zifeng, compelling them to divide their focus to fend off her ambush. In that moment, Qirong activated her withering cage, seizing the opportunity when Cici, like a wraith, used her agility to momentarily gain leverage and swiftly ensnared Cici's ankle, demonstrating impeccable timing. Observing Qirong's performance from the sidelines, Elder Xian could not help but nod in approval, recognizing that she, with her cultivation at the 3rd ring of Soul Master, had single-handedly detained a 5th ring Soul King and a 4th ring Soul Ancestor, causing them considerable distress. Was this not a remarkable feat of 1 against 2? At this juncture, Jiang Nannan joined the fray, directly engaging Bei Bei, thus alleviating some of the pressure on Qirong and allowing Chen Zifeng to charge forward without concern. From the moment Chen Zifeng followed Dai Yaoheng into the attack, he had refrained from releasing his martial soul, until this very moment when he struck at Hui Yuhao, unveiling his soul. A rich crimson light surged forth from Chen Zifeng, which was not akin to the fire tribute soul power of Ma Xiaotao, but rather a pure blood-red hue. The instant this sanguine energy manifested, Qirong once again sensed the overwhelming aura of death and blood emanating from Chen Zifeng. Chen Zifeng abruptly tilted his head back, his aura soaring to its zenith, his eyes transforming into a fierce blood red, exuding a murderous intent that seemed capable of slaughtering all in its path. Extending his right hand, his index and middle fingers pointed forward, a beam of blood light shot forth, with the blood-red soul power coalescing into the luminous arc. At that moment, Qirong discerned that it was, in fact, a sword, a slender blade measuring nearly 3 feet 6 inches in length and only an inch wide. The elongated blade bore no guard, yet featured 3 blood grooves. Remarkably, Chen Zifeng's 5 soul rings did not orbit his body, but rather encircled this blood-hued sword. The sword momentarily hovered in the air before dashing toward Hui Yuhao like a crimson rainbow. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be slashed open. And even before the blade arrived, a strong scent of blood wafted through. This was Chen Zifeng's martial soul, the soul-chasing sword. Hui Yuhao could hardly have anticipated that the very moment the skirmish commenced, the focus would shift directly onto him. Such is the peril of having an adversary who thoroughly understands one's abilities. With no recourse, Hui Yuhao could only retract his 2 colorful soul rings. As an unusual figure materialized in the space he had occupied, causing the surrounding air to appear to solidify upon its emergence. An overwhelming and haughty aura was released, revealing the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion, approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned in 2 colors, icy blue and emerald green. Its front half boasted 4 layers, each slightly exceeding half a foot in length, with its head positioned atop the foremost layer, its silver-white mandibles glinting with an eerie cold light. This front half was enveloped in peculiar scales, each hexagonal and shimmering with a dazzling brilliance akin to diamonds, covering its elongated legs and upper body. In the reflection of the snowy light, it radiated an unparalleled luminescence, as though it had transformed into a source of light, refracting myriad colors. Each of its pincers extended a meter in length, similarly adorned with hexagonal, diamond-like protrusions, while the foremost pincers and mandibles gleamed with a mirror-like silver sheen. Most striking were its eyes, yellow and hexagonal, resembling two yellow diamonds embedded within its visage. The aura of the ice emerald emperor, Scorpion, intensified abruptly, a chilling coldness rapidly expanding. The frigid air swirling about came to a sudden halt, then gradually crystallized into a white light that descended upon the tip of the scorpion's tail. This extreme coldness coalesced into a white vortex, effectively countering the lethal assault of Chen Zifeng's soul-chasing sword. The soul-chasing sword seemed to sense the threat, trembling slightly and emitting a resonant hum. Then, its blood-red tip flickered, unleashing a 3-inch sword light. Chen Zifeng's first and second soul rings shone simultaneously, cleaving through Huo Yuhao's icy breath. Though its speed was diminished, the trajectory remained unchanged, still hurtling toward Huo Yuhao. This was the manifestation of Chen Zifeng's first soul skill, Sharp, and his second soul skill, Break. The combination of these two skills endowed his already razor-sharp, soul-chasing sword with even greater destructive force. At that moment, a series of metallic clangs resonated as Chen Zifeng's soul-chasing sword veered off its original course, surrounded by crackling electricity. Cece had finally freed herself from Yu Rong's control of the pedals and intervened, just in time, to save Huo Yuhao. Her speed was astonishing, rendering Yu Rong incapable of tracking her movements, as she moved even faster than before, making it nearly impossible for Yu Rong to regain control. It is essential to recognize that those who represented Shrek Academy in battle were no mere amateurs, each possessing their own unique strengths. Concurrently, Ling Luochan, who also sensed the chilling aura, froze momentarily, standing still as if paralyzed. A closer inspection would reveal that the icy armor protecting her had solidified, and the frost beneath her feet had frozen into the earth, rendering her immobile and completely encased in ice. It was a sudden realization that she had inadvertently encased herself. Upon witnessing this, Yu Rong felt a twinge of regret. Despite all precautions, she had underestimated Huo Yuhao's psychic detection, which proved to be rather formidable. Never anticipating that Ling Luochan wielded an elemental ice martial soul. Was this not akin to delivering Huo Yuhao a free victory? Cursing under her breath, Yu Rong suddenly grasped the necessity of Elder Xian's orchestrated chaotic battle. It was imperative for everyone to deepen their understanding of one another. Just as Yu Rong and Xiao Xiao were aware that Huo Yuhao possessed the ultimate ice, they were oblivious to Ling Luochan's ice martial soul, underestimating the threat posed by Huo Yuhao's supreme ice. Dai Yaoheng and the others had also not anticipated that a fifth-ring control-type Soul King would be countered by a second-ring Soul Master based on elemental attributes. Such a coincidence was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 059, The Hybrid Confrontation, Part 3. While observing the battle from midair, Elder Xian suddenly lowered his head after taking a sip of wine, promptly spewing it forth in astonishment. His eyes widened as if they might pop from their sockets. He then began to cough violently, having choked on the wine. This scene was unprecedented. A fifth-ring Soul King was thoroughly subdued by a second-ring Soul Master. Pause. Elder Xian bellowed, descending from the sky to land right before Huo Yuhao. Raising his right hand, he reached for Huo Yuhao. Before Yu Rong could react, Huo Yuhao was whisked away for a private consultation with Elder Xian, leaving the 14 others on the battlefield exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Shall I unfreeze Luochan first? Ma Xiaotao, still with flames in her hands, approached the ice-encased Ling Luochan. This could be troublesome. Dai Yaoheng glanced at Ma Xiaotao and nodded slightly. Ma Xiaotao and the others gathered around Ling Luochan, watching as the ice encasing her slowly began to melt. In a matter of moments, once the icy armor finally dissipated, her complexion appeared pale, and she swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. Xiao Xiao stepped forward to support her, and upon making contact with her body, she felt as though she had touched a block of ice. The normally aloof Ling Luocheng was now beset with an expression of sheer horror. She could not quite comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, A mere glance from that peculiar scorpion had rendered her entire soul power frozen in place. An experience so overwhelming that she found herself utterly powerless for the first time. Surely, even a tidal Douluo could not incapacitate her with just a glance. Yet that scorpion had done precisely that. What on earth was happening? As Ling Luocheng continued to shiver, her determination to uncover the truth remained unwavering. She had not overlooked the warning cry from Qirong before she was immobilized. Yu Hao possessed a twin martial soul, his secondary soul being the ice-blue scorpion, an entity of utmost ice attributes. Qirong explained this to Ling Luocheng and the others, deliberately concealing the identity of the Emperor Scorpion, presenting it instead as an ordinary ice-blue scorpion, leaving a hint of anonymity for Yu Hao. It seemed that its attributes were perfectly suited to counter her, which was why, after she unleashed her element of ice martial soul, I instructed the seniors to attack Yu Hao. Understanding dawned upon Chen Zifeng, who nodded, exuding an aura of sharpness that indicated his comprehension of the advantageous martial soul dynamics at play. It appeared that I had underestimated you little ones. De Yaoheng reflected with a twinge of guilt, acknowledging his oversight. No, senior, this merely indicates our lack of understanding of one another, Qirong replied, her gaze sincere as it met De Yaoheng's. It must be said that De Yaoheng's demeanor was far superior to that of his brother, Dai Huabin. He took responsibility without deflection and exhibited a profound sense of duty, his temperament seemingly quite agreeable, if not mature. Before they could exchange further words, Elder Xian returned, holding Yu Hao in his grasp. Everything is as it should be. Ling Luocheng, you are to withdraw from the confrontation. The others shall continue, he announced, ascending once more into the air to observe the contest. Ling Luocheng said nothing, promptly and decisively exiting the arena. The scene shifted to a balanced 7-on-7 matchup. The once clustered group instinctively returned to their previous positions, preparing for the match. Ma Xiaodao let out a fierce cry and charged forward again. This time the distance between the two sides was notably diminished. Yu Hao unleashed his 2 white soul rings once more, yet this time, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. All right, it is time for me to get serious. Gongyang Mo floated in midair, a position that offered some degree of protection against incoming attacks. Brilliant, multicolored lights shimmered in the air as his first and second yellow 100-year soul rings illuminated simultaneously. With a powerful flap of his wings, a circle of red and orange light emanated from him, enveloping all his teammates below. It was only now, upon closer inspection, that Qirong realized Gong Yang Mo's martial soul was, in fact, the Rainbow Dragon. The Rainbow Dragon is a real soul beast, albeit exceedingly rare. Much like Wang Dong's bright goddess butterfly, almost all dragon species possess formidable combat strength, with the rainbow dragon being a notable exception. It lacks both immense physical prowess and terrifying innate soul skills. However, it wields unparalleled magical power, earning it the moniker of the spell dragon. Power amplification, soul power amplification. In an instant, Ma Xiaodao and Bei Bei's attacks grew more formidable, placing newfound pressure onto Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng as they defended against the onslaught. Qirong, too, did not overlook this. Her first and second soul rings flickered, striving to provide her teammates with enhancements, particularly focusing onto Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the opposing side. Yao Haoshuan. He surged forward with sudden speed, powerful right foot striking the ground. The resounding thud reverberated throughout the examination area, akin to the earth itself trembling. Following this, his body propelled upward, and Qirong witnessed a spectacle she had never seen in any soul master. Suspended in midair, Yao Haoshuan's limbs extended, and his muscles bulged with terrifying intensity. In a mere moment, he transformed into an exaggeratedly massive figure. Each muscle was pronounced. His skin thickened with a leathery texture, presenting an iron-gray hue, with eyes that glowed a haunting green. Where he landed, he towered an astounding height of over 4 meters. Indeed, a height unattainable by any ordinary human. More alarmingly, his shoulders spanned 3 meters wide, solid and imposing like a small fortress. With heavy breaths, he thrust out his chest, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings that quickly manifested around him. With Ling Luocheng, the primary control soul master, now absent from Qirong's side, she and Xiao Xiao became Yao Haoshuan's primary targets. His colossal fists hammered against his chest, and the 2 yellow soul rings flared simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant sounds echoed as concentric circles of yellow light radiated from Yao Haoshuan, enveloping each of their team members in a golden aura, sharpening their presence. Meanwhile, Qirong and her companions felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, the low rumble resonating in their minds. Amidst this turmoil, Xiao Xiao summoned her 9 Phoenix Flute, attempting to initiate a group control tactic to weaken the opposing side. They engaged in mutual weakening and assistance, yet Ma Xiaotao's side maintained the upper hand. The significant disparity in cultivation levels rendered it challenging for Qirong and her companions to overcome their more experienced seniors, especially given the comparable quality of their martial souls. Fortunately, Qirong's side boasted a heavyweight presence, the Soul Engineer and Kai Tu. The Soul Engineer relied primarily on his own soul power and soul guiding devices, rarely depending on soul skills. He charged forward alongside Kai Tu, positioning themselves centrally in the arena and unleashing a barrage of attacks from his intricately designed soul cannon, creating formidable firepower suppression. This support aided Yaoheng and Chun Zifeng's offensive, causing Ma Xiaodao and Bei Bei to split their focus and defense, while simultaneously thwarting CC's attempts to infiltrate their backline. After all, Qirong's side could only be considered half-supported, while the opposing team had a full 2. In terms of combat strength, Ma Xiaotao's side appeared to hold the weaker hand on paper. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanan had, at some point, leveraged her speed to infiltrate the enemy's backline, and with Gong Yang MO floating in midair, she chose to target the still-grounded Yu Hao first. In a flash, Jiang Nanan's agile, yet powerful form surged toward Yu Hao. Wang Dong stood unwaveringly beside him, his resplendent wings primed to unleash a volley of golden light orbs toward Jiang Nanan. Yet, Jiang Nanan remained undeterred, confident in her speed. Moreover, accompanying her was Su Sanshi, renowned for his absolute defense. He summoned his Xianming shield to guard Jiang Nanan's side, while his 4th soul ring shimmered, initiating Xianming replacement. Before Wang Dong could respond, the world spun disorientingly, and he found himself displaced from Yu Hao's side, now occupying the position once held by Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi had already reached Yu Hao's side. "This is bad, Yu Hao," Wang Dong shouted, immediately sensing the precarious situation. He promptly unfurled his wings and charged towards Su Sanshi, entirely oblivious to the lurking Jiang Nanan beside him. With a swift roll of her legs, Jiang Nanan clamped Wang Dong's neck, sending him flying. However, she had tempered her strength just enough. Wang Dong eliminated. Xian Lao waved his hand, and Wang Dong found himself at the sidelines, standing alongside Ling Luochan. "Wang Dong, damn it, that was too fast. How infuriating. I was careless." Chapter 060, Mixed Match Combat, Part 4. TSK, Gongyang Montak. Ma Xiaodao naturally did not overlook Wang Dong's elimination. The momentum was decidedly unfavorable. Simultaneously, her wings unfurled dramatically behind her, red light bursting forth as her 6th soul ring radiated darkness, illuminating the vast sky around her in a crimson hue. "I see," Gongyang Mo replied, already prepared. In midair, Gongyang Mo's wings simultaneously spread wide, his 5th soul ring shimmering. As the black 10,000-year soul ring erupted forth, a stream of azure light shooting from his entire being, precisely striking Ma Xiaodao's back. The melding of blue and red was akin to wind fueling a fire, instantly painting half the sky in vibrant red. Enormous golden red fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, cascaded from the heavens, descending upon Qirong and her companions. "Dodge!" Dai Yaoheng shouted. Neither he nor Chun Zifeng had anticipated that. In the very early stages of the battle, Ma Xiaotao would unleash a full-throttle attack. Moreover, with Gongyang Mo's assistance, the terrifying power of her 6th soul skill had been amplified by nearly double. Though it was a wide-area attack, its sheer ferocity made even Dai Yaoheng and his allies pale in apprehension. Had Ling Luochan still been present, he could have utilized his ice attribute to mitigate Ma Xiaodao's onslaught, but alas, Ling Luochan had already been eliminated. Dai Yaoheng's side was left to endure Ma Xiaodao's devastating strike in its entirety. The golden red fireballs in the air plummeted like fiery meteors, each seemingly guided by an unseen force, targeting Qirong's 7 companions. Naturally, the brunt of the assault fell upon Chun Zifeng and Dai Yaoheng, followed by Su Sanshi, Chao Tu, Jiang Nanan, Qirong, and Xiao Xiao. As the fiery meteors neared their foes, they morphed into phoenix forms, accelerating with a resounding cry. "Hey, hey, hey! This technique is far too unfair." Qirong gazed at the blazing meteors above, truly feeling the searing pressure and terror. Yet, Qirong's reaction was swift. His 2nd and 3rd soul rings glimmered, conjuring a protective cage imbued with solid shields around his allies. From an external perspective, It appeared as a golden sphere adorned with exquisite patterns. Golden shield, withering cage. A combined defense technique. The resilient, liquid soul power petals rose from the ground, enveloping Dai Yaoheng, Chun Zifeng, and Chaotu. Regardless of its effectiveness, it at least alleviated some of the burden on these three central figures, who could not afford to be excessively drained given they were the primary targets of Ma Xiaodao's Phoenix Meteor Shower. Before Chun Zifeng, the pursuit sword traced brilliant arcs in the air, its soul rings flashing in alternation, slicing through the phoenix meteors that Yurong's golden defense sphere could not withstand. Dai Yaoheng roared towards the heavens, striking out with his tiger paws, shattering several phoenix meteors in succession. Meanwhile, Su Sanshi and Jiang Nanan had already infiltrated the enemy's ranks, making it difficult for Yurong to keep track. In the final moment before the phoenix meteor shower struck Yurong, he used the last remnants of his soul power to construct a golden cage for himself and Xiao Xiao as a defense. When the Phoenix meteor shower descended, Su Sanshi's first thought was not of his own defense, but of assisting Jiang Nanan. Thus, the massive Xianming turtle shield surged forth towards Jiang Nanan. However, the sudden acceleration of the Phoenix meteor shower rendered his defense futile. Jiang Nanan was whisked away by Xian Lao's intervention, and in the next instant, Su Sanshi was also pulled out. Without his shield, this defensive soul master could not withstand the amplified force of the Phoenix meteor shower. Simply put, it was a futile effort. Yet, whether intentional or not, Xian Lao allowed Su Sanshi to bear a fraction of the brunt, leaving his back charred. Fortunately, his water attribute mitigated the pain. Although he cried out in anguish, he ultimately sustained only minor injuries. As for Yurong and Xiao Xiao, they were not directly eliminated by Ma Xiaodao's Phoenix meteor shower, but fell prey to the now unoccupied Cici in a flash of lightning. Although Yurong sensed Cici's approach with his keen intuition, his body could not react in time, drained of soul power and powerless to resist. A lethal strike ensued. In mere moments, the tide of battle had drastically shifted. On Ma Xiaodao's side, only Shi, Gonyang Mo, Cici, Yao Haoshuan, and Bei Bei remained, 5 in total, with all 4 primary team members still standing. Conversely, on Dai Yaoheng's side, only he, Chun Zifeng, and Chaotu were left, merely 3, yet all primary team members were likewise intact. This disparity underscored the significant gap between primary and reserve team members. As he witnessed 4 of his comrades consecutively eliminated, Dai Yaoheng grew anxious. The protective barrier of the golden cage had dissipated completely with Yurong's exit, scattering like petals upon the ground, and flames began to flicker upon his form. Yet, Dai Yaoheng remained undeterred as his 1st, 3rd, and 5th soul rings ignited simultaneously. A layer of golden white light enveloped his body, causing him to swell with power, his white fur transforming into a radiant gold. Behind him, a colossal white tiger phantom emerged, its golden eyes blazing as it faced the oncoming Phoenix meteor shower. With its paws extended, it shattered and deflected the fiery meteors, exuding an aura of ferocity. His singular target was Ma Xiaodao, who was currently vulnerable while maintaining her 6th soul skill. Dai Yaoheng believed that with his 6-ringed soul emperor strength, combined with Chun Zifeng's 5-ringed soul king prowess, they could surely overcome the remaining adversaries. Ma Xiaodao, fully aware of Dai Yaoheng's intentions and recognizing her lack of retreat, steeled herself for a direct confrontation. In an instant, she accelerated, colliding with Dai Yaoheng. Both were soul emperor-level powerhouse combatants, inner courtyard disciples, with only a slight difference in their soul power levels. However, their offensive styles diverged. Ma Xiaodao relied on energy-based attacks, somewhat akin to Wang Dong, while Dai Yaoheng harnessed sheer physical might. Thus, when they clashed head-on, it was Ma Xiaodao who found herself at a disadvantage. In the midst of a thunderous roar, the Phoenix meteor shower came to an abrupt halt, and Ma Xiaodao was sent reeling backward by the impact. Yet, she was not without her own counter. In the moment of collision, she activated her 4th soul skill. Although she was propelled away by Dai Yaoheng's strike, sustaining minor injuries, her 4th soul skill successfully interrupted Dai Yaoheng's anticipated 6th soul skill attack. Yu Erong watched with fervor, her eyes sparkling as the experts engaged in a fierce duel, every detail a testament to their prowess. On the opposite side, the thunderous roars of lightning erupted as Bei Bei, wielding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, boldly confronted Chun Zifeng's soul-chasing sword. Alone, he could scarcely withstand Chun Zifeng's might, but beside him danced an extremely perilous figure, the embodiment of electrical danger, Cici. Even Dai Yaoheng held a measure of caution toward her attacks, let alone Chun Zifeng. At that moment, he found himself contending against two foes, utterly unable to extricate himself. With Iketu's relentless barrage of attacks, Cece lacked the confidence to swiftly dispatch him. Thus, she resolved to join forces with Bei Bei to eliminate Chen Zifeng first. As for Hikaitu, he would be momentarily restrained by Yao Haoshuan. Hey, don't underestimate me. Hikaitu quickly realized this strategic shift, understanding that the crux of victory lay with Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng, ignoring Yao Haoshuan's attacks directed at him. He concentrated his strongest firepower upon Ma Xiaotao, seizing the moment she was struck away by Dai Yaoheng to unleash everything he had. Had she been on solid ground, Ma Xiaotao might have found a way to evade. However, in her airborne state, she was utterly at the mercy of the onslaught, unable to dodge. One must acknowledge the exquisite coordination between Hikaitu and Dai Yaoheng at that juncture. Yet for Ma Xiaotao, blessed with phoenix wings, while the barrage posed significant trouble, it was insufficient to bring her down. But having forsaken resistance against Yao Haoshuan's assault, Hikaitu found himself with no further chances. He was struck down by Yao Haoshuan's proximity. It was undeniable that Yao Haoshuan's imposing figure emanated a powerful sense of pressure up close. Before him, Hikaitu appeared as nothing more than a mere toy, utterly defenseless. All right, Hikaitu eliminated, Elder Xian announced. The situation now shifted to a 2 versus 5. Ma Xiaotao steadied herself in midair, casting a glance at Dai Yaoheng, lifting her chin, surrender. The airborne Gonyang Mo could continue to provide support for Ma Xiaotao's side. Both Cece and Bei Bei were in fine form, while Yao Haoshuan was nearly at his peak. In stark contrast, Dai Yaoheng's side was severely depleted, their soul power nearly exhausted. Chen Zifeng, under the combined pressure from Cece and Bei Bei, found himself at a disadvantage. With a soft sigh, Dai Yaoheng raised his right hand, palm facing Ma Xiaotao. We concede. At that very moment, Elder Xian descended with those he had rescued from the arena, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hurry. The losers must accept their punishment. I shall grant you another opportunity. I'm pig. Dai Yaoheng shouted without hesitation, his facial muscles twitching, clearly indicating the toll it had taken on him. Chen Zifeng followed suit. I am a pig, his tone wavering, betraying his inner turmoil. Ling Luocheng, too, uttered the phrase, though his gaze remained fixed on Hui Yuhao. Yuerong and Xiao Xiao, however, appeared unfazed, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment. Yuerong's voice rang out loud and clear, full of vigor. Jiang Nanan's voice was softer, delicate, and timid as she murmured, I am a pig. As for Su Sanshi, he unabashedly declared it, as if he'd never spoken at all. Grinning as he sidled up to Jiang Nanan, Elder Xian regarded the gathering with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Very well, you have 1 hour to rest. After an hour, you shall engage in combat once more, to appease those who may feel disgruntled. Upon hearing there would be another confrontation, the primary team members swiftly sat down to recover their soul power. Meanwhile, Yuerong and her fellow reserve team members hurriedly followed suit, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Seriously? Such an intense and thrilling duel. And we have to do it again? Yuerong felt her head spinning, yet she resolved to face the tempest with courage. Yuerong, fear not. With her determination unwavering, she sat firmly, her spirit ablaze, hoping for a favorable team arrangement in the next match. Amen. Chapter 061, Mixed Combat Competition, 5. This second chance left Yuerong with little choice. Elder Xian bluntly switched the teams. Yao Haoshuan, Wang Dong, Hu Yuhao, you three will swap with Yuerong and Su Sanshi. Yuerong was taken aback but complied without protest. Oh, the others had no objections, and thus the second round of sparring commenced. Remarkably, within Ma Xiaotao's team, Gonyang Mo's support and Yuerong's auxiliary soul skills could actually stack, revealing an astonishing synergy. This indicated that Yuerong and Gonyang Mo could amplify their ally soul power by an astonishing 80%, almost doubling it. Just as Gonyang Mo grasped this revelation, he nearly plummeted from the sky in shock. The astonishment was overwhelming. The ability to stack similar support soul skills atop his own was a clear indication that Yuerong's spirit in the realm of assistance was undeniably formidable. Yet, it wasn't only Yuerong who astonished. Hui Yuhao, with his spirit detection capabilities, also drew attention. Elder Xian's adjustment allowed everyone to experience Hui Yuhao's absolute detection firsthand. This soul skill provided an extraordinary advantage in seizing the opportunity during battle. It also clarified for Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng why Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Meteor Shower had displayed such precise attack capabilities in the previous match. In terms of coordination, The icy duo of Hui Yuhao and Ling Luocheng proved to be a significant challenge for Yu Erong and her team. When the ultimate ice wielded Soul King-level control, it became a lethal force in the arena. Where Ma Xiaodao had previously showcased her grace, she now found herself stifled at every turn. In this round, it was Bei Bei who shone brightly alongside Yu Erong and Cici's combat synergy. The profound understanding between Yu Erong and Bei Bei astonished all present. Simultaneously, Yu Erong's unpredictable petals combined with Cici's agile and elusive strikes created a formidable partnership that significantly troubled Dai Yaoheng's team. Building upon the cooperative experience and electric synergy from the previous match, as victory seemed imminent, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong unleashed their martial spirit fusion technique, Golden Road, which shattered Yu Erong's hopes and served as a decisive blow to conclude the match. Once again, Yu Erong faced defeat alongside Su Sanshi, marking them as the only two students in this session who had declared, "I am a pig" twice. Su Sanshi, ever the jester, playfully slung an arm around Yu Erong's shoulder. What does this signify? It shows that we're destined to be friends. Right, little Rong? Yu Erong, disertened, ritortid. No, I do not wish to be friends with you. Did you all feel that? Practical combat is the ultimate test of all. Elder Xian summarized, expressing a degree of satisfaction with the practical exercises. He was well aware of the strengths of the primary team members. Due to the prior affliction of malevolent forces, Ma Xiaodao had not consistently participated among the formal team members, resulting in relatively limited interaction and understanding with her peers. Consequently, upon her return and assuming the role of captain, a certain degree of discord echoed within the team. However, through today's confrontation, Ma Xiaodao has unequivocally demonstrated her compelling prowess. Although they faced defeat in the second match, it was evident to all that, in terms of overall cultivation, Ma Xiaodao indeed surpassed Dai Yaoheng. Of course, had it been a life-or-death struggle, the scenario might have been drastically different. After all, the recent bout was merely a contest, and the primary team members had refrained from employing particularly fierce combat techniques. Moreover, Elder Xian expressed satisfaction with the combat capabilities exhibited by the reserve members. Compared to the primary team, Elder Xian's primary focus for this assessment remained on the 8 members of the reserve team. Su Sanxi, Ziang Nanan, Gai Tu, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Dong's performances could be described as quite standard. Jiang Nannan, being an agile attack-type soul master, was significantly suppressed, and her subpar performance cannot be attributed to her alone. The standout figures were undoubtedly Hui Yuhao, Bei Bei, and Yu Rong. However, the fact that Yu Rong had never secured a victory rendered her contributions somewhat unconvincing. After all, luck can play a pivotal role at times. Hui Yuhao, from this moment forth, you shall be the main control soul master of the reserve team. Bei Bei, you will serve as the captain of the reserve team. Elder Xian wasted no words and promptly appointed them, thereby laying the foundational structure for this competition's reserve team. After addressing these matters, Elder Xian did not immediately dismiss them, but instead requested they remain together for a debriefing. While combat is indeed vital, post-match analysis holds equal importance. For it is through this reflection that one can identify their shortcomings and acquire relevant experience. Elder Xian shook the now empty wine bottle in his hand, urging the young ones to engage in thorough reflection. Oh, and do tidy up your belongings. We will gather at the academy gate early tomorrow morning to head to Xingluo City for the competition. In a final twist, Elder Xian dropped a significant bombshell. Xingluo City? Upon hearing this name, Hui Yuhao could not help but exclaim. Elder Xian looked at him quizzically. Is there a problem? The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition is held alternately in the capitals of various nations. This time, it has been assigned to the Xingluo Empire. The next competition, which you may potentially participate in as primary team members, will take place in the capital of the Sun Moon Empire. At that time, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy will be the home ground. Isn't that rather soon? Wasn't it said there were still 10 days left? Yu Rong also voiced her confusion. Before this, we had some other arrangements. Well, no more talk. Focus on your reflections and familiarize yourselves more. Elder Xian's explanation seemed to alleviate Yu Rong's doubts, and with that, he departed with a flourish. Yu Rong remarked, "This answer addressed my question, but it also seemed to evade it." Elder Xian left with a casual air, leaving the group of teenagers exchanging puzzled glances. In light of this, let us commence our discussion from the first match. Ma Xiaodao sighed and took the lead, beginning with the significant blunders, suggesting that the minor details could be addressed individually later. In the first match, Hui Yuhao's ultimate ice exerted absolute elemental dominance over Ling Luocheng, leading to a total failure of Ling Luocheng's control. Ma Xiaotao slowly recalled, acknowledging that this was indeed the most striking aspect of the first match, as he was even counter-controlled, resulting in a complete loss of combat capability. Indeed, conversely, had I possessed Hui Yuhao's amplification within a certain range, my ice control would have reigned supreme. Ling Luoqing nodded, speaking to Hui Yuhao and Ma Xiaodao. Fortunately, Ma Xiaodao raised an eyebrow, expressing her agreement. I too made an error. During my initial attack on Hui Yuhao, I held back. Chun Zifeng reflected on this, casting a cold gaze towards Hui Yuhao, now infused with a measure of recognition. After all, Hui Yuhao is merely a second-ring soul master. I previously worried about what might happen if I pushed too hard. Yet, it seems I underestimated this junior. Chun Zifeng nodded slightly at Hui Yuhao, acknowledging that Shrek is indeed a gathering place for extraordinary talents. It is true that an ordinary second-ring soul master would never withstand a casual strike from a fifth-ring soul king. Moreover, considering Hui Yuhao is a control type, Chun Zifeng genuinely feared inflicting serious injury upon him, which could jeopardize his participation in the soul fighting competition. In a sense, Chun Zifeng is an exceptionally meticulous and diligent senior, though this quality often contrasts with his seemingly indifferent exterior. What do we call this? The delightful contrast of innocence. Yurong commented. Indeed. Ma Xiaodao gently nodded, then turned her gaze toward the group, inquiring if anyone else wished to speak. My last-minute rescue in the first match resulted in the greatest losses. I used my soul skill, failed to save anyone, and ended up burned. Su Sanshur whimpered theatrically, his eyes sneaking glances at Jiang Nanan. I truly became flustered by my concern. I will surely learn from this. Su Sanshur vowed to dare again next time. Jiang Nanan was utterly speechless. Excellent. It appears everyone has a sense of their performance. Ma Xiaotao expressed satisfaction with the reserve team's perceptiveness. Mistakes need correction, but your moments of brilliance must also be acknowledged. Dai Yaoheng added, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao. The soul fusion technique you both employed in the second match was pivotal in determining the outcome. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao's assistive soul skill of mental detection was immensely significant. Dai Yaoheng hesitated, unsure how to aptly describe that sensation of having every aspect under control. It was disturbingly precise. Chun Zifeng took over the conversation, likely having experienced it deeply himself. To be able to assist everyone's soul skills with such accuracy and to forge an invisible mental bond connecting everyone undoubtedly enhanced their cooperation beyond mere addition. Ma Xiaodao turned to Bei Bei and Yurong, playfully remarking, Your synergy was remarkably harmonious, and Yurong, the petals you controlled were, in a sense, rather repulsive. Hearing Ma Xiaotao's praise, Yurong felt a touch of bashfulness. Who wouldn't appreciate the commendation from a beautiful elder sister? Hee. Yurong scratched his head. Bei Bei shot a resigned glance at Yurong, thinking his exuberance was excessive. Furthermore, Yurong's overall awareness was commendable. Dai Yaoheng also acknowledged Yurong's performance, particularly noting the defensive maneuver during Captain Ma's Phoenix Meteor Shower at the end of the first match, which demonstrated a moment of judgment that considered all our key strengths. I never anticipated a third-ring soul venerable could restrain me. Shishi suddenly appeared from nowhere, startling Yurong. With my speed, this shouldn't have happened. All right, everyone, it's time to head back and pack your bags. We need to set off early tomorrow morning. Gong Yang Mo had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the soul fighting area, evidently eager to leave. I still have many things to prepare. It was clear that, given Gong Yang Mo's meticulous demeanor, embarking on a journey required thorough packing. Yurong suddenly jolted. That's right, my takoyaki, my Shrek night market. I cannot bear to part with you. Yurong exclaimed. Suddenly, he dashed over to stand beside Dai Yaoheng. After all, Dai Yaoheng was the person Yurong knew to be most familiar with Xinglua City, being the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke. How could he not have explored Xinglua City? Dai Xuezhang, I have a very serious question to pose to you. Yurong's expression turned grave, his delicate face tightening as he pressed his lips together. What question? I will certainly answer if I know. Dai Yaoheng regarded Yurong with a serious demeanor, which inevitably influenced his own expression. In Xinglua City, Yurong articulated each word with clarity. Is there a substantial night market? One that includes takoyaki? Dai Yaoheng thought he must have misheard her. Chapter 62. Preparing to depart. The task of packing was undeniably arduous. For someone with nearly zero life skills, it was a veritable ordeal. What should I bring? A few pieces of clothing. And what else? Should I pack bedding, towels, and a toothbrush? While inquiring, Yurong began to gather her personal garments from her wardrobe. After all, those were exquisitely beautiful clothes she had purchased, Regrettably, due to the Academy's strict uniform policy, she seldom had the opportunity to wear her lovely outfits. This time in Xinglua City, she was determined to flaunt them. Visita hier, bye-bye Vetchit and Exaspiration, long. Just bring a few pieces. When we compete, we'll still need to wear our uniforms since we represent Shrek Academy. Ah, is that so? Upon hearing this, Yurong's enthusiasm dwindled, causing her signature hair tuft to droop dismally. Her plans lay in ruins. But I have so many beautiful clothes that I haven't worn yet. Instantly, her motivation for packing evaporated. As for bedding and toothbrushes, Bei suggested, if you wish to bring your accustomed items, feel free. They won't take up much space in the Soul Guide. He pointed to the Soul Guide bracelet on Yurong's wrist, advocating for preparedness. Indeed, since these items wouldn't burden her, she could bring as many as she desired. A spark of realization ignited within Yurong. How marvelous is technology in enhancing our lives. With renewed vigor, she declared, in that case, I shall bring all my beautiful clothes. Her spirits soared, as they occupied no substantial space. Bei raised an eyebrow, a wry smile escaping him. His intention had been to encourage her to pack light. Yet now it appeared that Rong intended to bring her entire wardrobe along. Then I shall be ready in no time. Yurong exclaimed, standing up with newfound urgency. I'm off to visit Dong and Yu Hao. Bei, you should hurry and pack too. We depart early tomorrow morning. With a wave of her hand, she dashed next door. Watching her sprint away, Bei sighed, this little one is indeed still a child. Meanwhile, Yurong, having exited, was blissfully unaware of his musings as she joyfully knocked on the doors of Wang Dong and Hu Hao. Dong, Yu Hao. Her small fists rapped rhythmically against the wooden door. Little Rong, what brings you here? Hu Hao opened the door, astonished to see her, considering they had only recently parted ways to return to their dorms. What? Am I not welcome? Seizing the moment while Hu Hao was distracted, Yurong playfully poked his cheek. The young man had matured considerably, his face firm, yet retaining a certain resilience. Of course not. Hu Hao chuckled, his cheeks slightly flushed, as if startled by her sudden advance. He stepped aside, inviting her in. Come in quickly. All right. Yurong was quite familiar with Hu Hao and Wang Dong's room, making her way to Wang Dong's desk with ease. Hu Hao's desk was cluttered with intricate parts that Yurong could not comprehend, presumably for crafting soul guides. So she refrained from touching anything there. Instead, she opted to sit at Wang Dong's pristine desk, devoid of clutter. Dong, I'm taking your seat, Yurong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Wang Dong. Feel free, Wang Dong replied, sitting cross-legged on his bed, seemingly preparing for meditation. Have you both finished packing? Yurong inquired curiously. Yes, I'm nearly done. I don't have much to bring. Yu Hao nodded, gesturing to his soul guide, which contained only a few articles of clothing and toiletries. As for the unfinished soul guide, I've already organized the components. Right, packing shouldn't take long at all. I plan to finish mine tomorrow morning. Wang Dong concurred with Hu Hao, adding that if something were forgotten, they could simply purchase it in Xinglua City. He resolved to address the matter with financial means. Ah, that is true. Yurong clapped her hands, a moment of inspiration striking her. Oh, by the way, I came with an important matter. She turned her gaze to Hu Hao. Yu Hao, are you all right returning? Xinglua City should be where you spent time before, right? A flicker of concern crossed her features, for she was aware of Hu Hao's sensitivity despite his outward strength. Having just discussed this topic with Wang Dong and receiving ample consolation, Hu Hao felt warmth in his heart upon seeing his friend's concern. I'm all right. Just as Wang Dong reassured me earlier, I have changed immensely over the past year. One might say I've undergone a transformation. As for Xinglua City, there's no one there I care about anymore. It's inconsequential to me. It seemed that Hu Hao had come to terms with his feelings. How wonderful it is that you can think this way. Yurong beamed at him, genuinely pleased. When Elder Xian mentioned Xinglua City, I sensed your emotional turbulence. Yet you've adjusted so swiftly. You're like a fallen genius, enduring countless trials and tribulations, stagnating at the third level of soul power due to the annulment of your engagement, vowing to confront your ex-fiancé's sect 3 years later, proclaiming that one should not underestimate youthful potential. Yurong spoke earnestly, her words flowing with conviction. Huh? Hu Hao looked utterly baffled, clearly not grasping her point. Wang Dong, too, was taken aback, processing her words for a moment before exclaiming, wait a minute, little Rong, what peculiar novels have you been reading recently? And this plot bears no resemblance to Yu Hao's situation. Whereas the ex-fiancé, whereas the stagnation at the third level, whereas the fallen genius. Wang Dong could not help but critique her. Hee hee, Yu Rong scratched her head, playfully sticking out her tongue. But the phrase "don't underestimate youth" is quite fitting. Hui Yuhao observed the two bantering, a smile breaking across his face. The corners of his mouth lifting as the clouds of sorrow that had lingered since hearing about Xinglua City began to dissipate. Perhaps a year ago, the boy emerging from Xinglua City was bereft of a home. Yet now, this young lad had found a place that could shield him from life's storms. At last, I see Yuhao smile. Yu Rong had been watching him intently, perhaps with an intention to uplift his spirits. She was aware that unlocking Hui Yuhao's heart was no simple task, yet she hoped to bring him some joy. Yu Rong appeared carefree, yet she possessed a thread of thoughtfulness, albeit limited. At that moment, Hui Yuhao discerned her intent, surprise flickering in his eyes. Little Rong, Yuhao, you're doing wonderfully. Yu Rong continued, her gaze fixed on him, her heterochromatic eyes sparkling with encouragement. Human life is brief, yet it is ample enough to allow one to blossom. You are but a budding flower. The events of the past are merely your foundation, not your entirety. Her words carried depth, and, in that moment, Yu Rong exhibited a perspective that transcended the mundane. Only at this moment did Hui Yuhao truly feel the authenticity of this fellow being 100,000-year-old beast taking on human form. In the depths of Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, both the dream ice silkworm and the ice emperor had also heard these words. I never expected that this little flower would be so perceptive. The ice emperor felt a twinge of melancholy. Despite having just transformed, it was indeed vexing. The ice emperor, feeling somewhat defeated, reflected on the wisdom within foolishness. The dream ice silkworm, too, was deeply contemplative, pondering whether all plant-type soul beasts were like this. What if I had encountered a 100,000-year plant-type soul beast in the Stardow forest? But there are no what-ifs. The ice emperor's tone was frigid. The beings of the Stardow forest would merely drain your last ounce of strength before ending your life. Woe is me. The dream ice silkworm's feigned sobs lacked emotion, merely a display of technique. Chapter 063, The Shrek Inspection Team. In the early morning, as a veil of mist enveloped Shrek Academy's main entrance, a group of individuals emerged with graceful strides. The youthful boys and girls exuded vitality and charm. When Yu Rong returned to his dormitory last night, Bei had already neatly packed his belongings. Yu Rong swiftly followed suit, efficiently stowing all his possessions into his storage soul guide, exhibiting a decisive and tidy manner. He then cheerfully donned a light golden combat outfit, a choice that proved to be impeccable. On this morning, still shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist, Yu Rong resembled a beam of dawn light, radiating brilliance. The fitted attire accentuated his well-proportioned physique, elegantly outlining the contours of a youthful figure that was neither frail nor weak. The hem of his garments swayed gently with his steps, akin to golden waves undulating beneath his feet. The sleeves were adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, adding decorative charm while exuding an air of nobility and grace. He even wore a soft hat of the same hue, its brim slightly raised, lending him a lively yet composed demeanor. A few wisps of fluffy hair peeked from beneath the brim, fluttering gently in the breeze, enhancing his ethereal appearance. At least when Xiao Xiao first laid eyes on him. She was taken aback. Xiao Rong, are you preparing for some grand performance? Is this not a tad excessive? The center of attention was undeniably Yu Rong, who not only dressed well, but also possessed captivating charm. Excellent, I truly admire this. The equally refined Gong Yang Mo expressed his admiration for Yu Rong's ensemble. Indeed, Senior Gong Yang, you understand me. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong felt an immediate kinship with Gong Yang Mo, dispelling any lingering awkwardness from the previous day. He truly understands me. A dozen individuals strolled together in clusters, creating a rather splendid scene. Yu Rong was certainly not the shortest in the group, as the adorable Xiao Xiao was at the rear. However, he was only slightly taller than her. Hui Yuhao, who had previously been of similar height to Yu Rong, had surpassed Wang Dong unbeknownst to him, as his physique had improved over the year, now appearing like a lad of 14 or 15. The well-defined muscles beneath his combat gear seemed to harbor explosive power. As for Wang Dong, he stood a good half a head taller than Yu Rong, possessing a tall and slender frame, with strikingly attractive features and lively, beautiful eyes that drew attention effortlessly. The group was undeniably a gathering of strikingly handsome youths and lovely maidens, but alas, it was still too early for many to notice. Or else they would surely have commanded attention. Is everyone here? Elder Xian appeared at some point. We are all present, Elder Xian. Following Elder Xian was none other than their familiar acquaintance, Teacher Wang Yan. It was only this morning that Qirong learned that Elder Xian was actually Wang Yan's ancestral master, although Elder Xian had requested not to be addressed in such a manner. Nevertheless, he held a great fondness for this disciple he was passing down. While Wang Yan may not be able to compare with the prodigies in terms of cultivation, he had made significant strides in the study of martial souls. After another 2 years of training, he would be entering the inner academy to teach. Then let us proceed, young Wang. Elder Xian nodded toward Wang Yan. Understood, Elder Xian. Wang Yan inclined his head slightly toward Elder Xian before turning to the dozen or so students below. We are about to embark on our journey, but first, we must visit a certain location. The 7 members of the formal team nodded in acknowledgement, clearly already aware. This left the 8 members of the reserve team looking bewildered. So, where exactly are we headed? Before Qirong and the others could ponder too long, the group had already set off. Each individual moved swiftly, displaying their unique abilities. Though there was no competition, it felt as if they were racing against one another. Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yueheng, and Cici surged ahead like the wind, followed closely by Chun Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, and Yao Haoshuan. As for Gongyang Mo, he ambled leisurely ahead of the reserve team, appearing utterly untroubled. Meanwhile, the reserve team lagged slightly behind, their pace less relaxed, requiring concentration to keep up with their seniors. Was this the competitive spirit of Shrek's students? As Qirong pressed on, he felt a slight strain and could only muster a quiet complaint in his heart. As they journeyed, they unknowingly left the bounds of Shrek's city, arriving at a canyon. The entrance lay at the bottom of this nameless gorge, surrounded by towering cliffs that stood like vigilant guardians, silent yet resolute. Sunlight streamed down from the canyon's peak, forming beams of light that illuminated everything around while casting deep shadows upon the rocky walls. Qirong looked up to see the sky sliced into a slender band of blue, with white clouds drifting lazily through, resembling scenes from another world. At the canyon's center stood a towering stone monument. The ravages of time had left indelible marks upon the stone, with every crack and crevice seemingly narrating the tale of the passage of time. More astonishingly, the monument was inscribed with dense text. Though Qirong did not scrutinize it closely, it appeared to bear names consisting of 2 or 3 characters, each evoking an inexplicable sense of solemnity and tranquility. Elder Xian halted before the monument, his expression grave as he gazed at the imposing structure, stating in a deep voice, "We are not far from the academy, and there are matters I must address beforehand. Little ones of the reserve team, this will pertain to your future direction within the academy." Elder Xian, typically perceived as carefree and unrestrained, was exhibiting a level of formality that Qirong had never witnessed before. The 7 members of the inner academy, along with Wang Yan, seemed to understand the gravity of Elder Xian's impending words, their expressions equally solemn, with an air of unique pride lingering in the atmosphere. Elder Xian continued, "Our Shrek Academy boasts a history spanning over 10,000 years. Generally speaking, a powerful soul master can live for at least 200 years, if not longer. The academy witnesses students entering the inner academy through assessments nearly every year. However, there are currently fewer than 100 disciples remaining in the inner academy. Do you understand why that is?" Su Sanshur, leaning against Jiang Nan, yet adhering to decorum, responded, "Is it because the seniors have all graduated and left?" Elder Xian shook his head and elaborated, "You are partially correct. Indeed, some inner academy disciples have graduated and departed. But what I wish to convey concerns another group, those who were unable to graduate from the academy." As Elder Xian spoke, a glimmer of tears seemed to well in his eyes. To enter the inner academy is to shoulder its responsibilities. The honor enjoyed by inner academy disciples is not merely a privilege. It is a weight borne of blood and sacrifice. At this juncture, Bei Bei appeared to recall something, clenching his fists tightly, trembling slightly. Qirong, attuned to Bei Bei's emotional turmoil, grew concerned and subtly tugged at Bei Bei's sleeve. The capabilities of soul masters far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Should they err, the consequences could be devastating for the unassuming populace. The malevolent actions of soul masters are tragically frequent, and it is often the case that those endowed with greater talent and higher cultivation levels wreak even more havoc when they stray down the path of darkness. At Shrek Academy, we have never claimed to be paragons of righteousness. However, we are resolutely opposed to witnessing tragedies unfold. Thus, approximately 6 millennia ago, the Academy delineated itself into 2 divisions, the inner and outer courts. It is true that disciples of the inner court enjoy a greater abundance of resources provided by the Academy, which may seem unjust to their outer court counterparts. Yet, this is a misconception for the pressures and responsibilities borne by the inner court are beyond the comprehension of those in the outer court. This burden is known as supervision. The names inscribed upon the stone tablet are those of inner court disciples who perished in the line of duty. Elder Xian poured the contents of his gourd onto the ground as a tribute to these heroic souls. They are all heroes, champions of the Douluo continent. As Qirong absorbed this information, he felt a stir of emotions. Death, to him, seemed an abstract and distant concept. Yet at this moment, it appeared deserving of reverence. Every task undertaken by our Shrek supervisory team is fraught with challenges and peril, with the ever-present possibility of encountering life-threatening situations. Many disciples who were qualified to enter the inner court chose to withdraw upon grasping its true significance. At this juncture, Dai Yaoheng stepped forward from the crowd, saluted Elder Xian, and turned his gaze toward the 8 members of the reserve team. In a solemn tone, he declared, as a member of the supervisory team, "I must inform you that while fulfilling our duties, I have also rescued countless innocents from oppression. It is an absolute honor to be part of the Shrek supervisory team. The maxim of the inner court is that strength is equivalent to responsibility, and virtue accompanies kindness. I aspire to share this journey with you." Dai Yaoheng's words, though delivered plainly, resonated with a profound emotion. Even Ma Xiaotao, whose relationship with him had been somewhat intricate, listened with a grave expression, filled with pride and a unique brilliance as he spoke of his role as a supervisor. At that moment, Qirong experienced a dawning realization. The world was far from the idyllic peace he had envisioned, and countless events transpired in obscure corners. Elder Xian nodded at Dai Yaoheng and spoke gravely. "It is undeniable that from the moment you became candidates, you have already taken a step into the inner court. However, it is imperative that I ascertain whether you are willing to shoulder the responsibilities that accompany it before I guide you away from the academy. If you are unwilling, you may return now without fear of reproach. You will still be able to pursue your studies in the outer court and graduate. Moreover, I must inform you that the inner court's curriculum is not markedly more extensive than that of the outer court. Now, I ask for your answers." Elder Xian's gaze swept over the youthful faces of the 8 reserve team members. "We choose to join," they proclaimed in unison, undeterred by fear. They had only just learned of the profound mission and responsibilities that came with being an inner court disciple at Shrek Academy. Though they had yet to experience the glory of being Shrek's supervisors, they were resolute in their willingness to accept this weighty duty. Before the stone tablet honoring the heroic spirits, in the presence of their teachers and mentors, this moment felt eternal. For Qirong, having chosen Shrek, it was imperative to move forward without trepidation. In a certain sense, he had indeed begun to embody the essence of humanity. Throughout the past year at Shrek Academy, the transformation was not limited to Hu Yuhao alone. Observing the unity among the reserve team, Elder Xian nodded approvingly. "Very well. Prior to participating in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition, our Shrek supervisory team has a mission to accomplish. This is why I require you to depart 10 days in advance." "The supervisory team's mission?" Ma Xiaotao inquired, surprised, realizing that even the official team members had not received prior notice. Elder Xian affirmed, speaking each word with gravity, "Evil Soul Masters." Chapter 064, The Flying Soul Guidance Device. Wang Yin distributed rings to the 8 members of Qirong's team, explaining, "These are symbols of our Shrek supervisors. Shortly, you'll need to place a drop of your blood on the ring's surface, establishing a connection with your bloodline. As long as you are one of us, you can utilize your supervisory ring to verify each other's identities." The supervisory ring also serves as a storage soul device, containing a complete set of equipment exclusive to Shrek supervisors. "You may examine it now." Qirong received his own supervisory ring. It was strikingly beautiful, crafted from silver-white metal, adorned with a green gemstone the size of a fingernail, vibrant with the essence of life, and etched into the shape of the Shrek emblem, leaving a lasting impression. The ring contains special attire, a mask, a cloak, and a distress signal flare. During supervisory missions, we must conceal our identities to prevent future repercussions. Most importantly, the signal flare is unique to us. Should any supervisor find themselves in peril and deploy it, any Shrek Academy student who witnesses it, whether from the inner or outer court, will rush to provide assistance. Its impact is undoubtedly greater than you can imagine, Wang Yin elucidated. Wang Yin held a notable position, serving as the leading teacher for this competition and also as an instructor responsible for the personnel and tactical arrangements for the event. This role was particularly suitable for someone as knowledgeable in martial souls as Wang Yin. As Qirong listened, he slipped the ring onto his right hand, adjusting its fit and ultimately choosing to wear it on his middle finger. The site of the upcoming supervisory mission lies in the Ming Do Mountain Range. bordering the Qing Empire and the Ryu Empire, an area rich in mineral resources and home to over a dozen rare ores. Thus, the two nations have been embroiled in a relentless struggle for control over the Ming Dome mountain range, leading to years of conflict. It is precisely for this reason that we must eliminate a band of bandits who specifically target merchants traversing between the two empires, leaving no survivors. Their hideout is in a mountainous region characterized by treacherous terrain and numerous caves, complicating our efforts to eradicate them, Wang Yan elaborated. You are all aware that the relationship between the Ryu Empire and the Qing Empire has never been amicable. Under such circumstances, it is challenging for the two nations to conduct joint operations. Whichever side mobilizes an army to exterminate the bandits ends up retreating to the other side. There was even an instance that triggered a minor war between the two nations, Wang Yin sighed, clearly expressing his exasperation. Both the Qing Empire and the Ryu Empire have made multiple attempts to eradicate the bandits, yet with minimal success. This band of outlaws, self-styled as the Messengers of Death, numbers fewer than 300, but they are well acquainted with the terrain and are cunning. Thus, our small team is better suited to combat them. I must emphasize that our objective for this supervisory mission is total annihilation, leaving no one behind for among these bandits. There are no innocents, only the guilty, Wang Yin stated, his gaze revealing an intensity that starkly contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor, yet was not contradictory. Murder? Yu Rong's pupils constricted at this word, which felt utterly foreign to him, especially for Yu Rong, Hui Yu Hao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, all merely 12 years of age. The mere mention of taking a life quickened their hearts with apprehension. What? Are the little ones afraid? Ma Xiaodao observed their reactions and chuckled, reminiscent of her own past. Hui Yu Hao's face flushed crimson as he retorted, I am not afraid. Yu Rong fervently nodded to convey her determination. Ma Xiaotao chuckled lightly, exuding nonchalance. As long as you're not afraid, that's all that matters. The primary task will be undertaken by the 7 of us. Your role is to assist while ensuring your own safety to the best of your abilities. If there are no objections, we shall embark at full speed. Make sure to secure your observer rings. They're to be worn solely during the execution of our mission, Ma Xiaotao continued, her voice laced with authority. Suddenly, a ripple of soul energy emanated from Dai Yaoheng's side as he retrieved a soul device resembling wings from his storage soul guide. I borrowed these from the military. We'll be flying with them, he explained, infusing the wing-like apparatus with soul power. Once activated, the device would expel thrust towards the ground, and upon gaining altitude, the wings would unfurl, converting downward thrust into horizontal propulsion, thereby allowing for accelerated flight. Wow! To have access to such a multitude of flying soul devices. You truly are the eldest son of the marshal of the Qing Empire, Yao Haoxian remarked, having obtained his own device, his tone tinged with playful admiration. Though Yao Haoxian might not possess the same imposing presence as the assault and control soul masters in their formal team, he radiated a sense of reliability that endeared him to his peers. Dai Yaoheng acknowledged Yao Haoxian with a nod, the unspoken affirmation palpable between them. Such advanced soul devices. I had no idea the technology in the Qing Empire had progressed to such heights, he Kai-Tu mused. As one of the few soul masters among the 15. Yet, he preferred to utilize his own devices. He then produced a more exquisitely crafted soul device, resembling a small beetle with delicate wings that could automatically affix to his back, far surpassing the military's standard flying apparatus in sophistication. The wings, composed of smooth green metallic composite material, glimmered gently in the sunlight. With a deft motion, Kai-Tu activated the wings, which gradually unfolded, reminiscent of a slumbering giant bird awakening in the morning light, poised to take flight. Each wing bone extended gracefully, the membrane unfurling to reveal a flawless curve and aerodynamic design. Amazing! So cool! Yu Rong exclaimed, unable to resist the allure of such magnificent technology. Eagerly, Yu Rong accepted his own flying soul device from Dai Yaoheng, marveling at its high-tech design. He promptly affixed it to his back, and upon channeling his soul power, a soft mechanical hum filled the air as the device's internal mechanisms came alive, the intricate gears clicking softly before expanding to a width of 2 meters. Impatient to experience flight, Yu Rong infused the device with too much soul power at once, sending him soaring upward at uncontrollable speed. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yu Rong cried out, losing his balance and teetering perilously close to a plummet. Just then, a figure appeared at his side. Grasping his arm to stabilize him, it was Chun Zifeng, clad in dark red attire. Chun Zifeng exuded a gentler demeanor than during their previous sparring session. The younger members of the reserve team were preoccupied with their new gadgets, leaving them ill-equipped to assist Yu Rong in his moment of need. Bei Bei could only watch anxiously from below, having just received his own flying soul device from Dai Yaoheng, yet still untested. "Thank you, Senior," Yu Rong said sheepishly, feeling somewhat foolish. "When first using the flying soul device, be cautious with your soul power infusion. Take it slow," Chun Zifeng advised. "Maintain control over your soul power and balance." "Understood, Senior," Yu Rong replied obediently. "You little ones will slow us down. I'll take Wu Yu Hao, Dai Yaoheng. You'll accompany Wang Dong. Chun Zifeng, you'll guide Yu Rong. Ling Luo Chun, you're with Xiao Xiao," Ma Xiao Tao instructed, surveying the group who appeared ready for departure. The members of the reserve team, having trained diligently, could keep pace with their formal counterparts. But this would prove more challenging for the smaller team of second and third ring members. Ma Xiao Tao's arrangements reflected her consideration of these dynamics. Chun Zifeng looked at Yu Rong and asked, "Shall I support you by holding your arm?" Yu Rong, not daring to refuse, nodded earnestly, "Yes, please, Senior." Though the position sounded somewhat peculiar, it was indeed the most practical arrangement. "It's merely part of my duty, so I hope I'm not imposing." Chun Zifeng acknowledged, his left hand grasping Yu Rong's right arm as if to envelop him in a protective embrace, though they maintained a respectful distance apart. Bei Bei observed curiously, confirming the scenario with a few glances. "All right, let us set off," Xian Lao commanded, and they took to the skies. The moment they ascended, the depth of the inner court disciples' training became evident. Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan then exerted themselves fully, yet struggled to keep up. Conversely, He Kai too, accustomed to soul devices and possessing his own specialized flying apparatus, found the endeavor less taxing due to his robust physique. Ma Xiao Tao led Hui Yu Hao at the forefront, occasionally adjusting her speed to accommodate those behind. Truly, she was a top-tier soul emperor. Qin Zifeng, Guiding Yurong, made him feel as though he were gliding through the clouds. Chun Zifeng's sturdy grip provided a steady support, akin to a gentle cushion, while his mastery over soul power ensured a swift yet smooth progression. Yu Rong found himself able to soar effortlessly, reveling in the exhilaration of the rushing wind. His hair tousled, yet his spirits unperturbed. "This is fantastic," he exclaimed, delighting in the sensation. As they transitioned from urban landscapes to sprawling forests, Yu Rong, though familiar with the scenery, was awed by the breathtaking view from above. The undulating forests and mountains stretched into the distance, their soft lines melding with the blue sky to create a magnificent tableau. Rivers meandered across the land, resembling shimmering silver ribbons glinting in the sunlight. "How beautiful this world is," Yu Rong murmured. Chun Zifeng, having overheard, glanced at Yu Rong's fluffy head and replied, "That is precisely why I chose to join the Shrek inspection team." Although hailing from the Xing Luo Empire, his origins were humble. He came from an ordinary family, with no soul masters among his kin. Thus, in a sense, he understood the sacrifices made for the Shrek inspection team on a profound level. For freedom, for protection, for this world. Chapter 065, Outdoor Barbecue. The group continued their flight until noon, pausing to rest. The inner court students appeared unruffled, merely breathing a bit more heavily, while the four outer court soul ancestors, having exerted themselves, were drenched in sweat, save for He Kai too, who benefited from the aid of his soul device. Undoubtedly, the most delightful experience was shared by the quartet of second-year students guided by their senior counterparts, resembling a leisurely sightseeing tour devoid of any discomfort. Led by Xian Lao, they chose a relatively flat area near a babbling brook and descended to the ground. "All right, let us take a moment to rest. We shall continue our journey in the afternoon." Wang Yin also produced an unfamiliar object, akin to a compass, scrutinizing it closely before announcing to the group. "We have traversed approximately one-third of our journey and anticipate arriving at the outpost of the Star Luo Empire in the Ming Do Mountain Range by tomorrow morning." That is quite satisfactory," Xian Lao nodded, unexpectedly retrieving his wine gourd and taking a couple of swigs. "Given this, Hui Yu Hao, why not showcase your skills?" Ma Xiao Tao patted Hui Yu Hao's shoulder and gestured toward the nearby stream. "Huh? Showcase what?" Hui Yu Hao asked, somewhat bewildered. "Why, your grilled fish, of course, Hui Yu Hao." Ma Xiao Tao replied with a smile. "We have both river and fish. We'll assist you while you handle the grilling." "All right, I'm in favor of that." Yu Hao's culinary skills are unparalleled, Su Sanshi chimed in while sitting on the ground, raising both hands and feet, his demeanor rather comical. Beside them, Bei Bei observed the scene. Slightly drained of soul power, but maintaining his image by leaning against a tree, couldn't he help but retort, "Su Sanshi, You really resemble a flipped turtle, truly befitting of a spirit master of the Xianming turtle. The laughter from Jiang Nan, who was also resting against a tree, was involuntary upon hearing this. Su Sancher had intended to engage Bei Bei in a debate, but upon seeing Jiang Nan's smile, he immediately changed his expression, begrudgingly stating, "I shall let it slide this time, considering you made my goddess laugh." Humph, as if your words could surpass mine, Bei Bei shot back, his sharp tongue activated without mercy. Seemingly in a mediocre mood, Qirong, upon landing next to Chen Zifeng, immediately greeted him before darting over to Bei Bei, leaning against the tree as well. She then heard Ma shout out as proposal, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Hu Yuhao. Hu Yuhao, feeling somewhat hesitant, admitted, "But, to be honest, I can only prepare simple dishes. Anything too complex is beyond my capabilities. I do have some seasonings with me, though. Grilled fish is already splendid. I'll handle the fire. Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng, you two go catch fish. The more, the better. Ling Luocheng and Cici, you two should hunt for some game to supplement our meal. Gong Yangmo and Yao Haoshuan, you both should accompany them as well. As for the reserves, those capable of catching fish can join Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng, and those who cannot should gather firewood." Ma Xiaotao efficiently assigned tasks to everyone. "Great! I'm off to catch fish," Qirong exclaimed, bounding to Chen Zifeng's side. Bei Bei, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao opted to gather firewood. Not because they couldn't catch fish, but because collecting firewood offered them greater value. Su Sancher also chose to catch fish. As water attribute, soul masters naturally possessed an advantage. It must be noted that Qirong was quite quick in her actions. With a simple flick of her petals, she created a diminutive version of the withering cage, serving as an excellent fishing net, yielding a bountiful catch. Before long, she had a full basket. As for the basket, it can only be said that Qirong's petals were incredibly malleable, capable of transforming into anything, resembling a miniature withering cage, yet rather exquisite. The others who fished also had their share of success, although none matched Qirong's remarkable haul. After all, they were all elite students from Shrek Academy, and their efforts were undoubtedly commendable. In less than 15 minutes, ample firewood and an abundance of fish were laid before Hu Yuhao, but also found stones nearby to construct a makeshift stove. A little while later, Gong Yangmo, Cici, Ling Luocheng, and Yao Haoshuan returned, bringing with them 2 wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and a plump roe deer. "Let me handle these ingredients," Ling Luocheng offered, glancing at the fish and game laid out on the temporary stove. Then, with exquisite control of her soul power, she levitated the ingredients before her, efficiently skinning, cleaning, and washing each one as if she were master chef. In less than a minute, all the ingredients were impeccably prepared and presented to Hu Yuhao. "Heavens! Ling Luocheng is truly impressive," Qirong exclaimed quietly, marveling at her extraordinary control over soul power, which was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Qirong and Wang Dong assisted Hu Yuhao by skewering the cleaned ingredients onto wooden sticks, transforming them into delectable kebabs, suggesting that they were no strangers to such tasks. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng and Dai Yaoheng, after catching fish, had disappeared only to return later, their outer garments filled with a bounty of mushrooms. The tender white mushrooms still glistened with the morning dew from the previous night, appearing as delicate as snow-white skin. "Heavens, it's small mushrooms!" Qirong immediately recognized, her plant affinity shining through. "They are indeed delicious. Is that so?" "It seems Zifeng and I truly picked the right ones," Dai Yaoheng replied with a smile. "Seniors, since we have mushrooms, I still need a large pot, preferably wooden," Hu Yuhao commanded with the air of a head chef. "No problem," the 2 seniors replied readily. Within 2 minutes, a wooden pot was fashioned. Dai Yaoheng, using sheer strength, toppled a large tree, swiftly crafting a rounded pot with his spirit sword. However, due to the blood-stained nature of the spirit sword, Ling Luocheng used her ice element to clean it once more. "Spotless! How wonderful!" Qirong remarked. Meanwhile, Hu Yuhao had begun preparing the barbecue over Ma Xiaotao's flames, starting with the game. In no time, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air as the game turned a uniform golden brown, with droplets of fat sizzling in the flames, producing a symphony of pops, which intensified the fragrance. The first to be ready were the 2 wild chickens, being the smallest and easiest to cook. As Hu Yuhao lifted them from the stone stove, he felt a sudden lightness in his hands, and a figure swiftly dashed away with both chickens, leaving behind the remark, "You all can divide the rest." Such swift actions were undoubtedly attributed to Xian Lao's particular fondness for roasted chicken. Furthermore, none present could rival Xian Lao's speed. Before Qirong could fully comprehend Xian Lao's movement, the two chickens had transformed into one. The rabbit is done too, Hua Yuhao added. In an instant, one chicken and two rabbits were left in disarray. A swarm of hands from over a dozen individuals surged towards Hua Yuhao. It was likely that Hua Yuhao had not anticipated becoming such a coveted target. Ma Xiaodao, being the strongest and fastest, quickly laid claim to one of the rabbits, followed closely by the agile Cici, while Dai Yaoheng lagged a few steps behind. Consequently, the three divided one roasted rabbit among themselves. The others shared the remaining one. Su Sanshi, unfortunately, found himself in a tragic situation. As the slowest defensive soul master, he ended up with merely a rabbit's head. Of course, there were those even worse off, such as the weakest Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who returned empty-handed. Qirong fared slightly better. Although she didn't manage to grab anything, Bei Bei kindly handed her a generous piece of rabbit back. Nonetheless, Hua Yuhao displayed his thoughtfulness, intercepting two rabbit legs from Ma Xiaodao, Cici, and Dai Yaoheng, reserving them for their enjoyment. As for the remaining roasted chicken, it was seized by Chun Zifeng alone. This was primarily because everyone's attention was focused on the larger two rabbits. However, Chun Zifeng did not indulge himself entirely. Instead, he divided the chicken into two halves, wrapping them in leaves and placing them on the stove to keep warm, gesturing towards Hua Yuhao, evidently reserving it for his busy companion. It would be unthinkable to let the junior brother toil alone without any sustenance. After all, Chun Zifeng, a kind-hearted soul, Hua Yuhao's arduous tasks were just beginning. He did not immediately commence roasting fish. Rather, he first instructed Ling Luocheng to prepare a pot of ice using a wooden cauldron, which was subsequently brought to a boil by Ma Xiaotao. Into this cauldron, they added the mushrooms Chun Zifeng had collected, along with two fish. Ma Xiaodao held half a roasted wild rabbit in one hand while the other conjured flames, heating the wooden cauldron with precision. She deftly managed the fire, her control rivaling that of Ling Luocheng over the ice. The water within the cauldron gradually reached a boil, yet the cauldron itself showed only slight charring, devoid of any signs of damage. Hua Yuhao was adept at roasting fish. The stone stove was ample, and the fish were sufficiently large to allow for the simultaneous roasting of four. In no time, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The pot of mushroom and fish soup simmered to perfection, its flavor exquisite. Hua Yuhao added just a pinch of salt, yet the taste was remarkably savory. Indeed, the mushrooms were natural enhancers of flavor. This affirmation came from Qirong. Even Wang Yin, who typically harbored modest expectations for food, could not resist the temptation. Retrieving from his storage soul guide morsels of dark, wrapped food to share with the group. This was the essential fare for inner court disciples when venturing out. Crafted from a medley of medicinal herbs and various highly nutritious ingredients, it was immensely nourishing, capable of rapidly aiding in physical recovery, and beneficial for the body, albeit lacking in flavor, better described as tasteless. The roasted fish were ready, and each person received at least 2 or 3, with ample provisions for those with larger appetites. By the time the roasting was halfway done, Qirong had already consumed her fill, half a roasted wild rabbit, 2 roasted fish, and a bowl of mushroom fish soup. The bowl for the soup was artfully carved by Qirong from the leftover wood of Chun Zifeng's cauldron. Her delicate petals proved sharp and agile, making her well-suited for such craftsmanship. As for the rations provided by Wang Yin, Qirong had discreetly stowed them away. Naturally, why would one opt for bland rations when delectable food was available? Qirong thought, justified in her stance. All right, Yuhao, take a break, eat and drink. You've worked hard. Let me help you with the roasting, Qirong declared, clamping her last skewer of roasted fish as she bounded over to Hua Yuhao, who was still diligently tending to the stove. The tasks at hand were relatively simple now, just flipping the fish and sprinkling some seasoning. Qirong felt confident that she could manage this. Hua Yuhao had been busy from start to finish and had yet to take a bite. The half-roasted chicken Chun Zifeng had set aside for him still lay wrapped on the stove. I want to help too. Wang Dong joined in, edging closer to his childhood friend and roommate. Why don't you just watch from aside? Qirong knew her childhood companion all too well. He was a complete disaster in the kitchen, utterly incapable of cooking. Ding, your childhood friend. Qirong playfully rejected Wang Dong's offer. Let me take over. Hua Yuhao hesitated, his gaze wandering. I can manage a little, though my results may not be as good as you, junior brother. At that moment, Bei Bei approached Qirong and overheard her remark. Why is that? Because Qirong, much like Wang Dong, was a kitchen calamity, blissfully unaware of her culinary shortcomings. They were cut from the same cloth, 2 peas in a pod, if you will. This was precisely why Hui Yuhao was hesitant to agree. He could not fathom how Yu Rong and Wang Dong could complicate something as simple as roasting food. Ah, all right then. I'll leave it to you, senior brother. The moment Hui Yuhao spotted Bei Bei, he inwardly sighed with relief and readily acquiesced. Yu Rong cast a defiant glance at Hui Yuhao. Why did you agree the moment Bei Bei showed up, but hesitated when I asked? Just lucky. Hui Yuhao scratched the back of his head, attempting to diffuse the situation with a sheepish grin. He knew there were certain things that should remain unsaid, and he wished to avoid provoking Yu Rong's ire. Thus, they indulged in a delightful feast, one that transformed a simple respite into a bonding experience. The camaraderie among the 7 members of the formal team and the 8 from the reserve squad grew significantly. Indeed, sharing a meal is an exceptional means of fostering human connection, a sentiment Yu Rong wholeheartedly endorsed. If one meal isn't sufficient, then 2 shall suffice. Ma Xiaotao, while we're at it, could you enlighten us about the evil soul masters? Hui Yuhao inquired, as he finished his meal and glanced toward Ma Xiaotao, who was resting against a tree nearby. It's time I shared this with you youngsters, Ma Xiaotao replied, standing before the 8 children from the reserve team. Evil soul masters are those among the soul masters who possess extraordinarily unique evil martial souls, she defined. Unique evil martial souls? Are there distinctions of righteousness and wickedness among martial souls? Yu Rong queried, intrigued. Martial souls can take any form. They are inherently devoid of good or evil. However, when certain martial souls, which can be cultivated, are required to be trained in a particular manner, they inevitably become malevolent. Ma Xiaotao elucidated further. Over 600 years ago, an evil soul master known as the Blood Infant appeared on the continent. His nefarious cultivation methods enabled him to reach the rank of title Douluo within a mere 20 years. The then head of the Shrek inspection team spent 5 long years to eliminate him, but by that time, more than a dozen members of the inspection team had already fallen at his hands, Dai Yaoheng added solemnly, his gaze reflecting a moment of silence. A chill ran down Yu Rong's spine, a sensation that coursed through her body, leaving her feeling eerily cold. Perhaps evil soul masters are not inherently wicked. Yet, the personal strength and power possessed by soul masters can easily lead one down a dark path. Faced with the allure of such formidable power, how many could withstand the temptation? Ultimately, they succumbed to darkness and corruption. Ma Xiaotao spoke with a hint of melancholy, as if affirming a truth. Reading thousands of books does not compare to traversing myriad roads. Yu Rong increasingly recognized the limitations of her own world. In the grand scheme of Douluo continent, she was merely a blank canvas, just beginning to be sketched. So, the death messenger we are to confront this time, are we expected to face a title Douluo? Wang Dong's voice trembled slightly with uncertainty. It was unfathomable to think they would be up against such a formidable opponent. Do not be alarmed, Ma Xiaotao teased lightly. Sometimes, it was enjoyable to tease the younger ones. Who was afraid? Wang Dong crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his head away from Ma Xiaotao, as if realizing her jest. Ma Xiaotao laughed. The quartet of second graders never failed to amuse. The marshal of the Xingluo Empire is stationed at the Mingdo mountain range. He will provide us with some assistance, Dai Yaoheng added from the side. The marshal of the Xingluo Empire? Isn't it true that Yu Rong seems to have realized something? Duke White Tiger? Indeed, congratulations on your correct answer, young Yu Rong, Ma Xiaotao encouraged, even applauding the child with affectionate encouragement. Was this truly not just a jest aimed at child? All right, enough of that. Having eaten and drunk well, it's time to set forth. We must endeavor to reach our destination before dawn, Ma Xiaotao declared, tossing her hair back with an air of authority befitting a leader. In the western border of the Star-Luo Empire, the night had deepened, and the stars and moon were obscured, rendering the wilderness pitch black. It was the darkest hour of the night, and soon, as the sun began to rise in the east, a new day would dawn. Suddenly, dozens of bright, white lights streaked through the sky, leaving behind trails of splendid flames, akin to meteoric fireworks. The white lights appeared to be descending towards the earth, gradually slowing as they landed one after another. It was the Shrek inspection team. Well, the Flying Soul Guide can take us no further. The military encampment of the Star-Luo Empire lies just 10 kilometers ahead. Continuing with the Flying Soul Guide would be an affront to the station troops. Wang Yin explained as he landed first. After all, flying over a military camp is not something to be taken lightly. A moment's carelessness could lead to being mistaken for an enemy attack, resulting in an awkward situation. Let us proceed on foot from here, Wang Yin suggested. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at their destination. By then, The sky had brightened significantly, and the sun was rising gently from the east, casting a soft golden glow upon everyone. In the distance, vast expanses of military camps began to come into view. These camps were built against the mountains, with some even constructed atop the Mingdo mountain range. To refer to this place merely as a military camp would be an understatement, for on the western side, the undulating walls soared over 30 meters high, stretching nearly 50 meters in width. Despite it being early morning, many soldiers were already engaged in drills, their formations not only orderly, but also exuding an intimidating presence, brimming with a palpable aura of ferocity. What a formidable group of iron-blooded lions, Dai Yaoheng proclaimed proudly. The Western Army is the elite of the Douluo Empire, and the Central Legion we see before us, comprising 100,000 men, is truly the cream of the crop. As the group approached the entrance of the military camp, they were halted by the guards. Who goes there? Unauthorized entry into the military camp is prohibited. It was time for Dai Yaoheng to showcase his influence. Indeed, this was far more effective and direct than any insignia. The elite squad under Duke White Tiger's command could hardly fail to recognize his eldest son. Young master. With that, Yu Rong and her companions were granted passage into the heart of the military camp, albeit under the watchful escort of the Iron Cavalry. Yu Rong walked beside Bei Bei, stealing glances at the towering cavalrymen, each adorned with a prominent white tiger head emblem glowing faintly on their armored chests. The tiger heads were grand, covering much of their leather armor, vividly lifelike and exuding a fierce, intimidating presence. So this is what soldiers are like. Fierce and dashing, Yu Rong mused. They wandered for an indeterminate distance, largely disoriented by the identical tents flanking them, until they finally arrived in front of a large leather tent. Yu Rong's attention was swiftly captured by a figure standing before the tent. With flowing golden hair and bare-chested, the figure revealed a robust bronze physique, towering close to 2 meters. From the side, his chiseled features appeared resolute, and his seemingly slow movements flowed with an effortless grace. Each step he took and every punch he threw resonated with a deep, thunderous sound. Sensing their arrival, the man slowly withdrew his fists, exhaling deeply. A roar erupted from him, reminiscent of a tiger's growl, stirring up a tempestuous wind that swept within hundreds of meters around the leather tent. It felt as though a fierce tiger had descended upon them, the chilling aura sending shivers down the spines of every Shrek Academy disciple. Ma Xiaodao's battle presence was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the imposing figure before them. Is this the marshal of the Douluo Empire, Duke White Tiger? Yu Rong thought in awe, recognizing the extraordinary stature of a man who stood above all others in the empire. Marshal, the young master, and the students from Shrek Academy have arrived. One of the iron cavalrymen reported to Duke White Tiger. The Duke, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed striking features with deep-set eyes that shimmered with a captivating blue hue. His visage, though slightly gaunt, exuded a metallic quality, particularly evident in his gaze that gleamed like a sharp blade, causing the Shrek Academy members to instinctively halt in their tracks. However, his expression soon softened, revealing a warm demeanor. Handsome, resolute, and imposing, he radiated an iron-blooded charisma that even the most gifted students of Shrek Academy felt compelled to bow before. Ma Xiaodao was particularly captivated, for this ironclad man embodied her ideal type. Dai Yaoheng stepped forward, kneeling respectfully before the towering figure. Father, he addressed him with reverence. As Yu Rong walked beside Bei Bei, she suddenly noticed movement behind her. It was Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, who appeared to be up to something sneaky. Hui Yuhao wore a somber expression, his gaze fixated on Duke White Tiger, as if harboring some deep-seated grudge. Perhaps it is indeed a profound enmity, Yu Rong assessed, hastily positioning herself to shield the two, even enlisting Bei Bei for additional cover. Let Dong Dong help Yuhao regain his composure. The environment has already set the stage for you. Yu Rong thought to herself. Chapter 067, Preparations for Action. Yu Rong heard a sharp intake of breath, and it seemed Hui Yuhao had regained his composure. However, as she had her back to them, she remained unaware of the specifics of what transpired. At that moment, having assessed the situation with his son, Duke White Tiger strode toward Yu Rong's group, a smile gracing his lips. Welcome, Teacher Wang Yin and esteemed students of Shrek Academy. As for Elder Xian, he had discreetly slipped away long before Shrek's party entered the military camp, seemingly eager to avoid entanglements with the powers of the nation. We are honored to meet you, Your Grace. Wang Yin led the way, with the inner court disciples in front and the outer court disciples following closely behind, all bowing in unison to Duke White Tiger. In the entire continent, even if you were not a marshal, The Duke was undoubtedly among the highest echelons of nobility. They could not afford to be disrespectful. Although Qirong was unsure how to perform the greeting, she was eager to learn. Mimicking Bei Bei's actions, she managed to imitate the gesture with considerable accuracy. Duke White Tiger and Wang Yin exchanged a handshake. "Please, everyone, come inside. Let this marshal extend his hospitality," he invited warmly. Wang Yin smiled slightly. As the spokesperson for Shrek's mission, he maintained his composure, responding neither subserviently nor arrogantly. "Your Grace need not be so formal. We have come to fulfill a mission. As long as you can provide us with sufficient leads, we shall not impose further on your time." Duke White Tiger, true to form, did not insist on pleasantries, nodding with a smile. "In that case, I shall arrange for someone to host you all. After your graduation, the doors of the Central Legion of the Western Army of the Star Luo Empire will always remain open to you. While the accommodations may not be luxurious, it is undoubtedly the best choice for a man to achieve his ambitions." However, Ma Xiaodao interjected suddenly. "Only for men? My Lord Duke, do you harbor contempt for us women?" The White Tiger Duke momentarily paused, his gaze shifting toward Ma Xiaodao, where a flicker of surprise surfaced. In his eyes, this youthful and radiant maiden exuded a wild aura, complemented by formidable strength. It was not disdain he felt, but rather an awareness of the inconveniences women faced in the military. However, a lady of such caliber would warrant a different consideration. Should she choose to follow me upon her graduation, it would be my utmost honor. Truly, the White Tiger Duke spoke with an artful precision, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Ma Xiaodao beamed with a brilliant smile, choosing to remain silent, evidently satisfied with the exchange. "Such is the art of conversation," Qirong remarked. Wang Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. Ma Xiaodao's response was utterly unexpected, yet it bore no grave consequence. "Very well, my Lord Duke, we shall not intrude further. Indeed, I hope to see you all again," the White Tiger Duke replied, turning to stride toward the leather tent. As another knight, seemingly of higher rank, guided the group to a different tent, he arranged for their meals and rest before departing to gather the necessary intelligence and clues for the Shrek team. One could not help but commend the attentiveness displayed. "After our meal, we shall rest for 3 hours, then set forth into the Ming-Do mountain range. By then, I trust the intel will have arrived," Wang Yin stated. Following their journey yesterday, the group felt fatigued and needed to restore their physical condition to its peak before engaging in battle within the mountains. Su Sancher couldn't contain his curiosity. "Teacher Wang, the White Tiger Duke's elite guards possess considerable strength. Why not send them to eradicate the bandits?" Qirong harbored the same question, inwardly agreeing with Su Sancher. Her verbal proxy, Dai Yaoheng, interjected. "They have already been dispatched. A larger force would only alert the enemy, while a smaller one would serve no purpose. The Death's Hand bandits are formidable and exceedingly cunning, with the potential for infiltrators within the military ranks. My father has previously sent troops to eliminate them, suffering significant losses without success. Their stronghold lies on the sensitive border between our two nations. To avoid unnecessary conflict, the central military has chosen to exercise restraint. The Shrek inspection team, however, operates without such national constraints, enabling us to avoid inciting unwarranted disputes," Wang Yin elaborated. 3 hours of meditation rejuvenated the weary group. By the time noon passed, having partaken in the lunch prepared by the White Tiger Duke's attendants, the cavalry presented the intelligence they had gathered from the central military. According to the information, the Death's Hand bandit group primarily operated in the central region of the Ming-Do mountain range, descending swiftly only when specific targets presented themselves. The band comprised approximately 300 members, predominantly in their prime, with soul masters making up about 1/10 of their ranks. The identity of their leader remained elusive, only that he was a soul master of at least the Soul King level, with no further details available. The scarcity of information stemmed from the ruthless nature of the Death's Hand, leaving no survivors to relay tales. All who encountered them perished, thus no intelligence could be gleaned. The latest reports dated back roughly 2 weeks, indicating that after plundering a group of merchants, the bandits retreated deep into the Ming-Do mountain range. With a general direction of their departure noted, the military could provide no more than this, as the possibility of entering the domain of the Sun and Moon Empire limited the Western Coalition's ability to offer manpower, even prohibiting the transport of borrowed flying soul guides into the mountains. Maintain formation. Dai Yaoheng, Chun Zifeng at the front, 10 meters apart, control and support systems behind. Hui Yuhao, come here. You'll follow me and maintain spiritual detection. Bei Bei, Su Sancher, you two will guard the rear. Let's depart, commanded the leader, Ma Xiaodao. Hui Yuhao felt honored to be summoned, trailing behind Ma Xiaodao as he extended his spiritual detection for sharing. With Ma Xiaodao and her companions leading the way, their pace quickened. Chen Zifeng's soul pursuit sword proved invaluable, swiftly cleaving through all thorns in its path. Coupled with the formidable prowess of Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaodao, a clear route was effortlessly forged. As dusk descended, Yu Rong and the others ventured deeper into the Mingdou mountain range, where the rare Wenlan trees began to appear. The heartwood of the Wenlan tree held medicinal properties, its trunk as hard as iron, thriving only in environments rich with vegetation. Additionally, the Wenlan tree flourished in cold shadows, its heartwood providing excellent support for soul masters wielding shadow-type martial souls. Observing a Wenlan tree from which the heartwood had been harvested, Wang Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. Yu Rong glanced at the adjacent Wenlan tree, its trunk marred by an unknown force, leaving behind a hollow cylindrical cavity. That must have been painful, she empathized, her gaze lingering on the wounded tree. The marks were still fresh. Wang Yan reached out to touch the slightly damp heartwood, indicating their proximity to the hideout of the malevolent soul masters. What should we do now, Teacher Wang? Shall we lie in wait? Ma Xiaotao inquired. Wang Yan shook his head. No, we shall take the initiative. Movement through the forest invariably leaves traces. Moreover, with Hua Yuhao's spiritual detection, we shall enhance our reconnaissance efforts. Evidently, Wang Yin possessed a strategy of his own. After all, Xian Lao had not reappeared since parting ways with them, possibly observing from a distance. The highest cultivation level among the Death's Hand Bandit group was merely that of a 5-ring Soul King, and Xian Lao had entrusted complete command to Wang Yin, allowing him to lead the team. It was, in essence, a trial for these Shrek students. Wang Yan's approach was undoubtedly sound. Once Wei Yuhao shared his spiritual detection, he quickly uncovered traces. Stop, Wang Yin commanded sharply, causing the students trailing behind him to crouch low and draw near. Our chosen direction seems correct. Numerous footprints and disturbances ahead indicate frequent passage. The enemy cannot be far. Everyone, adjust your states and prepare for battle. One must concede. While Hui Yuhao's soul skill was indeed remarkable, Wang Yan's powers of observation were equally astonishing. The elusive bandit group, which eluded so many military efforts, was swiftly located. Truly, those from Shrek were extraordinary, both students and teachers alike. Teacher Wang, impressive, Ma Xiaodao whispered in admiration, while the other inner court students regarded him with newfound respect. Hui Yuhao, utilize your spiritual detection to scan the area from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Look for any signs, Wang Yin instructed. Understood. Hui Yuhao nodded, concentrating his gaze as the golden hue in his eyes intensified. His mental probing shifted from a broad scan to a singular focus, directed straight ahead, while his head subtly swayed, scanning the small fan-shaped area spoken of by Wang Yan. To the left, he discerned a hillside approximately 500 meters away. The footprints were leading down towards the slope. Hui Yuhao quickly provided an answer, simultaneously concluding his linear investigation. Is that all it took to find it? Yu Rong thought incredulously, having anticipated a protracted battle of attrition. Wang Yan nodded and remarked, if that is the case, the enemy should be at the base of the hill. If my assumptions are correct, there should be a cave where they are hiding. Before we take action, we must first confirm their identities. Once we ascertain that they belong to the Reaper's envoy bandits, the necessary course of action will be clear. The reserve team will remain with me for reinforcement, while Xiao Tao, the main assault will be under your command. No problem, leave it to us, Ma Xiao Tao replied, her fiery red eyes seemingly igniting with a wild flame. They had located their target. Now all that remained was to strike. Wang Yin's eyes sparkled with determination as he commanded, everyone, change into your gear. Shrek's inspectors prepared to move out. In a matter of mere minutes, the group had donned the Shrek inspection team's attire and completed their preparations. Yu Rong observed the cloaked figures around her, feeling an air of mystery envelop them. The outer dark green cloaks shrouded their heads and bodies, snugly fitting and made from material akin to the protective inner armor. Overall, the ensemble was lightweight yet substantial, offering commendable defense. Wang Yin spoke softly, prepared to depart. Xiao Tao, you will lead the combat. I will command the reserve team. Understood, Ma Xiao Tao responded promptly. She crouched slightly and was the first to dart forward, flanked by Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng, while the other 4 inner courtyard disciples swiftly followed suit, maintaining a disciplined formation as they stealthily advanced. Trained to perfection, it was evident they were no novices at this. Bei, I'm feeling a bit anxious, Yu Rong confessed, unconsciously clutching her clothing, a sense of unease washing over her. Perhaps it was due to her upbringing in a peaceful environment, devoid of such experiences. Alternatively, as a 10,000-year-old wondrous mushroom transformed into human form, she inherently embodied the chrysanthemum's tranquility, disinclined towards conflict. However, the current circumstances left no room for Yurong's contemplations. Rong, it's all right. You'll be right beside teacher Wang Yan. We'll keep an eye on you, Bei reassured her, exuding reliability as he gently patted her head for comfort. I will not allow anyone to harm you. The sincerity in Bei's voice was palpable. As the two conversed, Wang Yan gestured for the reserve team to follow suit. Bei took the lead, while Su Sanshur brought up the rear, ensuring the protection of the entire reserve team, whose primary mission was to assist the inner courtyard seniors while prioritizing their own safety. He and Jiang Nan flanked Wang Yan, who positioned himself beside Yurong. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao, focusing on safeguarding the four with the least cultivation. Before they even reached the hillside, the commotion within the cave was already quite lively. A muffled explosion erupted from within, followed by a cacophony of shouts and curses echoing through the cavern, accompanied by dull thuds and intense fluctuations of soul power. Yurong noticed flickering flames illuminating the dim cave, indicating that Ma Xiao Tao and the others had already engaged in combat. Wang Yin whispered, "Let us move in as well. Bei, prepare for battle." "Yes," Bei replied, not daring to delay as he summoned his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, martial soul, and entered the cave. The entrance to the cave was modest in size, yet opened up considerably within. After advancing approximately 50 meters, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. Aside from Bei, Su Sanshur, and He Kai-tu, the faces of the other 5 reserve team members turned pale, clearly unaccustomed to such a gruesome sight. At that moment, Yurong felt something damp on her cheek, as if liquid had dripped onto her face. Instinctively, she glanced in the direction of the liquid's descent. Dong. Yurong grasped the arm of Wang Dong, who was closest to her, her pupils constricting and her complexion paling as if she had witnessed something profoundly horrific. Jiang Nan shrieked, trembling violently. Above them, grotesque corpses and flayed human skins dangled, and even the body of an infant was impaled and hung from stalagmite, as if to display trophies. It was an abhorrent spectacle. The sight was overwhelming for Yurong, her mind teetering on the edge of overload. Bastards, Bei, typically composed, couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. "They are worse than beasts." Su Sanshur echoed his outrage. "Press on. These are all villains. Killing one saves countless lives." Wang Yin bellowed, jolting Yurong, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao, and Jiang Nan from their anxious reverie. This commanding shout roused Yurong from her stupor. Ahead, the terrain suddenly broadened, revealing a suspension bridge connecting various parts of the cavern. At last, they beheld the ongoing battle. The dazzling glow of soul rings illuminated the scene, creating a dizzying spectacle. Ma Xiao Tao's evil fire phoenix martial soul was particularly striking, with fiery flames erupting wildly, rendering her nearly invincible. The ground was littered with the corpses of bandits. Gongyang Mo stood at the center, radiant beams of colorful light cascading from him onto his companions, who were forming a protective circle around him. Yao Haoshuan had transformed into a towering figure, relentlessly pounding his chest. He stood guard behind Gongyang Mo, while Ling Luocheng occupied another flank. The three were not directly participating in the offensive, but were instead controlling the battlefield from the rear. The remaining bandits, their eyes bloodshot and mostly soul masters of varying strength, including 3 at the Soul King level, were steadily pushed back against the onslaught of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard disciples. Deep within the cave, more bandits continued to pour out to join the fray. Yet, whether it was Ma Xiao Tao, Dai Yaoheng, or Chen Zifeng and Shishi, each was capable of covering a considerable area. Gong Yangmo's formidable support capabilities were undeniable at that moment. The 2 already at the Soul Emperor level were formidable enough, and even Chen Zifeng and Shishi, who had yet to reach that level, exhibited combat prowess that rivaled that of a Soul Emperor due to his amplifications. With a powerful roar, Dai Yaoheng ferociously tore apart a Soul King opponent, blood spraying. Immediately after, the dazzling white tiger meteor shower was unleashed, sending flying any foes attempting to flank Gongyang Mo and his companions. Ma Xiao Tao's prowess was even more astonishing. It was unclear what method she employed, but her fiery phoenix wings had grown to over 3 meters in length. Those 2 fiery wings became the most terrifying weapons, inflicting injury upon contact and incinerating anything that collided with them. Before her stood a Soul King-level adversary, yet he dared not approach too closely, only able to feign intimidation from a distance. The less formidable members of the bandit group had mostly begun to reconsider their choices, making their way towards the exit of the cave, evidently hoping to escape while Ma Xiaodao and her companions were preoccupied with the smaller threats. Unfortunately for them, they collided directly with the reinforcements that had come to cover their retreat. Wang Yin waved his hand and commanded everyone attack. Leave no one alive. Eradicate evil to the last. The adversaries before them posed little challenge. The strongest among them had already been engaged by the inner court disciples, while the remaining foes were at best of the second or third ring, with some even being ordinary bandits lacking the qualifications of soul masters. Bei Bei shouted and charged onto the suspension bridge, quickly followed by Jiang Nanan and Su Sanshi. As melee soul masters, they naturally aimed to engage in close combat with their foes. Meanwhile, He Kaitu, assisted by Hua Yuhao's mental detection, unleashed a soul cannon against each enemy, precisely targeting and obliterating those bandits attempting to flee towards the cave's exit. Wang Dong released his resplendent light goddess butterfly martial soul. Feeling somewhat anxious, he directed the butterfly goddess light towards the area where the bandits were most concentrated. Dozens of brilliant golden orbs surged forth, amplified by the golden rays enhancement, showcasing a skill derived from a millennium-old soul ring, a rarity among these bandits. Furthermore, Wang Dong's technique was augmented by Hua Yuhao's mental guidance and the enhancement from the golden ray's left arm bone. The bandits unleashed their soul skills in defense, yet they were still met with chaos and screams as they were thrown into disarray. Yu Rong targeted distant foes with her petal blades, striking accurately but not fatally, merely severing their limbs to render them immobile, leaving them to helplessly bleed out. On the other side, Xiao Xiao had summoned a three-life, soul-settling tripod, which formed a protective formation around them, presenting a defensive stance. It was somewhat unfair to expect such a young girl to take lives. Yet if any foolhardy soul dared to attack them, Xiao Xiao would show no mercy in repelling them. As the group continued to clear the area, they moved towards the main team, and within mere moments, they had reunited with Gong Yang Mo, Yao Haoshuan, and Ling Luoqing. Finally reaching a slightly safer zone, Yu Rong could no longer restrain herself and let out a retch, having held it in for far too long. This brief skirmish had drained her of all courage she had mustered throughout her life thus far. She expelled everything she had eaten not long ago in the Star Luo military camp. Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao also succumbed to their nausea, forming a comical trio of misery. However, Yuhao merely experienced mild queasiness, while Xiao Xiao was more affected, yet neither compared to Yu Rong's extreme reaction, which seemed as though she might expel her very gallbladder. As for Wang Dong, he remained resolute, showing no signs of distress. The group swiftly dispatched the remaining five-ring Soul King, leaving no survivors, signifying that their bandit extermination operation was nearing its conclusion. Bei Bei had also completed his task, brushing off the blood and dust from his clothes as he approached Yu Rong, gently patting her back to soothe her as she continued to retch bitter bile. According to their intelligence, the bandit leader was a five-ring Soul King, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. Wang Yin glanced at the fallen evil soul master lying silently on the ground, his gaze devoid of any sympathy. Just then, a tremor coursed through the cave, as if something within was seething with rage. It was not over yet. There were still foes. Yu Rong realized, a chilling sense of foreboding enveloping her, sending shivers down her spine, perhaps a warning bestowed by her innate bloodline talent. In an instant, her cells screamed in unison, "Danger! Danger! Danger! Get down!" Yu Rong shouted, her voice rising, slightly cracking under pressure. Though she did not know the source of the impending peril, it did not prevent her from taking action. At that moment, a shrill wail erupted from the depths of the cave, sharp and laden with malice. "Who dares to defy the harbinger of death? You shall all perish. You will become my corpse slaves, die in my explosions and toxic blood." Everyone reacted swiftly as Yu Rong's warning fell. Yu Hao detected through his mental senses that the corpses strewn across the ground were swelling at an alarming rate, turning crimson. "Beware the corpses," he began, but before he could finish, the explosions commenced. Boom, boom, boom. The violent detonations reverberated within the cave, horrific blasts scattering flesh and debris. The members of the reserve team, surrounded by weaker corpses, found themselves on the periphery of the explosions, able to shield themselves. However, the Shrek main team was situated at the heart of the most densely packed corpses. Fortunately, Yu Rong's intuition provided them a crucial second or two to prepare, preventing them from being entirely unguarded. Do not underestimate those precious seconds. For the prodigious students of Shrek Academy, those moments could yield countless possibilities. Cece sprinted at her utmost speed to reach Gong Yang Mo's side, pushing him away from an imminent explosion. Yao Haoshuan and Ling Luocheng remained together, with Ling Luocheng summoning his ice prison as a form of defense. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Chen Zifeng swiftly maneuvered towards areas with fewer corpses, seeking to minimize the initial blast's impact. The corpses nearby exploded in a terrifying manner, as if under some malevolent control, rising to pursue the living and detonating upon contact. The bones, sinews, and blood of the deceased became weapons in the aftermath of the blasts. The stronger the corpse had been in life, the more devastating the explosion that ensued. Particularly, the Soul King, who had been torn apart by Dai Yaoheng, detonated with a force that felt as if it could shake the very mountains. Senior brothers, Yurong, under Hua Yuhao's mental guidance, recognized this peril as well, and, while her own safety was somewhat assured, she unhesitatingly chose to protect her seniors with all her might. Among the reserve team members, including teacher Wang Yan, it seemed only she possessed such capability. Excluding the offensive and control-type soul masters, Bei, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, Zhang Nannan, and the support-type He Kaitu, only Su Sanxia remained. Yet his defensive abilities were limited to a certain range and could not extend further. Moreover, as a control-type soul master with unrivaled mental strength, he could undertake actions that others could not. The fragrant gem around Yurong's neck emitted a faint violet glow, shimmering with layers of delicate purple light, reminiscent of rippling water or the swirling of a galaxy. Fading prison defense mode. In that fleeting moment, Yurong assessed the dire situation and directed her petals, seemingly devoid of soul power, towards Chen Zifeng, Cece, and Gong Yang Mo, forming a protective barrier against the impending explosions. She bit her lower lip, drawing blood. Tasting the metallic tang, uncertain whether her actions would bear any fruit, yet believing that having some defense was better than none. Each individual exerted every effort to safeguard themselves. However, due to the varying capabilities of their martial souls, the effectiveness of their defenses naturally differed. As the explosion erupted, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng were flung aside, both spitting blood. Yet, thanks to the protective capabilities of their soul skills, they managed to avoid being tainted by the poisonous blood. Ma Xiaotao fell not far from the reserve team's position. Ling Luocheng and Yao Haoshuan, shielded by the ice prison, were able to withstand most of the damage. Although they too were thrown back, their rear position and timely defense meant their situation was not overly dire. Like Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, they too coughed blood but bore no evident external injuries, albeit appearing quite disheveled and stained by the toxic blood. Cece and Gonyang Mo were fortunate enough to have retreated in time, aided by the protection of Yurong's withering prison. They sustained no irreparable injuries, though they were still affected to a significant extent. After all, they were both support-type and agile attack-type soul masters, lacking any substantial defensive capabilities, and the visible aftermath of the explosion had severely injured them. Cece, protected by her lightning shield, suffered only on her back, yet her wounds were gruesome, forcing her to endure the pain as she lay on the ground. The toxic blood seeped into her body through the extensive wound on her back, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, her limbs growing weak. Gonyang Mo, sheltered by Cece, fared slightly better, suffering no fatal injuries, but as a fragile support. He lost consciousness due to the shockwave from the explosion, succumbing to a deep stupor, his body marked with burn scars from the blast. Chen Zifeng, a powerful attack-type soul master, surpassed both Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng in sheer offensive power when their soul rings were comparable. However, his weapon spirit, the soul-chasing sword, was of little help in protecting him from the explosion. Yurong's withering prison proved to be a timely boon, shielding Chen Zifeng from the brunt of the deadly blast. Although he was still gravely injured and, combined with the toxic blood, lost nearly half of his fighting capacity. Move quickly, everyone! Ma Xiaotao shouted towards the reserve team before dashing toward the epicenter of the explosion. As the captain, her duty was to bring every team member back. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng plunged into the fiery chaos, each finding and supporting the nearly unconscious Cece and the already unconscious Gonyang Mo, carefully maneuvering around the bodies that threatened to impede their progress towards the cave's exit. Meanwhile, Ling Luocheng and Yao Haoshuan, still possessing some combat strength after the initial explosion, hurried to Chen Zifeng's side, the three of them supporting one another as they made their way toward the reserve team. They all stepped onto the bridge they had traversed earlier, the only pathway connecting them to safety. At the rear of the group were Ling Luocheng, Yao Haoshuan, and Chen Zifeng. Ling Luocheng, at the very back, conjured an ice wall with his ice staff to halt the advance of the undead, buying precious time for their escape. However, the effect was minimal, merely slowing the undead's progress by a few seconds. Just then, Ling Luocheng, moving at the end of the line, was unexpectedly grabbed by an undead that had emerged from the side of the bridge, causing him to stumble and fall. As a control-type soul master, typically positioned at the rear, he was already weak in close combat, and the corruption of the toxic blood further diminished his speed. Realizing he was caught, Ling Luocheng pushed Chen Zifeng and Yao Haoshuan toward the exit, shouting, "Run!" Clearly, he intended to sacrifice himself to buy time for his teammates to escape. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng wanted to turn back, but each was assisting a comrade who had completely lost their fighting capacity, rendering immediate action impossible. After shouting "Run!", Ling Luocheng was pulled down by the undead. And despite his desperate attempts to rise, it was nearly impossible. In mere moments, he was almost buried beneath the undead, which were expanding and on the verge of exploding. Ling Luocheng seemed resigned, closing his eyes, seemingly sensing the final moments of his life. Yet, this moment did not unfold as he had envisioned. It was Chen Zifeng and Yao Haoshuan. Rather than heed Ling Luocheng's plea to flee, they immediately reversed their direction, expending their remaining soul power to attack the undead surrounding Ling Luocheng, intending to slay them without regard for the impending explosion. "If we're to go, we go together." Chen Zifeng gritted through the strain, his soul-chasing sword cleaving through the encroaching undead, his trembling hands betraying his exhaustion. Yao Haoshuan transformed into the towering figure of the Taishan giant ape, leaping over Ling Luocheng to position himself at the end of the bridge, using his body to block the relentless tide of undead. In an act of self-sacrifice, he embodied the essence of protection. As a control support-type soul master, Yao Haoshuan's primary responsibility was to safeguard the control and support soul masters within the team. If he could not fulfill this duty, what worth was he as a member of the Shrek 7 monsters? Seeing this, Ma Xiaotao cried out, "Yao Haoshuan." Clearly, she sensed that he intended to do something. However, despite her formidable strength as an attack-type soul master, even with her near 7-ring prowess, she felt utterly powerless in that moment. A wave of frustration, fear, and suffocating helplessness washed over her. With utmost urgency, she entrusted Cici to Huiyu Hao, the fiery wings of the fire phoenix unfurling once more. Though the flames had dimmed considerably from their initial brilliance, they surged forward undeterred. Yet, it was still too late. The reserve team could only watch helplessly, engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. They were too weak, too weak, too weak. Yet one figure stood apart, or rather, one soul beast was different. For reasons unknown, Yurong's mind was remarkably calm, as if everything occurring in the cave was within her grasp of perception, independent of Huiyu Hao's mental probing. "What more can I do?" No, it was "what more can we do?" At some point, Yurong grasped Bei Bei's hand, her soul power surging within her, instinctively cycling towards Bei Bei. He too seemed to sense the connection, harmonizing with Yurong, their familiar soul powers merging, reaching a peak at that moment. In an instant, it was as though the moonlight and sunlight manifested in that dark cave. The silver moonlight and golden sunlight intertwined, creating a unique halo that illuminated the thick darkness and bloodshed. In that moment, both Yurong and Bei Bei felt the door that had eluded them for so long finally swing open. Chapter 070, Martial Spirit Fusion Technique, the Cycle of Sun and Moon. The martial spirit fusion technique had been realized. Yurong recognized this pivotal moment. The issue that had hindered her and Bei Bei from utilizing the fusion technique had finally been resolved. However, given the current situation, there was no time for joy. Resolving the imminent crisis took precedence. The blazing sunlight and tranquil moonlight merged, radiating a resplendent brilliance. In that instant, the dim cave transformed into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight, bathed in hues of gold and silver. In the minds of Yurong and Bei Bei, the space, tinted with these colors, seemed to come to a standstill. In the distance, the struggling horde of undead seemed to have come to an abrupt halt. The cacophony of explosions and the guttural roars of the undead faded into an eerie silence. What is this? Yurong was rendered speechless by the scene before her. Was it stillness? No, Rong, it is more than that. Bei Bei spoke to Yurong. Do you feel it? Feeling? Yurong was momentarily perplexed. The stillness of time is our will, Bei Bei declared, gently grasping Yurong's hand, enveloping her in a tender embrace, and lifting their hands together to point towards Yao Haoshuan and the undead behind him. What we can achieve extends far beyond this. At that very moment, as Bei Bei's words lingered in the air, the undead that Yao Haoshuan had been holding back dissolved as if melted, slowly turning to ash in a profound silence before dissipating into the ether. It was as if they had been extinguished without a whisper. Yu Rong felt as though she were in a dream. Such a colossal crisis. One that even the seniors from the inner court of the 5 or 6 rings could not resolve, had been effortlessly vanquished. This was the martial soul fusion technique of Yu Rong and Bei Bei, the cycle of sun and moon. The sun and moon traverse, life recycles. Surpassing the shackles of time and space, the world is not a static entity, but rather an eternal cycle of day and night, light and dark, motion and stillness. Within the realm of their martial soul fusion technique, everything in this space, both time and space, was under their dominion. They could render it immobile within the spatial confines or allow it to move freely. Whether to let it fade with the passage of time or to reverse the flow of time and grant it rebirth. This was unequivocally a domain-type skill. Guided by the sun and moon, and revolving around the concept of reincarnation, it painted a magnificent tapestry of Yin and Yang, the alternating cycles of day and night. When the sun and moon converge, they do not merely add together. Rather, they achieve a synthesis through mutual opposition and complementarity. It is a dynamic equilibrium, akin to the natural alternation of day and night. This encapsulates the true essence of the martial soul fusion technique of Yu Rong and Bei Bei. Yet thus far, they had not fully grasped such profound intricacies. As Yu Rong and Bei Bei caused the undead to vanish, the shimmering realm of gold and silver came to an end. All sounds returned. The explosions once again filled Yu Rong's ears, as if she had been thrust back into the realm of reality. And all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Aside from Yu Rong and Bei Bei, the members of Shrek could only sense a violent fluctuation of soul power emanating from them, followed by a dazzling cascade of golden and silver light flooding their vision. However, beyond that moment, they were left in ignorance. It was as if, in an instant, the undead that Yao Haoshuan had been battling had simply vanished. Ma Xiaotao rushed forward, only to find the bridge path eerily vacant, with Yao Haoshuan standing alone, still in a posture of resistance, momentarily at a loss as to what had transpired, ultimately landing in front of Yao Haoshuan. What happened? Naturally, Ma Xiaotao had not overlooked the intense fluctuations of soul power from Bei Bei and Yu Rong. Bei Bei. Yu Rong? You two turning around. Her words were cut short as she beheld the figures collapsing at the cave's entrance. It was none other than Yu Rong and Bei Bei, depleted of their soul power. Bei Bei appeared somewhat better off, merely pale and slumped on the ground, limbs weak, evidently unable to rise unaided. After all, Bei Bei possessed a cultivation of 4 rings, affording her more soul power to sustain the martial soul fusion technique than the 3 rings Yu Rong. Moreover, Yu Rong, being the initiator of this martial soul fusion technique, had expended significantly more mental and soul energy. Yu Rong felt a sharp pang in her throat. Unable to suppress it, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, fortunately saved from hitting her face by Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao's timely intervention. Xiao Rong, Wang Dong cried out, supporting Yu Rong, his expression laden with concern. Yu Rong's face was ghostly pale, her hands and feet icy, lips tinged with purple and blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly in a state of extreme exhaustion, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In that moment, she resembled a fragile glass doll, exquisite yet devoid of vitality. Since this was the first time Yu Rong and Bei Bei had executed their martial soul fusion technique, their control over the realm of the cycle of sun and moon was still rather rudimentary. They could only immobilize all living beings within the space, but had yet to master the control of the targets themselves. Thus, everyone remained oblivious to what had transpired. They could only see the 2 utterly spent figures, yet there lingered an unspoken awareness that Yu Rong and Bei Bei had saved them all. However, some had witnessed the entire process of Yu Rong and Bei Bei's martial soul fusion technique in action. It was none other than Xian Lao, who had secretly followed the Shrek group, having separated from them earlier at the White Tiger Legion's camp. The space created by Yu Rong and Bei Bei's cycle of sun and moon was confined to the cave, and for Xian Lao, who had been racing through the cave's passage, he was naturally outside the effective range of the soul skill. Even within the range, it might not necessarily affect someone of Xian Lao's caliber, a title de law, but clearly, this was not the moment for clarification. Bastard, Xian Lao cursed, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. Xian Lao had arrived long ago, stealthily trailing behind the group, and upon reaching this location, he could clearly sense that the strongest enemy here was merely at the 5 rings Soul King level, although there were several, in his eyes. These bandits stood no chance against the elite disciples of Shrek Academy, especially with the composed Wang Yin orchestrating the situation. However, Xian Lao had not anticipated such an abrupt upheaval. The recent ferocious explosion had far exceeded the attack capabilities of a Soul King or even a Soul Emperor. With a swift motion of his right hand, he made a tugging gesture towards the cave ahead. Instantly, a terrifying force emanated from his palm. A figure was yanked from within the cave, hurtling towards him. The individual pulled forth by Xian Lao was shrouded in a black robe, their form gaunt, rendering their features indistinguishable. Only 5 soul rings, 3 yellow and 2 purple, shone brightly upon them. Indeed, they were merely a Soul King. Yet, this Soul King had instigated the shocking calamity that had just unfolded. Seething with rage, Xian Lao flicked his fingers, sending the Soul Master adorned with 5 soul rings crashing against the wall as if struck by a colossal hammer. However, an eerie occurrence transpired at that moment. The 5th purple soul ring on the individual suddenly glimmered, and they transformed into a wisp of smoke. Instead of fleeing, they lunged with lightning speed towards Hui Yuhao and the defenseless Yu Rong at his side. If one were to take a hostage, the weakest among them, the 2-ring Soul Master Hui Yuhao or the seemingly unconscious and pallid 3-ring Soul Master would be excellent choices. Although Hui Yuhao had activated his mental detection, the speed of the assailant was simply too swift, leaving him no time to react. However, Wang Dong, who was supporting Yu Rong on the other side, seemed to sense something. His radiant wings unfurled, and the light of the butterfly god surged forth toward the dark mist, fiercely safeguarding Yu Rong, whom he held tightly. Yet, on the other side, Hui Yuhao was clearly at a disadvantage. In that fleeting moment, Hui Yuhao felt the world around him spin violently, accompanied by Xian Lao's furious roar. Suddenly, the ground fell away beneath him, and he plummeted into the abyss. Moreover, the nefarious Soul Master was unwilling to concede, for it was this young man who had obliterated so many of his undead minions. Even in death, he could not allow this lad to survive. Defying the peril of being captured by the venerable Xian, the malevolent Soul Master channeled a sinister black mist into Yu Rong's body. Even in her unconscious state, she trembled in agony, her complexion, already tinged with a pallid hue, instantaneously darkening further. Let this young man experience the torment of being afflicted by corpse poison. I shall make him wish for death. The black mist cackled with malevolent glee. Scoundrel! Xian roared, clearly incensed, as he summoned a radiant white light in his hand, injecting it into Yu Rong to suppress the poison. Yet, this brief delay allowed Hui Yuhao and the wicked Soul Master to vanish into the depths of the collapsed cavern. The abruptness of the upheaval was so swift that no one had time to react. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, Xian swept aside the approaching crowd. Wang Yin, quickly save her. I shall rescue Hui Yuhao. As he spoke, for the first time before the students, Xian unleashed his martial soul. His back arched dramatically, muscles bulging at an astonishing rate, causing his entire form to seemingly double in size within the blink of an eye. Most remarkably, spiral-shaped horns sprouted from either side of his head. The moment he manifested his martial soul, the air within the cavern felt as though it were thickening. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. 9 soul rings shimmered with resplendent brilliance as they ascended. Xian's once disheveled hair transformed into a rich chestnut hue. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, a massive crater erupted beneath him. Xian bent low, his enormous hands digging with incredible speed, and in mere moments, he had vanished into the ground. Although Wang Dong was deeply concerned for Hui Yuhao, his heart was equally tethered to Yu Rong, cradled in his arms. Hurry, Wang Dong. Administer this vial of medicine to Yu Rong. Wang Yin, moving with utmost urgency, retrieved a bottle of what appeared to be an exceptionally valuable elixir from his soul device. Upon uncorking it, a calming aroma wafted forth. This was the sap of the golden tree, capable of neutralizing myriad poisons, sufficient to sustain her until Xian's return. Wang Dong wasted no time. He gently tilted Yu Rong's chin, opening her mouth for Wang Yin to pour the medicinal liquid within. Thankfully, the medicine was in liquid form. Had it been a solid pill, they would have needed alternative means to administer it. The poison coursed through Yu Rong's body, assailing her organs with relentless pangs and convulsions. At some point, she regained consciousness, trembling uncontrollably, each breath becoming a strenuous effort, as if drawing air into her lungs was an insufferable burden. Sweat mingled with shivers soaked her garments, while her limbs felt inexplicably heavy, rendering even the simplest movements unattainable. Her voice, barely above a whisper, escaped her lips. It hurts so much. Little Rong, Wang Dong, witnessing her condition, felt tears welling in his eyes. For the first time, he loathed his own weakness. Had he been stronger, how could someone he cherished be reduced to such a state? Yet, Wang Dong was not alone in his despair. Bei Bei, leaning on Su Sanshi, approached Yurong's side, observing her golden hair drenched in cold sweat. Filled with remorse as she silently resolved to take action. "Little Rong, are you truly all right?" Wang Dong inquired, clutching her small hand tightly, unwilling to leave her side. "We are nearing Douluo City. Shall we not rest a while longer?" "Oh, Dong Dong, I assure you I am fine." Yurong waved her hand dismissively, clearly displeased with Wang Dong's overly protective demeanor. Elder Xian has already stated that after a few days of recuperation, the residual toxins will be completely expelled. It poses no hindrance at all. "But you've been flying for so long. It's time you take a break," Bei Bei chimed in, hovering beside her with concern. "We're almost there. Allow me to carry you. You needn't operate the flying soul device yourself." Yurong, overwhelmed by their excessive concern, finally snapped. "What on earth is wrong with you two? It has been 3 or 4 days since we departed from the Ming Dome Mountains, and you still act this way. Is it truly necessary? I am not afflicted with some incurable illness. I merely suffered from poison, which has already been neutralized." Her voice boomed, startling a nearby flock of geese, causing them to drop a few feathers as they glanced back in confusion before taking flight. "Goodness, what was that? I thought they were fellow geese, but it appears they are quite mad." After her outburst, Yurong felt her throat dry, prompting a few involuntary coughs. "Perhaps we should indeed rest. Let us descend," Chun Zifeng suggested. "Agreed," Ma Xiaotao concurred, surprisingly. Yurong was a loss for words, her frustration boiling over. "No, really, there is no need." Indeed, the group soaring above the Douluo Empire was none other than the Shrek Academy team. Having successfully completed their mission in the Ming Dome Mountains and en route to Douluo City. Despite the harrowing battle against the Reaper S bandit group a few days prior, which was both brutal and breathtaking, fortunately, no lives were lost. However, it was regrettable that Gong Yang Mo, Shi Shi, and Yao Haoxian, due to their severe injuries sustained in the conflict, had to be escorted back to the academy by Elder Xian for treatment, thus missing the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Fortunately, none faced life-threatening injuries, nor were any limbs lost. With time and care, they would regain their prime condition. The remaining quartet, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yao Heng, Chen Zifeng, and Ling Luo Chun, though wounded to varying degrees, opted to continue participating in the competition. After all, winning the championship represented the honor of Shrek Academy, and, as its members, they could not forsake their commitment in the face of adversity. Yet, due to the severity of their injuries, they could not take the stage immediately and required considerable time to recuperate. Nevertheless, having several core members stationed in the rear was certainly preferable to having none. As for the reserves, Yurong bore the brunt of the injuries, having exhausted her soul power from merging her martial soul with Bei Bei, only to be subsequently targeted and poisoned by the vengeful nefarious Soul Master, rendering her plight all the more arduous. Conversely, Hui Yuhao, who had been abducted by the wicked Soul Master, returned unscathed, much to everyone's relief. Bearing the news of the Soul Master's demise at the hands of his own undead minions, a source of great satisfaction. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, upon returning with Hui Yuhao, both the official team and the reserves were enlightened by Elder Xian regarding Yurong and Bei Bei's heroic deeds, as well as the miraculous martial soul fusion technique, which effectively saved Yao Haoxian's life. This debt of gratitude would surely be borne by Yao Haoxian, for he had approached the battle with a grim resolve, believing he would perish. Ling Luo Chun and Chun Zifeng felt immense gratitude. Had Yao Haoxian fallen, the guilt they would have carried for witnessing their comrade perish due to their failures would have been insufferable, far worse than their own demise. Moreover, Chun Zifeng had not forgotten the decaying prison of defense that Yurong had constructed for him at the moment of the explosion. That crucial barrier had shielded him from the brunt of the blast. Chun Zifeng sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yurong, stating, "Had it not been for the defense you built for me, I might never again have been able to wield my sword. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." With such a vow, Chun Zifeng's dark red eyes shimmered with genuine emotion, causing Yurong to feel a touch of embarrassment. "I'm also grateful," Gong Yang said, supported by Su Sanshi as he approached Yurong. Though his complexion remained pale, his demeanor was exceedingly earnest. "Without your reminder and the defenses you provided for me and Cici, I might have lost the use of my legs." "Thank you," Cici added, making her way to Yurong with Jiang Nanen's assistance. "If you ever need anything, please be sure to let me know." Gong Yang was certainly not one to lack gratitude. After all, this was akin to a direct salvation of his Soul Master career. Furthermore, to remain so composed and make such judgments under those circumstances Considering the construction of defenses for seniors he had only known for a few days, how could one not be moved by such acts? At the very least, Gong Yang Mo's fondness for Yu Rong had soared to great heights. I feel the same, Cece remarked, appearing somewhat bashful, perhaps due to her current injuries preventing her from blending into the crowd. Nevertheless, she earnestly stated to Yu Rong, if you ever need assistance, do come find me. This undoubtedly explained why Yu Rong was currently regarded as a delicate treasure. After all, she had essentially saved the entire Shrek Academy's official team. How could they not dote upon her? Moreover, the poison from the Death Messenger was no ordinary toxin. Yu Rong's agony upon its onset was witnessed by all, a spectacle that drew collective attention and sympathy. Although the toxicity had been mitigated by the healing properties of the Golden Tree's sap, when Elder Xian returned with Hui Yuhao, Yu Rong had inexplicably managed to dispel much of the poison on her own. This might be attributed to her unique body, the celestial chrysanthemum, which was impervious to toxins. However, no one doubted this, attributing her recovery solely to the Golden Tree's sap. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the impression of fragility that she left on everyone. All right, little Rong, let us persevere a bit longer. We shall soon arrive at Douluo City, where we can rest properly. The most reliable Wang Yin spoke up in the absence of Elder Xian, though he did not acquiesce to the other's request for a rest. His words clearly did not elate Yu Rong. Internally, she cried out, I am truly fine. I am merely a bit low on soul power and physically weak. But I am a soul master, not an ordinary person. Very well, then I shall carry you for a stretch, Ma, Xiaotao declared, pushing past Bei Bei to wrap her arm around Yu Rong's shoulders, lifting her into the air. Just ease up on your flying soul tool. Oh, all right, Sister Xiaotao. Yu Rong complied instantly, completely abandoning her earlier defiance against Bei Bei and Wang Dong, epitomizing the height of double standards. Who could refuse the affectionate closeness of a beautiful sister? Yu Rong could only choose to revel in it. After flying for approximately half an hour, an immense cityscape loomed before them. We have arrived at Douluo City, Wang Yin exclaimed with palpable excitement. As the capital of the Douluo Empire, Douluo City rightfully stood as the largest city in the empire, serving as its political, cultural, and economic heart, often referred to as the indomitable imperial city. The city walls soared to a height of 100 meters, with an equally formidable thickness, constructed entirely from solid rock, covering an area exceeding 1,000 square kilometers. The main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate 16 carriages traveling side by side, and this was merely the outer city. The core of the entire metropolis lay at its center, known as the inner city, a true city within a city. The royal palace was constructed during the time of the White Tiger Duke's lineage and had undergone numerous renovations, its grandeur continually expanding. Douluo City boasted a permanent population of over 8 million, with a maximum capacity of 20 million when including visitors. Yet this super city had recently become somewhat overcrowded, as tourist numbers surged dramatically within a mere fortnight. All hotels were nearly fully booked, forcing the authorities to requisition some private residences and convert official mansions into temporary accommodations for visitors. The number of soldiers maintaining order within the city had also significantly increased. As the group descended outside Douluo City, they gazed at the splendid and magnificent signboard, feeling as though they had been transported to another world. At this moment, only 2 days remained until the commencement of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Competition. Dear students, I must take a moment to say this, Wang Yin remarked, observing the somewhat youthful faces before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia but quickly rallying his spirits. Welcome to Douluo City. Chapter 072, Pre-Competition Meeting. Douluo City, being the capital of the Douluo Empire, naturally served as the epicenter of its political, economic, and cultural activities. Furthermore, it ranked among the most significant urban centers on the Douluo continent. A colossal city group on a continental scale, it possessed a distinctive national character, with its architectural style uniquely different from that of Shrek City, as seen by Yu Rong. Douluo City, one might say, exuded a more tropical ambience. Perhaps due to its geographical inclination towards the tropics, the climate was notably warmer, with winters rarely seeing snowfall. The more resplendent structures in the city featured domed rooftops, reminiscent of round ice cream cones. The predominant hues of the city were gold and purple, sparkling and gleaming. It presented an air of affluence. Yu Rong sat in the carriage, leaning against the window, nearly half of her body protruding as her eyes sparkled with visions of wealth. Is this truly the capital? The carriage was rented upon entering the city, with dedicated vendors at the city gates. The Shrek Academy representative team, naturally affluent, allowed Wang Yin to make an extravagant choice, opting for the most luxurious package available, inclusive of high-quality guides, opulent carriages, and self-service refreshments. This was also a reflection of Wang Yin's sentiments. The children had endured enough hardship. What harm was there in indulging a little? Beside you, Rong, Bei expressed concern. Rong, be careful not to lean too far out. Oh, it's fine. I have the skills. Worry not. Rong waved her hand dismissively, her attention firmly captivated by the lively scene outside. Wow, bye-bye. Look, an elephant! Rong exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she pointed to a passing mammoth. This mammoth served as a mode of transportation for the nobility of the Douluo Empire, not a soul beast, but merely an ordinary animal. Much to the relief of the soul masters present, the knowledgeable guide explained with a smile. Within the carriage, the only one showing any semblance of liveliness were the golden-haired soul master and the green-haired little soul master. The rest sat in silence, gazing out the window, with some even closing their eyes in repose, not sparing a glance. The guide sighed, realizing that earning this money was no easy task. Another lively presence was naturally Xiao, who called out to Rong, "Little Rong, come look. There's a waterway right in Luo City, and there are boats on it." In the heart of Luo City, beneath the pavement, lies an expansive network of azure waterways that appear to stretch endlessly. Exotic vessels glide serenely across these channels, accompanied by exquisitely crafted edifices that seem to emerge from the depths, their purpose a mystery. Upon hearing this, Rong dashed forward, exclaiming, "How marvelous! I've never seen such canals within a city." Indeed, Xiao seemed to have finally found a kindred spirit. The tour guide, sensing the enthusiasm, eagerly elaborated, "This is a distinctive feature of Luo City, providing access to various locations within, making it remarkably interconnected. The scenery along these waterways is uniquely characteristic of our city. Should any esteemed soul masters wish to explore, they can embark on leisure boats from the docks for a delightful experience, allowing them to fully appreciate the beauty of Luo City. Of course, for those less inclined, our roadways are equally accessible." Oh, how impressive! Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating a desire to explore. "If the opportunity arises, I shall ensure that you two little ones have your chance," Xiao finally interjected, having silently gazed out the window since their departure. "Sister Xiao, you are the best," Rong exclaimed, her flattery sweet. Ma Xiao, slightly taken aback by such direct praise, felt a touch of awkwardness. "All right, little Rong, quickly sit down. Your injury hasn't fully healed, and you shouldn't be bouncing around." Chun Zifeng nodded in agreement, feeling an urge to stand and retrieve Rong. Observing the situation, Rong quietly returned to her seat beside Bei. "I shall behave," she murmured. Bei, having watched the entire exchange, sighed and gently patted Rong's head in a comforting gesture, saying, "When time permits, I will accompany you on a stroll." Despite this, Ma Xiaodao noted the vibrant atmosphere of Luo City, remarking on the bustling crowds that exceeded her expectations. The usual flow of people in Luo City is not typically this exaggerated. With the current throng, it seems that at least half are here for the soul duel competition. She observed. As the son of the Duke of the White Tiger, Dai Yaoheng was particularly familiar with such matters and explained, "Indeed, there are many." Su Sancher, piqued by certain keywords, abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Does that mean the tax revenue for Luo City could multiply several times over in just this short month?" Dai Yaoheng nodded. "One could say so. However, to host the prestigious Soul Duel competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, the Luo Empire has invested significantly in constructing specialized venues, not to mention the expenses related to hospitality, management, and accommodation during the event. Overall, the profits are not substantial. Such matters mainly serve as a means of promotion. Breaking even would be a success." Su Sancher fanned himself with a folding fan he always carried. Dai Yaoheng did not refute this and nodded, glancing out at the familiar scenery, adding, "We are nearing the hotel. The competition venue is located at Luo Plaza, right in front of the Imperial Palace. Spanning a vast area, the plaza lives up to its title as the front square of the palace. The destination for the Shrek Group is a towering 7-story hotel situated not far from the eastern side of Luo Plaza. The Xinguang Grand Hotel, owned by the royal family, has been designated specifically to accommodate participants from advanced Soul Master Academies or Soul Engineer students from various nations. Naturally, the lodging for the Shrek members has been arranged uniformly by the Luo Empire, each provided with an opulent room, all on the same floor of the high-rise. Offering breathtaking views of the entire city from the windows of the communal corridor, truly awe-inspiring. Is this the prestige of Shrek Academy? Qirong gasped in astonishment once more. Qirong's room was positioned in the central area, with Bei Bei to her left and Wang Dong to her right, a satisfactory arrangement overall. Now, let us convene for a meeting, Wang Yin prompted, allowing everyone a moment to settle before urging them to hurry to the conference room for a preparation meeting. As the competition was merely 2 days away and required thorough coordination, despite the arduous journey, they were eager to conclude the meeting and rest. Everyone readily agreed. The conference room had been specifically prepared by the Xinghua officials for Shrek Academy, ensuring that during the competition, this space would solely belong to them. With merely 2 days until the event's commencement, Wang Yin encouraged, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." However, a blanket of silence enveloped the room. "Didn't you summon us for a meeting only to ask us to pose questions?" The students were bewildered. Wang Yin chuckled, continuing, "Since there are no inquiries, I shall take the lead. First, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, Chun Zifeng, and Ling Luochan." His gaze landed on the remaining 4 members of the main team. "When do you anticipate your injuries will fully heal? Do you have a specific time frame?" Ma Xiaotao raised an eyebrow and replied, "With diligent training and recuperation, it will take about 10 days. Dai Yaoheng added, "My cultivation is not as advanced as Xiaodao's, so it may take a bit longer, approximately 12 days. Wang Yin nodded, relieved that it was better than he had feared. Chun Zifeng chimed in, "I am improving. My injuries are lighter, about 7 days. Ling Luochan stated, "I am similar, estimating around 6 days for recovery." Wang Yin nodded, feeling a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. "Excellent. With 2 days remaining until the competition. As long as we endure the initial days, the subsequent pressure will be considerably alleviated. Now, let me introduce the competition schedule. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Duel Competition is the ultimate showdown among various academies, grounded in principles of fairness and impartiality. It showcases the comprehensive strength of each academy, resulting in a diverse and flexible competition format. The first round of the preliminary phase is a direct elimination match, meaning the losing side will be immediately disqualified. The format for this round is a team battle, 7 against 7. The draw for matchups will take place tomorrow, and it is expected to last 7 days to complete the first round. After sharing this, Wang Yin turned his attention to the 8 reserve team members. In the elimination rounds, the responsibility falls solely on you to secure victories. Should you face elimination, it will be a source of embarrassment. However, there is good news. Each elimination match consists of only 1 round, allowing us to eliminate nearly half of the opponents. The 8 members of Qirong nodded in agreement, feeling the pressure mounting. Following the conclusion of the first round, groups will be formed, each consisting of approximately 8 or 9 teams, competing in a round-robin format. During the round-robin, matches will follow a random selection system, which may include 3 scenarios, single elimination, a 3-2-2 cooperation model, or 7-on-17 battles, with the match format determined by draw. Rest assured, I will provide detailed explanations regarding the round-robin format at a later time. Wang Yin paused, then turned to Qirong, concern evident in his eyes. "One more thing. Qirong, while you assert that you have recovered, I still recommend continuing your rehabilitation without exerting your soul power too soon. It's essential to eliminate any lingering risks." Qirong had been eager to experience the competition but recognized Wang Yin's good intentions. She sensed that if she did not comply, he would prevent her from participating. Acknowledging reality, Qirong pouted and replied, "All right, teacher." Feeling discontent, she puffed her cheeks in frustration. "No worries. We will put in the effort for your sake as well." Wang Dong teased, patting Qirong's shoulder in consolation. "Wang Dong." Qirong shot a sideways glare at her childhood friend, retorting, "My advice is for you to keep your mouth shut if you have nothing to say." Wang Dong whimpered. "Very well, our strategy meeting concludes here. The tactics for the elimination round can be arranged at your discretion, little ones from the reserve team." Wang Yin smiled. Yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in the air. There was but one rule. Failure was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 073, The Arrival of Wealth. Although the elimination round spanned 7 days, Shrek Academy was not scheduled to compete every day. To be precise, there was only 1 round in the elimination stage, and Shrek was to partake in the opening match. After all, they were the champions from the previous tournament. Thus, the significance of the opening match was undeniable. While the opponents may remain unknown, Shrek's participation was imperative. After entrusting the reserve team with the autonomy to devise their elimination strategies, Wang Yin clapped his hands and departed with the 4 members of the official team, leaving ample space for the reserves, a considerate gesture indeed. Children, after all, must grow and are deserving of ample room to do so. Naturally, on the day of the opening match, Wang Yin would ensure that Ma Xiaotao and the others were present at the sidelines to provide support. Yu Rong reclined on the sofa, and it was undeniably soft, as though she were lying on a cloud. Truly, the hotel provided by the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire was of the highest caliber. Welfare? Wang Dong interjected, his powder blue eyes filled with confusion. How is this welfare? Yu Rong patted Wang Dong's shoulder and leaned against him with great enjoyment. We've completed the first day. With 6 days ahead, doesn't that mean we can naturally indulge a bit? Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing the validity of his childhood friend's words. Perhaps there's some truth to that. Hearing Wang Dong's agreement, Yu Rong's tail nearly perked up with delight. Right? Meanwhile, Bei Bei, who had been listening attentively, was overwhelmed by the reliability of the situation, leading to a throbbing headache. Rong, it's not as simple as you think. He struggled to find the right words to explain. You little Yu Rong, you're underestimating the opening match. Su Sanshur produced his signature golden edge fan and gently tapped Yu Rong's head, careful not to exert too much force to avoid attracting trouble. Ouch! Yu Rong pouted, looking at Su Sanshur. Then, tell me. Su Sanshur opened his fan, adopting an air of someone well-versed in knowledge, and, as if from nowhere, produced a blackboard to earnestly explain. The opening match serves as the best means to attract an audience during the soul fighting tournament. Viewers typically hold high expectations for this battle. Yu Rong nodded, arms crossed. So what's next? Thus, not only must we win the opening match, but we must do so spectacularly, showcasing our dominance, Su Sanshur concluded. Whether we are strong or not is secondary. The key is to demonstrate an overwhelming advantage. Yu Rong rested her chin on her hand, pondering his words. All of that is mere rhetoric. And then, she inquired, how do we win beautifully? Do you have any suggestions? Su Sanshur closed his fan and answered succinctly, none. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence, rendered speechless by Su Sanshur's proclamation. Yu Rong remarked, silence brings clarity. I actually have a suggestion. Hui Yuhao raised his hand to speak. Bei Bei, embodying the spirit of a leader, nodded at Hui Yuhao. Yuhao, go ahead. Since Rong won't be participating in this elimination round, based on our lineup, the fusion technique Wang Dong and I possess, the withering golden path of radiance, undoubtedly represents the optimal solution as mentioned by Senior Sanshur. Hui Yuhao articulated his thoughts clearly and practically. If we can align the opponents in a straight line at a certain moment, we can conclude the match directly. Indeed, this approach carried a degree of feasibility, yet it was laden with uncertainties. Bei Bei, considering a broader spectrum, understood that the opponents would never execute our strategies flawlessly. Vigilance was crucial. Hui Yuhao smiled softly, his handsome face illuminated with mischief. Thus, my simulated soul skills will come into play. Moreover, this will allow us to conserve our strength to the greatest extent. Listening to Hui Yuhao's plan, the others couldn't help but marvel at his audacity. How infuriating. He is impressing everyone, Yu Rong mused. Hui Yuhao's plan received unanimous approval, and eventually, Bei Bei reminded everyone to adjust their states well, even with 2 days remaining until the competition. Yu Rong, however, was only half listening, as this had little relevance to her, a mere spectator. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, and the others resolved to return to their training, a plan Bei Bei initially shared. However, plans are often subject to change. Hey, Bei Bei, I want to go out for a stroll. Star Luo City is so vast, and I haven't explored it properly yet, Yu Rong declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. May I request permission to venture outside? Bei Bei, will you grant it? Or perhaps, will you grant it? Bei Bei gazed at Yu Rong's gleaming eyes, unable to refuse. Yet he harbored concerns for her safety. He gently ruffled her hair and said, then I'll accompany you. I still have some preparations to make. Yu Rong, being sensible, understood that since she wouldn't be participating in the match, indulging in a leisurely day was acceptable. However, Bei Bei was the captain of the team and had to exemplify responsibility. He couldn't openly slack off. No, Bei Bei, you must focus on your training. Yu Rong insisted firmly. You are the captain of the reserve team. How can you not lead by example? Her words left Bei Bei momentarily speechless. He sighed, not pressing the issue further, and retrieved a black gold card from his soul guide. Handing it to Yu Rong. Take this. Buy whatever you wish. Yu Rong, puzzled, accepted the card and discovered it to be a savings card from the Continental Bank of Douluo, a black gold premium user card. One needed substantial wealth, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, to qualify for such a card. But Bei Bei, why are you giving me this? Yu Rong tilted her head, looking at Bei Bei. I have money, you know? Her little treasury was not lacking, and spending his money felt rather strange. Bei cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. It's just in case you run out of funds. I happen to have the means. Besides, I would be quite happy for you to spend my money. As he uttered those words, his voice softened as if he felt a bit bashful. Yet, as a soul master, how could Qirong fail to catch that subtlety? Suddenly, Qirong felt her cheeks warm for reasons unknown. Bei typically avoided direct confrontations. He preferred to subtly care for her, aiming to make her accustomed to his presence. This approach had proven successful within the academy. However, after the battle against the evil soul masters, witnessing the extraordinary treatment Qirong received from the esteemed seniors of the inner academy stirred an inexplicable sense of crisis within Bei. He completely overlooked the fact that their admiration stemmed from having been saved by both him and Qirong. Unbeknownst to Bei, the attitude of those seniors towards him was also markedly more favorable than that of peers like Su Sanshi and Jiang Nanan. This only highlighted the adage, the observer sees clearly, while the participant remains oblivious. Just as the atmosphere between Bei and Qirong grew peculiarly intimate, the door to the adjacent meeting room suddenly swung open. It cannot be said to be next door, merely that it is in close proximity. The conference room is situated at the southernmost end of the corridor, directly facing it. Adjacent to it are the staircase and the soul-guiding elevator, with luxurious single rooms further north, directly opposite the corridor. The first room, near the staircase, is where Ma Xiaotao resides. She happened to overhear the voices of Bei and Qirong, but due to the exceptional soundproofing of the luxurious single room, even with her soul emperor cultivation, she could only catch fragmented words, such as card, money, and spending. She initially assumed that Qirong was short on funds. After all, Bei was someone she knew well from the inner courtyard. She understood his situation and knew he was not lacking in financial resources. Upon realizing this, Ma Xiaotao felt a sudden thrill and promptly opened her door. Qirong, are you in need of money? As she spoke, her soul device shimmered, and another black gold card appeared in Qirong's hand. The design and style were identical to the one Bei had just given her. No worries. Sister has money to spare. Spend it freely. Ma Xiaotao declared with authority, asserting that the card need not be returned, as it had no password. She truly embodied the essence of a queen. Ma Xiaotao was indeed affluent, being the foremost student in the inner courtyard and serving as a Shrek Academy overseer. While undertaking inspection tasks externally, she also engaged in bounty missions, the earnings of which were beyond measure. In short, she was quite wealthy. Qirong was still taken aback. Huh. Her eyes widened in surprise. Ultimately, Qirong returned both cards to their rightful owners, refusing to accept either. I have money, she insisted, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. What do I need yours for? Ma Xiaotao naturally had no objections. She had initially thought Qirong was financially constrained, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. However, Bei was a different story. He had almost persuaded Qirong to accept the card before Ma Xiaotao's interruption led to both cards being returned. All right. You both rest well. I'm off for a stroll and will return shortly. Qirong patted Bei on the side, as her height made it easier to reach his waist rather than his shoulder. Be safe, Bei urged with concern. Rest assured, I am a soul master. Qirong sighed, wondering why she still treated him like a child. Don't worry, Bei. Even if something unexpected were to happen, I will be there to support him. The authority of a six-ring soul emperor is not to be trifled with. Besides, I believe no one would dare provoke a student from Shrek Academy. After saying this, Ma Xiaotao playfully rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Bei with a teasing tone. Your concern seems to have led to some disarray, Bei. Noticing her comment, Bei's eyes reflected melancholy as he looked at Ma Xiaotao. Sister Xiaotao. It was only then that Ma Xiaotao realized her previous words might have caused trouble. However, the queen felt no remorse. Merely thinking Bei's scheming was rather naive. The effects are too slow, she mused, still thinking of boiling the frog in warm water. What if someone else plucks the flower before you even notice? TSK. He was indeed still a child, barely 15, and quite green. Chapter 074, Xinglua Avenue. During the competition period in Xinglua Imperial City, the atmosphere was undeniably vibrant. It was not only the throngs of people on the streets, but also the lively ambience created by the city's architecture that captivated Qirong the most. In her words, it was infused with the essence of humanity. This was what the transformed soul beast Qirong yearned for the most, and what she found most difficult to resist. After all, who would risk their life to transform and undergo recultivation if not for the joys of the human world? When the Shrek representative team arrived in Xinglua City with their guide, Qirong had already inquired about the city's most bustling locales. There were several places of great interest, particularly the Water Street District, Xingluo Royal Park, and Xingluo Avenue. Yu Rong counted off on her fingers, recalling her options. The Water Street District offered boat rides to appreciate the historical charm of Xingluo City, but she had already promised to visit it with Xiao Xiao after the competition. So she set it aside. With a snap, she retracted one finger, eliminating that choice. Xingluo Royal Park was said to host many rare flowers. Yet its artificiality was too pronounced, and having seen so many plants already, it seemed uninteresting. As a peculiar flower, the Qirong Tianju, which thrived amidst floral splendor. Yu Rong found the royal park paled in comparison to the ice and fire duality eye. With another snap, she dismissed another option. There were other places suited for soul masters, but she decided against visiting them alone before the competition. Yu Rong was quite astute, although she was not a key player. Prudence was essential before the competition, lest she attract the attention of some strange individuals for inexplicable reasons. Hence, she resolved to head to Xingluo Avenue. Nodding to herself and stroking her chin, she felt quite pleased with her decision. Xingluo Avenue was merely a street away from the Xinghuang Hotel, where the Shrek representative team was staying. Being the most luxurious and upscale hotel in Xingluo City, its location was undoubtedly prime, and with Yu Rong's pace, she would reach it in just a few minutes. It was remarkably swift. Thus, it was evident that Yu Rong had already formed a plan in her mind. Yet she still earnestly explained her reasoning. Sticking out her tongue and scratching her head, she said, Life does need a touch of ritual. In such a thriving place as Xingluo Avenue, there had to be takoyaki. Yu Rong calculated in her mind that it had been quite some time since she last indulged in her longed for takoyaki. 1, 2, 3, 12 whole days. Rounded off. That was half a month. There was no choice. From Elder Xian's special training to the Shrek inspection team's deployment, and finally rushing to Xingluo City, there had been little opportunity for leisure. After all, she had nearly lost her life in the Mingdou mountain range. Reflecting on this, Yu Rong couldn't help but sigh and lament. Life was indeed tough, and the little flower cried. With that thought, she quickly clapped her hands against her cheeks. So takoyaki, here I come. Though referred to as an avenue, Xingluo Avenue was not entirely accurate. As the most prosperous commercial district in Xingluo City, this avenue had gradually evolved into a sprawling commercial area spanning several kilometers, radiating outward from Xingluo Avenue as its core. The Xingluo Royal Auction House, the Gathering Treasure Pavilions, Xingluo Branch, and countless renowned shops all held a place in this bustling commercial zone. Consequently, a myriad of commercial activities thrived, and competition was naturally fierce. However, for consumers, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Not only could they potentially save a bit of money, but the vibrant atmosphere also allowed for a lively gathering. As the soul fighting competition approached, throngs of tourists filled Xingluo Avenue. While it was not to the point of shoulder-to-shoulder crowding, one still had to be cautious while walking down the street to avoid collisions. The majority of the crowd consisted of ordinary citizens, and the proportion of soul masters was not particularly high. Perhaps most soul masters were preoccupied with preparations and training at such times, and it was unlikely they would be leisurely strolling through commercial streets in the days leading up to the competition. That would be far too relaxed. Indeed, it is the delightful little creature known as Yu Rong, whose relaxed demeanor is truly exceptional. Once more, I wish to commend her. Takoyaki, takoyaki, where art thou, my beloved takoyaki? Yu Rong, humming a tune of her own creation, joyfully bounces through the throngs of people. Her movements are agile, showing no trace of clumsiness. To the ordinary observer, her figure might vanish in the blink of an eye before they could fully take in her presence. Yu Rong's attire, though not particularly extravagant, consists of light, pale golden garments that have become somewhat dull and dusty from her recent travels. Overall, she resembles a modest little chrysanthemum, but the moment one catches sight of her face, all thoughts of apparel dissipate into insignificance. This is largely due to her exquisite features and an air of elegance that render her appearance anything but drab. Here, following the tantalizing aroma, Yu Rong discovers a shop that sells takoyaki. The establishment boasts a fair amount of popularity, adorned with opulent decor, starkly contrasting the humble food stalls outside Shrek Academy, lacking any semblance of approachability. However, given that this is the precious real estate of Starry Boulevard, it is somewhat understandable, albeit surprising to our little chrysanthemum. The shop offers more than just takoyaki. Its menu is quite diverse, featuring a plethora of snacks, including some varieties that Yu Rong has yet to encounter. She inhales deeply, savoring the delightful fragrance. How delectable! She yearns to try everything. Without hesitation, Yu Rong retrieves a pouch of golden soul coins from her soul guide, ready to make her purchase. Wait, what? Is that takoyaki? Before she even places her order, Yurong's eyes widen as she observes the takoyaki being prepared on the stove. Each piece, perfectly round and plump, forms a small mountain, generously topped with flavorful bonito flakes and seaweed, complemented by a rich, savory sauce prominently displayed, creating a truly spectacular sight. Unable to resist, Yurong extends her fist beside the takoyaki for comparison. Astonishingly, it is even larger than her own fist. What? Yurong is taken aback. This is a colossal version of takoyaki. The term takoyaki no longer suffices to describe it. Owner, I would like an order, please. Yurong confidently places her request. How many would you like? 2, no, 3. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gestures grandly with her small hand. And I shall take one of each of your signature snacks. Just a taste of each will do. Yurong insists, declaring that she wants it all. Shortly thereafter, her order arrives, steaming and exuding an aroma that is utterly irresistible. This serving of giant takoyaki cannot simply be skewered and devoured in one bite. It requires the use of chopsticks, allowing her to savor each morsel. As she takes a bite, the soft batter, infused with a hint of seafood essence, gives way to a rich filling. Alongside the usual octopus tentacles, she discovers shrimp and an assortment of vegetables, along with some intriguing ingredients that seem to be local delicacies from the Starry Empire. Delicious. Yurong's eyes sparkle with delight. This is a different kind of deliciousness compared to the takoyaki outside the academy. Indeed, takoyaki is the best. Today, Yurong remains a devoted acolyte of takoyaki. Owner, another 3 orders, please. She continues to place her order. No, make it 10. All to go. Good food is meant to be shared, after all. And she intends to bring some back for Bei and the others to try. Besides, stowing them in her soul guide will keep them fresh and steaming hot for later. Perhaps if Yuhao gets a taste, he might learn to enjoy them too. Thus, her clever little scheme is already taking shape. In no time, Yurong finishes her giant takoyaki, and while waiting for her other snacks, she begins sampling those she previously ordered. What is this? She lifts a skewer of round morsels, seemingly fried to a golden crisp, bouncy to the touch. Bringing it closer to her nose, she detects a subtle seafood aroma wafting from within the golden exterior. It smells quite appetizing. With a delighted nom, she devours one after another, her cheeks bulging, her eyes sparkling. Delicious. This is a different kind of delight compared to takoyaki. If takoyaki leans toward the more doughy flavor, then this round delicacy clearly emphasizes the essence of the ocean, delivering a more pronounced flavor to her palate. Is this fishball? Yurong muses, comparing the picture on the shop sign with the actual item in her hand, making the connection effortlessly. Splendid. Yurong declares that fishballs are now her second favorite snack, right after takoyaki. Thus, she can't help but order 10 more fishballs. While the treats on Starry Boulevard aren't particularly cheap, for Yurong, it merely amounts to a modest expenditure. As long as she enjoys her meal, nothing else matters. After spending a considerable amount of time in the snack shop, primarily to relish the culinary delights, Qirong feels rejuvenated and truly alive. This is the life that every human should experience. Satisfied and well-fed, her mission of venturing out has been accomplished. Stepping outside the shop, she surveys her surroundings, bustling crowds and vibrant, intriguing shops all beckoning to her spirit. It seems it's still too early to return to the hotel. Qirong strokes her chin, deciding to indulge her curiosity further. Let the grand adventure on Starry Boulevard commence. Chapter 075, A Surprise Encounter. As previously mentioned, Starry Boulevard is vast, representing a grand commercial district. At its core lies the most luxurious and opulent area, featuring gigantic shops that command exorbitant real estate prices. To describe these establishments merely as shops would be an understatement. They're magnificent commercial edifices. However, Qirong's goal today is not to explore these extravagant centers of commerce. After satisfying her hunger, she simply wishes to wander around and pass the time. Without knowing how, she finds herself on a seemingly simple yet lively street. Though described as modest, it is not entirely so. Compared to the dazzling, jewel-encrusted buildings of earlier, this street indeed appears much simpler. The shops, while unassuming in decoration, share a notable characteristic. Their storefronts are quite small. What was once a wide thoroughfare capable of accommodating 8 carriages side by side has now shrunk to a passage barely wide enough for 2 or 3 carriages, overtaken by stalls and displays. It seems that carriages are not permitted on this street at all. At least, Qirong has not encountered a single wheeled vehicle during her stroll. What could all these items strewn across the ground be? As Qirong walks, she observes the diverse array of goods, truly a feast for the eyes. from everyday items to a myriad of flowers and plants, from an assortment of peculiar stones to objects that appear metallic, and even the seemingly shabby or exquisitely sophisticated soul-guiding devices. Qirong murmured softly, glancing left and right. Clearly an inquisitive newcomer, captivated by everything in sight. "Excuse me, young sir, would you like me to introduce you to something?" Suddenly, a sprightly young man emerged from nowhere, emanating faint ripples of soul power, indicating he was likely a soul master, albeit of a lower rank. Qirong turned around, realizing he was indeed addressing her. "Introduce? How do you intend to do that?" The young man smiled warmly, with a hint of eagerness, and said, "You may not be aware, but this street is renowned in Douluo City as a treasure trove. The goods here are diverse. Whatever you seek, this place could be said to have it all. However, in such an expansive area, finding something truly to your liking can be somewhat challenging. Moreover, if you rely solely on your own efforts, it may require considerable energy and could potentially lead to disappointment. Additionally, some items cannot be displayed openly." As he spoke, the young man leaned in closer to Qirong, as if sharing a confidential secret. "So, if you have any needs, feel free to consult me. I guarantee you a satisfactory response." Qirong, after listening for a while, suddenly understood. Wasn't he implying that the wares lining the street were merely to entice outsiders? The real treasures required the guidance of a local expert. She scrutinized the young man closely, sensing he was a businessman yet. The young man seemed to perceive her contemplation and hastily clarified, "Please, don't misunderstand. I am a legitimate businessman." He then produced an identification badge from his pocket. Qirong glanced at it upside down a few times, uncertain of its authenticity, having never seen such a thing before. "Furthermore, the reason I approach you is that you exude an extraordinary aura. You must be a promising young soul master. I believe whatever captures your interest must be exceptional, far beyond what these ordinary vendors can offer. Thus, if you are willing, why not accompany me deeper into the market?" The young man's tone grew increasingly enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, Qirong felt even more uneasy, though she couldn't pinpoint why. There was something distinctly off about the situation, akin to flattery. If he were addressing some slightly arrogant soul masters, they might have already been completely enchanted. She sensed a hint of deceit, not in a life-threatening manner, but undoubtedly aimed at financial gain. Qirong pondered, could such boldness exist under the bright sun in Douluo City? With the grand competition approaching, were these con artists not afraid of stirring trouble? She felt perplexed. Could she have misjudged him? Was he not a swindler? Her curiosity piqued further. It wasn't that she intended to buy anything, but she was eager to immerse herself in the excitement and uncover the intricacies of this marketplace. It was hard to resist the allure of such lively surroundings. "Lead the way." Qirong snapped her fingers, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Mimicking the most affluent individual she had ever seen, Su San-Shur, to avoid appearing insignificant. Just a fan would complete her guise. She resolved to purchase one shortly. The young man was evidently thrilled, never expecting to land a client on his very first day. He promptly led the way. "This way, please." As Qirong followed him, they remained within the bustling street, eventually arriving at a pair of inconspicuous shops nestled between two unremarkable facades, where he revealed a hidden door. After knocking in a specific pattern, he opened it and explained, "Forgive me, but our underground market contains some rather sensitive items. If discovered by the patrolling guards, it could lead to complications." Qirong raised an eyebrow. Could it be that he was indeed a legitimate businessman and not a con artist? Upon entering through the secret door, she noticed two burly men stationed by the entrance, likely the guards. Further in, a staircase led downwards. It made sense. The street above was saturated with shops, and if one wished to delve deeper, it could only be beneath the surface. After all, constructing something above would be prohibitively expensive. The passage proved longer than she anticipated, suggesting they were venturing deeper than expected. Upon traversing this dark corridor, they arrived at another door, which was far more imposing than the previous unremarkable entry. The young man gestured grandly before it. "Welcome to the Douluo underground market. Here, we operate within a legal domain. Brawling and troublemaking are strictly prohibited. While the items for sale may not always adhere to the law, we ask for your understanding, as our selection is unparalleled." As he continued his introduction, a gruff voice suddenly interrupted from behind the door. "Oh, SoulLand, is this how you present things? Aren't you afraid your supervisor will reprimand you? Have you not memorized the procedures yet?" SoulLand immediately became flustered. "No, Brother Huang, I have it memorized." "Memorized, you say?" Brother Huang emerged from behind the door, handing Qirong a plain black mask, which concealed only her eyes. He then scrutinized her for a moment, disapprovingly glancing at SoulLand. Why did you invite a child here? Don't you know how dangerous this place can be? Did you forget the guidelines on selecting your target audience during training? Brother Huang seemed genuinely concerned for Yurong's safety, which left Shaolin dejected. Oh no, I must have messed up again. This job is so challenging, he lamented. Brother Huang sighed, then handed Yurong a black cloak, saying, You truly are naive to believe everything you hear. What if these people are villains? They could sell you without anyone knowing. He sighed again, exasperated. Put on a mask and cloak, conceal your identity, and follow me. Yurong raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was being allowed entry. She had expected to be turned away. It was inconceivable to reject someone who had already come so far. Come on, let me introduce you, Brother Huang said, pushing the door open for her to enter. Upon stepping inside, Yurong was awestruck by the scene before her. Despite being an underground market, the vast space was illuminated as brightly as day, with various lighting soul-guiding devices casting a brilliant glow over the shops, making it appear even more opulent than the surface. It was not far inferior to the grandeur of the central district of Douluo Avenue, though there were undoubtedly fewer people than above. Many Souls masters lingered in front of each shop, carefully examining the exceptional wares on display. This underground market was a veritable cornucopia, showcasing goods that were anything but ordinary. In this underground marketplace of Douluo, a plethora of exotic flora and fauna exists, alongside many soul beasts whose skeletal remains and pelts exhibit a formidable aura of soul power. There are also numerous rare items, including exquisite soul guides that I have never encountered before. This underground market is exclusively accessible to soul masters, and the majority of the merchandise is closely associated with soul power. Transactions are primarily conducted using soul coins, although bartering is permissible if an agreement is reached with the seller. It is worth noting that not all vendors here are directly affiliated with the official establishment. Much of the area is occupied by individual sellers who can set up their stalls by paying a certain rental fee to the leasing office. Brother Huang gestured towards a particular direction. However, he did not indicate a refined storefront. Instead, it appeared to be a humble stall, commonly referred to as a street vendor. Buyers in that vicinity must remain vigilant, for once a deal is struck, there is no room for regret. Caution is paramount to avoid being deceived. Understood, Yurong nodded. Adorned with a jet-black mask that revealed only her striking silver-purple heterochromatic eyes, and cloaked in a billowing cape, she exuded an air of mystery. In that case, I wish you a pleasant time at the market, Brother Huang said, gesturing politely. To leave, simply retrace your steps. Indeed, enjoy your shopping. Little Lin echoed from behind. Thank you. Yurong acknowledged with a slight nod before proceeding toward the shops. The underground market was not excessively crowded, but it was certainly more populated than the surface. The quality of the items, however, was notably superior. Just a few steps into her exploration, Yurong's attention was captured by a modest storefront. While the exterior was unassuming, the interior was expansive, filled with an array of oddly shaped stones of various sizes. Ah, esteemed soul master, would you care to take a look? The attendant at the entrance inquired, noticing Yurong's interest. Our establishment specializes in an assortment of rare minerals and metals, all of which serve as excellent materials for crafting high-grade soul guides. Rare minerals? Yurong's curiosity was piqued. While she had little interest in the rare metals, her understanding of soul guides was limited to their most basic applications in daily life. A subtle pull seemed to emanate from within the shop, beckoning her to explore further. This sensation, though not overwhelmingly strong, was intriguing nonetheless. What are those at the back of the store? Yurong inquired, pointing toward the deeper recesses of the shop. Ah, esteemed soul master, that is our gambling stone area, the attendant replied. Gambling stones? This term was unfamiliar to Yurong. Indeed, the items displayed their uncut raw stones that have been excavated but remain unpolished. Due to the unique properties of certain rare minerals and metals, it is often challenging to detect their true nature until the outer shell is cut and polished. Thus, gambling stones allow you to select unprocessed raw stones that you believe might yield valuable materials. Of course, the prices are quite reasonable. We can also provide processing services, but the risk is yours to bear. The raw stone could yield exceptional rare materials or turn out to be merely an ordinary rock. Yurong nodded, comprehending the concept. It seems quite thrilling, an enjoyable venture. Esteemed soul master, if you're interested, would you care to give it a try? The attendant proposed. Yurong nodded enthusiastically. She had learned to be wise, not rushing toward her initial interests, but instead meandering along the surrounding paths to explore. The so-called unprocessed stones were, in reality, not entirely accurate. Each stone had undergone a rough processing, with dirt and debris cleaned away to reveal their inherent colors. They varied widely in size, from towering stones over 2 meters high to those no larger than a hand's breadth. What can a stone this small do? Qirong pondered, intrigued. Given its diminutive size, what could possibly remain once the outer rock is removed? Esteemed Soul Master, do not underestimate these stones, the attendant interjected quickly. There have been instances where individuals have uncovered extraordinary rare metals from stones of similar size, which are quite rare even in the Sun and Moon Empire. Although small, one such piece fetched a staggering 30 million soul coins. Remarkably, that Soul Master only spent 300 soul coins to acquire it. Qirong raised an eyebrow, finding the example quite compelling. However, with so many small stones passing through, surely only one would yield such a rare find. Yet, even a singular instance could entice many to pursue the gamble. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qirong continued her exploration. Hey, I'm not easily tempted. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an absence of allure from the stones she encountered, as if they lacked substance. Continuing her stroll, she ventured deeper into the shop, where the crowd thinned considerably. Eventually, she arrived at a corner that seemed to resonate with her curiosity. This secluded area housed predominantly small stones, each one seemingly neglected. Just then, a voice behind her mentioned something, indicating the arrival of new customers. Unfazed, Qirong continued her search, eager to discover what had been calling to her. "What's the price for this one?" Qirong asked, pointing to a deep green stone, its surface riddled with pockmarks as if corroded. "This is a piece of basalt, formed at the border of the Heavenly Spirit Empire for volcanic lava that cooled and eroded. It is priced at 700 soul coins. And this one?" Qirong gestured toward another stone, yellow with hints of red, resembling flames and approximately the size of 2 hands. "This is a mineral raw stone mine from the depths of the Ming-Do mountain range at the border of the star Luo Empire and the Sun and Moon Empire, priced at 800 soul coins." Qirong raised an eyebrow at the price. The 800 soul coin stone had been the source of her intrigue, and the closer she approached, the stronger the pull she felt. This sensation was peculiar, resonating differently than the soul power she shared with Bei. It felt more like a harmonic resonance. "All right, 800 it is. I'll take it," Qirong declared decisively. "Very well, esteemed Soul Master. Please follow me to the checkout," the attendant responded, visibly surprised by her swift decision. Despite her modest stature and obscured features beneath the cloak, at that moment, she appeared strikingly impressive. "Wait, don't be in such a rush." Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupted from behind, carrying an inherent air of nobility that rendered his words less than endearing. "I'll offer 1,000 soul coins, along with an additional 1,000 soul coins as compensation to the buyer. What do you say?" Qirong's disbelief was palpable. Has someone attempted to intercept my purchase? However, 1,000 soul coins was a paltry sum to her. Frustrated, she retorted, "I'll give you 2,000 if you promptly vacate the premises. It's merely a matter of money." With a chuckle, Qirong turned to confront the audacious figure, expecting to find someone brazen. To her surprise, she encountered another cloaked individual, obscuring their form, with only their striking heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one green, visible, adding an element of allure to their presence. It appeared that Qirong was slightly shorter than the young man in the black robe, compelling her to raise her head slightly to gaze up at him. This was even more displeasing. "Oh, are you attempting to compete with me?" The black-robed youth casually observed his own hands before uttering a remark. Following his gaze, Qirong noticed that this impolite fellow possessed a pair of remarkably beautiful hands, fair, slender, and with a lustrous sheen akin to jade, distinctly captivating. With her hands placed firmly on her hips, she huffed coldly. "Understand this, you are the one trying to compete with me. Do you grasp the concept of priority?" "Priority?" The black-robed youth regarded the diminutive figure before him, and for reasons unknown, he felt a stirring within, as though something were being drawn to him, akin to that mysterious stone which had caught his attention. "The phrase priority does not exist in my lexicon." "Very well, I shall offer you 10,000 gold soul coins for it." In his estimation, this was quite a generous proposal, especially since the original price was 800 gold soul coins, and the little one before him had not yet paid. Logically, the stone could be considered unclaimed. Accompanying the black-robed youth was a companion, slightly shorter than him, who could not help but interject upon hearing this. "Brother, you." Her voice was soft and gentle. "It's fine, Ming, I know what I'm doing." The black-robed youth waved her off. Qirong scrutinized the pair before her, seemingly unfazed, and scoffed. "Then I shall offer you 20,000. What say you? It's merely money, after all. Who doesn't he possess some? Oh, the black-robed youth regarded Yu Rong with keen interest. Her mask obscured his view of her face. Yet her striking heterochromatic eyes captivated him, undeniably attractive. However, he refrained from revealing any sign of admiration. Negotiations were still underway. He could not afford to appear at a disadvantage. Shall we consider this a stalemate? He inquired as he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Yu Rong showed no fear. There is no need for negotiation. The item rightfully belongs to me. In that instant, their mismatched gazes locked, a palpable tension igniting the air. The attendant serving the three patrons appeared somewhat flustered. Then I shall take it myself. The moment the black-robed youth's words fell, he made his move, exclaiming, "How rude." Instantly, he unleashed his soul power, causing the stone that had remained on the display stand to soar into his grasp. Yu Rong's pupils constricted. She had clearly witnessed the appearance of soul rings when he released his soul power. Yellow, purple, black, 5 rings as Soul King. Such a young Soul King with 5 rings? Yu Rong felt a flicker of astonishment. Yet, the moment did not afford her the luxury of contemplation. Nearly simultaneously, she summoned her own martial spirit. With the brilliance of her second soul ring, several petal-shaped blades manifested beside her, hurtling directly towards the stone in the black-robed youth's hand. Her intent was to compel him to relinquish his hold on it. TCH, the black-robed youth, taken aback by Yu Rong's soul technique, was momentarily surprised. However, the very next instant, his first soul ring began to shimmer. In an instant, the petal blades that had been flying towards him came to an abrupt halt mid-air. Yu Rong's pupils narrowed. She was genuinely astonished. Her petals were no longer under her control. What was happening? Chapter 76. Laughing Through the World. Initially, Yu Rong had controlled her petals as if they were an extension of herself, responding to her every thought. But now, it felt as though a part of her own body was being forcibly restrained. Although she remained mentally attuned to the petals, they were held captive, and no matter how much soul power she infused, they struggled to budge. TCH, she poured the majority of her focus into the petal blades, but it seemed a futile endeavor, merely causing them to quiver slightly, as if two invisible forces were engaged in a silent contest over the petals. Who was this black-robed youth? How could he exert control over her petals? Yu Rong's mind raced, seeking a way to break the stalemate. At that moment, the black-robed youth tilted his chin slightly and remarked, "An impressive means of attack. Too bad it encountered me." Metal? Yu Rong's gaze sharpened. Why mention metal? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Earlier, that mineral had seemed to possess a will of its own, flying into the black-robed youth's hand with an inexplicable purpose. Could it be? Yu Rong tentatively summoned her soul power once more to condense the petals, but this time, they did not transform into their metallic blade form. Instead, she maintained their original botanical shape. Although these floral petals lacked the sharpness of their metallic counterparts, they were sufficiently hardened once infused with soul power. Several petals appeared stealthily behind her this time. It was seamless. Yu Rong felt a surge of understanding. Her hypothesis had proven correct. Then, she pressed her lips together, offering the black-robed youth a sly smile, her heterochromatic eyes glinting with mischief. Is that so? As soon as she spoke, the petals that had been lingering behind her surged towards the youth's face once again, this time without any hesitation. The black-robed youth's pupils contracted as he beheld a flash of golden light. In the blink of an eye, the sharp petals halted mere millimeters from his eyes. It was perilously close, yet they did not graze him. What? Why could he not perceive the threat posed by this little one's hidden weapons? Yu Rong had no interest in elaborating to him. She simply stated, "You may return that stone to me now. Do refrain from moving. Should my petals tremble even slightly, your eyes will be forfeit." Yu Rong even threw in a veiled threat, though it lacked any real intimidation. Oh, the black-robed youth showed no trepidation. Aside from his initial surprise, he now appeared intrigued, narrowing his eyes. Why don't you give it a try? Yu Rong did not expect the audacity of the black-robed youth. He was utterly unafraid. It was utterly infuriating. Yet, Yu Rong hesitated to escalate the situation. After all, she bore no animosity towards him and felt it improper to blind someone without cause. While she wished to avoid further confrontation, the black-robed youth laughed aloud. "Huh, it seems you lack the resolve to act. Soft-hearted, indeed, you are but a child. If you desire that stone, come and claim it yourself." The black-robed youth flipped the stone in his hand, presenting it openly. Yu Rong, sensing a potential ruse, remained cautious, refraining from extending her hand immediately. "What? Are you afraid of being deceived?" The black-robed youth let out a derisive chuckle, though it bore no significant malice. Rest assured, it's entirely above board. If I wish to deceive you, what could a mere three-ring soul master like you do about it? Qirong contemplated for a moment, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. After all, her petals still posed a threat to his eyes, thereby granting her the upper hand. After a brief hesitation, she finally extended her hand. The young man in the black robe gazed as the hand of Qirong drew ever closer, delicate and with lips of a subtly pale hue, slowly curling into a smile, reminiscent of a cunning scheme on the verge of fruition. A sense of foreboding washed over Qirong the moment he beheld that smile. As he attempted to retract his hand, it was instantaneously captured by the black-robed youth. Attempting to escape, the youth chuckled and suddenly, the soul rings surrounding him began to shimmer with a radiant glow. His black robe seemed to sway without the presence of wind, and inexplicably, the hood atop his head slipped down, revealing silvery strands of hair that glimmered with an enchanting sheen, appearing remarkably smooth. Yet at that moment, Qirong's mind was far from appreciating such beauty. The instant he was seized, a torrent of unfamiliar, oppressive soul power surged through his being, akin to a roaring tide intent on crushing him. This was dire. Qirong's pupils constricted. He had underestimated the situation. However, in the next instant, the foreign soul power engulfing him transformed dramatically. As it brushed against his own soul power, it intertwined seamlessly, as if two powerful rivers merged into a vast ocean, forming an entirely new entity. The earlier ferocity dissipated, yielding to an uncharacteristic, almost uncontrollable gentleness. What? Qirong was momentarily at a loss, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the unfolding scene, as though he had encountered it before. Conversely, the black-robed youth was more astute. He initially aimed to inflict a minor hardship upon Qirong by infusing him with his soul power. Typically, one soul power is an extension of oneself, easily manipulated with a deft hand. However, the strands of soul power he had imparted to Qirong seemed to vanish without a trace, as if they had sunk into the abyss, leaving him devoid of any sensation. No, it was even stranger than that. It felt as though his soul power was being absorbed, as if it were perfectly attuned to Qirong's essence. A pair of astonished gazes locked onto each other. At that moment, the attendant finally grasped the gravity of the situation and urgently interjected, "Honorable soul masters, please cease this conflict." Yet, it appeared that her pleas fell on deaf ears. The attendant flitted about like a frantic ant on a hot stove, utterly at a loss. Just then, a formidable soul power emanated from the depths of the shop. It bore no intent to kill, yet exuded an overwhelming aura of authority, as if demanding that the two combatants halt their skirmish. In the Douluo underground market, dueling was strictly forbidden. Qirong understood. With such a grand establishment, how could there not be a few high-ranking soul masters stationed to maintain order? Indeed, they had come to intervene. The underground market upheld principles of integrity. Guests were to be treated with respect, yet completed transactions were protected by the Douluo authorities. Within this market, deceit and thievery were not tolerated. The attendant promptly nodded, raising her hand to gesture to Qirong. It was this esteemed soul master who arrived first, and a transaction has already been established. Therefore, the sum of 800 gold soul coins is due, and I kindly request that you accompany me to settle the payment shortly. Esteemed soul master, I apologize. Should there be anything else that catches your eye in our humble shop, we will extend the utmost courtesy within our means. She then turned to the black-robed youth, her expression one of contrition and humility. "Humph." The black-robed youth scoffed, tossing a stone towards Qirong without a trace of reluctance. He had initially found the stone intriguing, resonating with his essence, but now he seemed to have discovered something far more captivating. "Little one, I am Xiao Hongchun, remember that." With those words, he pivoted and exited with remarkable decisiveness. "We shall meet again." Xiao Hongchun's silvery hair shimmered under the light, reminiscent of fine silk, capturing Qirong's attention. But that was where his interest waned. After all, Qirong perceived him as a rather impolite individual. Watching Xiao Hongchun's retreating figure, Qirong wore a puzzled expression. "Xiao Hongchun, is that all he offered, just a name? Is he renowned? Should I know him?" The black-robed girl trailing closely behind Xiao Hongchun caught wind of Qirong's inquiry, stumbling momentarily before turning to face him. "We are from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's representative team. Given your appearance, you must also be a soul master. How could you be unaware of this?" "Huh?" Qirong's face was a canvas of confusion. Logically, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was the most prestigious institution in the Sun and Moon Empire, akin to the Shrek Academy of Douluo continent, a formidable contender for the championship. Although the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had long aspired to claim victory, they had never succeeded. Indeed, they were quite famous, particularly with the competition set to commence in just a day or two. And all participating academies had essentially arrived in the Star Luo Empire, gathering intel on their rivals. Anyone who paid even a modicum of attention to the tournament would certainly recognize the names of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's participants. This was precisely why Xiao Hongchun had merely stated his name, assuming others would inherently know who he was. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Qirong, who had just arrived in Star Luo City and held little interest in the competition, thus remaining uninformed about his opponents. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy? Is it truly that famous? Qirong gazed with wide, innocent eyes, earnestly questioning the black-robed girl. Upon hearing Qirong's words, the black-robed girl initially thought he was being provocative and prepared to unleash her fury, only to be met with Qirong's sincere gaze. It didn't seem like a challenge. He genuinely appeared unaware. For a moment, she was left speechless, unsure whether to respond with laughter or exasperation. From which remote corner of the world have you emerged? The black-robed girl regarded the small figure before her, utterly dumbfounded. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was undoubtedly the strongest Soul Master Academy in the entire continent. Without exception. Just then, Xiao Hongchun reappeared, his intention to exit gracefully thwarted. The strongest Soul Master Academy in the entire continent? Qirong echoed incredulously. How could that be? Does that mean Shrek Academy doesn't exist? Are we not on the same continent? What Shrek Academy? He feigned innocence, questioning if he had made a mistake. At the mere mention of Shrek, a flicker of unrestrained fire ignited in Xiao Hongchun's eyes, his tone rising with excitement as he exclaimed, Shrek? Humph. They will inevitably fall before the might of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Qirong bristled at this. Though he was unaware of the true capabilities of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, he firmly believed that anyone who dared to disparage Shrek was certainly a villain. Shrek Academy is the strongest. They will undoubtedly defeat all of you. He crossed his arms defiantly, radiating an air of authority. Oh, it seems this little one has yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Xiao Hongchun's smile was gentle, yet carried an air of arrogance. I care not for how many championships Shrek has claimed in the past. This year, I shall assuredly trample them beneath my feet. Such audacity! Qirong could scarcely believe that his simple outing had led him to encounter such an arrogant soul master. It was utterly outrageous. So Xiao Hongchun, is it? Qirong extended her hand, pointing at the elegantly high bridge of Xiao Hongchun's nose. The distance between them so minimal it seemed they might touch at any moment. I am Qirong, hailing from the very Shrek you just provoked. Let us see on the arena who shall claim the title of the strongest across the continent. You, Shrek? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hongchun couldn't help but scrutinize Qirong once more. You? It was not that Xiao Hongchun underestimated Qirong. Rather, this individual appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, which, by all accounts, would place them at best as a reserve team member. Having just witnessed her capabilities, a three-ring soul master at her tender age was indeed commendable. However, it still fell woefully short of being sufficient for a competitive match. Xiao Hongchun remained uncertain if she believed Qirong's assertion, yet she found the youthful figure before her somewhat innocently endearing. Why not make a wager? Xiao Hongchun mused, stroking her chin, her eyes shimmering with myriad thoughts. A wager? What shall we bet on? Qirong inquired. If our Sun-Moon Empire secures first place in this competition, trampling Shrek underfoot, then irrespective of which academy you hail from on Douluo continent, you shall transfer to the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun-Moon Empire. What say you? This bet held weight, as Xiao Hongchun was not one to believe in mere coincidences, especially considering the concurrent interest they both displayed toward the same stone. Lowering her gaze, she recalled the soul energy that had just vanished into Qirong's being. The last time she experienced something akin to this was with her sister, Meng Hongchun. Even then, the connection with Meng Hongchun's soul energy did not feel so remarkably in tune. A bold hypothesis took root in Xiao Hongchun's mind, yet she refrained from voicing it. After Qirong grasped the terms of the wager, she couldn't help but scoff. And what if you lose? Surely it cannot be that only I transfer? If I were to lose, the same applies. How about that? Xiao Hongchun retorted without a trace of trepidation, her words implying she would transfer to Qirong's academy. It appeared she still held doubts regarding Qirong's affiliation with Shrek. Hearing her brother's impetuous remarks, Meng Hongqin interjected, "Brother, it's fine, Meng. I cannot possibly lose," Xiao Hongqin replied without turning. Yurong, upon hearing Xiao Hongqin's unwavering confidence, became curious about the true visage concealed beneath the mask. One expansive countenance. "Very well, it is settled then, Xiao Hongqin of the Sun Moon Empire." Yurong concluded with finality. "Shall we seal our vow with a handshake?" "Let's seal it." The crisp sound of their palms meeting echoed in the air, solidifying the wager. Chapter 077. The Boomerang What? Little Rong, you actually made such a wager with someone? A thunderous exclamation erupted from the Shrek Lounge, causing even the crystal chandelier above to sway slightly, as if attempting to shatter the ceiling. The astonishment of the speaker was abundantly clear. It was Wang Dong. Wang Dong stared incredulously at Yurong, pointing at her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words, his finger trembling. Despite being a formidable soul master in that moment, he resembled an ordinary individual, revealing his inner turmoil. You. How could you? Wang Dong was so incensed he could barely articulate himself, unsure of what to say. Merely a few hours had passed since he last laid eyes on Yurong, and now she had plunged into such a significant matter. Truly impressive, little Yurong. Wang Dong's beautiful powder blue eyes shone brightly, akin to flames ablaze, reflecting Yurong's figure within them. Yurong dared not meet Wang Dong's gaze, for it was clear he was genuinely furious. All right, Wang Dong. Do not be too upset, Hui Yuhao interjected, observing Wang Dong's demeanor and quickly attempting to calm him. Yurong had already hidden behind Bei Bei, whose tall and robust frame provided a sense of security, effectively shielding Yurong from view. While Bei Bei recognized Yurong's impulsiveness, he refrained from approaching her, understanding Wang Dong was more suited to address the matter. Yurong clutched Bei Bei's clothing, cautiously peeking out from behind him, her eyes darting nervously towards Wang Dong, as if she were aware of her misstep. Dong, please calm down. Allow me to explain and defend myself." Yurong's tone grew increasingly pitiful, as though she were on the verge of tears. "Speak." Wang Dong crossed his arms, standing firm, his presence commanding. "Let us see how you justify this." It was undeniable that Wang Dong and Yurong, as childhood friends, shared an inexplicable bond, their minds in sync on certain levels. Yurong's thoughts raced. Xiao Hongqin is quite powerful. What if she truly transfers to Shrek? Wouldn't that be a boon for us? TSK, that is not the point. I mean, why did you choose to wager on transfer? Is such a matter suitable for betting? What if the other party harbors ill intentions and ensnares you? Wang Dong voiced his concern, fearing that Yurong might inadvertently fall prey to deception. I hadn't considered I might lose, Yurong replied, her tone laced with grievance. Wang Dong found himself at a loss for words, unable to decide whether to chastise Yurong for her childishness in gambling or commend her for her shrewdness in believing she would not lose. All right. It is merely a wager, nothing more, Ma Xiaotao interjected, her authoritative demeanor radiating leadership. In the presence of Shrek, no one can claim first place. Ma Xiaotao's words exuded confidence, coupled with a hint of fondness for Yurong. If the little one wishes to gamble, let her do so. In any case, this wager is a guaranteed victory. Ma Xiaotao seized Yurong by the collar, pulling her from behind Bei Bei. What is there to fear? In that moment, Yurong perceived Ma Xiaotao as exceptionally tall and remarkably charismatic, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Xiaotao is magnificent. Just then, a voice interjected, tinged with surprise, interrupting their conversation. What did you just say? Little Rong, repeat that. It was Wang Yin, present and bearing an expression of shock as he gazed upon Yurong. Huh? Yurong tilted her head, somewhat puzzled, as she pondered what she had just said, uncertainly repeating, Sister Xiaotao is magnificent? Not that. The previous statement. Wang Yin appeared somewhat anxious. With whom did you make a wager? So that was the crux of the matter. Yurong's realization dawned. Xiao Hongqin? Wang Yin echoed, disbelief evident in his tone. Yes, Yurong affirmed with certainty, nodding. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. Xiao Hongqin. Her tone was resolute, without a hint of doubt. Xiao Hongqin, of the Red Dust family from the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire. Wang Yan's expression turned grave as he comprehended the significance of the name. Her grandfather, Jing Hongqin, holds a position of unparalleled authority within the Sun Moon Empire, and their family wields immense influence over the empire's economic lifeline. It was not Wang Yin who spoke, but rather He Kaitu, who had unknowingly approached several individuals. For reasons unknown, Yurong felt a subtle sense of melancholy in Hikaita's words. No wonder that lad wanted to throw money at me. It turns out he is quite affluent. Qirong suddenly realized that perhaps her focus had been misplaced. Therefore, the wager between the two of you, regardless of who emerges victorious or defeated, is exceedingly difficult to realize. Wang Yin sighed. He did not believe that Shrek would lose. The mere thought of Xiao Hongchen potentially joining Shrek Academy seemed to herald a significant shift in the entire Douluo continent's landscape. It is worth noting that prior to this, not a single Soul Master from the Sun Moon Empire had ever come to train at Shrek Academy, nor had any Soul Master from Shrek Academy ventured to the Sun Moon Empire. The chasm between the two was not something easily bridged. Wang Yin also did not believe that the Mingda Hall would genuinely send their cherished Xiao Hongchen to Shrek Academy over a trivial wager. Such a notion was utterly unrealistic and fanciful. Well, it is premature to dwell on these matters. Wang Yin sighed again, advising the two of them to minimize their encounters, for fear that their meetings might incite further troubles. Oh, Qirong nodded, feeling indifferent. After all, Xiao Hongchen did not harbor any individuals of significance to her, so their meetings were inconsequential. Qirong waved her hand, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Oh, that's right, she exclaimed, tapping her head, reaching for her soul guide, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. As Qirong's soul power surged, a rich fragrance pervaded the conference room. For some, this aroma was all too familiar. Takoyaki? Uncertain of how many takoyaki balls Qirong had previously stuffed in a bebe, his prominent nose detected the scent without hesitation. Wrong, Qirong declared, as she handed Bebe a box, exclaiming, "This is giant takoyaki, enormous, abundant in ingredients." Though the price was several times that of ordinary takoyaki, the delight it brought was undeniable. As Qirong mused, she distributed a serving to everyone in the conference room, ensuring that both the reserve and main team members, including teacher Wang Yin, were not overlooked. It can be said that the benefits were shared equitably. This giant takoyaki is utterly delicious. Qirong presented the final serving to Hu Hao, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yu Hao, you must try it." The last portion was given preferentially to Hu Hao, but this favoritism came with conditions. As Qirong's bright eyes locked on Hu Hao's, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of shyness, for the close proximity of Qirong's striking beauty was undeniably overwhelming. In a certain sense, it was even more difficult to resist than Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix meteor shower. Observing Hu Hao, who appeared dazed, Qirong grew impatient and directly assisted him in unwrapping the treat, prodding a large takoyaki towards his mouth. "Yu Hao, open wide." As Qirong spoke, she deftly placed the enormous ball into Hu Hao's mouth. Bebe had initially thought that Qirong giving him the first snack indicated his special status, which brought him some joy. However, upon witnessing this scene, he instantly found the takoyaki in his hand utterly unappetizing. "How is it? Tasty?" Qirong gazed at Hu Hao with eager expectation. What could Hu Hao say, with such a large takoyaki stuffed into his mouth? It was nearly impossible to discern any flavor. Yet, when he caught sight of Qirong's hopeful gaze, he could not voice any discouraging remarks. He quickly nodded, cheeks bulging, chewing awkwardly before swallowing with difficulty. "Good, very delicious." Meanwhile, Bebe had already stashed his own portion into his soul guide and cleverly maneuvered himself between Qirong and Hu Hao. He gently patted Hu Hao's back to facilitate his swallowing while using his side to obstruct Qirong's view of Hu Hao, ensuring she could only see his chest. However, Qirong remained oblivious to Bebe's subtle maneuvering, instead taking a few steps to circumvent his broad chest, continuing to gaze at Hu Hao. "I told you it would be delicious." Qirong's bright eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, expressing her joy as she looked at Hu Hao. Hu Hao was momentarily taken aback by Qirong's expression. Though it was a familiar face, it still managed to surprise him. In the depths of Hu Hao's spiritual sea, the Dream Eye Silkworm and Ice Emperor were privy to the scene unfolding before him through their spiritual connection, taking advantage of Hu Hao's distraction. Oh my goodness! Little Yu Hao's emotional fluctuations seem rather intense. The Dream Eye Silkworm exclaimed dramatically, spinning around the Ice Emperor, who remained composed, crossing his arms and haughtily snorting. "Humph. It's merely a fleeting infatuation, utterly useless." Alas, it seems that little Yu Hao is experiencing unrequited love. Just look at how well Bebe and Qirong get along. Little Yu Hao stands no chance against him. The Dream Ice Silkworm's expression resembled one on the verge of tears, though his tone was suffused with mirth. "You, my friend, are truly living up to your reputation as a million-year soul beast. Not an ounce of ambition." Upon hearing the Dream Ice Silkworm's words, The Ice Emperor could not resist swatting him with his tail. If you like someone, go compete for them. If you lack even this modicum of courage, don't even dream of becoming a deity. You might as well turn into a turtle. The Ice Emperor exuded an air of authority. Besides, who can accurately predict the future? Right now, Yu Hao may not measure up to Bei Bei, but that could change. Ultimately, the Ice Emperor was a tough exterior with a tender heart, and despite everything, he still supported Yu Hao. Precisely. Ice, you speak with such wisdom. The dream ice silkworm, having been swatted away, scurried back, but only if little Yu Hao truly realized his own feelings, right? The Ice Emperor crossed his arms, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh. You may not be wrong there. Yu Hao might not even understand his own heart yet. Outside of the spiritual sea, Qirong leaned even closer to Yu Hao, their noses nearly touching. So, Yu Hao, will you make this for me when you return to Shrek? This is my lifelong request. Chapter 078, A Convergence in a Narrow Path. As Qirong's words fell, the entire conference room seemed to fall silent. If there had been any lingering curiosity among the attendees, now it dissipated, rendering the atmosphere somewhat devoid of meaning. TCH, I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just this. Ma Xiaodao could not help but stretch, voicing the sentiments of many seniors present. The previously animated expressions on the beautiful faces around her instantly turned cold and indifferent, devoid of interest. How dull. I thought Qirong was about to fall for someone else. No, she has never been in love. How could there be any transfer of affections? Ma Xiaodao corrected herself. The thought made her chuckle quietly, a sound that resonated distinctly in the now quiet conference room. Poor Bei Bei. With a hint of sympathy, Ma Xiaotao's gaze involuntarily fell upon Bei Bei. As fate would have it, Bei Bei, who had caught the sound of Ma Xiaotao's laughter, exchanged glances with her, sensing an ominous premonition. One bore a smirk tinged with mockery, while the other wore a resigned, bitter smile. Bei Bei let out a gentle sigh, as if to convey that it was not the time for jest, dear sister Xiaotao. All right, let us set aside the issue of snacks for now. There's no need to rush. Teacher Wang, Yin interjected, asserting that if he did not properly discipline these little rascals, they would truly ascend to the heavens. They were here for a serious purpose, not for leisure. Where's the sense of urgency? Wang Yin silently lamented within. This batch of students was indeed a handful. The following day should be devoted to recuperation and rest. Even while meandering through Star Luo City, they ought to avoid causing trouble. Wang Yin directed this admonition at Qirong, softening his tone slightly afterward, as if realizing his previous words had been overly harsh. Of course, safety remains paramount, he stated. Understood, Qirong replied, her head bowed, her tone subdued. Well then, after a day of gathering information, I have compiled quite a bit of data. We shall now officially commence our pre-competition analysis. Wang Yin had not idled away the day. He had accomplished all that needed to be done. The primary opponent we must focus on in this competition is the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. As Wang Yin spoke, his gaze instinctively turned to Qirong, the very academy where the notorious Xiao Hongshan resided. According to credible sources, this time, the Sun and Moon Empire's main team boasted no fewer than 3 Soul Kings, while their reserve team, led by the likes of Xiao Hongshan, comprised promising young talents preparing for the next major competition, with cultivation levels undoubtedly not below the 4th ring. Qirong nodded, her tone coolly affirming, indeed, that fellow Xiao Hongshan has already reached the 5th ring. It is rather intimidating. Yu Hao felt a jolt in his heart. 5th ring Soul King? Wang Dong was the first to exclaim, his beautiful eyes wide with shock. You didn't team mention this when you spoke of your clash. Qirong, looking innocent, met Wang Dong's gaze. Didn't I mention it before? Did you? Wang Dong retorted. Incredulous. Qirong adopted a compliant demeanor. Is it all right to mention it now? Wang Dong pressed, is it all right? Of course. The astonishment was not limited to these 2 peers. A 5th ring Soul King? Wang Yin's spectacles nearly slipped off his nose. A reserve team? A 5th ring Soul King? Good heavens. Ma Xiaodao had barely crossed the threshold of the Soul King at their age. Was Xiao Hongshan truly more formidable than Ma Xiaodao? Moreover, the Sun and Moon Empire was renowned not solely for their soul power, but, more significantly, for their soul tools. The Sun and Moon Empire was indeed coming in with overwhelming force, prompting Wang Yin to feel a wave of trepidation, followed by a sense of relief that Shrek had been forewarned. Qirong seemed to recall something. Oh, right. His sister. It seems her level isn't far behind his. In brief, she was also quite formidable, possibly another 5th ring Soul King. Wang Yin felt a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, on the same floor of the hotel where Shrek Academy was lodged, A similar yet distinct scene unfolded in another conference room at the end of the corridor. Based on our observations, only 4 of the competitors from Shrek Academy appear to be under 20. The others are considerably younger. We have infiltrated the Star Luo Empire and obtained accurate information. During registration, only those 4 were 19. The rest are all below 15. This means Shrek Academy has not sent a full team of 7 main competitors to participate. A stout middle-aged man with a square jaw and a robust appearance sat assertively. But as he grew increasingly agitated, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "This signifies disdain, a blatant disregard for us. They believe they can crush us merely by dispatching a reserve team. They intend to compete with us using such a lineup." Ma Rulong, the middle-aged man bellowed. Present, sprang up a male student seated at the forefront of the main team. His features bore a resemblance to the angry middle-aged man, tall and robust. With short hair, lacking a mustache, his eyes gleaming with intensity and radiating boundless energy. It was evident that they shared a blood relation. "If we lose to a lineup like Shrek Academy's, you, as captain, will be expelled from Mingda Hall." The ultimatum indicated his profound indignation. Indeed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with no one daring to utter a word. In the midst of this silence, a scoff stood out conspicuously. "Ha, Elderma, you hold yourself in far too high esteem." The speaker was none other than the previously mentioned topic of discussion from the Shrek meeting, Xiao Hongqian. Before this, the Sun and Moon Empire has never triumphed over Shrek. From where did you conclude that Shrek looks down upon the Sun and Moon Empire? Xiao Hongqian's tone was languid, yet his words were quite provoking. "In my opinion, Shrek doesn't even recognize your significance. How can they be accused of disdain?" Elder Ma glared fiercely. "Xiao Hongqian, the faction represented by Elder Ma and the Hongqian family, to which Xiao Hongqian belonged, were not particularly harmonious, often at odds over various interests, akin to a clash of titans. Thus, when Xiao Hongqian retorted, he showed no signs of courtesy. Meanwhile, Meng Hongqian, who bore some resemblance to Xiao Hongqian, sat in her seat, stifling laughter without an ounce of restraint. To the victors, the defeated hold little value. Thus, what Shrek does is their own affair. If Elder Ma lacks this understanding, it would seem he still has much to learn." Xiao Hongqian maintained his irreverent demeanor. After all, Elder Ma had no authority over him, and his remarks were far from courteous. He seemed to believe the world revolved around him, which was downright ludicrous. Of course, Xiao Hongqian would retaliate as he pleased. Naturally, they must be prepared to face the repercussions for their audacity. Xiao Hongqian's tone shifted, becoming earnest. When they are toppled from their thrones, they will surely regret their underestimation. And at that point, it will not be too late for the Sun and Moon Empire to exploit their downfall. The power of discourse always resides with the victors. On this matter, one must admit that Xiao Hongqian possessed a remarkable clarity of insight. "Xiao Hongqian, are you not expressing the same sentiment as I?" Elder Ma coldly snorted. Regardless of the circumstances, this time, the Sun and Moon Empire must secure a victory. Xiao Hongqian lounged in the center of the conference room, casually admiring his fingers as if appreciating a work of art. Yet his words were infuriating. "You lot, do not hinder my progress. Oh, by the way," Xiao Hongqian lowered his hands, surveying the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy with a serious tone. "Should you encounter a golden-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes, be gentle in your actions. If you so much as harm a single hair on his head, I shall ensure that you face the consequences." Upon hearing these words, Meng Hongqian cast a sidelong glance at her brother, pondering how he could describe such distinct features without having seen the boy's face. Moreover, did that fellow not claim to be from Shrek? It seemed her brother remained skeptical. Typically, he hardly showed such concern over anything. "Huh, a single hair?" Ma Rulong retorted, incredulous. As the captain of the main team, it was absurd that he had less say than a reserve captain. That simply cannot be done. You know well that the soul guidance device has no eyes. What a farce. With such a stipulation, how could they possibly find a suitable candidate among the multitude of competing teams? If they did come across one, Ma Rulong would certainly unleash a barrage of attacks. For who could blame him if he retaliated against Xia Hongqian's provocation? A soul guidance device with no eyes? Xia Hongqian scoffed. Reserve captain? As a fellow rank 5 soul king, if it weren't for my youth, would he dare to boast so brazenly? My soul guidance device is even more blind, Captain Ma. His words dripped with mockery, and he added, "Should it come crashing down upon you, do not hold me accountable." Enough, Ma Lao interjected, halting their exchange. Although Xia Hongqian was merely the captain of the reserve team, both Ma Rulong and the 2 elder leaders accompanying them seemed to regard him with a measure of trepidation. Despite Xia Hongqian's ever-present smile, a sense of superiority lurked beneath, as if he were above all others. Now, let us discuss the arrangements for the competition. Upon hearing this, Xia Hongquan resumed admiring his fingers, as though Ma Lao's words paled in comparison to the allure of his own nails. Who wished to endure such lengthy discourse? Boring. As the members of the Sun Moon Empire concluded their meeting and emerged from the conference room to return to their respective quarters, the door at the end of the corridor swung open simultaneously. Shrek Academy had also wrapped up their discussions, the atmosphere lively with chatter and laughter, far more vibrant than that of the Sun Moon Empire. Xia Hongquan regarded the scene with interest. Shrek, how fortuitous. His gaze scanned the figures emerging from that direction, seemingly in search of something. Now, march properly, and do not tarnish the dignity of the Sun Moon Empire, Ma Lao commanded before leading his group forward. It could not be said that they were intentionally approaching. The rooms were adjacent, after all, and they merely passed by. TCH, Xia Hongquan, though captivated by the figures from Shrek, could not restrain a derisive laugh at the notion of dignity. Naturally, Shrek did not overlook the Sun Moon Empire's gathering. At the forefront, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng began to exude their own presence. Yu Rong had just exited the conference room, playfully teasing Wang Dong by tugging at his arm, as he had appeared somewhat vexed and required a bit of coaxing. As the two engaged in their playful antics, they soon noticed the crowd had gradually come to a halt. Yu Rong wondered, peering curiously to discern the cause of the commotion. She then spotted a group of individuals across the corridor, their expressions grave, their gazes radiating hostility. Their attire appeared markedly different from that of Douluo continent, more form-fitting, with an abundance of leather and an array of intricately designed metallic components. To Yu Rong, they possessed a certain charm. However, the unfriendly gazes were rather disconcerting. As she scrutinized the group, she recognized a pair of familiar heterochromatic eyes, which were fixed upon her with an air of intrigue rather than animosity. It suddenly dawned on her, wasn't that the very Xia Hongquan they had just discussed? Though she had not seen his face in the underground market, she now beheld his true visage, unexpectedly striking. Yu Rong mused to herself that he was even more refined than she had imagined, handsome without veering into effeminacy. His thin lips complemented by a roguish smile that matched his somewhat unruly temperament. Conversely, Xia Hongquan immediately recognized Yu Rong. The golden-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes truly did not lie. He is indeed from Shrek. What a coincidence! This was the first time Xia Hongquan had laid eyes on Yu Rong's true form. Though he had anticipated she would not be unattractive, he was taken aback by her stunning appearance. Even Meng Hongquan, walking alongside her brother, tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "The two young men from Shrek are quite handsome." She referred to Yu Rong and Wang Dong, their combined presence producing a striking visual impact. Yet, Xia Hongquan paid little heed to Wang Dong, responding to her observation with indifference. Xia Hongquan had always been drawn to beauty, perhaps even somewhat infatuated. Otherwise, he would not have spent so long gazing at his own fingers. That young lad was indeed pleasing to the eye, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Meng Hongquan cast a fleeting glance, realizing her brother had entirely missed her earlier comment. TSK Men. Chapter 079, The Metallic Rose. The encounter between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy unfolded with a tension more palpable than anticipated, yet remained sufficiently restrained. Remarkably, no confrontation ensued. As soul masters possessed keen eyesight, they could discern one another's features clearly, even from opposite ends of the hotel. When both groups converged in the corridor, neither party yielded ground. They halted merely 3 meters apart, creating an awkward standoff reminiscent of a game where the first to blink would lose. Yu Rong, perplexed, wondered why they had suddenly stopped and, upon looking across, locked eyes with Xia Hongquan. It was as if he had been watching her, awaiting her gaze to meet his like a hunter anticipating its prey. In that moment of mutual recognition, neither made a move, simply gazing into one another's eyes. Two pairs of heterochromatic eyes, entangled in a peculiar stillness amidst an oddly charged atmosphere, seemed to form an invisible bond, as if trapped in a magnetic field that held their gazes captive. Only when someone intervened could they break free from this spell. Bei swiftly noticed, and with natural ease, positioned himself protectively in front of Yu Rong. Wang Dong, standing beside her, wore a perplexed expression, questioning what just happened. Thus, Yu Rong found herself staring at Bei's broad back, the visage of Xia Hongquan now entirely obscured from her view. TSK, Xia Hongquan, realizing he could no longer see Yu Rong, could not help but feel a surge of displeasure. The corners of the mouth, once adorned with a playful smile, instantly fell. as his gaze shifted slightly upwards to behold a pair of eyes that appeared decidedly unfriendly. To claim they were unfriendly would not be an exaggeration. Given the relationship between the two academies, a certain level of vigilance was only to be expected. After all, it was not every individual who could evoke the same amiable impression as Qirong did upon Xiao Hongqian. Xiao Hongqian's gaze lingered on Bei Bei, who seemed to possess a unique protective instinct towards Qirong, and he discerned, albeit faintly, that they were akin to kindred spirits in some regard. This realization ignited a spark of competitive spirit within him. Meanwhile, Bei Bei sensed an undercurrent of threat, not one stemming from strength, but rather from the unsettling gaze that Xiao Hongqian directed at Qirong, which was anything but the gaze one would cast upon a stranger. Thus, before fully grasping the implications in his mind, Bei Bei instinctively interposed himself between the two. Xiao Hongqian let out a derisive snort, a sound that emanated from his nostrils, laced with mockery, as if to ridicule Bei Bei's overreaction. "Old Ma, why have you halted midway? Are you perhaps intimidated by Shrek?" Xiao Hongqian's words were anything but melodious. His sharp tongue spared no mercy, even against Old Ma, who could be considered a half-ally amidst Shrek's ranks. Old Ma, taken aback by Xiao Hongqian's audacity, let out a cold grunt. He had not anticipated being undermined by his own side before Shrek even had a chance to provoke them. Both factions occupied the entirety of the corridor's width, each reluctant to concede an inch of their territory to allow the other to pass. This was not merely a matter of pride. It was a question of principle. Mishandling the situation could lead to considerable complications. A conundrum that weighed heavily on Old Ma as the team leader. "How about we let the juniors from the Sun Moon Empire pass first?" he proposed, directing his gaze towards Ma Xiao Tao, a youthful girl with an air of arrogance, whose tone was anything but amiable, reminiscent of a veiled threat. "Pass. We from Shrek intend to proceed as well. Why should we yield to you?" Ma Xiao Tao retorted, unperturbed, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she crossed her arms defiantly. In terms of presence, she held her ground firmly. At this juncture, the issue had transcended a mere question of which side would advance first. It had evolved into a matter of institutional dignity, despite the absence of an audience. The atmosphere had reached an impasse. Just then, Wang Yin, who had been pondering various matters in the conference room, suddenly sensed an unsettling tension outside. He quickly peeked out, only to be greeted by the unfolding scene before him. For a fleeting moment, his glasses slipped down his nose, but he swiftly adjusted them. Wait, didn't the meeting just conclude? How do we end up clashing with the Sun Moon Empire? And in such a tense atmosphere, Wang Yan's mind threatened to unravel. Yet he maintained a composed exterior. He could not afford to show any signs of panic. After all, he was Shrek's leading instructor. If he panicked, what would become of them? "What's going on?" Wang Yan inquired as he stepped out of the conference room, maneuvering his way to the forefront of Shrek's team, subtly positioning himself in front of his students, standing face to face with the imposing figure of Old Ma, as if shielding his little chicks. Although his students might be more formidable than he, his protective instinct was commendable. Nothing much, just wishing to return and rest. Ma Xiao Tao casually twirled a strand of her fiery red hair, projecting an air of nonchalance, yet her words bore an underlying threat, as if her martial spirit could be unleashed at any moment should the opposition make a move. Dai Yaoheng stood alongside Wang Yin, his imposing presence equally formidable. Qirong, somewhat bewildered and blocked from view by Bei Bei, was oblivious to the unfolding drama. Curiosity piqued, she tugged at Wang Dong's arm, attempting to peek around him to discern the commotion at the front. A perennial social butterfly, she sought to be in the thick of things. Xiao Hongqian, too, noticed the golden-haired head bobbing nearby, his smile widening further. The members of Shrek certainly exude a formidable presence. They truly live up to their reputation as the premier academy of the Douluo continent. He boldly bypassed Old Ma, striding to the forefront of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's formation. Xiao Hongqian, Ma Rulong, who had been standing behind Old Ma, was taken aback by Xiao Hongqian's audacity in disregarding the team leader. Xiao Hongqian paid no heed to Ma Rulong's furious glare and continued addressing Wang Yin. However, according to our sources, Shrek's preparations for this tournament do not seem to match the air of confidence you currently project. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly provocative, not as brash as Old Ma's, but akin to a supple dagger. Care to wager on who will emerge victorious this time? As he uttered these words, his gaze locked with Qirong's, and he offered her a deliberate smile, seemingly casual yet distinctly intentional. Gazing into her enchanting, mismatched eyes, he once again marveled at his own discerning taste. As he concluded his statement, his gaze shifted to meet Bei Bei's, implying something deeper than mere victory. Bei Bei's brow furrowed slightly. Shrek has always approached every tournament with the utmost preparation. You needn't concern yourselves with that, Wang Yin asserted, his resolve unwavering. Oh, Xiao Hongchun tilted his head slightly, feigning disbelief. Then does that mean Shrek lacks suitably aged formal members? Even those barely 15 are considered official members? What their age? They can still trounce all of you. Wang Dong, unable to restrain himself any longer at Xiao Hongchun's taunt, stepped forward, his soul rings manifesting. 3 in total. It's you I'm referring to. It seemed he was on the verge of launching an attack on Xiao Hongchun. Wang Dong, Ma, Xiao Tao admonished him, astonished that he had acted before her. Matters of victory and defeat were best settled in the arena, where Shrek would undoubtedly demonstrate their true strength. A sentiment I trust the members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy share, Dai Yaoheng articulated, maintaining a calm facade. This is the Star Luo Imperial City. I believe everyone is weary. Let us part ways amicably, Dai Yaoheng added, his dual identity affording him an appropriate stance in this moment. His words offered both sides a graceful exit. You, Ma Xiao Tao glared at Dai Yaoheng. He gestured for her to remain calm and continued. Shrek has never shied away from any challenge, provided the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy can reach Shrek first. Challenge? Xiao Hongchun had not anticipated Dai Yaoheng would employ such terminology. Was this not a subtle admission that the Sun Moon Empire lagged behind Shrek? Quite the clever choice of words. Dai Yaoheng smiled lightly. As the reigning champions, Shrek Academy will, of course, graciously accept challenges from all academies. His statement, devoid of fault, subtly elevated Shrek's standing as if proclaiming, even though Shrek allowed you to leave first, it is evident that Shrek possesses far greater prowess, rendering such trifling matters unnecessary for the assertion of one's status. Xiao Hongchun naturally comprehended this and instantly found the situation rather uninteresting. What a silver tongue. After uttering her words, Xiao Hongchun continued forward with her sister, weaving through the crowd of Shrek. How carefree. Xiao Hongchun you, Marulon guess se fury intensified. How could he simply walk past a united and orderly Shrek? What a disgrace to the Daemoon Royal Soul Master Academy. Wasn't this tantamount to conceding defeat to Shrek? The other members of the Daemoon Royal Soul Master Academy exchanged glances, unsure whether to follow suit or remain stationary. Ma Xiaotao raised an eyebrow, surprised that it was Xiao Hongchun who initially spoke and was also the first to depart. Her actions were indeed quite unpredictable, yet in a certain sense. She possessed a clarity of perception regarding the situation, adeptly altering her strategy when no advantage could be attained. This was far superior to the leader's futile attempt to save face while being oblivious to the circumstances. As Xiao Hongchun passed by Bei Bei, she cast a deliberate glance in his direction. The individuals at the rear of Shrek granted them a measure of respect, parting to create a reasonably spacious path. And in mere moments, they traversed the throng of Shrek. Yu Rong observed the siblings who had abandoned the rest of the Daemoon team and felt a twinge of admiration for their nonchalance. Oh right. Xiao Hongchun seemed to recall something, stopping in her tracks to retrieve an item from her storage soul guide, which she then tossed towards Shrek, aimed at Yu Rong. Although Xiao Hongchun did not specify her target, Yu Rong had an inexplicable feeling that she was addressing him. Be careful. Bei Bei's pupils constricted as he reached out, attempting to intercept it. Yet, the object appeared to possess a will of its own, deftly evading Bei Bei's grasp and soaring towards Yu Rong. When the light subsided, it revealed a flower, an exquisite rose seemingly crafted from metal. It shimmered in gold, with silvery undertones, indicating that the metal was extraordinary. Each petal was rendered with astonishing realism, showcasing delicate textures, veins, and a subtly curled form. Yu Rong suddenly recalled Xiao Hongchun's ability to manipulate metal. This is for you. Without turning back, Xiao Hongchun waved her hand dismissively and departed. Let us go, Ma Lao barked, his hefty sleeves swaying as he strode forward with vigor. Following his lead, the other members of the Daemoon Royal Soul Master Academy also moved, making their way toward Shrek. Shrek graciously made ample space for their passage. The two groups traversed the corridor on the hotel's top floor, distinctly delineated. See you in the finals, Ma Lao's eyes sparkled as he delivered his final, cutting remark. Whether we meet in the finals is uncertain. If you fail to qualify, it will be quite the spectacle. Wang Dong made a face behind them. Meanwhile, Yu Rong remained perplexed, holding the metallic rose, unsure of its significance. What did Xiao Hongchun mean by this gift? Could it be a concealed weapon? Yu Rong suddenly realized, regarding the metal rose in her hand with trepidation. She contemplated discarding it, but found it too aesthetically pleasing, perfectly aligning with her taste. The thought of parting with it felt like a loss. Is this Luiwe, or? She recognized it instantly, being well-versed in the intricacies of soul guides. What exactly is Luiwe, or? Yu Rong tilted her head, genuinely curious, as this was an area of knowledge she lacked. Her clear, bright eyes reflected a thirst for understanding. A rare metal exclusive to the Daemoon Empire, it is utilized in crafting particularly high-end soul guides. Why would Xiao Hongshan bestow this upon her? Hikaitu appeared somewhat baffled, as this topic lay beyond his expertise. Such a sizable piece, and its high purity was evident from its color. This was certainly not inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong felt the metallic rose in her grasp become rather burdensome. She too was eager to know. Never mind. I'll just keep it. If worst comes to worst, I can sell it for a handsome sum of gold soul coins. Wang Dong casually patted Yu Rong on the shoulder, exclaiming that one should seize such an opportunity. Bei hesitated. Perhaps it's better to discard it. It brings ill fortune. Chapter 080. The Prelude to the Competition. As dawn broke, casting its first rays of sunlight upon Xinglua City, the capital of the Xinglua Empire emanated an air of solemnity and gravity. Compared to the previous bustle, there seemed to be a notable change in the atmosphere of Xinglua City today. The venue for this year, as Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition, was established before the royal gates of Xinglua Square. All streets surrounding Xinglua Square were cordoned off by soldiers clad in distinctive armor, particularly near the Xinghuang Hotel, where thousands of soldiers stood guard. The streets leading to Xinglua Square had been completely sealed off, permitting only participants from various academies who emerged from the Xinghuang Hotel to pass through. The spectacle was, to say the least, monumental. As Yu Rong made her way from the hotel to Xinglua Square, she marveled at the vastness of the assembly. So many soldiers, all seemingly identical, standing in a straight line as if copied and pasted from one end of the street to the other. Little Rong, don't lag behind. Bei kept a watchful eye on Yu Rong, fearing she might wander off, clearly anxious about her whereabouts. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. Yu Rong waved her hand with a smile. Observing Yu Rong's radiant grin, Bei sighed, moving closer to wrap an arm around her shoulder. Then I'll accompany you. Though the heavily guarded thoroughfare appeared lengthy, traversing it proved to be much quicker than anticipated. Notably, Shrek was initially the last to arrive at the competition venue, but they ultimately encountered a leisurely familiar face just a few hundred meters away. Saw them again? Yu Rong leaned forward to take a look. Indeed, it was that group from the Daemoon Empire, including Xiao Hongshan, who had thrown her the metallic rose the previous day. After Hikaitu's appraisal, it was established that the rare metal was quite valuable, and Yu Rong had resolved to keep it, intending to sell it to the academy. After all, rare metals from the Daemoon Empire were scarce on the Douluo continent. It was best not to squander such a resource. As for the rose's underlying intentions, Yu Rong remained oblivious. However, this did not prevent her from spotting the striking silver-haired individual among the Daemoon crowd. There was no other reason. He was simply exceedingly handsome, standing out with his tall stature and captivating aura amidst the Daemoon Empire's ranks. On this day, he appeared even more refined and dapper than before, as if he had intentionally dressed up for the occasion. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Hongshan did not greet Yu Rong, merely offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning with unwavering focus toward the competition arena. Dream Hongshan, accompanying him, smiled at the Shrek crowd as a form of salutation. However, the other members of the Daemoon Royal Soul Master Academy regarded Shrek with disdain, treating them as if they were mere air. The members of Shrek Academy harbored no intentions of greeting the Sun Moon Empire, yet the scene before them was undeniably displeasing. Ah, that fellow. Su Sanshur once again produced his folding fan, fanning himself with an air of pretentiousness. How ostentatious he appears, he remarked. I concur, Brother Sanshur. Hikaitu nodded in agreement, both aware that the subject of their discussion was the ever-smiling Xiao Hongshan, and they found it quite agreeable. However, the others from the Sun Moon Empire seemed even more pretentious. TSK, by comparison, Xiao Hongshan appeared somewhat more palatable. Su Sanchi's irritation was palpable. Indeed, this was the power of contrast, remarked Hikaitu in a playful banter. The members of Shrek Academy entered the venue, but rather than heading directly to the competition arena, they found themselves in an extraordinarily grand building, an edifice newly constructed by the Star Luo Empire specifically for this tournament. The competition stage measured 100 meters in both length and width, standing 5 meters tall. Surrounding the stage were 108 metallic pillars, serving not as mere decoration, but as genuine protective, soul-guiding devices. Once the competition commenced, 108 soul masters would oversee the protective measures, creating a barrier to contain any soul skills unleashed within, thereby preventing damage to the imperial city or harm to innocent bystanders. Venturing further out, they encountered an audience area that dwarfed the competition ground by an immeasurable factor, densely packed with spectators. "Ah, so many people!" Qirong exclaimed once more. In comparison to the multitude of soldiers previously observed, this crowd seemed to eclipse them entirely. The imperial palace lay to the north, oriented southward, while a luxurious resting area was constructed on the western side of the competition stage, resembling a series of small rooms embedded within the seating, complete with outdoor terraces offering the finest viewing angles, specifically reserved for the competitors from various academies. Undoubtedly, Shrek possessed the best vantage point. From the outside, the room appeared modest, but upon entering, it proved ample for accommodating the members of Shrek. The decor surpassed their expectations in opulence, featuring sofas, coffee tables, and seating arrangements, all meticulously arranged. Additionally, an array of exquisite fruits and delicacies adorned the space. The elegant pastries unfamiliar to Qirong, likely a specialty of the Douluo Empire, causing her petite hands to twitch with anticipation. It must be said that the event organizers had indeed gone to great lengths. Qirong moved about with curiosity, a lively breath of fresh air amidst Shrek's otherwise composed demeanor. Remarkably, no one in the team chided her. Instead, they tacitly permitted her antics, offering her subtle support, with a hint of indulgence. Though Qirong appeared ever curious, she exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety, never crossing the line into annoyance. As Ma Xiaodao aptly put it, having such vivacity within the team is indeed a joyous occurrence. What is the point of always wearing a stern expression? A smiling face is far more appealing. As the sun gradually ascended in the eastern sky, a warm glow enveloped Douluo City, situated in the heart of the continent. Once everyone was seated, the opening ceremony was poised to commence. Ahem. Today marks the day of the grand tournament's inauguration. Is everyone prepared? Wang Yin posed what seemed an obvious question. Yet such inquiries served to bolster morale. Of course, Ma Xiaodao was the first to stand, her radiant smile flourishing under the sunlight, akin to a blazing flame in the sky. Shrek shall not falter, Dai Yaoheng nodded in agreement. Chun Zifeng remained silent, merely acknowledging the sentiment with a nod. His arms crossed, exuding an unwavering aura. Ling Luocheng, too, nodded in affirmation from his seat. Excellent, Wang Yin responded, observing the spirited demeanor of the four official team members, feeling lighthearted enough to share a jest. However, you shall not compete today. Best leave the stage for the younger ones. Initially, the four upperclassmen of Shrek planned to recuperate in their hotel during the opening ceremony, but due to an unexpectedly rapid recovery, they found themselves with ample time to explore. After some deliberation, they decided to attend the ceremony, offering their support to the younger generation. Though they would not compete, their mere presence provided a formidable sense of reassurance. Of course we are ready. Teacher Wang Yin, Bei, the captain of the reserve team, spoke on behalf of all members of Shrek's reserve squad. Indeed, even as a reserve team, we shall not be outdone by anyone. Su Sanshur brandished his golden fan with feigned nonchalance. Jiang Nanan and Xiao nodded in agreement. Although the girls refrained from making bold declarations, their bright eyes revealed their resolve. He Kaitu chuckled heartily, scratching his head. I shall do my utmost as well. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao flanked Qirong, simultaneously draping an arm over her shoulder, proclaiming, we certainly shall not lose. As for Qirong, she had unknowingly lifted a delicate pastry to her mouth, and, just as she began to chew, the conversation erupted around her. Words escaped her, and she could only raise her free hand, giving a thumbs up to signify her determination. Me too. Her distinct voice drew the attention of her companions, all eyes turning to her. Qirong, feeling their gaze, wore an innocent expression, oblivious to the chewing that continued. This pastry was rather delectable. Bei sighed lightly, gently rubbing his forehead. The previously vibrant atmosphere seemed to dissipate momentarily, and he spoke with mild exasperation. Little Rong, please refrain from speaking while eating. Be careful not to choke. Upon hearing this, Qirong nodded, her thumbs-up gesture transforming into an okay sign. The group had scarcely lingered in the viewing area when a ceremonial attendant knocked on the door, informing the Shrek competitors that it was time to assemble in the competition arena for the opening ceremony. The members of Shrek wasted no time, promptly exiting the room. Today, all members of Shrek Academy donned traditional dark green uniforms, the emblematic color of their institution. Though dark green, the attire was tailored impeccably, exuding a spirited appearance that was both practical and suitable for movement. The ceremonial attendant guided them to the front row of all participating academies, a position none contested, for it represented the honor accrued by Shrek Academy over countless years through sheer strength. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire stood slightly behind Shrek. Yet in close proximity, Qirong seemed to sense something, turning her head towards the direction of the Sun Moon Empire. There, she spotted Xiao Hongchun, standing at the forefront of his team, hands in pockets, his posture upright, gazing ahead with an unfocused expression. Despite his perpetual smile, an air of superiority emanated from his depths, as though he looked down upon all others. Qirong had never witnessed Xiao Hongchun in such a light, and her curiosity piqued, prompting her to steal a few more glances. At that moment, it seemed as if Xiao Hongchun had sensed the scrutinizing gaze upon him. He turned his head, his eyes exuding an intimidating aura, as if they could pierce through one's very essence. Upon locking eyes, he recognized it was Qirong, and his brow arched slightly. The previously sharp gaze transformed in an instant upon seeing Qirong, morphing from a keen blade into something indescribably intricate and tender. The once haughty expression, which seemed to proclaim his superiority over all, melted into a look imbued with curiosity and an alluring depth. His unusual eyes shimmered like a sunlit lake, glistening under the embrace of the sun, akin to the most precious metals that subtly radiated a dangerous allure. His smile became more genuine, no longer a mere superficial sneer, but rather a heartfelt expression, commonly termed as a flirtatious glance. Yet, it was evident that Qirong remained oblivious to it. Simultaneously, he was noticed by Hui Yuhao, who stood beside him. After all, Bei Bei, as the captain of the reserve team, had taken the lead in the absence of official team members like Ma Xiaodao, prompting Qirong to remain with his companions instead. Hui Yuhao declared, "It's time for me to take action in protecting the flower." With a swift movement, he interposed himself between Qirong and Xiao Hongchun, effectively obstructing Qirong's line of sight as he locked eyes with Xiao Hongchun. Hui Yuhao's gaze was filled with vigilance. Xiao Hongchun's expression abruptly turned frigid, his pupils flickering with an inscrutable light. Another one. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Before their gazes could linger for long, a resounding voice echoed from the elevated platform. Silence. Upon hearing this command, all the soldiers maintaining order stood at attention, simultaneously raising their spears high. Instantly, a chilling atmosphere permeated the venue, and the once bustling Xing Luo Square became enveloped in silence. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition is the most significant event in the Douluo Continent's Soul Master community. At this proclamation, Xiao Hongchun could not help but snicker derisively. A continent? Does it really encompass the Sun Moon Empire as well? His impression of the Xing Luo Empire diminished further. Observing the emperor of the Xing Luo Empire still speaking from the heights, he could not suppress a disdainful snort. Hypocritical. This year, it is our Xing Luo Empire's turn to host, and I am delighted. Here, I represent the Xing Luo Empire in welcoming the representatives from various academies, led by Shrek Academy, who have traveled from afar. I hope you will showcase your true prowess in the competitions over the next month. Thank you, Your Majesty. All the team leaders and participants bowed in respect. Among them, Qirong merely offered a symbolic nod, lifting his gaze slightly, not sharing the evident excitement of others who appeared to hail from the Xing Luo Empire. He found it perplexing why, despite being of the same species, some humans would revere others to the point of bowing in submission. After all, they seemed no different at all, even in the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye. The Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and the ordinary Tongtian Chrysanthemum did not evoke such reverence. Humanity was indeed strange, binding themselves within arbitrary hierarchies, reliant not on strength, but on some ethereal constructs. As Qirong pondered aimlessly, the opening ceremony continued. Now, I declare the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition officially commenced. With the Emperor of Xing Luo's loud announcement, the curtain was drawn on this grand event. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted from the castle, continuing for 108 resounding blasts before it subsided. The Xing Luo Square transformed into a sea of excitement and cheers. To be honest, the daytime fireworks were not as magnificent as one might expect, revealing only faint hues. Yet, the momentum was undeniably strong. From this perspective, it indeed achieved its purpose. Qirong lowered his eyelids, his thoughts swirling. The competition was finally about to begin. Chapter 081, Elimination Rounds. Following the opening ceremony was the customary drawing of lots, where the Luo Empire introduced some novel twists. Each academy's captain released a wisp of soul power, attaching it to a draw seal, which was then placed into two distinct drawing pools. An unfamiliar but seemingly esteemed senior soul master swiftly paired them up. Frankly, Qirong found it puzzling why two drawing pools were necessary. Isn't this to prevent powerful teams from clashing in the initial rounds of elimination? Bei explained, having approached Qirong at some point. The academy that won the elimination rounds in the previous competition is placed in one pool, while the remaining teams go into another. Though it may seem harsh, it maximizes the fairness of the competition. Qirong tilted his head. Doesn't that mean one pool contains predominantly weaker teams? Logically, yes, but even among the stronger teams, there will always be weaker competitors. The outcomes of previous competitions do not guarantee the same for the next, and the lines between strength are often blurred. Many teams that performed well last year may have faced formidable opponents like Shrek and still faltered. Yet that does not negate their potential to advance in this year's elimination rounds. Bei continued to elucidate, fully aware of the intricacies. And every year, underdogs emerge from obscurity. So, this is a relatively fair approach, Qirong finally understood. In essence, just go for it. Bei chuckled at Qirong's straightforward response. A refreshingly candid answer. But it sounds like you didn't quite grasp it, did you? Wang Dong interjected with a smirk. What does your answer have to do with Bei's analysis? Nothing at all, Qirong replied with conviction. So what? No one will think less of me for it. He proudly asserted, I am, after all, a beloved little chrysanthemum. What you how? Observing the banter among his friends, felt a subtle smile tugging at his lips. His gaze appeared gentle, and his already beautiful eyes seemed to transform into a shallow pool, reflecting everything before him with a gentle ripple. It wasn't long before the drawing concluded. After all, using soul skills to draw lots was indeed quite efficient. Each result manifested as streaks of light returning accurately to the respective academy captains. Naturally, Shrek Academy's result landed in Ma Xiaotao's hands. The Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy isn't a bad draw. It's just right for you youngsters to gain some experience. Since Ma Xiaotao's injury had yet to heal, she hadn't intended to participate. Now that she saw the opponents, she felt even less inclined to step onto the field. You all do your best. We seniors will be watching your matches from the rest area. Ma Xiaotao passed the draw seal to Bei, the captain of the reserve team, as if passing the torch. Rest assured, Sister Xiaotao. Bye-bye smeedet gently. Yet his tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Shrek will surely prevail. In that moment, the authority of the continent's premier beast martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, was fully revealed. Even Bei, who appeared refined and gentle, as a powerful assault-type soul master, could hardly embody the demeanor of a mild-mannered gentleman. Qirong seldom witnessed Bei in this manner, and found him rather dashing. Unable to resist, stealing a few more glances. Yes, he does look quite handsome. At that moment, the senior soul master in charge of the draw announced in his resonant voice, according to the rules of the Continental High Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, the first round will consist of elimination matches. The defeated will immediately conclude their journey in this tournament. A total of 133 high-level Soul Masters have registered for this competition across the Soul Master Academies. After the draw, one academy has received a bye in the first round. In total, there will be 66 matches. Now, let the first match commence. The competitors are the representative team from the Heavenly Spirit Empire's Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy and the prestigious Shrek Academy, renowned as the first academy on the continent, having claimed countless honors and nearly all championship titles over the past millennium. As soon as the announcement was made, the audience erupted in cheers, a cacophony of screams resonating throughout the arena. Shrek! 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 It was as if they were welcoming back a king. Qirong, listening intently, couldn't help but murmur softly, what a grand title. What intense atmosphere. Is this the prestige of Shrek? Just moments ago, the various academies had gathered below, and now they had all vacated the premises. Truly, these were exceptional soul masters from each academy. Otherwise, such efficiency would be unattainable. The elimination matches are team battles, 7 versus 7, which means only 7 participants will compete. However, there are 8 in the reserve team, and everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Qirong regarding who would sit out. This had been previously discussed. Rong, you're still recovering from your injuries. You should rest during this first match, Bei explained considerately. Do not worry, Xiaorong. We will secure victory for you. Wang Dong exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. If all goes smoothly, we can finish within a minute. Hui Yuhao added with a smile. The tactics for the first elimination match had been privately deliberated by the reserve team, with multiple strategies devised to counter opponents of varying strengths. Now that the adversary was known, it seemed prudent to select the simplest option. All right, the members of Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy have taken the stage. At this moment of great anticipation, let us now welcome the true champions of the Academy, the representatives of Shrek Academy. All right, everyone, it's time to take the field, Ma Xiaotao said with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the now empty arena, her words succinct. Behind her stood Dai Yaoheng, Chen Zifeng, and Ling Luochan, all smiling encouragingly at their younger teammates. One could almost perceive the presence of three senior figures not in attendance: Gongyang Mo, Yao Haoshuan, and Cici. In the end, Shrek cultivates nothing but monsters, Ma Xiaotao remarked, lifting her chin with unwavering determination. Go forth, little monsters. The spirit of Shrek will forever be with us. Regrettably, at such an exhilarating moment, Yu Rong could not participate. This caused her to pout, her expression one of stubbornness. I want to compete too, she said, looking up at Ma Xiaotao with pleading eyes, resembling a child seeking affection. Ma Xiaotao, unable to resist such charm, affectionately ruffled Yu Rong's golden locks, her tone softening as if coaxing, "Be good, you will definitely compete in the next match. According to your discussed tactics, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong must be on the field, and it seems the rest are of little consequence," Chen Zifeng interjected, attempting to provide rational comfort. Dai Yaoheng echoed this sentiment, clarifying Chen Zifeng's point further. The outcome of the match indeed unfolded as Hui Yuhao had predicted, concluding within a minute. It was a simple yet profoundly impactful display. Hui Yuhao first simulated 6 blood-red soul rings, each representing 100,000 years, causing an uproar among the spectators. However, the Shrek Academy's viewing section remained composed, as they recognized the illusion for what it was. Yu Rong observed intently, nodding in approval. The simulation had improved in intricacy compared to before. Although all 6 bore the essence of the Ice Emperor, it was unlikely anyone aside from her could detect the copied aura. Soon, the seemingly immobilized opponents from Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy began to timidly charge forward. Precisely the effect Hui Yuhao sought. A magnificent pair of blue and gold wings unfurled behind him, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. The perfect amalgamation of blue and gold emanated a resplendent golden glow, instantly capturing the attention of the entire arena. In that fleeting moment, as the two figures merged, the blood-red soul rings vanished, replaced by a colossal golden vertical eye. The radiant blue, purple, and gold light surged across half the arena, striking the 7 assembled members of Tianling Academy. Remarkably, none of them evaded the onslaught, and, as the tricolored flames gradually subsided, a magnificent golden path gleamed upon the arena. This was the martial soul fusion technique of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, the golden path of diminishing radiance. Yu Rong found the name enchanting, for it was sufficiently poetic and sounded splendidly resplendent. Among the 7 from Tianling Academy, 2 fell to the ground almost instantaneously, while the remaining 5, of slightly higher cultivation, were all enveloped in a golden hue, transforming into lifelike golden statues. Their soul rings had completely vanished, and their martial souls were sealed. The arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, including the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, along with civil and military officials and over 100 senior soul masters, fell into an awe-stricken silence. Yu Rong blinked, noting that they had indeed finished in under a minute. Quite punctual, these two, she mused. Shrek's debut was thus concluded, nothing short of perfection, leaving a profound impression on all spectators, particularly the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, which was now in an uproar. What is happening? Were these not supposed to be members of Shrek's reserve team? How could they possibly possess 600,000-year soul rings? The leading figure, Elder Ma, had been thoroughly astonished, slamming the table in frustration. Calm down, Elder Ma. Do not panic and lose your composure, Shui Hongchen advised, his gaze fixed intensely on Hui Yuhao as he made his way off the stage, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. A few days prior, when they had encountered him, he had merely seemed like one among many in Shrek's ranks, neither a leader nor isolated. If he truly possessed such formidable strength, the others would not have displayed such indifference. At the very least, he should have been the captain. As Shui Hongchen pondered this, his expression grew solemn, his gaze lowering slightly, the light within his heterochromatic eyes shifting. It must be an illusion, if not a soul-guiding device, then perhaps some esoteric soul technique. It is evident to any discerning eye that those 100,000-year soul rings are mere fabrications. Shui Hongshan was resolute, compelled to admit that Hui Yuhao's intellect was exceptional, warranting the praise of being astute beyond measure. What we truly need to be wary of is their martial soul fusion technique. Its apparent power is not to be underestimated. Shui Hongshan, are you so certain those 100,000-year soul rings are false? What they are indeed genuine? Will you bear that responsibility? Ma Rulong retorted, displaying a hint of defiance. Xiao Hongshan cast a gaze at him, one that suggested he viewed him as a fool. You may as well treat this as reality. As for the consequences, you shall bear them. At times, one truly wonders how the Sun-Moon Empire could produce such brainless imbeciles. Have they all been reduced to mere artisans of soul tools? Xiao Hongshan chose not to comprehend. Chapter 082. After the elimination round. Returning to the sidelines of the competition. Once the referee declared Shrek the victor, Bei Bei and his companions descended from the arena. With a flourish of their sleeves, they left without taking a single cloud with them, exuding an air of nonchalance and decisiveness. It must be noted that their dashing exit elicited even louder cheers from the surrounding audience. Qirong couldn't help but cover her ears. The fervent applause was almost deafening, causing a throbbing pain in her head. Indeed, as a serene plant-type soul master, while she yearned for excitement, her tolerance for noise was limited. Excessive clamor could easily turn into disdain. Naturally, Xiao Hongshan, still seated in the stands, noticed Qirong's small gesture and couldn't help but click his tongue. These ignorant citizens of the Douluo Empire have truly never witnessed grand spectacles, have they? This minor event incites such uproarious cheering. Can they not see that their noise is overwhelming? What foolishness! Beside him, Meng Hongshan shot a glance at her elder brother, slightly exasperated, yet refrained from undermining his stance. Didn't you just express surprise yourself, brother? She whispered, her tone laced with playful reproach. Xiao Hongshan immediately grasped her point, turning to look at his sister. Meng, are you referring to me? Meng Hongshan, her own beautiful eyes shimmering with a tender hue, gazed innocently at her brother. What did you say? The two pairs of mismatched yet similarly colored eyes locked in a silent exchange, articulating much without uttering a word. Such was the unspoken understanding that belonged to twins. Meanwhile, having just exited the arena, Bei Bei also noticed Qirong's small action and promptly approached her, placing his hand over hers. This gesture provided her ears with dual protection. Rong, Bei Bei gently draped his arm around her shoulders, as if wishing to shield her within his embrace. It's all right. Qirong shook her head, lowering her hands. This was a bit too excessive. It was hardly a grave matter. No need to make a mountain out of a molehill. By the way, you all were quite impressive. Qirong's eyes sparkled with longing, desiring to take the stage herself. The martial soul fusion skills of Dong Dong and Yu Hao were simply magnificent. Moreover, did it seem they were even stronger than before? Qirong tilted her head, feeling as though it was not merely her imagination. After saying this, her gaze shifted from Bei Bei to the last pair to leave the arena. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao. Wow, I didn't realize until now. Who is that, looking so haughty and seemingly unruly, yet upon closer inspection, pale and wan? Hui Yuhao. Qirong quickly connected the dots, realizing they had employed both simulation and martial soul fusion techniques, clearly exhausting their soul power. Wang Dong appeared slightly better off, yet his complexion was still rather pale. It was evident that they had expended all their strength during that martial soul fusion technique, resulting in such a display. Qirong dashed to their side. At that moment, Wang Yin had already positioned himself beside Hui Yuhao, seemingly aware of his condition. However, every action they took was scrutinized by the audience surrounding the competition arena. Even on the brink of fainting from soul power depletion, they could not show weakness. Yuhao, Dong. Qirong, like a concerned teammate, swiftly interposed herself between them, linking her arms around theirs in a display of camaraderie, resembling a celebration of their victory in the match. At least, that is how it appeared to the audience. In reality, Qirong was supporting both of them, and quietly, her soul ring manifested beneath her. First soul skill, Golden Core, a soul power enhancement and restoration. As the soul ring shimmered, Qirong silently replenished their soul power, and in mere moments, their complexion improved markedly. You too, Qirong murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach, yet it sounded almost affectionate. The sensation of soul power depletion was quite unpleasant, indeed. Hui Yuhao had nearly recovered by now, and they had entered the competitor tunnel. The various gazes from the audience were now obscured, allowing them to relax. Well, Yu Hao emitted a slight hum, almost a chuckle. "Isn't this precisely to intimidate our opponents?" Wang Dong nodded in agreement. "In our first battle, we naturally had to establish a reputation." Yu Rong blinked, her eyes sparkling with understanding, yet a hint of concern lingered. But what about the future? The 600,000-year soul rings of the soul emperors? Her eyes, clear and inquisitive, fixed on Hu Hao, laden with uncertainty. "Are you planning to keep simulating? What if we get exposed later?" Hu Hao's eyes suddenly widened, transforming into tiny dots of surprise. "What a valid question. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Being a rank 2 soul master isn't shameful." Wang Dong appeared particularly carefree, maintaining a nonchalant attitude. "Besides, we never claimed that the 600,000-year soul rings were genuine." Wang Dong's expression turned slightly exasperated. It was evident even without thinking that they were not real. Anyone who believed it would be a complete fool. Far away at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Ma Rulong suddenly sneezed twice. Achoo! Achoo! His teammates regarded him with curiosity, wondering what was amiss. Xiao Hongchun observed Ma Rulong's unrestrained sneezing, subtly leading his sister further away from him. Rude and disdainful. Ma Rulong, however, was too preoccupied to care about such things, rubbing his nose in confusion. "Who is talking about me?" Chapter 083, Tactics. The Round-Robin Tournament. Due to Shrek Academy's participation in the elimination round on the first day, it marked the resounding commencement of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament. Thus, in the following 2 days, while the competition continued in full swing, it no longer bore any relevance to Shrek. Was it not delightful to leisurely observe as a spectator? Yu Rong appeared quite at ease, resting her chin in her hands on the Shrek Academy stands, watching the vibrant collisions of soul power and skills below, creating a splendid spectacle. Although, based on Yu Rong's extensive experience within the Shrek Soul Arena, the level of skill employed did seem rather mediocre. Yet, the sheer number of participants ensured the scene was chaotic and lively. In any case, Yu Rong dutifully reported to the stands each day, unwavering and unyielding. Her primary motivation was the enjoyment of the spectacle. Beautiful, captivating, and worth witnessing. Thus, Yu Rong meticulously enjoyed the match of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. They were the final act. As the second-best team historically, if Shrek Academy's match had opened the grand tournament, the Battle of the Sun Moon team would draw the curtain on the elimination round. It was a fascinating coincidence that, although the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy took quite a while to defeat their opponent, around 10 minutes, it seemed they did not deploy their full roster of official members. Yu Rong found this somewhat puzzling. As for why Yu Rong could deduce such a conclusion, it was quite simple. Due to the absence of the rare metal gift giver, the smiling Hongchun, and his sister, Meng Hongchun, the arena was devoid of their presence. Although Yu Rong may not completely comprehend the intricate nuances of human interactions, it was evident to anyone with eyes that the two held an extraordinary status at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. Their absence from the competition suggested a profound confidence in their abilities. Yu Rong's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the stands of the Sun and Moon Empire. Despite the presence of one-way glass, which should have rendered visibility impossible, an inexplicable feeling made Yu Rong believe they were locked in a gaze with a pair of heterochromatic eyes. Ultimately, Yu Rong managed to witness the entirety of the elimination rounds. During this time, Bei occasionally accompanied Yu Rong, though not continuously. In stark contrast, Hu Hao and Wang Dong were completely absorbed in their training within their room, exuding a palpable sense of urgency. Other members of the reserve team would sporadically drop by, but none shared Yu Rong's enthusiasm for the spectacle. The only one who could watch the entire event was their team leader, Wang Yin, who was there to assess their opponents and gather intelligence, while Yu Rong merely sought the joy of the event. The distinction between their purposes was significant. The 4 senior members of the official Shrek team were even less involved. Aside from their initial appearance to cheer for their junior brothers and sisters on the first day of the competition, they spent the rest of their time recuperating in their quarters. Yu Rong demonstrated exceptional prowess in the realm of healing. As a control-type soul master, he possessed the rare ability to nurture other soul masters using his soul skills. Although Yu Rong was merely a 3-ringed soul master, his soul power was remarkably dense compared to typical 3-ringed soul masters, making him considerably more resilient, thus providing some benefit to the 5- and 6-ring seniors. Consequently, after each day's matches, Yu Rong would visit the rooms of several seniors to share the warmth of a junior's care. It was fortunate that it was Yu Rong, as others might not have been capable of such kindness. Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yaoheng were significantly injured and required a few more days of recovery. However, Ling Luocheng and Chen Zifeng, whose injuries were lighter, showed unexpected improvement in their recovery, aided by Yurong's healing, surpassing even the most optimistic forecasts. By the final day of the elimination rounds, they were nearly fully recovered, indicating that if needed, they could participate in the matches. Yet, if their involvement was not required, they could continue to recuperate, as both paths were not mutually exclusive. If necessary, I will take action. Chen Zifeng nodded at Yurong, his jawline sharp and prominent, radiating an undeniable combat spirit that seemed almost uncontrollable. Yurong blinked, although the words suggested a willingness to step in if required. The aura emanating from Senior Zifeng conveyed a strong desire to engage the enemy decisively. Observing from the sidelines, Ling Luocheng appeared much more composed, displaying a hint of combat readiness but far less overt than Chen Zifeng. There was no need to rush. Providing opportunities for the junior brothers and sisters to gain experience was also valuable. Ma Xiaodao watched from the side, resting her chin on her hand, her slender fingers lightly tapping her cheek, her tone laced with playful teasing. Yurong sighed inwardly, simply wishing to step onto the stage and experience the thrill of competition. Was that truly so difficult? Had Shrek's talents become so numerous that one had to vie for a chance to compete? In a corner of the conference room, Yurong silently squatted down, drawing a few circles, expressing his desire to participate. Hadn't they agreed that he could take the stage next time? Bei seemed to notice Yurong's downcast mood and gently patted his head, as if to console him. The gesture was tender, evoking a sense of warmth within Yurong, who leaned into the touch, seeking solace. Bei, feeling the softness beneath his hand, found his heart inexplicably softened as well. Yet, Yurong's worries were unfounded. After all, a promise had been made to allow him to compete. How could they possibly renege on that? The next match would be the round-robin stage, and it was time to begin preparations. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses, and for some unknown reason, Yurong perceived a gleam of wisdom reflected in them. The round-robin stage would feature 64 competing teams, divided into 8 groups, with each institution required to face off against the others. Victors would earn 2 points, ties 1 point, and losers would receive none. After 7 matches, the institutions with the highest scores would advance to the top 8. Wang Yan's explanation was succinct and to the point. The competition venue would host 4 major matches each day, allowing each institution to compete every 2 days over a total of 16 days. Yurong extended his hand to count. How long? Half a month. One hand wasn't enough. He needed to use both. Now, let us arrange the strategies for the upcoming round-robin matches. As I mentioned earlier, there will be 3 battle modes during this phase: team battles, individual elimination rounds, and 2-on-3 matches, randomly selected through a draw, which introduces a significant element of chance. Yurong raised an eyebrow. Perplexed? The formats aren't fixed? They depend on a draw? That seems rather whimsical. Indeed, there existed a level of uncertainty, but it had been a long-standing rule of the competition, leaving little room for discussion. Wang Yin nodded, acknowledging the constraints, but he had no means to change it. Each school had its strengths regarding the formats. Yet which one would be drawn was purely a matter of luck. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses again, stating that sometimes luck could be considered a form of strength. Yet, if one were sufficiently strong, luck would become irrelevant. Ma Xiaodao chimed in casually, Shrek never relies on luck. Dai Yaoheng added with a slight nod, because we possess strength. Chen Zifeng seemed to want to add something, but found no further words, merely nodding emphatically in agreement. Ling Luocheng remained silent, lost in thought. Indeed, that is the case, Wang Yin affirmed, tapping the blackboard to recapture everyone's attention. Now, we must address the most crucial topic: how to allocate our combat capabilities. First, Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, Bei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, and Kai Tu, please introduce yourselves. Wang Yin retrieved his notebook. Self-introductions? Su Sanshi questioned incredulously. Teacher Wang, we are all quite familiar with each other. Must we really introduce ourselves? You wound my feelings. Wang Yin nearly smacked his notebook against Su Sanshi's forehead, exclaiming, what are you thinking? When I say self-introduction, I mean your martial souls and soul skills. After all this time since we left the academy, we still haven't formally acquainted ourselves, which is not conducive to our future tactical arrangements. Wang Yin continued, the second-year students are all in my class, so I have a general understanding of you, which is why I asked you to introduce yourselves. He added, of course, you don't have to disclose everything, but I need to understand the general characteristics and attack methods of your martial souls and soul skills to make appropriate arrangements. Ah, Teacher Wang, you should have said so earlier. This feels like a waste of my emotional investment, Su Sanshi replied, feigning disappointment. Wang Yan's frustration grew. But someone stepped in to assist him, Jiang Nanan. With a swift and decisive spinning kick, Jiang Nanan sent Su Sanshi crashing against the wall, showing no mercy. Her movements were executed with such grace and fluidity that they could be considered the epitome of a spinning kick. After the strike, Jiang Nanan did not spare a glance at Su Sanshi. Instead, she elegantly adjusted her slightly disheveled golden locks and addressed Teacher Wang, saying, "Please continue." Qirong stood nearby, utterly mesmerized by the impressive display. Such an incredible move. I want to learn. Xiao Xiao, watching from the sidelines, gazed at Jiang Nanan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. What an amazing senior. Wang Yan, witnessing this scene, felt a lump rise in his throat. Yet the authority of a teacher compelled him to proceed. So, who would like to go first? I'll go first, Teacher Wang, Bei sighed as she stepped forward, effectively breaking the tension. My martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I possess 4 soul skills: Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunderbolt, Thunder's Fury, and Thunder Dragon's Head. Bei then elaborated on the functions of her soul skills, pausing momentarily as if hesitating, before adding, moreover, Rong, and I have a martial soul fusion skill. But to be honest, we still need to explore its specifics, as the only successful release occurred during the bandit encounter. Everyone present vividly recalled the martial soul fusion skill that had saved them all, especially since it was led by the relatively weaker Qirong, a rare occurrence indeed. The power of your martial soul fusion skill is evidently remarkable. It seems to create a domain with the ability to pause time, within which you exert a certain degree of control, Wang Yan astutely observed. If your fusion skill can further evolve, you might ultimately attain mastery over a spatial realm. Qirong, rising to stand beside Bei, expressed her uncertainty about when they could utilize their fusion skill, admitting, at least for now, Bei and I have yet to feel any connection. As she spoke, she grasped Bei's hand, their soul powers merging seamlessly. Yet there was no hint of resonance, a sensation akin to being in a cooling phase. Qirong was dissatisfied, remarking, "This cool-down period is excessively long." Wang Yan smiled reassuringly. Typically, the more powerful the martial soul fusion skill, the longer the cool-down time, which only attests to its immense potential. Although it may not be applicable in this competition, it will undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset in your daily training. Adjusting his glasses, he added, "You all have a long future ahead of you." Soon after, Su Sanshi descended from the wall, feigning nonchalance as he introduced his martial soul and soul skills. As one of the top contenders alongside Bei in the outer court, his 4 soul skills left the audience in awe. Jiang Nanan's soul skills were equally formidable, especially in one-on-one combat, where they would indubitably leave a profound impression on her adversaries. If she could close the distance, Jiang Nanan would be nearly invincible against opponents of similar cultivation levels. The final soul master introduced was He Kaitu, whose identity as a soul engineer rendered the specifics of his martial soul less critical. As long as he possessed ample soul power, that sufficed. However, Wang Yan was pleasantly surprised to learn that He Kaitu was an auxiliary food-type soul master, his martial soul being a lollipop. As he introduced himself, he distributed lollipops crafted from his soul skills to everyone present, 4 different styles and flavors, each corresponding to the types of soul beasts linked to his soul rings. Qirong picked up a yellow lollipop shaped like a bear, which turned out to be orange-flavored and quite delightful. Xiao Xiao, seemingly curious, gasped softly, prompting He Kaitu to conjure another lollipop, which he handed to her with a gentle smile. Startled yet pleased, Xiao Xiao accepted it graciously. Qirong, noticing this, bounded over to Xiao Xiao, and the 2 little ones began sharing the treats. The first soul skill was a yellow lollipop that enhanced mental strength, while the remaining 3 were red for increased power, green for enhanced defense, and purple for boosting soul power. Boosting soul power? Qirong's ears perked up. Wang Yan noted, Qirong's soul skill can also restore soul power to some extent. If you 2 coordinate effectively, it could create a perpetual motion machine. Hikaitu's eyes lit up at this revelation, recognizing it as a long-standing dilemma in the field of soul tools. Wang Yan sighed, it's not quite to that extent. The imagination of this year's students is indeed quite vivid. Fortunately, the remaining 2 formal team members were relatively more grounded, steering the increasingly off-topic discussion back on track. My martial soul is a sword, the soul-destroying sword. I cultivate by the principle of killing to nurture the sword, Chen Zifeng stated calmly, though the information he conveyed was substantial. His soul skills were primarily sword-related. As long as he was strong enough, he could shatter anything. This is something Dai Yaoheng wholeheartedly agreed with. Indeed, Zifeng's sword techniques are formidable. Even I, despite being one soul ring ahead, would find it challenging to defend without exerting my full strength. It's worth noting that the White Tiger martial soul boasts high defensive capabilities, second only to dedicated defensive soul masters, thus underscoring the strength of Chen Zifeng's soul-destroying sword. My martial soul is ice, and my soul skills revolve around ice manipulation. While lacking direct offensive capabilities, I can assure you that I am not weak when it comes to attacking, Ling Luocheng replied, conjuring a chill in his hand as if to demonstrate. Wang Yin nodded appreciatively, remarking, "How wonderful. It feels as though the weight on my shoulders has lessened." He was genuinely pleased with the exceptional talents present. "I believe I have a plan." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "In a team battle, Ling Luocheng, you will take the lead. Yu Rong and Hui Yuhao will support you. Chen Zifeng, Bei Bei, and He Kaitu will serve as the attackers, with Jiang Nanan spearheading the charge." As Wang Yan addressed the selected individuals, he explained, "The goal is to conclude the battle in the shortest time possible, minimizing the amount of information our opponents glean about us." Just as he was about to discuss the individual elimination rounds, he was interrupted. "Let me go. I'm super suitable. Susansi et Golim easily." Individual elimination rounds were tailor-made for him, as he had no place in team battles. "Teacher Wang, trust me, I could take on 7 opponents," he boldly declared. Jiang Nanan shot him a disapproving glance, muttering, "Such arrogance." Wang Yin, who had intended for Su Sanshur to compete, couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. "All right, go ahead. You're first. If you get knocked out, don't bother coming back." Although this was clearly said in jest, no one took it lightly, indicating Wang Yan's confidence in Su Sanshur. Su Sanshur went first, followed by Ling Luocheng, Bei Bei, Jiang Nanan, He Kaitu, and Wang Dong, with Chen Zifeng serving as the final assurance. Wang Dong's eyes brightened. Was it finally his turn to take the stage? Su Sanshur clapped a hand on Wang Dong's shoulder, assuring him, "Don't worry, little Wang Dong, I won't give you a chance to compete." After all, if Wang Dong got to participate, it would imply that their senior peers and Ling Luocheng had already lost. "That's impossible. Just because you don't speak doesn't mean people think you're mute," Wang Dong retorted, looking at Su Sanshur with exasperation. No wonder Sister Nan Nan has always wanted to give him a thrashing. It is indeed well-deserved. A well-placed strike. Ahem. Let us now turn our attention to the tactics of the 223 format. Wang Yin could hardly suppress a chuckle as he addressed Su Sanshur and Kai Tu, pairing them together, knowing their compatibility as a defensive soul master and soul mentor duo should prove advantageous. "Bei Bei, you will be teaming up with Ling Luocheng." Wang Yin eagerly anticipated the chemistry between the two of them. Following this, Chen Zifeng, Yu Rong, and Jiang Nanan would join the fray. Of course, the final list of combatants might undergo changes, so those who do not make it onto the field need not feel disheartened. Everything is for the glory of Shrek Academy. Chapter 084. The ongoing Round Robin 1. The Round Robin had arrived, much to the eager anticipation of all present. Perhaps buoyed by the presence of senior stalwarts Chen Zifeng and Ling Luocheng, the fledgling reserve team members felt less anxious. Even if they were to suffer defeat, they could rely on their dependable seniors. While losing might bring embarrassment, at least the Academy bore no pressure to lose. After all, these were 2 formidable Soul Kings. Though not as fearsome as a Soul Emperor, they represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Soul arena. It is worth noting that not every Academy can boast the prestige of Shrek, nor does every student possess such extraordinary talent. The weather in Xinglua City was rather dreary that day, with overcast skies and a slight breeze, casting an overall somber atmosphere. Yu Rong, who favored the sun, felt inexplicably melancholic. However, this did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the spectators attending the event. In fact, following the elimination rounds, the audience's excitement had intensified. My heavens! The attendance rate and seating capacity were astounding. Su Sanshur exclaimed first, gazing at the nearly full grand arena, his mind racing with calculations. Even with tiered ticket pricing, just how much revenue could this match generate? Su Sanshur glanced around in wonder, marveling at the prospect of profit. He had known that hosting the Soul Arena could be lucrative, but he was pleasantly surprised by the extent of its profitability. He nodded silently, a wave of envy surging within him, tinged with a hint of bitterness. How infuriating! Couldn't this money-making venture include him? If there's wealth to be had, it should be shared amongst all. That rascal Sanshur seems to be completely immersed in financial gain. At this moment, the Shrek team had already entered the arena and found their seats in the lounge. Bei Bei sat beside Yu Rong, clearly able to hear her mutterings. which made him unable to suppress a smile. Soul Masters, after all, are quite attuned to sound. Su Sanchi's exclamations and Yu Rong's musings were heard by all, though they had remained unspoken until now. Bei Bei chuckled helplessly at Sancher's antics, but chose not to elaborate, as the unspoken understanding among them was palpable. At this juncture, the event host had begun to warm up the crowd, first announcing the list of academies that had advanced past the initial round, followed by an introduction of the matchups. Each academy would provide a brief introduction, with the more renowned ones given more time to speak, while the lesser-known institutions would be allotted less. Naturally, Shrek Academy would receive the most attention, primarily to laud its illustrious history. However, the information shared was largely superficial. Yet, the audience seemed to revel in the fervor of the moment. Meanwhile, Yu Rong's thoughts drifted elsewhere. From his Shrek lounge, she gazed across at the resting area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy. Although partially obscured, she felt an inexplicable pull toward it, as if her soul power were attracted to something on the opposite side. It was quite peculiar. Yu Rong bit her lip, recalling the stone she had acquired at the Xinghua Underground Market. What exactly was that stone? She resolved to inquire about it after the competition. In the round robin, Shrek Academy was the first to compete, as is customary for champions to honor their status. This also aimed to elevate the audience's expectations. This was the true motive behind their placement. Now, please welcome the continent's foremost academy, the Shrek Academy representative team, along with their opponents, the Yulong Advanced Soul Mentor Academy representative team, to the waiting area. We now call upon the captains of both teams to step forward and determine their method of combat. Go ahead, Bei Bei, Wang Yan urged, gesturing for Bei Bei to take the stage. As the captain of the reserve team, it was fitting for him to represent. Though Chen Zifeng and Ling Luocheng were both members of the formal team, they paid no mind to it, even feeling relieved to have a moment of respite. Bei Bei descended from the spectator area with an effortless grace, landing at the center of the arena, his movements sharp and stylish, prompting gasps of admiration from the audience. Yu Rong blinked, shifting her position on the sofa to relax further. No worries. With two people on the sofa, it felt a bit cramped, but alone, she was decidedly more comfortable. All right, you little ones, no need to linger here. Prepare yourselves, the match is about to commence, Wang Yin admonished, observing Yu Rong lounging nonchalantly. You all need to head down to the waiting area to assemble. The competition is imminent. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong sprang to her feet, as Wang Yin had instructed. The expansive arena featured waiting areas on either side, designated for the teams currently competing. Amidst the cheers of the spectators, the Shrek team gracefully made their way to the waiting area, each movement more elegant than the last. The less experienced Xiao Xiao and Hui Hao were assisted by Ling Luocheng and Chen Zifeng, who lent their strength, ensuring a smooth and refined transition for the two. Though the dark green hue should have blended into the background, it stood out remarkably at that moment. Their adversaries, the Yulong Advanced Soul Mentor Academy, were led by a robust youth reminiscent of Kai Tu, with a head of golden short hair. Beneath his white uniform, his muscular physique was subtly evident, giving him an undeniably strong appearance. Yu Rong couldn't help but steal a few glances. His chest appeared notably more developed than Bei Bei's. For reasons unknown, this thought flitted through her mind. The process of determining the method of combat was quite straightforward. 3 small balls, each representing a different combat style, were placed into a transparent cylinder through a hole, which was then inverted to face upward. Each team member would press a hand against the large sphere, and with a simultaneous effort, they would launch it into the air. The first small ball to be ejected would dictate the combat style. Though somewhat hasty, it was a method that the teams devised themselves, proving to be surprisingly effective. The match between Shrek Academy and Yulong Academy would follow a 223 elimination format. 223? Yu Rong's brows furrowed slightly. According to the previous arrangement, this format would indeed provide her an opportunity to participate. How fortuitous. Hello, little Rong. Your expressions are exceedingly easy to decipher. Su Sancher unexpectedly found himself beside Yu Rong, giving her a hearty pat on the shoulder. Do you understand the concept of winning 2 out of 3 rounds? Do you think we will lose the first 2? Although Su Sanchi's tone carried a hint of mischief, one cannot deny the validity of his words. Furthermore, with you teamed up with your senior Nan, there's no way you would squander your efforts. By the end of his statement, Su Sanchi's tone had shifted from playful to somewhat irritating. Yu Rong felt a lump in her throat, despite her eagerness to compete. Allowing her team to lose a round was out of the question. The greater good must prevail. There is no need to rush. Alas, luck does not seem to be on our side, Bei Bei. As soon as Bei Bei stepped off the stage, Su Sancher began to jest. After all, the two were as familiar as could be. Huh? Yu Rong was the first to express her confusion, speaking up for Bei Bei, questioning how luck could be so poor. Bei Bei smirked gently, her gaze towards Yu Rong softening. If it were a team battle, we could rely on 2 seniors to bolster us. In a one-on-one, our seniors could serve as our backbone. Thus, the duo of 2 against 3 is, relatively speaking, the weakest. Although she said this, Bei Bei smiled slightly, a hint of provocation in her voice as she addressed Su Sanshur. Is there truly no confidence? Su Sanshur paused momentarily. Absolutely confident. The tone of his declaration was such that Yu Rong found it somewhat nauseating for reasons unknown. Well, confidence is commendable. I hope you all can make a strong start, Wang Yin remarked, adjusting his glasses. Sanshur and Kai Tu, prepare to take the stage. All right. Kai Tu grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. Though he appeared a bit anxious, overall, he exuded reliability. Of course, Kai Tu, I shall protect you well, Su Sanshur declared, hands on his hips. Positioning himself beside Kai Tu, Yu Rong felt goosebumps rise on her skin, finding the whole exchange rather distasteful. Such a sticky tone. Was he not intentionally being repulsive? No wonder Senior Nan could hardly tolerate it. It was infuriating. Kai Tu, uncertain how to respond, merely scratched the back of his head. Observing his juniors preparing to take the stage, Chen Zifeng and Ling Luochan exchanged glances, sharing a look of exasperation. The younger generation certainly possesses a rather buoyant spirit. When Chen Zifeng was not unleashing his martial soul, he appeared quite amiable, displaying a subtle indulgence, perhaps even affection, towards his juniors. Ling Luochan, initially silent, nodded in agreement, clearly aligned with Chen Zifeng's perspective. After a brief pause, he spoke up. Indeed, they maintain a commendable mindset, despite being only a few years older than these youngsters. One feels as though they belong to entirely different generations. How is it that they can be so relaxed before the competition? Is this the generational gap? Somewhat perplexed, yet respectful. The first match, a 2-on-2 battle. Competitors, please take the stage. The referee called for the contestants. Su Sanshur cracked his neck, the sound echoing. Prepare to admire my splendid form. Hui Yuhao cheered for Kai Tu from the sidelines. Kai Tu, give it your all. Kai Tu, although less flamboyant than Su Sanshur, did not shy away. The competitors from Yinluo Academy were 2 4-ring soul masters, appearing somewhat formidable but lacking in combat spirit. Standing in the waiting area, Yu Rong rubbed her chin, sensing something amiss. Why did those 2 opponents seem so disinterested in fighting? Yu Rong was puzzled. Because we are Shrek, Chen Zifeng explained to his junior. Not every Soul Master Academy possesses the courage to face Shrek, and since this is a round-robin format, losing one match does not spell the end. Many academies choose to conserve their strength against formidable foes, aiming to secure as many victories as possible. Sacrificing certain elements is a strategy for greater triumph, a sentiment that is entirely justifiable. Ling Luochan nodded in agreement. Having witnessed much during the previous competition and thus possessing considerable experience. Yet, a true champion requires an unwavering resolve. The moment one considers retreating from a spotlight, they are fated to never reach the pinnacle. Chen Zifeng's insight was remarkably astute. Yu Rong blinked, surprised to discover this underlying rationale. Indeed, human thoughts are quite intricate. Simultaneously, she felt a deeper connection to the dark green garb she wore, the foremost academy on the continent. Chapter 085. The round robin continues too. Aside from the lengthy introductions, the match commenced swiftly. Su Sanshur positioned himself in front of Kai Tu, adopting a protective stance. Yo, Kai Tu, leave the front to me. I shall guard you well. Su Sanshur tilted his head, exuding confidence. Kai Tu, observing Su Sanshur's flamboyance, found himself at a loss for words. Although he was a food-type soul master, he too was a soul mentor with formidable offensive capabilities. What did Su Sanshur think he was? Utterly speechless. Then I must trouble you. Kai Tu remained too kind-hearted. Su Sanshur took it as a compliment. No trouble at all, Su Sanshur cheekily responded. Before they could exchange further words, the referee cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all present. Friendship comes first, competition second. Please refrain from any intentional harm. The match begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, Yu Rong sensed a surge of soul power on stage, as all 4 participants unleashed their martial souls. The 2 soul masters from Yinluo were both 4-ring, yet, by Yu Rong's estimation, they had likely just recently breached the 4-ring level, their soul power appearing somewhat unstable. Surely they would not lose? Yu Rong murmured softly, almost to herself. However, Bei Bei, standing beside her, caught her words and turned slightly with a smile. Don't worry. If that guy Su Sanshur cannot withstand such a level of attack, then he, as a defensive soul master, should pack up and leave. Qirong glanced at Bei Bei, choosing not to respond, though she felt somewhat perplexed by the closeness of Bei Bei and Su Sanchi's relationship, which seemed more intimate than she had anticipated. Just as Bei Bei had predicted, Su Sanshur stood firm at the front, absorbing the attacks of the two opponents. The martial souls of the two Douluo soul masters included one resembling a monkey and the other wielding a curved blade, both adept in close combat, which suited Su Sanchi's strengths perfectly. The more agile monkey martial soul user constantly harassed Su Sanshur, while the one with the curved blade swung his weapon, striking at Su Sanchi's defensive shield. Su Sanchi's defensive shield was intriguing, adorned with intricate patterns that suggested significant strength. When Qirong first beheld it, she had been quite impressed. Yet, Bei Bei, whether out of jealousy or familiarity with Su Sanshur, cut straight to the point. Isn't that just a turtle shell? Qirong suddenly understood. Indeed, it resembled a turtle shell. What turtle shell? This is a Xuanwu. Xuanwu. Upon hearing the term turtle, Su Sanshur was incensed. How could such a strikingly handsome and formidable figure like Xuanwu be likened to a turtle? Absolutely not. Su Sanshur would never permit it. Ultimately, however, everyone affectionately referred to Su Sanchi's shield as a turtle shell, which was a reasonable compromise. Even the most obedient of them all, Xiao Xiao, adopted this terminology. In a certain sense, it could be seen as a form of respect towards their senior brother. Yet, which senior brother this respect pertained to was a matter open to interpretation. Nonetheless, on the battlefield, Su Sanchi's turtle shell proved to be quite effective, promptly halting the opponent's advance. Is that all the strength you possess? Can't you exert a bit more effort? Su Sanshur taunted his adversary while deftly evading attacks. Watching from the sidelines, Qirong felt an inexplicable itch in her fingers, perhaps due to her immersion in the moment. Thanks to Su Sanchi's distraction, Hikaitu had already assembled a formidable array of cannon-like soul tools at the rear and commenced a barrage of firepower. Hikaitu was astute enough to identify the easier target. Compared to the more agile monkey-type soul masters, those wielding weapon-type soul masters were far more manageable. Thus, the initial onslaught from the soul tools was directed at the scimitar-wielding soul master. The scimitar soul master appeared startled, seemingly unprepared for the presence of a soul engineer behind him, initially mistaking the positioning for that of a support soul master. In a certain sense, he had not misjudged. Oh, enjoy the romance of firepower. Hikaitu grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sharp glimmer flashed momentarily. Despite the scimitar soul master's surprise, one must acknowledge that any participant in the soul arena would possess a modicum of skill. In a swift motion, he evaded the first wave of bombardment with a somewhat awkward maneuver. Suddenly, his own soul tools lit up, and in an instant, he brandished two intricately designed soul tools that harmonized with his scimitar-like weapon. In the blink of an eye, these soul tools fused with his weapon, augmenting its menacing presence. Utilizing soul tools in conjunction with weapon souls? How intriguing! Qirong mused, taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, Yu Hao nodded, having released his own martial soul, his keen eyes analyzing the ongoing battle and nearly deciphering the scimitar soul master's soul tools. Previously, he had only encountered this theory in theory, but it appeared that soul tools and weapon souls indeed possessed excellent compatibility. Before Yu Hao could finish his thought, the scimitar soul master's offensive capabilities had escalated significantly, putting pressure on Su Sanshur, who was bracing against the shield. It seemed he had been reluctant to unveil this secret weapon until now. Bei Bei discerned the scimitar soul master's intentions, realizing he did not underestimate Shrek, but believed this secret weapon would be more advantageous in other matches. However, he did not anticipate it would be forced out by Hikaitu's soul cannon. Chun Zifeng remarked, noting that attempting to conceal one's strengths had backfired. As Su Sanshur continued to restrain the two opponents, Hikaitu's soul cannon was fully operational. At this juncture, nothing could genuinely impede its force. The remaining opposition was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Just as Chun Zifeng finished speaking, under Hikaitu's relentless bombardment, the scimitar soul master momentarily lost focus and was struck by a projectile. In the arena, it often only took a single moment of distraction to determine the outcome of a battle. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Sanshur charged forward, wielding his turtle shield, and aimed a decisive blow at the scimitar soul master's forehead. The scene was rather intense. Although the scimitar soul master had intended to evade, he found his body inexplicably heavy in that instant and could not escape, resulting in his being knocked off the stage. The Scimitar Soul Master may have been bewildered by the turn of events, but Qirong was acutely aware of what had transpired. He employed that insidious technique again, didn't he? She mused, recalling something that made her uneasy. Su Sanchi's third soul skill, the power of Xianming, allowed him to instantaneously gather a vast amount of water elements around him, creating an area of influence. Enemies within this domain would inevitably experience a formidable resistance from the water, rendering them momentarily immobile. Bye-bye nuttit, filming, yes, zet technique. Once the Scimitar Soul Master was eliminated, the battlefield swiftly transitioned to a 2-against-1 scenario. The subsequent events require little elaboration. As the monkey-type Soul Master's B-Spirit was swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched by the combined efforts of Su Sanshi and Hikaitu. The first match concluded with a resounding victory for Shrek. Undoubtedly, the audience erupted in applause. Yo, how was that? Am I not incredibly impressive? Shouldn't you all be admiring your senior brother, Su Sanshi now? Upon stepping off the stage, Su Sanshi began to boast, directing his exuberance towards the 4 second-year students. Being shy, the younger students hesitated to counter his claims. Su Sanshi was aware of this, especially Xiao Xiao, who could only nod in agreement, treating it as a compliment. Although Xiao Xiao silently thought that her senior brother appeared even more dashing, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, keeping it to herself. Observing this, Su Sanshi raised his chin even higher, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage. Though his martial soul was a turtle, he somehow exuded an ostentatious golden glow, evoking a sense of annoyance. Hey, stop bullying the younger students. I'll show you what true handsomeness looks like later. Bye-bye. Unable to endure it any longer, kicked Su Sanshi, knowing he was free from repercussions after his match. Following this, as per teacher Wang Yan's arrangement, it was time for Bei Bei and Ling Luochan to take the stage. Wang Yan's strategy had a safety net in place, featuring both Ling Luochan and Chen Zifeng as formal team members for the final 2 matches. Bye-bye. Go for it. Qirong was the first to leap up, patting Bei Bei's back. Make it quick. Break through their defenses. Xiaorong, you're really cheering for him like that? Su Sanshi interjected, stoking the fire. If Bei Bei wins, you 1T get a chance to compete. After all, in a best-of-3 format, if they won the first 2 matches, a third would be unnecessary. Qirong blinked, considering Su Sanshi's words held a degree of validity. However, just after Su Sanshi spoke, the gazes of those around turned towards him, puzzled. Do you think we will lose? Bei Bei raised an eyebrow, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Sanshi. Perhaps you should reflect on what you're saying. If Su Sanshi had taken a moment to ponder who his teammates were, he would not have uttered such words. We 1T lose. A chilling voice resonated from behind Su Sanshi, devoid of any fluctuation in tone, yet somehow instilling a sense of foreboding within him. I will not lose. It was Ling Luochan, Bei Bei's teammate in the match. Ling Luochan regarded Su Sanshi with a frosty gaze, for his words implied a doubt in her capabilities. What? Does being a Shrek official member render me worthy of such disdain from his turtle? In the clear azure sky, Su Sanshi certainly did not intend any offense. He was merely caught up in the exuberance of victory, a little too carried away, compounded by his habitual boastfulness. My apologies, please take the stage, he said, gracefully bending his back and extending his hand in a courteous gesture to invite his senior sister onto the platform. This could be described as a testament to the wisdom of recognizing the situation at hand. Ling Luochan chose not to continue her discourse, simply emitting a soft hum, her gaze flickering towards Bei Bei, signaling him to join her on stage. Bei Bei first affectionately ruffled the little head of Qirong, saying, "Wait for me, I shall return shortly," before following closely behind Ling Luochan onto the stage. As he passed by Su Sanshi, he patted Su's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction, as if to say, "You truly have discernment." Bei Bei, riding on the coattails of their success, felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Su Sanshi gritted his teeth, suppressing his humiliation. Accursed Bei Bei, am I bowing to you? Is this a bow for you? Chen Zifeng said nothing, yet the corners of his mouth curved ever so slightly upwards. In the audience, Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter at this scene. Their laughter was subdued, almost insignificant amidst the cheers of the crowd. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Su Sanshi heard it loud and clear. Damn it! Chapter 86. During the round-robin matches, 3. Bei Bei and Ling Luochan's entrance was far less flamboyant than Su Sanshi's, yet the aura they exuded was undeniably formidable. In contrast, due to Shrek's victory in the first match, Others had gained a deeper understanding of Shrek's formidable prowess. Initially, they were merely aware of Shrek's strength. Now, they had experienced it firsthand. "Go, Bebe!" Qirong exclaimed, her hands cradling her cheeks as she shouted, her whole being bouncing with vivacity. However, most of the audience's attention was fixated on the 4 individuals on stage, poised in anticipation of the referee's command, paying little heed to the players off the stage. Yet, some keen observers were an exception. More specifically, it was one individual who was not participating in a match today, seated in his team's viewing area, watching the competition unfold, Xiao Hongqian. His silvery hair gleamed like shimmering metal, and coupled with his displeasure, manifested in a sharp tsh, it created an imposing presence. "Dream, why do you think that fellow appears so delighted?" Xiao Hongqian's gaze was fixed on the lively golden figure bouncing off the stage, observing Qirong brimming with enthusiasm, a discontent he hadn't even recognized within himself. Meng Hongqian, seated beside Xiao Hongqian, cast a sidelong glance, discreetly rolling her eyes. "Who knows who you're talking about?" No, in truth, Meng Hongqian was well aware. She merely wished to tease her brother. "Tch." Xiao Hongqian crossed his arms, his chin jutting out. "It's that little golden fellow from Shrek, Qirong." "Oh," Meng Hongqian replied coolly. "Perhaps it's because they are a pair." Xiao Hongqian's pupils constricted, and he suddenly sat upright, hands slapping his thighs. Impossible. It must be impossible. Upon witnessing her brother's reaction, Meng Hongqian smirked, fully aware of his thoughts. "Even if it's not, it has nothing to do with you, does it?" Xiao Hongqian felt cornered, at a loss for words. After all, it truly had nothing to do with him at that moment. Meng Hongqian shrugged, choosing not to further chastise her brother, resting her chin on her hand. "In truth, Qirong is quite good-looking, yet I prefer that one beside him. He seems more my taste." "The one beside him?" Xiao Hongqian queried, somewhat puzzled, following Meng Hongqian's gaze. "That pink-blue fluttering fellow?" For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to describe him thus. "Hey, what do you mean by fluttering fellow?" Now it was Meng Hongqian's turn to be displeased. "Don't you think that aside from Qirong, that pink-blue handsome chap is truly striking?" Xiao Hongqian, now coldly retorting, replied, "Not at all. He appears rather juvenile." Meng Hongqian was momentarily taken aback, silently cursing. Clearly, Qirong looks more youthful. What is wrong with preferring someone who appears more mature and dashing? What kind of gaze? What aesthetic? Tch, rendered speechless, Meng Hongqian chose to shift a bit further away from her brother, distancing herself from his lack of taste to avoid contamination. Meanwhile, Qirong remained blissfully unaware, wholly engrossed in the seemingly less intense match unfolding on stage. In truth, it was more accurately described as a rather one-sided affair. Although Bebe's fierce assaults and Ling Luoqing's control formed a powerful combination, Bebe surged ahead, his hands morphing into dragon claws, blue-purple arcs of electricity crackling around him, the air resonating with the powerful crackle of electricity even from a distance. Ling Luoqing, positioned behind, had already instilled a sense of dread in their opponents the moment her 5 spirit rings emerged. Though the opposing team also boasted a 5-ring spirit master, a fierce attacker, they found themselves evenly matched against Bebe. Amidst the fierce onslaught, even gained a slight upper hand. The combination of Ling Luoqing's ice control and Bebe's aggressive strikes rendered the spectacle visually captivating. Yet, in a certain sense, the duo appeared somewhat mismatched. While both seemed strong, their combined might did not yield a synergistic effect. It merely amounted to a simple sum. Wang Yin pondered aloud, though the outcome is satisfactory. The collaboration between Ling Luoqing and Bebe hasn't quite achieved the effect I envisioned. Just then Qirong raised his hand eagerly. I know. I can answer that." "Oh." Wang Yin, who had been somewhat troubled, now found his attention drawn to Qirong, his tone laced with encouragement. "Then, please enlighten us. Because ice is non-conductive." Qirong's declaration reverberated through the vicinity, leaving those around him momentarily stunned. Goodness, what a profound statement. Su Sanshur was the first to react, clapping fervently. Indeed, ice is non-conductive. Hey, Huayu Hao was equally astonished. This perspective was one he had never considered. Wang Yin, too, was struck, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Indeed, little Rome makes a valid point. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Wang Yin continued elucidating. The primary issue is that there is no necessity for cooperation between the two, because the opponents are relatively weak, aren't they? Huayu Hao astutely interjected. Precisely, Wang Yin affirmed, gesturing towards the unfolding scene. Bebe delivered a powerful punch directly to the 5-ring Spirit King's face, sending him flying, though he did not exit the stage. skimming the edge instead. Ling Luocheng refrained from intervening, continuing to control the other four-ring control system's spirit master. The two were effectively operating in parallel, each dealing with their respective foes. Perhaps it was due to Ling Luocheng's unwavering trust in Bei Bei, or perhaps for other reasons, but she chose not to engage. The competition had subtly divided the arena into two segments, with both competitors swiftly dispatching their opponents. The match concluded decisively. Shrek Academy triumphs. The referee announced. In the first round of the round-robin matches, Shrek Academy scores 1 point. It was a clear and straightforward victory, the display of various spirit techniques sufficiently impressive, yet lacking in technical substance and tactical analysis. While commendable, there remained a need for further improvement in practical combat. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses for the next match. Shall we switch players? No one responded, and the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. However, Wang Yin was undeterred, nodding to himself. Then it is settled. Qirong blinked, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Had the first round of the tournament concluded just like that? Ah, indeed, there would be no chance for her to participate. Although she had mentally prepared herself for this outcome, the announcement of the conclusion still left her with a twinge of disappointment. Next round, everyone will have a chance, Wang Yin reassured with a smile. After all, they couldn't let these reserve team youngsters come for nothing, could they? Without affecting the outcome. He considered giving these kids an opportunity to experience the stage, especially for Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, who were somewhat weaker in cultivation. After all, it was customary that this generation of reserves would become the official team for the next season. There was no harm in letting them have a taste of the experience early on. Let us head back and rest up. We need to be in good spirits for the competition the day after tomorrow, Wang Yin suggested. All right, Qirong responded enthusiastically, bouncing over to Bei Bei. Bye-bye. Will you come with me to explore later? I want to eat that super colossal takoyaki. Bei Bei could hardly refuse, nodding with a smile, completely unfazed by the fact that just moments ago he had knocked a fifth-ring Soul King off the competition stage. But you can't eat too much, all right? No worries. I can take some home. Qirong's voice was filled with exuberance. Wow, I want to go too, Wang Dong interjected, seizing Qirong's arm. I've noticed you don't invite me out to play anymore. Have you forgotten about me? Wang Dong huffed. Oh, that's because you've been training with Yu Hao. Qirong replied, affectionately ruffling Wang Dong's hair. Although it felt slightly awkward to reach up, she persisted. But I can go out for a stroll first, and then train. Wang Dong protested, glaring at Hui Yuhao with indignation. This is all your fault. You're always so diligent in your training. Now little Rong, doesn't he invite me to join in on the fun? It's just training every day. Hui Yuhao endured Wang Dong's piercing glares, rubbing his nose, feeling rather helpless. While he did indeed invite Wang Dong to train together whenever possible. After all, their efficiency was significantly higher together. He himself was also eager to improve. After all, who wouldn't he want to catch up with such an outstanding senior like Bei Bei? He believed that both he and Wang Dong shared this sentiment. All right, let us all go together. Qirong waved her hand, declaring, it's on me. Then I'll join too. Hui Yuhao stepped forward. It's good to relax sometimes. I want to go too. Xiao Xiao raised her hand. How can the second-year team leave me out? Can I join as well? Kaitu timidly raised his hand. In light of this, Su Sanshur pulled out his gleaming fan, asking, Nan, are you coming? If you go, I'll go. Jiang Nan smirked, I'll go, but if you dare to follow, I'll kick your head in. All right. Su Sanshur nodded eagerly, sidling up to Jiang Nan, then turning to Qirong, count us in, little Rome. What began as an outing for two had unknowingly transformed into an 8-person gathering. Chen Zifeng and Ling Luocheng, the seniors of the 8, observed with a sense of wonder. They exchanged glances. Did we ever share such camaraderie? Chen Zifeng questioned, unsure if his memory was failing him. No, Ling Luocheng replied firmly. What's abnormal is these youngsters. Their relationships are a bit too close. When they were reserves, they each kept to themselves. There was no such team-building activity. The two walked at the back of the group, silently sighing. It appeared they were indeed unable to keep pace with the evolving dynamics of these young ones. Just then, Qirong seemed to remember something, turning back to Chen Zifeng and Ling Luocheng. Seniors, would you like to join us? The food is really delicious. Ling Luocheng instinctively wanted to decline, but Qirong continued, come on. I'll take it as you two have agreed. She offered no opportunity for refusal. Chen Zifeng couldn't help but chuckle, patting Ling Luocheng's shoulder. Let us go, if only to give our junior Qirong some face. After all, it's not so bad to feel like we're part of a group. Excellent. That left only Wang Yin, who was preparing to stay behind and continue observing the opponents. Alas, as the leading teacher, Wang Yin was destined to miss out on the delightful super colossal takoyaki. Hey, you all better bring me back a portion. Chapter 087. The ongoing tournament. 4. After the first day of competition, the Shrek team returned to the hotel, thoroughly infused with the aroma of takoyaki. It must be said, it was rare to find another team that could remain so relaxed on a competition day, aside from Shrek. On the second day of the tournament, with no matches scheduled, Qirong chose to train with Bei Bei in the hotel, refraining from venturing out. Within the golden radiance, the soul power entwined with Qirong's moonlight-like energy and the bluish-purple energy, seemingly crackling with arcs of electricity, merged together. Their breaths synchronized in a rhythmic ebb and flow, imparting an air of profound mystery. The entire room resonated with a unique and esoteric cadence, as if it had become isolated from the outside world. Time slipped away unnoticed until, within the cyclical flow of their soul power, a sudden sound of a lock releasing echoed from an unknown point in the space. Click! It seemed something had been opened once again. At that moment, both Qirong and Bei Bei opened their eyes simultaneously. Bye-bye? Qirong softly called out. There was no need for her to elaborate. Bei Bei had clearly sensed it as well. Their martial soul fusion skill appeared to be available again. The soul power seemed to stir with intent, as if something was ready to detach from Qirong's being. Unexpectedly, the cooldown for the martial soul fusion skill had ended at this moment. Sitting cross-legged, Qirong rested her chin on her hands, her expression a mix of surprise and delight, akin to discovering a new and fascinating toy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, we haven't properly explored the power of our martial soul fusion skill yet. Qirong raised her chin, recalling how chaotic their last experience had been, and resolved to pay close attention when the opportunity arose again. Although they had previously gleaned some understanding, with Wang Yan's guidance aiding their analysis, certain aspects still required their mutual exploration to uncover the most authentic answers. Bei Bei smiled, a hint of indulgence in his gaze. All right, let us give it a try next time. The second day of the tournament passed in their training, with Qirong foregoing the chance to watch matches from other academies. Despite her lingering interest in the competition of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. However, she was persuaded by Bei Bei, who pointed out that their opponents were not particularly strong, and that even the formidable teams would hold back somewhat. Thus, even if they were to watch the matches, they wouldn't gain any significant insights. It was far better to conserve their energy for rest and rejuvenation. It must be said, Bei Bei made a compelling argument. However, for Qirong, he was not there to gather intelligence on his opponents. No, Qirong simply wished to join in the festivities. Yet, the young lad acknowledged the wisdom in Bei Bei's words and decided to heed them. In truth, compared to the elimination rounds, the round-robin phase was significantly more tranquil. Each academy had adjusted their tactics to varying degrees, unlike the cutthroat nature of the elimination matches. The current round-robin format bore a greater essence of strategy, an intellectual and tactical contest. From many institutions, the outcomes of the first round of eliminations had somewhat influenced the round-robin matches. Teams with injured key players utilized this initial elimination round to recalibrate their overall performance. Thus, it can be concluded that the first round of the round-robin phase was not particularly thrilling. After all, it was merely the beginning, far from reaching the level of desperate competition. However, this was just the first round. As the tournament progressed, the matches would undoubtedly become more intense. Qirong expressed his anticipation. On the following day, the competition commenced amidst Qirong's eager expectations. He pondered whether he might have the opportunity to take the stage today. The excitement coursed through him as he eagerly awaited. Today, Shrek Academy was set to compete in the opening match. Despite the early hour, the audience was practically full by the time Shrek entered the arena. At least from Qirong's first glance, he could not spot any vacant seats. Evidently, this was the allure of a champion. Qirong nodded, gaining a deeper appreciation for Shrek's popularity. Look at this sea of filled seats. This is the finest testament. Today, Shrek Academy was pitted against a Soul Master Academy known as Qianling Academy, which ranked among the top 3 in the Douluo Empire and could be considered one of the top 20 on the continent. While it may not qualify as a C9, it certainly met the criteria of a prestigious 985 institution. Alas, they were up against Shrek, the undisputed number 1 in the continent, leaving no room for debate regarding the second place. On the competition stage, the referee stepped to the center and, through a soul amplifier, announced, "Both teams, please enter the waiting area. The captains will now draw lots." It was once again Bei Bei who stepped forward to draw lots. Although he had showcased his prowess in the previous round, His 4 rings astonished many of the oblivious spectators. After all, how could a captain of such a top-tier Soul Master Academy only possess 4 rings? Nevertheless, Bei Bei's performance in that match silenced some critics, though a portion of the audience remained skeptical. However, Bei Bei would not be swayed by their doubts. Bye-bye. Draw a good lot, Yu Rong urged, pretending to be solemn as he patted Bei Bei's back. Ideally, he would draw a lot that would allow him to participate. On the side of Qianling Academy, a male student approached, appearing to be around 20 years old, with a tall and muscular frame and a cold, stern expression. He resembled a javelin in stature. Faced with Bei Bei, he maintained an impassive demeanor. The drawing commenced. All eyes were fixed on the outcome of this match's draw, regardless of the format. A competition involving Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be riveting. Whether it was Yu Rong's encouragement that bore fruit or simply fortuitous luck, the result indeed aligned with Yu Rong's wishes. Shrek Academy versus Qianling Academy, team battle. The referee announced the draw result loudly. Team battle. Yu Rong's eyes sparkled with delight. During their preparations, Teacher Wang Yin had mentioned that he was included in the team battle roster. Yu Rong sprang to his feet, eagerly welcoming Bei Bei as he approached. Bye-bye. This draw is fantastic. Bei Bei appeared to be in good spirits as he saw the visibly joyful Yu Rong, which further elevated his mood. All right, since it's a team battle, let us adhere to our previous strategy and win while preserving our trump cards, Wang Yin advised, emphasizing the necessity of not underestimating their opponents. Team battles are undoubtedly the most intense and comprehensive contests, testing the overall strength of both sides. Following their prior tactical arrangement, the 7 participants were Ling Luocheng, Chen Zifeng, Bei Bei, He Kai Tu, Zhang Nannan, Yu Rong, and Hui Yuhao. Considering Hui Yuhao's current situation, it would have been prudent to refrain from fielding him to maintain the image of a super expert with 600,000-year soul rings for the elimination rounds. However, Hui Yuhao's soul skills proved exceptionally useful in team battles. The abilities of mental sharing and mental detection were formidable weapons in such a context, which is precisely why Wang Yin ultimately decided to include him in the lineup. It seems my chances for glory have vanished, but you all must do well. Su San sure fanned himself with his golden fan, particularly emphasizing Little Rong and Little Yu Hao. You two must put forth your best effort. Yu Rong huffed. I assure you, I will not perform any worse than you. Although Yu Hao said nothing, he smiled at Su San sure, exuding an air of confidence. As they took to the stage, both teams occupied their respective sides, facing off. On Shrek Academy's side, Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng stood resolutely at the forefront. Behind them were Zhang Nannan and He Kai Tu. At the rear stood Yu Rong and Ling Luocheng, with Hui Yuhao positioned centrally. The formation was clear-cut. Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng would spearhead the offense. Zhang Nannan and He Kai Tu would provide offensive support. Yu Rong and Ling Luocheng, as control soul masters, required protection while possessing a degree of self-defense capabilities, and Hui Yuhao was the one in most need of safeguarding. Despite this, the primary focus of Qianling Academy was fixated on Hui Yuhao, although they doubted the authenticity of his 600,000-year soul rings. This did not diminish their wariness toward him. Their captain, resembling a javelin, fixed his gaze on Hui Yuhao, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of vigilance and fierce battle intent, devoid of fear. Yu Rong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this was what it meant to be concerned. The forefront of Qianling Academy was not occupied by their captain, but rather by 4 tall soul masters who, despite their differing appearances, bore a striking resemblance to one another, all boasting muscular physiques. Yu Rong surmised that these 4 towering individuals might be defense-type soul masters. However, in the context of a team battle, was it not a bit excessive to have such a number? Yu Rong harbored an ominous premonition. Following the quartet of defensive soul masters was the captain of the javelin team. Behind the captain stood 2 young maidens, one clad in red and the other in blue, easily distinguishable. In a flash, Hui Yuhao's mind raced back to Wang Yan's introduction of these students from the Qianling Advanced Soul Master Academy. Each competing academy brought both primary and substitute teams. After meticulous observation, Wang Yan had accurately identified the 7 main competitors from Qianling Academy, and today's lineup precisely matched his assessment, just as teacher Wang Yan had articulated. Qianling Academy exemplified a formidable defense, with their 4 shields united and the dual control of ice and fire wielded by the 1,000-strike spear. Hui Yuhao succinctly noted. Yu Rong blinked, puzzled. What was that? Did teacher Wang Yan mention this? When did that happen? How come I was unaware? Hui Yuhao could instantly discern that Yu Rong had drifted off during teacher Wang Yan's briefing, and he sighed in resignation. Elaborating further, the foremost quartet of defensive soul masters all shared a similar martial spirit. Lingxi Shield, a mid-tier defensive martial spirit, and their defensive tactics were likewise aligned. Their primary offensive asset was their captain, the senior who stood like a javelin, wielding the thousand-strike spear, proficient in both ranged and melee combat. The two young women in red and blue behind them were both control-type soul masters. The red martial spirit was the fiery tiger, while the blue one was the frost bear, hence the appellation of dual elemental control. Yu Rong listened, her understanding dawning. What? Yu Hao silently shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Nearby, Ling Luoqing observed the scene, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is the distinction between the academically gifted and the less so, isn't it? Quite evident indeed. Chapter 088. During the round robin, 5. As the match commenced between Shrek Academy and Qianling Academy, the reactions of both sides were sharply contrasting. On Shrek's side, Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng surged forward like unyielding blades, intent on breaching the seemingly impenetrable defenses of Qianling Academy. Jiang Nannan also launched an assault, but rather than confronting them head-on, she opted to utilize her remarkable speed to flank the edges of the arena, aiming directly for the two control-type soul masters, one of ice and the other of fire, who were sheltered at the back of Qianling Academy. Our defenses are not so easily breached. The defensive soul master at the forefront of Qianling Academy smirked, eyeing the approaching 5-ringed soul king and 2 4-ringed soul ancestors. Though a hint of tension flickered in his gaze, he remained confident in their defensive capabilities. The 4 defensive soul masters of Qianling Academy were all 4-ringed soul ancestors, and the 2 control-type soul masters behind them shared the same rank, with only their captain, the spear-wielding master, being a 5-ringed soul king. Form ranks. With a commanding shout from the defensive soul master, a dark yellow glow enveloped the 4, their already imposing figures becoming even more formidable. Their skin gleamed with a rough, dark yellow sheen as they summoned their martial spirits, their shields manifesting as thick layers of dark yellow, resembling heavy armor. The Lingxi Shield, a variant of the rhinoceros-type soul beast's martial spirit, stood united as a veritable wall against the 3 behind them. Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng did not shy away. Instead, they charged forward. Bei Bei's 3rd soul ring flared to life, and with electric tendrils surrounding his dragon claw, he collided with the Lingxi Shield. Chen Zifeng, with all 3 of his soul rings aglow, unleashed his soul-destroying sword, exuding an aura of slaughter as he swung it toward the Lingxi Shield. Their attacks occurred almost simultaneously, creating a violent shockwave that rippled outward like a tide, strong enough for the audience seated at a distance to feel the reverberation. Once the tumultuous energy subsided, it was evident that the 4 defensive soul masters from Qianling Academy had staggered back slightly, yet their position remained steadfast and unyielding. Remarkable defensive strength, Yu Rong mused, intrigued. Although Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng had likely not exerted their full power, perhaps only 3/4, this defense was indeed formidable. Su Sanshur commented from the sidelines, though, with a playful twist, but in comparison to me, they still fall short. Wang Dong shot him a look, speechless, unsure of how to respond. Did he really need to compare? Such a competitive spirit was irksome. Chen Zifeng regarded the thwarted assault, a glimmer of brilliance dancing in his eyes. At that moment, the pressure exerted by the 5-ringed soul king became palpably evident. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Zifeng's 4th soul ring, a dark purple 1,000-year soul ring, ignited. 4th soul skill, decapitating strike. In an instant, Chen Zifeng's aura sharpened, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, while the soul-destroying sword in his grasp radiated a chilling crimson light. The mere sight of it instilled trepidation in onlookers. As the soul-destroying sword approached the Lingxi Shield, a javelin engulfed in fierce flames surged toward Chen Zifeng's face. The distance was negligible. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Chen Zifeng persisted with his strike, colliding directly with the flaming javelin, producing a sharp metallic clang. Chen Zifeng glanced up at the wielder of the javelin, their captain. The flames enveloping the javelin were evidently augmented by the control-type soul master wielding the fiery tiger. Enhancing attack power, are we? Chen Zifeng flicked his soul-destroying sword, intrigued. Though both were soul kings, the captain of Qianling appeared to possess slightly lesser cultivation than himself. Yet with the assistance of the fiery tiger soul master, the disparity in potency was negligible. The captain of Qianling narrowed his eyes, surprised that Chen Zifeng alone had parried his javelin strike. Both were assault-type weapon soul masters, and in a sense, they were indeed evenly matched. Thus far, Shrek's most significant actions had come solely from Chun Zifeng and Bei Bei, seemingly restraining the bulk of their combat strength. Not to worry, I'm here as well. The young woman, wielding the Frost Bear martial spirit, bore a serious expression. As her words fell, a colossal, deep blue bear, nearly 3 meters tall, materialized behind her, radiating a potent, icy aura. This was what Wang Yan had previously described, a martial spirit manifestation among beast-type martial spirits. It did not merely enhance her physical capabilities, but rather summoned an entity to engage in battle, akin to Bei Bei's blue, lightning, Tyrannosaurus, thereby minimizing her own burden and allowing her to be more easily protected by her allies. Frost. Almost simultaneously, Ling Luocheng unleashed his martial spirit, and an intense chill emanated from him, enveloping the entire arena in a matter of moments. Let us see whose ice is superior, Ling Luocheng declared, his 5 soul rings shimmering into existence. The moment they appeared, his first, second, and fourth soul rings ignited, unleashing a barrage of ice techniques. Ice staff, ice armor, an ice mist of chill. The Frost Bear's soul master, engaged in her own ice control, suddenly felt her lips turn pale as she sensed a more oppressive, deeper cold radiating from Ling Luocheng. The ice enveloping the arena seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, divided into 2 factions that were eroding each other. Clearly, the ice on Shrek's side held the upper hand. Prepare. The Frost Bear's soul master sensed an ominous shift and promptly signaled her teammates to adhere to their strategy. Countless dark yellow shadows erupted from the Lingxi shield, which appeared to multiply instantaneously, obscuring the vision and advance of Shrek's 7 monsters. Yurong found this somewhat peculiar. Were they preparing to remain stationary and unleash damage? Did the Qianling Academy harbor such confidence in their defenses? They were gambling. Hu Yuhao also unleashed his martial soul, his gaze shimmering like a resplendent galaxy. Mental detection, mental sharing. In an instant, all movements on the field materialized within the minds of Shrek's team, rendering the Lingxi shield's obstructive effect nearly negligible. Yurong raised an eyebrow. Beneath the protection of the Lingxi shield, fierce flames surged from the fiery manifestation of the blazed Tiger Soul Master, with her 3 soul rings flashing in alternation. A potent inferno erupted from the tiger's maw, directly igniting beneath the feet of the Qianling captain. Instantly, a fiery crimson aura enveloped him, saturating his entire being in a vivid red hue. The Qianling captain retaliated by summoning a spear, both ends razor-sharp, measuring over 2 meters in length, its surface adorned with faint inscriptions. Indeed, it was the 1,000-strike spear. As the blazed Tiger Soul Master's soul power surged into the spear, the fiery crimson flames morphed into a chilling azure hue, melding into the tiger's manifestation, amplifying its terrifying temperature. Without a hint of hesitation, the azure-blazed tiger leapt into the air, merging with the increasingly radiant 1,000-strike spear. Suddenly, thick azure flames erupted from the spear, accompanied by a deep, resonating tiger's roar that reverberated through the air, evoking a sense of trepidation. What is this? A martial soul fusion skill? Yurong was taken aback, though it didn't seem entirely like one. It was an extreme amplification of martial souls, not quite a fusion. Yet it showcased a portion of their profound essence. Ling Luocheng furrowed her brow slightly. Although both she and Chun Zifeng were 5-ring soul kings, they were not particularly specialized in defense. If this strike succeeded, those of their level might withstand it, but what about the second-ring Hu Yuhao? This attack certainly appeared formidable. Was this Qianling Academy's all-out gamble? Using 4 defensive soul masters to shield against their opponents, complemented by ice control to bolster defenses and hinder their foe's speed. They aimed to create an opportunity for the Qianling captain and the blazed Tiger Soul Master to launch a devastating joint strike. Luocheng exclaimed, instantly grasping Yurong's intent. 3rd soul skill, Golden Cage. 3rd soul skill, Ice Prison. Their formidable control, soul skills penetrated the battlefield with alarming precision, undeterred by the shield's obstruction. Yurong's petals had already scattered across the arena from the very beginning of the match, now intertwining with the legs of the blazed Tiger Soul Master and the Qianling captain. The golden petals coiled around their ankles like liquid metal, binding them to the ground, rendering escape nearly impossible, especially at this critical moment of their fusion. What is happening? We have the Lingxi shield for defense. How can Shrek's attack still bypass it? The Frostbear Soul Master's pupils contracted. Until now, she had felt no foreign fluctuations of soul power emanating from her side of the arena, allowing her to focus solely on countering Ling Luocheng. It was a true act of stealth, catching them completely off guard. A smile danced on Yurong's lips. As long as I do not control my petals, they remain ordinary petals, do they not? Who would pay them any heed? Ling Luoqing's ice prison followed suit. As the massive ice pillars surged from the ground, firmly ensnaring the two combatants in their icy grasp. Now, Yurong shouted, Bei Bei, Zifeng. Chen Zifeng had already been gathering his strength while Yurong and Ling Luoqing activated their soul skills. The soul-destroying sword in his hand seemed to resonate with excitement. Eagerly awaiting this moment, his fifth soul ring, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring, glimmered for the first time, unleashing an unstoppable, piercing intent directly at the 4-in-1 Lingxi shield. Fifth soul skill, extinction. Bei Bei exhibited no hesitance either, his deep purple fourth soul ring radiating with brilliance. Thunder Dragon's head. His right fist transformed into the visage of a dragon's head, an enormous diameter of over a meter, roaring towards the Lingxi shield. A sharp crack echoed as the shield shattered like broken glass, fissures radiating from the points of impact as if it could no longer bear the weight of the assault. The sound of the shield splintering was alarmingly crisp at that moment. The shield is broken? Su Sanshi shielded his eyes with his fan, unable to bear the sight. Empathizing with fellow defensive soul masters. Such offensive power was truly outrageous. If he were in their place, he would struggle to withstand it as well. Undoubtedly, the most astonished were the competitors from Qianling Academy. This was their Lingxi shield, forged from the combined power of 4 soul masters. It had been shattered by the combined might of Shrek's 2 warriors. Just as they remained in disbelief, the Qianling captain was the first to react. Prepare. There was no other choice. Although his 1,000-strike spear had not yet reached its peak power, he could not afford to wait idly. Bound as he was, inaction would only lead to a more devastating defeat. It was better to strike now. With a decisive gesture, he directed the shimmering azure spear to launch towards the foremost target, Chen Zifeng. A crossmark appeared on Chen Zifeng's chest, indicating that Qianling Academy understood well. To win this match, the most intimidating Soul King must be eliminated. Chen Zifeng sensed the murderous intent aimed at him, his brow arching as a manic smile spread across his face, gripping his sword tightly. Come then, let us see whether your spear is stronger or my sword is sharper. But just as the 1,000-strike spear was hurled, Hui Yuhao made his move. 2 beams of purple gold light erupted unexpectedly from Hui Yuhao's eyes, hurtling toward the gaze of the 1,000 strikes spear soul master. Soul shock. A low groan escaped the 1,000 strikes spear soul master's lips as the crossmark that had locked onto Chen Zifeng vanished in an instant. However, the spear he had already released flew forth, though it veered off course, hurtling towards the edge of the arena. There was no other option. Already ensnared by the dual control of Ling Luoqing and Yurong, he had to allocate a significant portion of his focus to breaking free from the bindings. And with Hui Yuhao's soul shock complicating matters further, it was a calamity of overwhelming proportions. The formidable strike, which had consumed the painstaking efforts of the 1,000 Spirits Academy, proved to be nothing more than an illusion, akin to a fleeting image in a mirror, rendering it utterly ineffective. The 1,000-strike spear was hurled to the ground with tremendous force, causing the very earth to upheave and erupt in a shower of debris. Fortunately, the protective barrier shielded the nearby spectators from harm, leaving them only momentarily startled. The audience erupted with exclamations of exhilaration. What a thrill! Worth every penny. Truly a remarkable experience. As the 1,000 Spirits Academy remained in a state of shock, a golden figure stealthily approached one of the 4 Spirit Shield Soul Masters from behind. It was Jiang Nanan. In moments when the enemy is most complacent, is the prime opportunity for an agile attacking Soul Master to strike. The defensive Soul Master from the 1,000 Spirits Academy suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, as if his own mass had multiplied several times. Just as he attempted to move, his body became rigid, and a powerful force surged from behind him. A pair of slender hands grasped his throat, while a hard object pressed against his lower back. In the next instant, the onlookers witnessed his body launch into the air, hurtling towards the edge of the arena. This was Jiang Nanan's combination technique, gravity control waist attack, a single, decisive blow that incapacitated an opponent. Yurong, positioned nearby, assisted Jiang Nanan by ensnaring the legs of the remaining 3 defensive Soul Masters with her golden cage, rendering them immobile. With a series of swift strikes, 1 breath's time had elapsed. The 1,000 Spirits Academy found itself deprived of 4 competitors. Now, only 3 Soul Masters remained on the field. Although, in terms of combat strength, the 1,000 Spirits Academy had not suffered a significant loss, it was clear that such a calculation was misleading. I shall take the lead. At that moment, Hikai's soul-guided artillery showcased its terrifying might, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire that rained down upon the trio from the Thousand Spirits Academy like a shower of fireworks. Just then, the Ice Frost Bear's soul master appeared to have made a resolute decision, as her fourth soul ring suddenly illuminated. With a thunderous roar, a chilling aura erupted forth, transforming her flowing blue hair into a stark white, her eyes also turning a piercing icy hue. The cold winds coalesced into a massive ice tornado, sweeping across the arena. Such a potent skill still remains? Qirong remarked, astonished. Why not unleash it sooner? That is her head soul bone skill. Activating it appears to demand a considerable expenditure of soul power, and her control is not yet adept, Hui Yuhao observed with clarity. Under the enhancement of her head soul bone, the Ice Frost Bear's soul master strike had undoubtedly reached the level of Soul King. While the Ice Tornado's power had escalated to that of Soul King, the wielder remained a Soul Zone, meaning that despite her ability to unleash such a blow, complete control was beyond her grasp, and given that this skill was area-based, it was manageable if one could withstand it. Qirong conjured an abundance of petals, transforming them into shields that stood protectively before herself and Hui Yuhao. At this juncture, their priority was self-preservation. Little Rong, it's unnecessary. I can, Hui Yuhao began, eyeing the icy tempest with eager anticipation. Sure, Qirong chided, her expression firm. Conserve your trump card. Preserve your trump card. Hui Yuhao acquiesced, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Oh, very well. He had initially wished to showcase the overwhelming might of the extreme Ice Emperor Scorpion to everyone present. Go! Senior Sister Luo Chun. Qirong cheered, directing her encouragement towards Ling Luo Chun, who stood not far from them. Take them down. How dare they play with ice in front of you? Let them witness what true ice control looks like. Ling Luo Chun shared the sentiment, observing the ice tornado forming before her, which indeed felt like a small provocation. Naturally, she replied, reinforcing Qirong's shields with her own ice manipulation, ensuring they could withstand the onslaught with greater ease. As her words faded, Ling Luo Chen's Millennium Fifth Soul Ring blazed to life, enveloping the arena in an invasive chill that penetrated to the marrow. Fifth Soul Skill, Ice Radiance Ring. If the Thousand Spirits Academy's ice tornado resembled the initial snowfall storm in the south, then Ling Luo Chen's Ice Radiance Ring was akin to the frigid currents that linger beneath the thick snow of the northern realms. Dark blue rings enveloped all of Shrek's participants, rendering even the potency of the ice tornado imperceptible within their confines. This icy control was so profound that it effectively froze the opponent's frost as well. Little one, this is what true ice control looks like. Ling Luo Chen's gaze held no emotion as she beheld the Ice Frost Bear Soul Master, whose complexion was now pallid, appearing utterly drained of soul power. Despite her reluctance, the Ice Frost Bear Soul Master was left with no recourse. Nevertheless, her ice storm had achieved its intended purpose, buying precious time for her captain's attack. Captain! She cried out in desperation. At the rear of the Thousand Spirits team, the Thousand Strike Spear and the Blazing Tiger once more coalesced their energies for a final, all-out assault. As the Thousand Strike Spear began to take shape, the Vigilant Shrek team, under Hui Yuhao's mental perception, were well aware of the impending danger. In this arena, nothing could escape Shrek's keen eyes. Now is the moment we've been waiting for. Chen Zifeng swung his soul-extinguishing sword the instant the ice storm subsided. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 soul rings ignited in unison. The soul-extinguishing sword sliced through the air at an unassailable angle. The blade cut through the atmosphere with a hissing sound, as if it were tearing through the very fabric of space. However, the Thousand Strikes Spear's Soul Master reacted with remarkable swiftness, sensing the imminent peril. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly swept the Thousand Strikes Spear horizontally, its shaft imbued with powerful soul fluctuations, crashing violently against the soul-extinguishing sword. With a resounding clash, the soul-extinguishing sword and the Thousand Strikes Spear collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a surge of energy that reverberated throughout the surroundings, shaking the very air as if it would be torn asunder. The blood-red and azure-white soul powers clashed, appearing to occur in an instant. It felt as though an eternity had passed. The crimson energy engulfed the azure-white, staining the sky above the arena a deep red. In this moment, the outcome was unmistakably clear. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Chapter 089, The Auction 1. In the second match of the round-robin, Shrek appeared to secure an effortless victory. In truth, the contest was not particularly challenging, especially with two Soul Kings bolstering the team, alongside several Soul Zone who could be regarded as formidable opponents, such as Bei Bei, who could engage in battles beyond his rank, and He Kai-Tu, a soul master of higher caliber beneath the 8th ring. However, there was no sense of overwhelming superiority in terms of cultivation. Yu Rome expressed, that is certainly not the case. We still have 2 Soul Emperors recuperating. In a few rounds, the audience will witness what true pressure from Shrek feels like. Today, Yu Rome was indeed riding on the coattails of her companions. The round-robin matches continued in an orderly fashion, with the opponents growing increasingly formidable in strength, due to either luck in the draw or some other reason. Shrek had not yet encountered any group battle matchups in the subsequent rounds. This meant they were only facing 2-on-2 and arena battles. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. After all, such circumstances provided almost everyone with the opportunity to participate and gain practical experience. Particularly noteworthy was Wang Dong, who, despite being merely a 3-ringed soul master, astonishingly achieved a remarkable feat of defeating 2 opponents in a 1-on-1 arena match. His adversaries were 2 soul elders, yet their reliance on ground-based control techniques rendered them at a disadvantage against Wang Dong, who soared through the air. Although he was only a 3-ring master, his formidable attack-type martial soul, the radiant dragon god butterfly, truly shone on the stage of the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Xiao also excelled, demonstrating exceptional prowess in the team battles alongside Chen Zifeng, as they effortlessly overwhelmed their opponents, leaving them in despair. Chen Zifeng dispatched the immobilized foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. While the audience was indeed astonished by their 2-ringed and 3-ringed cultivation, their youthful appearances, reminiscent of mere 13 or 14-year-olds, provided a sense of relief. Were the next generation of seed players being groomed already? Truly, Shrek deserves its blind adoration from the audience. As the next grand competition approached, these 3-ringed individuals would soon become formidable opponents. In the resting quarters of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Master Ma observed the relatively youthful 2- and 3-ringed soul masters from Shrek. Although he displayed a hint of disdain, his gaze reflected an unforeseen seriousness. 5 years. How much can change in 5 years? By the time the next grand competition arrives, I shall lead the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy to personally vanquish Shrek. A flicker of gold reflected in the depths of Xiao Hongqian's eyes, his expression impassive. Though currently merely the captain of the reserve team, his strength already surpassed that of many official team members within the Sun Moon squad. Thus, the position of captain for the next official team was undeniably secure. Hey, Xiao Hongqian, are you suggesting that our current team will lose? Ma Rulong, the captain of the official team for this competition, began to protest vehemently. Xiao Hongqian cast him a sidelong glance. Victory will be in my grasp. He neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. You. Ma Rulong felt provoked once more, his head throbbing with indignation. As the tension in the Sun Moon Team's resting area began to rise again, Master Ma, as the team leader, felt his own frustration mounting. Every day, it's nothing but infighting. Enough. After today's matches conclude, follow me to a certain place. Master Ma crossed his arms and decisively halted the brewing confrontation. A place? What place? Xiao Hongqian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Today marked the final day of the round-robin matches, with the elimination rounds commencing in 2 days. Was it possible that the old-fashioned Master Ma was actually permitting them an outing? Master Ma, sensing Xiao Hongqian's confusion, took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he explained in a hushed tone, a place where you can spend money. Is that satisfactory? Xiao Hongqian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Spend money? I have discerning tastes. I won't settle for anything shabby. Master Ma huffed. Then you'll have to inquire with the Star Luo Empire. Oh, now fully intrigued. Xiao Hongqian's curiosity was piqued. The Star Luo Empire? An event sponsored by an entire nation? How fascinating. So what is it? The Star Luo Empire is hosting an auction, and the invitation has already been delivered. As he finished speaking, Master Ma tossed a beautifully crafted invitation to Xiao Hongqian with a swift motion, laced with an air of irritation. Hey, Master Ma, that is quite a throw, Xiao Hongqian remarked, catching it effortlessly, his composure unshaken, even as he continued to speak, making it seem as though it were a concealed weapon. Humph. Master Ma chose not to respond. Well then, since the matches have concluded, you may return on your own. Don't forget to arrive on time tonight. With that, he exited the viewing platform designated for the Sun Moon team, eager to escape the tension. He felt it best not to provoke further conflict, as he wished to live a few more years without added stress. Meanwhile, Shrek concluded their final match, returning to the conference room of the Star Emperor Hotel. Yay! The round-robin matches have ended on a perfect note, Yu Rome exclaimed. unable to contain her excitement as she threw her hands up in celebration. Her eyes narrowed in delight. Indeed, it was a flawless conclusion. Bei, observing Yu Rong's exuberance, couldn't he help but smile at their 7 victories in the round robin. As expected, Shrek truly is the strongest. Su Sanshi joined in the jubilation. Yohu, yay! Hikai too also extended his hands, high-fiving Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong blinked, bewildered by the sudden celebration. Had Shrek triumphed in the championship? Why was everyone so ecstatic? Hui Yuhao stood beside Wang Dong, silently observing the revelry before him, feeling slightly shy yet wanting to join in. Comparatively, the 2 younger members of the reserve team appeared the most composed. All right, let us allow you to celebrate for 3 seconds, Wang Yin sighed, eyeing the boisterous youth before him. Now, I must address serious matters. Serious matters? Yu Rong perked up, eager to know what was next. Firstly, it is far too early to celebrate, Wang Yin cautioned, reflecting on the difficulty of guiding this cohort of students. The elimination rounds following the round robin would be even more rigorous. They must not let their guard down. Of course we know that. I've heard that most of the teams consist of Soul Kings. Yu Rong replied, confident in her knowledge. However, our Shrek team has Senior Xiao Tao and Senior Dai fully recovered and ready to compete in the elimination rounds, Yu Rong added, glancing at Wang Yin. She playfully raised 2 fingers beside her face, mimicking rabbit ears, her soft cheeks accentuating her cuteness. Now we have not only 2 Soul Kings, but also 2 Soul Emperors. Who would dare to challenge us? Shrek is destined to win. One must not speak so boldly. Xiao Rong, Wang Yin sighed. No one can guarantee victory, especially in the realm of Soul Master confrontations. Although I have faith in Shrek, I will never underestimate any academy or individual. Only by maintaining this vigilance can we preserve Shrek's glory. How could you say such a thing? Ma Xiaodao, seated on the sofa with her chin resting on her hand, regarded Wang Yin with displeasure. Are you implying that you lack confidence in me, a Soul Emperor? Are you doubting my strength? Her remarks were directed solely at herself, completely excluding Dai Yaoing. Wang Yin met Ma Xiaodao's gaze directly, unflinching. It is not a question of lacking confidence in you. Rather, this world is undergoing a transformation. Transformation? Ma Xiaodao found Wang Yin's choice of words intriguing. However, he did not elaborate immediately. Instead, he retrieved a stack of invitations from his storage soul guide. This stack appeared quite substantial, adorned with golden borders and intricate patterns, perfectly aligning with Yu Rong's aesthetic. This invitation is from the Starlight Auction House, a highly prestigious auction event taking place tonight, Wang Yin announced. To speak candidly, although he had previously contemplated whether to take his children to see the event, he had yet to put this plan into action when, unexpectedly, an invitation arrived. This was undoubtedly extended in deference to Shrek, and not for any other reason. The fact that the Starshine Auction House would issue invitations indicates the involvement of various parties, suggesting that the items up for bid would certainly not be commonplace. Otherwise, it would only tarnish the reputation of the Starshine Auction House. An auction? Yu Rong mused that this term was not unfamiliar, having had the opportunity to broaden her horizons at Shrek. However, she had not anticipated that such an event would also occur in Xinglua City at this juncture. Moreover, given the formal nature of the invitation, the caliber of this auction would undoubtedly be quite elevated. Wang Yin nodded and explained to the little ones that this was likely a high-level auction within the Xinglua Empire. Dai Yaoheng took hold of an invitation, examined it, and remarked, not only is it of a higher grade, but this is a top-tier auction. Such events occur only once or twice a year. Previously, I lacked the qualifications to attend. Only my father, royal family members, major merchants, and elite soul masters could participate in such prestigious auctions. There will undoubtedly be many extraordinary treasures, though the prices will be exceedingly steep. It seems that Shrek's reputation is indeed unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong grew even more intrigued. Wouldn't that mean there would be many extraordinary treasures? Although she might not be able to afford them, merely having the opportunity to see them would be delightful. I support your attendance at this auction for 2 primary reasons, Wang Yin said as he distributed the invitations. One to each person. When Yu Rong received hers, she was captivated, examining it closely. The invitation was exquisitely crafted, seemingly adorned with some rare metal, and felt substantial in her hand. The first reason is that this auction is rumored to feature many rare and valuable items, which will certainly broaden your perspectives. Yu Rong toyed with the invitation while listening to Wang Yin, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed, that makes perfect sense. Broadening our horizons is of utmost importance. The second reason is that I believe you all have observed the recent competitions. This year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament has diverged significantly from previous iterations. I am confident that this divergence will only continue to evolve in the future. Divergence? What kind of divergence? Qirong blinked, as this was her first time participating, and she was unaware of how things had been previously. However, some are already enlightened. Soul guidance devices, Chen Zifeng succinctly interjected. In the last tournament, various academies did not utilize soul guidance devices as frequently, or rather, this time around, it has become increasingly challenging to find a purely soul master academy. Regardless of the effectiveness of the synergy between soul masters and soul guidance devices, they were undoubtedly being equipped. Ling Luocheng elaborated, sharing that for those of them who had already participated as formal team members, the experience was indeed profound. In the initial rounds, she had assumed it was merely an anomaly, but as the round-robin progressed, she clearly sensed the frequency of soul guidance device usage was exceedingly high. This trend represents a current evolution, particularly for ordinary soul master academies. It serves as an excellent means of augmenting their combat capabilities. Dai Yaoheng understood this well. As the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke, he had a broader perspective on such matters, especially concerning conventional military forces. The development of soul guidance devices was swiftly becoming a critical element that could sway the tides of battle. Moreover, institutions like Shrek, which were purely soul master academies, were becoming increasingly rare. Ma Xiaotao nodded, asserting, although I believe Shrek does not require soul guidance devices to enhance her capabilities, we are already the epitome of soul master combat power. Wang Yin did not refute Ma Xiaotao's viewpoint, yet he did not entirely endorse it either. Xiaotao's perspective is not incorrect, but I prefer to refer to the current changes as a transformation. As I mentioned earlier, this trend is a global phenomenon and will not be swayed by individual will. The integration of soul guidance devices with soul masters commenced decades ago during major tournaments. However, back then, most soul master academies prided themselves on their reputations, viewing the use of soul guidance devices as reliance on external forces, which tarnished their identity as soul masters. Yet, with the ongoing transformation, the benefits reaped by academies utilizing soul guidance devices have become increasingly evident, and this shift is continually altering the mindsets of other soul master academies across the continent. From my observations, over 80% of the participating academies that have passed the first elimination round are equipped with soul guidance devices, and this figure is only destined to rise in the future. Qirong blinked, a look of realization crossing her face as she felt enlightened. However, she pondered how this related to Wang Yan's mention of the auction and to Shrek itself. Although she did not voice her thoughts, her eager expression made it evident to Wang Yan. He sighed softly, recognizing that this little one wore her heart on her sleeve, completely unguarded. At that moment, Su Sanshur appeared less accepting, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "They have forgotten the glory of soul masters. Shouldn't our battles be purely ours? The abilities honed through our own training are the most reliable and trustworthy. After all, soul guidance devices are merely external objects." Qirong regarded Su Sanshur for some reason. The word purity surfaced in her mind. Is this what the purists stand for? Wang Yin frowned slightly and replied solemnly, "You are undoubtedly correct. Moreover, I can assure you that Sanshur's perspective aligns with that of the vast majority of our academy's higher-ups, who believe that reliance on soul guidance devices is akin to taking shortcuts, which is disgraceful. It is precisely this mindset that has stifled the development of our academy's soul guidance department." Qirong was not particularly aware of this, only understanding that at Shrek, those who could enter the martial soul department would never opt for the soul guidance department. It really is like that. Qirong's eyes widened in realization, and she recognized the truth in that assertion. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts drifted to Xiao Hongchun, who seemed to be outfitted with numerous soul guidance devices she had never even seen before. Was he reliant on soul guidance devices? Qirong was uncertain, for that individual appeared to possess considerable strength in his own right. The integration of soul guidance devices into a soul master's arsenal is a product of the evolution of the times, and it embodies the transformation I have been discussing. If we refuse to keep pace with the advancements of our era, we will inevitably face obsolescence. While Shrek Academy indeed boasts a rich heritage, stagnation will merely squander this legacy, leading to gradual decline. Bei interjected, completing Wang Yan's unfinished thought, his gaze lowered as if profoundly contemplative, even to the point of envisioning extinction. Strangely enough, upon hearing this, Wang Dong appeared quite agitated, almost leaping from his seat. No, Qirong, seated between Bei and Wang Dong, could distinctly observe their unusual reactions. Wang Yin seemed taken aback that Bei would directly articulate such an extreme hypothesis. Yet he nodded in agreement, precisely. Therefore, I hope that during this auction, everyone will adopt a more discerning perspective towards soul guidance devices. If possible, I also hope that you may begin to embrace combat soul guidance devices. As Wang Yin uttered these words, his gaze held a tinge of earnestness. However, after Wang Yin finished speaking, the attendees did not respond immediately, and the conference room fell into silence. Finally, Ma Xiaodao broke the stillness, asking, "Teacher Wang, does your stance represent your personal view or that of the academy?" Mao Xiaotao's eyes exuded a subtle intensity as she regarded Wang Yin. Her gaze not one of friendliness, but rather laden with scrutiny. Although Wang Yan's cultivation could not be compared to that of Mao Xiaotao, he exhibited no fear in that moment. "This is a personal matter for me. Following the conclusion of this competition, I shall submit an application to the academy. For I firmly believe that the advancement of soul guide technology heralds a transformative future. Shrek Academy should neither overlook nor miss this opportunity." This conviction was not a fleeting whim inspired by the current competitive fervor, but rather a culmination of countless days and nights devoted to the study of martial souls, leading him to increasingly perceive the shortcomings in the future trajectory of soul masters. Their eyes locked in mutual determination, neither party averted their gaze. Mao Xiaodao, upon hearing his response, was uncertain whether her satisfaction stemmed from his words or from the unwavering resolve reflected in his eyes. With a slight smile, she leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and declared, "Very well, I concur with your perspective, Teacher Wang Yin." By expressing her agreement first, she inadvertently offered him a degree of support, though she did not commit to utilizing soul guides. She merely acknowledged the notion. After all, prior to this, the only assurances Wang Yin had were from Hu and Hui Yuhao, who had a prior understanding of soul guides and would support him. Dai Yaoheng, too, was unlikely to oppose, even stating that he had been an advocate for soul guides all along. "I have no objections, Teacher Wang Yin." Chen Zifeng and Ling Luocheng, though hesitant, nodded in agreement. "If it proves beneficial, I shall consider it. But I am quite selective," Chen Zifeng replied, merely accepting the possibility. "I have no dissenting opinion either, Teacher Wang Yin," Hu added, nodding in admiration at Wang Yin. Hui Yuhao was even more enthusiastic, offering both hands in approval. "I have no objections." Bei nodded, albeit with a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Yet his tone remained resolute. "I too wish to see just how formidable combat soul guides can be." Jiang Nanan, alongside Xiao Xiao, expressed her agreement, though she voiced a singular concern. "Teacher Wang Yin, will these soul guides be prohibitively expensive?" Wang Yin waved his hand dismissively, quickly clarifying, "You need not worry about that. The academy provided me with a card for such contingencies, and it should suffice. You won't have to spend a dime. The academy will cover it." As Su Sancher observed that everyone had acquiesced, he, as a pure soul master, still felt a modicum of resistance. Though his resolve was not as firm as he had anticipated. "Very well then, I too shall take a look." Now, only Yurong and Wang Dong remained uncommitted. Yurong appeared carefree, nodding, "I have no objections. As for me, I shall refrain, Teacher Wang Yin." Wang Dong resolutely declined, his expression lacking any semblance of cheer. Yurong had already surmised Wang Dong's response, but seeing his grim visage elicited a twinge of concern. "Dong," Wang Dong gently squeezed Yurong's hand, shaking his head to convey that he was fine. "Teacher Wang, I agree with your idea. Soul guides will be a transformative force in the Douluo continent. However, I intend to prove that a soul master's strength alone is sufficient, without the need for soul guides." Wang Dong's declaration resonated profoundly within the hearts of all present in the Shrek conference room, with Hui Yuhao being the most astounded, unable to fathom that his brother, who usually shared his sentiments, was so resistant to soul guides. "If that is the case, why didn't Wang Dong expel me from the dormitory during our discussions on soul guide creation? Teacher Wang, you all may proceed. As for myself, I cannot accept the use of combat soul guides." Wang Dong's stance was unwavering. Hui Yuhao blinked, realizing, so it is his personal refusal. That was rather reasonable. "I hadn't anticipated that Wang Dong's rejection would be so striking," Mao Xiaotao quipped, raising an eyebrow. "This certainly makes your senior sister appear rather indecisive." "That was not my intention, Senior Sister Xiaodao," Wang Dong replied, his pink-blue eyes blinking innocently. He refused to bear the brunt of this metaphorical cauldron. With Mao Xiaotao's interjection, the previously tense atmosphere began to shift once more. "Goodness, that was impressive," Su Sancher murmured to himself, gazing at Wang Dong's defiance. "Why can't I possess such determination?" Yurong understood the sentiment well. recalling that within the depths of Yun Shun Bujichu, the Haotian sect scarcely utilized storage soul guides, let alone those for combat assistance. All right, I'm merely offering a suggestion, not issuing a command, Wang Yin interjected diplomatically. Wang Dong, if you do not wish to use soul guides, then do not. However, we can still attend the auction together. Wang Yin glanced outside at the waning daylight. It is getting late. Shall we prepare to depart? He clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. The group exited the Star Emperor Hotel in a lively procession, heading in a unified direction. Yurong refrained from seeking out Beibei this time, instead wrapping her arms around her childhood companioness, fearing that Wang Dong might decide to return home. There is no need to worry, Xiao Rong, Wang Dong replied with a hint of exasperation. Since I have already committed to attending the auction, I shall not back out at the last moment. Hee, Yurong stuck out her tongue playfully. In truth, Yurong was not concerned about Wang Dong abandoning their plans. Rather, she sensed that he might require a measure of support at this juncture, and she simply wished to be by his side. Dong, why did you appear so agitated earlier? Yurong could empathize with Wang Dong's reluctance to use soul guides. Yet she found herself perplexed by the intensity of his emotions. Wang Dong furrowed his brow as he replied, I cannot say for certain, but at that moment, an inexplicable anger welled up within me. Yurong blinked, drawing a connection to Wang Dong's unique sentiments towards the Tang sect, daring to hypothesize. Could it be that your resistance to soul guides stems not from their nature, but rather because they are among the principal factors contributing to the Tang sect's decline? It must be said that Yurong's insight struck a chord deep within Wang Dong, illuminating thoughts he had yet to fully comprehend. How could that be? Wang Dong pondered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Perhaps, maybe, I do not know. He felt an unsettling emptiness in his heart, as if there were memories he yearned to forget, yet his recollections were not blank. Yurong appeared troubled as well, stroking her chin thoughtfully. That is indeed peculiar. After all, my childhood companion is a fully fledged human, having lived merely a dozen years, which is hardly comparable to even a fraction of my own existence. If I were to forget something, it would be somewhat understandable. Yet for Wang Dong, it is rather incongruous. As they strolled through the bustling thoroughfare of Xinglua Street, where the crowds surged and jostled, they soon arrived at their destination. We have arrived, Wang Yin announced, halting after a few minutes. Before them stood a modest 3-story building, its footprint unassuming, adorned with a golden spindle motif that conveyed subtle elegance without appearing ostentatious. Yurong finally lifted her gaze to her surroundings, feeling a sense of déjà vu. I believe I've been here before. Indeed, it seemed familiar, as if she had only recently visited this very place, having acquired a peculiar stone from the underground market just moments prior. However, it cannot be said to be entirely identical, for there are some discrepancies at the entrances and exits, situated right next to the entrance of the underground market. Yurong happened to notice that the entrance to the underground market was now firmly shut, showing no signs of having been opened. Have you been there before? Wang Dong inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yes. Yurong pointed to a nearby location where an inconspicuous hidden door was barely discernible. That is how I entered the underground market. Upon hearing the phrase underground market, Wang Dong was instantly reminded of Yurong's previous solo adventure and that outrageous wager. While he did not believe that Shrek would lose, the memory still left him somewhat speechless. Yurong observed Wang Dong's expression and could tell what he was thinking. She quickly leaned closer to her childhood friend, attempting to divert attention. Wang Dong sighed, watching Yurong's antics, and decided to let it slide. Shifting the conversation, how could one possibly find these places without guidance? They are not intended for the general populace, Dai Yaoheng explained thoughtfully, revealing that he did not appear to be a first-time visitor. This place, designed exclusively for a select few soul masters, did not require a grand fade to attract the attention of ordinary citizens. Really? So, understated? Wang Dong was surprised at how pragmatic the Star Luo Empire was. Understated? Dai Yaoheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. It is not merely a matter of simplicity. Rather, this realm exists within a somewhat gray area for soul masters, necessitating discretion. Furthermore, he gestured for them to enter, indicating what true simplicity entailed. Yurong and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both slightly bewildered. Shall we go, Dong? Yurong asked. Wang Dong nodded vigorously, exclaiming, let us go. Their expressions resembled those of condemned prisoners, eliciting amused smiles from the senior students nearby. How delightful to see these youngsters so spirited. I don't recall having such fun at their age. As they entered the auction hall, a grand staircase, draped in red carpet and spanning 5 meters in width, descended into the depths. No staff were present outside to guide them. Yet an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered in the air. After walking approximately 20 meters downward, they finally arrived at the registration area. Wang Yin, leading the group, was immediately approached by an attendant. Upon presenting the invitation, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect, clearly recognizing that this group was not made up of ordinary individuals, and he promptly led them onward. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he announced as they passed through an ancient wooden door, revealing a breathtaking sight. Before them lay a grand corridor, resplendent in gold, its opulence surpassing even that of the Star Hotel where Shrek resided. "Good heavens, is this what you call understated?" Qirong gasped in astonishment. If this was simplicity, what could possibly be extravagant? The corridor they traversed exceeded 10 meters in width, with the ground adorned in exquisite jade-white tiles. Every 10 meters, pairs of intricately carved columns, fashioned from the same material, stood tall, while the walls appeared to be cloaked in gold leaf, decorated with complex and lavish patterns. Crystal chandeliers hung gracefully from the ceiling. Yet the vast height of the corridor, 5 meters, ensured that the ambience remained inviting rather than oppressive. The soft, warm yellow light, reflecting off the golden walls, created a three-dimensional golden realm that left anyone entranced. Particularly for Qirong, who had a penchant for all things glittering, she found herself utterly captivated by this golden paradise. "Even if I cannot possess it, merely gazing upon it is delightful," Qirong remarked, her pace slowing as she became reluctant to leave. Wang Dong, noticing her hesitation, sighed and gently placed his arm around her shoulders. "Come on, Xiaorong, don't fall behind," he urged. "What is so fascinating about this? Once I can earn money, I will definitely build you a dazzling golden palace, even more magnificent than this. You can roll around in it." "Oh," Qirong replied, still unwilling to part with the enchanting sight. Bei Bei, on the other hand, seemed accustomed to the grandeur around them, not as captivated as Qirong. Although a few steps apart, she kept a watchful eye on Qirong, her gaze lowered in contemplation. It seems that Rong Rong truly adores this golden splendor. Bei Bei affirmed her suspicions once more. Leading the way, Wang Yin was oblivious to the musings of the younger ones trailing behind. He had reached the end of the corridor, having traversed a considerable distance, illustrating the vastness of this underground space, which was indeed astonishing. At the corridor's end, 2 young maidens clad in golden gowns approached, offering a slight bow before engaging in brief conversation with the attendant who had guided them. One of the maidens then turned towards the wall, raising her right hand to press against it. Suddenly, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The wall shimmered with wave-like light patterns, which gradually stabilized into layers of brilliance. As the maiden placed her palm upon it, a horizontal light swept across, and with a hum, the wall slowly parted to reveal a passageway. Qirong, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. "What is this? Palm print recognition? How advanced?" In stark contrast to the exterior's opulence, this passageway was a pristine white. It was not the cold white of sterility, but rather a soft, warm hue, exuding a unique texture. The ground, ceiling, and walls were all adorned with a translucent white jade, beneath which faint patterns could be discerned. Although the intricate designs remained obscured, they clearly surpassed the exterior in magnificence. "It appears even more luxurious here," Su Sancher commented. "But I still prefer the grandeur outside," Qirong declared, her tastes unwavering, favoring the resplendent. Soft white light emanated from all directions, with faint blue halos tracing the lines along the ceiling. The attendant leading them softly explained, "This is our premier auction hall, reserved for our most distinguished guests. Today's offerings consist primarily of rare treasures and high-grade soul tools, which you may anticipate with excitement." The attendant guided them into a private room, approximately 200 square meters in size, extravagantly adorned with precious woods, jade, and an array of decorations that clearly bore a hefty price tag. At this moment, Qirong felt less exhilarated, choosing to find a place to sit, still yearning for the previous golden splendor. The expansive sofa, crafted from an unknown beast's hide, was enveloped in soft white fur that provided a sensation of sinking comfort, yet offered excellent support. Qirong found it fascinating, unable to resist bouncing on it a few times. "So enjoyable, how playful. Esteemed guests, I will now outline the rules for this auction," the attendant announced, stepping before a sleek wall. Gently pressing it, a soft glow illuminated the entire surface, intensifying until the wall transformed into a massive screen. Upon witnessing this, Hu Hao turned to He Kaitu in astonishment, who could not help but inquire, "Is this a soul tool?" The attendant nodded and remarked, This is a light guiding screen specially customized for our auction house by the Empire of Sun and Moon, capable of transmitting images through a unique method. Its core formation is not powered by spiritual energy, but derives from a specific mineral found within the Empire of Sun and Moon. Qirong, still unaware of the significance of this statement, merely admired the impressive clarity, noting that it resembled the physical object quite closely. However, Kai Tu, being the most knowledgeable soul master regarding soul-guiding devices present, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. No need for spiritual energy to operate? The attendant confirmed, indeed, but it can only power small soul-guiding devices. Medium-sized defensive or combat-oriented devices are considerably challenging to operate. This merely scratched the surface of the technology transmitted from the Empire of Sun and Moon, prompting Kai Tu to furrow his brow instinctively. Just how advanced was their current soul-guiding device technology? To safeguard the privacy of the esteemed guests participating in the elite auction, each guest is provided with a private room, much like the one occupied by the esteemed company. Bidding and viewing of the items will occur within this room, and I am here to elucidate the details of the auctioned items for your esteemed selves. As there remains some time before the auction officially commences, I invite all esteemed guests to take a moment to relax. Should you require anything, please summon me. As he spoke, another attendant entered to inquire about their desired beverages, showcasing the attentive service provided. What options do you have? Qirong inquired with curiosity. Generally, we offer anything the esteemed soul masters desire, the attendant replied with a smile. Whether it be beverages or alcoholic drinks. Seated beside Qirong were Bei Bei and Wang Dong, both of whom requested merely a glass of water. Qirong mused that their choices lacked reference value and turned to the nearby Xiao Xiao, who was relatively more relatable to him. Xiao Xiao, what will you drink? I chose the drowsy sun forest. Xiao Xiao enthused, it's delightful. I had it a few days ago in Luo City. It seems to be a specialty of the Luo Empire. I've never heard of it elsewhere. Drowsy sun forest? I haven't heard of it, Qirong admitted, but I can try it. So please bring me a glass as well. The attendant nodded, appearing as if he had something to say, but ultimately remained silent, simply affirming, very well, esteemed soul masters, please hold on for a moment. The drowsy sun forest, true to its name, presented a vibrant green hue, with a beautiful gradient transitioning from green to orange-red at the top. It contained several ice cubes, amidst which swirled an unknown vortex. It looks so beautiful, Qirong remarked, hesitating to drink it. Bei Bei, glancing at Qirong's expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had never heard of this beverage, he was confident that a specialty from the Luo Empire would not disappoint. At that moment, the entire room was suddenly suffused with a layer of golden light. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the soul-guiding screen opposite the sofa. A gentle, non-dazzling golden glow emanated from the screen, capturing everyone's attention, while soft golden light radiated from every corner of the room. Qirong blinked, feeling that the room appeared much more pleasing now. It wasn't that it had looked unattractive before. It simply felt more comfortable now. Indeed, the exquisite golden hues delighted the eye. Bei Bei softly explained. It seems the auction is about to begin. Chapter 090. The auction 2. The golden light on the soul-guiding screen gradually receded, and a melodious voice echoed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the premier auction at the Starlight Auction House. Today, we shall present a total of 10 exquisite items, displayed in order of their value from lowest to highest. We hope you find them to your liking." Qirong tilted his head. Only 10 items? So few? I expected there would be 100 or so. Bye-bye. Seemingly catching on to Qirong's subtle complaint, chuckled softly. At a premier auction, quality is prioritized over quantity. If you wish to experience the auction atmosphere further, I can accompany you to a more ordinary event next time. Qirong nodded solemnly. That seems to be the only option. Esteemed guests, I'm the auctioneer Jiu, and it is my honor to preside over this elite auction. Your time is valuable, so we shall commence our auction now. Please allow me to present the first item for your appraisal. On the soul-guiding screen appeared a young girl with a delicate visage, and what was more remarkable was her exceptional aura, evoking a feeling that Qirong found hard to articulate, somewhat familiar, yet slightly aloof. Perhaps due to the distance created by the soul-guiding screen, Qirong's impression was not very vivid. He scrutinized the auctioneer, Jiu, several times. Is she performing the royal etiquette of the Luo Empire? Dai Yaoheng expressed surprise. The attendant standing nearby, upon hearing this, quickly clarified, "Esteemed guest, you possess keen insight. Auctioneer Jiu is our premier auctioneer at the Starlight Auction House, and the only gold-ranked auctioneer. Moreover, She is the younger sister of His Majesty the Emperor of our empire. Bei Bei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Indeed, the invitation from the Starlight Auction House could be interpreted as a gesture from the royal family of Xingluo. The Bahu Refining Soul Blade, an 8th grade close combat soul guiding device. Its material is exceedingly rare, including a right arm bone source from the legendary 10,000-year Bahu Soul Beast, solidifying its soul bone skill, the Blade Slash. Additionally, it amplifies the attack power of similar soul skills by 50%. The lengthy introduction made Qirong's left ear hear it and the right ear let it slip away, akin to attending a lecture. Ultimately, the Bahu Refining Soul Blade originated from the Mingda Hall of the Empire of Sun and Moon. I believe the mere mention of Mingda Hall suffices to indicate its quality. A soul sage of the 7th ring can wield this blade, enabling them to challenge a soul Douluo with potential success. The viewing period lasts 5 minutes. Qirong gazed at the Bahu Refining Soul Blade, which towered over her, and shook her head internally. It certainly exuded an imposing presence, yet its appearance left much to be desired. Qirong admitted it was not to her taste. However, it must be said that the blade complemented Dai Yao Hung quite well, and he indeed appeared intrigued. After about a bidding, the blade was ultimately acquired for 1.65 million gold soul coins. That price is rather steep, Qirong mused, though she found acceptable. After all, since her arrival in the human world, she had received numerous items from the ice and fire duality, many of which had long been converted into gold soul coins by the members of the Haotian sect. In total, there were several million scattered about. Thus, despite her usual reluctance to spend lavishly, Qirong was undeniably a wealthy individual. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, upon hearing the final transaction price of the Bahu Refining Soul Blade, a scoff echoed within. 1.65 million? For this defective item? The speaker toyed with a piece of rare metal in his hand. I never anticipated that this mere 8th grade flawed product would grace the premier auction of the Starlight Auction House. The voice belonged to the notorious Xiao Hongchun. Indeed, it was not incorrect, for the Bahu Refining Soul Blade was produced by Mingda Hall, and due to the confidentiality surrounding some of Mingda Hall's core technologies, the soul guiding devices that were revealed were essentially flawed products from their production process, items that were lackluster yet too valuable to discard. However, some were crafted by soul masters who found themselves in dire financial straits, secretly sold to raise funds. Naturally, these financially strapped soul masters would not be significant figures within Mingda Hall. At the very least, Xiao Hongchun claimed to have never heard of any creator for the Bahu Refining Soul Blade. If the Starry Auction House is filled with such trifles, it would be better for me to return to my studies sooner, for perhaps I could fabricate such an impressive level 8 soul guidance device within a few days. The words spoken by Xiao Hongchun may not be particularly pleasing, yet they encapsulate the confidence of a soul master and the pride of being the grandson of the esteemed hall master of the Mingda Hall. He is assured in his ability to create devices akin to the level 8 soul guidance device being auctioned today. No, perhaps even a level 9 device. It is merely a matter of time. The attendant standing behind the group from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy lowered his gaze, gaining a renewed understanding of the soul guidance technology from the Sun Moon Empire. He reflected upon the auction catalog, noting that many items seemed to have originated from the Sun Moon Empire. To showcase such wares before their very eyes would be rather awkward, wouldn't it? Of course, this is not a dilemma for an ordinary attendant to ponder. Esteemed guests, please remain patient. I assure you that the upcoming items will be well worth your visit, the attendant expressed, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. The second item for auction turned out to be another soul guidance device, specifically a set of fixed soul guidance artillery shells, a collection of 12 shells from the same series. Naturally, they hailed from the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire. Xiao Hongchun could hardly suppress a laugh upon hearing the announcement. Difficult to collect, you say? How amusing. He scoffed, his derision growing louder. Was it not the case that the Mingda Hall struggled to keep a complete set for themselves? He mused, what then of the pile in their own research laboratory? Indeed, for the average disciples of the Mingda Hall, such items might seem rare. However, for the core members, they were far from being a rarity. Merely frogs at the bottom of a well. With a huff, Xiao Hongchun dismissed the audacity of those who dared to speak on behalf of the Mingda Hall regarding something whose provenance was uncertain. He wondered where the Starry Auction House derived its confidence. Beside him, Meng Hongchun remained silent, yet the faint smile upon her lips indicated her agreement with her brother's sentiments. On the opposite end of the room, Marulong also let out a huff, not to counter Xiao Hongchun, but to mock the Starry Auction House. For the first time, he found Xiao Hongchun's sharp tongue, laced with venom, surprisingly agreeable. Perhaps it was because the target of his acerbity was not Ma Rulong himself this time. Shifting his posture, he secretly wished for Xiao Hongquan to speak further, for his words were indeed compelling, laying bare his true thoughts. Meanwhile, the attendant of the starry auction house found himself increasingly anxious. "Help, can I go home?" He trembled. The answer, evidently, was no. No matter how arduous the task, he must persevere. The third item for auction finally broke the trend of offerings from the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire. It was instead a soul bone, a fire attribute left arm bone, its attached soul skill unspecified but suggested to be related to explosive flames. Xiao Hongquan stroked his chin, intrigued. This could be interesting, though still lacking in some regards. However, when it came to soul bones, one could never have too many. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy displayed a keen interest in the soul bones, their wealth allowing for a generous bidding spirit. Several individuals engaged in the auction, though it was not the Academy's coffers at play, but their own personal finances. A few more soul bones were presented, yet Xiao Hongquan refrained from further comment, as nothing particularly resonated with him, and thus he did not bid again. Similarly, Shrek Academy mirrored this sentiment, aside from acquiring the first 2 soul guidance devices. They abstained from further participation. However, this equilibrium was soon disrupted. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. The next 3 items will be the highlights of today's auction, and I am confident you will find them of great interest. Some treasures are exceedingly rare, perhaps even unparalleled on the continent. At this announcement, Xiao Hongquan, previously disinterested, lifted his eyes, not from anticipation, but rather to discern what could merit such grandiloquent description. The first item was yet another soul bone, but this one was said to be exceptionally unique, rivaling the rarity of a 100,000-year soul bone. It did not originate from any nation upon our continent, but rather from the forbidden realm of humanity, the extreme north, even the core of that frigid domain. This soul bone was from a formidable soul beast known as the Ice Blue Scorpion, reigning supreme in the desolate harshness of the far north. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongquan finally raised his head, sitting upright. He did not glance at Meng Hongquan beside him, but simply asked, "Do you desire it?" Upon hearing the name Ice Blue Scorpion, Meng Hongquan's pupils constricted, her focus shifting away from the auctioneer's subsequent restrictions, which seemed trivial in her mind. Her martial spirit, the Zhuqing Ice Toad, bore a dual nature of ice and poison, making it, in a certain sense, a fitting match. Yet, the uniqueness of the Zhuqing Ice Toad meant that it was not solely ice. Its fiery eyes possessed a fire attribute, and its venom was derived from the delicate balance of ice and fire. Hence, while it seemed suitable, it also necessitated a careful equilibrium to prevent self-harm from the toxicity. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Meng Hongquan was clear-headed, recognizing that although the strength and attributes were compelling, the potential risks loomed large. Unspoken, Xiao Hongquan grasped her hesitation. It was clear that his sister feared the overpowering ice attribute might disrupt her own balance. Xiao Hongquan felt a wave of frustration at this thought. After all, the potent poison inherited from her martial spirit indeed posed a threat to her well-being. I have assured you that I would find a solution. He had never abandoned his quest to control the toxicity of the Zhuqing Ice Toad. Yet, from the perspective of soul guidance devices, there remained an abundance of research yet to be done. Their current progress was merely a drop in the ocean. Tell me, do you desire this Ice Blue Scorpion's soul bone? Xiao Hongquan's tone carried an edge of exasperation, as though seeking release. Yes or no? Meng Hongquan blinked, sensing her brother's thoughts, and could only candidly express her true feelings. As an ice attribute soul master in need of a left arm bone, naturally, she desired it. Very well. Xiao Hongquan's gaze fixated on the image of the Ice Blue Scorpion's soul bone displayed on the screen, his eyes glimmering with resolve. He was determined to fulfill his sister's wish. On the other side, Shrek Academy was equally stirred. Upon hearing the name Ice Blue Scorpion, Yurong immediately turned her attention to Hui Yuhao. Not only Yurong, but those who were aware of Hui Yuhao's second martial spirit also cast their gazes upon him. What a coincidence! Based on the auctioneer's description, this soul bone is not only suitable for Hui Yuhao, but also aligns perfectly with Ling Luocheng. Yurong mused, her eyes fixed on Hui Yuhao, while simultaneously yearning to glimpse the expression of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's wise soul ring, wondering how it felt to witness one of their kind being auctioned off. The sensation was rather unsettling, evoking a peculiar sense of sympathy for a fellow creature. However, the expression on Hui Yuhao's face was rather peculiar, as if the Ice Emperor Scorpion residing in his spiritual sea had conveyed something to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, He turned his gaze towards Wang Yin and Ling Luochan. There was something amiss with this soul bone. Yu Rong raised an eyebrow, not questioning Hua Yuhao's knowledge on the matter, for not everyone possessed the ability to engage in a game of cards within their spiritual sea, as he did. Logically speaking, even if one's martial soul were the Ice Emperor Scorpion, it seemed rather far-fetched, did it not? Did one truly believe that every martial soul was endowed with ancestral memories? Yet, Hua Yuhao was indeed an exception. Yu Rong concluded that this was merely an opportunity for enlightenment. The soul bone of the Ice Emperor Scorpion could only be absorbed by one who possessed the utmost prowess of ice, which was a stringent requirement. However, to her surprise, after Hua Yuhao informed the auction house manager about it, the soul bone still proceeded to auction normally. The price was astonishingly high. How much? 30 million gold soul coins? Yu Rong blinked. This was undoubtedly the highest bid thus far in the auction. Furthermore, prior to this, the anonymous bidders had raised their offers without hesitation, leaving her puzzled as to why the price abruptly halted at 30 million. What could possibly be the reason? Xiao Hongshan's eyes narrowed, the dissatisfaction in his gaze growing increasingly apparent. Is this the protocol of your Starlight Auction House? Esteemed guest, please remain calm. The auction house manager had arrived at the lounge of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy as soon as the bidding reached 20 million. Due to some errors on our part, this item will ultimately need to be reclaimed by the auction house without a ceiling on the price, and it will not be released to the public. We kindly ask for your understanding, esteemed guest from the Sun Moon Empire. In truth, had it not been for witnessing the unwavering bids from the private room representing the Sun Moon Empire, the manager would not have intervened at this moment. Typically, as long as a price significantly higher than that of the soul bone was offered, other interested parties would naturally withdraw from the competition. Yet, what lay before them represented not only the economic might of the Sun Moon Empire, but of the entire Douluo continent as well, the Mingda Hall. The manager feared that if the final price were to exceed all expectations, the hidden machinations would become widely known, and thus the Starlight Auction House would lose face. Hence, this was the primary reason for the manager's appearance to discuss matters with Xiao Hongchen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongchen found it amusing. No ceiling? I did not anticipate that the Starlight Auction House possessed such capabilities. No ceiling indeed, how eloquently phrased. If the auction house were to reclaim it, it would simply be a matter of transferring funds from one pocket to another, resulting in no loss whatsoever for him. Then why auction this soul bone at all? Xiao Hongchen regarded the manager with a sardonic gaze. Was this merely a jest? The manager dared not retort, aware that they were in the wrong. This is due to our misjudgment regarding the absorption conditions of the Ice Emperor Scorpion soul bone. It is not appropriate to elaborate further, but the conditions are so stringent that it is likely no one on the continent would qualify. Oh, Xiao Hongchen's curiosity was piqued. Esteemed guests, please forgive us. We assure you that our subsequent auction items will not disappoint. The manager bent slightly, continuing, if you're willing to forego your pursuit of the Ice Emperor Scorpion soul bone, we will reduce the service fee by 5% for any necessary collateral in the next 2 auctions. Oh, are you so confident that I will place a bid? Xiao Hongchen's curiosity was further aroused, particularly with the stipulation of collateral. The Starlight Auction House was indeed confident. The manager bowed once more. Intriguing. Xiao Hongchen reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, his toes pointed upwards and gently swaying in the air. Very well, I accept. He nodded. Although Xiao Hongchen was wealthy, he was certainly not foolish. Rather, he was quite astute, fully aware of which choices would be more advantageous for himself. Now, he found himself even more intrigued by the final 2 auction items. A mysterious gleam flickered in his heterochromatic eyes, shrouded in inscrutability. A mischievous smirk graced his lips, exuding an inexplicable air of audacity. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 091. The Auction 3. Thank you for your patience. We are now ready to proceed with the auction of our penultimate item. The auctioneer once again appeared at the center of the Soul Guide screen, a beaming smile adorning his face. This penultimate item holds significant ties to our Star Luo Empire. A millennium ago, the evil-eye white tiger Dai Mubai, an ancestor from the Star Luo Empire, was among the Shrek's 7 monsters who ascended to godhood, having consumed this celestial item. Yu Rong raised her eyebrows, recognizing the value of such an item, one that had previously been consumed by those who attained divinity. Regardless of its efficacy, the symbolism alone was exceptional. It seemed to beckon, promising, come forth, partake of this item, and you too may ascend to godhood. Although there may be no direct correlation between the two, there remains some semblance of connection. It was uncertain whether this connection or the psychological comfort it provided held greater significance. Yet Qirong mused, if this item were to be auctioned after the Ice Emperor Scorpion Soul Bone, it must surely possess commendable worth. As the auctioneer spoke, the soul guide screen displayed a beautiful flower pot. The pot, crafted from transparent crystal, revealed soil that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, clearly not an ordinary substance, exuding faint waves of soul power. But Qirong blinked. Why a flower pot? As her gaze continued upward, it fell upon a golden-hued plant, its petals shimmering with gold and tinged with purple, resembling a chrysanthemum stretching and breathing. A chrysanthemum? This plant was none other than the legendary celestial chrysanthemum, known for its remarkable properties, documented a millennium prior. The auctioneer smiled gently, gesturing towards the celestial chrysanthemum without touching its petals. The celestial chrysanthemum? Qirong sprang to her feet, visibly excited, rushing to the soul guide screen for a closer inspection, scarcely believing her eyes. How could it possibly be the celestial chrysanthemum? If the Ice Emperor Scorpion Soul Bone had drawn everyone's attention toward Huiyuhao, now the entire room's gaze was fixated on Qirong. After all, everyone was aware that her martial soul was the celestial item, the celestial chrysanthemum. Rong, Bei rushed forward to grasp Qirong's arm, attempting to calm her down. You should take a moment. It should be the same as your martial soul, right? How could there possibly be another celestial chrysanthemum apart from my own? Qirong's words were cut short. Xiaorong, do you need this celestial chrysanthemum? Huiyuhao seemed to anticipate her thoughts, immediately standing up and seizing her wrist, as if trying to bring her back to her senses. This plant-type soul beast, the celestial chrysanthemum, appears to be highly compatible with your martial soul. Huiyuhao emphasized the terms soul beast and martial soul, as if to remind Qirong. After all, in the current context, only Huiyuhao was aware that Qirong was a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, although his knowledge of this was fraught with complications. Yet neither Bei, who spent every day with Qirong, nor Wang Dong, who had grown up alongside her, were privy to this information. Qirong gradually regained her composure from the momentary days of excitement, having naturally discerned the subtle reminder within Huiyuhao's words. Let me take another look, she murmured, blinking as she clutched her garment tightly. This singular specimen of the rare Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum exhibited a delicate shade of purple, with only a hint of color at the center, yet the entire flower radiated a sense of unity. The central stigma rose slightly above the petals, shimmering with a faint golden glow. How could this possibly be the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum? It is well known that within the entirety of the ice and fire Yin-Yang eyes, there exists only one of its kind. Where did this one emerge from? Furthermore, the growth cycle of plant-type soul beasts is notoriously lengthy. Although this specimen evidently lacks the cultivation level of her own 100,000-year breakthrough, it must have reached the threshold of 10,000 years, indicating the potential for further growth should it develop sentience. On the other side, Bei observed the overly excited Qirong, glancing at the seemingly unusual Huiyuhao, taking in every detail of their interaction. With his eyes lowered in contemplation, Bei appeared deep in thought. This Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum was discovered 5,000 years ago by the guardian spirit master of the Star Luo Empire in the Douluo forest and subsequently nurtured back in the empire. Currently, this specimen has surpassed the 10,000-year cultivation level, yet it has not developed sentience, thus losing the possibility for further growth. Douluo forest? Qirong murmured in disbelief. Could the environment of the Star Douluo forest truly foster the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum? I believe everyone here is somewhat familiar with this celestial product. Yet I would like to reintroduce it to our esteemed guests. This Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum is itself a 10,000-year soul beast, and, if desired, one could obtain a 10,000-year soul ring from it. However, the utility of this Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum extends beyond mere classification as a plant-type 10,000-year soul beast. To regard it solely in such simplistic terms would be a gross misappropriation of its value. Hence, it would hardly merit a place here. The auctioneer chuckled lightly before revealing the answer. As a celestial product, if this 10,000-year Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum were to be refined directly, one would gain an indestructible body. Concurrently, due to its inherent attachment to a 10,000-year soul ring, there exists a significant probability that this soul ring could be directly affixed to the soul ring of the refiner. What? Now, it was Wang Yan's turn to be astonished. An upgrade of the soul ring's age? Indeed. Although the auctioneer was merely a projection, he seemed to anticipate the astonishment emanating from the various private booths, precisely regarding the upgrade of the soul ring. This notion is a consensus across the Douluo continent, regardless of how formidable a soul master may be. The age of the first soul ring absorbed rarely exceeds 1,000 years. However, if one were to consciously guide the refining of this Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, it is highly probable that one could attain a 10,000-year black first soul ring. Wang Yin eagerly proclaimed the answer, his excitement palpable. Moreover, on the foundation of this 10,000-year soul ring, an additional soul skill would be granted. Although the effects of this soul skill would vary according to the soul master's martial spirit, research indicates that it will most likely be related to enhancement, thereby augmenting the efficacy of one's own soul skills. The auctioneer's explanation undoubtedly ignited a fervor akin to droplets of water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, causing many lounges to erupt into a frenzy. A 10,000-year first soul ring? Xiao Hongchun stroked his chin, finding it rather intriguing. It is important to note that the levels of soul rings already absorbed by soul masters generally do not fluctuate. Although the legendary figures who ascended to godhood on the Douluo continent millennia ago were said to have high-level soul rings, only that particular generation has persisted over the ages. For the inhabitants of the Sun and Moon continent, who have never witnessed that historical era, Xiao Hongshun has always harbored doubts regarding the veracity of such legends. It is well known that the soul skills associated with a soul master's first soul ring typically form the foundation of their martial spirit. While they may not possess the greatest power, they're undoubtedly the most familiar to the soul master. If one could enhance the power of their first soul skill, and potentially transform the first soul ring into a 10,000-year ring, Xiao Hongshun squinted his eyes, recognizing the lethal allure it posed for any soul master. At times, the temptation of a 10,000-year first soul ring can rival that of a 100,000-year ninth soul ring, rendering it difficult to ascertain which is more enticing. Furthermore, there is the added value of an indestructible body. Although Xiao Hongshun does not believe that such an indestructible body is absolute, it nonetheless presents a significant temptation for him. A metal-attributed soul master with a three-legged golden-toed martial spirit, and indeed for all-powerful assault-type soul masters. Xiao Hongshun gazed intently at the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him, as if he had encountered it before. Unbidden, a pair of silver-purple eyes and a golden, fluffy head surfaced in his mind. It seems, he murmured to himself, what was the martial spirit of little Qirong again? Wasn't it also a chrysanthemum? Brother, Meng Hongshun called out to Xiao Hongshun, instinctively feeling that this item was perfectly suited for her elder brother and wished to procure it. Of course, Xiao Hongshun replied with a sidelong glance at his sister. Such a splendid opportunity to enhance one's power. It seems rather fated. How could I possibly let it slip away? Next came a 10-minute viewing period. This auction house permits exchanges through collateral, and we will evaluate the items fairly. However, a 20% service fee will be charged for converting collateral into cash. If anyone is interested in this celestial product, the bidding will commence shortly. In the Shrek Lounge, Qirong had calmed down somewhat, returning to her seat on the sofa. Although they shared the same lineage, this Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum originated from the Stardow forest and had not developed its own consciousness, rendering Qirong emotionally detached. She felt a slight unease, for the coincidence felt too uncanny, prompting her to question whether her identity as a soul beast had been exposed or if it was merely a test. After all, she was merely a three-ring soul master. Should her identity be revealed, she would be unable to protect herself and could easily become someone else's soul ring or soul bone. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. Hui Yuhao, perceiving Yu Rong's expression, couldn't help but feel concerned. Little Rong. The auctioneer continued, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Wang Yin mused, is perfectly aligned with your martial spirit, Little Rong. Should we pursue it? If necessary, the Academy can assist you. Wang Yin understood that, generally speaking, the Academy does not support substantial financial expenditures. However, the profound compatibility of this celestial product with Qirong was undeniable, and despite her status as a reserve team member, her contributions to Shrek were irrefutable. After all, she and Bei Bei had rescued numerous core team members from the clutches of malevolent soul masters. Out of both sentiment and reason, Wang Yan would strive to support Qirong. Upon hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, Qirong immediately shook her head, as if attempting to evade some great calamity. No need. Absolutely not. Really, it's unnecessary. After all, she considered herself a high-tier version already. Regarding the allure of a 10,000-year first soul ring, to be honest, Qirong was not particularly swayed. Her own soul ring had been cultivated through rigorous effort, and, fundamentally, there is little difference in nature. In that case, I shall make a move. Dai Yaoheng nodded at Qirong. This Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum also aligns well with my own attributes. If possible, I would like to vie for it as well. Of course, Wang Yin. This is my personal investment. Dai Yaoheng acknowledged Wang Yin with a nod. Although he felt a flutter in his heart, Dai Yaoheng was acutely aware that the celestial item capable of altering the color of a soul ring was beyond the reach of his own strength. Nevertheless, he still yearned to make an attempt. As for the others from Shrek Academy, although some were equally captivated, they understood that participating in an auction of such magnitude was beyond their individual capabilities. Thus, despite their intrigue, they did not lament the prospect of missing out. Wang Yin, though somewhat perplexed by Qirong's decisive refusal, chose to honor his student's wishes. Very well, he nodded. The bidding commenced swiftly, and the price of the wondrous mushroom, the celestial golden chrysanthemum, escalated at an even faster pace than the previously high-priced ice blue scorpion soulbone. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The price soon surpassed that of the ice blue scorpion soulbone. Qirong found herself nearly bewildered by the soaring figures. Did each price truly reach such heights? Dai Yaoheng had relinquished his bid long before the million mark, realizing the futility of competing. The allure of the item was undeniable. Bye-bye affectionately hofflet Qirong's hair. Noting that even 100,000-year soul beast would not entice a title Douluo of the ninth ring. Yet this celestial item could be beneficial to anyone, regardless of cultivation level. To be candid, Bei felt a twinge of desire himself, but he understood that such a final price was simply beyond his current means. Qirong nodded, astonished by her own worth. Ultimately, the auction concluded at 41 million, with the winning bid placed by Xiao Hongshan. Xiao Hongshan stood before the soul guide screen, arms crossed, considering 41 million a satisfactory price. For him, money was merely a figure, as he was the heir of the Mingda Hall and lacked for nothing. Moreover, he had confidence that as a soul master, he would one day unlock even greater value. At that future juncture, money would merely be a number to him. Chapter 092, The Auction. The final item for auction was a consumable, or rather, a singular potion. Esteemed guests, please take a look. The auctioneer Jiu presented the last item. It resembled a bird cage, exquisitely adorned with various gemstones, and within it, a mass of pure white mist pulsated gently, as if it possessed its own breath. This ethereal mist, though cohesive, occasionally surged as if attempting to escape, while the golden cage emitted a faint golden barrier, preventing its escape. Qirong leapt from her seat at the sight of the cage, remaining rooted in place, transfixed. She stared in disbelief, questioning whether she was ensnared in a dream. Rong. Bei had never witnessed such a display of discomposure from Qirong. Even the earlier celestial golden chrysanthemum had not rendered her so awestruck. The transformed Qirong emitted a few muffled sounds, her lips quivering, unheard by anyone but herself. The auctioneer continued his exposition, having yet to reveal the crux of the matter. Esteemed guests, I am sure you are all curious about this remarkable item. When I first encountered it, I too was uncertain of its nature. However, after countless studies, we have ascertained its specific form. Although it may seem a touch irreverent for an auctioneer to express such sentiments, I can find no other means to convey its rarity and value. As you are all aware, in the realm of soul beasts, when a soul beast cultivation reaches 100,000 years, should it choose to continue its training, akin to human soul masters, it must surpass critical thresholds of 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 years. And only by breaking through these barriers can it continue to advance. However, not all soul beasts opt for this irreversible path. They have another choice, to reincarnate as humans. By choosing this route, they must revert to their most primal state, beginning life anew from the fetal form and gradually cultivating their strength. If they can attain the seventh ring, they can truly become human. Such soul beasts, having undergone this reincarnation, are capable of ascending to the level of a super Douluo. At this revelation, Qirong felt a chill traverse her spine, her fingers trembling slightly. Indeed, was this not the very essence of a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing transformation into a human? Furthermore, her gaze remained fixated on the pure white mist within the golden cage, her expression a tumult of disbelief and indignation. Yet, the number of soul beasts choosing this path was far less than those opting for the former. Why? Because, upon reincarnation, they relinquished all previous cultivation. Aside from retaining their soul skills, which do not necessitate hunting other soul beasts for sustenance, their physical frailty bears no distinction from that of humanity. Both powerful soul masters among soul beasts and humans alike can sense the inherent differences between them and true humans. This reincarnated 100,000-year soul beast becomes the most vulnerable prey for human soul masters. Through years of experience, it has been observed that those 100,000-year soul beasts that venture into human society are often discovered and devoured along the way. Qirong inhaled deeply. The auctioneer's lengthy discourse allowed her to regain some semblance of awareness regarding her surroundings. At that moment, a pair of warm hands enveloped her somewhat cold right hand, offering a soothing comfort as a familiar soul power coursed through her, rekindling the circulation within her own essence. It was Bei Bei. He remained silent, merely clasping her hand tightly. His blue-violet eyes gazed into hers, akin to the gentle warmth of the rising sun, illuminating her heart. Qirong could not fathom why a semblance of reassurance began to blossom within her. Just then, her other hand was also grasped, this time by Huiyu Hao. Seated at her other side, he too said nothing, simply holding her hand and gently pulling her down, signaling her to sit. Yet, the slight tremor in his hand revealed that he too had grasped the nature of the item. It appeared the resident of his spiritual sea had imparted this knowledge to him. Qirong complied, taking a deep breath. The entire assembly observed her peculiar behavior with keen interest, yet not a single soul uttered a word. At such a moment, her agitated demeanor, coupled with her pallor, rendered any inquiry superfluous. It was a secret unspoken among them all, a tacit understanding within Shrek Academy. Everyone continued to listen intently to the auctioneer's explanations, as if they had never witnessed Qirong's unusual conduct. Indeed, what you see before you is the manifestation of a 100,000-year soul beast that, upon reaching its bottleneck, chose to reincarnate as a human. During its transformation, it was captured by a powerful entity and subsequently imprisoned within a Level 9 soul guide device, the Divine Platform. This mass of mist, in a sense, can be regarded as the embryonic form of a soul beast reincarnating as a human, a true 100,000-year soul beast embryo. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, with expressions of sheer astonishment etched on the faces of all present, including Wang Yan. Save for two individuals, Qirong and Huiyu Hao. They were already cognizant of the unfolding events, having mentally prepared themselves for this moment. Qirong felt a chill sweep through her hands, and at that instant, the fragrant Qiluan Ningzhu around her neck began to emanate warmth once more. This was also the reason why, despite being regarded as exceptional after entering Shrek Academy, she refrained from being overly ambitious or conspicuous. It elucidated her reluctance to join the Tang sect alongside her companions. Had it not been for her transformation occurring at the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, during her weakest phase within the Haotian sect, coupled with the concealing aura of the fragrant Qiluan Ningzhu, she might very well have become one of the auction items herself. Although she remained oblivious to the identity of the 100,000-year soul beast trapped within the golden cage, it did not diminish the sorrow she felt. This was unlike the previous inexplicable grief she experienced with the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Her current sorrow was authentic empathy, a true reflection of the fox mourning the death of the hare. According to the research conducted by the powerful entity from the Sun-Moon Empire who provided us with this embryo, a 100,000-year soul beast embryo in such a state would inevitably yield a 100,000-year soul ring and a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. However, while being confined in this state, its memories would also be sealed, presenting a possibility of direct absorption. Though the likelihood of successful absorption was slim, if it were to succeed, the absorber could very well gain a martial soul, thereby inheriting the entirety of the soul beast's power. In essence, this would mean acquiring a second martial soul with the first soul ring being from a 100,000-year beast. Qirong could not help but twitch her lips in a sardonic smile, as if mocking the notion. Did they truly believe that the will of a 100,000-year soul beast was merely ornamental? Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact like tile. Naturally, at that moment, Qirong could not voice her dissent. The auctioneer's introduction had evidently not reached its conclusion. She smiled and continued, "Esteemed guests, there is no need for undue concern. Should the fusion fail, the soul beast will undoubtedly perish, and the soul ring and soul bone will manifest. I must remind all esteemed guests that those wishing to attempt this fusion must possess the strength of an 8-ring soul Douluo. Otherwise, if the fusion fails and the soul beast embryo dies, the resulting soul ring and soul bone will be of the 100,000-year caliber, and if your physical strength is inadequate, absorption will be impossible. An 8-ring soul Douluo is deemed the most suitable. Regardless of the outcome of the fusion, there will be no repercussions." At this juncture, Yu Rong's impression of the Starlight Auction House plummeted to an all-time low. The shrewd exploitation of circumstances posed no ethical dilemmas from a human perspective. It did not mitigate her ire. We shall grant our esteemed guests a 30-minute intermission to ponder and appreciate. After 30 minutes, our final, grand auction will commence. This auction house permits the exchange of assets for cash, evaluating pledges in the most equitable manner. However, a 20% handling fee will be incurred for cash conversions. Seize this opportunity. Do not let it slip away. This 100,000-year soul beast embryo is unparalleled and will undoubtedly forge a superlative powerhouse. Do not miss your chance. Following the auctioneer's conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the room. It was undeniable that the majority of Shrek's attendees were captivated. It was no surprise. Who would remain indifferent to the prospect of acquiring a 100,000-year soul beast and soul bone? However, being enchanted was one thing. Taking action was a different matter altogether. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao stepped into her role as captain. She clapped her hands a few times, drawing everyone's attention towards her. All right. Not everything exceptional should belong to us at Shrek. While this is indeed remarkable, the price is exorbitantly steep. In my opinion, is grossly overpriced. With such funds, it would be wiser for our academy to enlist a few formidable elders to capture a 100,000-year soul beast instead. Ma Xiaodao scolded slightly. Moreover, this portrayal is merely the auction house's perspective. The specifics remain unclear. Absorbing a soul ring necessitates selecting an appropriate soul beast. And presenting this 100,000-year soul beast embryo for auction without clarifying its identity is reckless, given the potential for a tribute conflict. It must be acknowledged that Ma Xiaodao's reasoning held considerable merit. At that moment, Wang Yin also regained his composure. Indeed, attributes are one aspect. A 100,000-year soul beast can be likened to a titanic force. Even in its embryonic state, it would not submit easily. There is a significant risk that it will retaliate with all its might upon absorption, which poses a substantial threat. Wang Yin pondered. Although this realm is uncharted territory for me, this is indisputable. The Starlight Auction House's statements cannot be deemed erroneous. They merely emphasize the benefits while deliberately sidestepping the drawbacks. However, it is undeniable that merchants prioritize profit. In the end, Shrek refrained from placing a bid on the 100,000-year soul beast embryo. On one hand, it was due to reluctance, and on the other, a lack of sufficient funds. After all, it was common knowledge that, despite the immense risks associated with the 100,000-year soul beast embryo, few would remain unaffected. The pursuit of becoming a soul master inherently involves a journey fraught with peril and wealth. This, too, cannot be denied. The crux of the matter remained the absence of funds. If only I had the money, I would certainly bid on it, Yu Rong lamented. Her expression tinged with dissatisfaction as she gazed longingly at the golden cage. If she could acquire it, she would release the 100,000-year soul beast, enabling it to undergo rebirth. How splendid that would be. However, Rong, even if we win the bid, the outcome might very well see us unable to exit the Starlight Auction House. Beibei's gentle tone revealed a fact that Yu Rong had somewhat overlooked. Winning the bid for the 100,000-year embryo was merely the first step. The logistics of transporting the item back were beyond their capabilities at present, given their lack of support. Support? At this juncture, Wang Yin seemed to have an epiphany, snapping his hand in realization as a light bulb illuminated above his head. That's right. According to Elder Xian's information, he will soon arrive in Xinglua City. Elder Xian is returning? Yu Rong blinked. What about the other senior members of the formal team? They're all still recuperating. Shrek does not have other reserve members on campus. They're all engaged in various tasks and cannot be free to the moment. Wang Yin explained. The Inner Academy students are all members of the inspection team, apart from the Shrek team members preparing for the competition. The remaining members of the inspection team have already departed the academy to fulfill their duties. It is unnecessary for the academy to recall the Inner Academy disciples currently on assignment. Therefore, it has been arranged that this competition will be undertaken by you all. Wang Yin smiled, gazing at the young ones before him. So, do your best, everyone. Ma Xiaodao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised but not entirely unexpected. After all, she was aware of the Inner Academy disciples' busy schedules. Moreover, it was not as though only 2 Inner Academy disciples were present. The 3 of them were already sufficient. All right, since the auction is nearing its conclusion, let's take our leave, Ma Xiaodao declared. There is no need to await the final results, as they harbored no other intentions. Did they? They had no plans to steal or rob. Ultimately, the final outcome of the auction held no significance for them. How about 2 8th-level soul-guided artillery pieces? Xiao Hongchun did not glance back, fixated on the 10,000-year soul beast embryo displayed on the soul guide screen before him, conversing with the attendant behind him. Please wait a moment. Our appraiser is en route. The attendant, who was dutifully responsible for the room of the Sun and Moon Empire, responded with utmost reverence. Oof. Xiao Hongchun let out a soft snort, his gaze both smiling and enigmatic, as if he had already discerned the ulterior motives of the Starlight Auction House. It was no wonder they had previously mentioned a 5% reduction in service fees. Ultimately, it was merely a ploy to secure greater profits. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the Sun and Moon Empire's chamber, and a man who appeared to be in charge entered. Thank you for your trust in the Starlight Auction House. May I inquire about the soul guide devices you wish to mortgage? Here. Xiao Hongchun promptly tossed a storage soul guide device to the man in charge, which was more than adequate. 2 8th-grade fixed soul cannon devices represented a significant investment. After all, the 8th-grade defective Bahu soul refining blade had fetched an astonishing 1.65 million gold soul coins previously, and it was merely a close combat weapon. The fixed soul cannons, as area of effect weapons, held an entirely different significance. With a range of 10 kilometers, they could store 10 shells each, delivering explosive power equivalent to the full force of an 8th-grade soul master strike. Xiao Hongchun succinctly elucidated. The appraiser of the Starlight Auction House suppressed his astonishment. Inhaling deeply, fixed soul cannons were among the rarer and more challenging types of soul guides to manufacture. To some extent, certain top-tier 8th-grade fixed soul cannons could rival some rather mediocre 9th-grade soul guides. As the highest-ranking appraiser of the Starlight Auction House, he had encountered 8th-grade fixed soul cannons only on rare occasions, and their quality was unlikely to match that of the devices presented by Xiao Hongchun. The mere practice piece, crafted by a soul master from the Sun and Moon Empire, had already sold for 10 million gold soul coins. Despite not being produced by the Mingda Hall, we can offer you a price of 20 million gold soul coins, the man said with caution. Oh, you believe this is only worth 20 million? Xiao Hongchun raised an eyebrow, saying nothing further, yet exuding a palpable aura of pressure. The appraiser felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. While he was aware that if this were an auction, the price would undoubtedly be low, it was still necessary to keep the valuation conservative during a mortgage. This esteemed guest, 30 million, Xiao Hongchun stated nonchalantly, and I will include 10 shells with each cannon as a gesture. This esteemed guest, the appraiser hesitated. 30 million. Xiao Hongchun's bargaining was indeed ruthless and audacious. Xiao Hongchun snorted coldly. Were it not for the fact that his great-grandfather had provided him and his sister with a total of 100 million gold soul coins in liquid assets, he would not need to resort to mortgaging soul guides. Xiao Hongchun understood that the auction house, backed by the royal family of the Douluo Empire, sought to exploit the opportunity to acquire more soul guides from the Sun and Moon Empire. Thus, he refrained from offering his more advanced soul guides. However, he only possessed 3 fixed soul cannons, which were already the simplest in terms of internal mechanisms, incorporating minimal cutting-edge technology. Furthermore, the core formation of the 2 soul cannons included an automatic destruction mechanism, making them quite suitable for such a scenario. 25 million for the fixed soul cannons and the shells. How does that sound? The appraiser took a deep breath, determined not to be led astray by this impetuous youth. Agreed. A total of 3, Xiao Hongchun nodded, 75 million. Although slightly below his initial expectations, it was still acceptable. Including the 35 million he had spent on the previous auction of the celestial rare mushroom, this was more than sufficient. Does this esteemed guest have any other soul guides that require mortgaging? The appraiser inquired cautiously. None required. Xiao Hongchun waved dismissively. Casting his gaze upon the appraiser for the first time, the glint in his eyes a mixture of amusement and scrutiny. This is enough for me. But I suspect it falls short for the royal family of the Douluo Empire, does it not? Cold sweat broke out on the appraiser's brow. That is not the case. This esteemed guest is merely jesting. Very well, I shall place my bid now, and you may take your leave. Xiao Hongchun gestured for the appraiser to exit. Ultimately, the transaction concluded at 150 million gold soul coins, with Xiao Hongchun directly adding 20 million, effectively intimidating the other competitors. It was indeed a considerable display of wealth. Adding 20 million outright? Old Ma questioned Xiao Hongchun's audacity, precisely to instill fear and deter them from bidding. Prolonging the process may lead to an even higher price, Xiao Hongchun replied, his eyes glacial. In terms of understanding human nature, Xiao Hongchun was undoubtedly astute. After all, he had witnessed much during his interactions with Mingda Hall and the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. That was the true essence of human nature. Old Ma, this 10,000-year embryo is undoubtedly a hot potato, and the auction house may not guarantee our safety during the handover. After the transaction concludes, please return it to the Sun and Moon Empire immediately and deliver it to my great-grandfather. Once it enters Mingda Hall, we shall see who dares harbor any ill intentions. For the first time, Xiao Hongshan spoke to Old Ma with such calm seriousness. Although Old Ma found Xiao Hongshan insufferable, he distinctly understood the importance of national interests. After all, once this item entered the Sun and Moon Empire, it would contribute significantly to its strength. In the face of national interests, all personal grievances became as trivial as a thin sheet of paper. Moreover, Xiao Hongshan was far from deserving of Old Ma's ire. He was merely an annoying junior who could not be reprimanded. I understand the need to remain as discreet as possible. Items valued at over 100 million are exceedingly rare in the history of the continent. I will utilize Ming Da Hall's secret channels to return to Douluo City, Old Ma assured. Thank you, Old Ma, Xiao Hongshan nodded. After the auction concluded, transactions were executed promptly. Secret passageways within each VIP room opened, allowing the participating guests to exit discreetly. Whether from Shrek or the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, they had all attended the same auction, yet had not crossed paths. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Hongshan reiterated his instructions to Old Ma. Old Ma, once you return to Mingda Hall, please inform my great-grandfather that the device sealing the 10,000-year soul beast embryo requires thorough inspection. Are you concerned that the Douluo Empire might tamper with it? Old Ma asked. Xiao Hongshan nodded, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Not only that, the Sun and Moon Empire has always been at odds with the three nations of Douluo continent. It is impossible for them not to interfere. It is quite possible that our identity as the recipients of this 10,000-year embryo has already been leaked by the auction house. This, they dare, Old Ma exclaimed. As an auction house, such actions are a grave taboo. What is there to fear? Xiao Hongshan scoffed. The Starlight Auction House is, after all, affiliated with the royal family of the Douluo Empire. If they do not provoke us, we shall not retaliate. I can only hope that the Douluo Empire possesses a modicum of self-awareness. As Xiao Hongshan spoke, he gazed out the brilliantly illuminated Douluo Imperial City. The lights shone like a river of stars, yet in comparison to the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire, Mingdu, it paled in significance. The nightscape of Mingdu was one that Xiao Hongshan would never tire of. It was truly a city of technology, his homeland. This Douluo city was merely a backward place, hardly worth mentioning. However, as Xiao Hongshan gazed out at the night scenery, he seemed oblivious to the slight flicker of evasion in Mr. Ma's eyes while he spoke of not attacking unless provoked. Chapter 093. Preparation. The quarterfinals. After the conclusion of the auction, the Shrek team returned to their hotel, their spirits high from the bountiful spoils. Not only did Dai Yaoheng successfully bid for the formidable Bahu soul refining blade, but Wang Yin also procured a dozen soul-guided artillery shells of the same series for the Shrek Soul Guidance Department. Furthermore, thanks to Yu Hao, they received the ice blue scorpion soul bone as a goodwill gesture from the auction house. Yu Rong could not help but click her tongue in admiration. What a generous gesture! Why had no one ever bestowed such splendid gifts upon her? Yet, she pondered whether she would dare accept such offerings if they were indeed presented. After all, even Yu Rong understood the simple truth that what is free is often the most costly. As the group bid farewell in the corridor, they each retired to their rooms to rest and rejuvenate, preparing for the imminent quarterfinals. The structure of this final elimination round diverged from previous formats. Based on the outcomes of the earlier group stages, the teams were divided into two halves, engaging in internal matches to vie for a singular advancement opportunity, culminating in a final showdown. Being the reigning champions, Shrek was naturally placed in the upper bracket, facing the previous year's runner-up, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. From a distance, should fate allow, a confrontation in the finals seemed inevitable. Unlike before, the elimination matches would not be determined by drawing lots regarding the format. Both team and individual competitions would take place. Each elimination round spanned 2 days, the first for team battles and the second for individual contests. Team matches were undoubtedly 7v7, while individual matches involved the strategic deployment of 7 participants until one side was entirely incapacitated. However, the scoring system exhibited slight variations. A defeat in team battles did not necessarily mean elimination. Should the team manage to eliminate all opposing members with 3 or fewer remaining fighters in the subsequent individual matches, they could turn the tide in their favor. Conversely, a victorious team needed merely to defeat 3 adversaries to secure advancement. It was somewhat complex, yet Yu Rong nodded earnestly, appearing to comprehend fully. It's as simple as it sounds, she affirmed, her expression serious. Really, Xiao Rong? Wang Dong, not doubting his childhood friend, but rather seeking confirmation, inquired. Absolutely, Yu Rong replied with a grave nod, her gaze towards Wang Dong imbued with sincerity. I understand completely. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one phrase. Yu Rong had yet to finish her thought. I know. Let us just do it. Xiao Xiao interjected, raising her hand as if to answer a question. Yu Rong stared at Xiao Xiao, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did Xiao Xiao know what was on her mind? Xiao Xiao, catching the surprise in Yu Rong's expression, could not help but stifle a laugh. Xiao Rong, you're quite amusing. You wear your thoughts on your sleeve. Wang Dong sighed, unable to suppress his commentary. It's just that you're so easy to read. He lamented inwardly about his childhood friend's simplicity, concerned that she might be susceptible to deception in the future, although he had no idea who might attempt such a thing. In the quarterfinals, Shrek drew a favorable lot, facing the weakest team among the 8. With the return of the 2 Soul Emperors, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, their prowess was undeniable. In a team battle, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng effortlessly dispatched their opponents. The individual competition further showcased Ma Xiaotao's strength, as she single-handedly challenged 3 adversaries, leading Shrek to a swift victory. The reason for the 3-on-1 was straightforward. Winning the team battle meant only needing to defeat 3 individuals in the individual matches to claim victory, denying the 4th opponent a chance to participate. This aligned perfectly with Yu Rong's concise expression, let us get it done. It was straightforward and effective. A refreshing experience for Ma Xiaotao after her extended recovery period. Having only watched her peers compete, she felt a surge of excitement to finally engage in battle herself. It's been ages since I've fought. This is truly exhilarating. She stretched luxuriously after her match, a look of satisfaction on her face. Chen Zifeng, arms crossed, regarded Ma Xiaotao with a hint of wistfulness, not directed at her, but rather at the arena itself, as if lamenting his own absence from the action. Well, at least we had our chance in the round-robin stage, Ling Luoqing noted, having spotted Chen Zifeng's expression of regret. It's perfectly fine to let this opportunity go to Xiaotao. Having spent time together during the competition, what began as a mere acquaintance among the Shrek team had blossomed into a camaraderie forged in battle. In the next round, all were confident they would have their moment to shine. Dai Yaoheng's eyes sparkled with the fire of competition as he gazed at the arena. Clearly, he too yearned to take the stage. For him, this was not merely a grand tournament, but a chance to showcase his talents in his homeland. How could one resist such a temptation? Rest assured, this match is the simplest of all. However, the battles that follow will be formidable. Wang Yan adjusted his glasses, addressing his students. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, so fear not about the lack of matches. As long as we don't lose, we shall prevail. Following Shrek's match, all other quarterfinals concluded within a day, and the results were revealed. The teams advancing to the semifinals included Shrek Academy, Sun and Moon Royal Soulmaster Academy, the Star Luo Empire's Star Luo National Academy, and the Empire of Heaven's Imperial Academy. Among these, Yu Rong was particularly attuned to the progress of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Their quarterfinal opponent was not particularly strong, yet certainly not weak either. According to Wang Yan's intel, the captain of the Sun and Moon Empire, the Soul Emperor-level powerhouse Marulong, had not yet participated. They had triumphed solely with 6 main members and a reserve team participant. Moreover, the entire Shrek team was keenly aware of the enigmatic Xiao Hongqian, the captain of the reserve team, who had also yet to take the field in a formal match. Given the status of him and his sister within the Sun and Moon squad, in some respects, they surpassed even Ma Rulong in hierarchy. Wang Yan had repeatedly emphasized that these two should not be underestimated. Of course, I won't underestimate them. I intend to defeat him personally, Yu Rong declared, visibly frustrated, clearly not having forgotten her wager with Xiao Hongqian. I want him to willingly come to Shrek Academy and call me Senior Yu. Her ambitions soared high, yet one could only say, ideals are beautiful, yet reality is starkly unforgiving. Indeed, Xiaorong, is there not a possibility that Shrek might allow students to enroll beyond the 1st grade? Su Sanshur could not help but touch his nose, although there were no precedents. Given that fellow's current cultivation, he might even transfer directly into a higher grade. Yu Rong widened her eyes. Oh right, does that mean I would still be a junior? Yu Rong protested. Regrettably, as things stand, that is indeed the case. Su Sanshur nodded, feigning seriousness. It's undeniably more amusing to tease a junior. Yu Rong immediately lowered her head. It's not amusing. Not at all. Su Sanshur stifled a laugh, unable to contain his mirth. Were those two fools mulling over? Ma Xiaotao raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by the thought processes of these juniors. Is this really the moment to discuss such matters? Yet, it seemed there was no harm in it. Bye-bye vetchit on helplessly. Are we not discussing the upcoming matches? Or have I drifted off, causing me to lose track of the conversation? Bei Bei was perplexed and fell silent. Ho Yu Hao, too, remained silent, increasingly aware and contemplative. Clearing his throat, Su Sanshur continued. Well, the top four have been determined, and the semifinals will commence tomorrow. We are undoubtedly the first match, but all contests will conclude by day's end. Following the semifinals, there will be a 3-day respite before the final showdown. Teacher Wang, who will be our opponent in the semifinals? Xiao Xiao inquired with curiosity. Wang Yin shook his head. It is still unclear. To ensure fairness, a draw will be conducted prior to the semifinals to determine the matchups. Thus, we must devise strategies against the other 3 schools. The one most overwhelmed is not Wang Yin, but Yurong, who gasped in dismay. Good heavens! I can barely remember the tactics of one team. And now, I must contend with 3, 2 of which are guaranteed to be challenging points. This realization left Yurong feeling as though her efforts were in vain. Yet, there was no choice. Everything must be memorized. If there were even a sliver of a solution, it wouldn't be so daunting. Yurong, however, was unwilling, her expression one of despair. Let us start with the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, which poses the greatest threat to us. Wang Yin commenced his lecture anew. In that moment, Yurong felt as though she had returned to the pristine Shrek classroom, where a warm-hearted teacher imparted knowledge. No. How many truly kind teachers could there be in their class? Yurong mused that perhaps it had been too long since she last attended school, leading to some bewildering misremembering. Kind-hearted? That was non-existent. Only ironclad resolve remained. Wang Yin glanced at Yurong several times, seemingly aware of her distraction, but merely adjusted his glasses, refraining from comment, as if resigned to the situation. No matter. At least the others were attentively engaged, right? Currently, among the 14 main and reserve competitors from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, only their captain, Ma Rulong, and reserve members, Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchen, have yet to compete. Based on our previous competition data, this Ma Rulong should be his sole emperor. As for the Hongchun siblings, according to the information provided by Yurong, Xiao Hongchun is at the 5th ring Soul King level, while Meng Hongchun should not be far behind. Wang Yan's expression darkened at this thought. Reserve members at the Soul King level. Yurong nodded vigorously upon hearing this. That was all she could grasp. Among the 6 main competitors who have already participated, excluding Ma Rulong, all are at the Soul King level. However, only 2 exceed level 55, while the rest hover just above level 50. Comparatively, they have inherited the characteristic of weak martial souls, with their primary combat strength reliant on soul-guided devices. To be precise, what we must focus on is their soul-guided devices rather than their martial souls and soul skills, Wang Yin summarized. Indeed, technology has the power to alter destinies. Su Sanshur remarked with a hint of bitterness. Those with lower quality martial souls can now be so formidable. This surely stirs discontent among soul masters who have sacrificed greatly in pursuit of top-tier martial souls. Yet, in a certain sense, the development of soul-guided devices has fostered equality among soul masters. Bei Bei contemplated silently, her eyes shimmering. Does one now pursue soul power over martial souls? This indeed provides many ordinary soul masters with an opportunity to advance. Wang Yin never disputed this, which is why he sought to promote the development of soul-guided devices within Shrek Academy. However, soul power remains fundamental to a soul master, and martial souls, in a sense, can restrict the growth of soul power. Wang Yin nodded, acknowledging the harsh yet realistic truth. Aside from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the DAO Academy from the Heaven Soul Empire is also a formidable rival. Among the participating teams, only we, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and DAO Academy possess Soul Emperor level members. DAO Academy is the Royal Academy of the Heaven Soul Empire, also comprising a Soul Emperor and 6 Soul Kings. However, they prioritize Soul Masters with Soul Guides as support. Among the 7 main competitors, 2 Soul Kings are Soul Guides. Yet, based on my observations and analysis, they are unlikely to reach the level of 5th tier Soul Guides, and most equivalent to Kai 2's 4th tier. Yurong tilted her head. 1 Soul Emperor? No worries. Our Shrek has 2. We hold an absolute numerical advantage. In summary, Shrek shall prevail against both the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and DAO Academy. Yu Rong felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. The final adversary is the Xingluo National Academy from the Xingluo Empire. Relatively speaking, among our three opponents, Xingluo Academy is the weakest, but that does not guarantee they will be the easiest to face. For this is the Xingluo Empire, their home ground. Moreover, the overall strength of Xingluo National Academy is not to be underestimated. Though lacking a Soul Emperor, they do possess 6 Soul Kings. Dai Yaoheng nodded. Xingluo National Academy has always had the offspring of the royal family studying there, and their foundation should not be overlooked. Compared to Dao Academy of the Heaven Soul Empire, I believe Xingluo National Academy may prove more challenging to contend with. Oh, Wang Yin queried, somewhat puzzled. How did you arrive at that conclusion, Yaoheng? Confidence stems from strength. As far as I know, the Soul Emperor from Dao Academy was merely a soul zone 3 years ago. Dai Yaoheng has undoubtedly been exposed to much. A leap of 2 rings in 3 years is not an easy feat, even within Shrek. You mean? Wang Yin raised an eyebrow. Hastening growth can lead to detrimental outcomes. Dai Yaoheng nodded, noting that Xingluo National Academy has not exhibited such pronounced pressures for the time being. Not so pronounced. Su Sanshur interjected, the professional disruptor. And there must be some. Dai Yaoheng shot Su Sanshur a glance, his expression a mix of agreement and mild irritation. As if to say, yes, but please refrain from undermining the discussion at this moment. There certainly are temptations aplenty. The allure is simply too great for many to resist. However, taking shortcuts comes with its own set of costs. That much is true, Wang Yin agreed. Soul Master cultivation has transcended the mere pursuit of soul power levels. Quality has become paramount. Haste makes waste, and an excessive fixation on speed will only erode a Soul Master's potential. Bei nodded in agreement. The Soul Masters of Shrek have always possessed the ability to battle beyond their ranks. So, Bei, is this your intention to challenge the 5-ring Soul King, Xiahonkin? Su Sanshur, ever the provocateur, interjected. Although you are merely a 4-ring, defeating a 5-ring is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. It was evident that Su Sanshur thrived on the spectacle. As for the nature of this spectacle, it could only be said that it is a matter of perspective. I never said that, Bei retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Sanshur. While he too harbored such thoughts, approval from teacher Wang Yin was essential. After all, this was not an ordinary competition. Not everything could be dictated by one's whims. As the captain of the reserve team, Bei could not act solely on personal inclinations. He bore greater responsibilities and had to contemplate various factors. Nonetheless, he could not shake the feeling of distaste towards Xiahonkin. TSK. Bei wore a gentle smile. Yet internally he clicked his tongue in annoyance, concealing his true feelings from everyone. Thus, while Bei appeared cultured, he remained the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon. Chapter 94. The Semifinals 1. On the morning of the semifinals, the sun shone splendidly. Radiant sunlight bathed the expansive star Luo Square, casting a delicate golden hue over the entire area. Compared to the bustling crowds at the beginning of the tournament, the current audience had swelled even more. After all, as the competition progressed, the excitement only intensified. The enthusiasm of the spectators surged, naturally increasing the pressure on the competitors. Compared to the first visit of Yu Rong and her companions to Star Luo City, the atmosphere had grown even more heated. Yu Rong felt relatively indifferent, though she harbored some dislike for the oppressive heat. Excessively warm weather only exacerbated the transpiration of plants, which was unfavorable for chrysanthemums. Even though Yu Rong had taken on a human form, she still found herself disliking the glaring sun. While Shrek City occasionally experienced such scorching days, the abundance of greenery within the city provided a respite from the heat, making the shade of the trees much more bearable. Moreover, the proximity of Shrek Academy to the shimmering sea god lake, with its seemingly endless expanse, brought a refreshing coolness during the sweltering summer days. This contemplation stirred a longing to return home. From the initial assembly of over 100 teams to the determination of the Final Four, the tournament had spanned more than a month, edging closer to its conclusion. It had been nearly a month since they first arrived in Star Luo City to participate in the competition. Although Star Luo City was quite delightful and appeared entertaining, Yu Rong found herself quietly reminiscing about the simple octopus balls from Shrek City, the lively throngs of students, the gentle breeze by Sea God Lake, and the golden tree on Sea God Island, which she had never encountered up close but felt a fondness for, all came to mind. In a way, Shrek Academy had become a second home for her. Yu Rong mused to herself. The ice and fire duality I counted as one, and Yun Shenbu Ji Chu counted as half. Thus, Shrek Academy could be regarded as a quarter of a home. Yu Rong felt quite pleased with her mathematical reasoning. It's so hot, Yu Rong murmured, instinctively seeking refuge in the shadow cast by Bei Bei. Shrek was not this sweltering. The movement was entirely natural. Bei Bei, noticing Yu Rong's discomfort, kindly adjusted his stance to provide her with more shade. Rong, do you wish to return? Bei Bei gently ruffled Yu Rong's hair. Just a little, Yu Rong replied, her lips forming a slight pout. I just felt a sudden urge. The competition will conclude soon, Bei Bei smiled softly. Entirely devoid of the fierce aura of a powerful attacking soul master that he displayed in the arena. It won't be long, little Rong. We will return together, as always. Yu Rong gazed at Bei Bei and nodded lightly. Their quiet conversation did not last long before the Shrek team arrived at the entrance of the competition venue. Adorned in striking dark green uniforms, the Shrek Academy team elicited a thunderous ovation as they entered the arena. Each time, one could not help but marvel at the prestige of being champions. Su Sanshur began to flaunt his resplendent fan, seemingly enraptured by the enthusiasm of the audience. The Shrek team did not linger at the entrance, but proceeded directly to their academy's resting area. The resting area had undergone some changes, with only 4 academies remaining. The organizers had relocated the rest area from the stands to the side of the competition arena. The 4 academies were distinctly arranged according to the 4 cardinal directions. Shrek was the last to arrive. Yu Rong looked around and noticed that the resting areas of the other 3 academies were already occupied. Did they all arrive this early? Yu Rong felt incredulous, considering that there was still over half an hour until the official start of the match. She had thought that Shrek had arrived early enough. Yu Rong blinked in confusion, wondering if it was truly necessary to be so competitive even in this setting. Although the 4 schools were somewhat distanced from one another, for soul masters, such distances posed no hindrance. Occasional glances exchanged between the 4 teams ignited sparks of rivalry, and the atmosphere within the resting area grew tense, even somewhat foreboding. Despite the absence of an actual competition, it felt as though a fierce battle had already commenced through mere gazes. Unintentionally, Yu Rong raised her eyes and found herself locking gazes with someone across the way, Xia Honkin. At that moment, Xia Honkin wore a serious expression, his heterochromatic eyes reflecting a steadfast battle intent, devoid of the hostility exhibited by other members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Yu Rong felt an inexplicable sensation, accompanied by a flicker of familiarity. Why was it always such a coincidence? Their eye contact was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had formed, as though they had never exchanged glances at all. Nevertheless, it must be said that the organizers had made the resting area quite comfortable. Though lacking the prior level of privacy, the amenities were top-notch. Sofas, fruits, and snacks were all abundantly available. However, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the Shrek team refrained from lounging too casually, mindful of their image. They had to maintain a semblance of champion's poise. This resulted in a noticeable decrease in their light-hearted banter, replaced instead with an air of solemnity. To an outsider unfamiliar with Shrek, one might perceive an aura of unattainable majesty emanating from them, particularly in the eyes of their current adversaries. Marulong gazed towards Shrek, unable to suppress a scoff. The arrogant Shrek. It was hard to determine whether he genuinely felt disdain or if it stemmed from a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek, at the center of attention, did not exude the calmness one might expect. Especially for the second-grade quartet, there's inevitably a slight discomfort. They're not quite ready for fame yet. However, it is ultimately an acceptable situation. At the very least, Yu Rong expresses her contentment. This is primarily because she is seated beside Bei Bei, whose broad youthful shoulders shield her from much of the surrounding commotion. It provides a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, after settling in, Hui Yuhao surprisingly crossed his legs and resumed his cultivation, which left Yu Rong somewhat astonished, but then she understood. Truly, he is the indefatigable Xiaohua. In her heart, Yu Rong gave Hui Yuhao a thumbs up. He is indeed admirable, though she does not advocate for herself to follow suit. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. If the audience previously could only be described as numerous, now it had become almost ludicrously overwhelming. This serves as a testament to the immense popularity of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's Soul Fighting Tournament. Yu Rong once again recognized this fact. No wonder everyone places such importance on it. Just then, a commotion arose from the highest viewing platform at the center of the arena. Long live, long live, long live. All the soldiers responsible for maintaining order raised their weapons high, chanting in unison. Wow! Yu Rong, clearly unaccustomed to such a spectacle, immediately lifted her head, perplexed. Hey, relax. Xiao Rong. Su Sanshur, fanning himself, spoke softly to Yu Rong. This is what they call the arrival of the emperor. The emperor? Qirong questioned, confused. Who's emperor? The emperor of the Qing Luo Empire. Bei joined the conversation, patting Su Sanshi on the shoulder. Is the emperor formidable? Qirong inquired curiously. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Su Sanshi blinked. The trio's whispers were subtle, standing at the very end of the Shrek team, hardly attracting attention. Yet, to any observant individual, they would notice the hushed murmurs emanating from them. There was no remedy. The emperor of the Qing Luo Empire is not the emperor of all. Not everyone hails from the Qing Luo Empire, nor does everyone hold reverence for the emperor. This is quite normal. Shrek's demeanor cannot be said to be overly respectful, yet they still afforded him a certain level of courtesy. The stark contrast lay with the Sun-Moon Empire, where the two neighboring nations, historically in conflict, would rather not even stand in acknowledgement, let alone show respect. Merely refraining from causing a scene was already commendable. Amid the fervent cheers from the audience and the inexplicable expressions on the contestants' faces, the emperor of Qing Luo commenced his speech. Today, the semifinals will soon begin, marking the culmination of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's Soul Fighting Tournament. The draw for the final 4 teams will be the last of its kind in this tournament. Hence, I have decided to personally oversee this draw. I hope that Shrek Academy, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the DAO Academy, and our own Qing Luo National Academy will present the audience with an even more thrilling spectacle in the final match. I know everyone is eager to witness the competition, and I, too, share that anticipation. Let us begin. I wish to revel with the people and also extend my best wishes for the eternal prosperity of the Qing Luo Empire. The emperor's words were not overly lengthy, yet upon their conclusion, they incited another round of fervent cries of long live. From the crowd, Qirong was profoundly astonished. Is this what an emperor is like? He appears quite impressive. At that moment, from among the 4 elders accompanying the emperor onto the stage, the one in the front left stepped forward, facing the resting area, and solemnly stated, "May the captains of the 4 teams step forward to draw lots." An indescribable, powerful aura suddenly emanated from this elder, the overwhelming pressure making every individual in the Qing Luo square feel as if the sky had darkened. Qirong gasped. That is a title Douluo. Bei instinctively shifted closer to Qirong, as if to shield her from the title Douluo's gaze, in an act of protection. Title Douluo. Qirong's eyes widened in astonishment. So many of them. While Shrek also boasts numerous title Douluo, this was her first close encounter, aside from Old Xian. Yet, if Old Xian had not noticed, perhaps it was not a cause for concern. Qirong could not help but grasp the dark purple orb around her neck. Indeed, in moments like this, it is the only source of security she possesses. Clearly, this time, it was not Bei's turn to draw lots. With Ma Xiaotao's return, the significant task of drawing lots had reverted to her. Ma Xiaotao wasted no words, rising gracefully and landing on the arena, exuding an air of confidence. Though it cannot be said that Bei is inferior to Ma Xiaotao, in terms of presence and experience, he is indeed somewhat lacking. Yet, this is the wisdom that time bestows upon humanity, which cannot be hurried. Perhaps in 5 years, Bei's aura will surpass that of the current Ma Xiaotao. Regardless, Qirong was filled with anticipation. The competition was about to commence, and the emperor continued, "I hope you all can uphold the principle of friendship first. Competition second in this tournament. Shortly, I will toss out 4 balls inscribed with positions. You shall compete to seize them. Are you ready?" The emperor smiled. The 4 team leaders appeared spirited, yet Qirong tilted her head, recognizing a somewhat familiar figure. Is it the auctioneer from Jiuzhou? Qirong was taken aback. Not only is she an auctioneer, but she is also the captain of the Qing Luo representative team in this tournament. How impressive. Truly, a woman can rival men. Had the auctioneer ever participated in a match prior to this? Qirong turned to Bei in confusion. It seemed that Teacher Wang had not mentioned this during their strategy meeting yesterday. Though she could not be sure, after all. Qirong was uncertain when she had drifted off, and perhaps she had indeed missed that segment. However, it was evident that this time it was not Qirong's oversight. Bei shook his head. Teacher Wang did not mention it. It appears to be a hidden trump card of the Qing Luo team. It remains to be seen how formidable this trump card truly is. The draw was once again conducted using small balls. One must admit, Ma Xiaotao's ball-seizing posture was quite impressive. At least, it made Qirong, the little fan, beam with admiration. However, there was one notable difference. While the other 3 captains chose to leap into the air to seize the balls at the first opportunity, the auctioneer stood her ground, seemingly waiting, as if anticipating the ball's descent into her hands. Ultimately, the last ball indeed fell into the auctioneer's grasp, as though drawn by an unseen force. Qirong watched, slightly intrigued. Was it merely coincidence? Yet why did the auctioneer appear so self-assured, as if she were certain that ball would land in her hand? I am number one. The auctioneer wore an elegant and poised smile. Number two. Maru Long promptly followed. Ma Xiaotao did not respond immediately. She merely fixed her gaze on the auctioneer's face, the fighting spirit evident in her eyes as she slowly declared, Number one. The result was evident. In the semi-finals, Shrek's opponent would be none other than the Luo National Academy. Chapter 095. The Final Four, 2. To think it would be Shrek. It seems this is the destiny that has been arranged for us. The auctioneer stood on the stage, maintaining her smile. Although Shrek is formidable, she firmly believes that Luo is undoubtedly strong this time around. Moreover, perhaps this is the most splendid arrangement, a design of fate? Ma Xiaotao raised an eyebrow and smiled knowingly. If her memory served her right, the so-called arrangement of fate referred to her standing still, awaiting the final ball to fall. Did it not? Though it may sound rather inappropriate, it seemed more like the leftovers chosen by others, yet they spoke of it with an air of destiny. Ma Xiaotao expressed her dissent regarding this notion. Fate, after all, should be grasped firmly in one's own hands. Thus, regardless of the outcome, one would not harbor regrets. With the draw concluded, Emperor Luo smiled and expressed his hopes that the four teams could exhibit their utmost strength in the forthcoming matches. The first team battle today would feature Shrek Academy against Luo National Academy, followed by the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy facing the Dao Academy. The semifinal format is identical to that of the knockout stage, with the first day dedicated to team battles and the second to individual contests. However, there is a notable difference. Both team and individual victories are required to advance. If each side secures one victory, a tiebreaker in the form of a best-of-5 must ensue. In simpler terms, 3 out of 5 format. Qirong expressed her clear understanding of this arrangement. Upon returning to the resting area, Wang Yin approached Ma Xiaotao first. Asking in a hushed tone, Xiaotao, what are your impressions of the princess of the Luo Empire? Ma Xiaotao shook her head, her brow furrowed, and said, It's hard to decipher her depths. She is quite extraordinary. Initially, I hoped to assess her cultivation through the strength of her physical prowess during the draw, but she remained still, devoid of any signs of soul power activation. But what does that imply? Wang Yan's brow also knitted in concern. It seemed that she was rather superstitious about fate. Ma Xiaotao recalled the words of the princess from earlier. What about Yu Hao? Did you notice anything? Wang Yin turned his gaze toward Yu Hao, for at this moment, his mental detection was indeed a formidable advantage. Yu Hao frowned slightly and replied, I attempted to probe, but something obstructed my mental detection, preventing me from sensing her soul power's operation or predicting her actions. Furthermore, my mental detection is inherently affected by significant disparities in cultivation levels, so it cannot be ruled out that this princess possesses a high level of cultivation. Regardless of the possibility, it did not bode well. Dai Yaoheng, who had some understanding of the Luo royal family, also felt a sense of unease. Recalling certain secrets he had heard about the royal family, could her martial soul be related to fate? Wang Yin pondered further, murmuring, Fate, is it? Regardless of whether that previously unseen princess is a soul emperor or possesses some other trump card, she will not be our adversary. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Ma Xiaotao was the first to speak. Regardless of the circumstances, as the captain of Shrek, I must not doubt our team's strength. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, Su Sanshi, Yu Hao, and Wang Dong. You 7 will take the stage together. We must not allow any mistakes in this team battle. I have a strong premonition that Luo National Academy will surely possess unique strategies in the best-of-5 format. Wang Yin contemplated for a moment before making arrangements. Bebe, ISNT participating? Qirong's large eyes widened in disbelief. While it was understandable for her not to compete, why was Bebe absent? The same surprise was mirrored on the faces of Hikaitu and Jiang Nanan. According to their previous tactical arrangements, aside from the 4 senior members of the official team, it should have been the turn of these 4-ring reserve team members to take the stage. However, Wang Yin unexpectedly altered the tactical plan, replacing them with Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Without explanation, Wang Yin merely turned to Yu Hao and Wang Dong, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, and said softly, You 2 can now utilize your martial soul fusion technique, correct? Both Yu Hao and Wang Dong nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Qirong suddenly came to a realization. So that was Wang Yan's intention. Excellent. Wang Yin nodded and then turned to Su Sanshi. Sanshi, your task is to protect the 2 of them until the opportune moment. The rest of the team shouldn't require your concern. Indeed, Su Sanshur smirked. The other senior members were all fierce combatants, leaving little need for his assistance as a low-level Xuanwu. Yu Hao, Wang Dong, you need not feel anxious. The reason I have placed you two in the lineup is due to your Golden Path technique, which can temporarily seal the opponent's soul power and martial souls. This is particularly advantageous against unknown martial souls, especially against adversaries we must treat with caution. As for offensive capabilities, Shrek is certainly not lacking. Whether it's Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, or Chun Zifeng, each could pose a significant threat to the opponents. Although Yu Rong had prepared herself mentally, the moment she learned she would not be participating, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She was aware that, logically, it was not her turn as a three-ring soul master, yet the feeling lingered. Yu Rong pouted, pressing her tongue against her cheek in frustration. Little Rong, do not feel disheartened. Wang Yin noticed her distress, his brow furrowing as he gazed towards the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. There will undoubtedly be a stage for you. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses, his expression inscrutable, seemingly recalling the astonishing field-type martial soul fusion technique displayed during the previous battle against the rogue soul masters. You are Shrek's secret weapon. Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong's martial soul fusion technique had already been employed at the outset of the tournament, and it was no longer a secret to those who were observant. Yet, the martial soul fusion technique of Yu Rong and Bei Bei remained a novel unknown, a unique trump card exclusive to Shrek. Just as the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy likely had strategies specifically designed to counter Shrek, Shrek too had its own tactics aimed at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Shrek Academy, Xinglua National Academy, team battle participants, please take the stage. The referee for this match was none other than the titled Douluo who had presided over the draw. All right, children, give it your all. Wang Yin clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Unless you are ready to strike, do not release your martial souls before I declare the match has begun. The referee's voice was stern. The formation of Shrek Academy is quite comprehensible, arranged in a 3-1-2 configuration. At the forefront stand the formidable assault-type soul masters, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Chun Zifeng. Following them is Su Sanshur, with Ling Luochan positioned behind. Finally, at the rear are Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong. In contrast, the formation of the Star Luo National Academy is rather peculiar, with 6 individuals forming a triangle, 1 at the front, followed by 2, and then 3. Only Jiao remains at the back, although she has yet to unleash her martial soul. A distinct change can be observed in her eyes. Brilliant azure irises emanating a faint golden glow, evoking an expansive oceanic sensation upon closer inspection. Yu Rong finds herself inexplicably drawn to this, as if something monumental is about to transpire. As the match commences, upon the referee's declaration, the entire arena springs into action. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Chun Zifeng lead the charge, their yellow and purple soul rings radiating brilliantly, resembling 3 gleaming blades piercing towards the Star Luo Academy's formation. 2 soul emperors and 1 soul king create a breathtaking spectacle, eliciting gasps from the audience. Meanwhile, at the rear of Shrek, Ling Luochan brandishes her ice staff, raised high above her head, emanating dense icy mist that envelopes Su Sanshur, herself, Hui Yu Hao, and Wang Dong within its embrace. This icy fog is rapidly expanding, forming a vast arc that subtly constricts towards their adversaries, rendering the 4 of them completely concealed within its depths. This is Ling Luochan's 5th soul skill, Ice Mist, which effectively obscures the vision of the Star Luo Academy, thwarting any possibility of their offensive and compelling them to face the onslaught from Shrek's trio. To Yu Rong's astonishment, the enigmatic ace of the Star Luo Academy, Princess Jiao, is not the anticipated 6-ring soul emperor as Hui Yu Hao had conjectured, but rather a 5-ring soul king. This realization implies that Hui Yu Hao's alternative hypothesis has indeed come to fruition. Yu Rong contemplates the uniqueness of Jiao's martial soul. A golden light emanates from Jiao's forehead, revealing a diamond-shaped golden gem. The moment this gem appears, it bursts forth with resplendent golden radiance, gently detaching from her forehead and levitating upwards, encircled by golden light, culminating in a magnificent crown materializing above her head and descending gracefully until it rests upon her. This is a martial soul the likes of which Yu Rong has never encountered before, leaving her entranced by the image of the glittering crown. That is the star crown, Bei Bei explains, standing beside Yu Rong with a furrowed brow. Although he has never witnessed this slightly legendary martial soul prior, he recognizes it immediately. The star crown is the royal martial soul of the Star Luo Empire. The crown appears to be composed of countless stars, all shimmering in a soft golden hue, converging rapidly from the diamond-shaped gem at its center. 18 larger stars rise prominently, forming a beautiful circlet at the apex. Despite it being daytime, Qirong inexplicably perceives countless stars hidden within the blinding sunlight filtering through the clouds. The Star Luo imperial family has not publicly displayed the star crown for a considerable time. Wang Yin also furrows his brow slightly, noting that this star crown seems to differ somewhat from the records in ancient texts. The star crown was once of great prestige on the Douluo continent, existing over 10,000 years ago, and is deemed quite ancient among the top-tier martial souls. A millennium ago, during the zenith of the Douluo continent's spirit hall, even the two great empires of Tiando and Star Luo had to pay their respects. The Spirit Hall once possessed 6 particularly powerful martial souls, one of which was the Star Crown. At that time, the Tiando and Star Luo empires each held 3 seats, and the royal family of Star Luo was still of the White Tiger Duke lineage. However, the White Tiger martial soul was not among those 6. Rather, the Star Crown held the esteemed position as the foremost of the 3 primary martial souls of the Star Luo Empire. In terms of pure support capabilities, the Star Crown may not rival the Pinnacle 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda of that era, but the Star Crown is not merely a support type. It possesses formidable combat capabilities as well. In fact, its existence is nearly entirely dedicated to battle. During the brutal conflicts caused by the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo continent 4,000 years ago, it was the Star Crown that rallied the beleaguered Star Luo Empire, restoring its former glory and establishing its current dominance among the nations of Douluo. This explains why the White Tiger lineage of the Star Luo royal family has since transitioned into the title of Duke. As Bebe elucidates to Qirong, he observes the unfolding situation on the battlefield. The 7 members of the Star Luo Academy are all 5-ring soul kings, lacking any particularly outstanding 6-ring soul emperors. However, in contrast to Shrek's eclectic mix of soul rings across various levels, the Star Luo Academy presents an eerie sense of harmony. The first clash occurs between one of the foremost assault-type soul masters of the Star Luo Academy and Ma Xiaodao. His martial soul, the Infernal Magic Tiger, is a top-tier contender, capable of matching Dai Yaoheng's Evil Eye White Tiger. The two engage in a fierce struggle. Ma Xiaodao, undeterred, retaliates with a Phoenix Fire line. Initially, it appears that the Infernal Magic Tiger Soul Master is at a distinct disadvantage in this encounter. However, bolstered by Princess Jiujio's Star Crown and aided by a fire control soul master from the Star Luo Academy, Ma Xiaodao finds her flames somewhat hindered, allowing the Infernal Magic Tiger to hold his ground. Dai Yaoheng faces a towering young man, whose martial soul is the Hellish Lion. His combat prowess is undeniably strong, yet he falls short when matched against the 6-ring soul emperor Dai Yaoheng. Even with the support of the Star Crown, it proves insufficient. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng charges directly towards the back, aiming for Princess Jiujio, fully aware of the adage that one must capture the king before dealing with the pawns. However, this endeavor proves far from simple. Flames engulfing half of the Star Luo Academy's territory seem to possess a life of their own, obstructing Chen Zifeng's advance, aided by a tempest that has arisen from nowhere. This is the dual control of fire and wind from the Star Luo Academy. The elemental assault proves challenging for Chen Zifeng, an equipment soul master, to counter effectively. Ice Prison. Yet, Chen Zifeng is not alone. Ling Luochan, stationed at the back of Shrek, is keenly aware of the battlefield dynamics and provides immediate support. The ice effectively counteracts the flames. Chen Zifeng does not look back but allows a more carefree smile to grace his lips, expressing gratitude. With that, he continues his charge towards Princess Jiujio. Suddenly, the sharp clang of metal colliding resonates, and he is halted yet again. However, Chen Zifeng is not surprised. He had anticipated this. Finally arrived? A flicker of yellow lightning flashes before his eyes, revealing a soul master lurking in the shadows. The assailant is the only agility-type soul master of the Star Luo team, wielding the martial soul of a lightning falcon. Indeed, the situation is rather tricky, as the speed is undeniably swift and the offensive power is quite formidable. However, Chen Zifeng remains undaunted, wielding his soul-cleaving sword as he charges forward. In terms of sheer attack strength, the Lightning Falcon Spirit Master is certainly no match for him. But the overwhelming speed serves as a significant constraint. Currently, the battlefield is a 6 against 4 scenario. Yet, Both sides are acutely aware that such a stalemate cannot be sustained for long. Up until now, neither party has exerted their full potential. The most daunting aspect of a team battle lies in the sudden emergence of cooperative strategies. In such moments, an extraordinary surge of power can easily lead to a decisive victory. As the battle unfolds, it appears that we hold the upper hand. Qirong gazes at the kaleidoscope of soul power below, her heart racing with excitement, yearning to join the fray. Not necessarily. Bebe gently shakes her head, suppressing Qirong's restless spirit. Although only 4 of our senior brothers and sisters are currently engaged, the remaining 3 cannot be said to contribute significantly in this fight. Just as Bebe finishes speaking, the illustrious Prince Jujiu of the Xingluo battle team employs his 4th soul skill. While the precise effects remain unclear, Qirong perceives the sudden visibility of her 4 comrades, previously concealed within Ling Luoqing's icy mist. More accurately, they are illuminated by the radiant light of Prince Jujiu's star crown. Su Sanshi, who was originally positioned before Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong, suddenly becomes invigorated. Perhaps realizing that they have already been discovered, he decides to take a different course of action. A black beam of light erupts from the ice mist, racing towards the rear of the Xingluo National Academy. Xianming Turtle's 4th soul skill, Xianming Exchange. This allows him to swap positions with specified objects within a certain range. And those objects can indeed include individuals. As he speaks, Su Sanshi dashes forward, directly swapping Prince Jujiu into the Shrek camp. What is this? Jujiu's expression betrays immense surprise as he finds himself suddenly within the Shrek camp. This is somewhat effective. Bebe, observing from below, acknowledges that Su Sanshi has achieved a significant impact right after she remarked on the limited contributions of their team. Withdraw my previous statement, she declares. It is no wonder, given that Su Sanshi's 4th soul skill had never been utilized in an official competition before, thus catching many off guard. After all, this soul skill is indeed quite peculiar. During their previous sparring sessions, they felt quite helpless against this rogue soul skill. A gift delivered to us? Ling Luocheng reacts swiftly, his soul rings shimmering as he invokes the ice prison. Ling Luocheng aims to seize control of Prince Jujiu, thereby significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of the Xingluo National Academy. The vigilant referee, keeping a close watch from the sidelines, is prepared to intervene, as Prince Jujiu's status is extraordinary and any negligence could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, he does not believe that Jujiu could continue in enemy territory. However, it appears that the referee has misjudged the situation. The moment Ling Luoqing's ice prison is about to make contact with Prince Jujiu, a radiant golden light suddenly emanates from Jujiu, dazzling yet not blinding. An extraordinary scene unfolds as a golden light shield descends from above, enveloping Jujiu and blocking Ling Luoqing's ice prison. At the apex of this golden shield is a gem with 108 facets, shimmering brilliantly and spinning rapidly. What is this? Such formidable defense? Qirong laments the failure of the ambush, yet Jujiu's soul skill certainly broadens her horizons. Guardian of the Stars. Bebe's brow furrows deeper as she recalls something she had read in ancient texts. This soul skill is not one that every wielder of the Star Crown martial soul can learn. It requires a certain innate talent. Furthermore, the skill's purpose is to provide attribute suppression and absolute defense. Wang Yan's expression also grows more serious. Although the duration of the absolute defense offered by Guardian of the Stars is brief, as a domain skill, it possesses an almost bug-like quality. Just as Wang Yan finishes speaking, the spirit master who had been shadowing Jujiu, having remained inactive thus far, swiftly arrives in the Shrek camp, once again safeguarding Jujiu's side. At this moment, Qirong realizes that he is, in fact, a soul engineer wielding a close combat soul device, a blade. His rapid arrival is facilitated by a propulsion soul device. This is not a good omen. With everyone constrained, the 3 senior brothers and sisters at the forefront are unable to respond immediately. And it seems that the opponent is well aware of their tactics, fighting desperately to entangle Ma Xiaotao and the others. Consequently, Shrek's rear becomes exposed to their adversaries. Qirong gasps, covering her mouth in shock. Ling Luocheng reacts swiftly, enveloping himself, Wang Dong, and Hu Yuhao within the ice prison as a defensive measure. Now, the light of Jujiu's Guardian of the Stars grows ever more brilliant, enveloping Ling Luocheng and his companions. Originally, this Guardian of the Stars was intended for Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang, with the plan to imprison 2 of Shrek's soul emperors and, leveraging the attribute suppression, combine the strength of their entire team to swiftly eliminate them. However, they did not anticipate that Shrek possessed such an extraordinary soul skill. forcing them to use it for self-preservation instead. Jiuzhou feels a twinge of dissatisfaction at this thought, but recognizes the lack of alternatives. Nevertheless, if they could take away a few, it would still be a victory. Jiuzhou's gaze sharpens, focusing intently on Hui Yuhao. After all, during the auction, it was well known that while Hui Yuhao's current strength is weak, his potential is commendable. Moreover, he is the younger brother of the current Xinglua Emperor, a future ally of great importance. After all, the invaluable ice-blue scorpion soul bone was bestowed upon him. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. While Jiuzhou does not voice her thoughts regarding Hui Yuhao, a sense of rivalry brews within her. Meanwhile, on the other side, although Jiuzhou has not been directly eliminated, and even granted the Xinglua National Academy a glimmer of opportunity, Ma Xiaodao seizes the fleeting moment of distraction exhibited by her opponent due to the shifting circumstances. A resounding cry reminiscent of a phoenix erupts from Ma Xiaodao's lips as her fiery wings strike downwards, unleashing a burst of crimson light that soars skyward. This crimson glow unmistakably takes the form of a fire phoenix, its searing flames igniting in an instant. The target is none other than the day's dark flame demon tiger spirit master and the control-type soul master behind him. Her fire control is instantaneously disrupted, while the dark flame demon tiger battle spirit king before her is forcibly repelled. Dai Yueheng simultaneously amplifies his own strength to the level of the white tiger demon god transformation, launching an aggressive assault on his opponent. On the other side, Chen Zifeng also erupts with fervor, unleashing a flurry of blades that force the lightning falcon battle spirit king to retreat. Now, Ma Xiaodao and Jiuzhou nearly shout in unison. Yu Rong observes keenly from the sidelines, noting that at the moment the soul master guarding Jiuzhou prepares to attack Ling Luocheng and his companions. Ma Xiaodao and her allies simultaneously repel their adversaries. From the perspective of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, it appears as though they have all aligned in a single line. This is the best possible scenario that Shrek's senior brothers and sisters have created for the two junior disciples on the battlefield. The golden path of diminishing brilliance. The originally pale, golden hue of the Star Guardian suddenly transformed into a radiant gold, the entire shield taking on the same luminescence as the 18 stars adorning it. What once seemed a certain victory was now only a vague sight ahead, as a colossal pupil flickered and vanished in an instant. In the next moment, she was horrified to discover that her Star Guardian appeared to be melting away, droplets of golden liquid cascading down the surface of a shield, while the soul power she had been continuously infusing was abruptly severed. The Star Guardian had been obstructed, yet this was far from the end. As the golden path concluded, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong re-emerged, Hui Yuhao releasing his arms to extend his hands, while Wang Dong merely raised his right hand. The interplay of icy white and dark golden soul power was unmistakably Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, yet their aura was entirely distinct from that of the golden path. Almost instantaneously, a terrifying gale erupted outward from their bodies. This is bad. Jiuzheng's gaze trembled. After enduring the assault of the golden path, her control over the Star Guardian had significantly diminished. She could only manage to condense it, barely shielding herself from the soul master before her. Defense was all she could muster now. Observing from the periphery, the once dense, icy mist began to rise swiftly, resembling the sudden formation of a mushroom cloud, an indescribable majesty emerging from within the frost. Yu Rong watched, her spirit stirred. The new martial soul fusion technique of Dong Dong and Yu Hao, directly before the Star Guardian. The space was instantaneously torn apart, and a massive hammer materialized from thin air. The hammer's head was as black as ink, yet each end bore a sharp protrusion of a vibrant green hue, while the handle appeared to be encrusted with diamonds. The sharp protrusions emitted a brilliant green light. Alongside the dark golden radiance of the hammerhead and the icy white of the handle, three distinct colors erupting simultaneously. In the next instant, as the hammer descended, it transformed into a blood-red hue. All light seemed to be consumed by this crimson shade. Even the Star Guardian trembled at its presence. It was as if an unseen hand was manipulating this colossal hammer, and in the next moment, it fell. The hammer of fiery earth in the extreme cold. In that moment of the hammer's descent, Jiuzheng felt as though her chest had been struck by an immense force. The star crown upon her forehead resonating with a sound akin to shattering glass. Cracks appeared on the diamond-shaped gem at the center of the crown. Subsequently, the Star Guardian collapsed instantly. Everyone knew that unless the Star Luo National Academy revealed a new trump card, the outcome of this match was already determined. Chapter 096, the Finals 1. The team battle concluded successfully, with Shrek winning the first round. In truth, Everyone had an understanding of the situation following the team battle. In a one-on-one duel, it was exceedingly difficult for the Douluo National Academy to triumph over Shrek. It could be said that the conclusion of the team battle established the foundation for Shrek's progression to the finals. And indeed, that was the outcome. Wang Yin had previously worried about extending the match to a 2-2 scenario. If that occurred, with the support of the Star-Crowned Martial Soul, the Douluo National Academy might have had a glimmer of hope. However, in a one-on-one setting, it was purely a contest of strength, and Shrek emerged victorious without a doubt. They granted the Douluo National Academy no opportunity to engage in a 2-2 battle, decisively winning the match with a score of 2-0. It goes without saying that while everyone was aware of this, the Douluo National Academy could not simply forfeit. This match was held in their home ground, representing not only the academy itself, but also embodying the hopes of the nation's citizens for the future of Soul Masters in the Douluo Empire. Thus, even in defeat, they aimed to lose gracefully. Though they faltered, they showcased their spirit. Despite the loss, the Douluo National Academy truly achieved this, and that sufficed. Now, it was time for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. The competition of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy commenced shortly after Shrek's match. Although everyone was aware that the Sun Moon team would undoubtedly have specific tactical strategies tailored against Shrek, watching their match against the DAO Academy was unlikely to yield much benefit. The vast majority resolved to return and train diligently, maximizing their time until they could directly hear Teacher Wang Yin's tactical arrangements. This included the 4 official team members, as well as Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nannan, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Regarding this matter, Bei Bei explained, after all, a sense of urgency was still necessary, and as Soul Masters, He Kaitu and Hui Yuhao could not afford to miss the match of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. It was not only an opportunity to observe their opponents, but also a chance for self-reflection. How could they let such an occasion slip away? Yu Rong half-jokingly remarked, "It is only the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy that can make the diligent Yuhao pause in his training." Hui Yuhao scratched his head, unsure how to respond, for Yu Rong spoke the truth. As a core member of the lively group, Yu Rong insisted that they could not miss a single opportunity to observe their adversaries. How could they leave early? Perhaps they might just witness the smiling Hongshan in action against the DAO Academy? Or even better, what if the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy were to fall short due to carelessness? Would that not be even more splendid? Though Yu Rong was also aware that such a possibility was slim. After all, it seemed that the DAO Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy were at a considerable disparity. And indeed, this was the reality. The only noteworthy difference from previous matches was the appearance of the 6-ringed Soul Emperor, Marulong, from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. In the team battle, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy truly lived up to their title, with an array of soul tools emerging one after another. Their offense featured long-range soul tools and close combat soul tools, and for some reason, Yu Rong felt that the soul tools they utilized were distinctly different from those of other teams. For instance, although they all employed soul-guided cannons, why did the Sun Moon team seem so much more refined? Yu Rong pondered in confusion. On this point, He Kaitu had the most authority to speak. The primary factor was the difference in the precision of the soul tools craftsmanship. He Kaitu felt deeply about this, having observed every match of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy throughout the tournament. To illustrate, the pendant lights used for illumination in their dormitory and those in the Shrek City's Treasure Pavilion were both soul-guided lamps that emitted light. Yet there was a significant distinction. Yu Rong nodded in agreement, indeed. The pendant lights in their dormitory were quite ordinary, encased in a white shell, likely featuring a bulb within that emitted white light. However, the illumination in the Treasure Pavilion was undoubtedly several times more exquisite. It appeared that instead of standard bulb, it utilized a light tube with brightness that could adjust according to the surrounding environment and various colors of light that could be regulated. The soul tools shared by them and the Sun Moon Empire, the types everyone possessed, exhibited such a disparity. As He Kaitu elaborated on this, he could not help but feel a sense of resentment, not to mention that the Sun Moon Empire possessed many new technologies that were entirely absent from their Douluo continent. The soul tools of the Sun Moon Empire are so formidable? Yu Rong felt she had broadened her horizons, though she was loath to admit it. This was indeed the truth. Although he spoke thus, there was not a trace of despondency in He Kaitu's eyes, only an indomitable spirit. This has always been the aspiration pursued by our Shrek Soul Engineering Department. Let's press on. I firmly believe that Shrek can achieve an unexpected victory. Yu Rong clapped her hands in encouragement. One must hold on to dreams. Who knows, they might just come true. Hikaitu let out a wry smile, but chose not to respond. While dreams are admirable, relying solely on one's own strength to realize them is no less daunting than asking him to traverse the Douluo forest alone and survive. In the team battle, the Sun and Moon team undoubtedly emerged victorious, with even the six-ring Soul Emperor Ma Rulong barely having to engage, merely restraining the opposing six-ring Soul Emperor from the Imperial AO Academy, who was a powerful assault-type Soul Master wielding the earth-shaking axe. In the remaining 6v6, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy secured a comfortable victory. Some of the soul devices Qirong encountered were completely new to her, leaving her in awe. She felt a twinge of unease. After all, the twin duo of Xiao Hongshun and Meng Hongshun had yet to make their appearance. Could they be the secret weapon specifically prepared for Shrek? It must be said that, in a certain sense, Qirong was onto something. In the one-on-one challenge the following day, the six-ringed Soul Emperor from the Imperial AO Academy swiftly defeated two members of the Sun and Moon team, both of whom were Soul Kings, leaving their soul devices with little opportunity to shine. However, the third member of the Sun and Moon team was none other than Soul Emperor Ma Rulong. Wait, what did he just say? Every single soul device on him was crafted by his own hands? As Qirong listened to the conversation between Ma Rulong and the earth-shaking axe's Soul Emperor, astonishment flickered in her eyes. To cultivate to the level of Soul Emperor at such a young age, and to craft such intricately complex soul devices, was he courting danger? Defeating an enemy with one's own crafted soul devices elicited a chuckle from Hikaitu, who exchanged a glance with Hua Yuhao beside him. One must admit, in a certain sense, that fellow was rather romantic. Qirong blinked, looking at Hua Yuhao, who was in complete agreement, and murmured in confusion. Romantic? Ma Rulong's combat style could aptly be described with 4 words: fluid as flowing clouds. From the outset, he seized the initiative in the battle, opting not to deploy his strongest soul device, but rather a flash grenade that disrupted the earth-shaking axe Soul Emperor's offensive rhythm. With each successive maneuver, every adaptation against the earth-shaking axe Soul Emperor, he responded with impeccable timing, utilizing the most suitable soul devices. This included the precise deployment of a defensive shield at the moment the earth-shaking axe Soul Emperor unleashed his most formidable strike. Though it was a consumable item, it certainly offered exceptional value. After all, according to Hikaitu's explanation, the level of that absolute defense shield likely surpassed level 6, reaching level 7, meaning it could withstand the full force of a 7-ringed Soul Sage's attack. While it was indeed costly for Soul Masters capable of crafting their own devices, it merely required a bit more effort to produce. After all, they could be self-sufficient. Qirong listened with envy, exclaiming, "Heavens, how much could that save?" With earnestness, Qirong solemnly patted Hua Yuhao on the shoulder. "Yuhao, you must give it your all, not to mention anything else. Can't you let him experience the liberating sensation of the absolute defense shield?" Hua Yuhao couldn't help but smile wryly but responded earnestly. The match concluded amidst a flurry of cannon fire, with Ma Rulong emerging victorious. Ultimately, the remaining battles unfolded under Ma Rulong's control of the soul devices, leading to the elimination of the Imperial AO Academy and the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's advancement to the finals. This Ma Rulong was undoubtedly formidable. Hikaitu appeared somewhat grave. On the surface, Ma Rulong seemed to effortlessly dominate his opponent and secure victory. Yet, in reality, had any aspect of his strategy faltered, he would have undoubtedly faced a tempestuous counterattack from his adversary. Moreover, if he hadn't team-miscounted, Ma Rulong had utilized 5 different types of soul devices during this battle. Hikaitu counted on his fingers. Most astonishing was the soul cannon that seemed capable of nullifying the opponent's soul power perception following the invincible protective shield. If it were to truly confront an opponent, it would indeed be a terrifying weapon, leaving one unaware of how they met their demise. But there was no need to worry. Qirong grasped Hua Yuhao's arm, declaring, as long as Yuhao was present, with his spiritual detection activated, there would be no issues. Just look at the level of trust she displayed. Qirong asserted that while the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy possessed soul devices, Shrek had their own cheat codes. Who knows who might be stronger? Hua Yuhao chuckled. "Thank you for your trust, Xiaorong." After the completion of the matches, the Shrek team did not linger, but returned to the Star Emperor Hotel. Wang Yin seemed lost in thought, contemplating how to arrange tactics for the evening. After all, the format for the final match differed slightly from the previous rounds, requiring team battles, 1-on-1s, and 2-on-2s, all under a best-of-3 format, with no breaks, to be conducted throughout the next day. This meant that following the conclusion of tomorrow's matches, the entire competition would come to a definitive close. The final day, Qirong stretched lazily, urging herself to persevere. Chapter 097, The Finals 2. Qirong had been contemplating whether to buy some giant octopus balls when she hesitated and quietly slipped away from the main Shrek viewing party. She transformed into a stealthy little flower. It could only be said that Wang Yin and Huiyu Hao were both preoccupied with recalling the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's matches. Their minds, too, engaged to notice a little one stealthily leaving the group. Otherwise, they would have surely brought Qirong back. There was only one day left. They could go for snacks after the matches. They could eat as much as they wanted then. Let teacher Wang Yin foot the bill. For some reason, Wang Yin suddenly felt a twinge of crisis emanating from his wallet. Wang Yin, wallet, danger. No, seriously, what do you want from a teacher with a meager salary? Is that fair? Huh, is that fair? Already walking down the Douluo street, Qirong was not dwelling on such thoughts. Her primary concern was her own cravings. She thought it wouldn't be a big deal, and she could definitely return to the hotel within half an hour. It wouldn't delay anything. Qirong, it's not just my cravings. I'm thinking of bringing some snacks back for Bebe too, right? Baby, he'd been practicing at the hotel all day. It's time to relax. Nodding, Qirong declared with righteousness, that's how it is. Whether it was due to the impending final match, the crowds on Douluo Street had swelled more than before. Where she could once weave through the throngs, now there seemed to be no gaps to be found. Such a scenario could only be navigated effortlessly by agile assault-type soul masters, Qirong quipped. The shop she adored remained bustling with patrons. Perhaps due to the excitement surrounding the finals, the enthusiasm of the crowds felt even more pronounced. This was primarily reflected in their disregard for prices while shopping. Boss, I'll have 2 orders of the super colossal octopus balls. Boss, I want 5 orders. 10 orders here. Boss, make more. They'll sell out. Qirong, still in line, couldn't help but blink at the extravagant orders ahead of her. She and realized these octopus balls were such a hot commodity. Previously, there were individuals queuing, yet during peak hours, the numbers seldom exceeded a handful. After all, the pricing was rather steep, thus not many were inclined to make a purchase. Simultaneously, the chef demonstrated remarkable speed in crafting the octopus balls, his culinary prowess seemingly intertwined with the essence of fire, executing each task with unparalleled finesse and efficiency. However, now Qirong found herself at the end of the line, barely able to catch a glimpse of the chef's industrious head bobbing about. What could have prompted such a sudden influx of patrons? Was business truly this booming? Qirong pondered the increased foot traffic recently. It was not implausible that the establishment was thriving, but the sheer number of people in line seemed quite absurd. Nevertheless, her desire for the culinary delight prevailed, compelling her to stand in line. Although the queue was extensive, it moved rapidly, proving less arduous than she had anticipated. In approximately 10 minutes, she would be savoring her coveted treat. Nodding to herself, she inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the octopus balls wafting from the front, silently appeasing her rumbling stomach. Heavens! Could this be the legendary octopus balls from Shrek Academy? They certainly appeared impressive. Upon hearing this, Qirong's ears perked up. Wait a moment, Shrek Academy's version? As she focused her gaze, she realized that the very octopus balls she adored were indeed present. Curiously, she inquired of a nearby customer who had just acquired a steaming serving. Excuse me, what do you mean by Shrek Academy's version? I heard that during this tournament, past champions, including participants from Shrek Academy, have come to this establishment to indulge in these remarkable octopus balls. They sang their praises. The young woman recounted, her excitement palpable. The shopkeeper even has photographs commemorating the occasion, prominently displayed at the center of the shop. Regrettably, I didn't catch the face of the golden-haired, heterochromatic soul master, but he certainly exuded an aura of charm. Qirong's heart raced as familiarity washed over her. Aside from herself, was there truly another participant from Shrek with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes? The young woman, still speaking, turned her attention towards Qirong, suddenly pausing mid-sentence. Wait a moment. You look rather familiar. Qirong blinked, a sense of apprehension creeping in. Was she about to be recognized? Wow, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? The young woman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If not, what about a boyfriend? Qirong was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the unexpected turn of conversation. What sort of inquiry was this? Before she could formulate a response, or even comprehend how to reply, the young woman's exuberance had drawn the attention of those around them. After all, human nature thrives on curiosity and excitement. Hey, doesn't this fellow seem a tad familiar? Someone in the crowd murmured, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Isn't he the participant from Shrek? the one named Qirong. It was evident that this individual had followed the soul fighting tournament closely. The crowd erupted in fervor at the mention of Shrek, as if a peculiar switch had been flipped, igniting a wave of enthusiasm. Let me see. Let me see. It resembled a grand fan gathering. Was the Shrek finals scheduled for tomorrow? Why was a participant appearing here now? Qirong felt a tinge of indignation. Is it so wrong to simply be out for a stroll? Even the staff inside the shop were captivated, as a figure who appeared to be the owner emerged. Upon spotting Qirong, his eyes lit up. Ah, it's Qirong from Shrek. You're back. Are you here for our famous octopus balls again? His demeanor was exuberantly warm, as if he were in the presence of a deity. The first time Qirong had visited, the owner had merely regarded him as an ordinary customer, captivated by his striking appearance. It wasn't until the owner whimsically tuned into the current Continental Soul fighting tournament and fortuitously witnessed Shrek's performance in the elimination rounds that he recognized Qirong's splendid display on stage. In that moment, it was as if the boundaries of time had blurred, and the owner beheld the golden figure relishing octopus balls outside his establishment, while behind him, throngs of eager patrons surged toward the shop. At that instant, a singular thought resonated within the owner's mind. So, even Shrek's soul master's delight in octopus balls. This could be the dawn of a prosperous venture. Without delay, the owner's resolve was unwavering. The very first task upon returning to his establishment was to craft a banner proclaiming the popularity of the octopus balls, praised by none other than Shrek's participants. But how to substantiate this claim? Fear not, for the astute proprietor devised a clever plan. A candid photograph of Qirong, sans face, would suffice. It merely needed to evoke belief. Following that, he would snap a picture of his shop and seamlessly blend the two images together. A flawless execution. A living advertisement. Although the image might be somewhat vague, it would still hold truth. With buoyancy and conviction, the owner declared, "How can this be deemed false marketing? After all, didn't he come here to eat? Didn't he proclaim it delectable?" This, he proclaimed, was the audacity of those who dare to savor the world. Isn't this akin to fraud? Qirong quipped, the corners of his mouth twitching. The young woman who had previously inquired about Qirong's romantic status nodded in agreement. Indeed, this smacks of deception. I have advised the owner against this. The chef, who had been diligently preparing the octopus balls, chimed in softly, continuing his meticulous work. It's tough being a worker, and life is hard. Alas, what isn't a struggle. Once I save enough, I shall become the owner myself, ensuring to tread carefully and avoid false advertising. The owner interjected, "Hey, aside from the photo, what have I said that isn't factual? Since Qirong is here once more to enjoy our octopus balls, why don't we take another picture together? Of course, today, I shall cover your bill." The owner was fervently eager to transform that vague, ethereal image into a clear, tangible one. A group photo? Qirong raised an eyebrow, feeling reluctant. While the offer of complimentary octopus balls was enticing, it felt as though he were trading something of value for it. His sole desire was to savor a bite of the octopus balls, and the thought of drawing such attention would undoubtedly lead to a scolding from Bei Bei upon his return, especially since he had sneaked out. Indeed, at that moment, Qirong finally recalled that he had come here clandestinely, and his foremost concern was the reprimand he might face from Bei Bei. Although deep down, he knew Bei Bei wouldn't be able to bring herself to be too harsh. Well, as Qirong's gaze drifted towards the throng of people pressing ever closer, an ominous premonition settled over him. Would he truly be able to procure his octopus balls and return without being discovered by the others? Would he be delayed for too long? The answer was a resounding yes. By the time Qirong returned to the Star Emperor Hotel, clutching a bounty of octopus balls, nearly an hour had elapsed. This was half an hour longer than he had initially anticipated, effectively doubling his expected timeline. Half an hour could once be dismissed with a light-hearted chuckle, but now, it seems impossible to evade the inevitable conversation, does it not? Qirong felt a pang of distress and instinctively bit her lip, seemingly lost in contemplation as she pondered the reasons she could offer later. While musing, she ascended the staircase. Perhaps I shall indulge in another octopus ball. With her cheeks stuffed to the brim with the delectable treat, she sensed that the generous portion was a special favor from the vendor. It was utterly delightful. There were no encounters along the way, and upon reaching the top floor of the Xinghuang Hotel, the same level that housed the Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Qirong strolled down the corridor. Just as she popped another octopus ball into her mouth, the door to the conference room at the end of the corridor swung open. What a coincidence! Emerging from a room was the team from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, evidently having concluded their match and proceeded directly to a pre-meeting. At that moment, they fortuitously crossed paths with Qirong, who had just finished her purchase. Qirong blinked and found herself locking eyes with a pair of striking bluish-green irises. One could not deny the beauty of those eyes, akin to exquisitely cut gemstones radiating brilliance, even in the absence of light. Ah, Xiao Hongchun also spotted Qirong, surprised by this unexpected encounter. After all, during the nearly month-long competition, aside from their initial meeting, they had maintained an unspoken agreement to avoid each other. Even residing on the same floor had not altered that. Qirong? Ma Yinglong, who had just been discussing her at the pre-meeting, recognized her immediately. Although she was merely a three-ringed soul master, her strength was commendable, and she would undoubtedly pose a threat in the competitions to come. Nevertheless, in this current tournament, the tactical instructor of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy did not anticipate that Shrek would deploy a three-ringed contender, especially when other more reasonable choices were available. At this moment, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's competitive spirit had reached a fever pitch, viewing Shrek as a formidable obstacle to their championship aspirations. However, there was no need to confront a reserve player outside the arena, was there? Xiao Hongchun naturally did not overlook the large box of octopus balls that Qirong clutched in her hands. Is Shrek so desperate for your indulgence? Tomorrow is the final showdown, and yet you still find time to procure snacks? How excessively lax of you. With her mouth stuffed full of octopus balls, Qirong could only manage to swallow hastily before placing her hands on her hips. What business is it of yours? Bei has yet to reprimand me. Why do you think it is your turn to lecture me? Xiao Hongchun. Xiao Hongchun merely chuckled at Qirong's retort, his smirk growing more sardonic. I would rather not interfere, but do not forget our wager. Upon hearing this, Qirong's brows furrowed slightly. Of course, I eagerly await the day you obediently arrive at Shrek Academy. That sentiment is one I shall return to you, Xiao Hongchun replied, crossing his arms and raising his chin defiantly. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is no institution from which one graduates easily. That sentiment should be mine to convey. The victor shall undoubtedly be Shrek. Qirong's confidence surged as she declared, this time, it will be the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy that prevails. Xiao Hongchun retorted, stepping closer. Qirong advanced a step as well. Shrek, Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. At this, Meng Hongchun cast a sideways glance at her brother, bemused by the juvenile banter unfolding before her. The atmosphere had taken a rather peculiar turn. Just then, a door swung open with a flourish. Rong, what are you doing standing at the door? It was Bei, who had been waiting for Qirong to return for training. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he rushed out to investigate. Qirong blinked, the octopus balls still in her grasp. Ah, she had been caught red-handed. She had intended to stow them away in her storage soul guide after indulging. Shrek's Bei. Xiao Hongchun was taken aback by Bei's timely appearance. From his Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Bei finally realized with whom Qirong was conversing. What a coincidence to bump into the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Understanding the current situation, Bei recognized that it was not an opportune time to engage with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. The competitive spirit, or rather, the hostility, was unprecedentedly intense. This was certainly not the right moment to expose oneself. Bei nodded politely towards the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy members, but directed his gaze firmly at Xiao Hongchun. Rong, come inside. Let's not obstruct the Sun Moon team. As he spoke, Bei gently grasped Qirong's wrist and pulled her into his room, as though staking his claim. After all, we have a match tomorrow, don't we? Bei continued, acknowledging Xiao Hongchun with a nod. Naturally, Shrek would yield a little ground in unimportant matters for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. For Shrek would be the champions. Being arrogant outside the arena was utterly futile. This was the unspoken subtext from Bei, and it was clear to all present, save for Qirong. Oh, Xiao Hongchun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, even the seemingly gentle Bei was a blue lightning tyrant dragon at heart. Did he truly believe he was concealing himself well? At this point, it mattered little to utter such words. Xiao Hongchun chuckled, sauntering over to open the door to his room, whether intentional or not. He cast a glance back at Qirong. After all, tomorrow would reveal everything, would it not? Hey, what? You actually encountered the body sect members yesterday. Qirong exclaimed, bouncing up in surprise. And they even invited you back to the sect, despite your having spent hardly any time there? Good heavens, what had she missed while sneaking out for those octopus balls yesterday? Qirong felt a twinge of regret for having missed such an exciting scene. How infuriating! Hui Yuhao looked at his astonished companion, sensing her mix of disbelief and a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Yes, what kind of absurd logic is that? Just because one possesses a body martial soul does not imply they belong to the body sect. Yu Rong expressed her bewilderment at the reasoning of some individuals. If I were to establish a sect named the Chrysanthemum sect, would everyone with a chrysanthemum martial soul suddenly be my disciples? You would get beaten up for that. Yu Xiaorong, Su Sancher interjected incisively. Then why isn't the body sect being challenged? Yu Rong countered, indignant. Because they are strong enough, came a vaguely familiar voice, laced with an air of weariness and nonchalance. Upon hearing that voice, Yu Rong immediately turned her head. Elder Xian? Indeed, it was Elder Xian, who had been delayed in returning after escorting the injured seniors back from a mission to eliminate the God of Death's minions. Elder Xian, you have finally returned. Yu Rong tilted her head, having never encountered him before. Ahem. In fact, Elder Xian had arrived a fortnight prior, but had chosen to remain incognito, keen to observe the capabilities of these younglings. Not merely the reserve team, but more importantly, to assess Wang Yin, that little fellow. Judging by the current outcomes, Elder Xian was evidently satisfied with everyone. The body sect was formidable. On the Douluo continent, there are few entities that can be compared to our Shrek Academy. Taking Shrek as an example, the current members can essentially be regarded as the backbone of Shrek, hence I speak candidly. Elder Xian glanced at the gathered crowd, notably without his customary wine gourd, instead gnawing on a chicken leg. At the center of Shrek's Sea God Lake lies the Sea God Island, accessible only to inner courtyard disciples, where the Sea God Pavilion resides, Shrek's core and the regular meeting place for the esteemed elders. At this moment, Elder Xian seemed to cast an unintentional glance at Bei Bei, standing beside Yu Rong, his expression imbued with complexity. For you, this Sea God Pavilion may be perceived as the pinnacle of Shrek Academy in every regard. There are two other powers similar to the Sea God Pavilion on the continent, the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, and of course the body sect. Thus, it could be said that a tripartite balance exists. Yu Rong tilted her head, holding up 3 fingers. This is indeed the case, Elder Xian affirmed with a nod, pausing briefly before adding, however, as of now, our Sea God Pavilion undoubtedly possesses the greatest strength. As one of the senior elders of the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian would not undermine his own prestige by extolling others. The body sect does not enjoy a favorable reputation on the Douluo continent. Its stance can be described as capricious, oscillating between righteousness and wickedness, driven solely by personal inclinations. Yet, for those within its ranks, they are fiercely protective. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's gaze suddenly turned disdainful. According to record from the inner courtyard, the most egregious incident involved the body sect infiltrating the Stardow forest, where they successively hunted 7 soul beasts of 100,000 years, triggering a violent beast tide that surged from the forest towards neighboring cities, nearly resulting in catastrophic devastation. 7 soul beasts of 100,000 years? At this revelation, Yu Rong's pupils constricted, a chill running down her spine. At that time, the 4 great beasts of the Stardow forest united to launch a fierce assault on Shrek City. The reason we did not confront the body sect head-on was that they also participated in the defense against the beast tide. It was during that crisis that we realized, in terms of overall strength, the body sect surpassed our academy. The beast tide lasted a full year, only resolved when our Shrek summons recalled a multitude of our strongest. Nevertheless, even then, dozens of villages were slaughtered as a result. Following that incident, the soul beasts of the Stardow forest were enraged, leading to a significantly heightened probability of encountering powerful soul beasts for human soul masters venturing into the forest periphery over the next 5 centuries. Yu Rong smirked. In a sense, this could be viewed as retribution from the soul beasts. Although she wanted to express that it was deserved, the words remained unspoken. For some innocent civilians were indeed caught in the crossfire. But were those soul masters who did not participate in the body sect's actions completely innocent? Yu Rong pondered otherwise. Ma Xiaotao, without hesitation, tapped Yu Rong's little head. From what perspective are you voicing this? Ouch. Yu Rong, feeling aggrieved, rubbed her head. All right, with Elder Xian here. The body sect wouldn't dare act rashly, at least not against you directly. As for your choices moving forward, that shall be your own decision. Ma Xiaotao sighed, advising Huiyu Hao, subtly shifting the topic from Yu Rong. I will not join the body sect. Shrek is my home. Huiyu Hao reiterated emphatically, with unwavering determination, as if he had long since made up his mind. But then again, our Yu Hao is indeed a coveted asset, Yu Rong teased lightly. Huiyu Hao scratched his head, taken aback. Yu Rong patted Huiyu Hao's shoulder. Indeed, our Yu Hao possesses charm. Upon hearing this, Huiyu Hao felt his face heat up. All right, enough of that. We must prepare to depart. Bei Bei intervened at an opportune moment to halt the playful banter. Bei Bei reached out and playfully pinched Yurong's cheek, applying just enough pressure as if to enact a small act of revenge. Hey, Yurong protested, elongating her tone. Bei Bei, is it permissible to pinch my face like that? Bei Bei smiled at Yurong, his demeanor exuding elegance. Others may not know, but seems I can. Today, the weather in Xinglua City was less favorable than before. The sky was overcast, shrouded in a light mist, with occasional delicate raindrops cascading from above, imparting a chill to the grand city. Yet, regardless of the cold, it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowds gathered from all directions. For the finals of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition were about to commence. A peak confrontation was set to unfold today. This weather undoubtedly affected certain specific Soul Masters, such as Ling Luochen. As an ice element control Soul Master, such conditions would undoubtedly amplify his ice manipulation prowess. However, for Ma Xiaodao, this weather was less than uplifting. While it bore no impact on her performance, it certainly added a touch of irritation to her mood. The audience present today was noticeably larger, a sea of black-clad figures. Previously, it had seemed there were many spectators, but compared to today, that was merely a drop in the ocean. Is it not true that tickets are sold one per person? Surely there is no overbooking? Yurong raised an eyebrow, sensing her mild claustrophobia creeping in, even as she realized today was the first time she had recognized this affliction. Under normal circumstances, overbooking would certainly not occur. Su Sanshur waved his folding fan, seemingly catching wind of a certain envious scent of money in the air. Yet, evidently, this was not the usual circumstance. Su Sanshur rapped his fan twice, exclaiming, surely the Xinglua Empire must be raking in profits hand over fist? Yurong blinked, astonished that he might be envious of that. Truly, he was Su Sanshur, but now was hardly the time to dwell on that. Yurong mused, ISNT today, as theme the finals? This feels overly relaxed. However, Bei Bei's gaze shifted downward, noticing that Su Sanchi's fingers gripping the folding fan trembled more rapidly than usual. It was clear that he was profoundly anxious, yet he sought to distract himself by observing his surroundings. Unfortunately, it appeared ineffective. Bei Bei smirked, a hint of teasing in his tone. Sanshur, it's rare to see you so nervous. Upon hearing Bei Bei's remark, Su Sanshur realized his facade of calm had been uncovered by his friend. Curse be it. How could he expose me like this? Of course, aren't you nervous too? Su Sanshur pointed his fan accusingly at Bei Bei's prominent nose. This is the finals. The finals of the entire continent. Bei Bei chuckled helplessly, tilting his head slightly, his innocent expression oddly reminiscent of Yurong. It seems that after spending so much time together, they have unconsciously influenced one another. Nature is undeniably tinged with a hint of anxiety. However, excessive nervousness serves no purpose. Does it? Bei Bei pressed down the folding fan resting upon his nose and casually patted Su Sanchi's shoulder in a brotherly manner, encouraging him to simply demonstrate his true capabilities. Despite the words spoken, Su Sanshur could not help but smirk, taken aback by Bei Bei's thoughtful consolation. It contrasted sharply with his usual mischievous demeanor. Had he truly misjudged Bei Bei? Yet, the prerequisite to this was having the opportunity to participate, was it not? Sanshur? Upon hearing this, Su Sanchi's fist clenched tightly. Indeed, he could not have been mistaken about Bei Bei. That wretched friend was questioning his abilities. Enough silence. The competition is about to commence. Ma Xiaodao suddenly turned around, admonishing the raucous junior students behind her. Just as Ma Xiaodao had proclaimed, atop the competition stage, the royal entourage of the Star Luo Empire made their grand entrance. A sight far more imposing than during the semifinals. The referee for this match remained the same as in the previous round, the esteemed title Douluo. Initially, the Emperor of Star Luo had intended to appoint Duke White Tiger, Di Yaoheng, father to both himself and Hui Yuhao, as the referee. However, due to the participation of Shrek's immediate relatives, it was deemed prudent to avoid any conflicts of interest, leading to the continuation of the previous referee's role. Upon hearing this, Yurong scrunched her nose in disdain, harboring no respect for such a capricious individual. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by Hui Yuhao, who felt a warmth in his heart, as though someone were advocating for him. Xian Lao remained silent, positioned in a discreet corner of the waiting area, standing as a pillar of support for Shrek. Though inconspicuous, discerning eyes would not overlook his presence. The referee, of course, recognized Xian Lao, understanding the significance of his stature. The finals of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Competition have officially begun. I shall now announce the rules of the final match. Although the competitors were already well acquainted with the regulations, it was customary to reiterate them. The finals would consist of team battles, individual elimination rounds, and a best-of-3 format. Each team would field 7 members in the group battle, after which both sides would have a singular opportunity to substitute contestants. However, this would be the sole chance for such changes. In the subsequent individual elimination and best-of-3 matches, only the designated 7 members could participate, with no further substitutions permitted. The team that triumphs in both major segments shall be declared the champion. Participants are free to exert their full capabilities during the match, with the safety of all competitors under the jurisdiction of the referee. Should the referee determine that a contestant is at risk of fatality, intervention will be enacted, resulting in the offending party's disqualification. However, given the unpredictable nature of the competition, the referee cannot guarantee absolute safety for all participants. It is hoped that both sides will exercise restraint during the contest. Now, both teams prepare. In 1 minute, the participants for the 7v7 team battle shall take the stage. With the announcement of the rules, the atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically, becoming palpably tense. Hundreds of thousands of spectators fell silent, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match, their eyes wide open, unwilling to miss even the slightest change upon the stage. For Shrek, the atmosphere was distinctly different. Bebe stood beside Qirong, a smile still playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze had transformed, filled with a fierce battle spirit as he looked toward the direction of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. On the other side of Qirong, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exuded an equally fervent fighting spirit. Although according to teacher Wang Yan's tactical arrangement, they might not have the opportunity to participate today, it did not diminish their fighting resolve. As for the senior members of Shrek, their determination was palpable. Ma Xiaotao stood at the forefront, her eyes ablaze with fervor, eager to incinerate their adversaries. Dai Yaoheng stretched his neck, resolute that he would not suffer defeat in this battle. Chen Zifeng rose as well. Although his soul-devouring sword remained sheathed, in that moment, he embodied the very essence of a blade. Ling Luocheng appeared the calmest among them, his eyes surveying the opposing team, seemingly contemplating whom to strike first. Very well, let us proceed according to yesterday's plan, Wang Yin stated, his voice quivering slightly, betraying his inner turbulence. Ma Xiaotao Dai Yaoheng, Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, Bebe, Kai Tu, and Qirong. This was not the most formidable lineup Shrek could muster, yet it was by no means weak. This demonstrated Wang Yan's cautious approach to the impending team battle. In previous matches, Hui Yuhao had always participated, primarily due to his spirit detection and sharing abilities that could significantly enhance their performance. However, no matter how formidable Hui Yuhao's abilities were, he remained a mere second-ring soul master. In the team battle against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy, there could be no weaknesses. Hui Yuhao, as a second-ring participant, would undoubtedly become a target. If others were required to protect him, Shrek's overall combat strength would be compromised. Furthermore, Wang Yin did not believe that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy would neglect to devise special arrangements for Hui Yuhao. This particular suspicion of Wang Yin was proven correct. The opposing team did not include Hui Yuhao in their lineup. Ma Rulong furrowed his brow slightly. In their tactical preparations, they had never considered Hui Yuhao's absence, given that he had participated in every prior team battle. Not a problem, Xiao Hongxuan remarked, standing beside Ma Rulong and flexing his fingers, indicating that Hui Yuhao's abilities were perhaps not as indispensable as initially presumed. Yet, he had not anticipated that the opposing team would opt for a third-ring soul master, Qirong, rather than a fourth-ring soul sect member. Xiao Hongxuan studied Qirong, who stood beside Bebe, his turquoise eyes reflecting contemplation. Was there a hidden trump card yet to be revealed? This suspicion proved to be accurate. Wang Yin had previously mentioned that Bebe and Qirong had not disclosed any hints regarding their formidable martial soul fusion technique, the Sun-Moon reincarnation, throughout the tournament. Nonetheless, Xiao Hongxuan scoffed, casting a glance at his younger sister, undeterred. Everyone had their hidden trump cards. It could be said that Shrek had indeed prepared for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy strategies. Although the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy had not fully anticipated Shrek's lineup, their own competitors aligned precisely with Wang Yan's projections. Ma Rulong, Xiao Hongxuan, and Meng Hongxuan, accompanied by 4 fifth-ring soul engineers, Mi Jia, Xiao Xiaofeng, Chun Fei, and Lin Shi. Qirong stood upon the competition stage, her gaze fixed upon her adversaries, her striking turquoise eyes locking onto another pair of similar hues without surprise. She could not resist raising her chin in a provocative manner. However, Xiao Hongchun merely arched an eyebrow, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he regarded Qirong. Beyond this, the tension between both sides was palpable. Wang Yan adjusted his glasses from the sidelines, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. I have already announced the rules of the match. I shall not reiterate them. Both sides retreat and prepare to commence. The match shall conclude when one team can no longer continue fighting, the referee reiterated. Now, let the competition begin. Chapter 099, The Finals 4. After a symbolic greeting in the center of the arena, both sides gradually retreated to the edges of the battlefield. On Shrek's side, the front line was occupied by Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Chen Zifeng. Following them were Bei Bei and Jiang Nanan, while Ling Luocheng and Qirong stood at the rear. The formation consisted of 4 Assault-type Soul Masters, 2 Control-type Soul Masters, and 1 Agility-type Soul Master, which could be deemed a commendable arrangement, particularly in comparison to the 7 Soul Masters from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Indeed, at first glance, it was evident that the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had already produced their soul guiding devices, including the infamous duo of the Red Dust siblings. Although teacher Wang Yan had previously informed Shrek's team that the Red Dust siblings would undoubtedly make an appearance in the final match, urging them to mentally prepare, the true nature of their martial souls and soul skills remained an enigma. The scant information available indicated that Qirong had encountered Xiao Hongchun, who appeared capable of manipulating metal, while Meng Hongchun remained a mystery that warranted caution. Qirong had already placed a lollipop in her mouth, her expression still somewhat serious. This lollipop was no ordinary confection. It was, in fact, a product of their martial souls and soul skills that had been distributed by Kai-Tu prior. The yellow lollipop she was savoring was designed to enhance mental fortitude, its sweet flavor alleviating some of the impending tension. There was no need for anxiety. This was merely a contest, akin to any other they had faced before. Ling Luocheng, standing beside Qirong, seemed to notice her unease and offered words of comfort. It must be said that the older students exhibited a remarkably amicable demeanor toward Qirong. With a resolute nod, she acknowledged his support. The formation of the Sun and Moon battle team mirrored teacher Wang Yan's predictions, adopting a simple conical shape, with Ma Rulong at the forefront and the others forming a triangular arrangement behind him. Once both sides had established their formations, it was evident that everyone was in a heightened state of focus. With a commanding shout from the referee, the match commenced. The inaugural battle, which would determine the ultimate champion of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament, had finally begun. As the referee's command echoed, the formations of both teams underwent significant alterations. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng surged forward like a pair of keen blades, aiming to rend a fissure in the opposing lineup. However, this time, Chen Zifeng and Bei Bei did not rush forward immediately. Instead, they took a step back, positioning themselves alongside Qirong and Ling Luocheng. This strategic maneuver was in accordance with Wang Yan's directive, allowing them to guard against the Sun and Moon team's assault, thereby protecting the 2 Control-type Soul Masters. Ling Luocheng's 5 soul rings flickered, and an icy mist began to envelop the arena, descending like a fine, chilling rain that seemed capable of penetrating to the marrow. Undoubtedly, this would serve to impede the movements of the Sun and Moon team. Qirong also summoned her petals, allowing them to float silently throughout the arena. Rather than immediately initiating control, like Ling Luocheng, she opted to prepare and await the opportune moment. This approach would naturally consume more of her soul power, but fortunately, the sustaining effects of Kai-Tu's lollipop would allow her to recover with time. On the Sun and Moon team's side, due to the discrepancies in Shrek's personnel arrangements from their initial plans, they could not be said to possess a specifically targeted strategy. The tallest member, Lin Shi, who appeared to specialize in defensive soul-guiding devices, had already released a shield-like device. However, it appeared to be no larger than a typical platter. As the metallic surface of the shield shimmered, a yellow halo expanded outward, transforming it into a luminous shield with a diameter of 2 meters, not only protecting him, but also safeguarding the others behind him. Qirong raised an eyebrow, recalling the Xianming exchange utilized by Su Sanshi in a previous match. It seemed they were preparing against that maneuver. Yet, it was apparent that their assumptions were misplaced, as Su Sanshi did not emerge for this team battle. While the shield appeared to boast formidable defensive capabilities, whether it could withstand the onslaught from Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yaoheng remained uncertain. Qirong expressed her skepticism regarding its efficacy. A mere defensive shield? Ma Xiaodao smirked derisively. Almost simultaneously with Ma Xiaotao's words, numerous luminous orbs, conjured from soul power and released through the soul-guiding devices, erupted from the Sun and Moon team like a peacock displaying its plumage. These orbs swiftly dispersed to the sides and into the air. Then, with astonishing velocity accompanied by a piercing shriek, they surged towards Shrek Academy, converging upon them with unerring precision. The trajectory of these orbs indicated that they would undoubtedly strike Shrek's team, particularly targeting Ling Luocheng, Qirong, and Kai Tu, who were positioned at the rear. The Soul Masters from the Sun and Moon team were at least of level 5 cultivation. Although most of their soul power was augmented through various drugs and secret techniques, they were still formidable compared to genuine, seasoned Soul Masters. The potency of the Soul guiding devices, powered by Soul King level energy, often eclipsed that of Soul skills wielded by Soul Kings themselves, especially when employed by a multitude of level 5 Soul Masters in concert. In their previous team battle against the Emperor Academy, the Sun and Moon team had successfully overwhelmed their opponents through such a comprehensive assault, forcing the Emperor Academy team off the competition stage. Faced with Shrek Academy, they employed a similar tactic, aiming not for outright destruction, but rather to suppress their adversaries and prevent the Shrek team from closing in. As Qirong gazed at the brilliant white light that erupted like fireworks, the thought that each orb could potentially be a powerful projectile caused her heart to tremble. Was this truly the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy? How extravagant, how wasteful, how grand. Although its effectiveness remained uncertain, it certainly appeared awe-inspiring. However, Shrek Academy was not without its own preparations for the soul-guided bombardment from the Sun and Moon team. As the multitude of soul-guiding orbs ascended from the Sun and Moon side, a piercing white light surged skyward from Shrek Academy. This ascending light illuminated a crescent moon in the sky, which then instantaneously transformed into countless beams of white light cascading down upon the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. While the density of these beams may have been somewhat inferior to the orbs released from their opponents, and their power potentially less formidable, the timing of their deployment was impeccable, coinciding with the moment the soul-guiding orbs began to converge in the air. The two sides' attacks collided almost directly at the center of the arena, initiated by Dai Yaoing. His fourth soul ring shimmered as he unleashed the White Tiger Meteor Shower, a wide-ranging soul skill. As a Soul Emperor's fourth soul skill, its might was undoubtedly superior to that of a Soul King level master employing a level 5 soul guiding device, especially as it was specifically meant for interception. Thus, even a solitary individual was more than capable of countering the 7 soul guiding attacks from the opposing team. As the assaults from both sides collided at the center of the arena, an instantaneous explosion erupted, transforming the moment into a comprehensive clash. The residual shockwaves were deftly neutralized by Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng. Seizing the opportunity amidst the explosion, Ma Xiaodao surged forward like a genuine flame, relentlessly approaching the Sun-Moon team's front, seemingly unaffected by the explosion. This moment perfectly encapsulated the terrifying prowess of a Soul Emperor. Indeed, it proved true. Xiao Hongquan smirked, his gaze sharpening. The mindless bombardment strategy was evidently futile against Shrek Academy. Ma Rulong recognized this too, but as he beheld the advancing Ma Xiaotao, he saw no alternative but to continue the assault. The onslaught showed no sign of respite. As 5th-level Soul Masters, they coordinated seamlessly. At the moment the first wave of light spheres was launched, a barrage of various ranged soul tools commenced their assault. A plethora of dazzling light and projectiles, unseen by many from Shrek Academy, soared into the sky, inundating the arena. What extravagance! Qirong was left utterly astonished. Yet at that moment, Shrek Academy unleashed their second wave of attack. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a radiant fire phoenix soared skyward, seamlessly following the White Tiger Meteor Shower with Ma Xiaodao's most formidable soul skill, the Phoenix Meteor Shower. Dai Yueheng's White Tiger Meteor Shower was merely a millennium-level soul skill, whereas Ma Xiaodao's Phoenix Meteor Shower was not only a 10,000-year soul skill, but also her 6th soul skill. The disparity in power was beyond dispute. The searing flames caused the temperature within the protective barrier of the arena to soar dramatically. Each Phoenix Meteor, at least 5 times larger than the White Tiger Meteor, rained down, not only densely packed, but also astonishingly powerful. The air above the arena became utterly distorted. Facing this onslaught, Lin Shi's pupils constricted, taken aback by Ma Xiaodao's audacity to unleash her strongest soul skill so early in the match. A deafening roar erupted as the two teams clashed at the center. Once again, Ma Xiaodao demonstrated her formidable strength through action. With her own might, her Phoenix Meteor Shower suppressed the combined assault of the 7 opponent soul tools and directly bombarded their formation. Not good. Lin Shi, Ma Rulong reacted swiftly. A radiant glow flickered around Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and the front-standing Chen Fei, enveloping the entire Sun-Moon team's 7 members. This was the defensive barrier activated to withstand the ferocious might of the Phoenix meteor shower. While it was not invincible, it was certainly formidable enough. The emergence of 3 barriers underscored the seriousness with which they regarded Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix meteor shower. It was precisely because of the seemingly omnipresent Phoenix meteor shower that Ma Xiaotao found a fleeting opportunity amidst the Sun-Moon team's relentless bombardment, allowing her to confront Lin Shi at the forefront. Her 4th soul ring radiated brightly, the Phoenix flames intensifying to a dark red hue, heralding the return of the evil fire Phoenix. Phoenix crying to the heavens. Though merely a millennium soul skill, its power was sufficient to rival that of a 10,000-year skill, especially when unleashed by a soul emperor-level powerhouse. Even Yu Rong, who only observed from behind Ma Xiaotao, felt a chill at the sight. Such searing flames seemed poised to incinerate everything. While it could not yet be deemed the ultimate fire, Yu Rong sensed it was tantalizingly close, merely a step away. Xiao Rong, Ling Luocheng called out, seizing the moment while the Sun-Moon team focused on defense to provide control for Ma Xiaotao's ferocious assault. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. No, it was more akin to pursuing victory. Ling Luocheng's soul rings glimmered even more brilliantly, seemingly freezing the falling rain into static ice lines suspended in midair. This sudden chill evidently affected the Sun-Moon team's reactions, slowing Lin Shi's movements at the forefront. Understand. With a thought, the soft petals dispersed throughout the arena suddenly coalesced into razor-sharp metallic blades. Amidst the swirling flames and ice needles, the stealthy metallic blades became particularly inconspicuous. Yet, sometimes it's precisely the unassuming that proves fatal. One merely needed to await the opportune moment. The majority of the Sun-Moon team's focus was entirely fixated on the fiery and icy duet of Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luocheng, entirely oblivious to the fact that Yu Rong's petals had silently surrounded them. Even if they had noticed, none would dare to counter the seemingly innocuous petals before they could inflict any substantial harm. With a tremendous roar, the Phoenix crying to the heavens collided violently with the 3 protective barriers, followed by the crisp sound of their shattering. The Sun-Moon team, however, did not remain passive. At the instant Ma Xiaotao advanced, a golden-red beam of light shot forth from behind Lin Shi, emanating from Mi Jia's left shoulder. The solar ray, a super weapon wielded by this soul master, was previously emphasized by Wang Yin for its power, which could rival a strike from a 7th-level soul master. In a one-on-one battle against the Imperial Academy, it was this very strike that had felled the last opposing Soul King, clinching victory. Therefore, it could not be underestimated. The searing heat contained within that solar ray seemed to harbor an impact akin to Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix meteor shower, terrifying in its potency. At such a close distance, Ma Xiaotao found it challenging to evade in time. Yu Rong, realizing the danger, inwardly cursed. Not only had the golden-red solar ray appeared, but dozens of beams of blue-violet light suddenly surged upwards from behind Mi Jia, dazzling in their brilliance. After ascending, these beams swiftly transformed into parabolic arcs, hurtling towards Shrek Academy. This time, the bombardment appeared swifter than before, with an even more potent wave of soul power surging forth. Moreover, they were primarily aimed at Shrek's rear, targeting Ling Luocheng and Yu Rong. A feint to the left while striking to the right, they had indeed learned their lesson. However, Ling Luocheng was well prepared. Alongside Yu Rong, they erected towering ice walls in Shrek's rear, with Yu Rong's petal shields entwining around the branches, complementing the ice walls and effectively absorbing the majority of the artillery fire. It's time for you to take the stage. Ling Luocheng, wielding her ice scepter, appeared to have transformed into the Ice Queen of the arena. Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng exchanged no words but nodded in agreement, then shot forth like arrows released from their bows, heading towards their designated battleground. Ma Xiaotao, facing the golden-red beam, realized that evading solely through her agility was futile. Gritting her teeth, she unfurled her wings, preparing to endure the impact head-on. However, to her astonishment, the anticipated golden-red ray did not directly target her face. Instead, golden petals had inexplicably emerged from behind the Mi Jia Soul Master, forming a metallic shield between the golden-red ray and Ma Xiaotao, deflecting the beam slightly off its trajectory. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the temple of Yu Rong, a rather overwhelming sensation for him, a soul master of the third ring. Yet, this exemplified the strength of teamwork, did it not? Yu Rong's control act became a pivotal moment for Ma Xiaotao, providing her with the opportunity to evade and seize victory. Quick to react, Ma Xiaotao smirked, twisted her waist, and executed a swift kick with her calf. Not only dodging the golden red beam, but also landing a decisive blow against Lin Shi's protective barrier. This barrier, already weakened and marred by cracks, shattered completely under the impact. Meanwhile, the metallic shield formed from petals by Yu Rong disintegrated into petals the moment it encountered the golden red ray, rendered powerless to withstand any further damage. Although both entities were obliterated, the sentiments of their wielders diverged significantly. Xiaohong Chun, positioned at the rear of the Sun and Moon team, observed the scene with clarity. Transforming petals into metal? It was indeed the anticipated method of attack, precisely as he had foreseen. At the instant Ma Xiaotao shattered the Sun and Moon team's protective shield, Ling Luoqing's ice prison surged upwards, effectively ensnaring Lin Shi. In the following moment, Dai Yaoheng charged in, launching an assault on Lin Shi. Following closely were Chen Zifeng and Bei Bei. For Soul Masters, it was essential to maintain a sufficient distance from their opponents to unleash their full potential. However, they were now in close quarters with Shrek. Chen Zifeng swiftly engaged in a skirmish with Chun Fei, who was positioned behind Lin Shi. Chun Fei, a Soul Master specializing in agile attacks, found himself in a precarious situation, forced to rely on his soul skills to evade, appearing quite flustered. Bei Bei directed his assault towards another fifth-ring Soul Master, Xiao Xiaofeng, the blue-purple electric arcs emanating a threatening aura, even against a four-ring opponent. Observing this, Yu Rong maneuvered his petals through the ranks of the Sun and Moon team. Golden Prison, a formidable metallic cage, ascended, as per Yu Rong's calculations. It was intended to ensnare the two fifth-ring Soul Masters, who were currently trembling under the pressure from Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng. Yet in the next instant, the golden branches inexplicably altered their trajectory, wrapping around Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng's ankles. Furthermore, the petals, now transformed into sharp metallic blades, lunged directly towards their throats. Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, having never anticipated that the seemingly phantom-like petals could morph into lethal weapons. What? Bei Bei's pupils contracted, feeling a profound sense of alarm. After all, he was perhaps the most familiar with Yu Rong's petals among those present. Thus, his shock was compounded. Nonetheless, both Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng reacted with remarkable speed, immediately retracting their attacks and shifting to a defensive stance. Bei Bei's arms morphed into dragon claws, shielding his chest against Yu Rong's petals, albeit leaving a shallow mark upon his claws. Chen Zifeng wielded his soul-destroying sword, dispersing the petals with a flurry of swordplay. Yet the rhythm of his assault was disrupted from the onset. What was happening? Yu Rong, witnessing this scene, attempted to regain control over his petals, only to find a more potent force contesting him for dominion. His petals were slipping from his grasp. Chapter 100, the final 5. As long as it is metal, it falls within my domain. Xiaohong Chun, observing the slightly panicked Yu Rong, couldn't help but smirk. Xiaohong Chen's martial spirit was the three-legged golden toad, inherently endowed with the ability to manipulate metals, making it the most fitting martial spirit for a soul master. While I am indeed curious about how you transformed petals into metal, know that your petals shall now serve as my weapons. Xiaohong Chun had refrained from acting until now, anticipating Yu Rong's move, fully aware that Shrek would overlook their teammates' martial spirits. Thus, this moment became his prime opportunity for attack. The metallic blades, once petals under Yu Rong's command, now rained down upon Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng like a tempest, causing them considerable distress. Initially taken aback, Yu Rong quickly recognized that it was Xiaohong Chen's interference at play, having been prepared for this eventuality. You shall not have your way. These are my petals. The deluge of petals, akin to a raging storm, momentarily suspended in midair, with only a fraction appearing uncontrollable and flitting chaotically. Ah, you possess some skill, Xiaohong Chen remarked, observing the unfolding chaos. After all, for a third-ring soul master to contend with him across two major tiers was quite commendable. Ma Rulong, Xiaohong Chen called out. I am aware. At the moment Xiaohong Chen uttered Ma Rulong's name, the soul rings adorning Ma Rulong erupted into brilliant light, and his soul tool firmly established itself, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds as 81 metallic cannon tubes emerged sequentially from a circular base beneath him, pivoting towards Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, locking onto them. This was yet another strategy employing a soul-guided artillery platform. As Xiaohong Chen kept Bei Bei and Chen Zifeng occupied, Ma Rulong found ample opportunity to assist Lin Shi and Chen Fei, who were mired in peril. It appeared they were on the verge of capitulating and being eliminated from the competition. Ma Xiaotao sensed the looming threat from Marulong and was compelled to divide her focus in vigilance. Dai Yaoheng felt similarly. For a moment, the battlefield seemed ensnared in a stalemate. Yet, was it truly a deadlock? Marulong, along with the two fifth-ring soul masters, pressed against Ma Xiaotao, while Xiao Hongchun, alongside the other two fifth-ring soul masters, restrained Bei Bei, Chun Zifeng, and Yu Rong. Although the Sun and Moon team found themselves at a disadvantage overall, enduring considerable strain. It seemed that if this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before Shrek would identify a single misstep sufficient to eliminate them from the match. At present, only 6 members from Shrek had made their appearance. This thought flitted through Xiao Hong Chen's mind. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he quickly turned to his yet-to-act sister, Meng, the agile attack-type Soul Master, Jiang Nanan. Her presence in this match had been virtually non-existent thus far. At the moment Xiao Hong Chun relaxed, Yu Rong regained control over his petals. With a smile, Yu Rong declared, "Finally noticed, have you?" Just then, a golden afterimage, having stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the Sun and Moon team, surged towards its first target, Meng Hongchun, who had yet to make her move. The rapid silhouette belonged to Jiang Nanan, the only agile attack-type Soul Master representing Shrek in this tournament. With the defense of the Sun and Moon team still intact, she had previously lacked any opportunity to strike. However, with the attention of the Sun and Moon team now diverted by their respective opponents, it was the perfect moment for her to act. Meng Hongchun, seemingly caught off guard, found Jiang Nanan closing in on her in an instant. Instantaneous movement, bow, and arrow, as the sole agile attack-type Soul Master from Shrek in this competition. Jiang Nanan possessed unparalleled speed. Moreover, if one were to assess solely based on close combat capabilities, it is likely that Bei Bei, at a comparable level of cultivation, would not stand a chance against Jiang Nanan. This is primarily due to the sheer dominance of her soul skills. With abilities such as teleportation, waist bow, gravity control, and the invincible golden body, her 4 soul skills elevate the close combat prowess of the soft-bone rabbit to an extraordinary level. Once engaged in close quarters, it becomes an exceedingly terrifying and insurmountable predicament. Furthermore, it is evident that Meng Hongchun does not appear to be particularly adept in martial arts. Wang Yan's strategy was meticulously planned from the outset. After all, among the entire Sun Moon team, Meng Hongchun was the only individual with whom Shrek had no prior intelligence. Therefore, if possible, they aimed to prevent her from unleashing her abilities and eliminate her outright. In principle, this strategy was sound. However, the probability of success was not as substantial as anticipated. Just as Jiang Nanan closed in on Meng Hongchun, a layer of white energy shield enveloped her. A semicircular barrier that seemed to activate automatically in response to the imminent threat to her life. This protective soul guide, capable of withstanding a strike from 7th ring soul sage, would only trigger in the face of potentially lethal attacks. If it were to activate for mere ordinary assaults, it would be excessively extravagant. This indicates, from another perspective, that Jiang Nanan's close combat skills are indeed formidable, posing a genuine threat to Meng Hongchun. It is no surprise that each member of the Sun Moon team possesses numerous soul guides that Shrek had never encountered, especially Meng Hongchun, the granddaughter of the esteemed head of the Mingda Hall, renowned alongside Shrek's Sea God Pavilion. It would be unreasonable to assume she lacked several protective soul guides. Jiang Nanan's expression turned serious as she swiftly deduced that Meng Hongchun was temporarily incapacitated. Utilizing the power of the shield, she propelled herself directly towards the 5th-level Soul Master. Chun Fei, who was already engaged in a strenuous battle with Chun Zifeng and was preoccupied with avoiding the petals that Yu Rong sporadically scattered. Caught off guard by Jiang Nanan's sudden assault, Chun Fei found himself unable to evade in time. As a Soul Master of the agile attack type, Jiang Nanan's speed was undoubtedly on par with that of Chun Fei, a 5th-ring Soul King. In fact, due to her mastery of her own soul skills and martial spirit, she could even be considered superior. With a swift twist, she ensnared Chun Fei's neck with her extraordinarily long legs and executed a powerful waist bow, showing no mercy. Before Chun Fei could react, he was forcefully flung from the arena. What? Chun Fei seemed momentarily stunned, his world spinning as his back met the ground with a jarring impact. One contestant eliminated from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, announced the referee in a cool, detached tone. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted instantaneously to 7 against 6. Although this did not meet Shrek's anticipated target, they had nonetheless succeeded in eliminating one participant. Once this equilibrium was disrupted, the previously precarious balance crumbled like a house of cards. Chen Zifeng's soul rings ignited in a frenzy, emanating a palpable aura of bloodlust. As his soul-destroying sword radiated a dark crimson light, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Soul-destroying slash. Chen Zifeng's strike was aimed directly at the two fifth-level soul masters entangled with Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoing. In the moment the menacing black-red light was about to collide with them, the referee intervened. He did not believe the two members of the Sun Moon team could withstand such a blow and declared their elimination. 3 contestants eliminated from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Now, the audience perceived Shrek's chances of victory as significantly increased, 7 against 4. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was left with only Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and the Hongxin siblings. The situation had initially favored Shrek, leaving little reason for doubt in their potential victory. Yet, inexplicably, Yu Rong harbored a vague sense of foreboding. Just then, Jiang Nannan, who had successfully eliminated one opponent, returned to Shrek's rear. However, upon arrival, she immediately knelt on her right knee, collapsing to the ground. "Sister Nannan," Yu Rong exclaimed, rushing to her side. Jiang Nannan's complexion had turned an alarming shade of pale, and the brilliance in her eyes dimmed at an astonishing rate. With a thud, she fell onto the arena floor, seemingly unconscious. Nannan, onlookers, particularly Su Sanshur, felt a surge of anxiety akin to ants on a hot pan, wishing to leap onto the stage. Yu Rong disregarded everything else, hurrying to Jiang Nannan's side. Merely seconds had passed since her fall, yet her breathing had become alarmingly faint, as though her very life force had been extinguished. Moreover, an inexplicable sensation of extreme cold and heat emanated from Jiang Nannan, fluctuating ominously, seemingly the cause of her dire state. "Xiaorong, do not touch Nannan." Ling Luocheng quickly stopped Yu Rong from reaching out to Jiang Nannan. His experience told him that her condition was anything but ordinary. While concern gnawed at him, it was imperative to prevent Yu Rong from risking further danger, possibly due to poison. "Referee, Jiang Nannan forfeits and is eliminated." Ling Luocheng called out to the referee. The referee, using a gentle soul force, levitated Jiang Nannan's unconscious form off the arena. 1 contestant eliminated from Shrek Academy. Observers from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy showed no signs of surprise at Jiang Nannan's condition. Instead, they seemed to revel in her misfortune. "Did you think Meng Hongchen would be an easy target to crush? You just hit a solid wall. Holding on for a few seconds is commendable, nonetheless." Meng Hongchen glanced at Jiang Nannan, seemingly astonished that she had withstood her poison for so long. Indeed, it was poison. Meng Hongchen's appearance differed markedly from that of her brother, Xiao Hongchen. She possessed rare, wine-red hair, reminiscent of rich, exquisite wine, shimmering with a delicate luster. Yet, her eyes were not red nor heterochromatic. They were blue, a stark contrast to her brother's. However, everything changed the moment Jiang Nannan launched her attack. Meng Hongchen's once wine-red hair transformed into a cascade of snow-white locks. Her originally ice-blue eyes morphed into a blood-red hue, as if they would bleed at any moment. As Meng Hongchen raised her palms, it became evident that all exposed skin, including her face and hands, had turned a pristine white, as flawless as jade, translucent and radiant. Though Meng Hongchen resembled her brother and was undeniably beautiful, her appearance at this moment struck terror into the hearts of Shrek's members. Within her palms, a faint azure light flickered ominously. "Now it is my turn to strike." Meng Hongchen regarded Chen Zifeng, who had just eliminated 2 of her teammates. Her voice laced with eagerness. Emerging from the palms of Meng Hongchen was a stream of white energy, a diameter of 1 foot, surging directly toward Chen Zifeng. As her first spirit ring shimmered to life. It is worth noting that this emanation was characterized as a flow rather than a radiant light, for its velocity appeared deceptively slow, tinged with a faint greenish hue, resembling a swirling mist. Intriguingly, the raindrops cascading from the heavens seamlessly integrated into this ethereal current, creating a mesmerizing vortex-like appearance. Chen Zifeng, a soul engineer by nature, found himself inherently disadvantaged against such an aerial assault. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. He wielded the soul-extinguishing sword, unleashing a flurry of luminous blades as if attempting to sever the very air itself. However, it proved futile. Meng Hongchen's crimson eyes gleamed ominously. In that moment, she bore no semblance to a mere spirit master. Rather, she embodied the essence of a formidable soul master. Onlookers Hui Yuhao and Wang Yin, witnessing Meng Hongchen's martial spirit, gasped in unison. The Zhuqing Ice Toad. The Zhuqing Ice Toad, a poison-infused soul beast of the ice attribute. possessed its most formidable trait in its toxic essence, cultivated from the frigid energies of the world. Despite its icy exterior, its eyes blazed with a fire attribute, rendering it exceptionally unique. It harnessed the dual powers of ice and fire to generate that peculiar frigid venom. This explained why Qirong could sense the extreme cold and heat emanating from Jiang Nannan. The commotion below did not escape the notice of those on stage. Meng Hongchun raised an eyebrow in amusement. Ah, a hint of insight, truly worthy of Shrek. Her sister's Zhuqing Ice Toad was a terrifying entity, rivaling her own three-legged golden toad martial spirit. To be tainted by the ice toad's venom was to risk not only losing combat efficacy and succumbing to unconsciousness, but, without timely antidote, potentially facing life-threatening consequences. Originally, this trump card was intended for the individual elimination rounds, designed to secure a significant victory for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Yet, it had been drawn forth by Shrek. Indeed, they could not be underestimated. Zifeng. Ling Luocheng reacted swiftly, conjuring an icy barrier that stood resolutely before Chun Zifeng, visibly obstructing Meng Hongchun's enigmatic white aura. Meng Hongchun regarded the ice wall with a sharp critique, an ant attempting to block a chariot. Her sister's martial spirit, embodying both ice and fire attributes, was ideally suited to counter such defenses. Meng Hongchun's eyes glimmered with an intense heat, akin to an eternal winter's flame, distinct from Ma Xiaotao's fiery essence, yet capable of inflicting burns. Furthermore, through the ice, her poison could be transmitted. Thus, not only the ice wall before her, but also the persistent snow and ice scattered throughout the arena would serve as the perfect medium for her toxic spread. This realization struck Ling Luocheng like a bolt. He sensed something sinister entwining upon his ice, akin to a malignant curse. Acting swiftly, he severed the ice wall that had come into contact with Meng Hongchun's white energy. Physical isolation was paramount. Even if the toxins were transferred, they must not traverse through his ice. Meanwhile, under the protective barrier, Chun Zifeng, too, sensed impending danger. His body swayed, and he dropped to one knee, propping himself up with the soul-extinguishing sword. Swift resolution, Ling Luocheng urged, aware that time was of the essence. If the poison remained unresolved, they would need to expedite Meng Hongchun's elimination or bring the battle to a swift conclusion. After all, Meng Hongchun's toxins were no trifling matter. Jiang Nannan was a testament to that. Leave it to me. Dai Yaoheng's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao refrained from objection. Instead, her first, second, and third spirit rings glimmered anew, the flames surrounding her intensifying, each strike aimed with lethal precision toward Ma Rulong, now transformed into a soul cannon. With the White Tiger's Guardian Shield, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, and the White Tiger's Demon God Transformation, Dai Yaoheng elevated his prowess to its zenith within mere moments. His target? The formidable Meng Hongchun, standing defiantly before the Sun Moon team. Empowered by the three amplification skills, Dai Yaoheng's offensive and defensive capabilities reached their pinnacle. Even facing Meng Hongchun's venom, he could withstand for a time. To pass, you must first confront me. Lin Shi positioned himself between Dai Yaoheng and Meng Hongchun. Step aside. Dai Yaoheng's every stride exuded an unstoppable force. Do not obstruct. At this juncture, the White Tiger Soul Emperor revealed his formidable fangs. Despite Lin Shi's numerous defensive soul tools, he could not withstand the force of the White Tiger Soul Emperor's strike, and was sent reeling. Though he remained within the confines of the arena, his complexion paled, and he coughed up flecks of blood, indicating significant injury. Hey, is it acceptable to bully his sister in front of her brother? Meng Hongchun's irritation was palpable as she positioned herself between Meng Hongchun and Dai Yaoheng. Dai Yaoheng, however, was undeterred, his focus unwavering as he charged toward Meng Hongchun. She must be eliminated. Allowing her to remain would spell disaster for Shrek in the forthcoming matches. Yet Meng Hongchun was no pushover. Her stance was resolute. In an instant, both the first and third spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, and with a flourish of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of metal spheres, at least 100 in number, that suspended in the air, enveloping him entirely. What unfolded next was astonishing. From the core of those metal spheres, thick metallic barrels began to assemble. The second and fourth spirit rings replaced the brilliance of the first and third, revealing countless golden specks in the air, surging toward Meng Hongchun with relentless fervor. As each speck approached him, it radiated a faint golden halo, akin to flames igniting, the metallic essence boiling over. With the integration of these golden particles, the metallic barrels began to emit a blinding radiance, the overwhelming aura causing the Shrek team to recoil in shock. Meng Hongchuan manifested 128 soul cannons, all constructed from 5th-grade soul tools. With a metallic clang, all barrels auto-aligned, targeting the Shrek team, particularly the audacious Dai Yaoing. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic storm of soul power erupted. Ling Luochang exerted every effort, conjuring ice walls with his icy staff, while simultaneously enveloping Meng Hongchuan in an ice radiance ring. Yet for Yurong, he found himself powerless against Meng Hongchuan's overwhelming abilities. Ling Luochang's ice walls could not withstand the onslaught of the 5th-grade soul tools. They shattered instantaneously. Ma Xiaotao, observing anxiously from the sidelines, grew impatient with Ma Rulong, who was entangled in a one-on-one duel. Do not obstruct my path. Although Ma Rulong was also a Soul Emperor, he found himself overwhelmed. After all, Shrek's Soul Emperors could not be gauged by ordinary standards. Nonetheless, he would not falter in stalling Ma Xiaotao. In the depths of Ma Rulong's gaze, an indomitable flame of resilience burned fiercely. How could they, the esteemed Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon, falter at this juncture? The 6th soul ring upon Ma Rulong shimmered with an intense brilliance, transforming his very aura. Compared to the relentless bombardment he unleashed from the soul cannon earlier, he now emanated a more sanguine essence, resembling a traditional soul master. 6th soul skill, Demon Ape's thunderous roar. The tempestuous currents of air materialized in that moment, waves of force radiating outward from Ma Rulong, converging upon Ma Xiaotao. Even she, positioned at the eye of this storm, found her hair wildly dancing in the gusts, struggling to maintain her footing against the onslaught that threatened to sweep her away. At that instant, Dai Yaoheng collided with Xiao Hongchen. Without a hint of hesitation amidst the terrifying barrage of soul cannon fire unleashed by Xiao Hongchen, Dai Yaoheng declared, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." A sphere of golden light surged forth, brazenly advancing through the onslaught of 128 soul cannons, until it stood before him. Suddenly, Xiao Hongchen realized he was immobilized. Unbeknownst to him, golden tendrils had erupted from the ground, ensnaring his legs as if they sought to entwine and climb upward. This was the golden cage of Yurong. "This is a team battle," Yurong mused, a smile gracing her lips. Although this maneuver required evading Xiao Hongchen's soul power perception, a task fraught with difficulty, Dai Yaoheng's presence drew attention away, rendering her strategy effective, was it not? The blinding blades clashed in the air, producing a terrifying radiance as the White Tiger Soul Emperor's 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill, materialized instantaneously. "Brother," Meng Hongchuan called out, unable to restrain herself at this sight. The once eerily cold, crimson eyes of hers now brimmed with human emotion once more. The referee monitoring the match, a spirit daw, flickered into proximity, yet hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to intervene, clearly fearing that Xiao Hongchen might not withstand this blow. As the formidable soul skill approached, Xiao Hongchen's 5th soul ring ignited. With a flash of the White Tiger's claws, his form appeared to dissolve instantaneously, transforming into a dark golden metallic liquid that cascaded toward the ground. In that fleeting moment, the White Tiger Destruction Kill struck nothing but air. What? Yurong felt the profound emptiness where her golden cage had ensnared, perplexed as something flowed down the tendrils of her golden prison. Attempt to flee? Dai Yaoheng unleashed a terrifying onslaught, the ferocious blade-like aura reaching its zenith, shredding the liquid form of Xiao Hongchen into countless fragments, akin to powdered remnants scattered in the wind. "Brother," Meng Hongchuan gasped, rushing toward the trickling dark golden liquid. As it coalesced, when Xiao Hongchuan re-emerged into view, he bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Having faced the White Tiger Soul Emperor's onslaught, Xiao Hongchuan had narrowly escaped. At that moment, Yurong sensed something amiss, her shock palpable, but she swiftly regained her composure. The golden cage surged once more, aiming to ensnare the Hongchuan siblings. Dream Hongchuan glanced up, her pupils constricting. "This is bad." An ominous thought barely crossed her mind when a dark crimson ancient sword pierced her shoulder. The destruction sword, wielded by Chen Zifeng, who had previously succumbed to her poison, had inexplicably risen again, propelled by sheer will, delivering a final, devastating strike after Dai Yaoheng's assault. "Do not underestimate us." Shrek. Chen Zifeng's pallid visage betrayed the toll of Dream Hongchen's poison, causing him to sway precariously. Yet his grip on the destruction sword remained steadfast, unwavering. With his last words, he cast a profound glance towards Yurong and Bei Bei before collapsing to the ground. Shrek Academy has eliminated 2. At this juncture, Meng Hongshan struggled to remain upright, the wound on her shoulder still tinged with the lethal intent of Chun Zifeng's sword, causing her moments of distraction. The White Tiger Soul Emperor, Dai Yaoheng, appeared momentarily taken aback by Chun Zifeng's strike, yet recognized the necessity to capitalize on this breakthrough. The soul rings blazed brightly, and Dai Yaoheng understood that nothing could impede his advance now. However, in a surprising turn, Xiao Hongshan rose once more, positioning herself protectively before Meng Hongshan. In the silent exchange between the twins, though no words were spoken, an unspoken understanding passed between them. The fifth soul ring illuminated her form, unleashing an intense chill that swept across the battlefield. Not summoned by Ling Luocheng, but by Meng Hongshan, who seemed intent on saturating the arena with her venom. This was the Sun and Moon team's final gambit. Should the team battle descend into despair, they would conserve their ultimate trump card, using Meng Hongshan's potent toxin to diminish Shrek's combat efficacy, paving the way for the subsequent one-on-one eliminations and the duels to follow. This is dire. Ling Luocheng's pupils contracted at the sight of Meng Hongshan, conjuring an ice storm, instantly recalling their strategy. Quick retreat. The urgency was directed at Ma Xiaotao, who remained entangled with Ma Rulong. The skirmish had only just begun, the situation shifting rapidly. Currently, Shrek boasted Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luocheng, Dai Yaoheng, bye-bye. And you roam on the field. Regardless of the circumstances, Shrek had deployed its utmost strength, yet Dai Yaoheng was now poisoned. It remained uncertain how long he could endure. Consequently, neither Ma Xiaodao nor Ling Luocheng could afford to falter again. Yu Rong comprehended that while Shrek maintained a numerical advantage, the tide of battle had shifted unfavorably. Meng Hongshan's poison was presently insurmountable. Bei Bei had returned to Yu Rong's side without her noticing. The two clasped hands, their fingers intertwined, as their soul powers surged. Something profound stirring within. Bye-bye. Yes. Rong. Pursue your endeavor without restraint. The martial soul fusion technique. Sun and moon reincarnation. Golden and blue-violet soul powers intermingled. Akin to the fierce sun's rays entwined with the gentle moonlight, radiating a resplendent and enigmatic brilliance from the duo at the center, captivating the attention of all present. Yu Rong's golden soul power coalesced into a magnificent celestial chrysanthemum, each petal shimmering with an indestructible luster, its core emanating a soft silvery glow reminiscent of serene, profound moonlight. Meanwhile, Bei Bei's blue-violet soul power, tinged with a hint of golden sheen, embodied the perfect fusion of tempestuous lightning and the searing sun's essence, exuding an air of unassailable majesty and destructive force as it burst forth from him. Behind Bei Bei, a phantom of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex materialized, yet it bore an uncanny distinction from its original form. The flickering brilliance of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar, seemed poised to rend the very fabric of existence. In contrast, the power of the sun blazed forth like an inferno, bestowing a fervent radiance upon the blue-violet lightning. The sun and moon shone in harmonious brilliance. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Elder Xian, observing from the sidelines, was suddenly struck by this phrase. The ethereal silhouettes behind the two figures revealed the contours of a flower and a dragon, gradually merging into one. Each petal of the rare, celestial chrysanthemum shimmered with an increasingly resplendent glow, as if the indomitable strength was being elevated under the baptism of lightning and solar energy. Meanwhile, the tempestuous storm of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus began to calm in the soft luminescence of the rare, celestial chrysanthemum. The once ferocious bolts of lightning transformed into an orderly dance, as if guided by some mysterious force, gently entwining around the rare, celestial chrysanthemum, steadfast and unwavering. Ultimately, the golden and blue-violet soul energies fused entirely, morphing into streams of intertwined purple gold and blue-violet light, reminiscent of vibrant ribbons swirling through the air. They coalesced, forming a dazzling curtain of light, expanding outward with the two as its epicenter. This was our domain. Yu Rong felt the continuous infusion of Bei Bei's soul energy into her being, and, with a mere thought, it seemed that within the realm enveloped by that resplendent light, everything was under her command. It appeared that even the formless poison unleashed by Meng Hongshan could be entirely collected, crushed, and obliterated by Yu Rong at that moment. The most astonished of all was the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. At this moment, Xiao Hongshan finally grasped why Shrek had dispatched a three-ring Soul King to participate in the group battle. It turned out to be a martial soul fusion technique. Xiao Hongshan blinked his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with a desperate resolve. Dream. Meng Hongshun understood what her brother was about to say and gently nodded in affirmation. The twins' souls locked eyes, and in an instant, a column of light, a blend of gold and ice blue, soared toward the heavens, enveloping their forms entirely. Likewise, it was also a martial soul fusion technique. Xiao Hongchun realized that this trump card between him and his sister could no longer remain concealed. Initially intended for the final showdown, it was now evident that this was Shrek. Even though not all formal participants were present this time, it was likely the closest the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon had ever been to claiming victory. How infuriating! Xiao Hongshun knew that if they were to be directly defeated by the martial soul fusion technique of Yu Rong and Bei Bei in this group battle, while Shrek retained the formidable Ma Xiaotao, the Sun and Moon Empire would have no hope of winning the championship. In a group battle, the outcome of individual eliminations would not alter regardless of whether the 2 or 3 battles continued. Thus, they had no choice but to gamble everything. The golden hue of the 3-legged golden toad and the ice blue of the Zhu Qing ice toad vanished in that moment, leaving only a metallic red that radiated a brilliant sheen. The resplendent, reddish-golden luster rendered the towering 5-meter toad extraordinarily grand. Its eyes resembled the abyss, dark and unfathomable. With its mouth, agape, a swirling vortex of reddish gold appeared within, spinning violently, ready to erupt at any moment. The martial soul fusion technique, red dust affection, was unleashed. Everything transformed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, both sides in the arena simultaneously executed their martial soul fusion techniques. This occurrence was unprecedented in the current Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. No, even in past competitions, such a scene was exceedingly rare. The audience felt as though their hearts might leap from their throats. How many soul masters in this world could execute martial soul fusion techniques? To witness 2 pairs at once was truly formidable. At that moment, the other participants in the arena had unknowingly retreated to the edges of the stage, for they understood that the outcome was no longer in their hands. The reddish-golden radiance resonated with the clang of metal and the chilling hardness of ice. And what was even more terrifying was that, upon its emergence, the heat caused the air to distort violently. The convergence of multiple contradictory elements formed an almost twisted and frenzied madness. On the Sun and Moon team's platform, amidst the brilliance of red dust affection, it seemed to have transformed into a sea of magma. Elder Xian, observing from below, had the clearest view of the entire arena. He remained composed, taking another sip from his wine flask. Although the martial soul fusion technique of the Sun and Moon Empire's twins was powerful, it paled in comparison to the domain technique of Bei Bei and Yu Rong. After all, that was a domain-type martial soul fusion technique, Elder Xian murmured. The domain-type martial soul fusion technique, a rarity in the entirety of Douluo continent over the millennia, represented absolute control over the spatial domain during its effect. Regardless of its size, the scarcity of such techniques is not merely due to the high level of synergy required between the soul masters involved. The compatibility of their martial souls is equally crucial. Most importantly, both soul masters must possess exceptionally high levels of spiritual power, typically requiring at least the cultivation of an 8-ring soul Douluo. Upon contemplating this, Elder Xian's gaze fell upon Yu Rong, who seemed to be the orchestrator of the Sun and Moon reincarnation, lost in thought. This requirement was exceedingly stringent and exceedingly rare. The resplendent curtain of light from the Sun and Moon reincarnation continued to expand, seemingly unimpeded by anything. Nothing could obstruct its path. Yu Rong, gazing at the reddish-golden magma, exhibited no concern. I have stated within this domain, I am the master. The delicate blue-violet and platinum interwoven brilliance appeared unaffected as it traversed the tumultuous reddish-golden waves of extreme cold and heat unleashed by the Hongqian siblings, swiftly spreading to envelop the colossal body of the reddish-golden toad. At that moment, Elder Xian understood that all had come to an end. It was as if something within the space had been shattered. The reddish-golden toad quivered violently, and then, in an instant, the reddish-golden radiance collapsed. The strike by Xiao Hongshun and Meng Hongshun, infused with their utmost hopes in red dust affection, was thus subdued. The terrifying martial soul fusion technique, red dust affection, only lasted a fleeting moment. While it still permeated the arena, there was no continuation. Yet, even such a red dust affection was not something that could be easily resisted, as the formidable might descended like molten gold, transforming into iron. The entire competition platform erupted as if a volcano had awakened. The frenzy of metal, combined with the poisonous essence of the Zhuqing ice toad and the fusion of ice and fire, rendered the expansive arena akin to a purgatory on Earth. However, in the next second, the resplendent light of blue violet and platinum intensified, enveloping the entire arena in a dazzling glow, obscuring all within the domain and rendering those outside unable to glimpse any aspect of the sun and moon reincarnation. Xiaorong, Wang Dong appeared somewhat stunned, but his concern for his childhood companion outweighed everything else. "Do not worry, all will be well," Hui Yuhao reassured him, grasping Wang Dong's wrist. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, chaos reigned in Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, a domain-type martial soul fusion technique. How could it be a domain-type martial soul fusion technique? The celestial dream, ice silkworm, seemed eager to burst forth from Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea to experience the reality of the situation. What a fuss! Hadn't the sun-moon reincarnation technique wielded by Yu Rong and Bei Bei already been demonstrated before our very eyes? The Ice Emperor was on the verge of delivering a scorpion tail strike to the celestial dream, ice silkworm. Yet, the astonishment in the celestial dream, ice silkworm's eyes lingered. The previous sun-moon reincarnation could only be considered a small-scale spatial control technique, which I had not recognized at the time, merely perceiving it as an exceptionally powerful martial soul fusion skill. However, this time, it had already formed a small-scale domain. A domain is a domain. What's all the surprise about? It is, after all, a fortuitous development, is it not? The Ice Emperor was perplexed. A domain. This was the first time the celestial dream ice silkworm had spoken so loudly to the Ice Emperor. It was indeed a domain. Yu Rong's little chrysanthemum was only at the third ring. If their cultivation continues to progress and their martial soul fusion technique develops further, one day they might even be able to create a realm of their own. In other words, they could forge a true, independent, and systematic space. Of course, the revelry within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea remained unknown to others. However, the jubilation and cheers in the real world were now visible to the naked eye. The intertwining luminescence of blue-violet and platinum finally dissipated, revealing that the arena, once a molten gold inferno, had now returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of any trace of its previous tumultuous chaos. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet everyone understood that in this team battle, the victor had already been determined. Although Xiao Hongshun and Meng Hongshun still stood, it was evident that they were at the end of their tether, scarcely able to continue. Lin Shi and Ma Rulong appeared to retain some semblance of combat strength, while Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luochen still preserved the majority of their prowess. Dai Yaoheng, who had previously been afflicted by the venom of Meng Hongshun as Zhu Qing Ice Toad, but had not yet exited the fray, now appeared devoid of the pallor associated with poisoning, his aura seemingly stronger than before. "Referee, we concede," Ma Rulong said, though with evident reluctance. He ultimately understood that at this juncture, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy lacked the capacity for a comeback. The referee, Douluo, nodded. To be frank, it was a nerve-wracking experience for him, unable to discern the internal circumstances while the Sun Moon reincarnation technique enveloped the entire arena, fearing for the worst. Fortunately, everything had not descended into calamity. I declare the 7v17 battle a victory for Shrek Academy. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. This was not solely for Shrek, but also for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, as both sides had delivered an exceptionally thrilling contest. Every participant deserved accolades and commendation. Yu Rong seemed still entranced by the afterglow of the martial soul fusion technique, failing to respond promptly, only to be enveloped by Ma Xiaotao's embrace. "Well done, you two little ones," Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she draped an arm around the shoulders of both Yu Rong and Bei Bei. Yu Rong did not expect to be so close to the strikingly beautiful older sister and found himself blinking furiously, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. "Hee. It was just okay," Yu Rong replied, still holding Bei Bei's hand without letting go. Although his words bore a semblance of modesty, the gleam in his eyes, the slight lift of his chin, and his demeanor radiated pride. It was evident that Yu Rong was in high spirits. As the words left his lips, Yu Rong seemingly emerged from the aftereffects of the martial soul fusion technique. One moment, he felt invigorated, and the next, it was as if all his energy had been siphoned away by some impish creature. What is happening? Yu Rong's legs weakened, and he felt his center of gravity falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. Rong, Bei Bei, swift as ever, caught Yu Rong around the waist, preventing him from kneeling in front of the crowd due to his sudden weakness. At that moment, Bei Bei's hand firmly clasped Qirong's waist, still possessing a certain firmness. Yet not frail, emanating a steady warmth that seeped through their clothing, offering reassurance. Qirong did not resist, instead allowing himself to lean into Bei Bei's embrace. A gesture of trust. Little Rong, Ma Xiaotao, who had just held Qirong's shoulder, was nearly frightened to death, fearing her exuberance had inadvertently harmed her junior. What's wrong? It appeared to be a case of excessive soul power consumption. Elder Xian had somehow made his way onto the stage. Regardless, the team battle had concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. You should rest well. Elder Xian gestured for Bei Bei to assist Qirong down. Your martial soul fusion technique was primarily directed by Qirong, so it is only natural that this little third-ring fellow would experience significant soul power depletion. Bei Bei understood this well. In contrast to Qirong, his soul power consumption was considerably less than anticipated, coupled with his higher cultivation level, leaving him less fatigued than Qirong. As the Shrek team descended, Wang Yin and the other teammates who had not participated waited in the resting area. Everyone performed admirably. You've all worked hard, Wang Yin remarked, observing the members filtering into the resting area to find space to sit and recuperate their soul power, feeling a swell of emotion and relief. Winning the team battle while retaining the combat capabilities of Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luo-chun was indeed a commendable outcome. Xiaotao, Luo-chun, recuperate well. You will undoubtedly need to compete in the one-on-one arena matches shortly. Wang Yin continued to organize. He then turned his gaze toward Dai Yaoheng, who had been afflicted by Meng Hongshan as Zhu Qing Ice Toad Venom during the team battle, surprised at his current state. Dai Yaoheng appeared remarkably well, his complexion not as pale as expected, standing upright without any signs of weakness. Yaoheng? Wang Yin mused, formulating a hypothesis, yet finding it hard to believe. Dai Yaoheng nodded, confirming Wang Yan's suspicion. I was indeed poisoned by Meng Hongshan, and toward the end, I felt I could barely endure. However, at the moment, the golden-purple radiance of Qirong and Bei Bei's martial soul fusion enveloped me. I felt a warm current wash over my body, seemingly dispelling even the most frigid and scorching venom. As Dai Yaoheng spoke, his expression grew increasingly complex. One extraordinary martial soul fusion technique, regrettably, is a fusion skill, not an individual soul skill. Regardless, I must ensure to cultivate a rapport with him before Qirong graduates from Shrek. I'm still capable of continuing the competition, though I need to restore some soul power, Dai Yaoheng added. Upon hearing Dai Yaoheng's explanation, Wang Yin couldn't help but glance toward Qirong. A domain-type martial soul fusion technique can actually dispel poison? Wang Yin was profoundly intrigued by this knowledge, for domain-type martial soul fusion techniques were incredibly rare in recorded history, surely possessing many wonders. I'm genuinely curious. Once we return, I must have Qirong and Bei Bei collaborate with me for thorough research. Meanwhile, Qirong, the subject of their discussion, remained blissfully unaware of everything transpiring around him. The carefree Qirong, blissfully clutching the lollipop bestowed upon him by Kai Tu, rested his small head against Bei Bei's firm thigh. The muscle beneath Bei Bei's skin was taut yet resilient, a comforting contrast to his own stocky build, making it an inviting cushion for his weary form. In summary, it was a delightful place to rest, and Qirong found himself reluctant to part from it, yearning to linger just a little longer. On Qirong's other side was Wang Dong, gently holding his hand and inquiring after his well-being. Squatting before him was Hui Yuhao, presenting a soul power replenishing soul guide bottle he had recently acquired from the Stardow auction house. There was no pretense of decorum, only the relaxed satisfaction following the conclusion of their match, enveloped in a blissful embrace. At this moment, Qirong felt like an emperor. For him, his participation in this grand tournament was virtually complete. Suddenly, he recalled his seniors, Zi Feng and Nan Nan, who had been forced to withdraw due to the debilitating effects of dreaming red dust toxicity. Rest assured, though they may not yet be restored to peak condition, Elder Xian would certainly suppress the toxins for them after this round. Bei Bei tenderly stroked Qirong's soft golden locks, assuring him that, once all the competitions concluded, Elder Xian would undoubtedly demand an antidote from dreaming red dust. With a smile, Bei Bei's gaze drifted toward the injured Hong Chan's siblings across the way. The prestige of Elder Xian was not something the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy could disregard, especially given the dire consequences of provoking a title Douluo. Qirong nodded. This was the advantage of having powerful allies, a true testament to Shrek's reassuring presence. Once again, he felt the weight of Shrek's esteemed reputation across the continent. In stark contrast to the ease at Shrek's side, The atmosphere at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was heavy, akin to a long-cherished dream abruptly shattered, leaving behind a void of disappointment and emptiness. Do we still have a chance? Chun Fei murmured, his gaze lowered, his tone imbued with a doubt he had never anticipated. Moments ago, he had been unceremoniously thrown off the stage by Jiang Nan, still reeling from the shock. As a dignified, five-ring Soul King, it was infuriating. To make matters worse, their crucial trump card, the Soul Fusion technique of the Hongqian siblings, had been effortlessly neutralized by Shrek, rendering it utterly ineffective. Now, not only had Shrek sustained minimal losses, but the Hongqian siblings had also sustained serious injuries in the team battle against Chen Zifeng and Dai Yaoheng, raising doubts about their ability to continue fighting in the subsequent one-on-one matches. Do not allow other strengths to diminish your own. Ma Rulong, replenishing his soul power with his soul guide bottle, was incensed by his teammates' words. He felt a strong urge to shake Chun Fei back to his senses and make him reconsider his thoughts. We still have a chance. Ma Rulong's gaze remained resolute, even fierce. Let us not forget, our trump card extends far beyond just the Hongqian siblings. Chun Fei opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained. Instead, Xiao Hongqian approached, standing before Ma Rulong. The recent force suppression of their soul fusion technique had evidently taken a toll on him, both mentally and physically. His complexion was paler than before, yet for some inexplicable reason, his already thin lips appeared even more crimson, reminiscent of freshly applied vermilion. It was as if beneath his meticulously concealed attire lay a myriad of bruises and battle scars, lending him an alluring aura of battle-worn beauty. In the upcoming one-on-one matches, both Meng and I will participate, Xiao Hongqian stated, pressing his lips together, their unnatural redness a stark contrast to his pallor. However, I need to regain some soul power first. The abilities of Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian were second only to Ma Rulong within the entire Sun and Moon team. If they were to abstain from the matches, the already beleaguered Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy would be left with no hope. It was unrealistic to place all hopes solely on Ma Rulong. Before that, I will take down a few opponents to buy you some time. Ma Rulong, interrupting Xiao Hongqian before he could finish, reassured him, do not worry, this is not for your sake. It is for the glory of the Sun and Moon Empire. In the upcoming one-on-one arena battles, should Shrek emerge victorious, they would secure the championship of this continent-wide Soul Master Academy competition with a decisive 2 o'clock score. Conversely, for the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, this was a match they could not afford to lose. Currently, Shrek boasted 2 Soul Emperors and 1 Soul King. In the context of one-on-one battles, Qirong felt utterly confident that victory was all but guaranteed, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Ma Xiaotao was the first to take the stage. Wang Yin had anticipated the Sun and Moon team strategy, betting that Ma Rulong would be the first to step into the arena. The Hongqian siblings could not possibly enter the fray immediately. They would require time to recover. Additionally, given that the Sun and Moon team could not afford further losses, they would certainly deploy their strongest fighters at the outset to secure as many points as possible from Shrek. Thus, they could potentially advance further in the final one-on-one matches. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had indeed prepared thoroughly. Toxicity and soul fusion techniques were methods previously undervalued by the Sun and Moon Empire. Not to mention, the advanced soul guides the Sun and Moon Empire specialized in were numerous and cutting-edge. In the arena battle between Ma Rulong and Ma Xiaotao, Ma Rulong wielded an 8th-grade soul guide, aptly named the Sword of Judgment. It represented the dramatic clash of differing ideologies and conflicts between Soul Emperors and Soul Masters, epitomizing the pinnacle of the continent's young elite's prowess. The combat spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Unbeknownst to Qirong, he had unconsciously shifted from Bei Bei's thigh, sitting upright and fixated on the unfolding battle. The Sword of Judgment instilled a sense of tension among the Shrek members. Its duality of light and darkness posed significant challenges for Ma Xiaotao. Strangely, if Qirong was not mistaken, as Ma Rulong swung his sword, a shadowy gleam seemed to bypass Ma Xiaotao's defenses and penetrate her very being, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. What on earth is that? A foreboding feeling crept over Qirong as he observed. At that moment, the Sword of Judgment emitted a blindingly radiant white light, pure and unblemished, instilling a sense of dread. The instant the light made contact with Ma Xiaotao, she experienced excruciating pain, and even someone as formidable as she could not suppress a cry of anguish. Sister Xiaotao. In the stands, Qirong and the others rose to their feet, concern etched on their faces as they watched the unfolding drama. Was Ma Xiaotao truly on the verge of defeat at the hands of this secret weapon from the Sun and Moon team? This was infuriating. The Sun and Moon Empire truly lived up to its reputation, abundant in advanced soul guides. Just a moment longer. Elder Xian fixated intently on Ma Xiaotao, as if prepared to intervene the moment any uncontrollable situation arose during the match. That soul tool had nearly reached the 8th level of proficiency. Ma Rulong observed with disbelief as he utilized his abilities beyond the norm, seemingly astonished by the determination he displayed for the sake of a grand competition. Ma Xiaotao, whose martial soul was the malevolent phoenix of evil fire, required the suppression of her own sinister flames through ice attributes during her cultivation. Following the manifestation of Huo Yuhao's ultimate ice, the adverse effects of her training were indeed significantly alleviated. However, this was merely a superficial remedy. Only by thoroughly addressing the core issue of the evil fire phoenix could Ma Xiaotao liberate herself from all constraints and freely blossom as a soul master. This endeavor was, however, a common aspiration among many at Shrek Academy, albeit the optimal solution had yet to be discovered. At that critical moment, the flames of the phoenix transformed entirely into a deep black hue, and the dark energy within her surged forth uncontrollably. The dark flames, unleashed by the Judgment Sword, rampaged within her being. This was Ma Rulong's Judgment Sword, capable of instantly infusing dark power into an enemy's soul force, rendering them uncontrollably tainted by darkness, while simultaneously allowing him to pass judgment upon them with his formidable light attribute. When confronted with weaker foes, it could swiftly dismantle their soul power, potentially annihilating them under the radiance of the Judgment Sword. What on earth was happening? The intensity of the dark aura was bewildering. Qirong, experiencing an inexplicable sensitivity to non-human perceptions, pondered the origin of such a phenomenon. Was it truly within the capabilities of Soul Tool? A piercing phoenix cry erupted from Ma Xiaotao's lips. A colossal golden blade of light had formed atop the Judgment Sword, swiftly cleaving toward her. One could clearly observe the black flames dissipating at an astonishing pace upon encountering the golden blade. Elder Xian was already poised to take action from the sidelines. Even with the presence of the adjudicating Douluo, he felt compelled to intervene personally for greater assurance. Yet, at this crucial juncture, the black flames, previously dispersing into mist, abruptly coalesced inward, and a colossal figure emerged behind her. It was a phoenix of pitch-black hue. The term Black Phoenix inexplicably surfaced in Qirong's mind. The ebony figure of the Black Phoenix emanated an aura of terror akin to an abyss, its deep violet eyes brimming with despair and madness. It had mutated. Wang Yan was taken aback. In this context, such a transformation was anything but fortuitous. The implications of this mutation, whether beneficial or detrimental to Ma Xiaotao, remained shrouded in uncertainty. The inky black flames erupted anew from Ma Xiaotao's back, forming wings, as her body suddenly flickered in the air, evading the already locked-on Judgment Sword. Now, positioned laterally, Ma Xiaotao lifted her head, her once fiery red hair having transformed entirely to black. A shrill scream escaped her lips as her eyes flew open, pulsating with purple light. A terrifying aura rising alongside the surging black flames. With the eruption of these flames, the outcome of the contest was rendered indisputable. Ma Xiaotao emerged victorious, yet her condition could scarcely be deemed favorable. Although she managed to descend from the stage through sheer instinct, it was evident that subduing her newly awakened Black Phoenix would prove challenging. Xiaotao. Elder Xian appeared somewhat remorseful, questioning why he hadn't intervened sooner. A brilliant golden light burst forth from him, enveloping Ma Xiaotao, yet the black flames swirling around her continued to surge violently, resisting the yellow soul force he emitted. At that moment, Hui Yuhao sought to assist with his ultimate ice, but was promptly rebuffed by Elder Xian. Not now, he shook his head. Xiaotao's condition cannot be resolved through mere suppression. Will Sister Xiaotao be all right? Hui Yuhao expressed his concern. It's uncertain. However, it is imperative to swiftly take her back for observation before proceeding further, Elder Xian advised cautiously. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix martial soul was already a top-tier beast martial soul. This mutation indeed indicated a progression toward greater power. Yet the dark energy had thoroughly tainted her malevolent essence. This was also why he had felt compelled to suppress her. Elder Xian could not permit a Shrek Academy student to act recklessly in an unstable environment. He sensed that her black flames had escalated to an unparalleled level of intensity, her cultivation directly exceeding the 70th rank. Ultimately, it would depend on Xiaotao's ability to withstand this metamorphosis. Elder Xian's brow furrowed in concern. She will surely prevail. Yu Rong clenched her fists, observing Ma Xiaotao, seemingly locked in a struggle. After all, the Black Phoenix was still a phoenix. Although Ma Xiaotao had exited the match, Ma Rulong had lost his combat capabilities as well. Subsequently, Dai Yueheng took the stage, effortlessly dispatching all members of the Sun and Moon team, save for the Hongqian siblings. With the captain achieving such feats, we cannot lag behind, can we? Dai Yueheng grinned confidently, embodying the renown of the White Tiger Soul Emperor. His gaze then shifted toward the Sun and Moon team. Meng Hongquan, Xiao Hongquan, which of you shall step forth first? Chapter 103, The Finals. After a period of recuperation, Xiao Hongquan had regained her composure. Although not yet at her peak, she was close to it. How could Xiao Hongquan endure Dai Yueheng's provocation? Damn it! She glanced at her younger sister, seeking affirmation. He is clearly challenging me. Meng Hongquan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is provoking you. That accursed White Tiger Soul Emperor. That detestable Shrek. Xiao Hongquan's heterochromatic eyes burned with fury. I shall crush them all. Yet, her brother knew well that this would be a formidable task. Meng Hongquan, ever the realist, reminded her, during the crafting of soul tools, we understand that the success rate of certain core formations is limited, is it not? Moreover, a 5th-level soul master cannot create an 8th-level soul tool. Regardless, every difficult core formation possesses some chance of success, does it not? Xiao Hongquan countered. Certainly, Meng Hongquan affirmed, casting a glance at her brother, and that is precisely why I shall take the stage. No matter what, I will create an opportunity for my brother to turn the tide. At the very least, I am determined to bring down that White Tiger Soul Emperor. Meng Hongquan fixed her gaze on Dai Yueheng, her eyes seemingly dripping with blood. Although perplexed as to why Dai Yueheng, already afflicted by her poison during the team battle, remained vibrant on the battlefield, this realization further dimmed the Sun and Moon team's prospects of victory. Yet, the Sun and Moon Empire never conceded defeat. Yu Rong, observing the duel between Dai Yueheng and Meng Hongquan from the sidelines, felt a sense of awe that rivaled the earlier clash between Ma Xiaotao and Ma Rulong. Each participant in this arena seemed to be exerting their utmost effort, although Meng Hongquan's cultivation fell short of Dai Yueheng's. The potent poison of her Zhuqing Ice Toad was undeniably effective against the vast majority of soul masters. Dai Yueheng was naturally aware of this fact. Having previously experienced the lethal poison of Dreaming Red Dust, he understood just how terrifying it could be. Thus, he was determined to vanquish it at all costs. Both sides entered the competition with this resolute conviction, resulting in a fierce and brutal confrontation. Ultimately, both Dreaming Red Dust and Dai Yueheng lost their combat capabilities, leading to their simultaneous elimination. Yu Rong could not help but applaud from the sidelines. Although at this moment, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy remained a formidable opponent to Shrek, it was indeed a contest worthy of respect. However, the arena battles were merciless. Once both parties lost their fighting abilities, there would be no respite. The next contestant from each side stepped onto the stage. On the Sun and Moon team, it was none other than Xiao Hongquan, marking their last opportunity in the arena. In contrast, Shrek still had 5 participants remaining, excluding Ling Luocheng. The other members were primarily 4-ring reserve soul masters. Therefore, for Xiao Hongquan, the prospect of victory was not entirely out of reach. At this moment, the only contender in Xiao Hongquan's eyes was the Ice Control Soul King, Ling Luocheng. He believed Shrek would undoubtedly field the Control System Soul King, given their dwindling numbers. Wouldn't they? Bei, go for it. Yu Rong's voice carried a tinge of excitement and encouragement that Xiao Hongquan instantly grasped, despite the cacophony of cheers from thousands of spectators. Bei, Shrek has actually chosen a 4-ring soul master to enter the fray? Xiao Hongquan expressed disbelief. However, there was a rationale behind Wang Yan's arrangement. With Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yueheng, both soul emperors, serving as double insurance in the arena, it was ideal to conclude the match swiftly, but if that were not possible, they still had Ling Luocheng in reserve. Wang Yan had anticipated that Xiao Hongquan would be the last to take the stage. At that moment, Bei proactively requested to enter the battle. Teacher Wang, if possible, may I take the stage before Senior Ling? Bei asked, his demeanor elegant yet resolute. Xiao Hongquan possesses formidable combat prowess, and while Senior Ling excels as a control system Soul King, he may not have a significant advantage, Bei explained. Though I am merely a soul master, I am confident in my ability to engage in a spar with Xiao Hongquan. Wang Yan seemed taken aback by Bei's assertiveness, although he had also considered this arrangement. Hey, Teacher Wang, what about me? How can there be a 1v1 without me? Su Sanshur chimed in. eager to make his presence known. My title as the twin stars of the Outer Academy is not for naught. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses, fully aware of this fact. Beibei and Su Sanshur had long been earmarked for admission to the Inner Academy, poised to become members of the next official Shrek team. Then, who will take the stage first? Wang Yin pondered, caught in a dilemma. Of course it should be me. They both exclaimed in perfect unison, displaying remarkable camaraderie. Beibei and Su Sanshur exchanged glances, and sparks seemed to fly between them. Beibei, let me go first. I can ease your burden. After all, I've yet to compete, and I still owe Nan Nan a rematch. Su Sanshur insisted, asserting that his intentions were not solely self-serving. Xiao Su, there's no need to compete with me at this moment. Beibei stepped forward, patting Su Sanshur on the shoulder. Chances are high that I will face Xiao Hongchen. You know I have compelling reasons not to lose. Upon hearing this, Su Sanshur raised an eyebrow, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qirong. What are you looking at? Xiao Su. Beibei playfully tugged at Su Sanshur's braid, gently but firmly keeping his head in place. Keep your eyes to yourself. Ow, ow, ow. Su Sanshur craned his neck. Immobilized, Qirong observed the affectionate exchange between the two with a hint of confusion. Had they conspired together? Was it becoming a bit too ambiguous? Oh, fine, fine. I won't contest with you. Su Sanshur sighed, graciously conceding. After all, a true man should possess a broad-minded spirit. Beibei smiled, his expression now filled with satisfaction. Thank you. Sanshur. Qirong blinked, noticing the dynamic between them. When you're upset, you call him Xiao Su, but when you're happy, it's Sanshur. How pragmatic, Beibei. What can I say? As fellow twin stars of the Outer Academy, I completely understand Beibei's sentiments. Su Sanshur resumed, fanning himself, moving closer to Qirong. Qirong pursed her lips. You've accepted that nickname so readily. Haven to you? Su Sanshur playfully tapped her on the forehead with his fan. Little girl, don't be envious of this grand title. Qirong covered her head and pouted. Not all. Let's just cheer on Beibei. Su Sanshur put an arm around Qirong's shoulder, camaraderie radiating between them. After all, we're talking about Xiao Hongchen here. His tone grew increasingly teasing, for Xiao Hongchen was indeed the adversary Beibei yearned to defeat. Why is it Xiao Hongchen? Qirong asked, genuinely curious. Did Beibei and Xiao Hongchen harbor some unresolved conflict that she was unaware of? Qirong's curiosity piqued as she observed Beibei, who had taken the stage and was now poised to face off against Xiao Hongchen. She glanced back at Su Sanshur, her eyes brimming with intrigue. Su Sanshur found himself momentarily speechless at Qirong's sincere inquiry. This fellow truly knew nothing. How frustrating to have to navigate this innocent naivete, making it difficult for him to jest without feeling cruel. It's nothing, Xiaorong. Su Sanshur quickly shook his head. Beibei's match is about to begin. Qirong blinked. What a clumsy diversion. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere beneath the Shrek stage, the tension between the two combatants on the arena was palpable, akin to drawn swords. Although Xiao Hongchen had recovered somewhat since the team battle, the lingering internal injuries were not easily mended. His overall condition could hardly be described as peak. Yet, Beibei thought to himself, I shall not show any mercy. He regarded Xiao Hongchen, maintaining a demeanor of courtesy and elegance, though his words bore a sharper edge than that of a gentleman. Show mercy? That is a phrase I believe should be directed at you, Beibei, Xiao Hongchen retorted, a genuine smile breaking across his face, accompanied by a cold snort from his throat. One could not deny that the sight of the two young men confronting each other was visually striking. Both were exceptionally handsome, one exuding an air of refined gentility while the other embodied a rugged charm. To stand on such a prestigious platform as the Continental Soul Master Academy's Soul Fighting Finals, they were undoubtedly among the elite, deserving of admiration. Very well, let the match commence. From the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Hongchen faces off against Shrek Academy's Beibei. The referee glanced at both participants, a hint of concern in his eyes, and added, keep it within limits. Then, let the competition begin. As the referee's words fell, Beibei and Xiao Hongchen simultaneously unleashed their soul rings, manifesting their martial spirits. A surge of fierce lightning enveloped Beibei's half-body, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, crackling with electric energy. In contrast, the laughter of Hongchen appeared slightly more sophisticated, as a resplendent golden light emanated from 13 key points on his body. From his forehead, to his shoulders, chest, elbows, down to his knees, and finally his hands. 13 orbs of golden brilliance swiftly transformed into a finely crafted dark golden armor that enveloped him entirely. What is this? Qirong's pupils trembled. as she felt her understanding of soul-guiding devices elevate to a new level. Is this a mech transformation? Although Hongqian's armor covered his entire body, it exuded no sense of bulk or redundancy. Each detail was exquisitely designed, perfectly aligning with Qirong's aesthetic sensibilities. The armor was adorned with magnificent golden patterns, further accentuating its extraordinary nature and rendering Hongqian exceedingly handsome. Following this, Hongqian, akin to a team battle, merged with his three-legged golden-toed martial spirit, deploying numerous soul-guiding devices that armed his arms down to his legs, exuding an intimidating aura. Bei Bei's combat style mirrored that of many soul masters when facing a soul guide. With a command to commence, he charged forward at the swiftest pace toward his opponent. Closing the distance was the most effective strategy against a long-range soul guide wielding a soul cannon. This was the quintessential approach to confronting soul guides, tried and tested. Naturally, Hongqian would not allow Bei Bei to close in so easily. His armor was equipped with soul-guiding devices at his feet, seemingly able to control jet flames to propel him forward. In the blink of an eye, he ascended into the air, creating considerable distance between himself and Bei Bei. Hey, that's against the rules. How can one fight in the air? Qirong's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, he can fly? The realization struck her. What kind of soul-guiding device is this? It's utterly outrageous. Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu stood nearby, stunned. Is this the level of soul-guiding devices in the Sun-Moon Empire? Bei Bei's expression turned serious. This was far from good news for him. Although the competition venue had regulations preventing excessive elevation, a height of merely 10 to 20 meters posed a significant challenge. If Hongqian remained airborne, it would render Bei Bei incapable of inflicting any effective damage. Thus, Bei Bei focused on the hovering figure of Hongqian, his hands transforming into dragon claws, accumulating bluish-purple electric energy. The second soul skill, Thunderous Might. This time, the lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, weaving a dense electric net in the air. Surging toward Hongqian. If I can't fly up there, then I'll simply bring you down, metallic bird. Countless serpentine bolts of electricity amplified simultaneously, transforming into a myriad of lightning arrows that burst forth in all directions, targeting Hongqian in the sky. So easily? Hongqian smirked, dismissing the notion that he was a non-flying canary. As he pondered, rather than evade, Hongqian raised his hand, unleashing several cannon blasts directly aimed at the electric net Bei Bei had cast into the sky. The powerful electric net collided with the projectiles, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. The tremendous impact even forced Hongqian, floating in midair, to retreat slightly. Is that all you've got? As Hongqian spoke, all the dark, gaping mouths of the soul cannons surrounding him targeted Bei Bei. Now it's my turn, Bei Bei. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of colorful projectiles surged toward Bei Bei, resembling a spectacular display of fireworks. Brilliant, grand, and extravagantly wasteful, it epitomized Hongqian's style. Yet, it must be said it proved quite effective. The soul cannons seemed to possess a tracking function, following Bei Bei's evasive maneuvers, each time just missing a hit. The deafening roar erupted behind him, akin to a burst of orange sunlight illuminating his figure. Qirong, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but take a deep breath. A reciprocal response is only proper. With so many soul cannons, you should taste some too. As he spoke, Bei Bei suddenly flicked his right wrist, sending a dark sphere hurtling toward Hongqian. Hongqian had encountered similar devices before, as a top student of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. He was well-versed in the history of soul-guiding devices. Hand-thrown soul guides were in ancient existence. Nevertheless, it was true that millennia ago, what was known as a hand-thrown soul-guiding device on the Sun Moon continent had a more refined origin from different worlds. Tang Sek's hidden weapons. Hongqian merely raised his hand, firing a shot to obliterate the seemingly mundane dark sphere. However, as the projectile drew near, the dark orb unexpectedly detonated. In comparison to the resounding explosion of the soul cannon, its detonation felt almost insignificant, akin to a watermelon being smashed. It hardly commanded attention. Yet, at the moment of its explosion, a cloud of vapor rose, releasing a slightly sweet and cloying scent into the air. Poison? Hongqian reacted swiftly, a faint soul-guiding protective shield flaring to life before him, aimed at isolating the vapor. A level 5 shield could withstand attacks from a Soul King, let alone Bei Bei, who was only at the 4th ring. At the very least, Hongqian deemed it sufficient. Just then, Bei Bei's lips curled into a smirk. But it's not merely poison. A faint hissing sound quietly arose. Amidst the gloomy weather, devoid of ample sunlight, Hongqian noticed tiny black spots appearing in the air. Not good. Hongqian's pupils contracted. The cause of those black spots was none other than his own soul-guiding protective shield. What on earth? As Hongqian peered closely, he discovered the culprits behind the black spots, delicate, glimmering black steel needles embedded in his protective shield. Tang Sect's hidden weapons, the mother and son soul-seizing darts, appeared as unremarkable metal spheres, yet within them lay countless steel needles, each laced with poison. Although not as deadly as the toxin from Meng Hongqian, their effects should not be underestimated. The emergence of the poisonous mist primarily served to conceal their presence. Bei Bei's smile widened. See, it worked. Moreover, it was not merely this. Bei Bei's fingers, slender and elegant, resembled exquisite jade at that moment. With a gentle flick, at the precise instant Hongqian's protective shield shattered. Another mother and son soul-seizing dart flew forth. This time, however, Hongqian reacted quickly, attempting to evade, unaware that this was precisely what Bei Bei intended. The dart altered its trajectory in an instant, seemingly never aimed at Hongqian himself. In midair, the dart detonated once more, unleashing a torrent of steel needles, accompanied by the lethal toxins of the Tang sect. Hongqian was left with no choice but to activate his soul-guiding protective shield once again. After all, having spent considerable time with his sister, he understood that the toxins in the air were the most difficult to evade, necessitating vigilant precautions. At this moment, Bei Bei's electric net surged toward Hongqian once more. The crackling of lightning surged forth, accompanied by a barrage of metallic needles that descended upon the seemingly carefree Xiao Hongqian, evoking the formidable presence of cold weaponry. Wouldn't the repetition of such an attack become tedious? Xiao Hongqian scoffed. Is that so? Bei Bei's gaze fixated on a particular section of Xiao Hongqian's impenetrable armor, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Then let me bring you down. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Bei Bei launched himself into the air, his robust right arm, adorned with blue-violet dragon scales and crackling with electricity, seemed to harness his mightiest strike, aimed directly at Xiao Hongqian's face. I told you, you can't hit me, did I not? Just as Xiao Hongqian prepared to maneuver his foot-propelling soul guide to evade, he suddenly realized that his propulsion device had become uncontrollable. At that moment, he discovered that several stray needles had inexplicably pierced the gas vent of his propulsion device. Given the precision nature of soul guides, and considering the propulsion device's operational requirements, which necessitate vents for external contact to generate thrust and enable flight without reliance on martial souls, this vulnerability afforded Bei Bei the opportunity to strike. From the very beginning, Bei Bei had intended for Xiao Hongqian to plummet from the sky by employing the mother and child soul chase technique. In the instant that Xiao Hongqian lost control, Bei Bei's Thunder Dragon Claw had already reached his visage. Undoubtedly, Bei Bei's primary target was Xiao Hongqian's face, that seemingly handsome countenance which appeared rather appealing. As the saying goes, strike the face first. Ahem, there was no ulterior motive. It was merely because the entirety of that individual was shielded by armor, leaving only a significant portion of his face exposed. Indeed, that was all there was to it. The rationale was sound enough that Bei Bei almost convinced himself. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving Xiao Hongqian no time to react, instinctively raising his arms to shield his face. The next moment, electric arcs danced across the metal, illuminating the air with a golden-red glow, akin to a meteor streaking by, followed by a resounding crash as two figures tumbled to the ground. Bei Bei, Qirong, flustered with concern, immediately rose to her feet, eager to discern the current state of the battlefield. The dust kicked up by their collision enveloped a substantial portion of the arena, and as the haze gradually settled, the situation became clearer. It was evident that Bei Bei had seized Xiao Hongqian by the throat with his dragon claw, revealing that in close combat, Xiao Hongqian was evidently not as formidable as Bei Bei. Surprisingly, in this mismatched battle, the weaker Bei Bei seemed to hold the upper hand. Is it over? Some spectators pondered this in their minds. Xiao Hongqian's hair, now dusted with debris, appeared disheveled, yet his heterochromatic eyes gleamed with a startling intensity. The soul guide armor he donned had indeed mitigated about 70 to 80% of Bei Bei's assault, yet it had still inflicted enough damage to warrant his attention. This was partly due to Xiao Hongqian's previous injuries sustained during the team battle. Otherwise, Bei Bei would not have so easily ensnared him. However, Bei Bei firmly believed the outcome would have remained unchanged. This only underscored Bei Bei's formidable prowess. It is far from over. Xiao Hongqian gritted his teeth, his voice seeping through the corners of his mouth. As he spoke, the soul guide armor emanated a more radiant glow from his chest, urged by his soul power, as if something extraordinary were about to materialize. In an instant, the soul rings around Xiao Hongquan blazed brilliantly. Third soul skill, Golden Condensation. Xiao Hongquan's golden condensation could temporarily solidify controlled metals and metal elements into a metallic form, even utilizing his mental prowess to carve the core of a soul guide, crafting temporary soul guides from the controlled metals and elements. And now, a soul guide bomb materialized from thin air within his chest. Although it lacked the intricacy and finesse of the previous soul guides he had employed, its sheer simplicity and brutality rendered it utterly unexpected. What? Beibei's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by Xiao Hongquan's audacity to detonate a soul guide bomb at such close range. Was he willing to risk his own life? A madman? Without a moment's hesitation, Beibei released his grip on Xiao Hongquan's neck, twisting his body, using the leverage of a foot on Xiao Hongquan to evade the bomb's aftershock. And what of Xiao Hongquan at the center of the explosion? Remarkably, he managed to rise once more, appearing unscathed by the blast. Beibei looked on, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Xiao Hongquan wiped the dust from his face, tainted by the explosion, and with a mocking glance at Beibei, quipped, "Ha, did you think I would be foolish enough to blow myself up?" With golden condensation, as long as metal is present, he could indeed form a soul guide in a brief moment, and due to its complete formation from his own soul power, he could momentarily be immune to the bomb's attack. While it may seem unreasonable, there was a kernel of truth to it. Yet, the rapidity with which he could mold the soul guide, even for an explosive device that lacked extreme complexity, demonstrated a terrifying aptitude for soul guides. After the two separated, the situation appeared to revert to its initial state. "Hey Beibei, I concede that you are a commendable opponent." Xiao Hongquan regarded Beibei, and for the first time, his heterochromatic eyes reflected a clear image of Beibei. "However, if this is all you are capable of," as Xiao Hongquan spoke, a multitude of golden specks suddenly erupted into the air, surging towards him like a tidal wave. "Then it shall end here." "Oh no," Beibei clicked his tongue. This was the same technique Xiao Hongquan had employed in the team battle, a soul cannon that combined soul skills with soul guides, vast in scale, if fully formed. Its firepower would undoubtedly obliterate all of Shrek's members. If it were to land solely upon him, Beibei knew he would be utterly overwhelmed. Beibei was not so arrogant as to believe he could emerge unscathed from such a barrage. Having a clear understanding of himself was indeed crucial. "We must conclude this match." Beibei's gaze hardened. "What's to end is you," Beibei declared, as the blue-violet lightning surrounding him transformed into a brilliant gold, radiant light coalescing above his head. "The aura of the sun," Qirong murmured in awe, observing this spectacle from the sidelines. Bathed in golden radiance, Beibei's dragon scales rapidly spread, soon enveloping his entire form, and his presence underwent a remarkable transformation. In Qirong's words, it exuded an air of lofty pride, dominance, and an indescribable forcefulness, a kingly presence. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus had already been one of the most formidable martial souls on the continent, yet at this moment, Beibei had ascended to even greater heights. The golden sacred dragon. This little fellow, Xian Lao observed, appeared unfazed, letting out a sigh. As expected, it has indeed manifested. Emerging from a mutation of the martial soul within the bloodline of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the golden holy dragon, imbued with the power of the sun, erupted in a radiant explosion of golden light centered around Beibei. However, to describe this golden light as such would be an imprecise characterization. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was composed of arcs of lightning. Wherever this golden lightning traversed, a shimmering brilliance spread forth. Even from the sidelines, Qirong appeared to sense the overwhelming power contained within those golden bolts, a feeling both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Xiao Hongquan, fully aware of Beibei's intentions, felt the metallic aura surrounding him intensify as countless intricate soul-guided cannon barrels took shape, assembled, and aligned. One by one, these metallic tubes began to emit a dazzling radiance before unleashing a barrage of projectiles. The golden lightning collided with a myriad of cannon fire at the heart of the arena, resulting in an explosive cacophony that reverberated through the air. Countless golden bolts of thunder clashed violently with the explosions of the soul-guided cannons, creating a spectacle of blinding light. At that moment, the entire arena trembled, and even the protective barrier at its periphery seemed to develop vague fissures. Such a tumultuous spectacle, if not witnessed firsthand, would hardly be believed to be the result of a soul master and a soul king. Both combatants had unleashed their most formidable attacks. The referee, Douluo, had somehow positioned himself at the center of the arena, ever vigilant and poised to intervene. It was evident that he believed the battle was nearing its conclusion. After all, beneath such a ferocious onslaught, it was likely that neither combatant could withstand the pressure any longer. Qirong gazed at the unfolding scene, feeling as though something within her chest yearned to break free. The sounds of explosions, the rumble of thunder, and the gasps of the audience seemed to be filtered through a veil. Only the rhythmic thumping of her own heart, resonating in tandem with her eardrums, felt palpably real. Eventually, as the smoke cleared and the thunder subsided, even the persistently overcast weather appeared to yield to the brilliance of the golden lightning, revealing the radiant sun in a clear blue sky. Had the skies cleared? Qirong lifted her gaze to the heavens. The azure expanse above was pristine, as if one could gaze straight to the horizon without the slightest impurity. Only a slightly blinding sunlight, asserting its presence, gently caressed her face. As the dust on the arena dissipated, the silhouettes of the two combatants came into view at the center of the battlefield, standing closely together, neither making the first move. Merely locked in a tense standoff, the audience sat in hushed silence, seemingly awaiting the final outcome. In this moment, Huai Yuhao, with his extraordinarily keen spirit eyes, seemed to perceive something exhilarating. He stood up abruptly. "Senior brother Bei Bei," his voice, tinged with barely contained excitement, proclaimed, "We won. We won." At that moment, the dust raised by the fierce battle had nearly settled, and the figures of the two combatants were now clearly visible to all. Xiao Hongquan remained clad in his formidable armored soul-guided device, his injuries indiscernible, save for a deep gash on his right cheek, resembling a wound inflicted by a vicious claw. In contrast, Bei Bei's attire bore numerous scorch marks, with the sleeve on his right arm completely burned away, revealing the flawless musculature of his arm. Despite the myriad of minor injuries, he exuded an aura of formidable strength. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, yet this was not the focal point of attention. All eyes were drawn to Bei Bei's hand, which held a crossbow-like device, not a soul-guided weapon, as it emitted no signs of soul power. Bei Bei had managed to breach Xiao Hongquan's armor, and the protective covering around his throat had mysteriously vanished, exposing his neck that gleamed like polished metal. The cold arrow from Bei Bei's crossbow was now mere inches from Xiao Hongquan's unprotected throat, poised to pierce through with the slightest movement. "Zhuge divine crossbow from the Tang sect. What do you say? Shall we see whether your soul-guided device is swifter or my Tang sect's hidden weapon?" Bei Bei's grip was steady, showing no indication of wavering. "You." Xiao Hongquan gritted his teeth, his mind racing, yet at this moment, he found himself bereft of any viable strategy. The proximity of the crossbow made any thought of surrender impossible. He bit his lip until it bled, unwilling to concede. His gaze fixed intensely on Bei Bei, filled with defiance. "Referee, we concede." The words finally escaped the lips of Marulong, the captain of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy team, standing at the sidelines. The referee Douluo nodded, fully aware that there was no turning back. With the absence of any remaining contestants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, it was declared that Shrek had triumphed in this match. Consequently, Shrek Academy had secured a point in the team competition, and thus I announce, the champion of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament is Shrek. Chapter 104, Accepting Defeat. As the referee Douluo proclaimed Shrek as the champion, the entire arena erupted in fervor. The audience bestowed upon them the most enthusiastic cheers and applause, marking the successful conclusion of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. Although there were further matches to be contested, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, having suffered a definitive defeat, chose to forfeit outright. After all, there was little merit in continuing, was there? As always, the champions remain etched in memory. Most spectators would only recall the victors. Amidst the cheers and accolades, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy exited quietly, without any lingering attachment. After all, those cheers and applause were not meant for them, were they? Xiao Hongquan managed a self-deprecating smile, forcing a semblance of composure. At that moment, he felt somewhat weakened. Having just concluded his bout with Bei Bei, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had underestimated that four-ring soul master. Indeed, it was Shrek, he mused, smiling once more. Yet this bitter smile was directed inward. Even though he had sustained injuries in the team battle, affecting his performance in this one-on-one duel, he refused to use that as an excuse for his defeat. In Xiao Hongquan's eyes, losing was losing, devoid of justification. It was a matter of skill, and he simply fell short. Xiao Hongquan gazed toward the Shrek side of the arena, where a jubilant scene unfolded. Bei Bei did not immediately leave the platform. Instead, their teammates rushed to his side, the most prominent being the golden figure of Qirong. He stood out starkly in Xiao Hongqian's view, leaping onto Bei's back, wrapping his arms around his neck in sheer exuberance. His heterochromatic eyes sparkled brightly on his exquisitely refined face, amplifying his vibrancy. Xiao Hongqian watched, his already sour mood further dampened. TSK. It's unbearable to witness. At that moment, Bei seemed to have noticed Zai Hongqian's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, and with an air of leisure, he bestowed a charming smile in return, an emblem of a true victor. Subsequently, Bei inclined his head toward the gentle Munrong, who was still draped around his neck, uttering a few words that prompted her to gracefully dismount. Immediately thereafter, Bei took a step closer to Munrong, effectively shielding Zai Hongqian from his view, and proceeded towards the Royal Soul Master Academy of Sun and Moon. Zai Hongqian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What was his intention in approaching? Was he preparing to flaunt his prowess? Undoubtedly, Bei was not there to boast. Bei approached Zai Hongqian, extending his hand, palm upwards, revealing a small box that contained 2 black pills. This is the antidote for the venom produced by the mother-child soul chaser that I used during the competition, he explained as he handed it to Zai Hongqian. Although you appear to have inhaled only a minimal amount of the toxin, I believe this remedy will be of assistance to you. Zai Hongqian crossed his arms, a brow raised in surprise at Bei's unexpected kindness. Despite his uncertainty regarding Bei's true motives, he accepted the gift without hesitation, recognizing that even though he hadn't absorbed much of the toxin, he had inevitably been exposed to its gaseous form. Although he currently exhibited no adverse reactions, Zai Hongqian was not one to gamble with his health. Very well, I shall accept it, he stated, reaching out to grasp the antidote. However, at that instant, Bei abruptly withdrew his hand, leaving Zai Hongqian grasping at air. Zai Hongqian cast a glance at Bei, who remained silent, and attempted once more to retrieve the antidote. Unfortunately, he was once again outmaneuvered by Bei's swiftness. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Zai Hongqian's expression sharpened, and he began to engage in a rapid exchange of movements. He reached, Bei dodged, he pursued. Their actions became a dazzling display of agility, as their arms blurred with motion, each striving to outpace the other without moving their feet. Regrettably, despite Zai Hongqian's slightly superior cultivation, Bei's reflexes proved to be more adept in this contest of physical prowess. After several attempts, Zai Hongqian still failed to seize the vial, while Bei maintained his demeanor of gentle civility, his smile unwavering. It was undeniable that Bei's playful malice was on full display at that moment. The arena fell into a hushed silence, even though it was only the 2 of them present. Onlookers were astonished. Munrong's fluffy hair bristled as she observed the scene, questioning the nature of the relationship between Zai Hongqian and Bei that allowed for such jesting. Had something transpired during the competition that was unbeknownst to the spectators? At that moment, Munrong's curiosity reached its zenith. In truth, nothing of significance had occurred, as Zai Hongqian, one of the protagonists, was equally perplexed, furrowing his brow at Bei. What are you playing at? He wondered. Bei, seemingly unfazed, casually remarked, I just remembered. Some of our teammates from Shrek Academy were also affected by Ling, Mei Zhuqing's toxin. If it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps assist in providing the antidote? Though framed as a question, his tone suggested little room for negotiation. Zai Hongqian instantly comprehended Bei's ulterior motive. No wonder Bei had approached him. He had initially believed in his apparent goodwill, only to discover that it was laced with self-interest. Nevertheless, the gesture was not unwelcome. It was executed with a degree of decorum. In truth, Bei's presence was unnecessary, for with Xian Lao present, any issues regarding the antidote would inevitably be resolved. Ultimately, Bei's actions merely served to preserve the dignity of both academies involved. Zai Hongqian turned to his sister, refraining from making decisions on behalf of Meng Hongqian, and did not provide a direct answer. Very well, Meng Hongqian nodded, her gaze fixed on Bei, her eyes devoid of the blood-red fervor from the competition, yet still tinged with apprehension. Her expression bore no overt negativity. She simply regarded Bei with a slight frown, seemingly displeased with his earlier teasing of her brother. Give it to me. Meng Hongqian extended her hand. Bei, with a smile, tossed the small vial towards Zai Hongqian with effortless ease, devoid of hesitation. Then I shall trouble you to accompany me. Munrong watched as Bei led the 2 siblings away, and naturally, Zai Hongqian would not allow his sister to venture forth alone. It was simply inconceivable for him to permit her to act independently, despite the assurances of safety in such a public setting, where Shrek Academy prided itself on its integrity. Nonetheless, Zai Hongqian accompanied her, embodying the role of a responsible older brother. At Shrek Academy, the most severely affected was Jiang Nannan, followed closely by Chun Zifeng. Under Xian Lao's control, Jiang Nannan appeared pallid, yet suffered less distress, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Chun Zifeng, perhaps due to his higher cultivation, had not succumbed to unconsciousness but sat cross-legged, suppressing the toxin within. He acknowledged Meng Hongqin's arrival with no visible reaction and closed his eyes once more, focusing on his task. Meng Hongqin felt little concern for Jiang Nannan, but upon seeing Chun Zifeng, she felt a twinge of pain in her previously injured shoulder. With a cold huff, she remained silent, releasing her martial spirit as her wine-red hair transformed into a pristine white. She then pointed her finger gently at Jiang Nannan and Chun Zifeng's foreheads. Instantly, their pallor began to fade, and Jiang Nannan even fluttered her eyes open, awakening from her stupor. All settled now, Meng Hongqin declared, preparing to turn away. Wait, Meng, Xia Hongqin interjected at that moment. Meng Hongqin halted her steps, glancing back at her brother. Is there something else? Regarding the previous wager, I concede my defeat, Xia Hongqin stated, directing his gaze toward Munrong, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, his expression entirely serious, accepting the terms. Munrong blinked, puzzled. What wager are you referring to? Oh right. She suddenly recalled her earlier insistence that Xia Hongqin would obediently call her senpai. I shall certainly attend Shrek Academy, Xia Hongqin affirmed, his tone devoid of jest. It appears that a significant event has transpired. Dreaming Red Dust, who observed the entire incident, blinked in surprise. Were it not for her elder brother's own initiation of the topic, she would scarcely have remembered it at all. Although her brother's character guarantees that he will faithfully fulfill any commitment he makes, the notion of transferring schools seems rather frivolous, especially given his somewhat sensitive status. The relationship between the Sun-Moon Empire and the powers of the original Douluo continent is not as amicable as one might presume. And there certainly exists no precedent for students from the Sun-Moon Empire attending school on Douluo continent. TSK, she certainly should have intervened during the wager between the two. At this moment, Dreaming Red Dust was engulfed in a wave of regret. Moonrong blinked. Wait, what did Laughing Red Dust say? Coming to Shrek? Is it truly happening? I think it's best to consult with my elders before making any decisions. Bei Bei raised an eyebrow, revealing that he was not particularly astonished, evidently recalling the terms of the wager. However, he had refrained from bringing it up until now. After all, both Laughing Red Dust and Shrek hold somewhat sensitive and precarious identities. Thus, playing the fool and allowing the matter to pass seemed a rather judicious choice. The whimsical remarks of children, uttered in a fit of pique, should not be taken seriously, providing a convenient excuse to sidestep the issue. Moreover, according to Shrek's usual protocols, no aggressive actions were anticipated. Nevertheless, it was unexpected that Laughing Red Dust would proactively bring it up, showing no inclination to renege on the agreement. Reflecting on this, Bei Bei developed a newfound appreciation for Laughing Red Dust. He was bold enough to take responsibility, unlike the typical impression he held of those from the Sun-Moon Empire. Hey, what kind of peculiar stereotype does Bei Bei have regarding the individuals from the Sun-Moon Empire? Despite his reluctance to admit it, Dreaming Red Dust found herself agreeing with Bei Bei. Do you think I'm the sort of person who breaks promises? Laughing Red Dust shot a gentle glare at his younger sister. I believe there may be more prudent solutions. Dreaming Red Dust sighed and looked skyward. At this juncture, Bei Bei chose to mediate, nodding with a serious demeanor. Indeed. However, who exactly is Laughing Red Dust? Once he has made a decision, little can alter his course. It matters not. Laughing Red Dust scoffed lightly, then tousled his sister's hair affectionately, leaving Dreaming Red Dust's once orderly locks in disarray. In any case, you shall await me at Shrek. Laughing Red Dust's expression turned solemn, devoid of any hint of jest, as if he were declaring war. I, Laughing Red Dust, shall inevitably tread upon the soil of Shrek. Though he spoke of pursuing knowledge, it sounded more like a declaration of battle. Moonrong blinked. All right then. If we are to come, we shall address him as senior. Chapter 105. Return to the Academy. The sky above Shrek remained as clear as ever. The sun shone brightly. The blue sky adorned with cottony clouds, a touch warm, yet within the tolerable limits for Moonrong. Bathed in sunlight, it felt slightly warm, but the sea god lake, truly deserving its title as the heart of Shrek Academy, offered a vast expanse of fresh water. Gentle breezes wafted across the serene surface, enveloping Moonrong, who had just returned to school, in an exquisitely tender embrace. Indeed, school is delightful. Upon her return, Moonrong longed for the cozy embrace of her dormitory. Soft bedding. Moonrong was back. This journey had its share of hardships, particularly during the initial trek to eradicate bandits. It was indeed a test of endurance. However, upon arriving at the officially arranged Star Emperor Hotel in Xinghua City, the luxury was undeniable, as if the very air brimmed with opulence. Yet, regardless of circumstances, a gilded nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Moreover, her dormitory was infinitely superior to any lavish dwelling. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Moon Rong pushed open the door to her dormitory. The moment she turned the handle, a thick, uninhabited, ancient scent enveloped her. So much dust. Moon Rong could not help but sneeze, rubbing her nose. Indeed, a room left unoccupied for a month inevitably gathers some dust. Yet, her reaction seemed somewhat exaggerated, indicating her sensitivity to dust. Achoo! Achoo! Oh no! Moon Rong continued to rub her nose, her sneezing unabated. Why was her nose so itchy? This had not occurred when she had previously returned from vacation. Following closely behind her were Wang Dong and Hu Yuhao. Noticing Moon Rong hesitating at the door, inquired with curiosity, "Little Rong, what is the matter?" Moon Rong, feeling rather aggrieved, pinched her nose. "I don't know. It's just that my nose is so itchy." "Ashoo! Oh dear!" Moon Rong's sneezes grew even louder. "Come out! Don't linger at the door." Hu Yuhao, observing Moon Rong's predicament, swiftly pulled her from the threshold into the open corridor, a breezy area devoid of walls, where the air felt refreshingly crisp. Having been away for a month, the climbing ivy along the railing in the corridor appeared lush and thriving. Perhaps due to Moon Rong's presence, the plants surrounding their dormitory flourished more than in other areas. Whether it was the ivy or any other flora, the vitality was remarkable. This may be attributed to her, as her extraordinary martial soul could nourish the surrounding vegetation with even a mere trickle of soul power. Undeniably, places abundant with greenery tend to possess superior air quality. Moon Rong took a deep breath, and before long, her discomfort alleviated significantly. It seemed that little Rong was quite sensitive to dust, Hu Yuhao realized. Indeed, prior to this, they had merely enjoyed a brief holiday, and as the last to report back, Hu Yuhao had no knowledge of such circumstances. Coincidentally, I'm not sure either. Moon Rong waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was not his concern. Hu Yuhao blinked. It appeared that little Rong had done absolutely nothing regarding cleanliness in the dormitory. It was entirely Bei Bei, the elder brother, who had managed everything. Though Hu Yuhao had previously gained some understanding of Moon Rong's abilities, he was astonished to discover that over a year had passed without any progress in her dormitory skills, and she seemed to be living even more comfortably. Truly admirable. Brother Bei Bei, it seems little Rong's roommate is quite diligent, Wang Dong remarked, arms crossed, his tone tinged with a hint of lemony zest. Hu Yuhao shot a bemused glance at his roommate. The way he spoke made it sound as if he were learning of little Rong's roommate for the first time. Speaking of which, by the way, little Rong, where is Brother Bei Bei? Yuhao suddenly realized that only Moon Rong had returned to the dormitory. The ever-present Bei Bei, who had accompanied her throughout their journey back to Shrek, was mysteriously absent at this moment. He mentioned he had some matters to attend to and needed to make a trip to Sea God Island first. Moon Rong pointed towards the towering tree at the center of Sea God Lake. The golden tree swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an air of tranquility. Not only was he back, but also the 4 senior students from the official team had returned to Sea God Island. The mention of this made Yu Rong quite irate. When entering the school gates, Bei Bei had been all affectionate, tugging at her, yet upon reaching the shores of Sea God Lake, before they even arrived at the dormitory, he declared he would part ways with her. He simply joined Xiao Tao and the others. Bei Bei, unjust. I absolutely did not say anything about parting ways. Please. Wise one, discern the truth. Oh, is that so? Well, Yuhao scratched his head, uncertain how to console her, ultimately deciding against it. Shall we go for lunch then? Jerome? It's nearly mealtime, and the canteen should be open by now. Wu Yuhao opted to change the subject directly. Upon hearing the word food, Yurome's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. After more than a month, she had already begun to long for the delectable dishes of the Shrek cafeteria. She particularly missed the most expensive set meal. After all, the Shrek cafeteria was decidedly unprofitable. The ingredients were genuinely top-notch. And when they claimed to be sourced from century-old soul beasts, they certainly were not mere 99-year-old ones. The culinary skills were superb, with rumors suggesting that the chefs were all accomplished soul masters. Braised earth dragon tendons, steamed vermicelli clams, and the fried chicken that runs on the ground, swims in the water, and flies in the sky. All of it was absolutely delicious. Yu Rong resolved not to wait for Bei Bei any longer. TCH at most. she could bring him a takeout. After participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition and enduring a somewhat convoluted award ceremony, as well as a rather taxing dialogue with the Xing Luo royal family, Yurong's group hurried back to Shrek Academy on the morning of the third day. Upon entering the academy, there were no cheers or applause as she had imagined. Instead, the campus was eerily quiet. It was a class day, so no significant stir was raised. After all, students of all grades were engrossed in their own battles, attending classes. The curriculum included theoretical and practical courses, each increasingly challenging and complex with each advancing grade. In summary, there was nothing unachievable for Shrek. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Yurong like a bolt of lightning, causing her expression to shift dramatically. "We aren't going to have class this afternoon, are we?" Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged surprised glances, both sensing the same astonishment in each other's eyes. Heavens! Did Yurong actually believe that returning meant she could skip class and lounge in the dormitory for a few days? Even if other seniors might enjoy a slight reprieve, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was not one to grant such leniency to the 4 second-year students. What? Can't we give these poor students, who have not had class for so long, a little time to adjust? Yurong's golden tufts of hair stood on end in agitation. It takes 28 days to form a new habit. After being away from classes for over a month, did she think it strange to not want to attend? Hui Yuhao opened his mouth, glancing at Yurong, clearly hesitant to speak. Wang Dong's disapproving gaze was filled with accusation, though they did not voice their thoughts. Yurong understood from their expressions that skipping class was simply not an option. "All right, I get it. I just don't want to go to class." Yurong cradled her head with her hands, wishing to preserve the purity of her mind, which had been untouched by knowledge for far too long. Yet, this was evidently futile. "Forget it. Let us eat first, then we'll head to class." In mere seconds, Yurong had soothed herself, for she knew that self-pity and reckless abandonment would lead nowhere. Ultimately, they would have to attend class. As long as it wasn't the theoretical course she despised the most, that would suffice. By the way, what is on the schedule for today? According to the timetable, it was indeed a theoretical class. Moreover, since Mr. Wang Yin was our team leader, there had been a significant gap in time. Thus, this theoretical class was entirely under Mr. Zhou as purview. Hui Yuhao, the model student, was well aware of all this. Upon hearing it, Yurong felt as though another arrow had struck her chest, painful and devastating. Is it still possible to go to Xing Luo City? The answer was clearly no. When Yurong realized she still had to attend class, the time spent in the cafeteria felt exceedingly precious. Yet, the more precious time became, the faster it seemed to slip away. In the blink of an eye, Yurong found herself seated in the classroom, her spirit languidly resting her cheek against the desk, as if all her cherished qualities were drifting away from her. "Boss," such a warm and familiar voice. "Boss Yurong, you finally returned." As she pondered, she didn't need to look up to recognize the speaker. It was her little brother, Xie Huanyu, a round, plump figure. "Oh, little brother, you're here too." Yurong replied lazily. "Of course I am, boss," Xie Huanyu exclaimed, visibly excited. They had long received word of their victory at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition. "I've heard that your performance in Xing Luo City was nothing short of magnificent. You were simply dashing. I have long admired you and hold you in reverence." Yurong's ears perked up at the flattering words. Such delightful praise. She loved hearing it. "More, please," Xie Huanyu continued enthusiastically. "I've been eagerly waiting for the stars and the moon, and finally, you've returned." "Oh," Wang Dong was intrigued by this. "Why are you so eager for your boss to come back?" "Of course." Xie Huanyu produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, theatrically wiping his eyes as if to erase non-existent tears. "When you all were gone, our class was practically leaderless. To put it simply, while you were away, we were constantly troubled by those from class 2. At this moment, Zhou Xichen chimed in. During the absence of Yurong, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, and Xiao Xiao, he, along with Xie Huanyu and Chao Jinxian, had become the temporary pillars of Class 1, shouldering its responsibilities. And we were provoked by Class 2. Boss, Xie Huanyu seemed to be complaining. During the midterm exam period, Mr. Zhou and Class 2's teacher formed a nefarious pact. A nefarious pact? Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, not expecting Xie Huanyu to use such a juvenile term. "It's a wager." Wang Dong, Susi Chen sighed, patting Wang Dong's shoulder as he explained. To be honest, Xie Huanyu's antics were not new. His manner of speaking was rather juvenile. Otherwise, he wouldn't so stubbornly recognize Yurong as his boss, would he? Mr. Zhou and Class 2's teacher, Ms. Mu Jin, wagered not only on the scores of the two classes during the midterm exams, but also on a 7 versus 17 battle. Chao Jin-si elaborated, appearing to be the most composed among the three. A wager? Yurong sat up straight, intrigued. If it's a wager, what are the stakes? That is something we cannot afford to lose. Zhou Siqing grew increasingly animated at this thought. So what are they? Yurong's curiosity piqued at that moment. The losing side must bear the responsibility of cleaning the second-year floors for the remainder of the semester, Zhou Siqing replied, his tone growing more fervent, including the restrooms. Yurong blinked, rubbing her ears in disbelief, casting a glance at Huiyu Hao, then at the seemingly stunned Wang Dong. Yurong promptly spread her hands and rested her face against the desk, surrendering to slumber once more. Perhaps it was the abruptness of the moment, or perhaps it was the peculiar sounds she had begun to hear, surely a result of the arduous journey she had endured recently. A little more rest wouldn't hurt. Or perhaps not. Cleaning the restroom? How on earth did you propose such a wager? Yurong exclaimed, slapping the table as she stood up, her voice resonating with astonishment. This punishment, while not physically harmful, was laden with humiliation. The individual who conceived such a notion was undoubtedly a genius. Actually, Zhou Siqing scratched his nose, uncertain of where to begin. This wager was established by Teacher Zhou and Teacher Mujin. Chao Jinsi sighed, explaining that Teacher Zhou had merely informed them a few days prior. Her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Ah, so was Teacher Zhou's doing. Yurong blinked, deciding to let the matter rest. Those who understand the times are the true heroes, she mused, choosing to massage her hands instead. To be honest, her palms still stung from the earlier table slap. So, you were all so elated to see us return. Huiyu Hao raised an eyebrow, feigning a moment of realization, albeit a bit overdramatically. Well, it's not entirely due to that. Zhou Siqing covered his face, twisting in his seat. We still missed you all. Wang Dong observed Zhou Siqing's antics, unable to suppress a smirk. How hypocritical, he thought. Standing behind Zhou Siqing, Chao Jinsi nodded silently, careful not to be noticed. But my dear leader, you must believe that my longing for you is unparalleled, more genuine than gold. Xia Huanyu chimed in, eager to express her devotion. Oh, worry not. With our return, regardless of the situation in Class 2, we shall surely bring them to their knees. Yurong proclaimed confidently, puffing out her chest. Of course, we've already bested so many soul kings. How could we fear a mere group of soul sovereigns and great soul masters? Yurong asserted, convinced that they were no longer the same as before. One should not underestimate the passage of time. Even a mere 3 days can yield a transformation, let alone over a month. Regardless, let's crush them. Chapter 106. Celebration feast. As more students filled the classroom, each one expressing their concern upon seeing the returning quartet. Welcome back, class monitor. It feels like ages since we last saw the four of you. How does that saying go? Time flies like the wind? The atmosphere brimmed with warmth. Welcome back. Yurong, Wang Dong. Oh, and not to forget the class monitor and Xiao Xiao. Ah, it's wonderful to have you back. My betting pool has been saved, someone exclaimed, though a few oddities seemed to have slipped into the conversation. However, they were of little consequence. Soon, the afternoon class bell rang, and Zhou Yi arrived punctually at Class 1. Upon entering, Zhou Yi immediately spotted the four. Despite their placement in the corner, the increase in students was hard to overlook. Considering the time, it was indeed time for your return, she noted, nodding in their direction. Yes, Teacher Zhou, Huiyu Hao replied, rising slightly to bow, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards their teacher. Now that you're back, let us focus on the lessons, Zhou Yi instructed, her gaze sharpening as it fell upon Yurong, who appeared to be drifting into a daydream. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a piece of chalk that struck Yurong squarely on the forehead. Pay attention in class. I shan't repeat myself. There was an undeniable pressure in Zhou Yi's gaze, having been absent for more than a month. The moment Yurong met Zhou Yi's formidable eyes again, the memories of past fears flooded back. Sitting upright, she felt the weight of expectation. Zhou Yi observed Yurong's fidgeting and inwardly sighed before shifting her tone. Firstly, I am delighted to see our 4 absent students back in class today. I trust everyone has heard some news by now. Indeed, our very own Yurong, Wang Dong, Huiyu Hao, and Xiao Xiao participated as a reserve team in the recently concluded Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, upholding the glorious reputation of Shrek Academy as the champions. Although many were already aware, Zhou Yi's words drew envious glances towards the quartet from their classmates. Yurong couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. However, Zhou Yi clapped her hands, redirecting the students' focus back to her. Regardless of the accolades, it is imperative to pay attention in class. Moreover, we must not become complacent in our training. Her gaze roamed over the four, who felt an involuntary shiver. Yurong pondered how her peers had fared in their training over the past month. She herself had perhaps grown a tad complacent. Yet her soul power had indeed seen improvement. She was now at level 37, an increase of a full level and a half. With her spirits lifted at this thought, she straightened her posture, brimming with confidence. And with less than a week to midterm examinations, everyone was well aware that this assessment could not end in defeat. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances. As expected of teacher Zhou, they thought, now that we're back, let's prepare well. I refuse to believe that a mere neighboring class could be tougher than the opponents in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Yurong vigorously shook her head, affirming, of course, they won't be tougher. Zhou Yi remained silent, yet her expression suggested she understood Yurong's sentiment. All right, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Let's commence our lesson. Zhou Yi sighed, opening her teaching materials. For Hui Yuhao, class was a precious opportunity to absorb knowledge, making time seem to fly. However, for Yurong, it felt as though days stretched into years. Before long, her attention was captured by the gentle dance of sunlight filtering through the ancient tree outside the classroom, casting a warm glow. The scene was one of tranquil beauty, imbued with the essence of a perfect day. Yurong felt her very soul basking in the warmth, and she couldn't help but squint against the sunlight. How delightful it was to be back. Yet, she had not anticipated that a brief moment of closure would lead her to awaken only when the class had ended. Ah, awake at last? Wang Dong teased, glancing at Yurong as she stirred beside him. Class is over? Yurong blinked, rubbing the corners of her slightly damp eyes. Just finished. Teacher Zhou stepped out a moment ago, Wang Dong replied, resting his chin on his hand. She shot you a glare as she left, you know. Clearly, Zhou Yi had noticed Yurong's distraction, but ultimately chose to let it slide. How fascinating, Yurong remarked, blinking in surprise. Teacher, Zhou didn't drag me out for 20 laps. Hui Yuhao couldn't help but facepalm. Little Rong, you truly have a keen awareness of yourself. Perhaps it's because we just returned today. Teacher Zhou might have shown us some leniency. Xiao Xiao rose gracefully, linking her arm with that of her dear friend, gathering her belongings before bidding farewell to the trio. All right, I shall take my leave now. I've made plans to go shopping in the city with some other girlfriends. By this time, most of the classmates in the classroom had already departed, with only a few left to tidy up their things in preparation for leaving. In truth, had it not been for their reluctance to awaken Yurong, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao would have long been ready to vacate the classroom. After all, they had just returned and had numerous matters to attend to. Just then, a slight commotion erupted at the classroom door. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, curious about the disturbance at this hour. Why is it so lively? Aren't they in a hurry to head to the dining hall? Before Wang Dong could ponder for long, a somewhat familiar head peeked into the classroom. Ah, Yurong, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, Xiao Xiao. The slightly effeminate voice was imbued with a warmth that was unmistakably genuine. It was none other than Yin-Yang Mo, the Rainbow Dragon Support Spirit King of Shrek's formal team, one of the trio who had sustained serious injuries from the ambush by the Reaper's messenger bandits, necessitating an early return to campus for recuperation. Yin-Yang Sr.? Wang Dong appeared surprised to see a senior from the inner academy. It was no wonder that such a stir had ensued. Many curious and eager eyes were now fixed upon Yin-Yang Mo. Yet, Yin-Yang Mo seemed unfazed, treating the notable attention as though it were inconsequential. Come over, come over. Yin-Yang Mo beckoned the four with a playful flourish, akin to a mother duck calling her ducklings. The four exchanged puzzled glances, yet complied obediently, gathering their belongings and approaching the door. See, I told you these little ones would be well-behaved and easy to find in the classroom. Yin-Yang Mo chuckled, turning to jest with a tall figure behind him. You've lost, Huixian. Dinner's on you tonight. The tall figure behind Yin-Yang Mo smiled, exuding an air of familiarity. It was none other than Yao Huixian. Ah, Yao Sr. has come too? Yurong had not anticipated that it was not only Yin-Yang Mo who had arrived. Her gaze scrutinized Yao Huixian, noting that he appeared to be in excellent spirits, evidently having recovered well from the injuries he sustained over a month ago. After the competition, we anticipated your return, Yao Huixian said with a friendly smile. And it's not just Gong-Yang and me who are here. From the shadows emerged a cool-faced young woman, none other than Shi, the final member of the formal team's agility-based Spirit King. She was often difficult to notice until she spoke. Yurong was momentarily startled. All three of you who returned early for recovery are here. Yin-Yang Mo continued to explain. We saw Xiao Tao and the others return this morning, so we knew you would be arriving soon. Tonight, let us treat you all to dinner, as a way of welcoming you back, Yin-Yang Mo announced. Really? Yu Rong felt a tinge of surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. How honored we are to have seniors from the Inner Academy treat us to a meal. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Gonyang Emo laughed, retorting playfully. Let us go together. I already informed Bei this morning when we encountered him on Sea God Island. And he'll be bringing along several upperclassmen from the reserve team, so we're just waiting for you. Yao Hua Xian elaborated, noting that everyone from both the formal and reserve teams would be joining. In truth, they could have simply sent Bei to relay the invitation, but for them, there was a certain significance in personally inviting Yu Rong, who had previously saved their lives. Thus, their visit highlighted the importance they placed on her, particularly for Yao Huaxian, who considered it a debt of gratitude. Then, I shall graciously accept the invitation, Hui Yuhao nodded. The dinner was originally organized by Yao Huaxian due to the sizable number of attendees and was to be held at a well-regarded restaurant in Shrek City. The decor, while not ostentatious, exuded an essence of exquisite refinement, with pavilions and water features creating a sense of delicate beauty. Most importantly, the establishment was reputed for its exceptional cuisine, famed particularly for its octopus balls. Bye-bye. Upon entering, Yu Rong immediately spotted Bei already seated at a table. After such a brief interval, Bei appeared as graceful as ever, showing no signs of change. Xiao Rong has arrived? Bei's table was adorned with freshly brewed tea, gently steaming. However, what captured Yu Rong's attention was the dish before Bei. Octopus balls, steaming slightly, the fish flakes delicately unfurling, each piece distinct and coated in a savory sauce. Yu Rong's eyes lit up instantaneously. Come on, Xiao Rong, you must be hungry. Bye-bye. Noticing Yu Rong approaching eagerly, regarded her as one would a fish drawn to bait, skillfully skewering the octopus balls with a bamboo stick and placing them before her. Open wide, Yu Rong complied eagerly, their movements flowing seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. They're all in my mouth now. Delicious. Though they differed from the colossal octopus balls of Xinglua City, each had its own merits, both equally delightful. One was hearty and filling, while the other was exquisitely refined, offering a taste that encapsulated a multitude of flavors. As Yu Rong savored her meal, the backdrop behind her burst forth with joyous blossoms. Everyone's here now. Dai Yaoheng, dressed in his usual attire of understated white, appeared rather low-key. Where Xiao Tao? Hua Yuhao scanned the surroundings, realizing that the familiar fiery red figure was conspicuously absent. Xiao Tao needs to rest and recuperate. Additionally, the mutation of her martial soul has affected her more significantly than anticipated. She is currently recuperating in Sea God Pavilion, Chen Zifeng explained. But there's no need for concern. The resources at Shrek's Sea God Pavilion are among the finest on the continent, and their research on martial soul mutations is unrivaled, with Lin Lao overseeing her care, so there's no danger to her life. Lin Lao, the title Douluo whose martial soul is the Tree of Life, had shown great interest in Yu Rong's unique spirit, the heaven-defying chrysanthemum. All right, even though Xiao Tao is absent, today can still be considered a celebratory feast between Shrek Academy's formal and reserve teams, Dai Yaoheng sighed, albeit with a hint of regret, as the others would need to continue moving forward. Life does not pause for any individual. Once again, congratulations to everyone for securing the championship in the continent's prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Yo. Su Sanshur was the most enthusiastic, clapping vigorously. Let us applaud. We must applaud. Watching Su Sanshur's fervor, Kai Ti was both bewildered and impressed, yet soon joined in the applause. The atmosphere instantly became vibrant and lively. With dishes being served, each played a feast for the senses. The group began to eat and converse animatedly. Among them, Hui Yuhao was perhaps the most profoundly affected. Had it not been for their experiences in the competition, he could never have envisioned a day where he sat at a table, sharing laughter and meals with a half-brother. Yu Hong, bye-bye. Yao Huaxian had approached the pair at some point, his expression gentle. Though I have expressed my gratitude many times, I still wish to formally thank you both. After all, if it weren't for the martial soul fusion technique employed by the two of you, I might have perished in the depths of the Mingdo Mountains. Yao Haoshuan spoke these words with genuine emotion. This fellow felt compelled to express his heartfelt gratitude to you both. Gonyang Mo approached, placing a reassuring hand on Yao Haoshuan's shoulder. This year, I am set to graduate and will soon return to my homeland, the Heavenly Soul Empire. Yao Haoshuan cast a resigned glance at Gonyang Mo and continued, at that time, I should be able to carve out a successful career in my country. By the way, Dai Yuheng is also graduating this year, isn't he? He will be returning to the Star Luo Empire as well, right? Yao Haoshuan looked towards Dai Yuang, who sat a short distance away. Chen Zifeng and Ling Luocheng still had a year to go before graduation, thus lacking any pertinent topics for discussion. I will accompany my father to guard the borders of the Star Luo Empire. Dai Yuang's response was succinct yet resolute. It seems you truly are a white tiger. Ganyang Mo clicked his tongue, clearly unperturbed by the answer. And what about you, Ganyang? Dai Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Me? Perhaps I will remain at Shrek in the future, or travel the world, or even become a teacher. Any of those options would suffice. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Ganyang. Yao Haoshuan's tone carried a hint of disapproval. A true man should achieve great things. How can one contemplate an end before even beginning? Regardless of career aspirations, simply living well and enjoying this world is quite commendable. Ganyang Mo asserted that he did not entirely share Yao Haoshuan's perspective. This divergence in thought is understandable, given that Yao Haoshuan is the son of a noble from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Dai Yuheng, too, is the firstborn of the White Tiger Duke of the Star Luo Empire, whereas Ganyang Mo is merely an ordinary civilian soul master. Thus, it is natural for their views to differ. School serves as an excellent veil for class distinctions, but once outside its walls, the disparities in thought, lifestyle, and myriad other differences stemming from social class make it exceedingly difficult for individuals to find common ground. Nevertheless, we shall always remain friends. Ganyang Mo waved dismissively. Not just friends, but comrades in arms. Yao Haoshuan continued. Brothers in life and death. Today is a celebration. Can we not indulge in some joyous conversation? Cece suddenly appeared, her tone tinged with mild discontent. Haha, indeed. Regardless of circumstances, let us raise a toast. Ganyang Mo lifted his glass. Sure, but what shall we toast to? Yao Haoshuan glanced at Ganyang Mo. First, to our captain, Ma Xiaodao, who is not present. Second, to Shrek for winning the championship in the competition. Third, to this moment. To our gathering here together.